The Beastmaster told me that in the beast taming meditation ceremony, the more times the soul body dies, the more powerful the envisioned beast companion will be. However, with my F-grade awakened talent, in order to envision the dragon ancestor Zhulong, the most powerful dragon from ancient Huaxia, my soul body died hundreds of thousands of times during the ceremony. Eventually, the excessive deaths caused the ritual array to explode. Everyone saw me blasted out and assumed I had failed the envisioning. But when I stood in the ruins holding a giant egg in my arms, they were all baffled. Why was my beast seed an egg? It's important to know that a beast seed is a trait obtained by students after participating in the meditation ceremony. Based on their talent level, it's usually a drop of beast essence blood or a wisp of beast spirit energy. Yet, the beast companion I envisioned was a living egg. Seeing this, the principal immediately registered me for the beast taming college entrance exam. Though he didn't expect me to achieve good results, he admired my calm and steady temperament. When I returned to class holding the beast companion egg, I was met with curious, scornful, and disdainful gazes. Lin Chen, don't celebrate too soon. Just because you qualified for the beast taming exam doesn't mean everything's settled. If you fail, you'll still be trash. A cold voice sneered. I turned to see Kai Chaofan, a muscular classmate, glaring at me with contempt and resentment. Kai Chaofan is my classmate and the son of Kai Chenggong, chairman of Chaofan Pharmaceuticals in Donghai City. As a wealthy heir, he had been overshadowed by me for 3 whole years and now finally had a chance to vent. He had awakened a B-grade beast taming talent and obtained a drop of spirit beast essence blood during the meditation ceremony. This meant he had a high chance of becoming a beast master with a 3-star spirit beast companion in the future. With your current F-grade talent, even if this egg has the strongest bloodline, it'll at most become a magical beast, no chance for a turnaround. Kai Chaofan sneered. The classmates around him chimed in. Kai Chaofan is right. You have no right to be proud. Just bow your head to him. Even if you fail the exams, you can still get a job at his father's company. Kai Chaofan looked at me with a smug expression, his eyes filled with the contempt one might show a drowning dog. At that moment, a young girl strode into the Class 7, Grade 12 lineup with an air of arrogance. She was Bai Luwei, the maid and study companion of Shen Lingshuang, the school's belle. Shen Lingshuang was a prominent figure at Donghai City's #1 high school. Her father was the top official in Donghai City, and she herself possessed a spiritual beast-level pet. Exceptionally talented, she had awakened an S-grade beast taming aptitude and successfully visualized a mythical beast-level 6-winged Pegasus. I'm here only to deliver one message, Bai Luwei declared, lifting her chin. My lady says there's no need for further contact between you two. With that, she turned and left. A brief silence was followed by a wave of mocking laughter. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, Bai Luwei came here just to warn you not to dream of reaching beyond your grasp. A clown like him has no right to be Shen Lingshuang's boyfriend. Only provincial-level prodigies would qualify. Everyone expected me to show humiliation or despair from the collective ridicule and disdain, but my expression remained calm from start to finish, as if their idle chatter were nothing more than a breeze, utterly incapable of affecting me. This composure caught the attention of Principal Zheng, who nodded approvingly once more. After decades of teaching, he had to admit that my mental fortitude was the finest among all the young men and women he had encountered. 3 hours later, the meditation ceremony concluded. After glancing at the announcement board, I carried my beast egg home. As soon as I entered, my younger sister Lin Yushi greeted me with a smile. Brother, did the meditation ceremony go well? Smoothly. Look at this living egg. It's what I obtained from the ceremony. Not only can I take the Beastmaster College entrance exam with it, but I also saved money on buying a beast pet, I replied between bites of the meal she had prepared. Lin Yushi's sweet smile showed she believed in me wholeheartedly. As night fell, I stood in my bedroom, staring intently at the massive beast egg with a solemn expression. According to the Encyclopedia of Beast Mastery, there are typically 2 methods to hatch a beast egg. First, placing it in an incubation chamber under the magical light of cultivation lamps. Second, providing it with sufficient energy and nutrients to accelerate the hatching process. But with only 5 days left until the Beastmaster College entrance exam, the first method would take too long, leaving me no choice but the second. The problem was, where could I obtain the necessary energy and nutrients? Buying nutrient solutions was too expensive, so my only option was to hunt monsters in the wild. Without hesitation, I stored the beast egg in the 3-slot spatial ring issued by the school, donned my steel armor and greaves, grabbed my battle axe, left a note telling my sister not to worry, and headed for the Adventurers Guild in Donghai City. When I stepped into the guild hall, I wasn't met with disdain but familiar banter. Clearly, I was already a regular here. Sister Ruhua, any good jobs available? I'm heading to the wild anyway, might as well take on a mission, I asked the receptionist. Ruhua, for you, little brother Lin Chen, even if there's nothing, I'd make something up. There's a guiding mission just posted escorting a teen to Ghostblade Gorge, easy as pie. Interested? As Ruhua finished speaking, she gestured toward the entrance, where 5 figures of extraordinary presence walked in. Among them, 3 were old acquaintances, Shenling Shuang, Bai Lu Wei, and Qin Hai, the prodigy from Donghai City's second high school. Previously at the school exchange competition, I had defeated Qin Hai. Now, seeing me, he couldn't resist sneering. Isn't this Lin Chen, the so-called top genius of number 1 high school? What brings you here so late? I remained calm and didn't respond. Ruhua introduced me as a potential guide, but Qin Hai scoffed. Him, a level 9 waste leading the way? He'd probably die halfway. Are we supposed to protect him? At these words, Ruhua flew into a rage on the spot. The 40 or 50 adventurers in the hall also slammed their tables and stood up, blaring furiously at Qin Hai and his group. Tell that brat to watch his mouth. One more insult to Master Lin, and I'll beat him up. If Master Lin is a waste, then what does that make us? Whom he's helped and saved. The adventurers' reaction left Shenling Shuang and the others utterly shocked. What was even more unbelievable to them was, Lin Chen had actually saved the lives of these adventurers? That can't be right. Lin Chen was only level 9 now, and hadn't even switched to a Royal Beastmaster, while some of these adventurers were already level 27 and had switched to Royal Beastmasters. Such an existence needed a level 9 teenager to save them? It was too outrageous, wasn't it? Qin Hai on the side didn't pay any attention to this. His white and handsome face had already reddened with shame and anger from the backlash from these adventurers. He stared at Lin Chen angrily, like a humiliated lion, and roared, "Fine! Lin Chen! Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? I'm going to prove that you're a waste." The current Qin Hai was incredibly confident, feeling that he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Chen. Because he had contracted a beast pet, while Lin Chen definitely did not have a beast pet. He was bound to win. Chapter 6 High Stakes. I responded. Qin Hai was aware of the fact that Lin Chen had awakened his F-class beast royal talent. Not only did he know about it, but after learning about it, he was so happy that he spent half a day cheering and screaming at home. Lin Chen from the first middle school was simply Qin Hai's nemesis. Whether it's the written exam or the practical exam, Lin Chen can always crush Qin Hai completely. It was thought that Lin Chen would remain his nightmare nemesis until not long ago at the talent awakening ceremony, when Lin Chen awakened the F-class royal beast talent. What did that mean? For any Imperial Beast student, awakening an F-ranked Imperial Beast talent was a very scary thing. It was almost like declaring that you couldn't become an Imperial Beast master in this lifetime and could only be reduced to a mortal. Not to mention the fact that you can only visualize trash beast pets during the visualization ceremony, just to say that the success rate of that visualization is terribly low. And what about Qin Hai today? Not only has he awakened the Grade A Beast talent Beast Rage, he has obtained the Beast Essence Blood of the Swift Wind Lightning Wolf during the visualization ceremony, and his father has prepared a contracted beast pet for him early on, a 1-star Shen Beast level beast pet from the start. Swift Wind Wolf. Pet, Swift Wind Wolf. Bloodline, Shen Beast Grade 1 star. Level, Juvenile 5th stage. Talent, Wind Flurry C. Skills, Blast Wind Slam D, Swift Flash C. Type, Battle Beast Pet. Current evolutionary stage, none. Don't look at this Swift Wind Wolf's talent and skills are very general, but the price is not cheap, can be sold for more than 10 million dragon coins, and countless rich people still have to compete to buy. This was because this Shen Beast level beast pet was very suitable to be a student's beast pet embryo. In the future, as long as Qin Hai does not die prematurely and grows normally, then his beast seed will allow this Swift Wind Wolf to evolve step by step into a Blizzard Lightning Wolf. After successful evolution, the Blizzard Lightning Wolf's bloodline would start at the 3-star Spirit Beast level and could grow up to the 1-star Source Beast level. Even the current Swift Wind Wolf, combat power cannot be ignored, even when facing 30 or 40 strong adults with weapons, can be easily defeated. So, know where Qin Hai's courage to challenge Lin Chen came from? However, not interested. In the face of Qin Hai's imposing challenge, Lin Chen was coldly shaking his head. This kind of fight that had no meaning or benefit, he was too lazy to fight. Ha ha. You're scared? Goon dog. Seeing that Lin Chen had actually refused his challenge, Qin Hai inwardly wanted to laugh even more maniacally. I didn't think that there would be a time when you, Lin Chen, would be afraid of me, Qin Hai. Qin Hai only felt that the pent-up anger in his chest that he had been holding back from being crushed by Lin Chen had finally dispersed. To the side, Shenling Shuang didn't say anything, but the line of sight she looked at Lin Chen with was even more indifferent. Perhaps in the heart of this proud daughter of heaven who had awakened the S-class sentinel beast talent and contemplated the six-winged heavenly horse beast, she felt that it was an incomparably correct decision to distance herself from such a mundane person like Lin Chen. Previously, the reason why Shen Lingfang had been brazen enough to get close to Lin Chen was actually because she was looking at Lin Chen's written exams and practical abilities that had been steadily dominating the first place of the whole year for the past 3 years of high school. But unfortunately, no matter how strong the written exams and actual combat abilities were, if you didn't have the talent or the top beast species, then you were destined to live an ordinary life and not be able to become a top royal beast master. Since she had determined that Lin Chen would be mundane for the rest of his life, it was natural for her to draw a line with the other party. Humph. A waste is indeed a waste. It was a wise decision for you, Missy, to draw a line with him. The accompanying maid, Bai Luwei, had the same attitude towards this. Come on. How could little Master Lin be afraid of a grifter like you? However, the adventurers on the scene continued to shake their heads to refute Qin Hai. Ha! He doesn't even dare to accept Laozi's challenge. What is he if not a waste? What? Still want to help him with the hard wash, are you? Qin Hai, however, smiled smugly and coldly as he looked at these adventurers. This guest, I also have to explain to you. This Lin Chen brother of mine won't waste time getting involved in things that don't have benefits. Why don't you set a reward and a punishment? And at this time, Miss Ruhua from the front desk also came forward and said. Fine. Set it. Old me will really beat up this punt today. I said. The king of heaven can't stop him. Qin Hai was now arrogant as hell. Immediately, he looked towards Lin Chen, whose expression was always calm, even when he was humiliated and abused. He didn't see any ripples, and said fiercely, Lin Chen, if you can win against me, I'll give you 10 Imperial Beast silver coins on the spot without saying a word. If you lose, I don't want half a cent from you poor bastard either. I just need you to kneel on the ground, kowtow to me 3 times, and call out to me 3 times as grandpa. How's that? Are you satisfied enough with this bet? When these words of Qin Hai fell. Hiss. In turn, it caused the adventurers to suck in cold air. 10 Imperial Beast silver coins. Countries in the world had paper currencies for each country, but in the circle of Imperial Beast masters, there was a metal currency that was recognized for circulation. They were the Imperial Beast copper coin, Imperial Beast silver coin, Imperial Beast gold coin, Imperial Beast spirit coin, and so on. The price of 1 Imperial Beast silver coin was equivalent to 1 million dragon coins. For 10 of them, it was 10 million dragon coins. Oh, man. This Qin Hai opened his mouth to bet 10 million dragon coins. Seeing the shocked looks of the people around him sucking in cold air, Qin Hai's heart was full of self-satisfaction, but his mouth was still pretentious. Humph. A bunch of poor bastards. It's only 10 Imperial Beast silver coins, haven't you seen the world? Shen Lingshang and Bai Luwei on the side frowned, feeling that this Qin Hai was too pretentious. They were aware of Qin Hai's family background. These 10 Imperial Beast silver coins were only saved up after he saved up his pocket money from childhood to adulthood. But what made Shen Lingshang and Bai Luwei even more dumbfounded was Lin Chen, who was originally expressionless and very cold towards everything, after hearing Qin Hai's arrogant words, even immediately looked at Qin Hai with 2 glowing eyes, agreeing with a quick, good. I'll accept this challenge. Please have it notarized right away. The adventurers who saw the scene were already flattening their surprised expressions and turned to look at Qin Hai with a pitiful expression. Alas! Poor Qin Hai. It's practically giving away money to Lin Chen. 10 Imperial Beast silver coins, huh? Little Master Lin, you have to buy us a drink when you win later. Cut the crap. Later on when I beat Lin Chen up violently, I hope you poor bastards will continue to bark. Qin Hai said angrily. The reason why he dared to use 10 Imperial Beast silver coins as a bet was because he was bound to win. The second was to show off his wealth. Soon, the crowd moved to the arena to the side of the Adventure Guild. Here, it was a special venue for adventurers to train and duel. Shen Lingfang also brought her maid and her own 2 bodyguards here. Until now, Shen Lingfang's moonbrows were still furrowed and displeased. She felt that this fight was purely a waste of her precious time, and that Lin Chen had no chance of winning. Chapter 7, Catching a Thief. Lin Chen won. What made Shen Lingfang feel that Lin Chen was even more ignorant was that at this moment, after both sides had boarded the stage, Lin Chen held up his pitiful steel battle axe and calmly let out his words to Qin Hai. Given that you're so willing to send me money, I'll give you a favor as well. If I don't beat you within 5 moves, count me out. Lin Chen's sentence had just fallen, instantly causing Qin Hai to suddenly burst into laughter. Wait. What did you say? You're going to beat me within 5 moves? All right. The guys have heard it, and the several staff members of the notary public have also heard it, right? I must agree to this arrogant request. Qin Hai had just handed over the 10 Imperial Beast silver coins to the notary staff, and looking at the calm Lin Chen, he was originally a little worried that this Lin Chen wouldn't have a killer weapon, right? But now, this worry was gone. Because he was confident that he would not be defeated by Lin Chen within 5 moves. Ha ha! Lin Chen, you asked for it. Originally, Qin Hai felt that he was already crazy, but he didn't expect this Lin Chen to be even crazier than him. Humph. Do you really think you're still that top genius from the first middle school? I'll let you know that the you of today is a waste. Qin Hai coldly said. All right. Both sides each get ready for battle. 10 seconds and counting. At this moment, the referee on the side, who was responsible for adjudicating this sparring match, reminded in a loud voice. Come out. Swift Wind Wolf. Only to see Qin Hai touch the Imperial Beast crest engraved on his right hand, and with a buzzing sound, blue light blossomed, and a fierce and majestic Swift Wind Wolf appeared beside Qin Hai. Ow! As soon as this huge wolf beast with hair like blue and silver grass appeared, it let out a demonstrative roar, and a violent wind element wrapped around its body. 1-star Shen Beast, Swift Wind Wolf. To think that he used the Swift Wind Wolf as a contracted beast pet. No wonder he is so arrogant and confident. When the many adventurers under the ring saw this, a touch of gravity appeared on their expressions. Among the adventurers present, there were quite a number of Imperial Beast Masters, but their beast pets were only 5-star magical beasts at the highest. More than that, they were 9-star beasts. It couldn't be helped that beast pets with high bloodline grades weren't something that poor people could afford, and having one's beast pet's bloodline evolve was even more difficult. In order to let the bloodline evolve, one had to allow oneself and the beast pet to rise to a certain level, and also complete various harsh conditions. Qin Hai's beast pet's bloodline level was too far ahead of theirs to begin with. It could be said to be completely crushed. The adventurers looked towards Lin Chen with worry. This didn't seem like it would be good for Little Master Lin to win this time. After all, Little Master Lin didn't have a beast pet. Shen Lingfang and Bai Luwei also shifted their eyes from the Swift Wind Wolf to Lin Chen's face, hoping to see a look of panic on Lin Chen's face. However, they were disappointed. Lin Chen's expression was always calm and composed, and you couldn't even see a hint of panic from his dark, ink-like eyes. Could he be able to defeat Qin Hai's Swift Wind Wolf? A ridiculous thought surfaced from within Shen Lingshan and Bai Luwei. Immediately, they were both negated by both of them shaking their heads. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Lin Chen, who was only level 9 and didn't have any beast pets, rely on his personal strength to defeat Qin Hai, who possessed the Swift Wind Wolf? 3, 2, 1. Begin. And at this moment, the countdown had ended. As soon as the referee's words fell. Go! Swift Wind Wolf. Qin Hai immediately waved his hand, and at the same time, he unleashed his A-grade talent Beast Rage, which increased the Swift Wind Wolf's full attributes by 30% and made it even more ferocious. Swish! Swift Flash! The Swift Wind Wolf unleashed its C-rank displacement skill at this moment. It transformed into a flash of wind, and with a distance of 20 meters between the two sides, it rushed in front of Lin Chen in just a second. And it opened its wolf's mouth and bit down on Lin Chen's arm. In this scene, the adventurers under the stage were on tenterhooks. This Qin Hai had actually used his full strength as soon as he came up. Although he was wild, he didn't dare to be careless when facing Lin Chen, his archenemy. After all, if he lost, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose the precious 10 Imperial Beast silver coins. Seeing that the Swift Wind Wolf was about to bite Lin Chen, Qin Hai just wanted to show a pleased and happy smile. Only in the next second, he couldn't smile anymore. Only to see that Lin Chen, in the nick of time, made an emergency side roll and narrowly avoided the Swift Wind Wolf's attack. Not only that, after successfully rolling, Lin Chen directly threw the steel battle axe he was holding violently towards Qin Hai's side. Swish! Facing this steel battle axe flying towards him, Qin Hai didn't dare to block it at all. He hurriedly rolled to avoid it. Only compared to Lin Chen's perfect jumping roll, Qin Hai's roll was undoubtedly a clown roll. But the good thing was that he managed to dodge this Lin Chen's attack. However, not waiting for Qin Hai to catch his breath. "Watch out!" Underneath the ring, Bai Luwei was unable to help but warn in a shocked voice. Qin Hai looked up in panic, but he saw 3 stones flying towards him. And these 3 stones were coming from 3 directions, locking Qin Hai in the direction of his left hand, face, and right hand. To roll to avoid. But it's too late. To the left, to the right won't work. Then one can only jump up or get down. Qin Hai didn't have that strong bouncing power, so he could only get down. Swish! 3 stones flew by with a whistling wind-breaking sound. It made Qin Hai's eyes widen in shock. This Lin Chen's throw was a bit powerful. He didn't use the skill points he got from upgrading to learn the basic proficiency skill of throwing, did he? Swift Wind Wolf! Qin Hai shouted in alarm. He wanted to call the Swift Wind Wolf back to protect him. He realized that Lin Chen was planning to capture the thief first. The attacks were all directed at him, the master. Then, just call the Swift Wind Wolf back. However, click. The sound of a trap rang out. Ow! The Swift Wind Wolf let out a cry of pain and looked down, realizing that its 2 paws were caught in 2 oversized traps. This. Qin Hai froze. Ta 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 ta. And what filled Qin Hai with horror was that at this time, Lin Chen suddenly charged at him, heading straight for him. It's going to end. At this moment, Qin Hai inwardly let out a howl of despair. He had learned just how strong Lin Chen's individual practical combat ability was. Now that his beast pet was trapped by the captured beast clip, even though it was only this 3 to 5 seconds, it was already enough time for Lin Chen to run over and take care of Qin Hai. Bang! Even though Qin Hai had already tried to run, how could his speed compare to Lin Chen, who often mixed in the wilderness and was ferocious in actual combat? In less than 2 seconds, he caught up and slammed his fist onto Qin Hai's head. Punch! A violent shock surfaced in Qin Hai's mind, his consciousness instantly dissipated, and his entire body completely collapsed. This also declared Lin Chen's victory. And the stage was already silent. Chapter 8 Rejection. Silence. Deadly silence. A Lin Chen vs Qin Hai one-on-one duel came to an end. The entire time it took to tell the winner from the loser totaled less than 10 seconds. Roar! Seeing that his master had been knocked out by his opponent, the Swift Wind Wolf was about to go berserk and come up to tear at Lin Chen. Don't move, or I'll chop your master up with an axe. Lin Chen spoke indifferently. At the same time, he had already picked up the steel battle axe that had just been thrown and fallen to the ground, and set it on the unconscious Qin Hai's head. Ow! The Swift Wind Wolf, as a Shen beast, had a high IQ, and immediately threw himself at the situation, not daring to move again. Seeing this, the referee hurriedly returned to his senses from his stupor and announced in a loud voice, "Given that Qin Hai himself is unconscious and has completely lost his ability to fight, I announce that the winner of this 1v1 duel is Lin Chen." Good. Very good. Ha ha. I told you, Little Master Lin is bound to win. You don't say. When this Qin Hai summoned this Swift Wind Wolf, I was really afraid that Little Master Lin wouldn't be able to defeat it, but it seems that I was overly worried. At this moment, the people from the Adventure Guild also returned from their shock and let out a loud laugh, looking at Lin Chen with admiration in their eyes. Still remembering the scene where the tender-faced Lin Chen was ridiculed by the adventurers when he first came to the Adventure Guild 3 years ago, at that time, Lin Chen's expression was as calm and collected as it was now. From this youngster's body, the adventurers saw the vigor of being a truly strong person. As for the personnel on the other side, they were dumbstruck and in a state of unbelievable shock. In the eyes of the 4 of them, Shen Lingshang, Bai Luwei, Lu Haitao, and Zhang Meng, Qin Hai, who possessed a Shen beast pet, taking the victory in this duel should have been the nail in the coffin. After all, even Shen Lingshang thought that she couldn't defeat Qin Hai nowadays because she currently didn't have a contracted beast pet. As the daughter of the official hand of Donghai City, the proud daughter of heaven who had also awakened her S-class talent, she couldn't look at Shen beasts, and she had to at least contract a spirit beast for a start. There are no spirit beasts for sale in Donghai City. You have to go to some super big cities to buy them. 3 days later, a 5-star spirit beast would be transported from the capital through a spatial transmission array for her to contract. It was only now that Lin Chen's performance suddenly made Shen Lingfang realize that if this teenager had also awakened his S-class talent and contracted a high-grade beast pet, wouldn't that completely crush her? Fortunately, there weren't that many ifs in the world. Shen Lingfang forcibly pressed down the faint remorse that surfaced within her heart. A high and proud her did not allow herself to regret bowing her head. Drawing a line with Lin Chen was a decision she had personally made, and right now, even if Lin Chen had unexpectedly defeated Qin Hai, there was no way to hide the fact that the other party was a piece of trash who had only awakened an F-grade Imperial Beast talent. Despite the fact that the other party had obtained a live egg as a beast seed during the observation ceremony, Xin Lingshang did not think that this live egg without any aura pressure emanating from it could hatch out any shocking high-grade beast pet. Gold Master Bosses, does this qualify my brother Lin Chen to take you to the Spectral Canyon? Miss Ruohua from the front desk also walked over at this moment, smilingly looking at Xin Lingshang. She knew that this rich girl with an extraordinary temperament was the leader of this team. Barely qualified. Xin Lingshang faintly said. Miss Ruohua pulled at the corner of her mouth, thinking to herself that what a condescending $1,000 lady. She turned her head to look at Lin Chen, who was walking down from the ring. However, I'm sorry, let someone else take this lead task, Miss Ruohua, I don't need it right now. Lin Chen said softly. After saying that, he took the 10 Imperial Beast silver coins from the notary and stuffed them into his adventurer's backpack, turning to leave. The adventurer's backpack was the prop backpack that Lin Chen stored in the Adventure Guild. It was only carried on his back when he went on adventures in the wilderness to kill monsters. Inside it was stored all sorts of props for hunting and killing monsters in the wild. The magic beast trap of the party was a prop that Lin Chen had spent money on. Originally, he was not willing to use it, but looking at the 10 Imperial Beast silver coins, Lin Chen used it very generously. Little Master Lin, you haven't bought us a drink yet. An old drunkard yelled. We'll treat you when we return from the wilderness. Lin Chen waved his hand, leaving the crowd with a slender and sprightly handsome figure. Alas, is this really a teenager who was only 18 years old? The old drunkard muttered. As for Xin Lingfang, who had been rejected by Lin Chen, her pretty face contained frost. She knew that Lin Chen's rejection was equal to giving her a counterattack. If Lin Chen knew what Xin Lingfang was thinking inside his heart at the moment, then he was going to burst out laughing. Wasn't this Xin Lingfang too much of a self-satisfied person? And fighting back against you? I, Lin Chen, didn't even put you in my eyes, okay? Before, he wanted to take on the lead mission because he was too poor. Now that he has those 10 highly valued Imperial Beast silver coins, it's the same as saying that Lin Chen now has $10 million in assets, so who would still take the lead mission? As for Bai Luwei, who was a personal maid, when she saw her own young lady's icy expression and knew the anger within her heart, she wanted to catch up with Lin Chen and give the other party a good scolding. However, Shen Lingshang pulled her back and coldly said, "Don't worry, he'll regret it." Bai Luwei nodded her head as she pecked at her chickens. Yes, this punk Lin Chen would definitely regret missing out on this one and only opportunity to please her own young lady. On the side, Miss Ruohua smiled the entire time, but inwardly, she sniffed and sneered. Regret? I think it's you, the $1,000 lady, who will regret it, right? Ruohua had known since the day she had her life saved by Lin Chen that this teenager was by no means a pool animal. Just wait. Since brother Lin Chen isn't willing to take this lead mission, then who here is willing to take it? Ruohua looked around. However, the adventurers were already heading out one by one. Go, don't get drunk. Keep drinking. This look had completely ignored him. Ruohua could only look helplessly at Xin Lingshang, whose pretty face was even colder, and said helplessly, Miss Xin, why don't you wait until tomorrow when there are more adventurers to find the one who will lead the way? No need. Give me a map and we'll go by ourselves. Xin Lingshang coldly said. This. Ruohua was a bit hesitant. Spectral Canyon, a wild map adapted to a level of only 10-20 was right, and reasonably speaking, Xin Lingfang's team had 2 level 20 plus Royal Beastmaster bodyguards, so as long as they didn't meet an area boss, that was enough to walk sideways. But don't forget, it's late at night in the wee hours of the morning. The Ghost Canyon was a ragged place that gathered thousands of undead, and the Enan undead chi at night was extremely heavy. It was fine for you to go trespassing in the daytime, but to go trespassing at this point in time, the level of danger was drawn out, and there was a great probability that you would meet the Ghost King that was roaming there. It was necessary to have a very experienced veteran adventurer to lead the group, in order to avoid the wandering route of the Ghost King as much as possible, and kill the little ghosts without fear. Nowadays, Lin Chen was unwilling. The ordinary adventurers on the scene were either afraid or unwilling. As for the other old adventurers who just happened to be resting today, this would be difficult. Chapter 9, Pawned the Thigh? Don't ink, my big miss told you to give the map, so you give the map. What's the hesitation? Bai Luwei frowned and chirped. What are you yelling about? You think old lady doesn't want to give it? Old lady is afraid that you guys will die there. Being rebuked by a little hairy girl like that, even the good-tempered Ruohua couldn't help but get angry. You? Bai Luwei rounded her eyes, unable to believe that a small adventure guild receptionist dared to be so rude to herself. You what you? Do you guys know that at this point in time, that level 30 Ghost King is roaming around in the Ghost Canyon? For you few little caramels to go there, without an experienced adventurer to lead the group, you'll 100% be destroyed by the Ghost King's regiment. Let me tell you bluntly, the only person who currently dares to go and venture into the Ghost Canyon at this point in time is Lin Chen. He refused, and no matter how much money you offer, do you see anyone here daring to take you guys there? No one dares. Because these guys all understand one thing, you have to have a life to spend even if you have money. Ruhua huffed and puffed and opened her mouth continuously, disliking Bai Luwei so much that she was speechless. Why? That teenager called Lin Chen is only level 9 as well. How dare you assert that he can lead us safely to kill monsters in the Spectral Canyon? Lu Haidao, the bodyguard, couldn't help but ask. He had to admit that Ruhua was right, as he was also about to dissuade his own young lady from avoiding going to the Spectral Canyon at this point in time. At night, the Inchi was aggravated, and the zombies and ghosts in the Spectral Canyon had gained enhanced strength, so it was really not suitable to go intruding. Unless you can get together 5 Imperial Beast Masters above level 30, and the beast pets of these 5 Imperial Beast Masters can't be too trashy, they must be Shen Beast level or above, before you can say that you can walk horizontally in the Ghost Canyon. But in this tiny East Sea city, there was clearly no such condition. Even Shen Lingshan's father was only level 45 today. For those Beast Masters who were over level 30, they had all gone to other big cities to develop, and very few of them stayed in East Sea City. Right now, this receptionist even said that the level 9 Lin Chen could bring them safely through, and honestly, Lu Haitao didn't believe it at all. Because Lin Chen's younger brother goes over to the Spectral Canyon almost every night to wander around a bit, he's only level 9, he can't kill those Spectral Canyon monsters, but there are too many adventurers who died in the Spectral Canyon, leaving behind a lot of treasures there, so he goes and picks them up and sells them. Otherwise, where do you think he got his rent, living expenses, and tuition for these 3 years? By that pathetic student aid subsidy? The adventurers of the guild and I would like to pick up his slack, but it's not because brother Lin Chen has his own pride and never accepts charity. Ruhua softly lamented. In today's world, the cost of living was high. Since the entire world catastrophe an unknown number of years ago, vicious and incomparable monsters and beasts were rampant, and despite the expansion of the Blue Star's territory, with many unknown places of civilization and ancient relics floating above the surface of the water, the space for humans to survive was compressed. In addition, in this world today, humans are not the only race. Orcs, elves, goblins, dwarves, giants, grots, dragons, and so on, 10,000 races. So much so that the original situation was barely peaceful Blue Star, now every day there is a war, all races are competing for resource benefits. Originally, the resources of the entire Blue Star were exclusively enjoyed by humans. Now that it was divided up among all the races, there were fewer resources to share. In disguise, the cost of living slowly became higher. A bottle of water, which was originally 1 or 2 dragon coins, now became $10 or $15. Prices went up, but people's income didn't. Not to mention, today's Imperial Beast School, the tuition fee was 100,000 dragon coins a year. For that, it's still very cheap. If you were to look at a provincial level noble middle school, the tuition fee would start at $1 million a year, and with all the miscellaneous fees, you wouldn't be able to read it without 3 or 4 million dragon coins a year. Therefore, even if Lin Chen did his best to adventure and explore in the wilderness with his own meager strength, he could only barely maintain his tuition fees as well as his family's livelihood. Both of his sisters now had to temporarily take a break from school to stay home. According to Lin Chen's plan, it was himself who had to compete in the Imperial Beast examination. Then send his sister to the best Imperial Beast High School at the provincial level. Listening to Ruhua softly speaking about Lin Chen's matter, Shen Lingfang's originally frosty pretty face also dissolved, and her eyes and expression became complicated. It was no wonder that when she had previously tried to find the other party for actual combat practice every afternoon after school, the other party had said that they were unavailable. At that time, Shen Lingfang thought that this Lin Chen was too arrogant, or perhaps he disliked himself. So now the line is drawn, but also Shen Lingfang's revenge, quite like before you love me, now you cannot reach me meaning. It turns out that the other side after school have to go to the field to risk their lives to earn living expenses, so they have been saying that they do not have time. Figuring out the reason, Shen Lingfang's inner grudge that had been accumulated against Lin Chen was dispersed quite a bit. But it was already of little use. Shen Lingfang's eyes lowered. Even if she didn't draw a line with the other party, in the future they would all be people from two worlds, and would end up as strangers. She was going to get an amazingly good score on the Imperial Beast examination, and then enroll in one of the 5 best academies in the Dragon Kingdom to become a dazzling pride of heaven, and in the future, she was even going to join the top few Imperial Beast master teams in the Dragon Kingdom. As for Lin Chen, despite his strong personal strength, with his F-grade talent and average beast pet as well, it could be said that it was completely impossible for him to get good grades in the Imperial Beast examination. Lin Chen's final result would most likely be like these Adventure Guild adventurers in general, being an ordinary adventurer, repeating wild adventure exploration quests every day, and being stuck in this tiny East Sea city for the rest of his life. Sighing softly, Shen Lingshang touched out an Imperial Beast gold coin from her own incredibly expensive spatial ring. When Ruhua saw this Imperial Beast gold coin, her eyes couldn't help but widen. The value of this one Imperial Beast gold coin was equal to 100 Imperial Beast silver coins, which was 100 million dragon coins. Not only Ruhua, but even several of the remaining adventurers on the field were dumbfounded as they felt the rich aura fluctuations emanating from the Imperial Beast gold coin. Worthy of being the daughter of a hand from East Sea City. Previously, when they heard that the Shen family in East Sea City was a side branch of the Shen family in the capital, they still didn't believe it, but now it seems as if it is possible. Now that Shen Lingfang had awakened the S-class royal beast talent, did the Shen family in the capital city want to include Shen Lingfang in the direct line? This Imperial Beast gold coin, help me give it to Lin Chen and say that I gave it to him. Shen Lingfang's actions once again shocked the people around her. Miss, you. Bai Luwei as well as the 2 servants, Lu Haidao and Zhang Meng, couldn't help but be surprised. He won't want it. Ruhua said. If he doesn't want it, then you can just ask him to bring it back to me at that time. Shen Lingfang softly said, without any hesitation very directly turned around and led the people to leave the Adventure Guild. Ruhua stared blankly at this valuable Imperial Beast gold coin in her hand, her pretty face complicated. Am I helping Lin Chen's younger brother to fall into the lap of a rich lady? After all, it was only after listening to Lin Chen's story that the originally frosty-faced $1,000 lady's attitude became gentler. Chapter 10: The Difference of Maps. Difference of Occupations. Map: Ghost Canyon. Adaptation level: Level 1020. Inhabiting monster types: zombies, undead. Description: an unknown number of years ago, this place was once the site of a duel between 2 armies at war, and the battle was so gruesome that it was touching. Due to the presence of a large number of dead people, it has made this land extremely cloudy and miasma-ridden, attracting countless zombies and undead to gather here, making it a very dangerous wilderness map. Remarks: it is best not to explore this map from 22 p.m. to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. The Yin Qi is aggravated during that time, and the frequency of the Ghost King wandering as the regional boss will increase dramatically. Every field map will have an area boss. Some people may be curious, if the area boss is killed, then the field map is no boss? There are still some. Ever since the world was transformed, regular field maps would automatically resurrect the area boss even if you killed it after a certain period of time. Even if you slaughtered all the monsters in the entire map, you would still receive a refresh and resurrection all the same. Strictly speaking, this was an Imperial Beast's world where the game and reality were fused. The monsters in each of the regular field maps were as if they had been cursed with a game setting, where their levels, lives, and attributes were permanently fixed and could not be upgraded. Note that the above settings are only used in regular field maps. There are some unconventional special field maps, in which monsters can not only upgrade by hunting other monsters, but at the same time can derive a very high level of intelligence that is not inferior to human beings, and can even move freely without being locked by the area. These types of unconventional field maps were the truly dangerous places. When Lin Chen arrived at the Ghost Canyon, the time had already come to 3 in the morning. He had set off from the East City gate of Donghai City at 1 a.m. and had rushed for a full 2 hours during the night before arriving here. Here, one had to lament that it was still better to be in a big city. According to what Lin Chen knew, some slightly more prosperous cities had extremely good public facilities. Adventurers who wanted to go to a field map only needed to step onto a teleportation array, pay a small amount of money, and could be directly teleported to any one of the field map entrances within a radius of 100, or even 1,000 kilometers. As a small fifth-tier city, Donghai City naturally didn't have that kind of magic teleportation array to the wilderness, so adventurers needed to make their own way. Traveling from Donghai City to the Ghost Canyon, if you weren't familiar with the shortcuts, you would have to spend 4 or 5 hours just catching the road. The main thing was that other monsters along the way would attack you, and it was a waste of time for you to solve them. Therefore, many adventuring parties that wanted to go to Spectral Canyon to level up preferred to spend money to hire some adventurers who were familiar with the path and had a lot of experience. Not only could they save you time on your journey, but they could also save you from a lot of trouble. At this moment, Lin Chen was standing at the entrance of the Ghost Canyon, and he could clearly hear the ghostly howls coming from inside, like a sob, very ominous. Lin Chen took out a bottle of holy water from his adventure backpack. Item: holy water. Description: after drinking it, you will be immune to the effects of yin qi and miasma for 30 minutes. Market price: 500 dragon coins per bottle. Part of Lin Chen's proceeds from exploring the wilderness was used to support himself and his sister as well as his own tuition fees, and the other part was the expenditure on these essential props. The beast trap that dealt with Qinhai's swift wind wolf earlier was not cheap. It could even produce effects on large beasts, and the price was high, 30,000 dragon coins apiece. Normally, Lin Chen wouldn't even bother to use it. For the sake of those 10 Imperial Beast silver coins, Lin Chen was generous for once. This was how adventurers survived. Levels and attributes were not enough, so props came to the rescue. Making good use of props was also an aspect of strength. As long as they could defeat the enemy. He drank the holy water, picked up the steel battle axe, and already wore steel armor and steel leg guards on his body. In addition, Lin Chen also wore a black crystal helmet that he had bought at a cost of 100,000 dragon coins. Equipment: black crystal helmet. Grade: intermediate. Wearing requirements: level 5 or above. Equipment attributes: armor and legal resistance increased by 10 points, maximum life value increased by 2%, head damage reduced by 10%. Don't look at Lin Chen's daily trips to the Spectral Canyon to pick up things was a bit lucrative, but the expenses he incurred because of his adventures were also not small. The heads and hearts of most creatures were very fragile, and they had to be protected to the best of their ability. Only when he was properly prepared did Lin Chen step into the Spectral Canyon, which was filled with a thick black fog and miasma as well as a shadowy aura. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen used the general skill Silent Step. In this beast world, there were 3 types of skills. Natural skills. Professional skills. Generic skills. Talented skills were skills that extended from your talents. Occupational skills are skills that are unique to your occupation. It is worth mentioning that besides the Beast Master, there are other professions in this world, such as swordsmen, warriors, mages, archers, etc. But unfortunately, in front of the Beast Master, these professions are all too weak. But unfortunately, in front of the Imperial Beast Master, all of these professions were too weak and too weak. The root cause of this is that the beast pets in this world are too diverse and too strong. For example, when a team needs a healing aid, it's usually to recruit a priest, right? But in this world, people's Imperial Beast Masters could handle it alone. Why? Because people can contract auxiliary class Beast Pet. A high-level Beast Master, the number and types of Beast Pets he owns is definitely not unique. What's more, the Beast Master and the Beast Pet have a characteristic bond between them. When a Beast Master has contracted a healing Beast Pet, then he will also gain a part of that Beast Pet's healing ability. Similarly, when you contract a spellcasting offensive combat pet, you gain a portion of the spellcasting offensive combat ability. By contracting a meat tank combat Beast Pet, that Imperial Beastmaster gains a portion of the tank feedback. At a glance, the Beastmaster profession is simply omnipotent. What the team lacks, they can fill in. And the beast pet of others can be much stronger than you. Beasts are naturally stronger than humans. What's more, when the Beastmaster's level rises to a certain height, he can also learn the special skill of resurrecting beast pets, and when the beast pets die, he can bring them back to life. So you know why Beastmaster is the most honorable profession in the world, right? And only the Beastmaster Academy can be called a University Academy. Other swordsman school, warrior school, priest school, and so on, people uniformly called specialized school. This is a clear-cut professional discrimination. If you are not a beast master, then in this world dominated by beast masters, you are inferior. Chapter 11 Four-Winged Demon Eye Lion King. Six-Tailed Demon Fox. The main point is to get back to the main topic. Generic skills were skills that any profession could learn and use and were very versatile, hence the name generic skills. In addition to Silent Step, Lin Chen had also used his upgraded skill points to learn throwing. Both skills were free to learn in the school's skill library. The places I explored before have been pretty much scavenged for things, so I have to change. At this moment, Lin Chen made an X on the map. This map of the Spectral Canyon, places that had been marked with an X meant that they had already been scavenged there, and probably didn't have any valuable objects. Places that hadn't had an X punched through them hadn't been explored. For Lin Chen, who was only level 9, to kill the zombies and undead here, he would need to put up a fight to do so. So Lin Chen's goal wasn't to kill monsters, but to scavenge. Scavenging the relics of those adventurers who died here. Generally speaking, people called adventurers who did this kind of thing scavengers. I have to pick up enough items of value in these few days, otherwise there won't be enough to buy the nutrient potion needed to hatch the beast pet eggs. Lin Chen pondered inwardly. There were still 4 days left until the college entrance exam, as it was now the wee hours of the morning, counting as the second day. In these 4 days, one must explode their liver. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and advanced towards the target location. Along the way, Lin Chen could clearly see a zombie and undead whose flesh and blood had rotted, and whose faces were very hideous and horrifying, roaming in the canyon. And as he went deeper and deeper, the number of zombies and undead increased. Lin Chen hid behind a rock, not daring to utter a single breath. If he was discovered at this time, all the zombies and undead would swarm over him, and he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Roar! And it was at this moment. A shocking roar suddenly came from the depths of the Spectral Canyon. The undead and zombies that were originally wandering aimlessly actually began to run wildly towards the depths of the Spectral Canyon after hearing this angry roar, as if they had received the king's call. That was the Ghost King's roar just now. Could it be that a situation has arisen on the Ghost King's side? Lin Chen frowned and pondered. In the Ghost Canyon, the Ghost King was able to command all ghosts. The roar that shook the hearts of the people just now was the Ghost King's command skill, which would only be emitted when the Ghost King met a difficult opponent, or when his blood level dropped to 50%. Once this roar was emitted, the undead and zombies in the entire Ghost Canyon would all go to support that Ghost King. This was also the point where that Ghost King was harder to deal with, it would shake people. Go over and take a look. After only a second of hesitation, Lin Chen had already made his decision. Although he could take advantage of the good chance that the undead and zombies were all gone now to go on a scavenging spree. However, his intuition told him that those who braced themselves for the bold starved the timid, so if he didn't go over to take a look, he might miss out on some good opportunities. Once I meet danger, I will immediately bolt. Never hesitate. Lin Chen then followed the group of zombies and undead from afar. With them leading the way, there was no need to worry about finding the Ghost King. Soon, Lin Chen met the strongest boss of the Ghost Canyon, the Twin-born Soul Corpse King. Monster, Twin Life Soul Corpse King Area Boss. Level 30. Talent? Skill? Description: a monstrous monster that is a fusion of zombie and undead, possessing both the powerful healing ability of a zombie and the undead's immunity to physical attacks, very fierce and powerful. Only to see a huge zombie that was 3 meters tall, surrounded by zombies and undead in the middle, and above the head of the huge zombie, there was a huge undead ghost face suspended. Obviously, the body of this huge zombie was male, but that undead ghost face was female. That face of the giant zombie had a pair of eye parts that were replaced by 2 fong-filled mouths, and 3 mouths appeared on the same face, making it look extremely hideous and gruesome. The huge body's flesh and blood continued to wriggle, and a faint green light found its way in, healing its injuries. Obviously, before Lin Chen had arrived, the Ghost King had already been injured. I didn't think that you, this tiny Ghost King, would even know how to shake people. Lin Chen followed the source of the voice, and what met his eyes was a tall, middle-aged figure. This middle-aged man was dressed in a long black robe, uninhibitedly smiling, and looked indifferently at the twin spirit Ghoul King in front of him, who had summoned hundreds of zombies and undead, his ink-like pupils filled with overlooking and scorn. Beside the middle-aged man, a majestic black-furred male lion licked its huge paws, for black feathered wings spread out from the lion's body, and it was worth noting that after this black-furred male lion's 4 feathered wings were spread out, there were actually 4 demonic eyes opening up on them. Seeing this black-furred demonic eye male lion, Lin Chen's pupils slightly shrunk. This This was a 3-star Phantom Beast Grade 4 Winged Devil Eye Lion King. An illusory beast level beast pet. There was absolutely no way to find a second one in the entire East Sea City. This showed that this black-robed middle-aged man was definitely not a local of the Eastern Sea, and was at least a level 100 or above super powerful royal beast master. Second uncle, I've said to leave it to me to kill, and you're interfering again. Beside the middle-aged man, a young girl of about 13 or 14 years old, with a small mouth, glared at the middle-aged man with great dissatisfaction. Fine, I'll let you take the field next, second uncle will watch from the side. The middle-aged man's eyes looked at this little girl with a very doting look and said, Second uncle, you watch, my little white will be able to kill this ugly monster in 3 or 2 seconds. Come out, little white. With a command, only to see this little girl gently touch the imperial beast crest on the back of her left hand, a burst of white light emerged, and immediately after, a white fox with 3 tails appeared in front of the little girl. This is the 6-tailed demon fox from the last book of the Imperial Beast Atlas. A starting phantom beast species, in its full form it can be an existence of a holy beast species. Lin Chen's eyes became even more shocked when he saw the appearance of this little white fox. What exactly was the origin of this middle-aged man and little girl? Why did the beast pets they own have to be so fierce one after another? Like this kind of existence with a deep background in demonic talent, how could they suddenly come to a small place like Donghai City? Not waiting for Lin Chen to smooth out his inner shock, the little girl who looked like a jade and wore a flowery dress had already taken a few steps forward, fearlessly arriving in front of the zombies and the undead, lifting her small hand and pointing it at the Twin Soul Corpse King. Little white, get on. Decapitate this group of monsters for me. Me. That little white fox responded happily, and in the next second, it was seen flicking its little paw at that zombie and undead. Swish. 3 terrifying claw strikes that looked like they were enough to cut through space just appeared out of thin air, violently cutting towards the zombie and undead. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen zombies and undead were instantly secured. The 6-tailed demon fox, as terrifying as it was. Chapter 12, Miasma Rift. Environmental Impairment. In the ensuing battle, the 6-tailed demon fox displayed the formidable strength it deserved as a phantom beast species. The group of level 10-20 zombies and undead were all torn into pieces under its powerful and vicious claw strikes. Hundreds of zombies and undead were chopped up by 2/3 in less than a minute. Pieces of equipment, props, materials, and low-level skill books fell to the ground in abundance. However, that cute little girl in a floral dress didn't even bother to look at them, completely disregarding these proceeds. Also, to be able to contract a 6-tailed demon fox, and also have a second uncle with a strength of more than 100 levels, the little girl with such a deep family background, how could she possibly look at these garbage? However, Lin Chen, who was secretly observing the situation, was happy in his heart. These things that little girl does not want, but he wants. Waiting for these 2 big men to leave, he then went to pick up. For Lin Chen, it was indeed considered lucky. That little girl had used the 6-tailed demon fox to eliminate most of the zombie undead, so later on, Lin Chen could make a big profit without any effort. Roar! When the Twin Soul Corpse King saw that his minions were actually being cut down and slaughtered like crazy by these 2 humans, and at the same time saw that 6-tailed demon fox that brought it great threat, it immediately roared out in anger, causing all of its remaining minions to swarm up to it. As for itself, swish! Turning around, he directly skipped away. As a level 30 area boss, it already had a very shallow spiritual intelligence, unlike these zombies and undead, which only acted on instinct. When in danger and his own life was threatened, this Twin Soul Corpse King would run away. Humph. Want to run? Can you run away? Little white, take me after him. When the little girl saw this, but she gave a delicate hum, letting the 6-tailed demon fox settle these last few zombie undead in front of her with a single claw, and then she let the 6-tailed demon fox show its true form. The original petite little white fox, all of a sudden turned into a huge white fox whose size was not inferior to the 4-winged demon eye lion king and whose body was burning with demonic fire. With a point of her toes, the little girl jumped onto the back of the 6-tailed demon fox and rode it towards the direction of the Twin Soul Corpse King in pursuit. Xiao Yao, wait. Looking at the little girl's distant back, that middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. This girl. Let's go, Black Feather. The middle-aged man patted the 4-winged demon eye lion king beside him. Roar! The 4-winged devil eye lion king let out a low roar, and then obediently prostrated itself, allowing the middle-aged man to ride it to catch the road. Only when Lin Chen saw these two big men walk away did he carefully come out and pick up the props, equipment, and materials scattered on the ground. You have obtained Zombie Crystal Cores X 252. You have obtained Undead Heart 172 pieces. You obtained Cursed Dagger 1. You obtained Undead Boots 1. You gained. The harvest is full. Lin Chen's expression surfaced with a strong color of delight. This time, he had earned more than he had explored for half a year. After all, he explored this place by scavenging. Generally, only when he had no choice would he risk pulling an undead or zombie for a single fight. Right now, hundreds of undead and zombies had been wiped out in one fell swoop, and the supplies that had been released were frighteningly abundant for Lin Chen. There were also many pieces of level 10, 15, and 20 intermediate equipment. In this world dominated by Imperial Beast Masters, the equipment grades from low to high were Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Xian, Rare, Legendary, Epic, Sacred, Immortal Weapon, and Divine Weapon. With the equipment obtained today, only keeping a few pieces for himself and then selling all of them, he would be able to earn at least 1 million dragon coins. As for the equipment that his own sister would need to attend Imperial Beast Middle School in the future, when the time came, Lin Chen would definitely give her better ones. It's a good thing I prepared a spatial cloth bag in my backpack ahead of time, or else I really wouldn't be able to fit so many things. Lin Chen lamented. However, his own body sank violently. A small pouch hanging on Lin Chen's waist was the spacecloth bag, which was inexpensive and had a huge capacity, making it the first choice of many poor adventurers. The only drawback was that this spacecloth bag, after you put something in it, how heavy the thing is, how heavy that bag is. Right now, Lin Chen only felt that his body was burdened with 200 pounds. In his previous life, he would not have been able to bear the weight of 200 pounds. But in this Imperial Beast world, his own level was 9, and although his 4-dimensional attribute wasn't high, it still allowed his physique to be strengthened, and it was fine to carry the weight of these 200 pounds or so of items. Of course, those rich people usually don't use spatial cloth bags, and use expensive spatial rings. Those space rings not only have various functions such as automatic pickup, automatic storage, automatic sorting, refrigeration, preservation, and so on, but they even have a magic protective barrier effect that is triggered when the wearer meets danger. Putting the loot away, Lin Chen wanted to turn around and leave, but after hesitating for a moment and scratching his head, he still walked in the direction of the little girl as well as the middle-aged man. Logically speaking, after picking up the items, he would just leave and go back to sell the items and then he could hatch the beast pet eggs in peace. The key was that the little girl was protected by a powerful Imperial Beastmaster with a rank of over 100, so nothing should go wrong. Why did Lin Chen still want to tail them? That was because at the very center of the Spectral Canyon, there was a very dangerous zone. Miasma Rift. This was where the true source of the miasma of the Spectral Canyon was located. According to the conclusion reached by a famous field map research expert who came here to examine the evidence, the reason why there were so many dead in that tragic war that took place an unknown number of years ago was that the miasma rift here suddenly erupted a deadly poisonous mist miasma. Over the years, the fissure has continuously erupted miasma, causing the entire Spectral Canyon to be shrouded in dense miasma, making it so dangerous that ordinary adventurers don't even dare to set foot in it. It was fine for you to wander around the periphery of the Spectral Canyon, but once you entered the center, the intensity of the miasma would rise all of a sudden. The holy water that originally allowed you to remain immune to the miasma for 30 minutes would be greatly shortened, and it would probably take less than 10 minutes before the holy water effect would be completely lifted under the onslaught of the miasma. It's worth noting that even though the adaptation level of the Spectral Canyon was only level 10-20, the environmental mitigation effect here, even if you were a level 1000 Imperial Beastmaster coming, you would have to be honestly affected. The environmental benefit is of the highest priority, and cannot be undone with talents or skills, but only with specific props. Sacred water is the specific props of the Ghost Canyon. There are also some copies with environmental mitigation. Adventurers want to explore, must also bring their own specific immune to mitigation props, in order to enter. This is the hardwired world setting. Just now, that middle-aged man and the little girl naturally drank the holy water before entering. But after they entered the Miasma Rift area, the duration of the holy water was shortened, so did they have enough holy water to maintain their immunity to the miasma effect? Chapter 13 Desperate 100-Level Powerhouse. Elder proceeded. The Ghost King of the Ghost Canyon would flee into the Miasma Rift area once it realized it couldn't be defeated. With this hand, it left many adventurers with no way to take it. That Ghost King, as a monster here, was immune to environmental mitigation, so it was able to repeatedly jump horizontally in the Miasma Rift area. But the adventurers couldn't. It's just a matter of going to take a look. I can have these gains, and I'm kind of taking that little girl's favor. Lin Chen sighed softly to comfort himself. This helpfulness problem of his own really had to change sometimes. Many times in the wilderness, when he met someone who needed help, Lin Chen would step in. Such a habit was actually quite bad. After all, you don't know if what you're helping is a white-eyed wolf or not. Lin Chen had also read the story of the farmer and the snake. But it was also because of this helpful habit of Lin Chen's that he became a favorite in the Adventure Guild. It's not an exaggeration to say that in the Adventure Guild, if Lin Chen opens his mouth and says he's short of money, then 95% of the adventurers are willing to give Lin Chen money out of their own pockets, and they don't need him to pay back the kind of money that Lin Chen pays back. This may be doing good to others is doing good to oneself. Of course. Lin Chen wasn't mindlessly doing good deeds. Before helping people, first measure their strength. If there is danger, then immediately slip. If there is any danger, then you can immediately escape. After determining their own safety, then observe whether the other party is worth helping, and finally make a decision. Facts proved. Lin Chen's decision to risk stepping into the Miasma Rift region was correct. Chasing after them in their direction, he saw the figure of the little girl and the middle-aged man in less than 5 minutes. Little White. The little girl's panicked voice rang out at this moment. Only that six-tailed demon fox was seen lying on the ground, panting hard with a very painful expression. Xiao Yao, do you still have holy water? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Second uncle, no more, I only brought 2 bottles over, I. Cough. As that little girl spoke, she also began to cough with a painful expression. Obviously, the effect of the holy water was about to pass, and the intense miasma had already caused the little girl's body to enter a mildly poisoned state. Damn it, Black Feather. The middle-aged man turned his head and realized that his 4-winged demon-eye Lion King was also beginning to gasp for air. Roar! It let out a low roar, its appearance disheveled. The middle-aged man's face became extremely ugly at this moment. He had never dreamed that a field map around the tiny East Sea city would have such a terrifying environmental mitigation effect. It was also his fault for being too careless. Thinking that this was just a bunch of level 10-20 zombie undead and that boss was only level 30, a matter of one move and a second, he brought less holy water. After all, he thought it was a battle that could be resolved in 5 minutes. In fact, it was true. If it was him who made the move, it wouldn't take 5 minutes, 10 seconds would be enough to finish off that twin-soul corpse king. However, in order to allow his niece to accumulate a small bit of combat experience, he let the twin-life soul corpse king escape. What's more helpless is, in order to chase after that detestable ghost king, himself and his niece were now also in a very dangerous situation. Ha 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 ha. Hoarse and brutal laughter came from the depths of that thick miasma. Obviously, it was that ghost king sending out mocking sounds filled with sarcasm towards them. Seeing those 2 humans who were far stronger than himself trapped by the miasma with that look of despair, the Ghost King felt a great sense of pleasure. The middle-aged man, sensing that the effect of the holy water he was carrying was estimated to be completely ineffective in just half a minute, gritted his teeth, picked up his niece and turned around to run. Although the 6-tailed demon fox and the 4-winged demon-eye Lion King were incomparably precious beast pets, compared to his own life and that of his niece, it was nothing at all. He can only give up the beast pets first and save his own life. However, where would the Ghost King be willing to let the prey in his mouth run away? Roar! Another brutal cry rang out. The remaining zombies and undead all pounced towards the middle-aged man's side at this moment. Get out of the way! The middle-aged man shouted furiously and punched out. Boom! The black fist swept out and instantly killed a dozen or so undead and zombies in front of him. It wasn't that the middle-aged man's profession was that of a martial artist, but it was because the middle-aged man's bond with the 4-winged demon-eyes Lion King had allowed him to inherit this black demonic power. Even if he was an imperial beast master, he was as strong as a martial artist. However, the zombies and undead that inhabited and lurked in this poisonous miasma rift seemed to be quite a few and were stronger than those in the middle and outer periphery. A level 25 or above undead and zombies appeared and fearlessly pounced towards the middle-aged man. Although they were still killed in seconds, you can't say that they really hindered the middle-aged man's pace. What made the middle-aged man even more desperate was, boom! His path of retreat was directly blocked by a huge zombie carrying a huge rock. The middle-aged man had no choice but to point his toes, and with his powerful physique, he leapt up high, about to jump over the stone obstruction. But he was still naive. Or rather, he had underestimated the intelligence of this Ghost King. When the middle-aged man was lagging in the air with his niece on his back, there had long been a group of undead archers on standby on each of the two small hills next to him. Shoo! They obeyed the Ghost King's command, and without any hesitation, they directly just fired 10,000 arrows at the lagging middle-aged man. Damn it! The middle-aged man cursed angrily. His bond with the four-winged demon Lion King had not evolved to the point where he could also have black wings for flight. He could only give up on crossing the stone barrier and land again. But the duration of the holy water was no longer enough. In one fell swoop, more than 10 seconds had been wasted, and the last 10 seconds were simply not enough for him to successfully turn back. This caused the middle-aged man's expression to become miserable all of a sudden. He didn't expect that his hallowed 100-level royal beast master, a terrifying existence that could reasonably crush all the wildernesses of the Eastern Sea City, would one day turn over in the gutter and lose his footing. What made him feel even more desperate was that his niece was now unconscious, deeply poisoned and in danger. His own death was nothing, but he was afraid that his precious niece would die. She is only 13 years old. And also the only daughter of her elder brother. Despair. Regret. Misery. Helplessness. The middle-aged man's Tao heart was about to collapse at this moment. Is there anyone to save me? How the 100-level Imperial Beast powerhouse longed for someone to appear to save him at this moment. Save his own niece. Senior, proceed. It was at this critical moment that a voice suddenly sounded from the ear. Is this a hallucination before dying? The middle-aged man's eyes dimmed as the dense miasma began to send him into a poisoned psychedelic state. Shoo! However, the sound of breaking wind also followed. Almost based on the middle-aged man's combat intuition as a 100-level powerhouse, he subconsciously grabbed the flying object. He turned his head to look. A large bottle of holy water just appeared in his hand. Chapter 14, Desperate Times. A great favor to save his life. No one might believe it when they said it. The moment they saw the large bottle of cold holy water in their hands, the tears of joy almost came out of the eyes of this powerful Imperial Beastmaster with a rank of over 100. Desperate times brought a new lease on life. Wow! The middle-aged man didn't hesitate for half a second and directly waved the holy water on his niece first. Buzz! The holy water immediately took effect, emitting a faint holy light and dispersing the miasma that had coalesced over. The poisoning symptoms were instantly alleviated, and the originally unconscious little girl also regained her consciousness. Second uncle. Alright, Xiao Yao, don't worry, drink this holy water first. The middle-aged man sprinkled some holy water on his body and was able to carry it, and hurriedly fed the holy water to the little girl. Only after the little girl drank it did the middle-aged man drink the rest. Roar! And at this moment, the twin living soul corpse king wouldn't stare dryly. It roared and didn't charge at the middle-aged man or the little girl's side to kill them. Instead, it aimed at those two six-tailed demon foxes and four-winged demon Lion King who were completely unconscious and lying on the ground without consciousness. That hideous female ghost face let out a shrill cry, and those scarlet eyes were filled with greed and desire. It wanted to manipulate the other half of its body, which was a zombie, to eat these two beast pets with extremely high bloodline rankings. Once it ate them, then its strength and rank would definitely see an evolution. Damn it! When the middle-aged man saw this, his expression was instantly gloomy. Little White! The little girl also shouted out with a face full of panic. But the distance was too far. Just now, the middle-aged man had run wildly with his legs spread out in order to save the little girl's life. Although the middle-aged man had already recovered, it was completely impossible to save the two beast pets from the Ghost King's mouth. As he watched, those three large fang-filled mouths of the twin living soul corpse king were about to bite towards the necks of the two beast pets. Swoosh! The sound of breaking wind was, however, suddenly resounded. Then the middle-aged man and the little girl saw that a sharp dagger was plunged into one of the twin life soul corpse king's mouths with astonishing speed. Ow! The twin life soul corpse king cried out in pain, and the female ghost face floating next to it also shifted its brutal sight to the side all of a sudden. There! A slender teenage figure stood, not half a bit of panic on his handsome face, and all in his eyes was the color of composure and calmness. Other than Lin Chen, who else could it be? With a fearless face, the teenager pulled out another magic bomb from his adventure backpack. Throw, unleash. Swoosh. This magic bomb was accurately thrown into the large mouth of that twin soul corpse king. Boom! The magic bomb detonated, which caused the flesh and blood of that mouth of the twin life soul corpse king to split apart. Roar! Now, the twin life soul corpse king completely couldn't hold back its biting killing intent towards this human teenager. A mere level 9 human scumbag dared to be so disrespectful to it, a level 30 ghost king, looking for death. With this in mind, this twin living soul corpse king stomped its feet on the ground, and with a thud, the entire tall figure dragged that female ghost undead face as it rushed towards Lin Chen. So fast. Lin Chen's eyes stared. He didn't dare to be careless at all, turning around and running. There was no way, he was only level 9. Facing the pursuit of this level 30 ghost king, if he didn't run, he could only wait for death. What are you waiting for, uncle? Why don't you hurry up and save your two beast pets? As Lin Chen was running, he saw out of the corner of his eye that the middle-aged man and the little girl were staring blankly at his side, and he was furious. It was at this point in time, but they were still dumbfounded. The middle-aged man and the little girl were awakened by Lin Chen's drink. Xiao Yao, you take this holy water and go over to save Black Feather as well as Little White. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The next second. Swish! The middle-aged man was running towards that ghost king at an extremely terrifying speed. 100-meter distance, 3 seconds, and he was there. The attribute feedback that a 100-level Imperial Beast Master received from his beast pet was extremely powerful, making it possible for the Imperial Beast Masters themselves to possess extremely strong physical strength. The ghost king that was desperately chasing Lin Chen felt the crisis surfacing behind him, and just twisted his sight to look back. A fist containing terrifying power was smashed in his face. There was a poof. This level 30 ghost king was just crushed by the middle-aged man's fist. Ah! The woman's ghost face let out a shrill whistle, trying to attack the middle-aged man with soul sound waves. However, the middle-aged man loomed large, and with his extremely high mental toughness, he wouldn't be half-harmed even if he let 10 female ghostly undead launch their soul attacks. Only to see him raise his fist again, magical energy gathered on his fist. Bang! One punch passed, and the female ghost undead completely dissipated. Area boss Twin Soul Corpse King has been successfully killed. Killed by Chu Shanha. This was the battle power of a normal level 100 Imperial Beast Master. A level 30 Ghost King would take a direct second as long as it was touched head-on. It was also the fact that the miasma here was too dense, causing the duration of the holy water effect to be drastically reduced, coupled with the fact that that Ghost King had been fleeing in this complicated terrain, that had put the middle-aged man and the little girl in a difficult situation. Who? Lin Chen, who had been frantically fleeing for his life, saw that the Ghost King had been resolved, and also slowly let out a breath, before realizing that the middle-aged man was already looking at himself with grateful eyes. On the other side, that little girl had already fed the 6-tailed demon fox and the 4-winged demon eye lion king with holy water, and their status had also recovered. Roar! The 4-winged demon eye lion king came to the middle-aged man's side and let out a low roar of guilt as well as accusation. The middle-aged man ignored his beast pet, and his gaze always fell on the teenager in front of him. It was only level 9, much lower than his niece's level, and he hadn't even been transferred into a beast royalist. The equipment worn on his body was ragged. However, on this teenager's body, there was an overpowering temperament that the middle-aged man had to marvel at. His posture was as straight as a pine, and his eyes were as tough as iron. Just by looking at him, one could see the colors of purity, composure, and calmness in his ink-like eyes. Even in the face of this 100-level royal beast master, there was no trace of stage fright, panic, or uncertainty. Little brother, you threw that bottle of holy water over, right? This middle-aged man named Chu Shanha, who had always treated outsiders with seriousness and indifference, had a rare and extremely gentle tone. Yes. Lin Chen nodded his head. Then in that case, you have saved my life. That's not right. I should say that in terms of our entire Chu family, you have a great favor. Chu Shanha's expression was serious and his voice was heavy. If he, Chu Shanha, died, there was still his elder brother at home to support him. But if Chu Yao, who was regarded as the future successor of the Chu family, were to die here as well, it would be a very fatal blow to the Chu family. And this teenager in front of him. He is afraid that he does not yet know what this favor means. Chapter 15. Take a step and see what happens. Elder is overstating it. The road is just a matter of pulling out a sword when you see an injustice. It just so happens that it's also a matter of lifting a hand. It's not enough to talk about. Besides, I've also taken on the favor of the two of you for killing the zombies and undead, and I've picked up quite a few good things just now. Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled. The road sees the injustice and pulls out the sword to help. Chu Shanha muttered, looking at the clear gaze of this teenager in front of him. He knew that what the other party said and did was consistent. This teenager really did not put this favor of saving them at ease. Much less did he say that he wanted to make conditions from him, Chu Shanha, by virtue of this favor of saving their lives. With this teenager's level of intelligence, he might not have seen much of the world in the Eastern Sea City, but the four-winged demon eye lion king plus the six-tailed demon fox, the two transcendent beast favors that could be recognized at a glance, were enough for the teenager to know that his Chu Shanha's background was extraordinary. Anyone who knew better would have taken the opportunity to ask Chu Shanha for a favor. However, instead of doing so, this teenager took the initiative to open his mouth, saying that he also bore his Chu Shanha's favor and wanted to offset each other. This is really... Thinking about that, Chu Shanha couldn't help but smile helplessly inwardly. However, for this youngster's favor, it was even deeper. What is little brother's name? Chu Shanha didn't continue to pull on the topic of favors and directly changed the topic. Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied very directly. Lin Chen, little brother. Here, miasma is too heavy, let's leave here first, let's talk while walking. Saying that, Chu Shanha patted Lin Chen's shoulder and walked side by side with Lin Chen. The little girl who was following the side holding the little white fox, seeing this scene, a pair of big eyes that looked like jewels were filled with a color of surprise. How this second uncle of hers had a personality, as a close niece, she naturally knew it extremely well. In normal days, she had never seen her own second uncle being so gentle and close to a teenager that she had only met once. Even though this teenager had a great favor for them. But generally speaking, the character of her own second uncle must have directly chosen to clear the favor with the other party, letting the other party raise conditions, and then her second uncle would try his best to satisfy the other party. And now, the second uncle unexpectedly shifted the topic of clearing the favor and took the initiative to pat this teenager's shoulder in parallel. This was not to say that the Self family's second uncle wanted to renege on this life-saving favor. Rather, he wanted to continue to maintain a close relationship with this teenager. Good fellow. If the proud sons of the capital were to see this scene, they would definitely become envious and jealous of Lin Chen. This little girl named Chu Yao rode a four-winged demon eyes lion king and carried a six-tailed demon fox in her arms as she followed behind Chu Shanha and Lin Chen. The pair of big eyes that were looking at Lin Chen's back already had a strong color of curiosity and inquiry. She knew that this teenager was her savior, and she definitely had to acknowledge this favor. But, with all due respect to her, the feeling that this teenager gave her was very ordinary and plain. What exactly did her own second uncle see in this teenager? By the way, little brother Lin, what level is your awakened talent? F grade. F grade is a bit low. Chu Shanha didn't expect this teenager's awakened Imperial Beast talent to be so low. In this Imperial Beast world, an Imperial Beast master had more than one chance to awaken his talent in his lifetime. It would be awakened once at level 5. At level 50, it would be awakened once. At level 100, it would be awakened once. At each new major level, he will be eligible to awaken his talent. In addition, after awakening the talent, one more opportunity would be given to visualize the Imperial Beast illustrations. However, the first awakening talent was the most important. Because the level of the talent awakened for the first time is enough to determine your future achievements. If you awaken in F grade, you may not even be able to obtain the beast seed at the visualization ceremony. If you can't become a beast master, you won't be able to level up to 50, and naturally, you won't be able to get a second chance to awaken. Senior, there's no need to say it so euphemistically, it's not just somewhat, it's minimum. Lin Chen didn't care. Then do you have any plans for the future? First, I'll take the Imperial Beast examination, and then I'll make a decision after it's over. You got a beast species at the observation ceremony? Speaking of this, not only Chu Shanha, Chu Yao, who had been quietly and obediently following behind, also rounded her eyes with a surprised expression. The prerequisite for participating in the Imperial Beast examination was that the students of the Imperial Beast School were required to obtain the beast seed and contract a beast pet during the visualization ceremony. Lin Chen, who had awakened his F-class royal beast talent, could not reasonably obtain a beast seed, could he? Well, it's barely a get. Lin Chen replied with a smile. A living egg, that was barely considered a beast seed. Although to this day, Lin Chen still didn't know exactly what rank of beast pet was inside this one egg. While chatting with Chu Shanha, he returned to East Sea City. In less than an hour, he returned to East Sea City. The reason was very simple: with Chu Shanha, a 100-level beast royal strongman in the area, just the slight pressure emanating from him was enough to cause the low-level monsters and beasts along the way to retreat. The speed of the rush naturally became much faster. After taking the Imperial Beast examination, if you are not satisfied with your results, you can come to the Tianyu Hotel to find me, Chu Shanha exhorted. With the status, wealth, and resources possessed by the Tang capital Chu family, even an ordinary person who had awakened an F-grade Imperial Beast talent could be hardened to level 50, giving them a second chance to awaken their talent and view the Imperial Beast iconography. If I get a satisfactory grade, is it true that I won't have to come to senior? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Chu Shanha was silent for a moment before he said, even though the words hurt, I still have to say that, little brother, with your condition today, if you want to get good grades in the Imperial Beast examination, it can almost be said that it's hopeless. Chu Yao on the side was also like a chicken pecking at rice, nodding her little head, agreeing with her second uncle's statement. This Lin Chen big brother might as well not take the college entrance exam and follow her second uncle back to the Chu family. With her and her second uncle, at least she can guarantee Lin Chen's life-saving benefactor a lifetime of fine clothes, glory, and wealth. How can we know the result without trying? Both of you, I'll take my leave first. Lin Chen wasn't half angry at these two people's opinions, because it was normal for people to think this way. A waste who had awakened an F-grade Imperial Beast talent, presumptuously trying to get good grades in the Imperial Beast examination. Honestly, even Lin Chen himself was very skeptical of being able to do it. But take a step and see what happens. As a matter of urgency, let's hatch that one living egg first. After bidding farewell to Chu Shanhai and Chu Yao, the two dignitaries with notable backgrounds, Lin Chen returned to the Adventure Guild, intending to sell all of last night's harvest for money. Then he would purchase the nutrient solution and hatch the living egg. It was just that. Lin Chen had only just stepped into the Adventure Guild when he realized that one by one, the adventurers were looking at him with strange gazes. Lin Chen frowned. What's going on here? Chapter 16: Shocking Gains. Not only the adventurers, even Sister Ruhua at the front desk looked at the returning Lin Chen with strange eyes. Sister Ruhua, is there something on my face? Why is everyone looking at me with such strange eyes? Lin Chen came to the front desk and inquired with a smile. Brother Lin Chen, I'll tell you something next, so don't get excited. Sister Ruhua smiled and said. Just say it, Sister Ruhua. Lin Chen laughed. Looking at Sister Ruhua's appearance, what she was going to say should be something good. It seemed that he had good luck. Earlier he had saved two VIPs with notable backgrounds by mistake, and now that he had returned to the Adventure Guild and had good things to do, he had to buy good wine and good food to go back and celebrate tonight before he could do so. Lin Chen just had this thought, but the next words of Sister Ruhua, instead of making Lin Chen excited and happy, he frowned. That great lady named Shen Lingfang asked me to pass this on to you, saying that it's for you. With that, he placed a gold coin overflowing with a majestic spiritual chi into the palm of Lin Chen's hand. When this extremely valuable Imperial Beast gold coin was taken out, pairs of eyes from the adventurers throughout the hall of the Adventure Guild converged over. Shock, envy, curiosity, and greed were all present. It couldn't be helped. Although this was only a Royal Beast gold coin, the value it represented was 100 million dragon coins. Even if Lin Chen didn't do anything next, just relying on this Imperial Beast gold coin would be enough for him and his sister to live in affluence for the rest of their lives in East Sea City. And could also send his sister to a better Imperial Beast middle school. If anyone else had gotten this Imperial Beast gold coin, they would have been absolutely beaming with joy and excitement to the point where they couldn't help but shout with joy. But in Lin Chen's case, there was only a deep frown. Did Lin Chen love money? More than love, simply very much love to the point that in order to be able to make money, and even risk their lives in the middle of the night to explore the Ghost Canyon, this let the 100-level Royal Beast Masters or almost overturned the field map. But no matter how much he loved money, Lin Chen always had a bottom line in his heart. Otherwise, Lin Chen would have long since followed the example of those infamous and despicable bounty hunters and set his sights on robbing the wallets of adventurers. To be honest, if Lin Chen really had bad ideas, the adventurers here probably wouldn't even dare to go out into the wilderness. Right now. Looking at the Imperial Beast gold coin in his hand that shimmered with a faint golden light and was permeated with a majestic spiritual aura, Lin Chen directly placed it back into Sister Ruhua's hands. Sister Ruhua, help me return this to Shen Lingfang. However, Sister Ruhua shook her head and put the Imperial Beast gold coin back into Lin Chen's hands, saying, that big lady said that if you don't accept it, she'll let you personally return this gold coin to her. Alright, I'll find a chance to return it to her in a few days when the Imperial Beast examination takes place. Although Lin Chen didn't know why Shenling Shang would suddenly send such a royal beast gold coin to himself, he wasn't willing to owe the other party a favor at all. Furthermore, in Lin Chen's eyes, he had already drawn a line with Shen Lingfang, and even if the other party sent a mountain of gold and silver to himself, he would not want it. Putting the Imperial Beast gold coins into the spatial ring that the school distributed to students for free, it occupied a grid. Only then did Lin Chen remove the spatial cloth bag from his waist. Bang! When this spatial cloth bag was thrown onto the ground, the dull sound immediately drew the attention of the surrounding adventurers. Yo! Little Master Lin, this quest last night was not a small harvest. Envious, having a rich white beauty sending Imperial Beast gold coins, winning 10 Imperial Beast silver coins in a 1v1 duel, and now returning fully loaded from the exploration of the wild map, in less than a day's time, Little Master Lin has directly reversed his life. That said, Little Master Lin, you don't want that one gold coin, give it to me, I want it. Get lost. It's not your turn. However, after Lin Chen dumped out all of the harvest in his spatial bag with a crash, the originally noisy hall of the Adventure Guild instantly fell silent. Each and every adventurer looked with shock and disbelief at the large amount of props, equipment, materials, and skill books piled up like a small mountain in front of the counter. This. Not to mention the adventurers, even the few staff members in the Adventure Guild were staring at this with rounded eyes in astonishment. Brother Lin Chen, are you scouring every corner of the Spectral Canyon? Sister Ruhua murmured and asked. Pretty much. Lin Chen was too lazy to talk about last night's encounter. The props, equipment, materials, skill books, and other items in the spatial cloth bag were all harvests that Lin Chen had picked up after Chu Shanha and Chu Yao had decimated all the zombies and ghosts. It was worth mentioning that the Twin Soul Corpse King had also dropped quite a few items after being killed. However, at that time, he was in a hurry, and after knowing that the two of you, Chu Shanha and Chu Yao, couldn't see that little bit of area boss drop reward, then Lin Chen was laughing at it. You two noblemen can't see it, but I can see it. Of course, Lin Chen didn't take out the area boss's dropped items and sell them, because the dropped items inside were what Lin Chen needed nowadays. Calculation complete. Junior Master Lin, the total value of all the items you're selling is at 565,000 dragon coins, all calculated at the highest price of the East Sea City market. The valuation expert from the Adventure Guild counted for an hour and said with a smile. This statement caused another outcry from the adventurers. Good fellow. This income couldn't be described as ungenerous. The proceeds will be credited to your bank card in 10 minutes, please wait a bit, Little Master Lin haha. Aha! Lin Chen nodded with a smile. At this time, he was truly happy. The harvest from this exploration was the most lucrative he had gotten in the past 3 years. Next, I have to hurry up and go buy nutrient solutions, and hatch out the beast pets as soon as possible so that I can take the Imperial Beast examination. Lin Chen pondered inwardly. After taking the proceeds, Lin Chen immediately arrived at the most prosperous and lively market in East Sea City. Come. They're selling the sinew cleansing and marrowing pills. Eat one of these and it will greatly improve your physique. Are there any beast masters who need beast pets? The pets I'm selling here are 1-star magical beasts. Come and take a look, it's all good stuff. Mutant saffron, blood spirit grass, purple haze fruit. Beast pets become fierce after eating them. Lin Chen had just arrived at the market when he heard an enthusiastic shout. This was the ground stall area, where both adventurers and Imperial Beast Masters could freely set up stalls and sell their items. Of course. Most of the things sold in the stall area were ordinary things, and if you wanted to buy high-quality good things, you had to go to the streets on the inner perimeter of the market. There, all the major national chain franchised Imperial Beast shops were open. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly headed towards the inner perimeter streets. Chapter 17, This Dragon Loves to Eat. Boss, how do you sell this nutritional medicinal liquid? 3,000 dragon coins a caddy of lower grade medicinal fluid, 10,000 dragon coins a caddy of intermediate grade medicinal fluid, 30,000 dragon coins a caddy of high grade medicinal fluid, and 100,000 dragon coins a caddy of special grade medicinal fluid. How many pounds of medicinal fluid is roughly needed to hatch a beast pet? It depends on what rank the beast pet in that one beast pet egg of yours is. The obese boss of the nutritional potion shop stroked his beard and said indifferently, beast species above the 5-star level require 10 pounds of lower grade medicinal liquid, magical beast species start with 5 pounds of intermediate grade medicinal liquid, and Xian beast species start with 10 pounds of high grade medicinal liquid. Spirit beast species require 10 pounds of special grade medicinal fluid, and source beast species require. After listening to the boss's explanation, Lin Chen did some math and said, then give me 10 pounds of advanced medicinal fluid first. Yoho, kid, looking at you, you're not a noble son of any mansion, and you even got a beast pet egg of the origin beast species? Not bad luck. The fat boss sked in wonder. In this tiny East Sea city, for an ordinary person to be able to possess a Shin beast grade beast pet, that could already be said to be a ruthless stroke of luck. One had to know that 80% of the Imperial Beast Master's beast pets in the entire East Sea city were of the magical beast species. Facing the envious tone of his boss, Lin Chen just smiled helplessly. In fact, he also didn't know exactly what rank of beast pet his one living egg was. He just said that he would first buy 10 pounds of high-grade medicinal liquid. Even if he used the rest of it at that time, he could still turn around and sell it, and the nutritious medicinal liquid for cultivating beast pet eggs was hard currency, so he didn't have to worry about selling it. After that, Lin Chen bought some delicious food on the way, and just as he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, he saw his own sister's thin and delicate figure standing there. Brother, you're back? When Lin Yushi saw her brother return safely, a bright smile blossomed on that pure and lovely white little face, and the worry in her eyes finally dissipated completely. Back. Lin Chen walked forward and stroked his own sister's little head, a gentle smile all over his face. Spinning around, he handed the snack food in his hand to the other party. This time, I went out with a full harvest, and bought some of your favorite snacks and ingredients, so I can have a good feast today. Really, brother, you're spending money indiscriminately again. Lin Yushi glared at Lin Chen angrily, but she couldn't stop the happiness on her little face. She knew that her brother would go exploring the wilderness alone after school in order to be able to earn enough for the family's living expenses and his own tuition. So she would wait quietly at the entrance of the neighborhood. As long as she could see her own brother return safely, then she would be very happy and satisfied. Brother, take a shower and go get some rest. I'll make dinner at noon and yell at you to get up. Lin Yushi said in a soft voice. A pair of purple pupils that were like jewels were filled with concern for Lin Chen. Originally, her own sister's eyes were a normal color, but ever since she had gone to her first year, the color of her pupils had changed, turning into purple pupils. Lin Chen had taken her to the hospital to have a priest check her out, and the result of the check was to say that Lin Yushi's physical condition was all normal. Seeing that there was no effect on Xiaoxi's body, Lin Chen put his heart down. Now that he took a look, Lin Chen did find that the purple color of Xiaoxi's eyes had become more and more azure and beautiful, and really looked like two purple gems. There's still a year to go before Xiaoxi awakens her talent. I hope I can awaken a better sentinel beast talent. But even if she awakens a poor talent, it doesn't matter, big deal, I'll raise her for the rest of her life. Lin Chen mused firmly inwardly. When he returned home, Xiaoxi went to deal with the ingredients he had bought. And naturally, Lin Chen couldn't possibly sleep. After returning to his room, he immediately took the one living egg out of his spatial ring. Boing! To Lin Chen's surprise, just as this beast pet egg was taken out, a very angry humming sound came out from inside the eggshell. At this time, Lin Chen's awakened Class F Royal Beast talent psychic communication came into play. Even if he hadn't entered into a contractual relationship with the other party, he could still read and understand what the other party was trying to express from their grunting. The little guy inside the eggshell said, "You stinky guy. You're smothering this dragon. Dragon? This little guy even called himself a dragon." Lin Chen was first stunned, followed by a violent inner shock. He hadn't forgotten that this living egg wasn't something that he had arrived at by visualizing it from the royal beast illustrations. Rather, he had broken the pot and directly visualized from his previous life on Earth, the Chinese Divine Beast Collection, the Shanhai Jing, and his own consciousness and godly thoughts had been obliterated and resurrected by that great will in the universe of visualization for an unknown number of times, and in the end, only then was he able to obtain such a strange living egg. To be honest, at that time, Lin Chen felt that it was a world miracle that he had survived the contemplation ceremony. Lin Chen was very certain that his divine sense had died many times during the contemplation ceremony, and it was that great will from the mountain and sea sutra that had continuously resurrected himself before he finally succeeded in the contemplation and obtained this beast pet egg in front of him. Lin Chen had a strong premonition that the beast pet in this beast pet egg was definitely not a beast from the records of the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide, but rather a divine beast from the Chinese mythology of the earth in his previous life. Furthermore, this little guy called himself a dragon, so it shouldn't be a Western dragon from the Imperial Beast Atlas, but an Eastern dragon from Earth's Huaxia mythology. What he was visualizing at that time was the legendary Candle Dragon. Could it be that this little guy is the Candle Dragon? Hiss. Thinking of this, even the incomparably calm Lin Chen couldn't help but be shocked by his own thoughts as he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Lin Chen, calm down first, don't get excited. Whether it is or isn't, it's still uncertain, don't have too high expectations. Everything has to be done to hatch this little guy first. Lin Chen took a deep breath and soothed the emotions stirring within him. Taking out the beast pet egg petri dish gifted by that fat boss. Placing this wailing and humming live egg into it, he then poured 2 pounds of high-grade medicinal liquid into it. Just as Lin Chen sealed the medicinal liquid bottle, wanting to observe the effects of the nutritional medicinal liquid first, he turned his head. How did it turn into clear water? Lin Chen was surprised to see that the nutritional medicinal liquid, which had originally taken on a turquoise color, had all turned into crystal clear water. Then he looked at the beast pet egg. The eggshell that had originally appeared white had unexpectedly become light red at this moment. Obviously, this one beast pet egg had instantly finished absorbing the nutrients in the 2 pounds of advanced medicinal liquid. Is this situation normal? Lin Chen scratched his head. He hadn't hatched a beast pet egg before and didn't know what 2 pounds of advanced medicinal liquid nutrition instantly being swallowed represented. Boing! And at this moment, this beast pet egg shook again, emitting an urging happy voice. Lin Chen again understood the meaning expressed by this little fellow because of his mind communication, the royal beast talent. Quickly! Pour a little more. This dragon loves it. Chapter 18, Dumping. Finally hatched. Seeing that this one living egg was able to instantly absorb the entire 3 pounds of advanced medicinal liquid's nutrients, Lin Chen had only joy in addition to surprise. Why? Because the more edible a beast pet egg was, the higher its rank was. Beast pet eggs with a low rank usually didn't need much nutrition to hatch out. Thinking about this, Lin Chen was overjoyed. It was a great good thing that one's beast pet egg was of a high rank. It was just that soon. Lin Chen couldn't smile anymore. Because after he next poured in all the remaining 7 pounds of high-level medicinal liquid, this one beast pet egg still hadn't successfully hatched after all. Boing! Inside the incubation petri dish, this one beast pet egg absorbed the entire 10 pounds of advanced medicinal liquid, and the crimson color on the eggshell was a bit deeper and seemed to be more energetic. At the same time, it also let out a wailing humming sound, continuing to urge Lin Chen to hurry up and pour more delicious nutritious medicinal liquid in. Lin Chen didn't expect this beast pet egg to have such a large appetite. It seemed that the rank was beyond the Xian beast species. Little fellow, you stay here obediently first, I'll go buy you a medicinal liquid. Lin Chen barked out an instruction, turned around and went out the door, saying that he had something to do with his own sister, Xiaoxi, and then took a taxi to the trading bazaar. Boss, give me 10 more pounds of high grade. Forget it. Give me 10 pounds of extra grade medicinal fluid. After arriving at that famous medicinal liquid store, as soon as he entered the door, Lin Chen opened his mouth and said something that made the boss's fat body tremble lightly. 10 pounds of special grade medicinal liquid. Kid, are you sure? The boss stroked his mustache and asked in disbelief. Not to mention the fact that 10 gene of special grade medicinal liquid was worth millions of dragon coins, just to say that this thing it was at least used to hatch spirit beast species. Could it be that this kid has spirit beast grade beast pet eggs? It couldn't be, could it? Sure, please bother to hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, and threw out an imperial beast silver coin to the boss. This was what he had won from Qin Hai's side. 1 imperial beast silver coin was equivalent to 1 million dragon coins. Row! It seems like your kid did step on and got a spirit beast grade beast pet egg from somewhere. I'll weigh 10 pounds of extraordinary medicinal liquid for you right away. Seeing the money, the boss didn't fumble with business and numbly weighed 10 pounds of extraordinary grade pill liquid for Lin Chen. Lin Chen took this medicinal liquid and returned home at a rapid pace, directly pouring these 10 pounds of extraordinary grade medicinal liquid into that huge incubation petri dish. Boing! That one beast pet egg felt the majestic nutrition contained in this medicinal liquid at this moment, and also let out a happy humming sound, and the next second. Swish! Under Lin Chen's dumbfounded sight, the 10 pounds of extraordinary medicinal liquid, which was enough to hatch a spirit beast species, turned back into clear water in an instant. Boing! Only to see that the eggshell of that one beast pet egg became more and more crimson, and an extremely special and good-looking red beast pattern even appeared on top of the eggshell. But this little guy was still stating, this dragon still wants more. This. Okay. You wait. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and turned around to go out once again. He had thought that he had obtained a beast pet egg, which would help him save money on purchasing beast pets, but now that he had counted, millions of dragon coins had been smashed in, and as a result, it hadn't even hatched yet. Nowadays can't give up halfway, once give up hatching, the millions of nutrient medicinal liquid smashed in front, and so on said to have drifted away. Of course. Instead of regretting doing this, Lin Chen was happy. This meant that the little guy in the beast pet egg's rank would definitely not be lower than a spirit beast species. Boss, 10 more pounds. No, give me 20 pounds of extraordinary medicinal liquid. When Lin Chen's voice sounded again, the medicinal liquid boss's expression was shocked. What rank of beast pet egg are you, kid? Hatching? 10 pounds of high-grade medicinal fluid plus 10 pounds of extra-grade medicinal fluid isn't enough? No comment, just ask if you're selling. Lin Chen smiled faintly, naturally unable to tell the truth about his situation. Sell. To have money and not earn it is. I'll weigh 20 pounds for you here. Lin Chen handed over the 2 imperial beast silver coins, once again returned home with the medicinal liquid, and without hesitation, directly poured. Wow! The majestic nutrition of the extraordinary medicinal liquid instantly surrounded the beast pet egg. Buzz! And the beast pet egg still erupted with a terrifying devouring power at this moment, crazily drawing this rich nutrition. In less than 10 seconds, 20 pounds of extraordinary medicinal liquid once again turned into clear water. Row! There's no need for you to say anything, little ancestor, I'll go buy it for you again right here. Lin Chen was already directly turning around and grabbing the door again. Thud. Dang. Knock. Inside the special beast pet petri dish, this one beast pet egg was bouncing happily there, obviously very happy. Again. Kid you in the end. The potion boss's expression was already described in disbelief as well as horror. Boss, cut the crap and give me another. 70 pounds of extraordinary medicinal liquid. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. This was all of his current savings. Buy 10 pounds of high-grade medicinal fluid, plus 100 pounds of extra-grade medicinal fluid. The total value was 10.3 million dragon coins. The loot he had sold this morning, plus the 10 imperial beast silver coins he had won from Qin Hai, was just enough. In fact, Lin Chen still had a valuable imperial beast gold coin in his hand. But that was to be returned to Shen Lingfang, and he himself wouldn't use a single point even if he starved to death. So, if these 70 pounds of extraordinary medicinal liquid still couldn't hatch that little guy, then Lin Chen would have to find a way to get the money together. Damn it, old me's stock of extraordinary grade pill liquid here has been emptied by you alone. The boss cursed, but still packed 70 pounds of extraordinary grade pill liquid for Lin Chen. Seeing as how you kid has spent so much money here with me, I'll be the master and give you a free space ring, take it. The boss was also quite good at being a good person, and gave Lin Chen a spatial ring with 20 item compartments attached to it. Wow! Lin Chen returned home and poured all 70 pounds of extraordinary medicinal liquid into the beast pet petri dish. Buzz! The beast pet egg once again erupted with an astonishing devouring power, like a whale swallowing, drawing out the nutrients from the 70 pounds of extraordinarily great medicinal liquid. The medicinal liquid turned clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Chen's fists were also clenched. Little guy hurry up and hatch. Your master, I've already lost my family's fortune for you now. The wallet that only bulged up with great difficulty has completely dried up again in less than an hour because of you. Perhaps Lin Chen's inner prayers had worked. At the moment when this beast pet egg had absorbed all of the 70 pounds of nutrition from this extraordinarily medicinal liquid. Ka-ching! A tiny shattering sound rang out. Buzz! The entire beast pet egg bloomed with an extremely dazzling crimson light at this moment. When the crimson glow completely faded, Lin Chen turned his head to look at the beast pet petri dish, where a small, cute and delicate snake with a crimson body, opened a pair of vertical pupils that looked like golden gemstones, tilted its small head, and stared quietly at himself. Chapter 19 Little Candle Dragon. Surprisingly, it's a small snake? Lin Chen's expression was also surprised. He had imagined the appearance of the beast pet hatched from this beast pet egg. No matter what, a beast pet that had been hatched after swallowing a full 100 pounds of extraordinary medicinal liquid and 10 pounds of superior medicinal liquid should be a high-grade beast pet that had a domineering appearance and exuded a ferocious pressure. But now, surprisingly, a cute and delicate little red snake hatched out. But no matter what, one finally had a beast pet. Lin Chen walked over, and this little red snake stretched its body, and in the face of the approaching Lin Chen, it didn't even have the slightest bit of vigilance and defense, but instead was incomparably affectionate, taking its little head and gently rubbing against Lin Chen's palm. Only then did Lin Chen begin to carefully examine this little guy that had swallowed tens of millions of dragon coins worth of its own nutrient solution. Its body was very small, and when it was curled up, it was only the size of Lin Chen's palm. The snake scales all over its body were reddish in color, and its shape was incomparably exquisite, just like a work of art, and under the illumination of the sunlight outside the window, it flickered with a mesmerizingly warm light. A pair of golden vertical pupils slightly narrowed, expression overflowing with a very joyful look, the whole body exudes a sense of closeness to Lin Chen. And on its chest, there was a divine pattern that resembled the shape of a lotus flower. Seeing this pattern, Lin Chen's heart was violently shaken. This was clearly a divine pattern mark that he had seen countless times during the visualization ceremony. Lin Chen remembered very clearly that he hadn't chosen to visualize this world's imperial beast illustrations, but rather the mountain and sea scripture of the Chinese mythology of the earth in his previous life. And he had chosen the candle dragon as the object of his visualization. In that endless universe of visualization, Lin Chen had never once succeeded in seeing Candle Dragon's entire body. It was because his will was resurrected for less than half a second each time, and was again worn away by that supreme will. However, during those countless times when his will was extinguished, Lin Chen did see clearly the divine pattern in front of the body of that candle dragon, whose body size was countless times larger than a cosmic star. The divine pattern Lin Chen saw at that time was exactly the same as the golden divine pattern imprinted on the chest of this little red snake before him. Could it be that this little fellow really was the legendary candle dragon? But whether it was or not, Lin Chen was going to contract it. There was no longer any extra money on him to support him in purchasing a beast pet. Thus, Lin Chen directly used the Imperial Beast Art on the little guy in his palm. Imperial Beast Art F, a skill that can be obtained when completing the ritual of contemplation and obtaining a beast seed. The level depends on the Imperial Beast talent that you have awakened. Lin Chen's Imperial Beast talent was F ranked, so the Imperial Beast Art he had awakened was also F ranked. Those other geniuses, who had awakened an A rank or even S rank Royal Beast talent, then their Royal Beast skills were also a rank or S rank. A more advanced Imperial Beast Art would also allow them to tame their beast pets more easily. I also don't know if this particular little guy will be willing to be tamed by me. Lin Chen smiled to himself inwardly. With this F-ranked beast sentinel technique of his own, he was afraid that it would be difficult to tame a 5-star beast species without cultivating goodwill in a beast pet. Not to mention this little red snake in front of him that had a great affinity with the candle dragon. However, what surprised Lin Chen was: congratulations, taming success. The contract between both parties has been reached. At the same time that this prompt sounded in his mind, crimson-colored mysterious light patterns surfaced above Lin Chen's body. These mysterious and incomparable light patterns then spread out from Lin Chen's fingertips. At the same time, the petite body of this little red snake in front of him was also radiating the same crimson light patterns. Lin Chen's fingertip gently tapped on its little brain, and the little fellow didn't resist in the slightest, instead squinting his pupils. At the moment when the light patterns mingled with each other, Lin Chen felt incomparably clear that a stream of thoughts in his mind had created a kind of subtle connection with this little red snake in front of him. Lin Chen could even feel the emotions of joy in the little red snake's brain at this moment. The bond has been completed. You have acquired a new companion. Lin Chen's mind moved, and a detailed information panel about this little red snake popped up in front of him. As the owner, Lin Chen already had the authority to view his beast pet's information. Beast pet, Candle Dragon. Rank, Juvenile First Order. Name, none at the moment. Sex, female. Bloodline rank, Illusory Beast Species Evolvable. Talent, Time Master SSS. Talent, Time Master SSS. Skills, Forward Stream S, Stasis S, Backtracking S. Skills, Forward Stream S, Stasis S, Backtracking S. Nice guy. It really is a candle dragon. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. Sparing the incomparably calm character, he couldn't help but be excited and thrilled after seeing the panel attributes of this little guy. No wonder it had to absorb 100 pounds of extraordinary nutrient solution. It was born as a phantom beast species. And in the future, the bloodline would evolve step by step as its level increased. If Lin Chen wasn't wrong, if this candle dragon beast pet could evolve to the final stage, then it would definitely be an ancestral beast breed. Then look at this little guy's natural skill. Time Controller SSS, as the master of time, possesses the divine right to freely manipulate time. Forward Stream S can speed up the flow of time for itself or its target. Stasis S can make self or target's time stand still. Rewind S can make self or target's time go back in time. Hiss. What a perverse talent and skill! Lin Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after reading it. This talent and skill, although the introduction was mediocre, if it was put into actual combat, it could almost be said to be an unrivaled existence. You can imagine. When you attack an enemy, the enemy dodges, but if at this time, Lin Chen had this little candle dragon give the opponent a 2-second time back, what would be the situation? The situation would be that the enemy who should have already successfully dodged Lin Chen's attack would suddenly go back to where it was 2 seconds ago, then Lin Chen's attack would hit the enemy very precisely. There was also making the enemy time static, not to mention that. I don't dare to imagine just how terrifying this little guy will be when he grows up in the future. Lin Chen muttered as he looked at the little candle dragon that was very affectionately rubbing its little brain against his palm. Nowadays, the little candle dragon looked like a little red snake, and apart from those golden yellow dragon pupils and an incomparably delicate dragon scale, there was not a single place that looked like a dragon. That was because today's it was only in its juvenile stage. Furthermore, the rank system of beast pets was different from humans as well as other races. From low to high, they were juvenile body, evolved body, mature body, complete body, awakened body. The level after awakened body could only be broken through by phantom beast species or above. Beast pets below the illusory beast species can only stop at the awakened body for the rest of their lives. Chapter 20 Candle Spectre. The Imperial Beast Examination will begin. Candle Spectre. The Lord of Time. Open your eyes for day, close your eyes for night. Blowing is winter, exhaling is summer. It is in charge of the 4 seasons, the light and darkness of heaven and earth, and its real name is Candle 9. Its body is thousands of miles long, covering the sky and the sun, and the light of its Candle 9 even shines on the entire world, like the scorching sun. This was Lin Chen's impression of the many ancient literary depictions of Candle Dragon's supreme divine ability. You can't imagine that the legendary Candle Dragon, its infancy will be a cute and naive little red snake. At the moment, it was incomparably intimate with its little brain rubbing against Lin Chen's palm. Then, what kind of name should I give this little guy? It was also a very important thing for a beast master to name a beast pet. After it was officially named, it would increase the bond between the owner and the beast pet. I wanted to name it Joeen, but this little guy is a female and so cute and naive, shouldn't I give it a more girly name? The word 9 reminds me of the word Yui. How about you call yourself Candle Pixie, and I'll call you Little Pixie when I'm normal, how about that? Lin Chen said with a smile. Boing! The little guy sniffed and happily hummed in response. Although its IQ today was higher than that of a small human child, it had just hatched out of an egg, so how would it know if a name was good or bad? It was estimated that in the little guy's heart, no matter what name the master gave, it liked it. You have successfully named the beast pet Candle Dragon as Candle Spectre. The favorability of Candle Spectre towards you has increased to 0. Lin Chen simultaneously saw that the name column on this little guy's information panel had changed from temporary to Candle Spectre. Just why was the increase in favorability 0? Could it be that this little guy actually had a dislike for this name? Lin Chen hurriedly opened this little guy's detailed panel again. Current mood, happy. Current favorability, 100%. Ah! I said how the good feelings didn't increase, the feelings have already reached their maximum value. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. At the same time, he was feeling very curious inside. This cute little guy's favorability towards himself was actually 100%. If those Imperial Beast Masters in the outside world knew about this, they were afraid that they would be shocked. It should be known that in this world, every Royal Beast Master's initial goodwill when contracting with a beast pet was generally not high, basically around 50-60%. Of course. If you start cultivating feelings for each other when the beast pet is still an egg, and accompany it day and night, then when the beast pet hatches and you sign a contract with it, not only is it smoother, but at the same time, its goodwill towards you will basically be above 70-80%. Like Lin Chen, this kind of neither how to accompany to cultivate feelings, nor with it to get along for a long time, can let the good feeling directly skyrocket to 100%, belongs to the odd man out of the odd man out. Let's put it this way. Even if it was that 100-level Imperial Beast Master Chu Shanha that he had met before, as well as that Chu clan maiden who had contracted the six-tailed demon fox, these two's beast pets, the good sense would definitely not be able to reach 90%. That's just it, there's no need to get entangled. I'll take you for a bit of synchronized training in the next 2 days, the wilderness is out of the way. Prepare for the college entrance exam in 3 days. Lin Chen stroked Candle Yui's little brain and said with a smile. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Even the small fifth-tier city of Donghai City was ushering in the hottest day of the year today. It was obviously only 6 o'clock in the morning. But on top of the street, it was already a busy and bustling place with cars and people coming and going. A single Imperial Beast candidate brought his beast pet with him, wearing the new equipment he had purchased, and just walked towards the East Sea Arena. There was even a luxury sports car carrying one of the young masters and young ladies of East Sea City, converging at the parking lot outside the East Sea Arena. Lin Chen naturally also brought his beast pet, Little Yu, and drove to the East Sea Arena. Of course. Driving a shared bicycle. The East Sea Arena was the only official pilot for the Imperial Beastmaster Higher Education Examination in East Sea City. Imperial Beast students in East Sea City and the surrounding counties, villages, and towns, all those who had obtained a beast seat in the observation ceremony, were all qualified to enter this place and participate in this big exam that would be enough to change their destiny. The important place of the college entrance exam, other than the candidates who are going to take the exam, the rest of the idle people are exempted from entering. The security personnel guarding the outside of the arena reminded these parents who had sent their children to take the exam with serious expressions. What made them feel a great headache was, some unreasonable parents wanted to enter the arena to watch their children take the exam. In this regard, the security personnel are always icy cold refusal, dare to make trouble again, direct force expulsion, and even directly cancel the examination qualification of the candidate. Just kidding. Nowadays, the Imperial Beast Master College Entrance Examination has become the national examination of each country. It is an important exam to select the future pillars of the country. How can you allow you unreasonable parents to fool around here? Measuring the depth of a country's strength depends on whether the country's royal beastmaster group is strong or not. Nowadays. Whether in the global economic struggle, on the battlefield, or in the exploration of secret realms, relics, copies, and wilderness, the Imperial Beastmasters are the main group. Only the group of royal beastmasters can bring the resources in secret realms, copies, and relics back to reality. Therefore, countries attached great importance to the Imperial Beast Examination. You all heard about it, right? Our Heavenly Cloud Province's college entrance exam questions were personally formulated by that Chu Shanha who has the title of Candidate Killer. Ah? How could that be? I have another secret here that very few people are qualified to know. Do you guys want to know? Want to think about it, Kaita Shao, hurry up and tell us about it. Fine, seeing as you guys are pleading with me so much, I'll tell you that the main invigilator for this year's Imperial Beast Examination in our East Sea City is Mr. Chu Shanha Chu. The moment these words came out. Wow! The crowd of Imperial Beast examiners that converged at the entrance of the East Sea Arena all clamored out, their expressions all incomparably shocked. Chu Shanha. 100-level Imperial Beast Master. He was also the Vice President of the National Royal Beast Association. The second in command of the capital city Chu family. Such a towering, godlike figure would personally come to such a small, tight place in East Sea City to serve as an invigilator? This. Just by looking at you guys, I know that you actually still don't believe it. I'll tell you guys, it's actually because Mr. Chu's grave of a deceased former friend is here, and he came to catch up with his old friend this time, just in time for the college entrance exam, so he stopped by to serve as an invigilator. I'll tell you guys, you should perform well in the Imperial Beast Examination later. If you can get Mr. Chu to take a fancy to you, then you'll be rich. The robust teenager who was addressed as Mr. Kai said smilingly to the candidates. That's what he said. But this Kai Deshao didn't think that anyone in this group of candidates would be able to obtain that Mr. Chu's favor. He was a big shot, and his vision was very selective. It was estimated that only the top 10 provincial level kind of heavenly pride characters would be able to enter his eyes. Chapter 21, Mockery. Ridicule. There was a fault. If there was anyone in Donghai City who could barely enter this Mr. Chu's eyes, Shen Lingshan counted as one. Zhao Lidong counted as one. Tian Chunlai counts as one. Shen Lingshan need not be mentioned, the first middle school only awakened the S-class Imperial Beast talent of the proud girl of heaven. The latter two were the dark horses that had suddenly risen from the 4th and 6th middle schools, and they had also awakened their S-class Royal Beast talents. Unsurprisingly, these three will take the top 3 places in the East Ocean City College entrance examination. The probability that the top student of East Ocean City would be Shunling Shang. At the same time, these three also have a good chance of stepping into the top 100 at the provincial level. As for the top 10, don't even think about it. The capital of Tianyun province, out of the unknown number of pride, coupled with the deep background of others, huge educational resources, the East Sea City Imperial Beast candidates do not think to go to the top 10 position. And just as the crowd was talking, a limousine came traveling from the distance. Immediately after, 2 figures descended from the car. After the crowd of candidates saw them, they too were once again talking. Isn't this Tian Chunlai? This one next to him seems to be. Chen Xiaoyu, the Chen family's eldest miss. Tian Chunlai was looked upon by the Chen family since he awakened his S-class royal beast talent. It can be said that the poor boy has completely turned over, and it is said that the Chen family has also purchased a 9-star Shen beast species as a beast pet for Tian Chunlai. Listening to Brother Understanding's explanation, envy surfaced on the faces of the candidates. People are more angry than people. Is awakening an S-rank Imperial Beast talent that cool? In fact, every year, things like this were happening as well. Some of the local gentry in Donghai City would look at what kind of royal beast talents had come out of the major schools. A great Imperial Beast talent awakened can become the major giants have to fight for the hot commodity, let alone awakened S-grade Imperial Beast talent. Because of these powerful families understand the truth, in this world dominated by Imperial Beast Masters, there are powerful Imperial Beast Masters cover, their own family can prosper. Throughout the years, those who had awakened the talent of Imperial Beast Masters of grade A or above had all achieved good results in the future. Tian Chunlai, as one of the 3 S-rank talent holders in Donghai City, had naturally become a sought-after commodity. Right now, in the midst of the public's attention, Tian Chunlai, wearing a gorgeous Imperial Beast robe with a light golden color, walked over with Chen Xiaoyu, who had a delicate appearance. Tian Chunlai's face was full of arrogance, almost advancing with the posture of looking at people through his nostrils. Favorably. The crowd, even if they looked unhappy, there was no way to open their mouths and say anything. Because the person had awakened the S-rank Imperial Beast talent, they were just so arrogant. Chen Xiaoyu also angled her face, although she had only awakened the B-grade Imperial Beast talent, but her boyfriend had awakened the S-grade talent, she naturally followed with honor. And right at this moment, another limousine drove up. A teenager with a delightfully long figure and a face that was many times more handsome than Tian Chunlai's came down from the car. Wow! This one teenager had just gotten out of the car, and it caused many young girls to shout in a flamboyant manner. Zhao Lidong. With his handsome appearance, elegant temperament, and unassuming stance, he could be described as a flamboyant gentleman. Although Tian Chunlai had awakened his S-class talent, he was from a commoner's background and had an ordinary appearance. Zhao Lidong was different. The famous Zhao family's youngest son, from a famous family, was elegant and handsome, and his personal account on the internet also had a lot of fans. Not to mention that he had also awakened the S-class royal beast talent. Nowadays, there were many people who spoke of Zhao Lidong and Xin Lingfang as golden children. Mainly a winter, a frost, even the meaning of the name is so similar, the two also awakened S-class royal beast talent, is simply a strong combination, the perfect match. And what makes the crowd even more certain that these two people will definitely go together is, after Zhao Lidong got off the car, he actually came to the other side of the car and opened the door very elegantly. Then, Xin Lingshang, who was wearing a white close-fitting battle dress that was full of valor, yet as beautiful as a flower, stepped out of the car door. Paired with Zhao Lidong, who was also wearing a white battle dress, it was truly a match made in heaven. Ugh! In this scene, Kai Chaofan and Qin Hai, who were watching the crowd, could not help but sigh sadly inwardly. Even without Lin Chen, Xin Lingshang, the city flower of Donghai City, was still not their turn to pick off. Speaking of Lin Chen. Right. Why didn't that guy come? They remembered that Lin Chen was the one who had already obtained the qualification to participate in the Imperial Beast examination, approved by Principal Zheng Jianguo personally. Could it be that he didn't come because he didn't have a beast pet? Kai Chaofan laughed with the surrounding students. Where's Lin Chen? Why didn't Lin Chen come? If he came here and saw Miss Shen and Zhao Lidong looking like a good match, I'm afraid he would cry inside. When this matter was brought up, the crowd also laughed out loud. Yeah, I guess Lin Chen didn't dare to come for fear of losing face. If it's me, I wouldn't dare to come either. My favorite girl is now standing beside other boys, and I can only be alone, not to mention that I'll have to make a fool of myself later on in the college entrance exam. When you say it like that, suddenly I feel that Lin Chen is so miserable. Listening to these sneers directed at Lin Chen, the corners of Kai Chaofan's and Qin Hai's mouths couldn't help but lift up in an arc. LOL. Although they were no match for Zhao Lidong and no match for Tian Chunlai, they were better than Lin Chen. That damn Lin Chen. Imperial Beast High School had suppressed them for 3 whole years. Now it was their turn to raise their eyebrows. Think I'm miserable? Not so much. It was while the crowd was talking that a bland voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this low and magnetic iconic voice, the crowd immediately turned their heads to look over. Only to see that there, a teenage figure with a calm and superb temperament despite wearing intermediate equipment had finally appeared. Lin Chen. Perhaps it was because the hatred towards Lin Chen had accumulated in his heart for a long time. At the moment he saw Lin Chen appear, Kai Chaofan and Qin Hai couldn't help but shout in unison. This shout also pulled the attention of the 3 celestial pride, Shen Lingshang, Zhao Lidong, and Tian Chunlai. Shen Lingshang's pair of moist, beautiful eyes moved slightly. The corner of Zhao Lidong's mouth lifted into an inexplicable smile. Tian Chunlai, on the other hand, smiled coldly. Strictly speaking, Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai, and Lin Chen also had a beef. Why? Because anyone who had ever participated in the Eastern Sea City Imperial Beast High School Practical Combat Exchange Tournament had been severely beaten down by Lin Chen before. Zhao Lidong and Tian Chunlai were naturally no exception. Now that they saw Lin Chen, who had only awakened his F-class Royal Beast talent, these two couldn't mention how happy they were inside. Here we go. It was their turn to get their revenge. What surprised them even more was that Lin Chen ignored the dog barking of Kai Chaofan and Qin Hai and walked straight towards Shen Lingfang's side. What is he doing? It's all come to this point now, and he still wants to go to Shen Lingfang to humiliate himself? The crowd felt puzzled. Chapter 22. Where did we lose to Lin Chen? The scene of the original noisy discussion fell into silence when they saw Lin Chen walking towards Shen Lingfang's side. A pair of gazes with gloating and watching looks fell on Lin Chen's body. Expecting Lin Chen to suffer a big loss on this proud daughter of heaven, Shen Lingfang. But they had heard about it. On the day of the observation ceremony, Shen Lingshang's personal maid, Bai Luwei, had come directly to Yun Chen, indicating that Shen Lingshang had completely drawn a line with Yun Chen. Under the attention of 10,000 people, Lin Chen, who was plainly dressed in calm, just arrived in front of Shen Lingfang with a calm pace. The surrounding crowd was expecting the personal maid Bai Luwei to go up and taunt Lin Chen, but what they didn't expect was Bai Luwei, who stood beside Shen Lingfang, took a deep look at Lin Chen before closing her eyes again and quietly standing aside. Many people at the scene were puzzled. They were very well acquainted with Bai Luwei's character. This girl had accompanied Shen Lingfang as a maid since she was a child, and for many of the boys who wanted to pursue Shen Lingfang, Bai Luwei had displayed a posture of a protective hen, using sneering words and a mean attitude to drive away those annoying suitors. Now that she saw Lin Chen walking towards her, Bai Luwei should have displayed a strong attitude to drive Lin Chen away and make him suffer severely. But why was she now closing her eyes instead, tacitly letting Lin Chen walk over? Actually, this was something that Lin Chen also found a little strange. He had been prepared to stop, but as a result, he hadn't expected the other party to not stop him. That's just it. It didn't matter if he was blocked or not. Lin Chen had come over this time, not to climb on the legs of a rich white woman, nor to ask for a team, but simply to return that one Imperial Beast gold coin to Shen Lingfang. Lin Chen came in front of Shen Lingfang, and without waiting for the other party to speak, he had already gently thrown an Imperial Beast gold coin with a golden glow towards the other party. Shen Lingfang reached out and took it. She knew that this was the Imperial Beast gold coin that she had given away. The surrounding crowd also saw clearly that it was an Imperial Beast gold coin. Then what was the meaning of this? What was this Lin Chen throwing out a Royal Beast gold coin to Shen Lingfang for? Wait. Incorrect. Wasn't Lin Chen a poor man? How could he possess such an Imperial Beast gold coin worth 100 million dragon coins? Lin Chen, what do you mean by this? Bai Luwei, who had been quietly expecting Lin Chen to say something to her young lady from the side, was unexpectedly angry when she saw Lin Chen return this Imperial Beast gold coin. You said it, draw the line. Lin Chen said indifferently. You. When the fierce Bai Luwei heard these words, her hardened speech stagnated. It was She was the one who had said to draw a line with Lin Chen in front of everyone that day. Now that the other party had responded to her with these words, she was actually speechless. Wait, Lin Chen. And just as Lin Chen was about to turn around and leave, Shen Lingxiang, who had been silent all this time, spoke softly. Something's wrong? Lin Chen calmly asked. Shen Lingfang nodded her head in the same calm manner, but the next sentence she spoke caused everyone at the scene to be dumbstruck. Only to hear her softly say, "There is indeed something. I want to ask, are you interested in teaming up with me?" Silence. Deadly silence. Compared to the previous silence of wanting to see Lin Chen make a fool of himself, the silence at this time seemed very strange and different. All of the candidates on the scene were dumbfounded as they watched the scene, and some couldn't help but dig their ears, wondering if they were hallucinating. However, after determining that they had not heard anything, every candidate's heart set off a wave of shock. Rely on it. Didn't someone say that Shen Lingfang had already drawn a line with Lin Chen? Why did Shen Lingfang still invite Lin Chen to form a team? And they remembered that Lin Chen was just a punk who had awakened an F-grade Sentinel beast talent, right? It was unknown whether the other party had a contracted beast pet or not. The ones who couldn't accept this scene in front of them the most were Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai, Kai Chaofan, and Qin Hai, the four gentry dukes of the mansion. Their brains thought and thought, they couldn't understand. In what way are we losing to Lin Chen here? In terms of qualifications, Lin Chen is inferior to us. In terms of family background, he's even worse than us. On appearance. Well, Lin Chen's appearance is actually quite okay. In fact, amongst the many schoolgirls, Lin Chen is very popular. But you can't team up with Lin Chen just because he's handsome, right? Are you Shen Lingfang a face controller? I can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai, Kai Chaofan, and Qin Hai, who had planned to mock Lin Chen in public as a way to humiliate the other party, were as gloomy as water at this moment. Now, how else could they open their mouths to humiliate Lin Chen? The other person had Shen Lingfang's group invitation, while they didn't. It was worth mentioning that. Don't look at Zhao Lidong as coming down from the same sedan as Shen Lingfang, but in reality, it was Zhao Lidong who had the cheek to come and rub the car together, relying on his friendship with his own family and the Shen family. After all, to be able to ride in the same sedan with Shen Lingxiang is not only an honor, but also a kind of bragging rights. But now this kind of showing off vanished after Shen Lingxiang opened her mouth to invite Lin Chen to team up. However, Lin Chen's next reply was what made all the candidates in the room even more stunned. No. He replied with 2 words, very calmly rejecting Shen Lingfang's invitation to form a team. Then without any hesitation, he turned around and left, stepping into the arena, leaving only a solitary and arrogant back to the crowd. Refused. He unexpectedly rejected Shen Lingfang's team invitation. Wow. At this moment, all the candidates erupted into a clamor filled with consternation. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Lin Chen rejected Shen Lingfang's invitation to form a team? My God. Even Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai, Kai Chaofan, and Qin Hai dreamed of teaming up with Shen Lingfang, but as a result, this Lin Chen rejected it without even turning his head? So pretentious. This Lin Chen is too damn good at pretending. Where exactly do I lose compared to him? Why didn't Shen Lingfang invite me, but this kind of trash? Shocked, stunned, self-doubting. And other murmurs rang out. Lingfang, this kind of guy doesn't know any better. If you want to team up, my side is always available. Zhao Lidong turned his head to look at Shen Lingfang with a smiling expression and a gentle tone. In his heart, he wanted to form a team. On one hand, it was because he wanted to fight side by side with Shen Lingfang and cultivate feelings. On the other hand, it was because there was a high probability that the difficulty of this year's Imperial Beast High exam questions would be very high. After all, this was the test question that Chu Shanha personally came up with for Tianyun Province. This 100-level royal beast master with the nickname Iron-Faced Cultivator was recognized for his difficult questions. Which province he gave the test questions to, which province this year's advancement rate will be extremely low. Chapter 23 Single Entry. Which school is this candidate from? No. What made Zhao Lidong feel incredibly humiliated inside was, in the face of his invitation to form a team, Shen Lingxiang, however, disregarded the friendship that the two families had made, and without half a bit of hesitation, used Lin Chen's answer to reject him. Just as Zhao Lidong wanted to become infuriated and question Shen Lingxiang as to why she had invited Lin Chen, this trash, instead of inviting him. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound from the radio speakers sounded, and a low voice filled with seriousness spread out. Please, all Imperial Beast candidates seize the time to enter the examination center. The examination will begin in 5 minutes. Latecomers will all be disqualified from the exam. Hearing the content of this broadcast, the many candidates could not be bothered to discuss it here, and one by one, they all hurriedly walked towards the arena. Soon, the entire 5,000 candidate figures converged in this huge arena. On top of the main stage of the arena, there were dozens of suits and imposing figures standing with their hands folded. It was also because of the appearance of these dozens of figures that caused a solemn look to appear on the faces of the 5,000 candidates in the arena, not daring to whisper anymore. The gazes of the candidates were almost all focused on the middle-aged figure standing in the center. The face of this middle-aged figure was incredibly familiar to the candidates. It was because they had often seen it on television and news. The Vice President of the Dragon Kingdom Beastmaster Association. The second in command of the Chu family in the capital. Second in command of the Dragon Kingdom Imperial Beast Education Bureau. 100-level Royal Beast Master. Chu Shanha. I really didn't expect that this legendary figure would actually visit a small place like our East Sea City. Worthy of being a big brother. An aura is restrained like a normal person. If only I could have half of this big brother's achievements in the future. The candidates were all murmuring inwardly. At this moment, Chu Shanha's extremely majestic eyes looked around the arena at all the candidates for a circle before slowly speaking. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Shanha. I am the main invigilator of this East Sea City Imperial Beast examination. Regarding some of the precautions as well as special rules of the Imperial Beast Advanced Examination, I'm sure that you all have been emphasized many times by your class teachers when you were preparing for the exams, so I won't go into much detail here. Have all seen the scarlet light doors that have surfaced within the arena? As Chu Shanha's incomparably majestic voice rang out, the sights of the many candidates also fell on the large open space in front of them, and the one spatial portal that was blossoming with scarlet light surfaced as much as it could at this moment. Scarlet portal? Holy! A silver-level fixed hell-level copy. At this moment, the candidates were all cursing inwardly. It must be known that the Dragon Kingdom Imperial Beast Education Bureau stipulated that the highest difficulty level of the copies used as questions for the Imperial Beast High exam must not exceed the silver grade, and the lowest could not be below the bronze grade. Below the bronze level was the black iron level. And generally, after formulating the test questions, the candidates would be allowed to freely choose the difficulty of that replica. Regardless of the grade of the replica, the difficulty was generally categorized into 5. Simple, normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Based on the eye color of the copy portal, it was easy to judge the grade and difficulty of that copy. This one portal that blossomed with scarlet light and was cast in silver material, all but indicated that this was a silver grade hell difficulty gauntlet copy. Good fellow. This Chu Shanha is simply directly pulling the difficulty of this year's session of the Imperial Beastmaster Advanced Examination in Tianyun Province all over the place. I believe that at this moment, 90% of the candidates in the Heavenly Cloud Province were inwardly cursing Chu Shanha angrily. No wonder this year's Imperial Beast exam allowed candidates to team up with each other. With this level of difficulty, most of the candidates wouldn't be able to pass if they didn't form a team. And even if they teamed up, it was estimated that they would have a tough time coping with it. Damn. I'll give you all 5 minutes to take stock of your battle preparations and form a team. After 5 minutes, all candidates must all enter the copy. Chu Shanha wasn't like the other invigilators who liked to be verbose, and with a wave of his hand, he sat down on the main stage, looking at the group of candidates under the stage with a bland expression. Zhao Lidong, team up? Under the arena. Tian Chunlai walked over with his girlfriend. Zhao Lidong glanced at Xin Lingsheng in the distance with a gloomy expression, and after realizing that the other party was completely ignoring him, he turned his head towards Tian Chunlai and nodded his head. Okay, team up. It wouldn't work without a group. Zhao Lidong was certain that at least 70% of the 5,000 examinees who had converged here today would not be able to pass this silver-level hell difficulty copy. Although he and Tian Chunlai had both awakened their S-ranked beast talent and had contracted beast pets of not too low a grade, their own combat experience was still too lacking. It was fine if they were allowed to brush a silver-level difficulty copy alone. Once they brushed a silver copy of this hell-level difficulty, it could almost be said that they would not be able to pass. The highest level of the candidates on the scene was only level 15, and that was Xin Lingsheng. Xin Lingfang originally had a very low level, but in the past few days, she had also asked her bodyguard to escort her all the way to upgrade, and had quickly arrived at level 15. Of course. This did not mean that Xin Lingshang's actual combat was not good, quite the contrary, it was very possible. After all, there was a dad at home who was a royal beast master personally teaching. On the other side, Xin Lingfang teamed up with her own personal maid, Bai Luwei, and it was worth mentioning that the imperial beast talents that Bai Luwei had awakened, all had a levels. And without half a hesitation, she took the lead in entering the copy. There were also several 3- and 4-person teams that didn't even need 5 minutes of battle preparation time to enter the college entrance exam copy early. This undoubtedly drew the attention of many candidates. It's worthy of being Xin Lingfang, only bringing her own maid in without any fear at all. There's also Tian Chunlai, also teamed up with his girlfriend and Zhao Li Dona. Wait. I seem to have seen a figure that entered the copy alone. This one sentence instantly caused a great deal of attention. In an instant, a pair of eyes looked towards where the person who was talking was sighted. It really is a solo challenge. Lin Chen. Isn't that Lin Chen? He's really crazy. He really dares to go in alone. Not. What makes him so brave? By virtue of his awakening of that F-grade beast robbing talent? For a moment, the candidates who were preparing for the battle were talking. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of the principals and teachers on the main stage. Oh? Lin Chen? Even Chu Shanhe noticed it. This was because on the huge holographic projection screen that coalesced in mid-air, information about every candidate who had entered the replica surfaced. Lin Chen's name was clearly listed. Candidate, Lin Chen. Examination status, solo challenge. Which school is this candidate from? Chu Shanhe suddenly asked. As soon as the principals heard this, their expressions immediately gloated, and a pair of snickering gazes landed on Principal Zhang Jiangguo of the first middle school. Principal Zhang Jiangguo's expression darkened. He had never dreamed that Lin Chen would have attracted the attention of this iron-faced Shura. Chapter 24 Minotaur Dungeon. Replica Secret World, Minotaur Dungeon. Adaptation level, level 515. Difficulty, Hell level fixed. Number requirement, 1-5 people. Secret background, in this dark and bizarre dungeon, inhabited by a brutal minotaur that feeds on human flesh and blood, they are ferocious, cold and merciless, but also has a not low intelligence, with which to fight. Please be careful to break through the barrier. Checking to see if the trespasser has the Imperial Beast Heraldry. The check is complete, you are qualified to take the test. Tip: if you encounter a life-threatening situation, please use the back-to-town function in time, and after 3 seconds of reading, it will teleport you out of that secret realm on its own. The Imperial Beast Crest is something that every Imperial Beast Master who has contracted a beast pet will possess. The grade and type of the beast pet was different, and the style and color of each Imperial Beast Master's coat of arms was also different. Above the back of Lin Chen's left hand, there was a blazing red lotus flower pattern that was very beautiful to look at, and this was Lin Chen's Imperial Beast Crest. The Imperial Beast Crest had its own space within it, so it could give the beast pet a rest inside. When it was time to fight, it could then be summoned out. At this moment, Lin Chen, who had just passed through the duplicate space portal, ended the brief feeling of dizziness and realized that he had arrived in a dungeon. Since it was a dungeon, there was no need to look, it was definitely a layered level structure design. Lin Chen was now on the first level. He took a glance at his surroundings, which were a huge stone cave, and above the walls of the cave, there were rough hangings and the twisted mural patterns, all of which were filled with a savage, manic aura. Generally speaking, the moment a major candidate entered a secret realm copy, they would have to rush to summon their beast pets in order to fight, and even easier to protect their safety. However, Lin Chen didn't do so. Instead, he single-handedly, directly sprinted towards the tunnel. At this time, he already had a dagger clenched in his hand. The cursed dagger, this was a level 10 weapon that he had picked up in the Spectral Canyon. Lin Chen's level wasn't that high, he was originally level 9, but later on, he attracted the Ghost King's hatred for a bit, and then Chu Shanhe killed the Ghost King, causing Lin Chen to get a bit of assist experience compensation, and managed to raise from level 9 to level 10. Don't underestimate this one level boost. However, it was enough for Lin Chen to be able to wear equipment that he was originally unable to wear. The cursed dagger's wear level was level 10. The wear level of the undead boots was also level 10. The wear level of the ghost bone armor was also level 10. The equipment that Lin Chen had today was all level 10 intermediate equipment, all of which he had picked up by picking it up. In fact, if Lin Chen had formed a team relationship with Chu Shanhai at that time, then the assist experience he had gained would definitely be a lot more. Nay, at that time, the situation was so urgent that he didn't have time to send out a group request to Chu Shanhai, otherwise, Lin Chen would have been able to race to level 15. Moo! As Lin Chen was running through the tunnel, the sound of footsteps seemed to have awakened the Minotaur monsters of the first level as well, letting out a bovine moo filled with a berserk aura. However, instead of slowing down his running pace, Lin Chen even accelerated violently, running towards the exit of the tunnel at an even faster speed. At this moment, Lin Chen's entire body had already leapt out of the underground tunnel, officially stepping into the first level of the Minotaur dungeon. Only to see a gnarled muscles, permeated with a berserk aura of minotaurs, staring at the scarlet pupils as if they were the size of copper bells, instantly locking their sights on Lin Chen, a human being. Moo! When the two sides of the line of sight came together, these savage, backward, brutal minotaur monsters were like sharks that had smelled the smell of blood, and without any hesitation, they rushed towards Lin Chen's side with their weapons in their hands. Roughly estimating the number, there were 50 minotaurs in this first level alone. Monster, Minotaur Warrior. Level 7. Talent, Savage Power D. Skill, Earth Hammer Strike D, Savage Bull Charge D. Description: a Minotaur warrior inhabiting a dungeon whose weapon is a stone axe and is not fast, but has explosive strength. Monster, Minotaur Swordsman. Level 7. Talent, Savage Power D. Skills, Sword Swing D, Savage Bull Charge D. Skills, Sword Swing D, Savage Bull Charge D. Description: a Minotaur swordsman who inhabits the dungeon, whose weapon is a long sword and whose attack speed is extremely fast. Monster, Minotaur Archer. Level 7. Talent, Savage Power D. Skills, Precision Arrow D, Savage Bull Charge D. Skills, Precision Arrow D, Savage Bull Charge D. Description: a Minotaur archer inhabiting a dungeon whose weapon is a bow and arrow, and whose own defense is fragile, but whose long-range attacks are strong. Rank 7. As the saying goes, knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself is the best way to win 100 battles. Once he entered, Lin Chen didn't rush to collide with this group of mad bulls, but immediately appraised their information and learned about the characteristics of each Minotaur species. The number of monsters on the first level of the Minotaur dungeon on Hell difficulty had unexpectedly been pulled up to 50. It was important to know that in previous years, the difficulty of the Imperial Beast exam would not be fixed at the Hell level, and the first level was generally a warm-up level. The monsters arranged would not be too strong, and the number was not too high, purely for the candidates to warm up with. But this year's Imperial Beast College entrance exam is a skyrocketing change. The first level ruthlessly gave the candidates intensity. An entire 50 Minotaur monsters. Although these Minotaur monsters were only level 7, once they accidentally fell into their encirclement, it would be very bad. Not to mention, the intelligence of these Minotaurs was not low. This was because Lin Chen saw that when these Minotaurs were charging towards him, they weren't charging mindlessly, but rather they were charging in a coordinated manner. The Minotaur warrior was at the front. The Minotaur swordsman, on the other hand, was on the left and right flanks wrapping up towards Lin Chen. The Minotaur archers were at the back drawing their bows and aiming at Lin Chen. This kind of coordination could definitely cause many Imperial Beastmasters with no real battle experience to be incomparably flustered. Interesting, to think that they still know how to tactically cooperate. Lin Chen saw this scene, but he smiled slightly, still not choosing to summon his beast pet. At this moment, the Minotaur warrior in the front row was only about 15 meters away from Lin Chen. As long as they entered the 10-meter range, the Minotaur archer's long-range attack would come first. At that time, together with the charge of the Minotaur warrior and Minotaur swordsman, it would definitely cause Lin Chen to cope with it. Then, as the reigning champion of the East Sea City High School 3-year practical combat competition, would Lin Chen be so naive as to allow the Minotaur battle formation to take shape? A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he pulled out a black sphere from his backpack, throwing it into the air while wearing a pair of anti-flash glasses as well as earplugs himself. Chapter 25, Intense Sonic Explosive Bombs. They are clearly dead. Buzz. The moment that black sphere was thrown into midair by Lin Chen and shattered. It was as if a white sun had risen within the cave, and the blinding light illuminated the entire cave as if it were daytime. Such a burning light, for these perennial in the dark environment of the Minotaur, is a kind of absolutely cannot withstand the pain. A pair of big bull eyes like copper bells were directly blinded by this light, and a hot tear splashed out directly from their eyes. What makes them feel more desperate is The moment the black sphere exploded, not only was there a hot light pouring out, but there was also a sharp sonic boom sweeping away. The sharp sonic booms drilled through their ears, directly impacting the consciousness in their minds. The Minotaurs at this moment had their brains buzzing. Props: strong sound flash bomb. Description: when thrown, it will produce a strong blinding light, as well as a terrifying sonic boom that is enough to create a mental shock, and the strong light will last for 30 seconds. Market price: 5,000 dragon coins. Moo! 50 Minotaur monsters let out miserable and incomparable cries at this moment, and what's more, their bodies had fallen to the ground uncontrollably because the divine sense in their brains had been hit by the strong sound. It could be said that they were in a sorry state. And in the middle of this dazzling strong light, a human figure wearing anti-flash glasses as well as soundproof earplugs just smiled and walked slowly to the front of a Minotaur, then took the cursed dagger in his own hand and stabbed it violently at this Minotaur that had already lost its combat power. Put! The incomparably sharp cursed dagger mercilessly penetrated through this Minotaur's brain and dealt a bludgeoning blow, causing this Minotaur to completely die with a jerk of its body. You have killed a Minotaur warrior. Immediately after, Lin Chen increased his speed and repeated the above. You have killed a Minotaur archer. You have killed a Minotaur swordsman. You have killed a Minotaur archer. When the incomparably bright light completely dissipated, there were already 50 Minotaur corpses lying on the ground. It has been detected that you have successfully exterminated all the Minotaur monsters on the first level. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first level. The light door leading to the second level has been opened. Please pass through this light door to the next level. As the ethereal voice of the spirit of the secret realm rang out, Lin Chen looked calm as he gently wiped the blood stained on the cursed dagger with a piece of paper, and then without half a moment's hesitation, he took a step into the light door leading to the second level. But Lin Chen didn't realize that from the moment he entered this copy of the secret realm, the battle here had been broadcast live in its entirety. And the fact that he had crossed the barrier in such an odd way had completely shocked the outside audience. Mr. Chu, this candidate is from the first middle school, that is, a student of our principal Zhang Jianguo. That's right, Mr. Chu, this kid is quite something. He awakened an F-class Imperial Beast talent, and he's still able to take the Imperial Beast Master Entrance exam. At the front, hearing Chu Shanha inquire about Lin Chen's school, Principal Wei Hai of the second middle school immediately clarified. It was said that peers were enemies. Not to mention the major Imperial Beast high schools, all of which had a fierce competitive relationship. Now see Lin Chen, this kid, by Chu Shanha attention, Wei Hai naturally wanted to take the opportunity to stab Zhang Jianguo. As expected, Zhang Jianguo's expression darkened. He knew that Wei Hai's words, on the surface, were praising Lin Chen for being uncomplicated, but in reality, they were alluding to the fact that he, the principal, was giving Lin Chen a back door. After all, in everyone's perception, it was impossible for a loser who had awakened an F-ranked Imperial Beast talent to obtain a beast seat at the observation ceremony. Yet Zhang Jianguo allowed Lin Chen to come and take the Imperial Beast examination. What was this if not a back door? However, what surprised Wei Hai was that he had expected Chu Shanha to angrily question why Zhang Jianguo had given this student a backdoor after hearing the news. However, he did not expect that Chu Shanha would just faintly owe a sentence, and his line of sight shifted to the magic holographic projection screen in mid-air. There, the huge projection screen had been divided into 6 windows. Each window was broadcasting the live feed of a team. After watching it for less than half a minute, Chu Shanha had shaken his head, but then immediately relieved himself. After all, Donghai City was just a small place. You couldn't expect any top demonic great geniuses to come out of such a small 5th-tier city with weak teachers. If it was the exam site in the capital of Tianyun province that was invigilating the exam right now, and he saw this kind of situation, then he, Chu Shanha, would definitely have to question the subdirector of Imperial Beast Education in Tianyun province and ask them if this was how they were cultivating Imperial Beast talents. However, it couldn't be said that all of them performed poorly. At least the 2 girls who had been live streaming from the first window had performed well. Were they called Xin Lingfang and Bai Luwei? There was also the one who had been live streaming from the second window, which was also barely okay. It was called Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai, and Chen Xiaoyu. The teams in these 2 live windows should be able to have an okay score if nothing else. The former should even be able to easily enter the provincial top 100. That's right. That little guy called Lin Chen. Pull up his exam screen. Chu Shanha faintly snapped. The crowd of principals didn't understand why Chu Shanha would purposely open his mouth and say that he wanted to see Lin Chen's live broadcast live. After all, In their eyes, it seemed that Lin Chen's performance was probably a mess. Zhang Jianguo became apprehensive inside. Mr. Chu wouldn't really want to pick on him, would he? The guide saw that Chu Shanha, the big brother, had spoken personally, so naturally he had to comply. Immediately, Lin Chen's live broadcast window was called up. But HM? How come it's all white? What the hell? Could it be that the magical nano camera installed within the replica is broken? Impossible. I've already had people check it no less than 10 times before the test started. Principal Wei Hai, you can't just open your mouth and dump the pot on our heads. That's right, when Lin Chen's window switched out, what met everyone's eyes was a white color. And it was accompanied by ear-piercing sonic booms. So much so that it was easy to mistake it for whether or not the live camera was broken. It's a good thing that. A few seconds later, the light dissipated. However, the image presented on the camera made everyone sitting on the main stage, including that iron-faced cultivator Chu Shanha, all of them had their eyes widened, and their pupils all contracted violently. Only to see that within the picture, the entire 50 Minotaur monsters were lying quietly on the ground. Were they asleep? No. They were clearly dead. On top of each Minotaur's head, there was a very conspicuous bloody hole. Chapter 26. What if a miracle happens to Lin Chen? Silence. Deadly silence. The scene that was presented in front of every invigilator's eyes was one that caused them all to widen their eyes, the expressions on their faces filled with shock. It was also because this was the Imperial Beast examination, there were no other spectators. If the seats in this arena were filled with other students, seeing this scene, they would be afraid that they would not be able to help but lose their voices in shock. What in the world has happened to this? What happened to the dazzling white light just now? Could it be the light attribute magic released by Lin Chen? It can't be, can it? It's not like Lin Chen is a mage. At this moment, all that surfaced in the minds of the many principals and teachers were question marks. Only Chu Shanha, the extremely sharp-eyed 100-level Imperial Beast Master, saw at a glance a bombshell left behind in the grounds. The word flash could be vaguely seen printed on it. It's a strong sound flash bomb. Chu Shanha opened his mouth to clear up the confusion for the many principals and teachers. Is that so? The numerous principals and teachers obviously did not expect Lin Chen to use such a prop to pass this level. However, you really don't say. After careful consideration, all the principals and teachers had to admit that Lin Chen's means was indeed the most efficient and least laborious. The Minotaur that inhabited the gloomy dungeon environment all year round was basically very sensitive to strong light, and a sudden burst of strong flashes of light would definitely blind the Minotaur's eyes, causing it to temporarily lose its sight and enter a blinding state. Plus, the moment this bomb explodes, it will also form an ear-piercing sonic boom sound, thus making the Minotaur's brain buzz. Then, Lin Chen would then take advantage of this period of time when the Minotaurs were out of action to accurately and quickly give each Minotaur a fatal attack, ending their lives. Then the question arises, in this environment of intense light and sonic booms, Lin Chen should have been affected as well, how did he avoid it? A principal asked suspiciously. Simple, Lin Chen should have prepared anti-flash goggles as well as soundproof earplugs in advance. Zhang replied decisively, he could be said to know Lin Chen very well. This was because he had been paying attention to this little guy since Lin Chen was in his first year of high school. Lin Chen's fighting style, that was. Making the best use of everything and doing whatever it took. No matter if it was in a practical training class or in the exchange tournament organized by the city, Lin Chen was always able to defeat his opponents in the simplest, most direct, and most efficient way. Right now. Even when it came to the Imperial Beast examination here, Lin Chen's fighting style was still insisting on continuing. It had also proven to be very effective indeed. While the other students were still painstakingly fighting the Minotaur at the first level, Lin Chen was already stepping into the second level of this Minotaur dungeon. This Lin Chen, he really is something. Worthy of being the little guy who has been the champion of the Urban Exchange Tournament for 3 years in a row. In terms of personal combat skills, the entire East Sea City can't even find a person of the same age that can be compared to Lin Chen. Unfortunately, this little guy has awakened an F-class Royal Beast talent. Yes, if he had awakened the S-grade Imperial Beast talent, and then gave him a powerful beast pet, the provincial top 10 would be the nail in the coffin. When it came to Lin Chen, the dozens of principals and teachers here were no strangers at all. Their faces didn't hide their admiration for Lin Chen at all. Humph. What's the use? Just a speculative generation. All of you mustn't forget that this is the Imperial Beast examination. This first level is at best a warm-up. The monsters in the later levels will be greatly increased in resistance. Just rely on cleverness can't pass, you have to have real strength. If this Lin Chen's beast pet is too weak, then folding is inevitable. Principal Wei Hai of the second middle school, however, couldn't help but splash cold laughter at this moment. Principal Wei Hai does have a point. Principal Lu Hong of the fourth middle school as well as Principal Lai Chang of the sixth middle school nodded in agreement. Principal Zhang Jiangluo's expression darkened as he thought to himself that this Wei Hai was really not thinking of coming to step on his side at all times. But what made him helpless was had to admit that Wei Hai was right. The first level could only be considered a warm-up level, and the 50 Minotaur monsters were nothing more than an appetizer. The true test of a student's level was the later levels. Since Lin Chen had a blazing red Imperial Beast heraldic seal there on the back of his hand, it meant that he had indeed contracted a beast pet. It was just that. Lin Chen, who didn't have any luxurious noble background, the beast pet that he had contracted to should have a bloodline level that wasn't high enough to go anywhere, and the probability was that it was a magical beast species. According to the results of the major candidates of the Imperial Beast examination in the past, any candidate who had contracted a magical beast species was basically at the bottom of the pile. Alright, gentlemen, don't jump to conclusions too early, let's watch on first. What if a miracle will happen in Lin Chen? Chu Shanhe suddenly smiled and said, "Humph. What miracle can happen to a loser who has only awakened an F-rank talent?" Principal Wei Hai only dared to mutter inwardly, but didn't dare to refute this iron-faced cultivator head-on. The crowd of principals and teachers were rather surprised. They didn't expect this Mr. Chu Shanhe to think that a miracle would happen to Lin Chen. However, with things having come to this, they could only watch on quietly. Inside the Minotaur dungeon, Lin Chen had already passed through the light door and was successfully teleported to the second level. Presented in front of Lin Chen was a huge stone door. Sensing the arrival of the intruder, this huge stone door rumbled and opened automatically, and dust fell from above the door. When this stone door was completely opened, what met Lin Chen's eyes was a vast and incomparable stone hall. As well as the two giant Minotaur monsters standing in the very center of the hall. Dang! Dang! Knock! These two giant Minotaurs, each holding a weapon, wandered aimlessly within the stone hall, each footfall triggering a dull sound. These two giant Minotaurs were both 5 meters tall, with gnarled muscles and a horrifyingly brutal aura all over their bodies. One of them, whose skin was the color of crimson, held a huge crimson stone axe. The other one has ice blue skin and holds a huge ice blue stone axe. Monster, Blazing Minotaur. Level, 13. Qualification, Elite. Talents, Fire Control B, Savage Power D, Ice Fire Resonance A. Skills, Fiery Cleave C, Fiery Spit B, Fiery Bodyguard C, Fiery Trample B, Savage Bull Charge D. Rank, 13. Description: an elite powerhouse in the Minotaur clan, born with the ability to harness flames, twin brother to the Frost Minotaur. Remarks: as a copy of the elite monster, the abnormal status resistance will be increased by 50%. Remarks: as a copy of the elite monster, the abnormal status resistance will be increased by 50%. Monster, Frost Minotaur. Level 13. Qualification, Elite. Talent, Ice Condensation B, Savage Power D, Ice and Fire Resonance A. Skills, Ice Cleave C, Ice Spit B, Frost Bodyguard C, Frost Trample B, Savage Charge D. Rank, 13. Description: an elite powerhouse in the Minotaur clan, born with the ability to harness frost, twin brother to the Blazing Minotaur. Remarks: as a replica elite monster, abnormal condition resistance will be increased by 50%. Chapter 27 Static. The damage exploded instantly. It's worthy of the test question set by Iron-Faced Shura. The intensity comes straight after the appetizer. Two Siamese elite monsters were arranged directly on this second level. I guess the other candidates are going to curse when they see this. Lin Chen looked at the appraisal information floating in front of him and muttered. If the first level tested the candidate's monster clearing speed, then this second level was to start testing the strength of the candidate's beast pet. Because of these two level 13 elite monsters in front of them, relying on the candidate's own personal strength, it was no longer possible to kill them, and they had to rely on the strength of their beast pet to do so. In fact, Lin Chen could try to defeat these two elite Minotaur monsters without summoning a beast pet. He was well prepared for the Imperial Beast examination this time. There was that 120-item compartment storage ring given to him by the owner of the nutritional potion store, which was filled with many fancy practical props. Combined with the relatively vast terrain within the halls of the stone hall, as well as a huge stone pillar that could be pulled in circles with kites, Lin Chen was actually confident that he could defeat these two elite monsters with his personal strength. It was just that. That would undoubtedly take a lot of time. In normal times, Lin Chen wouldn't mind going on by himself, just as if he was practicing his personal combat skills. But nowadays, he was in the Imperial Beast examination. The grades were high or low, based on the length of time you passed. If you were even a second slower than on this log bridge with thousands of soldiers and horses crammed together, you would have to lag behind others by a lot, and would even be squeezed down and completely eliminated. For this reason, little you, show yourself. Lin Chen raised his left hand and let out a low gulp, and a dazzling blazing red light blossomed on the back of his hand. Buzz! A beast pet summoning formation was automatically formed under Lin Chen's feet, followed by boing! A delicate and adorable cry rang out, and a small red snake just drilled out from the beast pet summoning array and landed on top of Lin Chen's palm. Roar! The summoning fluctuations emanating from this side also caught the attention of those two elite minotaur monsters within the hall of the stone hall. Without the slightest hesitation, these two elite minotaur monsters directly unleashed their skills and pounced towards Lin Chen's side. Flame Trample. Frost Trample. Only to see these two huge elite minotaurs actually leaping up high, and on their respective pairs of hooves, the elements of flame and frost surfaced respectively. With the addition of the two elements, the power of this trample skill had been greatly enhanced. If Lin Chen, who was a human body, was stepped on by these two trampling skills, he would definitely be killed instantly, and at the same time, he would also be trampled into mush. Ha! Seeing these two elite minotaur monsters trampling towards him like a meteorite, Lin Chen's face was characterized by a wry smile. And Candle Dragon Little You, who was holding her little brain, looked towards these two tiny minotaur monsters, and her pair of golden-colored vertical pupils were filled with disdain and contempt. Lin Chen didn't run away, he just stood still and watched the hooves of the two elite minotaur monsters step over towards him. Just when those two pairs of bull hooves were about to step on his head, Lin Chen finally made a move. Little You, make a move. He only heard him let out a low shout. Boing! Little Yui immediately responded, directly casting a skill at the two elite minotaur monsters. Static S. At this moment, the two elite minotaur monsters that were supposed to trample on Lin Chen were like frozen photographs, their movements and demeanor were all frozen. Even the floating state had been maintained. The time acting on the two elite minotaurs had stopped flowing, so much so that they had taken on this static posture. However, the time for Lin Chen and his own beast pet, Xiaoyu, continued to flow normally. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen made a jump onto the body of the blazing minotaur, and with the dagger in his hand, he stabbed dozens of times at the blazing minotaur's head, throat, heart, and other fatal parts. Another jump came to the body of the frost minotaur, and repeated the above operation as well. After finishing, he jumped down and smiled at Yui. You can disable the skill now. Boing! Little Yui happily responded, followed by arcane and incomparable fluctuations spreading out from the little guy's body. The next second. Boom! The trampling of the two elite minotaur monsters blasted on top of the open space, stirring up gusts of smoke and dust. But at the same time, thud! Before the two elite minotaur had time to react to what was going on, they only felt an incomparable sharp pain coming from their heads, throats, and hearts, followed by a voluminous splash of blood, which was like a fountain, raised high and scattered all over the ground. 20,000 strike. 20,000 strike. After all, the head, heart, and throat had been continuously stabbed dozens of times each by Lin Chen. The moment the time stasis status ended, the damage caused by these attacks instantly exploded collectively, so much so that the two elite minotaurs didn't even have the time to put on their flame bodyguard and frost bodyguard life preservation skills before their eyes rolled over and they fell to the ground spitting out blood, and their life values were completely emptied. Empty. Ding. Candidate Lin Chen has been detected to have successfully killed the guarding monster. Congratulations, you have passed the second level of the test. The light door leading to the third level has been opened. Please pass through the light door to enter the final level. The reason why there were no items or experience drops was because all the copies were only able to collect all the rewards at once after passing the level. Lin Chen didn't have any hesitation, and directly brought Little Yu to step through the light gate and head to the third level, which was the final boss level. Outside the replica, time moved forward a little. When the many principals and teachers saw that Lin Chen was finally going to summon his beast pet, their eyes were rather expectant. This kid is finally about to summon a beast pet. But the next second, when they saw that the beast pet that Lin Chen had summoned was merely a cute and delicate little red snake. The principals and teachers were left speechless. Wei Hai, who was the principal of the second middle school, even laughed out loud at this moment. Ha, Zhang Jianguo, your first middle school's former pride of heaven is a bit too downtrodden now, isn't it? I originally thought that he would have to contract a 5-star or above magical beast species, but now it seems that this little red snake is clearly just a beast species. How are we going to fight against 2 elite minotaurs? Hurry up and let him come out with the city return function. Don't die at the hands of these 2 brutal minotaur monsters then. Zhang Jianguo's expression was pitch black. He truly didn't expect Lin Chen's contracted beast pet to be a beast species. Wouldn't it be killed by an elite minotaur monster with a single stomp? How could this even be fought? However, while the many principals and teachers had wonderful expressions, only the knowledgeable Chu Shanha frowned and murmured in a low voice, "This little red snake seems to be a bit peculiar." It was also his words that just fell. In the live stream camera, those 2 bullhead elite monsters had already hissed out, and both launched their trample skill at Lin Chen at the same time. This Lin Chen is going to be finished. A teacher couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 28 Time System Beast Pet? Shocking the 4 seats. When it was too late, it was only in the screen that the blazing minotaur and the frost minotaur were already stepping on flames and frost, trampling towards Lin Chen. If Lin Chen was hit by these 2 minotaurs' trample skill, then there was no doubt that Lin Chen would die in it. At this moment, the expressions of the principals and teachers were already grave. Despite the fact that casualties in the Imperial Beast examination was a very rare thing, they still couldn't help but worry for their students. The only person who saw this scene was Wei Hai, the principal of the second middle school, but he couldn't wait for this Lin Chen to hurry up and die. Why? Because Wei Hai was Feng Dahai's cousin. Perhaps some people feel puzzled, who is Feng Dahai? Feng Dahai is Lin Chen's original class teacher, before also want to use the student loan thing to threaten Lin Chen. Lin Chen's sister has an evil idea of a. At that time, Lin Chen knew that Feng Dahai was such a beastly after, without saying a word, from his own storage ring is to pull out a hard and unparalleled steel pipe, to Feng Dahai's head as a stick ruthlessly smashed down. Unfortunately, Feng Dahai has a level 20 level, that stick knocked down just let the other side head broken blood, a slight concussion. If it wasn't for Feng Dahai that ran fast, Lin Chen would let the other side know why the flowers are so red. The follow-up is that Feng Dahai did not dare to come to school, said to be at home to recuperate. He also did not dare to pursue the matter of Lin Chen injuring him, worrying that Lin Chen would expose the matter of him threatening students with student loans in a fit of anger. In fact, with Feng Dahai's level of only 20, and the contract was still a 3-star magical beast level beast pet, he was not qualified to teach at the first middle school. Nay, his cousin was Wei Hai, the principal of the second middle school. Wei Hai was aware of what happened to Feng Dahai, and naturally hated Lin Chen as a candidate. This was also the reason why Wei Hai was showing a contemptuous and belittling attitude whenever he met Lin Chen. Right now, seeing that Lin Chen was about to be trampled to death by those 2 elite minotaur monsters, Wei Hai's face revealed an extremely painfully happy expression. On the side, Chu Shanha's brows furrowed at this moment. As the main invigilator, he was qualified to use his authority to forcibly teleport a candidate out when he saw that they were meeting a life-threatening situation. Lin Chen is his lifesaver. Chu Shanha naturally couldn't just watch the other party die in this copy of the Imperial Beast examination. But just as Chu Shanha was about to use his authority, he suddenly stopped. Because through the screen, he saw Lin Chen's expression at the moment. Instead of being half flustered, there was endless composure and confidence. Did he have the confidence to pass? Just relying on that cute and pretty looking little red snake? It was also at this close call when Chu Shanha was dumbfounded. Buzz. All the invigilators were stunned to see an extremely subtle fluctuation emanating from that little red snake that was not favored by them. Immediately after, the blazing flame minotaur and frost minotaur that should have already stepped down hard on Lin Chen directly froze in midair, and it was as if their time had completely stood still in this instant, like a black and white colored scroll. And then, in front of all the invigilators, Lin Chen just held a level 10 cursed dagger and jumped onto the time-stilled blazing minotaur and frost minotaur, respectively, and ferociously and continuously stabbed their hearts, throats, and heads for dozens of times. Even seemingly for the sake of insurance, this Lin Chen also viciously zapped the eyes of each of the 2 elite minotaurs at the end. After finishing, the little red snake that was lying on Lin Chen's shoulder again let out a milky, cute cry. It seemed that this was the signal to lift the static state, and after that cute and pretty-looking little red snake's cry fell, the 2 static elite minotaurs were liberated. As soon as they were liberated, these two elite minotaurs didn't even have time to use their life-saving skills, and with a snort, their hearts, throats, and heads were met with extremely fatal blows. The damage of so many consecutive stabs, focused on this instantaneous outbreak, was enough to completely empty the blood of these two level 13 elite minotaurs. Boom! Under the incredulous gazes of the many supervising principals and teachers, the two elite minotaurs collapsed to the ground and lost their lives in less than 30 seconds. Silence. Deadly silence. Such a shocking scene once again plunged this main stage into an eerie silence where a pin could be heard. What the hell is going on here? After holding back for a full 3 seconds, there was finally a teacher who couldn't hold back his inner shock and blurted out a question. Not to mention these principals and teachers, Chu Shanha, who was the main invigilator and was also a 100-level royal beast master, was equally shocked when he saw this scene. This little guy Lin Chen has hidden something. It's not right. It's very wrong. That beast pet he contracted is definitely not simple. Yes, I'm certain that the skill that made those two elite minotaur monsters stand still was put there by that little red snake. The principals and teachers here were not blind. Recalling the scene just now, they naturally realized clearly that it was that little red snake that unleashed the skill that made those two elite minotaurs fall into a static black and white state. It's certain. That little red snake, it's a time system beast pet. In the end, Chu Shanha, who had seen a lot of things, was able to tell at a glance the divine ability that little red snake had utilized. And when Chu Shanha's words fell, wow! These principals and teachers were even unable to stop a very shocked clamor. A look of disbelief surfaced on every face. Surprisingly, it was a time series beast pet. It must be known that time-based beast pets were very precious, and generally only appeared in the first book of the Imperial Beast Illustrated Catalog. And in a sense, the time-based beast pet that existed in the first book of the Imperial Beast Atlas was even more powerful and precious than the six-winged heavenly horse beast that Xin Lingshang had visualized. But in my memory, among the beast pets in the first book of the Royal Beast Atlas, I can't find a time-type beast pet that has the same characteristics as this little red snake. At this time, a female teacher named Zhang Hong held up her glasses and spoke. She had studied the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide quite deeply, and she knew every beast pet recorded in the first book by heart. After searching her memory, she was surprised to find that of the limited number of time system beast pets in the last book, none of them matched this little red snake in terms of appearance. This is a better explanation. This time series beast pet that Lin Chen contracted is an unknown new beast pet that wasn't listed in the Imperial Beast Atlas. Chu Shanha said with great certainty. This statement once again shocked the four seats. Chapter 29 Final Level. Mechanical Minotaur King. This. A time-based beast pet that is not recorded in the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide. For these principals and teachers who served in various places around East Sea City, this news was very impactful. This was because in their perceptions, this kind of situation in front of them would usually only appear to the heavenly demons in the big cities. Students in small places were much worse than students in big cities in terms of exploration in the wilderness and the allocation of resources for Imperial Beast education. Then the possibility of meeting a supreme chance could almost be said to be zero. The result? Now you're telling me that a student who has awakened an F-grade Imperial Beast talent and has been belittled by everyone as a waste has contracted a time system beast pet that has not been entered in the Imperial Beast Illustrated Catalog. It's off the mark. However, just at the moment when many principals and teachers were all suffering from shock in their hearts, a message came from the guide side. Proctors, there have been casualties in the replica secret realms of number 15, number 17, number 21, and number 22. Listening to the message coming from the guide broadcast side, the principals and teachers hurriedly snapped back from their shock and looked up at the other window, and sure enough, they saw that there were students who had died directly under the trampling of those two elite minotaur monsters. Ah! Miserable screams came from the live streaming window, and another 3 girls' beast pets were seen being decimated by those 2 elite minotaur monsters, which then prepared to kill towards those 3 girls. Looking at the terrifying minotaur with gnarled muscles and a brutal aura permeating their bodies, those 3 girls were actually so frightened that their heart defenses broke open, and they directly sat on the ground, even becoming incontinent. Pass. Chu Shanha's expression was stoic as he began to use the authority of the main invigilator, teleporting out these candidates who had lost their will to fight and were paralyzed with fear. There were several of them, all of them had completely died, their bodies had been horribly chopped into pieces of meat. But it's all right. There was a medical team on standby to save the day in advance. A medical team composed entirely of Imperial Beast Masters hurried to the middle of the arena, summoning their own healing beast pets to treat the injured candidates while resurrecting those who had already died. Look at. Like this situation, the priest profession could actually do it, but there was a drawback. That was that the revival skill of the priest profession could only be used 3 times a day before reaching level 50 for the second awakening. However, these beast pets that were born with healing aptitude could use their resurrection skill up to 20 times a day. Compared to this, the priest profession was nothing in front of the beast master. Of course. In this world, there is also a powerful priest profession, but people that are more than 100 levels, and even more have been 4 times awakened. Professionals who could go to that step of 4 times awakening, no matter if they were Imperial Beast Masters or other professions, they were all very powerful and were not simple characters. So scary, so scary, so scary. Mom, I don't want to take the exam, oh. Those candidates who were resurrected, although they had regained their lives as well as their physical health, their hearts were covered with a layer of shadows that were difficult to remove. After all, they had personally experienced death once and knew the pain of death as well as despair. In this regard, Shu Shanha, who was seated on top of the main stage, did not even bother to look at these candidates. He didn't have half a bit of disappointment within him, because he had already mentally prepared himself in advance, knowing that this East Sea city was a remote place, and you couldn't expect too much from a candidate from a small place. However, Lin Chen's appearance was what made Shu Shanha feel that this trip to East Sea City was not without any gains. Everyone, look, Lin Chen has already stepped into the 3rd level. Whereas Shen Lingxiang, Tian Chunlai, and Zhao Lidong, the 3 geniuses who had awakened their S-class royal beast talents, are still in the middle of a bitter battle at the 2nd level. Zhang Jianguo at this time was speaking in a rather braggadocios tone. He had already determined it. Lin Chen was the dark horse of his first middle school. He was incomparably glad that he had given Lin Chen the opportunity to participate in the Imperial Beast examination in the first place. Humph. Don't get too happy too early, the difficulty of the last level can be more than 10 times higher than the 2nd level. The practice of popping champagne halfway through the course can be embarrassing once it flips over. Principal Wei Hai of the 2nd middle school still couldn't help but be gloomy. This was because he was truly unwilling from the bottom of his heart to see Lin Chen get through. If this was given to Lin Chen to pass, it would most likely have an effect on him, the principal of the 2nd middle school. He hadn't forgotten the grudge between Lin Chen and his cousin, Fang Hai. Once Lin Chen was allowed to gain power, Fang Dahai was definitely going to be settling scores, and at that time, it was estimated that even he would have to suffer. Alright, all be quiet. What Lin Chen's final result will be, and it will depend on his own creation and strength. Shu Shanha spoke. Zhang Jianguo and Wei Hai immediately quieted down. Within the Minotaur dungeon copy. The 3rd level, the final level. Previous copies of the Imperial Beast examination were usually set at 4 levels. This term was an unexpected 3 levels, but in terms of difficulty, it was higher than any previous term. At this moment, Lin Chen brought his beast pet, Little Yu, and managed to pass through the light door to this final layer. Compared to the stone halls on the 1st and 2nd floors, the environment on this 3rd floor was quite unexpected for Lin Chen. This was an underground mechanical ruin hall. Drop, drop, drop. Mechanical electronic sounds resounded in an orderly manner, and a strand of mechanical energy ran around. You could hardly imagine that such a mechanical hall existed in an underground city. Stepping into the middle of this mechanical hall, what came into your eyes was a very vast hall. The entire hall was filled with a mechanical-flavored sense of future technology. Lin Chen's gaze went directly to the very center of this mechanical ruins hall. There was the shadow of a very tall beast sitting on top of a mechanical throne. Perhaps it was because Lin Chen had made footsteps when he stepped into this place, thus waking up the giant beast figure in the throne, and this giant beast figure slowly opened its eyes. A pair of cold and emotionless mechanical bull pupils directly locked onto Lin Chen's single, slender figure. Strange lifeforms have been detected invading the mechanical hall. Killing function has been turned on. Defense function has been turned on. Hunting function has been turned on. A merciless mechanical voice rang out from within this giant beast figure. Only then did Lin Chen see clearly the true face of this giant beast figure. It was a mechanical bullhead king. Monster, Mechanical Minotaur King. Level 15. Qualification, Chief. Talent? Skills? Description: once the strongest of the Minotaur clan, he was captured and experimented with magical technology, and eventually turned into a cold killing machine. Remarks, as a copy leader, immune to all abnormal status resistances. Chapter 30 Dueling Mechanical Minotaur King. Can't see this Mechanical Minotaur King's talent and skill panel. This was a normal phenomenon. Some replicas that were specifically used for assessment, the bosses or elite monsters inside would sometimes purposely hide their talents and skills, so as to increase the difficulty of the assessment. In this regard, Lin Chen felt indifferent. He now possessed what should be the strongest Imperial Beast pet in this Imperial Beast world, the Candle Dragon. It was just a level 15 hell difficulty mechanical minotaur, so it could be handled with complete ease. Next, it's time to start moving for real. Lin Chen took out 2 bottles of the attribute increasing potion he had purchased before the exam from his storage ring and directly drank them. Strike Potion C causes one's strike rate to increase to 100% for the next 20 seconds, can only be taken once within 60 minutes. Offense Potion C causes one's physical and magical attack power to increase by 30% for the next 20 seconds, can only be taken once within 60 minutes. Mechanical Minotaur King right. In the next battle, I will only allow you to survive for 20 seconds. With those words, the 2 bottles of game potions exerted their potency at this moment, causing Lin Chen's body to be bathed in a faint blood-colored glow. In his own information panel, the strike rate became 100%, and his physical and magical attack power were both increased by 30%. These 2 potions weren't expensive. Although the boosted attributes were high, the 20-second duration was too short, and the fact that it couldn't be repeated within 60 minutes made the sales of these 2 bottles of game potions not too good, so much so that Lin Chen was even able to purchase them at a 70% discount. And while the potion continued to kick in, that towering and incomparable mechanical beast figure was already ripping off one of the mechanical energy conduits attached to its body, and its huge body stepped straight down from that mechanical throne. Boom! 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 This mechanical Minotaur King that almost half of its body was made of mechanical casting, every step it took made this piece of space emit a strong sense of tremor, not daring to think that if it were to explode in full battle power later on, would this underground mechanical hall be shaken to the point of collapsing by its fury. The scarlet incomparable field of vision had completely locked onto the single slender teenage figure in front of it. Roar! The mechanical Minotaur King didn't half drag its feet, and after roaring in anger, it was holding a huge mech energy battle axe and violently threw it towards the teenage figure that didn't have the slightest fear of it. Remote Throw B. This boss came up and executed a precise throwing attack. As expected of a mechanical Minotaur King, its throwing skill was several levels higher than the throwing skill Lin Chen had. Learned himself. Lin Chen's ink-like pupils reflected the shadow of the giant axe that flew towards him, and instead of retreating, he took a step forward while calling out in a low voice, "Little Yui." Boing! The little candle dragon, who had a heart-to-heart with Lin Chen, directly inflicted a skill on its master at this instant. Front stream. The time that acted on Lin Chen's body sped by, causing Lin Chen's entire figure to disappear directly into place under this single step, as if it was an instantaneous shift. Q. Lost target. The mechanical Minotaur King's remaining spiritual intelligence caused it to sink inwardly. It never expected that this human, who it regarded as an ant, could be so fast. So fast that even its magical technological pupils could not capture it. Q. Thermal sensing is on. The mechanical Minotaur King didn't hesitate to activate the thermal sense that came with its own mechanical body, but it was shocked to find that in the thermal sense, the human teenager's thermal image actually pulled out a trail of shadows, and had already instantly shifted to its own back. So fast. Cannot. We need to activate the shield. Not right. It's too late. It takes a full 2 seconds to activate the A-rank life-saving skill, Armored Light Shield. Then we can only turn around and defend against this backstabbing strike. The mechanical Minotaur King's combat chip had obviously recorded the memories of some strong people with rich combat experience, and even though it had been transformed into a half-beast, half-mechanical monster, it wasn't stiff at all in combat. It turned around violently in this half-second, not choosing defense, but raising its 2 mechanical bull hooves and slamming down on this human figure. It was going to exchange its injuries for its life. With this one move, it was clearly allowing this human teenager to stab it with that dagger while it ignored it and smashed that human teenager with its own bull hoof fists. Let's see if you human mole dares to play with me like this. This bull is injured, but you are losing your life. Boom! A terrifying bull's hoof-smashing fist smashed the floor in front of him directly and completely shattered, and the ground was presented with a huge crater. Q. No attack feedback. In the line of sight, the mechanical Minotaur King could no longer see the figure of that human teenager, and it was clear that the other party indeed did not dare to exchange wounds for lives with it. Then where did he go? At his own feet. The mechanical Minotaur King's heat sense searched for Lin Chen's figure. Just as it wanted to bend down to grab the human rat that was scurrying around under its feet, a hint suddenly came from its mind. Tip, the ankle area of both legs has been attacked, and the line connecting to the control motherboard has been broken. Immediately after, an uncontrollable sense of imbalance surfaced in its cyborg brain, and the entire huge muscular body was already unsteady, and just collapsed to the ground with a bang. Damn! The remaining spiritual intelligence of the mechanical bullhead king made it incomparably furious. The noble bull race king had been completely teased by a human teenager. Mechanical energy shield, skill activated. Initialization, skill activated. As the leader, the strongest of the entire replica, it was naturally endowed with powerful skills that were different from those of the lesser monsters, so that it wouldn't be easily defeated. As long as the mechanical energy light shield was successfully activated, the mechanical Minotaur King would be protected by the light shield and enter an invincible state for 10 seconds. Immediately after that, the initialization skill produced its effect, returning its state to the peak state it was in at the beginning. It had heard that humans' mutterings. It still wanted to finish itself off in 20 seconds. It really didn't know the heights of heaven. Just as this mechanical Minotaur King wanted to let out a laugh, its smile suddenly froze. Well, it is the true meaning of solidification. Its entire body suddenly turned black and white, all movements, as well as the skills being released, all fell into a static state. As I said before, the activation readout time for the mechanical energy light shield protection skill needed 2 seconds. As soon as the skill reading mark appeared on the mechanical Minotaur's head, Lin Chen had Xiaoyu cast the stasis skill at that instant. The mechanical Minotaur King was successfully stilled, its staring bull pupils frozen in a truly ridiculous manner. The mechanical energy shield plus initialization skill readings both stopped on half. Chapter 31, Against All Odds Achievement. Dare to compete for the top spot. At this point in time, someone might want to pick on Lin Chen. Since they were all going to let Little Candle Dragon use the skill, stasis, why didn't they use it on the mechanical Minotaur King from the start? Wouldn't that save more time? Those who could pick this kind of fault could only be said to have too little combat experience. Please look at the current status of the mechanical Minotaur King. Skill reading in progress. Doesn't this mean that even though the mechanical Minotaur King is in a stationary state, it's all in the process of skill release? Then, attacking it at this time, the damage would be greatly boosted because the damage that Lin Chen was causing by attacking the mechanical Minotaur King right now was at move-breaking damage. In this Imperial Beast world where the game was fused with reality and was ravaged by ferocious and evil beasts, there were multiple damage types. Bludgeon damage, real damage, abnormal damage, breaking stroke damage, fatal damage. And so on. Breaking stroke damage is at least twice as much as the damage caused by an attack in its normal state. This was also the reason why he had to successfully guide the mechanical Minotaur to release its life-saving skill before letting Little Candle Dragon use its static skill. Lin Chen's combat experience and combat instincts could not be said to be the best in the world, but it was hard to find anyone his own age who could outperform him. Little Candle Dragon had only just been born, and his 3 companion skills were all functional skills. The little guy was able to provide his master Lin Chen with a good output environment with these 3 skills. But to deal damage, it was ultimately up to Lin Chen himself. When the little guy grows step by step in the future, he will slowly awaken new powerful offensive skills, but for now, the damage aspect is still something that can only be figured out by Lin Chen himself. So, Lin Chen was trying to think of ways to deal the maximum damage that was enough to decapitate the mechanical Minotaur King. Little Yui, give me 10 seconds of backtracking time. Lin Chen gave the order to Little Candle Dragon inwardly. Boing! The little guy grunted happily and instantly cast the backtracking skill, backtracking the time that it acted on Lin Chen 10 seconds ago. Why did it do this? Because of the Yi preflow, the duration of the effects of the medicine Lin Chen had taken had followed suit and accelerated the flow of time, causing the 20 seconds of medicine to have already passed. Now that the time had been retraced, the drug effect status of Strike Potion plus Offense Potion had once again appeared on Lin Chen's body. Of course, his position had also returned to where he was standing before. But it was fine. The true power of the Candle Dragon was its absolute control over time. It was the true Lord of Time. The mechanical Minotaur King's stillness wasn't affected at all. Lin Chen, who was now in full form, ran to pick up the Mechanical Minotaur King's mechanical energy battle axe. So heavy. This huge and sharp mechanical energy battle axe, when Lin Chen picked it up, he had to use his entire body's strength before he could even lift it up. Then, slashed madly at the Mechanical Minotaur King's head, energy heart, and neck. Put. 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 The number of damage characters didn't appear. That was because the Mechanical Minotaur King was in a time-stationary state. Only after several dozens of chops, almost exhausting his own stamina, did Lin Chen throw the sharp mechanical energy battle axe to the side. There was no need for Lin Chen to even remind him. Buzz. A mysterious time fluctuation spread. The Mechanical Minotaur King's stasis was directly lifted. The readout of the energy shield skill was also about to complete. But, wow! The blood in the sky was like a fountain, directly gushing out in this instant, pouring into this mechanical hall. 200000 strike plus breaking stroke plus fatal. A whole 200,000 damage all erupted at this moment, irrigating the body of the Mechanical Minotaur King. Roar! The Mechanical Minotaur King's blood volume emptied, and he could only let out a final miserable low roar in incomparable despair, and his huge body was directly paralyzed, completely losing its vitality. Ding! Candidate Lin Chen has successfully killed the dungeon leader, Mechanical Minotaur King. Congratulations to candidate Lin Chen, you've cleared the Minotaur dungeon copy. Current difficulty, Hell level. Passing time, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Passing time, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Your results have been successfully entered into the National Imperial Beast Examination Database. The settlement of the copy rewards will begin in 1 minute, please wait patiently for the candidates to receive them. Outside the replica, inside the arena. All of the invigilators on the main stage, as well as the candidates who had come out of their copies defeated, looked at the images in mid-air with expressions of extreme shock and dumbfoundedness. They had very clearly witnessed the entire process of Lin Chen decapitating the Mechanical Minotaur King. The incomparably powerful Mechanical Minotaur threw a battle axe at Lin Chen. Lin Chen easily dodged it, and also circled his back to the Mechanical Minotaur King's back at an extremely terrifying speed. The Mechanical Minotaur King reacted and tried to exchange his injuries for his life, but he was teased by Lin Chen, and both of his hoofs and ankles were easily cut off from the control lines. Then the Mechanical Minotaur King tried to cast a life-saving skill, but it was again stilled in time by that little red snake beast pet of Lin Chen's. In the end, Lin Chen took his mech energy battle axe and slashed the Mechanical Minotaur King, the still time ended, and all the damage exploded out in an instant with a value of 20W, directly killing the Mechanical Minotaur King in seconds. Well, looking at it is so simple, since the beginning of the battle calculation, the whole 20 seconds or so. Silence. Deadly silence, the entire arena could not be heard. Not to mention the teachers and candidates, even the knowledgeable, weathered and calm 100-level Royal Beast Master Chu Shanhao was in shock at this moment. It was a good thing that this weird silence lasted less than 2 seconds. Wow! Those defeated candidates who had watched the battle all of a sudden let out a clamor filled with shocking emotions, causing the entire arena to boil directly like boiling water. I'm not dreaming, am I? I saw Lin Chen, who had awakened his F-rank talent, resolve the leader of the Imperial Beast's gauntlet copy in 20 seconds. Oh my god. Is this really Lin Chen? I'll be damned, he's more than 100 times more fierce than Shen Lingfeng. This result had undoubtedly completely refreshed the concepts of these candidates. They had to know that they hadn't even seen the leader's face before they were defeated by those two twin Minotaur monsters at the second level. Not to mention how strong that Mechanical Minotaur King was. If they were to let these defeated candidates face this final boss, I'm afraid that they would have to die in a single glance. This was all the more reason to set off Lin Chen's power. On the main stage, Principal Zhang Jiangwo's eyes were staring at the teenage figure in the screen that had already finished the battle. His face was already completely red and full of excitement and exuberance. He really didn't expect that this teenager, who had never been pinned with any hopes and had been belittled by everyone, would be able to achieve such a heaven-defying result in the Imperial Beast examination. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. This achievement, he, Zhang Jiangwo, dared to swear on his own life, not to mention the provincial top 100, even if it was the provincial top 10, he could easily be amongst them. Even. All dared to compete for the position of the Imperial Beast College Entrance Exam Champion in Tianyun Province. Chapter 32, A Bountiful Reward. The dark horse was actually a teenager. While the many invigilators and examinees in the outside world were still shocked, inside the replica, a pillar of light was already falling from the sky. Clang! A treasure chest blooming with golden light landed in front of Lin Chen. The reward for clearing the level has been successfully issued. Please open the box and pick it up yourself. Little you had already returned to the self-contained space within the Imperial Beast crest to rest. Lin Chen looked at the golden treasure chest in front of him, his face unable to hide his joy. Regardless of whether it was the Imperial Beast School or any other vocational school, the students would be taught about the knowledge of the secret realm copies. The treasure chest in front of him that blossomed with golden light was, without a doubt, something that would only appear when one achieved the highest clearance score for that copy. When Lin Chen walked over and opened the treasure chest, a whole bunch of things burst out, and at the same time, hints appeared before his eyes. The duplicate treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining the following rewards. Reward, 20,000 points of experience. Reward, Mechanical Battle Armor Xian. Reward, Mechanical Boots Xian. Reward, Title, Minotaur Killer. Reward, Mechanical Minotaur King's Mechanical Energy Heart S. In light of your current achievement breaking the all-time record and becoming the first person to record this copy, an additional reward is issued. Reward 6, a rank Imperial Beastmaster exclusive skill book Deadly Strike. Reward 7, Beast Pet Advancement Stone Rare. You have learned the Fatal Strike skill. Fatal Strike A, after casting, the next attack you and your beast pet make will ignore 40% of the target's armor, mana resistance, and damage reduction, and that attack is bound to strike hard. I didn't realize that my score of 2 minutes and 42 seconds had become the first person in that copy. The probability of the position of the Imperial Beast College entrance exam scholar in Tianyun province is considered to have been taken. But one can't be too happy too early. Now that the Imperial Beast College entrance examination hasn't ended and the results of all the candidates haven't come out, we can't jump to conclusions without authorization. It's better to first take stock of this generous reward. When Lin Chen saw that his results had become the best record for that copy, he was only happy for a moment inwardly before returning to calm. One couldn't open champagne halfway. With the clouds of demonic Imperial Beastmasters in the Tianyun province, it was inevitable that there would not be any existences that were more powerful than himself, and popping champagne halfway through would only turn him into a clown. However, the reward in front of him was enough to make Lin Chen joyful. 20,000 experience points irrigated Lin Chen's body, instantly raising him, who was originally only level 10, to level 15. The 4-dimensional attributes had even grown tremendously. Strength, 200 Wisdom, 200 Agility, 200 Physique, 200. Without any equipment, buffs, or passive enhancements. Lin Chen distributed the free attribute points evenly. It was only the Imperial Beast Master who could do so. Switching to other professions? For example, in legal output professions such as mages, mechanics, and blasters, the wisdom attribute was pulled full. For physical output professions such as swordsmen, berserkers, and archers, the strength attribute is to be pulled full. Of course, there are some special professions, such as the assassin. This type of profession has a passive. The higher the agility, the higher the damage of the storm, correlating with each other, so it is necessary to pull full agility. The reason why the Beastmaster should be evenly distributed is to prepare for the future contract more diverse beast pet. The Beastmaster and the beast pet are in a complementary relationship. If the Beastmaster's strength attribute is increased, the beast pet's physical attack power will receive an additional bonus. Similarly, if the wisdom attribute is increased, the beast pet's legal abilities receive an additional bonus. Physique is raised, and the beast pet's armor, legal resistance, blood, and damage reduction gain additional bonuses. Agility increase, beast pet's speed get extra bonus. When you contract assassination beast pet, your agility attribute will also give the beast pet extra bludgeoning damage bonus. So, if a Beastmaster wants to contract other more types of beasts in the future, it is important to evenly distribute the attribute points at the lower levels. To ensure that when you contract other kinds of beast pets in the future, the beast pets will be able to eat the extra bonuses you provide. A beast pet with a top bloodline rank could provide great assistance to a royal beast master. A powerful beast master can also provide great battle bonuses to his beast pet. The two are mutually exclusive. Then look at the equipment rewards. Equipment, armor. Quality, Xian grade. Wear requirements, level 15 or above. Equipment attributes. Strength, physique, legal resistance, armor plus 100. When attacked, 1% of maximum life value is restored every second. When one's blood level is reduced to 20%, a shield based on 20% of one's maximum life value will be formed. which will be used to resist the next incoming damage, lasting for 10 seconds. Equipment, armored boots. Quality, Xian grade. Wearing requirements, level 15 or above. Equipment attributes. Agility plus 100 points, movement speed plus 20%. For 1 second after entering the movement state, one enters the invincible state. Seeing the word armament, one could tell that this was a limited Xian grade equipment that only this copy would produce. Its attributes were much better than those of the same grade equipment sold in the outside market. You have equipped the armor of armor. You have equipped mech energy battle boots. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen directly put them on. Looking at the titles and material rewards again. Minotaur Killer title, 10% increase in damage dealt to Minotaurs. Mechanical Minotaur King's Mechanical Energy Heart S, a powerful heart that gives the Mechanical Minotaur King battle energy, contains extremely majestic magical energy, and has an extremely high value. The former a specific monstrous injury title. The latter a magical energy material that Lin Chen could not use at all. Although the Mechanical Minotaur King's Mechanical Energy Heart was an S-rank material, this was generally used for industrial or magical technology research. It was not half as useful to Lin Chen at the current stage, so it could be sold. At least it was an S-rank material, and it should be able to fetch a decent price. Finally, Beast Pet Advancement Stone Rare. When used on a beast pet, it can raise the beast pet by 1 level up to a maximum of Juvenile 5. Lin Chen happened to be lacking this thing the most. Not bad, the rewards have been counted, you can go out now. Since the level had been cleared and the rewards had been taken, there was no need to continue lingering here. Lin Chen directly utilized the city return function, and 3 seconds later, the spirit of the secret realm directly teleported him out of the copy successfully. Good. 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 I never thought that it would be possible for my first middle school to one day produce an Imperial Beast High School Provincial Scholar. At this moment, the outside world, Principal Zhang Jianguo was already so excited that his face was red and he was even dancing with his hands. Municipal Scholar, the first middle school of Donghai City had produced one. But the Provincial Scholar, all the middle schools in Donghai City had never produced one. Well, not to mention the provincial top scorer, the top 10 provincial scorers, have never been there. Donghai City's previous best Imperial Beast College entrance examination results is the top 90 provincial level. I thought that this year Shen Lingfang should be able to enter the top 50, breaking the record. But I never thought that the dark horse that broke the record was the teenager who had never been given high hopes from start to finish. Chapter 33, No Pride and Complacency. The principals and teachers of the major middle schools in Donghai City on the side were filled with envy and emotion as they looked at Zhang Jianguo's excited appearance. Damn it! Didn't you guys say that this Lin Chen fell off the pedestal and became a waste? The feelings are lying to us, aren't they? Old Zhang, you're unkind to hide such a crushing hand of cards. I thought Shen Lingfang was the killer of your first middle school, only to finally realize that this Lin Chen is the one. A chorus of flirtations filled with the flavor of envy emanated from the mouths of the major principals and teachers. Principal Zhang Jianguo sniffed, but he kept waving his hands and giggled there. The other principals and teachers were actually happy about Lin Chen's heaven-defying demonic achievement. This was because if Donghai City had produced a provincial scholar, then they, the principals and teachers, would also be honored. And if they had to say who was the most unhappy, that was naturally Wei Hai, the principal of the second middle school. It has already been said that he and Fang Dahai are relatives, while Fang Dahai and Lin Chen are enemies. In the plan Wei Hai had discussed with Fang Dahai, when the Imperial Beast examination was over, he was going to find a way to make this person, Lin Chen, evaporate into the human world. The death of a waste of F-grade Imperial Beast talent was like a drop of water falling into the sea, not able to cause a ripple. After all, news of Imperial Beast masters who went exploring in the wilderness dying often came out in East Sea City. At that time, Lin Chen's beautiful and gentle sister, wouldn't that still be reduced to their plaything? It's just that. It's not possible nowadays. 1,000 times, I hadn't counted on a waste of F-grade Imperial Beast talent to shine in the Imperial Beast College entrance examination, and not only did he take a counterintuitive score, but he might even leap to become the Provincial College entrance examination scholar of Tianyun Province. Now, this guy Lin Chen was considered to be a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, becoming a dragon all of a sudden. Damn it! Can't afford to be offended anymore, looks like we can only make Fang Dahai kneel down and apologize to Lin Chen. Wei Hai inwardly cursed angrily. There was no way. Lin Chen's achievements nowadays had destined him to be valued by the whole of Tianjin province, and at the same time, he was also going to be picked up by the topmost Imperial Beast Academy in the Dragon Kingdom, so it could be said that he had an unlimited future ahead of him. If he continued to offend the other party, there would only be one way to die. The only way, then, was to kneel down and apologize. I really didn't expect that this little fellow would have delivered such an unexpected and satisfying result to me. Chu Shanha wrapped his arms around his chest, gazing at the teenage figure on the screen, and couldn't help but murmur. His emotions on the surface were very stable, not as shocked and fluctuating as the other principals and teachers. Those principals and teachers had to secretly sigh in admiration when they saw him, worthy of being the knowledgeable Mr. Chu. Perhaps Mr. Chu had already seen many demons like Lin Chen, that's why he could be so calm. But in reality, the waves that Chu Shanha had set off within his heart were not at all smaller than these principals and teachers. Due to the fact that Lin Chen had saved his life to Chu Shanha, and even the Chu family, Chu Shanha's intention was to receive Lin Chen to the Chu family side of the capital for proper cultivation after the college entrance exam. Even if it's an F-level beast talent, under the irrigation of endless resources, it's possible to rise to level 50 and complete the second professional awakening. If the second awakening was still an F-rank talent, then Lin Chen would be a rich man with no worries about food, clothing, and housing for the rest of his life. If he performs well, then Lin Chen will be able to find a job in the Chu family. Just never expected. This child Lin Chen had managed to put up such a luxurious piece of top-notch performance in the college entrance exams. With Chu Shanha's many years of experience in supervising exams, the position of the top scholar in Tianyun province, it is very likely that it will be Lin Chen's. Even Chu Shanha as well as the various principals and teachers were so shocked, not to mention the many defeated candidates under the stage. They were already completely seething. In the next second, they suddenly quieted down. Because they saw from the screen that Lin Chen had used the back to city function. This supreme talent who had rebelled against the odds with his F-rank Imperial Beast talent was coming out of his copy. As if responding to the anticipation of everyone on the scene, the arena's teleportation magic array surfaced, and a single slender figure finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A handsome, angular features were currently filled with calm and collected colors, and despite playing such an amazing battle, the crowd was unable to find half a trace of complacency from him. Obviously, his figure was so thin, but now in the eyes of the crowd, he was incomparably tall and wise. Wow! At this moment, applause that was like a shocking wave suddenly rang out, not to mention the defeated candidates who were watching the battle. Even the principals and teachers on the main stage couldn't help but applaud, as if they were welcoming the return of this talented young man with applause. Lin Chen. Brother Chen. 2 minutes and 42 seconds. You're so fierce. Strong. Really too strong. What's that beast pet of yours? It's so strong. It can actually make the boss stand still. The sounds of praise, marveling, and curiosity were endless. Chu Shanha also smiled as he looked at this crowd-pleasing teenage figure. And to his satisfaction, even in the face of this endless praise and honor, the expression on this teenager's face was always light and calm. You couldn't even see the slightest smirk of self-satisfaction from his face. Hiss. Is he really just an 18-year-old teenager? Chu Shanha couldn't even help but ask a rhetorical question inwardly at this moment. He had never seen an 18-year-old child who could still maintain this composure and calmness after praise and honor had been bestowed upon him. Lin Chen looked at these candidates who had called themselves trash in the past, but were now licking their faces and coming towards him with compliments. How could he possibly feel half a bit of joy? There was only endless indifference within. And at this time, Principal Zhang Jianguo, who was the invigilator, was already excitedly jogging all the way over, his face very enthusiastic as he shook Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen. Very good. You are very good. I can't find any words to praise you anymore. Come, you and I, teacher and student, must take a photo together, and when the time comes, frame it and hang it in my office as a souvenir. Facing this principal who had been kind to him, Lin Chen was also finally showing a hint of a smile, and was very cooperative in taking a photo with this principal. During the observation ceremony, if it wasn't for this principal opening a back door for him and directly giving him a pass, otherwise Lin Chen wouldn't even have been able to enter the examination room. This really wasn't an exaggeration. Because you wanted a permit to take the exam, you had to show your beast species. But Lin Chen's beast seed was only a live egg that hadn't hatched yet. How did that make him show it? So Lin Chen's attitude towards Principal Zhang Jianguo was naturally good. After the group photo, Principal Zhang Jianguo could be described as smiling. He also seemed to understand that Lin Chen wasn't a person who liked to be lively, so he said, "Since you're done with your exams, go home, relax and rest for a few days, go play wherever you want, your grades are nothing else, the top 10 at the provincial level is guaranteed. About 5 to 7 days like this will come out with the final results, at that time I will call you first. Old Lu. Hurry over, you personally drive and send my precious student home." Chapter 34, Toward the Star Speech. Lin Chen returned from the examination center to his home under the transportation of this principal's exclusive driver. As he left the arena, the eyes of those disillusioned candidates on the field no longer had any semblance of contempt or disdain in them when they looked at Lin Chen, and in their place, there was only awe and admiration. For these students who had failed the Imperial Beast examination, there were basically only 3 options left. 1. Repeat next year, there is a last chance. 2. Directly give up to become an Imperial Beast Master, switch to other professions such as swordsman, warrior, etc., so that they can go to apply for other vocational colleges and universities. 3. Switch to become a secondary occupation, such as a pharmacist or alchemist. Most should choose the first route. At this moment, after Lin Chen got off the bus from the neighborhood, he didn't directly return home, but instead came to a cafe called Tongji. The reason he came here was because his sister, Lin Yushi, was working here as a temporary laborer. Ever since his parents disappeared, Lin Chen and his sister had lived a frugal life together. After Lin Chen went to high school, Lin Yushi knew that her brother had to explore the wilderness every afternoon after school to earn the living expenses the family needed, so she was very understanding and took over all the chores of the family. Especially after reaching her senior year of high school, the chores at home were not allowed to be touched by Lin Chen at all, and Lin Yushi carried all the affairs of the family with her delicate body. Just to be able to let her brother Lin Chen convene wholeheartedly into the preparation for the big battle. Nowadays, because of the tuition fees, Lin Yushi temporarily took a break from school and went home, taking advantage of her free time to work odd jobs at the Tongji restaurant to subsidize her family. Seeing that Lin Chen and Lin Yushi were poor siblings, the boss's wife of the Tongji cafe took good care of them on weekdays and agreed that Lin Yushi should work here as a small waitress. "Brother, why are you here? Have you finished your exams?" Lin Yushi, who was wearing a maid's outfit and had a cute and delicate temperament all over her body, had just served coffee to the guests when she saw Lin Chen's figure, and a soft smile immediately surfaced on that pretty face. Well, the maid outfit was purely a fetish of the owner's wife of this coffee shop, saying that all girls who wanted to come here to work part-time had to wear a uniform maid outfit. Lin Yushi was already pretty, and there was also a delicate temperament on her body that one couldn't help but want to love. Coupled with this maid outfit, it could be described as an eyeball collector, and the guests who came to the coffee shop, regardless of male or female, would additionally look at her a couple of times more. "Yo, Lin Chen, you finished your exams, how did you do? Do you have the confidence to take the top prize of the college entrance examination in Donghai City?" At this moment, a pleasant laughter came from over the counter. A young woman in a white dress full of charming flavor looked at Lin Chen with a smile. She was the proprietress of Tongji Cafe, named Xiang Xingyan, and was the dream goddess of many men in the neighborhood. Most people in the neighborhood called her Miss Xiang, while Lin Yushi called her sister Xingyan. The identity of the boss's wife was still a mystery. She had neither a spouse nor relatives, and suddenly moved here 2 years ago to open this cafe. Whether or not Xiang Xingyan was a royal beast master, Lin Chen didn't know, but what he did know was that this boss lady's strength was extraordinary. Previously, when Lin Chen had stumbled upon a group of thugs who coveted Xiang Xingyan's beauty, he had rushed to tip off this boss's wife. However, this young woman, who revealed a seductive flavor all over her body, heard that there were thugs who wanted to target her, but her pretty face did not have the slightest bit of panic, and only said that she thanked Lin Chen for tipping her off, stating that she would call the adjudication office for help. After Lin Chen left, he was still relieved, so he turned back again. As a result, guess what Lin Chen saw? Well, halfway back, those 8 strong men with a level of 20 had been cut off at the waist, becoming 8 corpses with miserable deaths. Dressed in a white dress, under the backdrop of the moonlight, Xiang Xingyan, who looked like a goddess of holiness and nobility, stood in front of the 8 corpses, her eyes indifferent, her expression not fluctuating at all. Vaguely, Lin Chen seemed to see an illusory foxtail behind this boss lady. Then, Lin Chen fainted. When he woke up the next day, Lin Chen found himself lying on top of a plain white bed filled with a nice scent. Dressed in a white dress, Xiang Xingyan stood beside the bed, her pretty face full of charming smiles as she softly said, "Lin Chen, you didn't see anything last night, right?" Lin Chen nodded silently. He knew that the other party was warning him not to say anything about what he saw last night. Ever since then, Lin Chen knew that this beautiful young woman with a mysterious identity was frighteningly strong. It was feared that there wasn't a single Imperial Beast Master in the entire East Sea City that could beat her. As for why such a powerful existence would come to this neighborhood, Lin Chen was still unable to find out. It was good that this powerful and beautiful young woman had no ill will towards their siblings. It was also unknown if it was Lin Chen's illusion. Lin Chen always felt that this boss lady seemed to like his sister very much, and always boasted about Xiaoxi's beautiful pair of purple pupils. The exam was sloppy, not to say that the future is unlimited, but there's no problem attending a good Imperial Beast University, and if you learn something in the future, it'll be easy to raise Xiaoxi for the rest of her life. Facing this powerful and mysterious boss lady flirting, Lin Chen calmly replied, "Yo, your kid is quite confident, obviously just a guy who has awakened an F-rank talent." Snorting to the young woman, a flash of disdain surfaced on her bright and moving pretty face. "Sister Xingyan, don't you dare talk about my brother like that. My brother is still very powerful even if he has awakened an F-rank talent." Lin Yushi beamed her little mouth, not half hesitating to defend her brother. Fine, don't say anything bad about your brother, but I think that in the future, Xiaoxi, you'll definitely be 100 times more powerful than your brother." Towards the young woman's attitude towards Lin Yushi, she could really only dote on her, but when she said this, her tone was quite profound. Lin Chen didn't care, rubbed his own sister's little brain and laughed. "In the future, if Xiaoxi is really more powerful than your brother, then it'll be your turn to protect your brother." Aha! Lin Yushi raised her little face, smiling brightly. Alright, you two siblings don't bother me here. Xiaoxi, you can get off work and celebrate your brother finishing his exams." To the young woman, she waved her jade hand pretending to have a disgusted face. "Thank you, Sister Xingyan," Lin Yushi said sweetly. Then she went to change her clothes and went home with Lin Chen. Looking at the departing silhouettes of the siblings, the good-looking young woman, who was lazily sprawled on the counter, muttered, Lin Chen, to have such a demonic sister with unparalleled qualifications by your side, it's really a blessing that you've repaired in 8 lifetimes." Back home, Lin Yushi hummed a happy little song and cooked for Lin Chen. On his way back, Lin Chen had spent money on quite a few delicious ingredients that he wouldn't even think of eating during normal times, so tonight was indeed a celebration. And while his sister was preparing the sumptuous dishes, Lin Chen summoned little Yui out and checked its current panel information. Chapter 35, he's already finished his exams and gone home. Beast Pet, Candle Dragon. Rank, Juvenile 4th Order. Name, Candle Spectre. Sex, Female. Bloodline rank, 1-star illusory beast species evolvable. Talent, Time Master SSS. Skills, Forward Stream S, Stasis S, Backtracking S. Skills, Forward Stream S, Stasis S, Backtracking S. What could be seen was the little guy's level, which had grown from Juvenile 1st rank to Juvenile 4th rank. This was because of the huge amount of experience gained from clearing the copy of the Imperial Beast examination, so the level had gotten a considerable boost. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen took out the Beast Pet Advancement Stone Rare that he had obtained from the copy's special reward. He used it directly on the little candle dragon that was tilting its little head. Buzz. Use successful. Your Beast Pet Candle Spectre level has been successfully raised to Juvenile 5th Order. Congratulations, your Beast Pet Candle Spectre has awakened brand new talents and skills. Boing! The little candle dragon cocked its head, surprised to find its body blooming with a faint fluorescent light at the moment. Immediately after, Lin Chen then saw that in the little guy's information panel, changes appeared on the talents and skills columns. There was an additional talent called Divine Rite of Heavenly Fire and a skill called Inferno Breath. Divine Rite of Heavenly Flame SSS, as the embodiment of the essence of all flames, you have the divine authority to control all flames in heaven and earth, and all the flames in the world will be subordinate to you. Inflammatory Breath S, gather terrifying flame energy in your mouth and spit it out, dealing great damage to all targets in a fan-shaped area and causing them to enter a state of burning, losing 10% of their maximum life value every second for 10 seconds. Nice guy! It's only Juvenile Stage 5, and it's once again awakened an SSS rank talent plus an S-ranked offensive skill. Worthy of being a candle dragon. Even though it's still a phantom beast at the juvenile stage, after it grows and evolves in the future and becomes an ancestral beast, one wouldn't dare to think of how destructive it would have to be. One must know that even if one were to switch to another illusory beast species, it would be impossible to have a second awakening of talents and skills at the 5th stage of the juvenile stage. Boing! The little guy grunted at this moment, and the dragon scales on its entire body became more and more blazing red, as if it had turned into fire scales. Suddenly it hiccuped and burped, but it was a wisp of fire that was found to have sprung out from its little mouth. Without a doubt, this little fellow had become even stronger at this moment. If Lin Chen were to brush the copy of the Imperial Beast examination now, there would be no need to look at it. Little you would definitely be able to breathe fire all the way, directly leveling up and refreshing better scores. Let's just wait for the results to be announced in the next few days without worry. If we can really be among the top 10 at the provincial level, then we can apply for the strongest few Imperial Beast Academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Chen smiled and muttered, "Brother, the food is ready, come out to eat ah." And at this moment, Lin Yushi's shout came. "Alright, come right away." Lin Chen's college entrance exam was over. But the other candidates' college entrance exams hadn't ended yet. After Lin Chen had left, a line of sight from the scene had coalesced above two windows. One was the live window where Shen Lingfang was, and the other was the live window where Zhao Lidong and Tian Chunlai were. Right now, these several celestial pride were all fighting hard against the final boss, the mechanical Minotaur King. Another 5 minutes had passed. These several heavens pride were finally defeating this mechanical Minotaur King after exhausting all their efforts. Shen Lingshang and Bai Luwei teamed up, and the clearance time was 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai, and Shen Xiaoyu teamed up, and the clearance time was 9 minutes and 2 seconds. Buzz. At this moment, both of these two Heavens Pride squads had finished receiving their copy rewards and came out from inside. "I'm sorry, miss, I dragged you down. If I hadn't made any mistakes, I should have been able to shorten the clearance time to 8 minutes. After coming out, Bai Luwei was guiltily apologizing to Shen Lingshang. "It's fine, 8 minutes and 32 seconds is enough to be among the top 100 at the provincial level." Although Shen Lingfang hadn't participated in the college entrance examination, according to the results of the previous Imperial Beasts college entrance examination as a reference, this clearance time was able to be among the top 100. Just in the expectation, right? Damn it. Tian Chunlai, this girlfriend of yours is a complete drag. Zhao Lidong held back his anger at this moment and said to Tian Chunlai. Their team was actually expected to get an 8-minute clearance, but because of a mistake made by Qin Xiaoyu, the clearance time was extended by a full minute. Now, it was a bit up in the air whether or not they would be able to step into the top 100 at the provincial level. This can't be helped, Xiaoyu didn't do it on purpose, she tried her best. Seeing his own girlfriend wailing and crying, Tian Chunlai naturally defended. He didn't want to break up with this luxurious girlfriend. Zhao Lidong didn't bother to continue pushing lie with Tian Chunlai, and turned his head to Shen Lingfang's side. His tone became gentle as he smiled. "It's a pity, Lingfang, it would have been nice if I could have teamed up with you. I would definitely have been able to play for less than 7 minutes. Shen Lingfang didn't respond. Her pair of moist, beautiful eyes glanced around towards the surroundings, seemingly not finding a target, and looked towards the live broadcast window again. After waiting for 2 minutes, but realizing that in the live broadcast window, there had been no broadcast to the figure she wanted to see, her moon brows were knitted. "Spirit Frost student, Bai Luwei student, you guys have performed very well. Without any accidents, the provincial top 100 will be able to enter." At this moment, Principal Zhang Jianguo once again walked off the stage and came in front of Shen Lingfang and Bai Luwei, smiling and encouraging. Shen Lingfang, however, did not answer, but suddenly asked, "Principal Zhang Jianguo, where is Lin Chen?" Principal Zhang Jianguo was stunned at his words, not expecting that this schoolgirl would care about Lin Chen. After all, he had been present during the previous observation ceremony when Bai Luwei had issued her declaration of drawing a line in the sand to Lin Chen. He had thought that Shen Lingfang should have completely broken with Lin Chen, but he hadn't thought that this schoolgirl still cared about Lin Chen. Also, Lin Chen was so outstanding and charming, if he was a young girl, he would have to be enamored as well. He's already finished his exams, I let him go home." Principal Zhang Jianguo laughed. "Finished the exam," Shen Lingshang muttered, not expecting Lin Chen to take the exam so quickly. She just wanted to open her mouth to ask Principal Zhang how Lin Chen did. Poof. But to the side, there was a sneering laugh from Tian Chunlai. "Ha ha. I told you, this Lin Chen is a waste after all. Such a difficult level and he still dares to brush it alone. I'm afraid that he won't be able to pass the first level, and he'll come out defeated early and go home," Tian Chunlai said with disdain. Zhao Lidong, who was on the side, had a "I'm sure it's like that" expression, and his eyes were filled with contempt for Lin Chen. "I've said that this Lin Chen is only arrogant in class, and that he'll be revealed at the Imperial Beast examination, so you see that it's true." At this time, Kai Chaofan's voice rang out again. He also came out. He teamed up with Qin Hai, and his clearance was 10 minutes and 50 seconds. The provincial top 100 was out of the question, but the top 300 should be fine. Shin Hai was already all smiles. Previously, he had lost 10 Imperial Beast silver coins to Lin Chen, and it was hard to die. Now that he heard that Lin Chen had finished his exams and gone home, he directly took off in happiness. Look! Look! Sure enough, he was a waste of time who had awakened an F-rank talent. He couldn't even pass a copy of the Imperial Beast exam. Chapter 36 Brother, you are the top student. Classmates, did you misunderstand somewhere? Who told you guys that Lin Chen got a bad grade on the exam? At this time, Principal Zhang Jianguo, who was standing on the side, heard these students' arguments, and while he had wanted to return to the main stage to continue invigilating the exams, he frowned and looked seriously at Tian Chunlai, Zhao Lidong, and the others. Ah! Isn't it? Seeing Principal Zhang Jianguo suddenly interjecting in with a serious expression, Tian Chunlai's originally smug expression stalled. Even Zhao Lidong curbed his smile. Kai Chaofan and Shin Hai even opened their mouths wide, clearly not expecting to be asked a rhetorical question by this principal. No way, could it be that Lin Chen didn't score poorly on the exam? How could it be? Lin Chen was a waste who had awakened an F-grade Imperial Beast talent, plus his family lineage was mediocre, and the beast pet he contracted was definitely not up to par. What's more crucial is, he chose to brush alone. You have to know that these people had teamed up before they had a very hard time passing, very barely getting a good score. If they had brushed solo, they probably wouldn't have been able to pass. Maybe only Shen Lingfang could pass, but the time it would take to pass would definitely be more than 8 minutes. And Lin Chen was even one step ahead of them and had already left the field, so if he said he got a good score. So does that mean that not only did Lin Chen single brush through, but the time to pass was even shorter than theirs, and his score was even better than theirs? Impossible. They couldn't accept such a fact. Because it was too ridiculous. When Shen Lingshang saw Principal Zhang Jianguo say this, her pair of beautiful autumn water-like eyes turned slightly, and she softly asked, Principal Zhang, then what was Lin Chen's score? At this moment, the four East Sea City Celestials, Tian Chunlai, Zhao Lidong, Kai Chaofan, and Shin Hai, had their gazes fixed dead center on Principal Zhang Jianguo. And Principal Zhang Jianguo smiled faintly and spat out an answer that caused them to completely despair. Lin Chen's score 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Ka-ching! The moment Principal Zhang Jianguo uttered those words, it was as if he had heard the sound of the three views as well as the self-confidence of all these candidates at the scene completely shattering. Shen Lingfang's pair of beautiful eyes completely widened in an instant. The originally careless Bai Luwei, her expression instantly froze and her pupils had shrunk violently. What? 2 minutes and 42 seconds. What kind of heaven-defying achievement is this? 5 days had passed since the end of the National Imperial Beast examination. During these 5 days, Lin Chen hadn't been idle for a moment, as usual, heading to the Adventure Guild to pick up quests, explore the wilderness, and get paid. It was just that compared to before, the quests Lin Chen had taken this time were some of the more highly paid and difficult monster-killing quests. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Chen also wanted to have a good grind with Little Yu, and in the process, raise his own level as well as Little Yu's. At this moment, sway a snowy mountain range. It was a wilderness map located 20 kilometers to the north of Donghai City, where snow drifted all year round. The Swaya Snowy Mountain Range was extremely extensive, and it was cold all year round, so if it wasn't for the ferocious ice and snow monsters that inhabited it, it was feared that it would be developed into a skiing attraction by the East Sea City. Obviously nowadays, Donghai City has already entered the hot summer, but 20 kilometers away from the Swaya Snowy Mountain Range, it is still cold and snowy. This was the special feature of the wilderness map. Roar! An incomparably brutal hiss resounded in the depths of the SWA Snowy Mountains, but a frost giant ape with a body 7 or 8 meters high opened its mouth, and terrifying frost magic energy brewed in its mouth. The next second. Boom! An ice and snow-spitting breath just spewed out from the mouth of the frost giant ape, pouncing straight towards Lin Chen's location. Little Yu! Lin Chen called out softly. Boing! The little candle dragon that was lying on Lin Chen's shoulder immediately responded happily, and immediately leapt up high, opening its little mouth. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Blazing and terrifying magical energy converged in Little Yu's mouth, and the next instant. Boom! The monstrous incandescent flames that looked like waves were directly sprayed out of Yui's mouth. Boom! Blazing inflammation collided with the frost, the spitting attack sent out by the level 20 frost giant ape, under this terrifying inflammatory spitting inflammation, it couldn't even be supported for half a second, and completely melted away in an instant. No! Surprisingly, the frost giant ape, which was a snow monster, was able to despair and emit human language at this moment, but it was of little use. The incandescent flames covered it all at once, and its huge body burned and melted directly like ice. You killed the frost giant ape. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Your level has increased to 17. Your beast pet Candle Spectre leveled up to juvenile 6th order. Not bad, almost 5 days, leveled up by 2, and Little Spectre has risen by 1 rank. Lin Chen muttered, and immediately picked up the items dropped by the frost giant ape. There wasn't much good stuff, it was just some ordinary materials and level 20 intermediate equipment. Little Yui, you're awesome. Lin Chen didn't forget to praise this cute little candle dragon and affectionately stroked the other party's little brain. Boing! The little guy grunted happily and proudly raised his little head, indicating that this dragon was certainly the best. The grinding is almost done, time to go back. Lin Chen muttered. The results of the Imperial Beast examination should be coming out soon. With his score of 2 minutes and 42 seconds, he would definitely enter the provincial top 10, and enrolling in one of the Dragon Country's top 10 prestigious schools shouldn't be a problem. That is, when Lin Chen returned to the neighborhood, he immediately found that his sister was already waiting for him at the entrance of the neighborhood. Beside her, she was followed by the flavorful Xiang young woman. At this moment, Lin Yushi's cute and innocent pretty face was filled with an excited, happy smile, and her pair of good-looking purple pupils were filled with excitement. When she saw Lin Chen return, she couldn't help the joy in her heart, and ran all the way, just like a swallow throwing itself into the forest, jumping into Lin Chen's arms. What's wrong? Did something good happen? So happy. Lin Chen smiled and touched his sister's head. Lin Yushi raised that lovely little face, excitedly hugged Lin Chen, and said with incomparable excitement, the results of the Imperial Beast College entrance examination came out. You're the number 1 in East Sea City. It's also the first place in Tianyun Province. Brother, you're the top student. Really? Looks like my hard work is paying off. Lin Chen smiled. He had expected that this result would be no problem to enter the top 10 in the province, but he hadn't expected to be able to win the first place laurel in one fell swoop. Well, it was a bit of a surprise. As for the excitement, there was nothing to be excited about. For today's Lin Chen, the Imperial Beast High School scholarship is just the beginning, not the end. On the side, the Xiang young woman who liked to wear a white dress had a rare surprised expression as she looked at the teenager in front of her. She was truly not expecting the other party to become the top scholar of Tianyun Province. A person who has awakened the F-grade Imperial Beast talent and won the first prize. This matter, if it is spread out, will definitely be a shock to the whole country. Oh. No, now that the results have been announced, in this next period of time, the network's major media and marketing numbers are probably going to frantically report about this teenager in front of them. Chapter 37 Fame and Reputation. Xiang Xingyan was extremely proud, ordinary people could not enter her eyes. She remembers Tianyun Province this year's Imperial Beasts examination questions, or that has Iron Face Shou Luo nicknamed Chu Shanha personally formulated. Compared to the previous sessions of the Imperial Beasts examination, the difficulty is higher. And Donghai City College entrance examination, or Chu Shanha personally supervised the examination. That is to say, Lin Chen, the top scholar of the Tianyun Province College entrance exam, is absolutely unadulterated and full of gold. You can't even suspect that he is cheating. Well, there was once a case of cheating on the Imperial Beast College entrance examination that had appeared, where an invigilator had helped a candidate open the back door and secretly weakened the difficulty of that candidate's copy of the college entrance examination, making it easy for him to get an extremely exaggerated speedy pass score. Right now, the main invigilator in East Sea City was Chu Shanha, and this suspicion could be said to be directly dispelled. In addition, what also impressed Xiang Xingyan was this teenager's calmness of heart. In the place of other people of his age after learning this news, he was afraid that he would be so happy that he would jump up and down in place. But instead of that, Lin Chen couldn't see any semblance of pride and complacency in his eyes. Was this really just an 18-year-old boy? The news that Lin Chen had become the top scholar at the provincial and municipal level had been completely spread the moment the results were announced. The Imperial Beast examination could be said to be the annual important national examination of the Dragon Kingdom, and the attention was not insignificant. When the people checking the list saw the name that ranked first on the list of Tianyun Province, they were in an uproar. My goodness, how come the first place winner in Tianyun province is a guy named Lin Chen? I don't remember any powerful families named Lin in Tianyun province, right? Ah. Jiang Chen, she actually only came in second place. Ai-chan came in third place. Where on earth did this Lin Chen come from? Surprisingly, he has ruthlessly crushed the two greatest prides of Heavenly Cloud Province. To be honest, I've never even heard of this name. Could it be a dark horse that emerged from the Cold Clan? Don't joke around, okay? In all the years, there hasn't been a single top student from a humble family in the Imperial Beast examination. Then who the hell is he? Go directly to East Sea City. Isn't there a test center for him here? Going to East Sea City and casually inquiring about it would probably be able to find out. In less than 20 minutes, the name Lin Chen had rushed to the top of the hot searches on every major online platform. Each and every media reporter hurriedly drove towards East Sea City. In fact, in first and second tier big cities, public facilities were extremely perfect, and if people wanted to travel between two cities, they didn't need to take a car, they could directly go to a space teleportation station, and using space magic teleportation arrays, they could easily travel back and forth in just a dozen seconds or so. Unfortunately, Donghai City is a small city in the 5th tier. The city's finances are not enough to support the construction of the spatial teleportation station as well as its operation and maintenance. Therefore, these media reporters who wanted to come to Donghai City to cover investigations could only come by car. Of course. Teachers from the enrollment offices of various universities who came here to enroll students also had to come by car or plane. However, Donghai City's local reporters were already like mad dogs, blocking the neighborhood where Lin Chen was. Unfortunately, after waiting for most of the day, they didn't wait for Lin Chen, who was the main character, to appear. Miss Xiang, I've caused you trouble. In a detached villa located in Qingqiu Mountain in Donghai City, Lin Chen said to Xiang Xingyan with a full of apologies. Xiang Xingyan, however, looked at Lin Chen with a smile on her face and said in a playful tone, "What? Can't you be like Xiao Shi and call me Sister Xingyan? Or is calling me sister condescending to you, the newly promoted scholar of Tianyun province?" Lin Chen smiled helplessly and bitterly. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he really couldn't be like his own sister and call this Xiang young woman his sister Xingyan. Strictly speaking, Lin Chen's age was about the same as Xiang Xingyan. Sister Xingyan, I didn't expect you to have such a luxurious villa. Ah. On the side, Lin Yushi stared at her purple pupils that were as beautiful as gemstones, flashing with curiosity as she surveyed the villa. Well, it was also really luxurious. Other than that, when entering, a magic array for defense automatically opened and scanned automatically. Lin Chen felt a terrifying energy fluctuation from this magic array, and initially estimated that even if a level 50 Imperial Beast Master dared to break into this villa, he was afraid that he would be blown up by this magic array. More intuitively, it verified that Xiang Xingyan, this mysterious young woman, was indeed not simple. Xiao Shi, you like this villa? Then I can directly give it to you. Xiang Xingyan, however, said with a smile. That tone of voice was as if it was like giving away a toy that was not worth mentioning. Lin Chen knew that when this Xiang Xingyan said give it away, it was definitely a true gift. No need, Sister Xingyan, this is too expensive. Lin Yushi hurriedly shook her small hand in refusal. It's also true that our Xiaoxi's brother has now become a provincial scholar that everyone admires, like this kind of villa. If you want it, just let him buy it for you directly in the future. Xiang Xingyan intimately leaned against Lin Yushi and sat down. He also swept Lin Yushi into his arms and stroked his head. Lin Chen watched, his expression even more helpless. He didn't know why, but Xiang Xingyan was really fond of his sister, and it could almost be said that he could be described as doting on her. If a stranger were to see this scene, they would be afraid to think that Xiang Xingyan and Lin Yushi were true sisters. When he was bored, Lin Chen turned on the holographic projection TV in the living room. Coincidentally, what was being broadcast on the East Sea TV happened to be a live interview. Only to see a reporter arrive at the entrance of the first middle school of East Sea City, and politely approached a sophomore Imperial Beast student, asking them to talk about their past deeds, and impressions of Lin Chen, the provincial top scholar. When it comes to senior Lin Chen's glorious deeds, it's really impossible to say enough. This sophomore schoolgirl had a pair of big eyes that were bright and glittering with admiration for Lin Chen, then she jabbered to the camera about a whole bunch of things about Lin Chen. For example, reigning for 3 years as the champion of the East Sea City Practical Exchange Tournament. Forever #1 in the grade for written tests and actual combat. #1 in face value and temperament. Encountering a crisis during field practical training, stepping forward and saving several students from fire. And so on. That reporter's face was full of excitement and thrill, and that magic pen that automatically records writing frantically wrote notes in his notebook. This student, you really know a lot about Lin-chan. Is it hard to believe that you're his fangirl? Towards the end, the reporter asked with a teasing smile. That's for sure. And it's not just me, I'm telling you, 6 girls in our dorm room are all fangirls of senior Lin-chan. Also, I'm afraid that a large portion of the entire first and second year of high school are also fangirls of senior Lin-chan. This sophomore schoolmate said proudly. Really? The reporter was full of disbelief. It can't be that they're just acting as a horse's ass because they saw Lin-chan take the top spot in the college entrance exam, right? How could it be? The sophomore sister instantly got angry and grunted with her small mouth. Even if senior Lin-chan awakened his F-rank talent, we've all always worshipped him, okay? It's only the gang of senior 3 who are jealous of senior Lin-chan who would call senior Lin-chan a waste. Before our senior year and sophomore year went to the wilderness to explore and train, senior Lin-chan was the captain of the squad that led the team at that time. Without him there, that squad of ours would have died out in the wilderness long ago. Reporter. Outside crowd. Chapter 38, Citywide Congratulatory Message. The gold content of the provincial top student. Regardless of whether it is the Imperial Beast High School, or other vocational high schools such as swordsmen, warriors, mages, and so on, field combat classes are definitely a must. On paper, the absolute knowledge of this matter has to be practiced. The flower that has been raised in the greenhouse is unable to withstand the frustration and destruction of the stormy winds, and only after experiencing real battles with monsters can a truly strong person be cultivated. So every high school must have 2 days a week by the teacher personally lead the students to the field to kill monsters experience. Of course. The wilderness maps that were traveled to were adapted to levels about the same as the students, so generally nothing dangerous would happen. However, in a summer field practical camp activity jointly organized by the city's high schools last year, there was an accident. A team of students who had just started their sophomore year of high school, in order to be able to obtain higher points in this summer camp assessment, disobeyed their teacher's orders and led an unauthorized team to a deeper area of that map. Coincidentally, this team of sophomores was very unlucky to meet the level 20 regional boss Iron Giant Ape, which was foraging for food. How could this team of sophomores deal with it? There were even several girls who lost their will to fight just by the roar of the Iron Ape and sat on the ground with paralyzed legs. Just in the nick of time, a teenage figure appeared and attracted the hatred of the Steel Giant Ape, drawing it away. Only then did this team of sophomore students escape from death. That's right, this teenage figure was none other than Lin-chan himself, who was idly wandering around at the time. In the back, Lin-chan had instructed this team of sophomores not to say anything about this place, lest they be nagged and blamed by their teacher. The reason why Lin-chan was wandering around this dangerous place by himself at that time was purely because at that time, he had just awakened his F-rank Royal Beast talent, and was disliked by his classmates, and no one had teamed up with him. The age for awakening the Imperial Beast talent was roughly 15-20 years old, some earlier, some later. However, the observation ceremony could only be participated in by adult students who had reached the age of 18, which was around the 3rd year of high school. At this moment, the principals and teachers of the major high schools in Donghai City couldn't help but be stunned when they saw what this sophomore female student revealed from her interview on TV. Good fellow. No wonder at that time, there was a sophomore team that disappeared until the evening's assembly time, and didn't show up in the camp in a lousy manner until 8 o'clock in the evening. The feeling was that they had encountered this kind of thing. At the same time, the principals and teachers of the major schools couldn't help but sweat coldly. They didn't dare to think about how serious the consequences would have been if Lin-chan hadn't saved this sophomore team at that time. Not only were a few of the team members the direct descendants of East Ocean City's rich and powerful nobles, but several of them were the only children of East Ocean City's Beastmaster Association's top brass. If this team was all killed by the Steel Giant Ape. Hiss. Just thinking about the serious consequences, the major principals and teachers couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle and suck in cold air. If Lin-chan hadn't saved the day, much ado about nothing, the individual principals and teachers, would have been chastised and their positions would definitely be untenable. No wonder that gang of sophomores and freshmen actually worship Lin-chan so much. Principal Zhang Jianguo sat in his office, watching the interview on the TV and muttering. At that time, after Lin-chan had awakened his F-class Royal Beast talent, 80% of the entire senior class was gloating. Only the sophomore and freshman grades were surprisingly supportive of Lin-chan as always. It turned out that it was because those few powerful students of the 2nd year of high school who had the nature of leaders worshipped Lin-chan. There was nothing wrong with that. At the time of death, the Lin Chen who suddenly appeared was really like a devil-subduing lord in the sky and a Taeyujin on earth for that sophomore team, rescuing them from despair, fear, and death, and it was hard not to love such a lifesaver. At this moment, a teacher hurriedly came to Principal Zhang Jiangwo's office, saying that a reporter from East Sea TV wanted to conduct an in-depth interview with him, the principal. Principal Zhang Jiangwo looked aghast and said, "It's finally my turn to act like a pussy." Facing this Donghai City official media reporter, Principal Zhang Jiangwo was dressed in formal attire, combing a big oily back hair. His expression was deep, his eyes looking into the void, a look of being caught up in memories of the past. Speaking of Lin Chen, this demon with extremely outstanding combat talent, I've actually been paying attention to him since my first year. Then told a story that lasted for 20 minutes. During that time, while praising Lin Chen, he also bragged about having a pair of burning eyes for spotting a 1,000-mile horse. What's more, in the process of telling the story, he straightly exclaimed that his relationship with Lin Chen was not uncle and nephew, but better than uncle and nephew. This dog Zhang Jianguo is simply shameless. All the major principals saw this scene of live broadcast interviews and cursed. But then again, if their school also produced a provincial top scholar like Lin Chen, I'm afraid their mouths would be even more excessive than Zhang Jiangwo's. At the end of this interview, Principal Zhang Jiangwo also solemnly stated that for the students who had an outstanding performance in the Imperial Beast examination, he was definitely going to give a big gift on behalf of all the teachers and students of the first middle school. Of course, student Xin Lingshang, who ranked 66th at the provincial level, also had a share. At the same time, the major companies in Donghai City also sent congratulatory messages. Transcendent Pharmaceutical Company Limited said that it would send Lin Chen, the provincial top student, 1 billion dragon coins, plus a large luxurious villa near the sea. It was worth mentioning that this was also the company of Kai Chaofan's old man. There was no way around it. Even though Lin Chen had awakened his F-class talent, he was a provincial scholar. Since he was a provincial scholar, even if he was in conflict with his own son, he had to pinch his nose to send and climb the relationship. What's more crucial is, if you want to climb the relationship, people may still be too lazy to pay attention to you. Not only Transcendent Pharmaceutical Company, other enterprises were not willing to lag behind. After all, this is a provincial scholar with an unlimited future. The Tianming Real Estate Company of Donghai City said that they could gift Lin Chen an entire villa estate. There were hundreds of luxury villas inside. Donghai City 7-Star Car Company said that the name of the luxury car Lin Chen can be picked at random, even if you want 100 are not a problem. The East Sea City Beast Pet Breeding Base said that they could gift out a spirit beast species to Lin Chen. At this moment, almost all of the enterprises in Donghai City were very bold and said that they wanted to send out a big gift to Lin Chen. It didn't matter if Lin Chen received it or not, but this attitude had to be shown. However, it wasn't just these corporate enterprises. The powerful families that had been entrenched in Donghai City for many years were also mobilizing their contacts at this time, inquiring about the location where Lin Chen was now, and then wanting to pay a visit in person. And the purpose was naturally to propose marriage. That's right, it was these powerful families that proposed marriage to Lin Chen. When dealing with Tian Chunlai and Zhao Lidong, these heavenly prides who had awakened the S-class royal beast talent, the request of the powerful families was to make them their door-to-door son-in-laws. After all, students who had awakened the S-class royal beast talent, there were so many 3 or 5 of them every year in the entire East Sea City. But the provincial scholar, that was really the first one in the history of Donghai City. In response, the powerful families said that instead of using Lin Chen as a door-to-door son-in-law, they were willing to pour out their resources to support Lin Chen in setting up his own business as well as doing everything. Chapter 39 Liquidation. At this moment, Lin Chen's reputation in East Sea City had reached its peak. In response, some people were happy and some were sad. The 4 people, Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai, Kai Chaofan, and Qin Hai were sad. Damn it! How could this be? 2 minutes and 42 seconds, is that something a person can beat? Inside these 4 people's hearts at the moment, apart from spitting, more than anything else, they felt a fiery pain on their faces. Thinking back to their previous sneering at Lin Chen, they felt that their actions at that time were so brain-dead. Now it was fine. Lin Chen had responded directly with his grades, and just like a slap, he had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. In the various class groups, there was a heated discussion about Lin Chen. The few of them didn't dare to speak at all. Especially the gang of pups from the first and second year of high school even brought up this topic on purpose. "Ha, where's the little black guy from before? Why don't you come forward and continue barking? I remember is that a dog once mocked Senior Lin Chen as a waste. Did any of them admit it themselves? I believe some people already have it in their hearts, huh? I won't name names. Senior Lin Chen has already taken the provincial first prize. How come certain people who once mocked him didn't even make it into the provincial top 100? Senior Lin Chen said, when you see me in the future, kneel down and talk. Not to mention the four people, Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai, Kai Chaofan, and Qin Hai, the entire senior class didn't dare to speak up at this moment. They knew that if they dared to venture out at this time, they would definitely be sprayed to the bone. I should have known better than to fall in love with this Tian Chunlai. Tian Chunlai's girlfriend, Chen Xiaoyu, was inwardly regretful. Originally, the Chen family's target was Lin Chen. But after seeing that Lin Chen had awakened his F-class royal beast talent, he shifted his target to Tian Chunlai. Now Chen Xiaoyu couldn't mention how much she regretted it. Her own boyfriend couldn't even enter the top 100 provincial level nowadays. As for Xin Lingshang and Bai Luwei. At this moment, inside the Xin family villa estate, Xin Lingfang stood on the balcony, looking at the stars in the sky, lost in thought. On the side, Bai Luwei, who was the personal maid, had a hesitant face and looked like she wanted to speak. Shen Lingfang let out a light sigh and said in a ghostly tone, Xiaowei, do you think if I call Lin Chen now, he'll pick up? Bai Luwei was silent for a moment before she returned, Miss, he shouldn't pick up. In the past, she had only seen this kind of reversed face slapping plot in TV dramas, but she had never imagined that it would one day fall on her own body. What made Shen Lingfang more fretful was that today, her own father, who was the official hand of Donghai City, was actually asking her to renew her relationship with Lin Chen. The beautiful name was that one more friend leads to more paths. She also wanted to re-establish a good relationship with Lin Chen. Since that after knowing some of Lin Chen's backstory from the Adventure Guild, Xin Lingshan was also aware that Lin Chen had been cold to herself before, and it turned out to be because she had to risk her life every day to explore the wilderness. In order to be able to re-establish a good relationship with him, he had not only sent him an Imperial Beast gold coin, but he had also taken the initiative to invite him to team up during the Imperial Beast exam. This was not a horse's mouth. She was really thinking of bringing Lin Chen to get good grades, by the way, and taking the initiative to invite Lin Chen was already her lowering her stance. It was just. I didn't expect that I had still underestimated Lin Chen's strength, and even more so, the beast pet he had contracted. Now, it seemed that it was already too late to say anything. The ones who were even more worried than the above were Wei Hai, the principal of the 2nd middle school, plus Fang Dahai, the former head of the 7th senior class of the 1st middle school. Wei Hai is already hesitant to give up on this cousin and directly sacrifice it. This cousin, greedy for money and sex, through his cousin's connections, coupled with his own really a little strength, successfully entered the 1st middle school as a teacher. Just unchanging, often staring at some students with average family conditions, using student loans and other things to threaten each other, so that their obedience to do their bidding. This happened more than once. Especially after the hand, Fang Hai more rampant, relying on the other side do not dare to speak out, do whatever they want. It's just that 1,000 times, this Fang Dahai had set his sights on Lin Chen's sister. Now it's good. Lin Chen had become a provincial scholar, all eyes were on him, and his future was promising. Now just one sentence was all it took to make this scummy cousin of his die without a burial place. Along with this cousin of his, he was afraid that he would have to be implicated. Cousin, you can't leave me alone, what should I do now? Fang Dahai was hiding in Wei Hai's villa, his face full of sorrow and pleading. Previously, Fang Dahai didn't care even if he was beaten to death by Lin Chen, thinking that when the Imperial Beast examination was over, he would directly find someone to assassinate this Lin Chen. After all, wasn't it normal for people to die in the wilderness? Just assassinate the other party while Lin Chen went exploring in the wilderness. I just didn't expect this Lin Chen to become a provincial scholar. What's the point of playing around with this? Becoming a provincial scholar not only showed that Lin Chen's strength was so powerful that he was no longer in existence that Fang Dahai could assassinate, but it also showed that Lin Chen was now paying attention to an extremely large number of sites. Everyone was staring at Lin Chen, and now if he dared to make a move against Lin Chen, not to mention whether or not he could beat this ruthless and powerful teenager, but only to say that those other powerful families who wanted to curry favor with Lin Chen were afraid that they wouldn't let him go. Wei Hai's face was very cloudy at the moment. He said in a deep voice, now, immediately, right away, hurry up and leave the country. You should have received a lot of favor fees from parents over the years, right? All this stolen money saved up is enough for you to get away in a foreign country for a while. Wait for a few years. When Lin Chen forgets about this matter, then you can secretly change your name and come back. Fine. In order to stay alive, Fang Dahai had no choice but to agree to this proposal. Without half a hesitation, he drove that night, preparing to head to the capital city of Tianyun province, from where he would take a magic airship and head abroad. The car had only driven halfway. Wei Hai and Fang Dahai were a bit surprised to see that a beautiful young woman in a white dress stood in the middle of the road, looking at them with a smile on her face. Gulong. Seeing this delicate young woman who revealed a charming style all over her body, Wei Hai and Fang Dahai both couldn't help but gulp their saliva, and a color of desire that was hard to hide surfaced in their eyes. The two men couldn't help but gulp, and the color of desire appeared in their eyes, which was hard to hide. Until such a dangerous moment, these two people's mind was thinking about how to tie this beautiful young woman to the car, and then enjoy a good time. Yo, beautiful woman, what are you doing on this deserted road in the middle of the night? Not afraid of being attacked by evil demons and beasts? Come on, get in the car. Where do you want to go, old brother? I'll give you a ride. Wei Hai poked his head out of the car window, full of good people smiling and laughing. Fang Dahai was already unable to hold back, directly opened the door and got out of the car. At the same time, he was ready to summon his beast pet, to forcefully captivate this young woman into the car. No matter what, today he must be with this young woman flipping clouds, playing a parting shot. This beautiful young woman didn't say anything, and merely raised her plain hand, gently slashing at these two people. Put! Wei Hai and Fang Hai's heads were raised high. Immediately after that, she waved her hand again, and the souls of the two were taken in. The next second, the figure of this beautiful young woman disappeared in place, leaving only an intact and undamaged car, as well as two headless corpses. Chapter 40, Enrollment begins. There was no joy in it. Insert in urgent news, Wei Hai, the principal of the second middle school in Donghai City, as well as Fang Dahai, the teacher of the first middle school, were assassinated by a mysterious strongman last night on their way to the capital city of the province, and the murderer is still under investigation. Lin Chen saw this news and his eyes were calm, not half surprised. Just yesterday, when Lin Chen had put on his equipment and was about to go out, Xiang Xingyan asked him where he was going. To the young woman Xiang, who had a powerful strength and mysterious background, Lin Chen didn't hide anything and confessed that he was going to kill two people. One was Fang Dahai. One was Wei Hai, who had aided and abetted the evil. Xiang Xingyan asked why he was going to kill. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, so he briefly told what had happened before. When Xiang Xingyan heard that someone had actually dared to hit Lin Yushi, that flavorful pretty face was instantly filled with killing intent and frost. Your strength is too weak. Even if you kill it, I'm afraid it will leave traces behind. Just leave it to me, the two of them scum won't see tomorrow's sun. After leaving this sentence, Xiang Xingyan left the villa. In the middle of the night, Lin Chen, who was standing on the balcony looking at the stars, saw Xiang Xingyan's leisurely return with a lively pace, carrying a soul-scorching lamp. The agonizing wails of Fang Dahai and Wei Hai could be faintly heard above. Regarding this special prop, the soul-scorching lamp, Lin Chen had seen a description of it on the prop encyclopedia. Prop, soul-scorching lamp. Description: a lamp that eternally burns with the fire of the underworld. A person's soul can be placed into it, and that soul will be continuously scorched by the fire of the underworld, suffering endless pain and torment. This was an extremely rare torture prop. If we let the scum die a painful death, it would be cheaper for them instead. You see, this is fun. When they are about to be burned to death, I treat them again with medicines that heal the soul and then continue to cauterize them, so that the torture can go on and on. A bright smile surfaced on Xiang Xingyan's moving pretty face, but the devilish words she uttered were chilling. In response, of course, Lin Chen couldn't possibly feel half sympathetic, but instead, he gave this Xiang young woman a thumbs up and a big nod of approval. And at this time, Lin Chen also received a call from Principal Zheng Jianguo, stating that the teachers from the admission offices of the major universities had already arrived in Donghai City, and that the enrollment conference would begin at 2 in the afternoon, allowing Lin Chen to come over on time. This principal also proudly said that after so many years of the establishment of the first high school, it was the first time that he had entertained so many college admissions office teachers. The first high school is really proud of you, Lin Chen. Brother, I want to go with you too. Lin Yushi bounced to Lin Chen's side, hugged Lin Chen's arm intimately and pampered him. She felt too bored if she was here alone. Okay, go together. For his dependent sister, Lin Chen could almost be said to be obedient. Then I'll go too. Xiang Xingyan got up, straightened this nice white dress of hers, and faintly said. And so? This large and small group of two beauties, just like this, accompanied Lin Chen and arrived at the first middle school of Donghai City. Quickly look. Senior Lin Chen is here. Wow. Who are the two beauties next to him? So pretty and graceful. The one on the left is Senior Lin Chen's sister. I don't know about the big sister on the right. Senior Lin Chen, can you give me an autograph? I've always admired you. A group of freshman and sophomore schoolmates immediately surrounded them. Lin Chen's expression was helpless. Luckily, Xiang Xingyan had a solution, only to see her lightly snap her fingers. Snap. The originally incredibly enthusiastic schoolmates were jolted. Immediately after was to see that their enthusiasm receded like a tidal wave, touching their own brains and muttering to themselves, "Strange, how did I get here?" The crowd quickly dispersed. Charming illusion. Lin Chen's eyes stared when he saw the scene. He didn't think that this Xiang young woman had this kind of divine means. Could it be that her profession was a illusionist? Or was it that she was a beast master and only contracted an illusionist beast pet to be able to inherit the skill of charming illusionism? It was just a matter of laziness to explore. This woman was too mysterious. With Lin Chen's strength today, trying to explore was like looking for a needle in a haystack and doing useless work. Go in by yourself, Xiaoxi and I will wait for you outside the door, Xiang Xingyan said. Lin Chen nodded and pushed the door in. Just what he didn't expect was. He had only just entered this conference room when, with a swish, he felt countless terrifying gazes staring at Lin Chen in death. Those eyes were like a pack of hungry wolves seeing a fat and tender lamb. Principal Zhang Jianguo stood in front, just wanted to open his mouth to introduce Lin Chen to the enrollment office teachers present, but he didn't expect that these enrollment office teachers, who were originally sitting calmly in their original positions, would rush up at this moment, directly rushing in front of Lin Chen. Student Lin Chen, I'm the admissions office teacher of the Heavenly Cloud Imperial Beast Academy. As long as you can come to our Heavenly Cloud Imperial Beast Academy, with a scholarship of 100 Imperial Beast Gold coins per year, all resources, such as potions, and copies of all levels are open to you for free. I say Teacher Chen, thanks to Lin Chen being the local top student of your Tianyun province, you're making this offer? Get out of the way. I'll do it. Student Lin Chen, come to my East Spirit Imperial Beast Academy, for an annual scholarship of 150 Imperial Beast Gold coins. Not only are the copies open for free, but as long as you can maintain your rank in the top 10 of your year, you'll be issued one S-class skill book per semester. Cut. The two Imperial Beast Academies, Dongling and Tianyun, are also too stingy, right? They still need to maintain the top 10 in their grades? Student Lin Chen, come to my Cloud Feather Imperial Beast Academy. These above conditions don't need any conditions, they'll be issued to you directly. This was the gold content of a Provincial Scholar. Even though Lin Chen's first awakening only gave him an F-rank Imperial Beast talent, the fact that Lin Chen was able to get the Provincial Scholar laurel was enough to show his potential. It was believed that his second awakening would definitely be able to awaken an S rank, or even an SS or SSS rank top Imperial Beast talent. This was enough to make many academies compete for Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen was not half as happy. Why? Because none of the above Imperial Beast colleges that were madly offering him good conditions were top 10. And the teachers of the enrollment offices of the top 10 colleges were, at this moment, sitting in the front row of seats in the conference room, either resting their eyes with their eyes closed or looking at this scene with calm eyes. The attitude towards Lin Chen, the top student of Tianyun province, could be said to be very cold. Well, this was also normal. The top 10 top Imperial Beast Academies of the Dragon Country, the status was there, even if Lin Chen was the top scholar of Tianyun province, but people didn't act like these second and third rate academies like this, needing to bow down to a provincial scholar and beg for you to come. Or, it should be that all the provincial top scorers in the country are thinking of entering the top 10 colleges, but on the side of the top 10 colleges, it doesn't matter even if one or two less provincial top scorers apply for the exams. Not to mention, in their eyes, Lin Chen should be the one with the worst conditions in all aspects among all the provincial top-notchers. Chapter 41 Irony. It was too ironic. It had to be admitted that in terms of external conditions, Lin Chen was indeed the worst of the major provincial top students. So much so that the top 10's admission office teachers didn't show too much enthusiasm. Teachers of the admissions office, my ambition is to want to attend the top 10 Imperial Beast Academy in the Dragon Kingdom, so I'm sorry. Lin Chen first politely rejected these admissions office teachers of second and third rate academies before setting his gaze on these 10 admissions office teachers of the top colleges. The admissions office teachers of the second and third rate academies were not surprised by the rejection. After all, Lin Chen was a provincial top student, so he definitely wouldn't stoop to go to a second or third rate academy. All the teachers returned to their seats and watched quietly. It was worth mentioning that on the side of the conference room, Shen Lingshan, Bai Luwei, Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai and the others were also here. And Shen Lingshan and Bai Luwei had already been accepted into the Kanglan Academy, one of the top 10 institutions. Zhao Lidong and Tian Chunlai, on the other hand, had been accepted into one of the top 10 institutions, the Tianqin Academy. Even the two, Qin Hai and Kai Chaofan, had been accepted by one of the top 10 institutions, the Empty All-Night Academy, after obeying the transfer arrangement. The so-called obeying the transfer arrangement was to follow the school's arrangement. After graduation, whatever the school arranges for you to do, you have to do, and there is no qualification for refusal. To be honest, but anyone with a bit of a dream wouldn't choose to obey the transfer. However, Qin Hai and Kai Chaofan had put up a fight in order to be able to attend a top school. As Principal Zhang Jianguo looked at these 10 teachers from the admission office of the top academies, his heart, which was originally very calm, was suddenly a bit uneasy. Because of these 10 top academy admissions office teachers, there were a full 7 of them that had a very indifferent expression, and at a glance, it was clear that they didn't really want to offer too high conditions to admit Lin Chen. The remaining 3 teachers looked at Lin Chen with a somewhat inexplicable gaze, not knowing what they thought. And what made Principal Zhang Jianguo tremble inwardly was, at this moment, Luo Xiong, the enrollment office teacher of the Empty All-Night Academy, suddenly looked up, holding up his cell phone with a sneering expression and laughed. Your Heavenly Cloud Province dares to put gold on its face. Here's a news item from your Heavenly Cloud Province's media, with the headline, The Strongest Provincial Scholar Ever Born. What a big mouth. In your eyes, this Lin Chen student crushed the other provincial scholars and became the strongest? Not a big place, but not a big mouth. These words fell. The few Imperial Beast University students who had followed this enrollment office teacher on his errands were very discerning and immediately echoed their teacher in a loud voice. Teacher Luo, there's no need for our academy to accept this kind of bragging provincial scholar, right? Yeah, you should also know that this Lin Chen was awakened with an F-grade talent, and it was mainly because he didn't know what kind of luck he had, contracting a time-based beast pet, that he was able to easily pass the test. Alas! It's really a waste for that time series beast pet to follow him. Indeed, the first awakened talent was F-ranked, and in the future, even if it awakens its talent for the second or third time, I'm afraid that it'll be less than S-ranked. Lin Chen, it's fine if you want to enroll in our Empty All-Night Academy, but you have to sign a contract and turn in that time series beast pet of yours to the academy. It's really a waste to have it follow you. Both within and outside of their words, these university students were filled with a tendency to disparage Lin Chen. They even directly pointed out that it was too wasteful to have that time series beast pet follow Lin Chen, thinking that Lin Chen didn't deserve such a powerful beast pet. The standard for judging whether a beastmaster was powerful or not didn't just lie in the beast pet he possessed, but also in his personal strength. Yes, it was true that you possessing a powerful beast pet could make you look out of the corner of your eye at a low level. But as I said before, the beast master and the beast pet belong to a mutually complementary relationship. The lower your awakened talent level is, the less help you can provide to your beast pet. In high-level battles, 2 beast pets with the same bloodline rank and growth level will fight against each other, and the extra benefits provided by the master to them will be more important than the master's. If the master is rubbish, then even if he has a powerful beast pet, he will not be able to help. If the owner is garbage, then even if they have a powerful beast pet, they won't be able to go the distance. Then look at the other provincial scholar. Every single one of them started off by awakening SS grade talents. Strong personal strength. Deep family background. The ones that were visualized in the visualization ceremony were all top beast pets from the previous book of the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide. The contracted beast pet embryos of the starting source beast species. What's more, all of these provincial scholars had glorious battle records of killing their enemies by crossing levels. What kind of record do you, Lin Chen, have? It's just a 3-year reign as the champion of a city-level competition. This kind of high school competition in a small 5th-tier city, people didn't even bother to look at it. After all, those dazzling prides participated in youth exchange tournaments of a national nature. So much for a settlement. Lin Chen, the first prize winner of Tianyun province, was indeed full of water. I think Mr. Luo Xiong has a point, and I'm not afraid of offending anyone. Frankly speaking, the school side sent me over, on the one hand, in order to not let this first prize winner of your Tianyun province lose too much face, and on the other hand, it's because of the fact that you, Lin Chen student, have a time-based beast pet. In fact, our director of admissions has already gone to the capital of Tianyun province to personally go to the homes of the 2 heavenly prides, Jiangchen and Baichan, to snatch them up along with the other top academies. So, Student Lin Chen, if you wish to enroll in our Sky Prime Academy, you will also have to submit to the transfer and turn in your time-based beast pet, but of course, the school will compensate you by not only exempting you from all tuition and miscellaneous fees, but also sending you a source beast grade beast pet. Luna, the enrollment office teacher of the Sky Prime Academy, also spoke faintly at this time. Jiang Chen and Bai Yanhan were the second and third place winners of the Imperial Beast examination in Tianyun Province respectively. Even though they were only the second and third place winners, in the eyes of the top academy, it was believed that the strength of these two heavenly prides was no less than that of the other provincial top winners. For this reason, the directors of the enrollment offices of the top academies had all personally stepped in just to be able to admit these two heavenly prides into their academies. Irony. This scene was too ironic. As the first place scholar of Tianyun Province, he was coldly disliked by the top institutions, while the second and third place winners were highly welcomed. In response to this, Lin Chen was a little surprised inwardly at first, not expecting that he would face such a strange encounter, but now he had calmed down. Lin Chen, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, was already completely indifferent to these things, and his expression was not half sad, only indifferent. Zhao Lidong, Tian Chenlai, Qin Hai, and Kai Chaofan on the side saw this scene, and were already cheering inside, forcing a smile. Good. Great. Is the top scholar terrific? Still not being disliked. Ha ha. Principal Zhang Jianghuo's face was gloomy to the extreme. He couldn't accept that his precious student was being taunted and mocked like this. He said in a deep voice, "Aren't the two enrollment office teachers a bit mistaken? This student of mine is absolutely incomparably excellent," and Mr. Chu Shanha also praised him for this, saying that he has an unlimited future. Alright, Principal Zhang, stop. Luo Xiong waved his hand, interrupting the other party's words, and said indifferently, "I won't hide it from you, Mr. Chu Shanha has also greeted our major top academies, saying that Lin Chen is an unparalleled talent, but I'm sorry, we can't see it." Still. Lin Chen, if you want to apply for our empty all-night academy, turn in your beast pet and obey the transfer, otherwise, we'll leave immediately. Chapter 42 Counterattack. Proposing a duel. Either you, Lin Chen, turn in your beast pet and obey the transfer. Either the teachers from the admissions offices of these top 10 top colleges go away. As for the special rewards that those colleges and universities had specifically designed to pull in the provincial top students, you, Lin Chen, can't even think about it. When these strong words fell, the 6 teachers including the Sky Prime Academy, Star Spirit Academy, Xianqing Academy, 7 Star Academy, Vault Academy, and Eton Academy slowly nodded their heads in recognition. Counting teacher Luo Xiong of the Void Sound Academy, 7 of the top 10 top institutions were the ones that had directly expressed their disdain for Lin Chen. Only the 3 teachers from the Sacred Sun Academy, the Kanglin Academy, and the Nightmare Academy currently did not indicate a dislike or favored attitude, but instead watched the scene with interest. Perhaps these 3 teachers were trying to see what kind of actions this provincial scholar, who had awakened his F-rank royal beast talent, would take in the face of such a dilemma to convince these admissions office teachers. Well, Lin Chen said that he didn't want to take action. Since these top academies like to measure a person's strengths and weaknesses by their awakening talents, it was enough to show how short-sighted these top academies were. Then within Lin Chen's heart, he also held a dislike for these academies. Now you want me to go to school at one of your academies, I'm still not happy about it. Besides, you want me to hand over my little candlewick to you institutions. Ha! It's really hilarious. I, Lin Chen, am out of my mind to agree to such a request. Do you really think that if I don't go to this top school, I won't be able to get stronger? Thinking about this, Lin Chen shook his head and calmly said, "Turning in a beast pet is impossible, and since all of you teachers feel that I'm not worthy of my name as a provincial scholar, then I'll be more sensible and not apply to this so-called top 10 top academy." This. Principal Zhang Jianghuo's face was filled with regret and helplessness. He never thought that his precious student who had taken the provincial first prize would not be able to go to the top 10 top school. And at this time, an Imperial Beast University student from the empty all-night school was filled with a sneering smile as he loudly said to Lin Chen, "Kid, it seems like you're still very self-aware, knowing that you're the most wasteful provincial scholar. This is already better than many people." Lin Chen looked over with an indifferent gaze. "May I ask, this senior is looking down on me, the provincial scholar, so much. Is it possible that you were also the previous provincial scholar?" When this Imperial Beast University student heard this, his face turned cold and his expression turned ugly. "Although I am not a provincial top student, I was able to go to a top school, while you, a watery top student with a bad name, can only apply for a second-rate school nowadays." The moment these words fell, everyone on the scene looked at Lin Chen's face. Originally, they thought that this provincial scholar would be choked to the point of shame and indignation, but they did not expect that his next sentence would cause all the teachers and students at the scene to freeze in their expressions. He only heard him faintly say, "Oh, so the Empty All-Night Academy likes to recruit garbage. If you look at it this way, I should thank the Empty All-Night Academy for not accepting me, otherwise I'll have to live with garbage for the next 4 years of my university life, and that's going to be hard for me too." Wow! These words came out. The entire conference room was stunned and clamored. Xiang Xingyan, who was sitting in a chair in the corridor outside the conference room, revealed a touch of moving surplus smile at this moment. "Lin Chen, this kid is interesting, and he really has guts. Mud people also have 3 points of fire. In front, you so-called top academic institutions have disparaged me again and again, and I am too lazy to bother. I also politely said that I won't apply for your top schools. But what do you mean by catching me and humiliating and belittling me all the time? Do you really think I'm a sick cat to be bullied?" And as Lin Chen's words fell, Luo Xiong, who was the teacher of the Empty All-Night Academy's enrollment office, also laughed in anger as he coldly got up and slowly said, "Interesting, really interesting. I never dreamed that my hallowed Empty All-Night Academy would one day be called a trash academy by a brat." Immediately, he turned his head to look at Zhang Jianguo, who was filled with astonishment, and said with a sneer, "Principal Zhang, your city number 1 middle school is really a good school, cultivating such a wild and arrogant good student." Not waiting for Principal Zhang Jianguo to answer, Lin Chen was already nodding his head seriously. "I am indeed much better than the students of your Empty All-Night Academy." Luo Xiong. Crowd. Not. Kid. You really have some balls. It's all come to this point, but you still dare to spare your tongue. Luo Xiong's expression grew colder and colder. His inner rage was so great that he even hated to liberate all of his level 80 Imperial Beastmaster's pressure, and crushed this Lin Chen in front of him to the point where his Dao heart crumbled. However, he also knew that he was a teacher, and to strike out at a student would be bullying the young. Furthermore, it would also violate the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. But it was fine, there were students to do it for him. "Teacher Luo Xiong, and all of you, you heard it, this arrogant and cocky brat openly humiliated the students of my Empty All-Night Academy. As a sophomore student of the Empty All-Night Academy, I can no longer endure in the face of such a thing. I, manhwa, have applied for a duel with such an unknowing and uninviting brat. If I don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks he's an onion." Without even needing how Luo Xiong winked, that sophomore student of the Empty All-Night Academy, manhwa, who had been viciously counterattacked by Lin Chen, immediately stood out, his face full of indignation, stating that he wanted to have a duel with Lin Chen. Not to. The other enrollment office teachers on the side hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. "Teachers, if it was your academy that was said to be trash instead, would you be able to bear it?" manhwa asked rhetorically. The teachers were silent. This was something that no one could endure. Either he kneels and apologizes to our Empty All-Night Academy, or he fights me in a duel and apologizes after losing. Let him choose. manhwa felt that he was standing above the moral high ground. His expression was arrogant. Luo Xiong coldly watched the scene, feeling satisfied inside. Not to mention Lin Chen's old rivals, Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai and the others. Worry surfaced on Shen Lingfeng's pretty face. She hadn't expected things to develop to this point. But was this Lin Chen's fault? It was clearly these so-called top colleges that had bullied people too much. From the very beginning, the words were filled with disparagement and contempt for Lin Chen, the provincial scholar. To be honest, Lin Chen's outburst at the back was considered good-tempered. Just now he was being beaten backwards. Lin Chen, this. Principal Zhang Jiangui was also filled with worry, but he didn't know what to do. In his eyes. No, I should say that in the eyes of everyone at the scene, they all thought that Lin Chen couldn't take this duel. manhwa had just finished his freshman year now and was preparing for his sophomore year. He had furthered his education at the Empty All-Night Academy for a year, and even though he was at the bottom of his grade, his level had already reached level 35. And Lin Chen was only how many levels today? Could he beat this manhwa? Chapter 43, Red Flame Male Lion. The duel opened. But regardless of whether or not they could fight, Principal Zhang Jianguo knew this student of his very well. "Alright, since you want to fight, then I'll accompany you." In Lin Chen's dictionary, there was no such word as retreat when facing an opponent of the same age. If you want to say that you're a level 50 or above second awareness Imperial Beast Master, then I, Lin Chen, think that I can't beat you nowadays. But you are a small level 35 Royal Beast Master, how dare you clamor at my level 17 Royal Beast Master? Level 17 beating level 35, the advantage is mine. If others knew what Lin Chen was thinking inside, they would definitely think that Lin Chen was reversing the Big Dipper. Good. Then let's ask all the teachers to be witnesses. Let's see how I'll crush this waste of a scholar. Let's go to the arena. Feng Hua was full of confidence. Lin Chen's expression was calm, he didn't have any fear or retreat at all as he turned around and left the conference room. The many teachers and students also filed out, preparing to head to the arena. Lin Yushi, who was waiting outside the conference room, saw her own brother come out and greeted her with a face full of surprise, throwing herself into her brother's embrace before happily asking, "Brother, which top university did you choose?" Not waiting for Lin Chen to answer. Xin Hai, who was passing by, but said in a conspiratorial manner, "Still going to a top university, your brother is now not only disliked by the top university, but he's going to get beaten up next." Ha ha. After saying that, he directly followed the team and left. "Brother, what's going on?" When the originally happy Lin Yushi heard this, she immediately looked at her brother with worry. Lin Chen smiled bashfully and touched his sister's head. "It's fine, I'm just going to fight some trash next, just watch my performance." On the side, lazily sitting on a chair, attracting the gazes of several male teachers from the admissions office, Xiang Xingyan looked deeply at Lin Chen and said, "Do you need my help?" Lin Chen heard this and knew that this mysterious young woman with heavenly strength was saying that if Lin Chen wanted to go to the top academies, she could step in to help and would absolutely 100% be able to make the top academies bow their heads to admit Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen gently shook his head, "No need." Spinning around, he turned around and walked towards the arena. Xiang Xingyan gathered the worried Lin Yushi into his arms and resumed his gentle smile. "Don't worry, this guy, your brother, is very strong. When we do the fight later on, you just watch how he beats his opponent down." Xiang Xingyan's words really weren't a scene out of comfort. She had seen the video of Lin Chen's fight in the Imperial Beast examination. The Imperial Beast examination was not permitted to allow any candidate to bring props with recording or photo-taking functions into the arena, and the battle footage afterwards had to be uploaded to the Dragon Kingdom data center for locked secrecy. The fact that this young woman was able to view it was enough to show that not only did she have heavenly strength, but she also had a heavenly background. To be honest, after watching Lin Chen's battle footage, even Xiang Xingyan had to admit that this human kid who had awakened his F-rank talent was something. Level 35 Feng Hua was 18 levels ahead of Lin Chen in terms of level. However, Xiang Xingyan was certain that Feng Hua would absolutely lose. And it would lose miserably. Soon, a group of teachers and students arrived in great numbers at the small arena established by the first middle school. This place was normally used for students to have practical classes. Right now, there were also quite a few first and second year high school students training here. When they saw such a voluminous group of people, as well as that senior Lin Chen, who they worshipped and admired, also present, they immediately swarmed over. "Yeah, senior Lin Chen is here. There are other teachers from the admissions office as well. Aren't they in the conference room for enrollment? How did they come here?" Driven by curiosity, numerous freshmen and sophomores surrounded them. When they saw the two figures, Lin Chen and Feng Hua, standing in a very empty gladiatorial arena, these schoolmates instantly understood. "Ah! Is senior Lin Chen going to spar with this college student? I'll go. Is that really true? This college senior is level 35, can senior Lin Chen beat it? The pack can beat it. Our senior Lin Chen is the best in the world. Lin Chen, go for it." These students were quick to raise a ruckus. They even cheered Lin Chen on. "Humph. Lin Chen, you don't think that you can win against me just because you have a few little brats cheering you on, do you?" Feng Hua sneered. "You're so full of crap." Lin Chen frowned. "You?" Feng Hua was choked for a moment, then stared at Lin Chen in a gloomy and vicious manner. Well. Later on, the swords are blind, if you break an arm or leg, don't blame me. Countdown to 5 seconds. Both sides prepare." Principal Zhang Jinguo stepped forward to act as the referee. "Come out, Red Flame Lion." Without any hesitation, Feng Hua touched the Imperial Beast crest on the back of his hand and summoned his beast pet. Roar! The summoning array lit up, and a golden-haired male lion with flames burning all over its body appeared right in front of everyone's eyes, roaring up to the sky. Despite being ahead in level, Feng Hua did not dare to be careless. As soon as he stepped onto the field, he summoned his beast pet. Red Flame Lion. A 5-star spirit beast species. In the end, students who were able to attend the top academies generally had a notable family history, so the bloodline rank of the beast pet they possessed was not low. Lin Chen similarly gently touched his imperial beast crest and softly said, "Come out, little you." Boing! Unlike the mighty and imposing red flame lion, the beast pet that Lin Chen summoned out was actually a very pretty and cute-looking little red snake. The call was even more milky and adorable. The onlookers at the scene were dumbfounded. I didn't expect Senior Lin Chen's beast pet to be so cute and beautiful. It's just that this little guy didn't look very strong. Compared to the views of these freshmen and sophomores, the sight of these enrollment office teachers staring at this little red snake was filled with curiosity and gravity. A time-based beast pet. And it was still a time-based beast pet that was not within the imperial beast illustrations. To be honest, it was very precious. This was also the reason why the enrollment office teacher of the top academy clearly disliked Lin Chen, an F-grade gifted top student, yet he still had to make a trip all the way to East Sea City. What bloodline rank was this little fellow? Unless said Lin Chen, who was the owner, disclosed the information of this beast pet, no one else would be able to identify and view it. But no matter what bit rank it was, the group all agreed that Lin Chen could not defeat Fenghua. Fenghua's red flame lion bloodline was a low in rank, plus it was enhanced by the essence blood of the beast species, as well as its rank had reached the evolutionary stage 5th stage, whereas Lin Chen's beast pet should still be at the juvenile stage. For beast pets, rank was very important. The skills of a juvenile beast pet shouldn't be able to produce much of an effect on an evolutionary stage beast pet. Ding ding! And at this time, the 5-second countdown had ended. Attack! Red flame male lion. Dry out them! Fenghua directly waved his hand and gave battle orders to his beast pets. Chapter 44, Counter Blast. Fenghua, defeated. When Fenghua's order was given, the majestic red flame lion let out a roar, its huge mouth opened, surging flame magic power condensed in its mouth, and a terrifying fluctuation swept out. All the spectators present knew that this red flame lion was going to perform a long-distance magic skill called Red Flame Bomb. The Imperial Beast Encyclopedia had detailed records of all the information of the beasts and pets in the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide. Inside the culture class of the Imperial Beast High School, students were required to memorize the details of many beast pets as much as possible, so that if they were to fight with them in the future, they would be able to understand the other party's details, and thus be able to deal with them more easily. This is the so-called know your enemy and know yourself. However, what shocked the crowd at the scene was, when the red flame lion was condensing the red flame bomb, the little red snake that was originally lying on Lin Chen's shoulder slowly climbed up Lin Chen's straightened arm and onto the back of his hand. The little guy also opened his mouth. Buzz! Under everyone's gaze, there was surprisingly also a heart-stopping amount of flame magic energy rapidly and frantically condensing towards its mouth. Good fellow! This time series beast pet could even use fire attribute magic skills. And looking at the appearance of these two beast pets, it was about to have a magic blast. Lin Chen's beast pet, could it really compare to Fenghua's beast pet? While the crowd was dumbfounded, the magic elements on both sides of the field had already coalesced into shape, and in the next second, both sides directly spewed out, all wrapped in a great wave of sound and power, whistling and spraying towards each other. It's coming! They're going to blast each other! The freshmen and sophomores outside the field exclaimed. And something outrageous happened at this moment. Snort! A red flame bomb that was spewed out from the red flame male lion's mouth only flew halfway to the ground, but suddenly, it just directly extinguished and dissipated. Ah! Fenghua, who was originally full of confidence and vigor, after seeing this scene, the entire person was dumbfounded on the spot, along with the red flame lion that was following him, all of them were equally dumbfounded. Not good. Fenghua is going to be finished. Several empty all-night academy college students who were Fenghua's classmates all had drastic changes in their expressions at this moment. Luo Xiong, that enrollment teacher of the empty all-night academy, his eyes chilled as he snorted angrily and touched his imperial beast crest, about to summon his beast pet in the nick of time to help Fenghua block the shot. However, he did not notice that a white-skirted young woman standing on the other side, who was constantly watching this place, her pair of eyes turned into purple pupils in an instant, and a terrifying pressure that completely crushed all of the teachers present in the admissions office of the university house, directly landed on Luo Xiong's body. Ah! Luo Xiong's eyes widened as he stifled a grunt, and under the terrifying pressure that descended upon him, both of his eyes rolled over and he was about to lose consciousness. It was fortunate that this Supreme King's mighty pressure only existed for an instant, so much so that Luo Xiong was not crushed into unconsciousness on the spot. He came back to his senses, his face filled with a look of fear, his movements stiffened, and all of his back was covered in cold sweat. Ah! At this time, a miserable scream suddenly came from the field. Luo Xiong took a look, and it turned out to be that while he was frozen in thought, the vast flame spewed out by Lin Chen's beast pet was already wrapped in a destructive momentum, completely drowning Fenghua. Ka-ching! What was even more shocking was that the magical barrier that had been built around the circular arena to protect the spectators had also been impacted by the volatile flames, showing cracks like glass shattering. The spectators outside the arena were startled, their faces panicked as they hurriedly retreated. Those who reacted slower even cried out in shock, as the flames coming out of the barrier cracks almost caused them to get burned. Don't dare to think, if this is not protected by the magic barrier, this horrible magic flame pounced on their bodies, afraid that it can directly burn them seriously injured. As for Fenghua, pounce! Both he and his red flame male lion were burnt by this incomparably overbearing flame, and they fell straight down as if they were coals of fire. Luckily, Lin Chen didn't choose to deal a death blow, the flames only burned for 2 seconds before he let his own little Yu dissipate the blaze. As of this moment, Fenghua and his beast pet lost their combat power, and were officially defeated in this duel. Too disappointing. I thought that a student from a prestigious university would be able to hold up a bit longer, but it turns out that you collapsed before I could even muster much strength. Lin Chen didn't even bother to look at Fenghua, who had already turned into charcoal, and said indifferently. When this sentence fell, a deathly silence greeted the entire room. One of the university residence's enrollment office teachers stared at the scene in the ring with faces full of incredulity. Wow! After a full 2 seconds of silence, the first thing that erupted was the cheers of these students of this school on the field. I knew it, Senior Lin Chen is the best. Level 17 beating level 35. One move to kill in seconds. Just ask you who else is there. That little red snake is too fierce. That skill is frighteningly powerful. Principal Zhang Jianguo was also all smiles, only feeling a raised eyebrow. Didn't you, Luo Xiong, say that this student of mine is a waste? Then how come the students of your academy were crushed by my student? Humph. Don't understand what you guys are laughing at. Isn't this Lin Chen still relying on a beast pet? That's right, a glance shows that it's a beast pet gap. Even a little cutie can see that the beast pet that Lin Chen contracted is of a much higher rank than Fenghua. How else could he crush it? Lin Chen, if you're capable of fighting me, we don't rely on beast pets. On the other side, the dozen or so college students from the empty all-night academy also directly stiffened their mouths in the face of this cruel fact. Indeed, this duel only proves that Lin Chen's beast pet is special and powerful, as for his own strength. May I ask what it proves? In response, the university students from the other top academies all spoke out in agreement at this moment, expressing their agreement with the empty all-night academy's point of view. There's no way. If this matter was really bowed down like this, then if it was spread out, would the face of their top 10 institutions still be left? A college student who had just started his sophomore year of college couldn't even beat someone else's high school student who had just graduated from high school. Play hair? That's why this wave must be a little bit tough mouth. But they did have a little bit of truth in their hardening of their mouths. Because Lin Chen had defeated Fenghua, it was indeed by that cute little guy. Teacher Luo Xiong, I want to fight this Lin Chen without using a beast pet. What do you think? A girl from the empty all-night academy looked at Luo Xiong. Luo Xiong's vigilant expression as he looked around converged, and this time, out of everyone's expectation, this arrogant and incomparable teacher of the prestigious school's admission office did not have his previous condescension, but instead, he looked towards Lin Chen, who was calm on the field, and asked tentatively, Lin Chen student, what do you think? Do you still want to fight? Crowd? Teacher Luo Xiong, where's your strength? Chapter 45, A Kick. Unbeatable. Strong my ass. Do you guys know that there is a Tong Tian big brother hidden in this arena? Just when he was about to make a move to save Fenghua, a terrifying kingly pressure just descended on him. It almost made him, a level 80 royal beast master, so scared that he became incontinent on the spot. To be honest, Luo Xiong also felt that his students were right. In this battle, Fenghua had actually only lost to that mysterious beast pet of Lin Chen's. It seemed that they had still underestimated the rank of the beast pet that Lin Chen had contracted. To defeat an evolutionary stage spirit beast species at a juvenile rank, it was certain that this beast pet of Lin Chen's would definitely be able to enter the upper book of the Imperial Beast Illustrated Catalog. And the ranking would definitely not be too low. Looking at it this way, this beast pet of Lin Chen's was far more precious than they could imagine. As for Lin Chen, who hadn't put up a fight the entire time, he really couldn't see any value that was too high. So much so that even when Manhwa was defeated in battle, they all still had a stiff upper lip. At this moment, the severely injured Manhwa was carried down from the arena by the medical team. Facing Luo Xiong's inquiry, Lin Chen said indifferently, "It doesn't matter to me, if it's just a pure competition of personal strength. I just want to say that all the college students here, one counting, can come up, and if I don't beat you within 5 moves, count me as a loser." The moment these words fell, wow! The expressions of the entire audience of teachers and students became quite wonderful. Mad. This guy was so crazy. But this also showed that this Lin Chen didn't put this group of college students in his eyes at all. Can this be tolerated? Since that's the case, then I'll come and meet you. Let's see if your personal strength as a provincial scholar is worthy of your arrogant and cocky attitude or not. That short-haired girl from the empty all-night academy immediately jumped into the middle of this circular arena, looking at Lin Chen with a face full of anger. Lin Chen's words just now were undoubtedly a great provocation to her. In fact, it wasn't just her, quite a few brand-name college students underneath the arena wanted to come up on stage and ruthlessly beat up this arrogant high school student. However, this short-haired girl had a competent temperament, plus her body had obvious signs of training, which showed that this short-haired girl's personal force was definitely not weak. It could even be said to be the strongest personal strength among all the college students here. Since this was the case, then let her ruthlessly beat this high school student to death. Get back the face that she had just lost because of Manhwa. Lin Chen, is there any problem? Principal Zhang Jianguo, who was the referee, asked with concern. No problem, Principal Zhang. Lin Chen lightly shook his head, his calm words filled with confidence as well as a domineering and incomparable aura. Good. Both sides prepare themselves. 5 seconds and counting. Principal Zhang Jianguo had an understanding of the depth of personal strength of this student of his family. In terms of competing for personal strength, there really wasn't a single person in his age group who could match him. Precise. Vicious. Decisive. Efficiency. This was the summary of the evaluation given by all the teachers who had seen Lin Chen's battle footage. Senior Lin Chen. Go for it. Finish this off. My senior Lin Chen is hitting the faces of you prestigious universities. The schoolmates loudly cheered for Lin Chen. Whether it was from a standpoint or personal preference, this group of schoolmates had 100% reason to fully support Lin Chen. Humph. If cheering works, then the strongest support in the world should be cheerleaders. Just wait, later on, this Lin Chen will definitely be pressed to the ground and beaten furiously by Zhang Jing. These college students from the empty all-night academy were filled with confident sneers. Speaking of this Zhang Jing, she was also a little oddball. She came from a martial arts family, and her personal strength was the strongest amongst these college students of theirs. But why was she still ranked relatively low in her grade? That was because the beast pet she contracted was a bit weak. But it was fine. This duel was about personal strength, and both sides couldn't let their beast pets on the field. Then Zhang Jing was bound to win. Ding ding. In the midst of all the attention and boisterous discussion, the 5-second countdown also returned to 0, and the bell for the start of the battle rang out. Lin Chen had already had Little Yu return to the Imperial Beast heraldry. And the female university student on the opposite side, Zhang Jing, was already stepping forward, causing her figure to be like a rocket, swishing and scurrying out. The distance between the two sides was 20 meters. But Zhang Jing rushed to Lin Chen in just 3 seconds. Fast. What a speed. This female college student was something. She didn't even perform any displacement skills, and she possessed this kind of mind-bogglingly terrifying speed. Look at Lin Chen again. Surprisingly, this provincial scholar stood calmly in place without making any moves, seemingly watching Zhang Jing rush in front of her. It seemed to not eat the pressure brought by Zhang Jing at all. Not eating the pressure, are you? Then you'll eat my old lady's stored power. Zhang Jing's expression was morose, and without the slightest hesitation, she slammed out a straight punch at Lin Chen's stomach. She had her follow-up streak all figured out. After hitting Lin Chen with a straight punch, the next moment she was going to use her tackle technique to lock her opponent in a deathlock, and then she was going to use her knee to keep hitting her opponent's stomach. She wanted to let this high school student who didn't know the sky in the sky experience the pain of being melee moves. However, you're so slow. Lin Chen spoke indifferently at this moment. These 3 words, however, caused Zhang Jing's heart to completely fall into the ice cellar, and at the same time, a large red font directly surfaced in her own mind. Danger! Her keen sense of combat intuition told her that if she did not hurry to leave her spot, then there would be great danger. But the straight fist had already smashed out, and the stance could not be changed. Phew! The fist wrapped in powerful force smashed over, but there was no solid feeling of a hit, and the figure that should have been reflected in Zhang Jing's pupils had also disappeared. Zhang Jing! Up there! He jumped! The university classmates outside the arena, who saw the change in the battlefield from the god's viewpoint, couldn't help but open their mouths to remind them. Zhang Jing immediately raised her head to look upwards, and sure enough, she saw Lin Chen's big soul stepping down hard towards her clear pretty face. Finished! There was no way to hide. Zhang Jing's heart at this moment fell directly into despair. She never dreamed that this opponent's jumping speed was so terrifying. And the next instant, in the gazes of the crowd who were beyond shocked, bang! Lin Chen's big foot stomped so hard on Zhang Jing's pretty face. The terrifying trampling force caused Zhang Jing's nose to be completely fractured at the same time, and the immense feeling of pain also drowned her consciousness, and the entire person was actually stunned by Lin Chen's foot. Looks like I'm still talking too much. Where do I use 5 moves? You so-called brand-name college students are even more unbearable than I thought. Lin Chen's face was indifferent as he stood on top of the gladiatorial arena, and the big foot that had stepped on Zhang Jing's face was slowly withdrawn. The bland words, however, were like a slap, ruthlessly slapping the faces of all the college students at the scene, as well as these enrollment office teachers. Chapter 46. No one dares to talk tough anymore. What's a surprise? This is called a surprise. Previously, when Lin Chen crushed manhwa, you could say that it was with the power of a beast pet. However, this time against Zhang Jing, it was both sides without summoning a beast pet, and Lin Chen finished off the match, defeating Zhang Jing in a single move. Now, the teachers from the admission offices of these top academies were dumbstruck. In their eyes, this student who had only just graduated from his senior year of high school should not be able to win against 2 college students who had already entered their sophomore year. But now, not only did he win, but he also won incomparably perfectly, and it could be said that he was crushed like a force to be reckoned with. So much so that these college students on the scene who were following the enrollment office teacher's errands, all completely shut up. This was completely out of everyone's expectations at the scene. Which other sophomore seniors are not convinced? I still have the same words, whether it's to compare beast pets or personal battle power, I'll be there. At this moment, Lin Chen was no longer low profile, nor was he hiding his own sharpness, and his cold, arrogant gaze swept over the students from the prestigious academies who liked to bark just now. However, the entire room was silent. No one dared to speak out anymore. Even Zhang Jing, who came from a martial arts family, when he was facing Lin Chen, he had been given a second by a single move. If they were to go on, they would probably be given a second by a single move as well. Disgraceful. It was too humiliating. The teachers of the admissions office who had originally shown a dislike for Lin Chen, at this moment, their skins were burning hot and aching. Luo Xiang's expression was even more gloomy to the extreme, but he didn't dare to attack. Standing in the distance, Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai and the other 4 who were originally full of gloating, had now quietly stood at the end of the crowd, not even daring to meet Lin Chen's eyes. Shen Lingshang and Bai Luwei looked at the spirited, lonely and invincible figure of the young man on the field, and complex colors surfaced in their eyes. Regret, and marvel were all present. The younger siblings of the first and second years of high school, seeing that their idol of worship had actually accomplished a turnaround against the wind, had even cheered out. Principal Zhang Jianguo came to the front of these top 10 school enrollment office teachers with a face full of pleasure and asked smilingly, "Teachers, how is it? Is this student of mine still a waste?" The crowd of admissions office teachers, speechless. Of course, it was only those 7 top academy admissions office teachers who disliked Lin Chen who were speechless. However, the 3 top academies, Sacred Sun, Nightmare, and San Lan, were very vocal. "Student Lin Chen, our Kanglin Academy won't be dog-eared. If you come to our Kanglin Academy, tuition and miscellaneous fees and all these gross benefits aside, we'll reward you with 3 S-ranked resources every month, and send you an SS-ranked resource at the end of every school year." Teacher Luya, isn't this a bit stingy? Our Nightmare Academy won't be dog-eared either. We're willing to give the same amount of resources as the Kanglin Academy, and at the same time give away 3 free tickets to a large group book. Student Lin Chen, consider it? Old Xiao, didn't you say before that you didn't want to recruit this Lin Chen student? I say, Ms. Luya, you can't spit blood. When did I, Old Xiao, ever say such a thing? The enrollment office teachers of the two top university houses, Songlan and Nightyao, no longer had the need to continue watching at this point. They weren't blind. Lin Chen's excellence was already visible to the naked eye. The rumors from the outside world that this provincial top scholar's name didn't live up to its reputation were surely rumors now. Thinking about it, it was also true. How could a teenager who could get the position of provincial scholar be bad? Watching these two top institutions disregard the feelings of their friends and point out that these 7 top institutions were dog-eyed and lowly also made these enrollment office teachers furious. Especially Luo Xiong. This time, the Empty Sound Academy had really lost a lot of face. Fenghua and Zhang Jing, as prospective sophomores of the Empty All-Night Academy, had both lost to Lin Chen, and when this matter spread out, the Empty All-Night Academy was afraid that it would lose all of its face. Luo Xiong could even imagine the headlines on the internet afterward. Shocked. The Empty All-Night School dog-eyed and disliked the Tianyun Province Scholar, only to be ruthlessly slapped in the face by the Tianyun Province Scholar. Empty All-Night Academy recruits trash? 2 sophomores were brutally beaten by a senior. 1 move and a second. The Heavenly Cloud Province Imperial Beast College entrance exam top scholar crushed the sophomore students of the Empty All-Night Academy, claiming that the students of the Empty All-Night Academy are all trash. Luo Xiong was certain that when that principal of the Empty All-Night Academy saw these news coming out, then he, the teacher of the enrollment office, would definitely be held accountable. What should be done then? It seemed that the only way was to bow down to Lin Chen, the Imperial Beast College entrance exam top scholar, offering extremely high conditions to enroll Lin Chen into the Empty All-Night Academy. Despite inwardly hating this Tianyun Province scholar who had caused him to lose face at this point in time, he could only give up his personal face to preserve the reputation of the academy. The main thing was that he didn't even dare to be angry if he wanted to. There was a top powerhouse with supreme strength hidden here. Otherwise, in the battle between Lin Chen and Fenghua, he would have intervened in the battle long ago. At this moment, Luo Xiong wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The remaining 6 teachers from the enrollment office who had previously disliked Lin Chen were also thinking this way. What was personal face? It was only good to make up for the success. It was necessary to strive to pull this Tianyun Province scholar to their school. With this in mind, these 7 enrollment office teachers also moved their feet, wanting to move over. However, teachers, don't you all dislike this student Lin Chen? Why are you still coming over? Teacher Luya pretended to be surprised and asked knowingly. Yeah, why are you guys still here? Is it possible that you guys regret it and want to steal this top student from us? Teacher Xiao of the Nightyao Academy asked the same rhetorical question. The eyes of the 2 enrollment teachers were filled with an incomparably teasing look as they looked at these fellow students who were riding the tiger. The top 10 top Imperial Beast Academies were all in competition with each other. Naturally, they were unwilling to see them come and steal this talent of Lin Chen from themselves. And at this time, those upperclassmen and sophomores also shouted. You guys actually dislike our senior Lin Chen? I said, why did senior Lin Chen get into a fight with these sophomores? I feel like it's because you guys are the ones who demeaned and humiliated our senior Lin Chen. Get out. Before, you guys treated our senior Lin Chen with love and disdain, but now you can't afford to climb up? The faces of these 7 enrollment office teachers from the top institutions were as gloomy as a puddle of black water at the moment. But on the contrary, they had no way to fight back. Let's go. Being squeezed so badly, coupled with Lin Chen's cold attitude at the moment, they also knew that there was no use in continuing to stay here, so they could only endure their anger and leave City No. 1 Middle School in disgrace. Zhao Lidong, Tian Chunlai, Qin Hai, and Kai Chaofan, the 4 people who had already been admitted, could also only harden their hearts and go with the teachers of the Heavenly Prime Academy and the Empty All-Night Academy. Whoa, 4 traitors. Ha. It's fine, the academies they chose are all trash academies that our senior Lin Chen dislikes. From now on, these 4 guys don't say that they're from our city's first high school. The younger siblings of the first and second years of high school continued to mend fences against these 4 people. Alas! These 4 people were inwardly sighing sadly at this moment. It seems that they have been having a bad time with everything since they became enemies with Lin Chen. Chapter 47 The Right Medicine. Choosing the Sacred Sun Academy. Xin Lingshang and Bai Luwei, who had chosen the Kanglin Academy, had a look of celebration floating within them at the moment. It was fortunate that they had chosen the Kanglin Academy instead of the remaining 7 academies. Xin Lingfan was now even looking forward to the fact that her own teacher Luya would recruit Lin Chen into the Kanglin Academy. I say, Teacher Li Ruoyan, you, the Sacred Sun School, have been silent. Are you also looking down on Lin Chen? If that's the case, you can just quit first. At this time, looking at the Sacred Sun Academy's admissions office teacher who had not left the field, but had been silent, Xiaoyi opened his mouth smilingly. Luya also looked at the female teacher named Li Ruoyun with a grave expression. Only to see a woman wearing an OL dress, with a delicate face and a light temperament, standing calmly on the side, not like Xiaoyi as well as Luya, who was in a hurry to open the conditions. Could it be because the Sacred Sun Academy couldn't open good conditions? No. If we were to talk about the heritage, about the strength of the teachers, the Sacred Sun Academy was recognized as the Nan Bo Wan. And facing Xiaoyi and Luya's line of sight, Li Ruoyan laughed softly. Mr. Xia, you don't have to squeeze me with your words. My Sacred Sun Academy has never disliked Lin Chen. I just want to wait for you guys to open the highest conditions before I open my mouth. Teacher Li Ruoyan, what do you mean by that? Xiaoyi frowned. The meaning is very simple. It means that no matter what conditions you 2 academies offer, my Sacred Sun Academy will give an extra SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster skill book as an additional reward on top of this. Li Ruoyan's voice was calm, but the meaning coming out of his words was incomparably overbearing. It was as if she was saying, we don't have anything else in the Sacred Sun Academy, but we have plenty of underlying resources. These words came out. Luya and Xiaoyi, the 2 enrollment teachers, had their faces stagnate. Li Ruoyan continued to speak. In addition, student Lin Chen, in the last 20 years, our Sacred Sun Academy's comprehensive faculty strength is even placed in the top 10 prestigious schools, that is steadily occupying the top 3 positions, and in the last 3 years, the international tournaments of our Sacred Sun Academy has even won back-to-back championships. By the way, I also asked Principal Zhang for information about your family. Currently you are dependent on your sister, and your sister is also temporarily off from school, right? Seeing that this teacher had even looked into his family situation, Lin Chen felt a little surprised, but he nodded. Then, as long as you, Lin Chen student, choose to attend our Holy Sun Academy, while giving generous resource conditions, your sister, too, can follow you to live here in our Holy Sun Academy, and we can allow your sister to be exempted from all assessment trials, and directly enter the sub-schools under the name of the Holy Sun Academy to attend junior and senior high school. Of course, while the tuition and miscellaneous fees are completely free, we can provide all the equipment, potions, and beast pets contracted by your sister after completing the observation ceremony that she needs for her classes on weekdays at no cost. The beast pets provided for your sister's contract are all at a minimum of 1-star source beast level. How about that? Listening to the conditions Li Ruoyan offered, the 2 teachers on the side, Xiaoyi and Luya, were dumbfounded. They had never dreamed that this Li Ruoyan had even investigated Lin Chen's family situation. This Sacred Sun Academy was clearly aiming for Lin Chen from the start. The conditions given were not only generous, but also sincere. It was specifically prepared for you, Lin Chen. How could they, the Kanglin Academy and the Nightmare Academy, compete? Good fellow. This Li Ruoyan hasn't opened her mouth to speak. I thought she didn't want to recruit. Emotionally, she's the one who's the most prepared. The 2 teachers hated each other inwardly. The homework done was not as sufficient as Li Ruoyan. In addition, the sub-schools under the name of Holy Sun Academy, the junior and senior high schools, were also notorious for being number 1 in the country. The Kanglin School and Nightyao School didn't have any sub-schools, and from this point of view, they lost by a large margin. Thank you for your love, teachers. I choose the Sacred Sun Academy. Lin Chen merely contemplated for a second's time and also gave his choice. In reality, for Lin Chen personally, the 3 academies of Kanglin, Nightmare, and Sacred Sun, it would be fine to go to any one of them. All of them were top 10 top institutions, and the gap between them was not very large. However, as Li Ruoyan said, Lin Chen had to think about his sister. Previously, Lin Chen had made a promise to his sister that after the Imperial Beast examination, he would definitely allow her to attend a top high school and get the best conditions for her Imperial Beast education. Right now, the conditions given by the Sacred Sun Academy just so happened to be that a pillow was sent to Lin Chen when he wanted to sleep. Then, Lin Chen had no reason not to choose the Sacred Sun Academy. Li Ruoyan smiled and looked at Lin Chen, saying softly, then, on behalf of the Sacred Sun Academy, I'll welcome student Lin Chen. A month later, I will personally come to East Sea City to pick you and your sister up over at the Sacred Sun Academy. By then, with your acceptance notice, go and collect your resource rewards. Ding! The East Sea City Imperial Beast Association initiates a 1 billion dragon coin remittance to your Dragon Central Bank account with tail number 9527. The first high school of Donghai City initiates a 500 million dragon coin remittance to your Dragon Central Bank account number with tail number 9527. On the way home, Lin Chen's cell phone was also the source of several text messages. Not only was it the Imperial Beast Association and the city's first high school, but there were also some huge remittances from companies and businesses transferring money on their own. Lin Chen frowned and opened his mobile banking app, and in addition to the rewards given by the city officials, all of the private remittances from these companies and businesses were returned. As the saying goes, if you eat a man's mouth, you take a man's hand. If Lin Chen accepted the gifts from these companies and enterprises, it would be like taking the other party's favor. In the future, if people have something to come to the door and ask you to help, will you help or not? In addition, the officials of Donghai City have gifted you an additional class at General Skill Book. Principal Zhang Jianguo told this news before Lin Chen left the school. Well, for a provincial top student, only giving away an A-grade general skill book was a stumbling block when compared to the resource conditions given by those top schools. However, Lin Chen expressed his understanding and would not half resent it. After all, Donghai City was a small, remote city with a lack of resources, so to be able to come up with an A-grade general skill book as an extra reward was really good. The name of the A-grade general skill book was Swift as the Wind. Swift as the Wind A, after casting, increase your movement speed by 50% within 60 seconds, and during this process, you are immune to the two abnormal states of binding and slowdown. Remarks: binding and slowing caused by S rank or higher skills cannot be immunized. Not bad skill. Lin Chen was satisfied. He did like this skill, whether it was used for offense or escape and avoidance, it was very good. In actual combat, Lin Chen often had some tactics as well as offensive techniques that he couldn't utilize because he didn't have enough movement speed, and this skill filled the gap. Chapter 48 Battle Power Tenfold Ratio Transformation. Name: Lin Chen. Age: 18. Level: 17. Profession: Imperial Beast Master. Talent: Psychic Communication F. Skills: Deadly Strike A, Swift as the Wind A, Silent Step F, Throwing F. Skills: Deadly Strike A, Swift as the Wind A, Silent Step F. Strength: 360 Wisdom, 360 Physique, 360 Agility, 360. No equipment or props to enhance. Beast Pet: Candle Dragon. Rank: Juvenile 6th Order. Name: Candle Spectre. Sex: Female. Bloodline rank: Illusory Beast Species Evolvable. Talent: Time Controller SSS, Divine Right of Heavenly Fire SSS. Talent: Time Controller SSS, Divine Right of Heavenly Fire SSS. Skills: Forward Stream S, Stasis S, Backtracking S, Inferno Spit S. Skills: Forward Stream S, Stasis S, Backtracking S. Battle Power Conversion: 1000%. The above was the basic information of Lin Chen and his own beast pet today. What could be seen was that by pulling Candle Dragon's basic information to the bottom, there was a column of Battle Power Conversion. What did this mean? It actually meant that the beast pet inherited the proportion of the four-dimensional attributes on its owner. After a beast pet was tamed, its own four-dimensional attributes would be erased, and it could only inherit the four-dimensional attributes from its owner's body. The meaning of 1000% transformation of battle power is that this little candle dragon now possesses 1000% of its master's four-dimensional attributes, that is, 10 times. Nowadays, Lin Chen's strength, wisdom, agility, and physique were all 360 points 200 points before, and after leveling up to 17, they rose to 360 points, so the Candle Dragon's four-dimensional attributes were now an average of 3,600 points, which was 10 times Lin Chen's. This was a terrifying transformation of battle power. This was a terrifying battle power conversion ratio. One had to know that many beast pets commonly had a battle power conversion ratio of 150-180%. Like Jiang Chen, who was second in the province, and by Night Han, who was third, their contracted beast pets had a battle power conversion ratio of 400%. Shen Lingfang and Zhao Lidong were at 300%. The higher the quality of the bloodline, the higher the battle power conversion ratio of the beast pet. From this, it was enough to see just how fierce the mountain and sea scripture divine beast Candle Dragon that Lin Chen had contracted was. What was even more crucial was that the little Candle Dragon could still be in its juvenile stage today. The bloodline quality information clearly showed that it could still evolve. This battle power conversion ratio would continue to pull higher in the future. Brother, the East Sea City Imperial Beastmaster Association has already sent you an Imperial Beastmaster Star license. The specification is a 3-star one. Just as Lin Chen was checking the information about himself as well as his beast pet in his room, the voice of his own sister Lin Yushi came from outside the door. Lin Chen opened the door, only to see his own sister handing over a Royal Beastmaster Star medal, codified with a pattern of 3 stars, to himself. The Global Imperial Beastmaster Association would give each successfully registered Imperial Beastmaster a star plate representing their identity, with a minimum of 1 star, and after 9 stars, it would be the Xian Star, Earth Star, Heaven Star, King Star, Sacred Star, and Divine Star. In total, there were 15 ranks. Currently, in the entire world, there were no more Divine Star level Imperial Beastmasters. It was said that in that Demon Abyss Rift battle 50 years ago, the only 5 Divine Star Imperial Beastmasters in the world vs the 5 Supreme Brilliant Demons ended up sacrificing themselves honorably. In the 50 years since then, no Imperial Beastmaster had been able to become a recognized Divine Star Imperial Beastmaster. In a remote place like East Sea City, the highest Imperial Beastmaster Star license specification that could be issued was 3 stars. A 3-star Imperial Beastmaster at the age of 18 was the first in the history of East Sea City. However, there was no one who felt that it was a misnomer. As the only Imperial Beast Exam provincial top scorer in the history of East Sea City, distributing a 3-star star medal was actually all but condescending to Lin Chen. With this star medal, Lin Chen could enjoy the specifications of a 3-star Imperial Beast Master in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the whole world. Every month, at least 1 Imperial Beast silver coin would be issued as a base salary. Luxury residences and limousines were assigned, and all kinds of social insurance were automatically paid for. All sorts of benefits that only the profession of Imperial Beast Master could enjoy. This was also the reason why everyone wanted to become a Royal Beast Master. It was worth mentioning that most of the ordinary Imperial Beast Masters in East Sea City were not even good enough for a star rank. To obtain a star medal, it didn't depend on your personal rank, but rather on whether or not you could pass the Imperial Beastmaster Association's customized test, as well as what outstanding contributions you had made to the local area, glorious deeds, and so on. Lin Chen had risen from an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster to a 3-star Imperial Beastmaster in one fell swoop simply by getting the provincial top prize in the Imperial Beast examination. It was enough to see the gold content of the Imperial Beast examination. By the way, brother, just now a gentleman named Chu Shanha called over and said that he's going to leave East Sea City tomorrow, so he wants to treat you to a meal in the Pearl Hotel tonight. Do you want to go? Lin Yushi said softly. As she said that, a pair of beautiful eyes flashed with bright colors as she looked at Lin Chen expectantly. You want to go too? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Not. Lin Yushi gently shook her head and softly said, I just heard that the Pearl Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in East China Sea City, and I think that the food inside must be very delicious. If you can't finish the food, can you pack it up and give it to me to try? Lin Chen sniffed and touched his sister's little head. No packing, brother will personally take you to try. If Mr. Chu Shanha doesn't let you go, then I won't bother to give a damn about this person in the future. Lin Chen wasn't joking. Whoever dared to dislike his sister, then he definitely wouldn't have any dealings with them. Of course. With Mr. Chu Shanha's pattern as well as his personality, he definitely wouldn't do that. Out of politeness, Lin Chen also dialed back and asked Mr. Chu Shanha if he could bring his sister along to the appointment. Mr. Chu Shanha smiled brightly and said that he could bring as many family members as he wanted. Lin Chen stated that he only had one family member nowadays. In reality, Lin Chen did have other relatives. However, they were indifferent to each other, and with the conflicts between their fathers, they belonged to the state of being old and dead on weekdays. The disappearance of Lin Chen's parents, and the rags to riches of his family's way of life, made these so-called relatives, instead of helping out, wantonly mock and ridicule. Every year when they offered incense to their grandparents, they were inevitably taunted. Since Lin Chen became a provincial scholar, these relatives who usually have a bad relationship with each other, even licked their faces to climb the relationship. In response, Lin Chen didn't even bother to pick up the phone, didn't even bother to pay attention. This may be poor in the city, no one asked, rich in the mountains have distant relatives. Soon, Lin Chen brought his sister and Xiang Xingyan to the Pearl Hotel. It couldn't be helped that only just after leaving the house, Xiang Xingyan appeared and asked Lin Chen where he was taking Lin Yushi, and after explaining the situation, she smiled and said that she wanted to come along as well. With nothing else to do, Lin Chen had no choice but to call Mr. Chu Shanha again to explain the situation. It was just. When Lin Chen brought Lin Yuxi and Xiang Xingyan into this luxurious and bright private room, the moment Chu Shanha saw Xiang Xingyan, his pupils shrunk, and on his face, which was originally calm and collected, a strong color of shock actually surged out. Chapter 49 Gift of Favor. It was a good thing that Chu Shanha's shocked look only lasted for an instant before it converged and became calm. On the other hand, his niece Chu Yao, who was beside him, opened her big, beautiful eyes and curiously surveyed Lin Chen as well as Lin Yuxi and Xiang Xingyan. A look of surprise surfaced on this young girl's pretty face. She hadn't expected that the ordinary teenager she had met a few days ago in the Spectral Canyon had leapt to become the top scholar of the Imperial Beast examination in Tianyun province. Although Chu Yao was only 13 or 14 years old, she came from the Chu family in the capital city, so she naturally understood the gold content of a province's top scholar, as well as the bright future it represented. In addition, why was Lin Chen's sister so beautiful? That pair of purple pupils is so good-looking. There is also this flavorful big sister on the side, between her hands and feet, all are filled with charming and moving temperament, even she feels heartbroken it. A large and a small two beauties accompanied Lin Chen as he walked in. If one didn't know, one would think that Lin Chen was the young master of some worldly family. Chu Shanha glanced deeply at Xiang Xingyan, who also glanced faintly at him. The warning in her beautiful eyes was thick. It clearly told the other party not to talk too much. Only then did Chu Shanha look at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with marvel and emotion. What kind of heaven-defying luck does this teenager have? Obviously awakened F-grade Imperial Beast talent, but as a result, he was able to contract a new time system beast pet that does not exist in the Imperial Beast Atlas. Then, surprisingly, he even bonded with Xiang Xingyan. Seeing that just now when Lin Chen pushed the door in, Xiang Xingyan, who was wearing a white dress, was standing beside Lin Chen at a very close distance. Other people didn't know what this woman's identity and background was, but he did. How on earth did this Lin Chen become acquainted with it? Even more crucial was this sister of Lin Chen. After sitting down, Xiang Xingyan was very pampered and gave food to Lin Chen's sister. Not little brother Lin Chen, if you know this legendary existence Xiang Xingyan, and his sister has such a good relationship with him, why do you still need to work so hard to take the Imperial Beast's higher education examination? Of course, inwardly shocked to shocked, outwardly Chu Shanha was still very calm. There weren't many people who knew Xiang Xingyan's identity, he was considered one of them, and now that he had been warned by the other party, he naturally didn't dare to divulge half of it. Little brother Lin Chen, I'm about to leave East Sea City, and I also want to take advantage of this meal to solemnly express my gratitude to you for saving my life before. At this moment, Chu Shanha and Chu Yao, a large and small group, stood up at the same time and bowed slightly to Lin Chen, expressing their gratitude with a sincere expression. There's no need to be so polite, it's just a matter of lifting a hand. Mr. Chu, hurry up and sit down. Lin Chen also both hurriedly got up, indicating that there was no need to care. He truly had no intention of caring too much about this so-called life-saving favor. Now, it was the turn of Xiang Xingyan, who had been giving Lin Yuxi dishes, to be a little surprised. What the hell? Chu Shanha was a 100-level royal beast master, how did he need Lin Chen, a fledgling little munchkin, to save his life? It felt like an impossible thing to happen. Empty words of thanks is not the style of behavior of my Chu family, so before I say goodbye, I have a gift for little brother Lin Chen. Chu Shanha called out to Lin Chen to come over. Naturally, it couldn't just be purely for the sake of treating Lin Chen to a meal. He took out 2 boxes, and after opening them, Lin Chen saw, respectively, a bracelet and a ring lying quietly in the box. These 2 items exuded a mind-blowing fluctuation of spiritual energy, and at a glance, it was clear that they were not mortal. This ring, for you, little brother Lin Chen, don't look at it as a ring, but it's actually a weapon. And this bracelet is for your sister. As a meeting gift, this bracelet can automatically generate a shield when the wearer meets danger, and can withstand up to 3 full-force strikes from a 100-level powerhouse. Chu Shanha could be said to be full of sincerity. These 2 pieces of equipment were both carefully crafted by the famous artisans in his family. There was no restriction on the level at which they could be worn, not to mention level 17 Lin Chen, even Lin Yuxi, who was only level 5, could wear them successfully. Since that's the case, then I'll accept the honor. Lin Chen did not make any pretense and accepted these 2 gifts openly. 1, because he and his sister really needed it. 2, it was because even if he refused, the other party would still forcefully present them, making it clear that he wanted to show his appreciation. Thirdly, it was also to allow Chu Shanha to stabilize himself inwardly. After all, Lin Chen also knew how it felt to owe others favors, and to be able to repay was definitely to try to do so, or else he wouldn't feel comfortable inwardly. Lin Chen picked up this ring that was flashing with an eerie black luster and wore it on top of his finger.
You have successfully equipped the Ring of Demons. Equipment, Demonic Ring. Grade, Xian Grade Upgradable. Wearing requirements, none.
Equipment description: this ring can transform into 3 weapon forms, namely a bow and arrow, mace, and heavy sword.
Equipment description: this ring can transform into 3 weapon forms, respectively. Equipment attributes:
bow and arrow form, armor penetration increased by 20%, penetration increased by 50%, physical attack increased by 30%, movement speed increased by 20%. Staff form, legal resistance penetration increased by 20%, spell skill range increased by 50%, magic attack power increased by 30%, movement speed increased by 20%. Heavy sword form, strength, physique, armor, and spell resistance increased by 20%, gained 15% damage reduction, restored 3% of one's maximum life value per second, and movement speed increased by 10%. At the same time, Lin Chen checked up on the bracelet his sister was wearing.
Equipment, Star Blessing Bracelet. Grade, Xian Grade Upgradable. Wearing requirements, none.
Equipment attributes: when the wearer is damaged, they will receive a death exemption, and at the same time, a shield of starlight will be deployed to shelter the wearer. The duration of the shield of starlight is 120 minutes, and it can withstand up to 3 powerful strikes from a 100-level powerhouse. When Lin Chen saw the description of this piece of equipment, a look of shock immediately appeared on his face.
Is this
really a Xian grade equipment? Seeing Lin Chen's astonished look, Chu Shanha also smiled and said, in order to create these 2 pieces of equipment, that famous craftsman of our Chu family has wasted a lot of brain and effort, and the material used for that one bracelet is even made from a very precious mysterious meteorite from outer heaven. Due to the need to wear the required level cancel, can only be this bracelet grade pressure to the Xian level, the future is very recommended that you will upgrade this bracelet. After all, this piece of heavily mysterious meteorite, even our Chu family only possesses a mere 3 pieces.
After hearing Chu Shanha's explanation, Lin Chen was then enlightened.
That one ring that could change the form of a weapon was actually within the acceptable range. But that one star blessing bracelet, which could actually withstand 3 attacks from a 100-level powerhouse, was exaggerated and outrageous. After all, it was Xian-level equipment. It turned out to be specially crafted from a very rare mysterious meteorite from outer heaven. If those bigwigs in the outside world were to know that Chu Shanha had actually used such a piece of heavily mysterious meteorite to create this bracelet, they would be afraid that they would have to scream and think that it was a waste.
Chapter 50 Upgrade. The Candle Dragon awakened once again.
By the way, as the top scholar of the Imperial Beast Examination in Tianyun Province, the rewards that are uniquely yours will be directly distributed to you after arriving at the Sacred Sun Academy. The most crucial of them, the Imperial Beast Spirit Stone, should be SS grade.
This is an opportunity for you, be sure to grasp it.
At the end of the banquet, Chu Shanha smiled and urged.
Brother Lin Chen, after you arrive in the capital, you can come and find me to play when you have time. Oh, I can be your tour guide and take you to eat, drink and have fun.
Shu Yao on the side also said sweetly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, saying that he would definitely find Shu Yao to play when he had the chance. At the same time, inwardly, he was pondering.
Imperial Beast Spirit Stones.
A reward that only candidates who had cleared the Imperial Beast exam replica would receive. Depending on the score you passed, and the provincial ranking, spirit stones of the corresponding grade would be handed out. In fact, every profession requires profession spirit stones if you want to successfully change professions. If you wanted to change to a swordsman, you had to pass the swordsman's specialty examination, and if you wanted to change to a mage, it was the same thing. Right now, don't look at Lin Chen's panel information on the occupation column. It says Beastmaster, but it's only because the time limit for the Beastmaster's college entrance examination pass has not yet expired. After another half a month, if Lin Chen didn't obtain a Beast Spirit Stone, then you would see that the information on the occupation column would directly become no job.
The minimum grade for a Beast Spirit Stone is F, and the maximum is SSS. When you use a Beast Spirit Stone, there is a chance that you will awaken a new beast talent that corresponds to your level. Note that it is probable. Not 100%.
So, for every candidate who has obtained a Royal Beast Spirit Stone, this is another chance to change their destiny. As long as you could awaken one more powerful Royal Beast talent, then your future would be brighter. This was especially true of Lin Chen. He only had one F-grade Royal Beast talent today,
and it would be best for him to borrow the Royal Beast Spirit Stones to turn his life around before completing the second awakening trial at level 50. Regardless of whether the probability of successfully awakening a new talent was high or low, Lin Chen had to do his best to capitalize on it. The summer vacation still had most of a month to go before it ended. Lin Chen hadn't been lazy or relaxed during this period of time. Instead, he had strengthened his combat training, improving his combat skills and at the same time improving his tacit understanding with the little candle dragon, as well as increasing his proficiency with the demonic ring weapon. It was worth mentioning that the Beast Master profession was one of the few professions that could use any weapon. Like swordsmen, can only use sword weapons, mages can only use the scepter, priests can only use the scepter, warriors can only use the battle axe, shield. And so on. You see, these professions are fixed dead weapons, their own skills can only be used to use these weapons to be able to perform out. Imperial Beast Master was different. This profession itself did not restrict any weapons, which undoubtedly gave Lin Chen more room to play. Of course, most Imperial Beastmasters also allowed themselves to skillfully utilize several weapons in order to more easily battle other professions. One day half a month later. 30 kilometers away from the southern outskirts of Donghai City, in the depths of the field map called the Flame Mountain Range. Lin Chen's silhouette was like a ghost constantly weaving in and out of the red maple forests. Swift as the wind. This A-ranked general skill rewarded by East Ocean City allowed Lin Chen to hunt down the Flame Maple Mouse King, an area boss that was famous for its speed, with no effort at all. However, little Yui, who had 1% battle power conversion, was even faster than Lin Chen. Swish! The little guy who was originally lying on Lin Chen's shoulder, his golden dragon pupils locked onto the Fire Maple Mouse King that was constantly escaping in front of him, and his entire figure transformed into a fiery red light that flashed away, instantly shortening the distance between himself and the Fire Maple Mouse King to a range of 50 meters. Clock! Suddenly, the sound of a time clock rang out. The power of time was unleashed, and the figure of the Fire Maple Mouse King, who was frantically fleeing, froze at this moment, and even the surrounding images fell into black and white colors. Static. This S-rank skill acted on the body of the Fire Maple Mouse King, making it unable to escape, and in the next instant. Poof! An arrow broke through the air and penetrated the Fire Maple Rat King's head with unrivaled precision. It turned out to be Lin Chen who had transformed his demonic ring into a bow and arrow, killing the Fire Maple Mouse King with a mid-range point-blank attack. You have successfully killed the Fire Maple Forest area boss Fire Maple Mouse King. You have gained 30,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 20. Your beast pet Candle Spectre has been upgraded to Evolved Body first level. Picked up successfully. You have obtained the Heart of the Fire Maple Rat King, but you have obtained the Heart of the Fire Maple Rat King, but you have obtained the Flaming Fur of the Fire Maple Mouse King. You have obtained the Flame Belt. You have obtained the Fiery Flame Shoulder Armor. You have obtained the Intermediate Storage Ring. Not a bad harvest. Lin Chen felt satisfied with the harvest from this trip. It was also considered a way to raise his level to 20 before going to the University Mansion, as well as raising the little candle dragon to evolutionary body first stage. Ding! Your beast pet Candle Spectre has awakened new talents, skills. Night Underworld God's Eyes SSS opens the Night Underworld God's Eyes, causing all targets it looks at to be plunged into the endless Night Underworld illusion, and at the same time, it can break through all illusions of phantasmagoria itself. Taking the Clouds and Flying Mist S, after casting, greatly increases one's speed and gains the ability to fly freely. Night Stygian God's Eyes is a SSS grade purple art talent that can make the target fall into an illusion while at the same time breaking all illusionary illusions itself, very domineering and worthy of being a SSS grade talent. Taking off the Clouds is an S-class aerial skill. With this skill, Xiaoyu can soar through the 9 heavens, unrestrained in heaven and earth. Is this the Candle Dragon? Every time you advance 5 levels, you usher in an awakening of your talents and skills. The most crucial thing is that the awakened talent is directly SSS grade, and the awakened skill is directly S grade, and if it continues to evolve in the future, I dare not think how exaggerated it is. Worthy of being a divine beast from the classic of mountains and seas, compared to those beast pets in the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide, it's unknown how many times stronger. Lin Chen muttered, and in his complexion, apart from the emotion, there was more marvel and celebration of his good fortune. To be honest, at that time, not choosing to visualize the Imperial Beast illustrations and instead choosing to visualize the Mountain and Sea Sutra from the earth of his previous life was a great risk. For this reason, Lin Chen's will had been worn down countless times in the world of the Mountain and Sea Sutra's visualization. It seemed that it was followed by a time reversal by Candlewick's supreme will to resurrect himself countless times. At the end of the day, Lin Chen had gotten an egg and didn't even know if he had succeeded in his contemplation. Nowadays, it seemed that the contemplation ceremony at that time could be considered a great success. It was just that the dangers in between were definitely not something that a normal person could visualize. If anyone else had tried it, they would not have been able to support their well-being constantly worn down, and would have had a complete mental breakdown and become insane. Chapter 51 Catching Up. Hitchhiking. When the last day of the summer vacation arrived, in the early morning hours, a limousine was picking up Lin Chen and Lin Yushi at the East Sea City Airport. At that time, the siblings would fly from the Donghai City Airport to the capital of Tianyun Province, Luyun City, and from the Magic Space Teleportation Station there, they would be directly teleported to the capital. If there were no surprises, the next few years would be spent in the capital. Sister Xingyan, I'll definitely come back to see you when I'm free. Take care of yourself and be careful of those colorful wolves. Lin Yushi and Xiang Xingyan, a large and small beauty, hugged each other tightly. Lin Chen was quietly watching from the side. However, Xiang Xingyan was the one who pinched Lin Yushi's delicate and adorable little face and said softly, "What am I taking care of? Who told you that I'm staying here? Since both of you siblings have already moved to the capital, it's just as well for me to follow you there as well, and as it happens, I also have a few properties over there in the capital, and it just so happens that there's one that's very close to the Sacred Dawn Academy sub-school. Xiaoxi, you're going to be enrolled in junior and senior high school at the Sacred Sun Academy sub-school, so don't stay in the dormitory when you're out of school at normal times, just stay at my place." A few words fell, causing Lin Yushi's pretty face to be dumbfounded. Lin Chen even smiled helplessly and bitterly. This undoubtedly further verified that Xiang Xingyan, this woman, had a strong background. It was important to know that the buildings in the neighborhood of the Sacred Sun Academy sub-schools weren't just as simple as being expensive. You also had to rely on connections and background if you wanted to buy it. After all, crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the capital city, the world's powerful families are everywhere, strong people are even more gathered, you a brick smash down, may be able to smash to several hundred-level royal beast master. So, it was impossible for ordinary people to take down a school district house near the Holy Sun Academy's children's school. Yet Xiang Xingyan did. But the problem came again. Xiang Xingyan, the young woman, said that she was single, not married, and didn't have any children, so it was impossible to say that she had gone out and purchased such an expensive and costly school district house that required costly networking walks for no reason at all. There was only one possibility that even Lin Chen found absurd. That was, she had bought it for Xiaoxi. Of course, this was only Lin Chen's own speculation. As to whether or not this was the answer, it was unknown. But no matter what, this moving young woman with heavenly strength and a mysterious and powerful background did not have any malicious intent towards their brother and sister. If she had any malicious intent, Lin Chen and his own sister would not have survived more than a second in front of her. Since it was a well-intentioned friend, then Lin Chen was also too lazy to probe. Well, it should be that with his own weak strength nowadays, he also couldn't probe the various secrets hidden behind Xiang Xingyan. So, Xiang Xingyan also got on this trip. The three of them took the airplane together and rushed to Luyun City. Sitting on top of the airplane, looking out the window, a clearly differentiated field map came into view. Between two field maps, it was very likely that one was in the wintry winter all year round, while the other was in the hot summer all year round, so overlooking it, you would find that the distribution of these field maps was extraordinarily bright and clear. Also, the airplane was also bumping into group after group of flying demonic beasts midway. When they saw the iron lump that was the airplane, they let out ferocious hissing sounds, and they actually didn't hesitate for a second, directly crashing towards the airplane here. Kill. Fortunately, every airplane was equipped with an air control escort, and the Imperial Beast Masters, who were also indentured with flying beast pets, exerted great strength and killed all these demonic beasts that attacked the airplane, in order to ensure the personal safety of the passengers on the airplane. But even so, the probability of the airplane having an accident was not small. Take Tianyun Province for example, every year, there were more than a dozen cases of airplanes being attacked by demonic beasts and crashed in the news, but fortunately there were no casualties. This was because every airplane was equipped with an emergency teleportation magic array. Once a danger was detected, then this emergency teleportation magic array would activate and teleport all the passengers in the airplane to a safe location. Why did you come early? I was planning to go to East Sea City to pick you guys up. Teacher Li Ruoyun said rather angrily. Originally, it was agreed that she would personally go to East Sea City to pick up, but unexpectedly, she had only just arrived in Luyun City when Lin Chen sent a message over, saying that he had also arrived in Luyun City. This one is? This admissions office teacher of the Sacred Sun Academy obviously didn't recognize Xiang Xingyan and asked curiously. "Oh, she's our sister, she's also going to follow along to the capital this time." "Teacher Li, this should be fine, right?" Seeing that Xiang Xingyin didn't say anything, Lin Chen had no choice but to open his mouth and reply. "Of course it's fine, as long as it's your family, the Sacred Sun Academy side will make all the arrangements." Li Ruoyun nodded with a smile. Immediately, she added, "Ever since the world calamity, the expansion of the planet's size, and the expansion of its territory, the distance between many provinces has become many times farther than before. The distance from the Heavenly Cloud province to the capital city, if we were to take an airplane, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to get there without half a year's time. Come with me, the tickets for the Magic Space Teleportation Station have all been bought for you." Teacher Li Ruoyun explained while leading the way for Lin Chen and the others. The descent of the magical disaster demonic beasts, the appearance of wild maps as well as unknown lands had cut off most of the highways and highways. The crustal section of the earth was expanding while also tearing out a huge fissure. This one huge fissure, you may not believe it when you say it, the lowest were more than 10,000 kilometers apart. So much so that the two cities that were originally neighboring each other were very far apart under the isolation of this rift. The original interoperability of the high-speed rail, highway, not counting the road on the way to the demonic beasts, monsters attack, only to say that these fissures, these basic transportation facilities will be scrapped. However, there are still a handful of highways still pass, but dare to rush from there, are all the art of high courage generation. Now the general public recognized way of travel, there are only two kinds. 1. Flying. 2. Magical teleportation. Catching the road from the land is the most stupid and inefficient, but also the most dangerous. At this moment, under the leadership of Teacher Li Ruoyun, Lin Chen, Lin Yushi, and Xiang Xingyan were all standing within a huge magic teleportation array. Inside the magic array were not only Lin Chen and the others, but also a well-dressed individual transmigrator with a powerful aura. In the end, it was the capital city of the province, and Lin Chen realized that the transmigrators who traveled to and from the city, regardless of whether they were beastmasters or other professions such as mages and swordsmen, the lowest level was even level 40 to start. Level 50s and 60s were even everywhere. After half a minute, the magic array will be activated. At that time, there will be a slight dizziness as well as weightlessness due to the spatial teleportation. There will be no problem after a little bit of adaptation. Li Ruoyun said softly. Suddenly, her willow eyebrows frowned. She sensed that there were many lines of sight looking towards this place. She glanced at these transmigrators around her before realizing that, good lord, all of these people's sights had landed on this sister of Lin Chen's. "This beautiful young lady, can we get acquainted?" What made Li Ruoyun's head hurt even more was that an elite person with gorgeous clothes and extraordinary temperament suddenly walked over, and with what he thought was a low and charismatic voice, he slowly opened his mouth, and that pair of godly eyes was even full of blazing passion as he stared at that sister of Lin Chen. Chapter 52. You're not qualified yet. Flowers bloom, butterflies come. Xiang Xingyan is not sexy or exposed, a light white dress, but she just stood there, tied a very simple ponytail, revealing that charming face, is able to attract most of the men and women's attention. In front of this wearing a suit, extraordinary temperament, handsome young man, just a glance, is to find that this dress elegant but exudes endless charm of the woman, like a magnet, dead attracted his line of sight. Just like Peach Blossom general delicate charming face, and although wearing a dress but because of the light problem can be seen vaguely between the incomparable rich and sexy attractive body, as well as the depth of the pupil full of proud eyes. The young man named Zhuo Buchuan immediately inwardly affirmed a thought, I must get this full of charm of the woman. So he immediately came forward and took the initiative to talk to this woman who made his heart flutter. I believe that with his outstanding external conditions, not to say that he can make the other party fall in love at first sight, at least can make the other party's heart feel good. Looking at this come up to accost himself, heart not half a bit of forced number of youth, to the starry words a pair of beautiful eyes flooded with a touch of frost and disgust, about to coldly open the mouth to the other side to spit out a roll word. Not what cats and dogs are qualified to pursue her to Xingyan. If you don't believe me, you can have someone ask those few old guys in the capital who know her background. Those men who once wanted to get her by their own strength, now the grass has already grown 3 feet high. In the past, when she was the most grumpy, this kind of small karami dared to appear in front of her eyes, dirty her eyes, that will not hesitate, enough to make it serious injury near death slap on the dump over. Now in a public place, beside the little she watching, to Xingyan this only to restrain their violent temperament. Just out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw that Lin Chen, who was next to her, after witnessing this scene, actually revealed an amused spectator smile, causing her to clog up inside. This brat likes to watch theater, right? Likes to gloat, right? Then today, I will let you see what is called the red face, and what is called the disaster of the East. Thinking about this is the cold icy face suddenly bloomed out of the spring snow melting general sweet smile. This smile, not to mention Zhuo Buchuan, the presence of the male line of sight fell on the body of Xiang Xingyan, heart all melted open. However, not waiting for Zhuo Buchuan to be happy, this goddess was the one who took a step to the side, and under the gazes of the crowd's astonishment, regret, and envy, she incomparably and intimately wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's arm, while revealing a happy expression, and then looked apologetically at Zhuo Buchuan. I'm sorry, oh, I have a boyfriend. Lin Chen's face changed and he just wanted to speak. But he realized that he opened his mouth, but his throat was unable to make half a sound. Tip, you have entered a state of silence. Ha! This Xiang Xingyan unexpectedly didn't know what skill he had used to silence Lin Chen. Silence, this state, not only were talents and skills unavailable, even sounds could not be emitted. Lin Chen again wanted to hurriedly try to pull his arm out of that fragrant soft embrace, but found that the other party's arms were like iron pincers, obviously looking not half as hard, but was able to deadlock his arm. On the side, Lin Yushi was already full of surprise and covered her small mouth. She never dreamed that Sister Xingyan and her own brother were actually lovers. Teacher Li Ruoyun, however, looked at Xiang Xingyan thoughtfully. As for the rejected Zhuo Buchuan, a cold and vicious look swept through the depths of his pupils. But he didn't act like those brainwashed villains, furious, but instead, his surface remained flamboyant and elegant, his hands spread out, pretending to be helpless. It seems that I'm being abrupt, I don't know if this girl has a boyfriend. Spinning around, he then looked at Lin Chen, who had an odd expression, and laughed. It seems that this brother must be very good, or else he wouldn't have made this girl fall so hard for him. This sentence of yours, this girl really can't deny it. Xiang Xingyan heard this and didn't refute. This sentence was the truth. Not only had Lin Chen awakened his F-class talent and was from a commoner's background, under such conditions, he managed to buck the trend and win the first prize in Tianyun province in one go, stepping on Jiang Chen with his feet and punching by Night Han. Just ask who in the entire world could do that? At this time there are also people who want to bark. You Lin Chen is just relying on a time-based top beast pet to win the first prize. Indeed. But have you ever thought about that one provincial scholar from other provinces, or ginger porcelain, white night cold, these heavenly pride, even if they awaken the top talent, but behind them if they do not have a deep-rooted, huge resources of the luxury family clan, they will definitely not be able to go to this point today. Their beast pets were just as much top-tier beast pet embryos that the magnificent family clan had gone to great lengths to prepare for them. In addition, this candle dragon divine beast of Lin Chen's was by no means easy to come by. During the visualization ceremony, at the risk of death, his will had been worn out countless times and resurrected countless times, and he had gone through thousands of hardships before finally obtaining the candle dragon egg. Combining all sorts of... In Xiang Xingyan's eyes, not to talk about the future, but only to say that Lin Chen at this time was superior to all those other so-called supreme prides of the heavens. When Zhuo Buchuan saw that this woman he had his eye on, actually really esteemed her boyfriend so much, he couldn't help but laugh coldly inwardly as well, but on the surface, he deliberately asked, so young, and so outstanding, then your boyfriend must be attending a top-tier academy, right? Of course, at the Sacred Sun Academy. Xiang Xingyan tried her best to play the role of a young girlfriend who adores her boyfriend, angling her delicate pretty face with a smug expression. Coincidentally, I'm also enrolled in the Sacred Sun Academy, and now I'm in my sophomore year, so I'm considered your boyfriend's senior. Zhuo Buchuan heard that this teenager actually enrolled in the same Xingxi Academy as himself, secretly frowned a little, but it's fine. You are in the Sacred Sun Academy, I am also in the Sacred Sun Academy, and I am a sophomore, you are a freshman, into the school still have to honestly call me a senior. However, wait a minute. Xiang Xingyan wrapped her arms around Lin Chen more and more intimately, but she looked at Zhuo Buchuan very seriously and said, may I ask if you're the top scholar of any provincial level? When Zhuo Buchuan heard this, his face darkened. Is this woman deliberately pretending to have a low IQ? How can I be a provincial scholar? If I, Zhuo Buchuan, were the last provincial scholar, then why would I still be so low-key? I am not. Zhuo Buchuan shook his head. Then I'm sorry, my family's boyfriend said that he is now the top scholar of Tianyun province this year. Not any cat or dog is qualified to be his senior. You want to be his senior? Sorry, this little brother, you don't seem to be qualified enough. Xiang Xingyan pretended to be arrogant, just like a little hen generally very proudly raised her head and said to Zhuo Buchuan in a very contemptuous tone. Crowd. Chapter 53 Arrival at the Heavenly Capital. As soon as these little words filled with pride fell from Xiang Xingyan, the crowd standing in the magic array waiting for the teleportation was first greeted with a short 2 seconds of collective silence. The next second, wow! A shocked clamor was what erupted from the crowd. Each and every traveler had their eyes wide open, filled with surprise and curiosity as they landed their sights on the figure of the teenager who was tightly embraced by Xiang Xingyan. This teenager is a provincial scholar. Hiss. Wait, I said, how does it look so familiar? This guy is really the top scholar of this year's Imperial Beast examination in our Tianyun province. His name is Lin Chen. I'll go. I searched and it's really him. He's more handsome in real life than in pictures. I said, why would such a pretty girl be his girlfriend? Feelings that he's the provincial top student, that's fine. That's him. Even after awakening his F-grade Imperial Beast talent, he managed to take the provincial top student. Awesome, awesome. Awesome, awesome. The news about Lin Chen was already flying all over the place, not to mention in Tianyun province's homeland, even in the outer provinces. Because Lin Chen was too special. Not only did he come from a poor and ordinary background, but his awakened talent was still only F-grade. But he was able to take the first prize in one fell swoop, which can be described as a classic and incomparable scum's comeback. Of course, before the network there are people who doubt that Lin Chen is not through cheating to get the results, but soon the Dragon Kingdom Royal Beast Master Ministry of Education personally issued an announcement. After checking the candidate Lin Chen in the Royal Beast examination in the combat video without the slightest problem, the name of the first prize, deservedly. After this proof, Lin Chen's hotness on the internet became even wider. Now it was unexpected to meet here. Zhou Buchuan's mood at the moment was as hard as eating. He didn't expect that this teenager was the top scholar of Tianyun province. So much so that in the face of this girl's condescending words, he had no way to refute them. Not any cat or dog was qualified to be his senior. It seems that our scholar is indeed high-minded, huh? Then I hope that you will continue to be so arrogant after arriving at the Sacred Sun Academy. Farewell. Zhou Buchuan could only leave these words with a gloomy face in the end, and turned around to walk to the other side. Lin Chen, on the other hand, looked helplessly at Xiang Xingyan beside him. Only then did Xiang Xingyan loosen this teenager's arm, and you don't say that his arm was very powerful and robust yet. Sister Xingyan, you. Lin Yushi was at a loss at this time looking at Xiang Xingyan. Xiang Xingyan came close to Lin Yushi's ear and softly explained a few sentences, and only then did Lin Yushi let out a sigh of relief. Xiang Xingyan smiled and teased, what? Is Xiaoxi afraid that I'll steal away your favorite brother? Lin Yushi's pretty face flushed red and gently pushed Xiang Xingyan, scolding, what are you babbling about, Sister Xingyan? And Teacher Li Ruoyan came to Lin Chen's side and said softly, this sister of yours has caused you a lot of trouble. The Zhuo family has a lot of momentum in the capital. Of course, the main problem doesn't lie in this Zhuo Buchuan. Rather, it's the words your sister uttered just now. Lin Chen sniffed, and the corner of his mouth tugged slightly. Not any cat or dog is qualified to be his senior. Lin Chen understood what Teacher Li Ruoyan meant. If the word spread, especially in the Sacred Sun Academy, it would indeed be no small trouble for Lin Chen. The students who were able to get into the Sacred Sun Academy, even if they were the worst in their grade, in their own hometowns, they would be the strongest group. Celestial pride gathered, and the strongest gathered. When Lin Chen's declaration of being so arrogant was spread out, there would definitely be many people who felt that Lin Chen was simply wild and arrogant and didn't know what he was talking about. Especially those sophomore, junior, and senior schoolmates. It was estimated that they would be tempted to come over and personally ask Lin Chen, do I have the qualifications to be the senior sister of this top student of yours? Thinking about this, Lin Chen sighed softly. What? Afraid? If you're afraid, you can tell me, no matter what the trouble is, it can be solved. Upon hearing Lin Chen's soft sigh, Xiang Xingyan was the one who sidestepped her pretty face and coldly squinted over. Teacher Li Ruoyan only felt that Lin Chen's sister was not strong, but her tone was not small. Lin Chen, on the other hand, knew that this was the trouble that Xiang Xingyan had deliberately caused, and its purpose was to hone him. Pretending to be his girlfriend was a temporary idea, but causing trouble for him was intentional. It's not good if the 4 years of college are too bland, it's not bad to have more trouble and experience a wonderful college life. Lin Chen smiled. When Teacher Li Ruoyan heard this, she also dawned on him, so she flirted, then you have to be psychologically prepared. The Sacred Sun Academy isn't like a high school, and the quality of this year's freshmen in this session is the strongest since the previous sessions. Lin Chen nodded his head, and the color of determination surfaced in the depths of his pupils. No matter what heavenly pride demon, just come. In itself, Lin Chen went to this top 10 top academy, firstly so that he could provide a comfortable environment for his sister to grow and learn, and secondly, Lin Chen also wanted to learn from the top heavenly prides of the provinces in the country, to see what their level was like. After all, in the tiny East Sea city, Lin Chen had long felt boring and unopposed. In the past, Lin Chen had won the championship in all of the actual combat matches, and had only played less than 1/10 of his strength throughout the entire match. To be honest, if he were to get real and kill, then Lin Chen could guarantee that no matter who his peers were in Donghai City, he would be able to end the other person's life within 3 moves. So for those powerful opponents, Lin Chen had been thirsty for a long time. Hopefully, the Sacred Sun Academy wouldn't let him down. Buzz. At this moment, the teleportation time had arrived. The magical teleportation array underneath his feet stirred up a burst of majestic magical fluctuations, and dazzling flashes of magical light lit up. A mysterious and incomparable sense of weightlessness surfaced above the hearts of every traveler. In the next second, the figures of all the travelers, along with the gifts they were carrying, all disappeared. At the same time, everyone's sight was also plunged into a darkness. This feeling was like floating aimlessly in the vast universe, unrestrained and incomparably free. Here we are, this is Tiandu Station. Welcome to the capital. 5 seconds later, the line of sight was rest. Ord, and teacher Li Ruoyun's voice sounded in Lin Chen's ears. Is this the Tiandu Station? I don't dare to think about it. Luyun City is millions of kilometers away from Tiandu City, but under the effect of the magic teleportation array, it only takes 5 seconds to arrive in an instant. Lin Chen marveled at the booming development of modern magic technology. Just looking at the specifications as well as the decoration in this Tiandu Station, it was ponderous and the number of travelers was also crowded and lively. Luckily, teacher Li Ruoyun showed her VIP card to the staff, who enthusiastically led Lin Chen and the others through the VIP exit, leisurely departing. Immediately after that, they stepped onto the small magical transmission array on the public transportation transmission station, setting the destination of the transmission to be the Sacred Dawn Academy school gate. Swish! In the next second, Lin Chen and the others' figures disappeared once again. Chapter 54, Sacred Dawn Academy. Freshman Report. Capital City, Tiandu Mountain Range. The Sacred Sun Academy, which could be ranked among the top 10 in the world, was located here. The entire university was located on the side of a mountain, neighboring the Tiandu Mountain Range to the northwest, and bordering the bustling downtown area of the capital to the southeast. Led by teacher Li Ruoyun, Lin Chen and his group arrived outside the entrance of the Sacred Sun Academy and immediately took a ride on the flying carriage, overlooking the entire campus from the air. What could be seen was the architectural style of the Sacred Dawn Academy could be described as all-embracing, with ancient pavilions and halls, as well as palaces and towers full of fantastical colors. There is also a long and clear river running through the campus. Without mentioning anything else, just talking about this environment, this scenery, this layout, it was really too much ahead of the other university halls. Boom! A huge commotion came, and as Lin Chen looked out from the window of the flying carriage, he spotted a university student summoning his or her beast pet and sparring with his classmates in the practice arena, which was an area that was unknown how many times larger than the East Sea Arena. The new student registration center is here, follow me. After strolling around in the sky, the flying carriage also landed before a luxurious palace. Teacher Li Ruoyun stepped off the carriage and led the way in front. Lin Chen walked behind with Xiang Xingyan as well as his own sister. This is the new student handbook. Anything you want to know can be viewed from the handbook, so I won't ramble on. We came a bit early. The official enrollment time is actually tomorrow, but we came a day earlier because we had to help your sister with the enrollment procedures. Teacher Li Ruoyun explained. Lin Chen nodded his head. No wonder the new student reporting office seemed a bit cold, so it was tomorrow that was the official reporting time. By the way, I just saw the news in the teachers group. The words your sister said have already spread in the student group. You have to be careful. Those future seniors and sisters shouldn't give you too good a face. Want to enter the group? Teacher Li Ruoyun asked with a smile. Will entering the group do any good to my next academic cultivation? Lin Chen asked. No, the purpose of the school establishing a student group is to allow students to increase communication and interaction with each other and develop relationships with each other. It doesn't help with academic cultivation, but it will allow you to make friends, as well as develop some relationships. After all, as you know, most of the students who can go to the Sacred Sun Academy don't have too simple a background. So with friendships between students, there might be an additional possibility of cooperation for the two clans. Teacher Li Ruoyun was also very patient in explaining to Lin Chen.
For a student like Lin Chen who came from a commoner's background, it was hard to find a second one when looking at the entire Sacred Sun Academy. There was no way. If you wanted to get into a top 10 top Imperial Beast Academy, you not only needed to awaken a good talent, but you also needed to have a good beast pet. Where can an ordinary family afford a good beast pet? Of course. There is also a kind of ordinary family, but good luck, awaken a grade, S grade or above Imperial Beast talent, by the luxury family clan, let it into the family, or with which to sign a contract of sale, the luxury family clan to pay money out of resources, so that you in the college entrance exams in good results, to enter a good academy, but after you have made a success, but you have to be a cow for the luxury family clan. I won't join the group then. Lin Chen said. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want to make friends, but now that things about him had spread, I'm sure that most of the students in there felt that Lin Chen was a cocky and arrogant guy who owed a beating. By the time Lin Chen entered the group, he was also going to be verbally attacked and mocked and abused by these students. Lin Chen didn't have a masochistic fetish, and didn't like to be verbally abusive with these students, so he didn't bother to join the group, and also tried to get a clean slate. Alright, next you go and register yourself. I'll take your sister to the sub-school side to go through the enrollment formalities. Regarding accommodation, you don't have to worry about it, I'll arrange it for your sister. The treatment that had been promised before was also being honored one by one on the side of the Sacred Sun Academy. There's no need to arrange for accommodation, Xiaoxi will just live with me. Xiang Xingyan suddenly said. It's fine. As long as student Lin Chen doesn't have a problem with it. Teacher Li Ruoyun nodded. It was normal for older siblings to want to live together. But did this sister of Lin Chen's have a room here in the capital? If she was renting a room, with student Lin Chen's family conditions nowadays, she wouldn't be able to afford it, right? After all, the rent in the capital city wasn't really low at all, especially the area near the Sacred Sun Academy sub-school, which just happened to be the city center. If you live in the suburbs, it's quite troublesome to get to and from school, and although there's a spatial teleportation magic array, the monthly cost is not small. If you chose to take the normal public transportation, it would take longer. All things considered, having to live in the school district was the most convenient. He doesn't have a problem with it. Right, brother Lin Chen? Xiang Xingyan looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Chen shook his head, he really didn't have an opinion. Letting his own sister live in the school by herself, Lin Chen wasn't quite at ease. This was because he knew that the Sacred Sun Academy sub-school was actually also an aristocratic middle school that only the sons of the powerful families could afford to attend. The students inside were either rich or noble, and were very high and mighty, and when the time came for them to know Xiaoxi's identity, they would inevitably treat Xiaoxi with a burst of cynicism and ostracism. In order to avoid such a situation, it was best to let Xiaoxi live with Xiang Xingyan, a powerful and delicate young woman. Xiaoxi had Xiang Xingyan to protect her, so Lin Chen was very relieved. Afterwards, teacher Li Ruoyun was taking Lin Yuxi and Xiang Xingyan to pass them over to the sub-school to go through the enrollment procedures. As for Lin Chen, he was alone with his student handbook, and according to the location marked on it, he arrived at the reporting office. The Sacred Sun schoolhouse really wasn't normally big. In this one atmospheric palace, Lin Chen almost got lost, and it took him almost 10 minutes of searching before he found the place where freshmen reported. When he entered the side hall, he was immediately greeted by two enthusiastic school sisters. Well, in fact, there were quite a few sophomores inside the side hall to greet the new students here. At this time of the year, for these sophomores, their favorite thing was to greet the new students. Why? Because you can see handsome schoolmates and pretty schoolgirls here. Lin Chen, who was originally slim, had become robust and slender after a month of battle honing as well as balanced nutritional supplements. Combined with his very handsome face and deep, steady eyes, he exuded a mature charm that far exceeded that of his peers. Without waiting for Lin Chen to walk over, the two older sisters had already approached with their forms. Lin Chen filled out the registration form and didn't wait for the two sisters to take him to the freshman's accommodation area. A senior who scanned the form immediately exclaimed. Lin Chen! You're the top student of the Heavenly Cloud Province Imperial Beast Examination, huh? The words fell. The sophomores in the entire side hall immediately stopped what they were doing, and their gazes swiped towards Lin Chen's side. Chapter 55, The Tutor You Should Never Pick. These sophomores were no strangers to Lin Chen. This morning, there was a student over at the student group who said with conviction that there was a very crazy student named Lin Chen in the freshman class this year. As soon as they heard this name, all the students immediately realized, wasn't this the top student of the Imperial Beast College entrance examination in Tianyun province who had recently gained a lot of popularity? Over the past month, Lin Chen's name wasn't a household name, but only the students of various university houses had definitely heard of it.
There's no way. This example of Lin Chen was too unique.
In the past, all the provincial top prize winners in the past had come from powerful families. Now, it was Lin Chen, a commoner with a humble background, who had made a comeback to the top.
What's more crucial was that he stepped on the heads of Jiang Qian and Bai Night-han and ascended to the throne.
The two of them, Jiang Chen and Bai Night-han, were known as the top heavenly prides of the Dragon Kingdom that were rare to come across in 1,000 years. Even the capital city's local top student, in an interview, had said that he had lost half a move to Jiang Chen and Bai Night-han in the previous exchange. This was enough to see how powerful these two heavenly prides were. There were even media that reported on these two pride, claiming that these two pride in the future, very likely to become the legendary divine star-level Imperial Beast Master. Although the major media were exaggerated to attract attention, but from the reaction of the netizens, it seems that the two heavenly prides are also very recognized, and feel that the media's report is not excessive. Obtained the country up and down, everyone recognized the two top heavenly pride, but now buy a horse out of nowhere to the foot of the dark horse.
Anyone would have to pay more attention.
These seniors and sisters soon discovered that the student who said Lin Chen was arrogant and cocky in the group also claimed that Lin Chen spoke, "Not any cat or dog is qualified to be his senior," and also said, "This is simply a contempt and provocation to all the seniors and sisters of the Sacred Dawn Academy."
You don't say.
Once these words fell, for a moment, the entire student body began to boil.
Humph! What arrogance!
He's only just started at the university, and he doesn't put us in his eyes. How can this be in the future?
When he comes to the Sacred Sun Academy first, I really want to personally ask if I'm qualified to be a senior or not. Maniacs have their own heavenly acceptance.
People like Jiang Chen and Bai Yihan are not as arrogant as he is. Indeed, when compared like this, the highs and lows are immediately judged.
Right now.
Inside the side hall, facing this pair of gazes with unkindness, Lin Chen inwardly sighed lightly.
Sorry, noble student Lin Chen, go find your own accommodation. Us cats and dogs aren't qualified to show you the way.
The attitude of the two school sisters who were originally enthusiastic had also instantly turned cold, and they said with a leathery smile. They had also learned about Lin Chen from the student group in the morning.
So for Lin Chen, there really wasn't any good feelings.
In response, Lin Chen didn't even bother to argue with them to explain anything, he just nodded his head and directly turned around. Anyway, there was a map guide in the student handbook. In addition, that resource reward that teacher Li Ruoyun had promised earlier would be delivered directly to the place where Lin Chen was staying 3 days later. Having just left the side hall, Lin Chen looked down at the student handbook and didn't care that a man and a woman had already walked inside the side hall beside him.
In the next second, the side hall erupted with the cheers of those seniors.
Their enthusiasm contrasted extremely sharply with their coldness towards Lin Chen. It must be that the men and women who had just walked in should be very popular star freshmen, or perhaps the top students from other provinces. Lin Chen shook his head, not caring, and walked towards the accommodation area according to the map's guidelines while reading the student handbook about the school rules and regulations of the Sacred Sun Academy.
The opening ceremony was the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, every new student would have to choose a mentor and then follow that mentor to cultivate and learn.
The Sacred Sun Academy was not divided into colleges, only classes, with each mentor leading a class alone. Then, Lin Chen also opened his cell phone and logged into the forum on campus. As expected, he saw a thread that had just been posted, all asking the same question: which tutor should I choose for the opening ceremony? Because it was the Imperial Beast Academy, there was only one specialty, and that was Imperial Beasts, so there was no division into institutions, only classes. Then, choosing a suitable mentor for oneself, or perhaps choosing the best mentor, became a mandatory topic for the new students. But the new students do not know about the teaching level and comprehensive strength of these tutors.
They could only ask those seniors on the forum.
I personally recommend Mr. Xiaoyu, handsome, good voice, and strong. His personal level is said to be close to level 200. I would recommend teacher Long Zhe more. She's a beauty of the dragon people race, good-looking and stronger than Xiaoyu.
Teacher Long Zhe isn't too good, right? Although it's true that she's strong, her teaching level can only be described as moderate. Those of you above who are making comparisons between the two tutors to pull the stump, aren't you afraid that the tutors will see it? Hey, I'm sure the teachers won't mind.
The new students were confused by the advice of these older siblings.
So, which tutor is better to choose?
There was also finally a reliable reply below.
In fact, every tutor has their own unique characteristics. You are fine no matter who you choose, provided that you yourself don't be lazy and cultivate and improve properly. That way your grades will definitely not be bad. By the way, although it is said that whoever you choose can do, but there is a tutor, don't choose. As for who it is, just go to the official website yourself and look at the ratings of the major tutors. Seeing the replies on the forum post, Lin Chen was really curious. Exactly which tutor couldn't be chosen? Lin Chen logged onto the official website of the Sacred Sun Academy, found the column of freshman tutor ratings, and clicked in. He pulled it straight to the end. He found that a tutor named Alice had an overall rating of none. Took a look at the tutor's photo. I found that this tutor was actually an elf, with a head of snow-white hair that looked like starlight, as well as a beautiful face, and in the photo, this tutor was looking at the camera with an ice-cold face. Lin Chen returned to the forum, searched for the 3 keywords Alice, and looked up some old posts from a few years ago. Finally, he found out the reason why no one was willing to choose this tutor. She's too cold, and teaches by reading from a textbook. She only lets us train on our own all day long, or lets us go out into the wilderness to hunt some thievishly difficult monsters. I simply can't do it. Alas! I chose to enter this tutor's class only because she was pretty, and now I regret it. I haven't made any progress at all during my freshman year. Ms. Alice can't teach her students at all. Chapter 56, Becoming a Target. Alright, you freshmen don't rush to pick and choose. This year, the various tutors of others have explicitly said that they are changing the tradition, and the previous process of choosing a tutor at the opening ceremony has been cancelled. The tutors said that they would look at the grades of the new students after the big exams, and then recruit students depending on the situation. That is to say, the right to choose is now in the hands of the mentors, not the students. By the time the freshman grand exam is at the bottom of the list, it's not certain if the tutors want you or not. Lin Chen looked at the posts on the forum while following the direction guided on the map, and after 10 minutes or so, he also finally arrived at the freshman dormitory area. Follow your school number and go to the corresponding dormitory area. What's my school number again? Let's see. Lin Chen opened his student handbook and glanced at his information, but was a little surprised to find that his school number was 0001. The 0001 school number corresponded to the Moonlight Flower Park. Lin Chen looked up, but he saw that in the distance, within the Moonlight Garden Zone, an incomparably luxurious single-family villa stood. Even though he hadn't yet entered inside to check out the configuration and decoration, from the looks of it, it definitely wasn't bad. Arriving outside the gates of the Moonlight Garden Zone, a flying sphere of intelligent magic robots had already flown in front of Lin Chen, prompting in a relentless electronic voice, "Please present your student handbook to receive the key to the corresponding residence." Lin Chen then took out his student handbook, and that magic robot scanned it, cracking itself open. A key flew into Lin Chen's hand, and the door slowly opened. What a rich magical aura! Before even stepping into it, just the moment the door was opened, Lin Chen could sense incomparably clearly that in this Moonlight Garden Villa area, a rich magical atmosphere permeated everywhere. Even if you were short of blue, you only needed to stay here for a minute or two, and you would be able to replenish it. Looking around, there were precious and good-looking magical flowers planted everywhere, and they were the ones constantly gulping down the magical aura and nourishing this villa area. Lin Chen found his residence based on the door number. It has to be said. As a top 10 top Imperial Beast Academy in the Dragon Kingdom, its accommodation conditions were indeed very top-notch. Presented in front of Lin Chen's eyes was a small 3-story independent villa, with extremely luxurious decorations and living furniture, full magic intelligence, which not only allowed him to regulate and convert the decoration style at any time, but also had a huge extension area in the backyard. The extended area has a separate private training ground, gym, hot spring bath, and advanced storage space warehouse. From the outside, you can't see much, but once you enter inside, you'll realize that the villa's footprint is not normally large. The key is, all of these extremely luxurious accommodations were exclusively enjoyed by Lin Chen alone. Let's see. Moonlight Garden Villa Area, exclusive to students with school number 00010100. Advanced Apartment Area, exclusive to students with school number 010100500. Intermediate Apartment Complex, exclusive to students with school number 05011000. That's 1,000 students in one grade. The student handbook basically had a very detailed description of all this information. From here, Lin Chen also keenly perceived a main point. After arriving at the university house, the competition between students became even more intense. Without mentioning anything else, from this division of accommodation alone, it could be seen that the school intended for the students to improve their rankings. You want to live in a luxury house? That's fine, just make your ranking among the top 100 in your grade. Ding dong.
At this time, a new message popped up on the FMS on Lin Chen's cell phone. It was from teacher Li Ruoyan. It was for the sake of easy contact that Lin Chen had added the other party's fly signal. Teacher Li Ruoyan, I was really surprised that the school leaders had set your school number at 0001. Lin Chen, I didn't expect it either. Teacher Li Ruoyan, you should know what this represents, right? Lin Chen, aha. He was not a little cutie. When Lin Chen saw the ranking of school numbers to differentiate the accommodation conditions, he knew that this 0001 school number of his represented that he was the default number 1 freshman. This meant that he was going to be targeted next. Which of the freshmen who had been admitted here from all over the world were not the pride of their own local area? They were used to being number 1, and even after going to university, none of them were willing to lag behind. Seeing themselves, who used to be the number 1, now being ranked behind others, who can bear it? And it's not just the accommodations. Lin Chen flipped through a few more pages of the student handbook. Every month the school would give out credit rewards to the students, and it was worth mentioning that after arriving at the Sacred Sun Academy, credits were the hard currency in the school, and credits were needed for food, clothing, and housing as well as for exchanging various resources. Students with a high ranking will receive a high reward of credits every month. Students with a low ranking will receive a low reward of credits every month. This alone is enough to keep students energized to move up the rankings. In addition to this, there were various benefits. Students who ranked in the top 10 were given a free ticket to enter a copy of a large group book each month, free access to the skill library to pick in a great skill book, and so on. The top 100 and top 500 ranked students also had corresponding treatment benefits. The higher the ranking students, because they eat more welfare resources, their strength and level rise quickly, and can quickly distance themselves from the students behind them. So, Lin Chen, the number 1, would definitely be targeted by the top 100 ranked freshmen and would want to take his place. After ending his chat with teacher Li Ruoyan, Lin Chen summoned Little Yu. Boing! As soon as the little guy appeared, he rubbed against Lin Chen's face with incomparable intimacy. Ever since Little Yu's level had been raised to evolutionary body first stage, the scales on her body had become more and more beautiful, blazing red all over her body like a ball of burning fire. Gulp! The little guy's stomach began to rumble. Lin Chen smiled helplessly and immediately went to the kitchen, taking out all kinds of wild beast meat from his storage ring and started cooking for the little guy. The official side of Donghai City had gifted himself a storage ring with a huge amount of storage space and a lot of functionality, capable of preserving freshness, automatic categorization, automatic pickup, and so on. Lin Chen had also hunted some fatty beast meat in the wild in advance during that month of summer vacation time, preserving it. Right now, it was also time for these beast meats to come into play. Lin Chen took out 50 pounds as soon as he took it. 4 pounds for himself, and 46 pounds for Little Yu herself. As his level increased and his physical attribute pulled higher, the amount of food energy Lin Chen needed to replenish every day was also pulling higher. For an ordinary person to eat 4 pounds of meat, the difficulty was a bit high, but for Lin Chen, it was a breeze. As for Little Yu, don't look at this little guy's small size, but it was a thief that could eat. The meat that was eaten, after entering its stomach pouch, that instant, it would be converted into pure and incomparable energy. In addition, Lin Chen also discovered a very special point, and that was, Little Yu wasn't like other beast pets, it didn't need to defecate. Chapter 57, The Three Great Deans. The higher the level of the beast pet, the higher the energy conversion rate after they eat. This was the case with Little Yu. It could convert all the food it ate into the energy it needed. The reason why it had to eat more than 40 pounds of meat was because the beasts that Lin Chen had hunted and killed were not of a high enough rank. If Lin Chen had fed Little Yu the meat of high-ranked beasts, then the energy value contained within it would have been very high, and Little Yu would have been almost full after eating 4 or 5 pounds. Nowadays, he didn't have that condition, so he could only rely on quantity to win. Of course, the meat that Lin Chen fed to his own beast pet, that was definitely guaranteed to be fresh and fatty. It was impossible to take those expired meats and feed them. Some imperial beast masters purposely went out to buy meat of poor quality in order to save on the cost of feeding their beast pets, not realizing that doing so, in the long run, would cause their beast pets' bodies to develop serious problems. After feeding Little Yu to her heart's content, she brushed the forum for a while, and sure enough, she found that there were already freshmen dissing Lin Chen up there. Not. The school administration is sick in the head, right?
This can rank Lin Chen as the number one freshman? Indeed, there are quite a few top students recruited by the Sacred Sun Academy this year. How can it not be the turn of the top student from Tianyun province to rank first? I remember that Zhang Chen and Bai Yichan both applied to the Sacred Sun Academy. How come they were only ranked second and third? I'm Li Zhou, the top scholar of Starfish Province. I don't have a problem with Zhang Chen and Bai Yihan being in front of me. After all, I did lose to them in the previous sparring session. But what can this Lin Chen do? You don't say. This Lin Chen is somewhat capable. It's said that he continuously defeated 2 sophomores from the empty all-night academy at the enrollment meeting. Humph. Come on. I've heard about those 2 sophomores. They're just trash at the bottom of their grade. What does beating them prove? Also, by the way, this Lin Chen is also very arrogant. He said that not any cat or dog is qualified to be his senior sister, which pissed off the seniors. Ha! How dare he be so arrogant? Awesome. Then after that, he's afraid that his university life in the Sacred Sun Academy will be difficult to move forward by an inch. In the afternoon, the forum was still peaceful, and it was all freshmen asking the older siblings some questions. But in the evening, after learning that Lin Chen's default student number was 0001, the freshmen completely exploded. On the one hand, they dissed Lin Chen, thinking that no matter what, it wasn't Lin Chen's turn to be the number one freshman. On the one hand, they expressed their doubts to the higher-ups of the Sacred Sun Academy, thinking that this ranking was not reasonable at all. Classmates, I strongly suggest that at the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow, we should just directly open the freshman examination. Exactly. I can't wait. This Sacred Sun Academy ranked me 427th, I'm not convinced. Agreed. The great freshman examination opened early. This ranking is not reasonable at all. Under such circumstances, many freshmen had urged the freshman grand examination to open in a hurry on the forum. Other freshmen also expressed their agreement. What a joke! They couldn't stand it at all. Which one of the people here was not their local premier Heavenly Pride? But, having just arrived at the Sacred Sun Academy, the freshman exams hadn't even begun yet, and the school officials had listed a ranking that wasn't even remotely reasonable. What's more crucial is that the school arranged the students' residences based on this ranking. Other people live in single-family houses and high-class apartments, but they live in intermediate apartments. Unconvinced. Resolutely unconvinced. This ranking must be changed. The freshman exams hurriedly opened early. They don't want to wait a moment longer. The main reason was that this ranking was like a tattoo, engraved on their bodies, making them feel very humiliated. Most of the freshmen felt that their ranking shouldn't be this low. Hurry up and write a letter to the university to suggest it. There's an email channel right on the official website. Well, go right away. Together. I'll go too. Guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and write letters. Numerous students were upset and also started writing letters at this moment, submitting them to the mailbox on the official website. The staff who managed the back end of the official website, after seeing a letter of suggestion appear in the mailbox, did not dare to be slow and reported to the top. It seems that these little guys are extremely dissatisfied with the default rankings given by our 3 old guys. At this moment, inside the conference room on the topmost floor of the main teaching building of the Sacred Sun Academy, 3 pale and aged figures sat and smiled at each other. These 3 pale aged figures did not have half a bit of strong aura leaking out, but even if Chu Shanhe was allowed to stand here, then he would have to be polite and respectful. It was because these 3 old men were none other than the Grand Dean of the Sacred Sun Academy. The Grand Dean who opened his mouth to speak was named Dong Zhang, 300 years old. His strength was unknown, his rank was unknown, because he hadn't put up a fight for too long, so much so that no one was clear about how powerful this Grand Dean's strength really was. On Dong Zhang's left-hand side, the Grand Dean was named Miaoyan, and on his right-hand side, the Grand Dean was named Yu Hong. Both were over 200 years old, with their strength and rank equally unknown. Now after the 3 of them heard the information reported over by the staff, they were also quite surprised. This was because in the past, every year when new students were recruited, the 3 of their old deans would personally watch the recorded screen of the battle of the college entrance exams of various college students, thus formulating a default initial ranking of the new students. With regards to this, although there were freshmen who felt that it was inappropriate in the past, they didn't come forward to strongly oppose it. This term's freshmen, on the other hand, were clearly full of fire, arrogance, and a sense of victory. It seemed like they couldn't wait a moment longer and were eager to prove it for themselves. The posts over at the forum, Old Me has also read quite a few of them, and after rummaging through them, the one that has the most chatter is about that little guy Lin Chen, and many of the new students think that it's very wrong for us to rank Lin Chen as number 1. Grand Dean Mayan said smilingly. Humph. This ranking didn't come out of thin air, it was the result of the three of us staying up for a few days and nights, watching all the candidates' battle recordings. Not to say it's authoritative, but it's also highly informative. Besides, the two people they esteemed, Jiang Chen and Bai Yichan, were from the same province as Lin Chen, and their results were crushed by Lin Chen, so what's there to argue about? Grand Dean Yu Hong's temper wasn't very good, and his already red face became even redder at this moment. Alright, since these little guys are so eager to prove themselves, then let's give them this one chance. The great examination for freshmen that was originally scheduled for 5 days from now will be advanced to the opening ceremony. Grand Dean Dongzhang also waved his sleeve and made an unquestionable decision. He had originally thought that after giving all the new students the Royal Beast Spirit Stones and completing their transitions, then he would officially open the new student grand examination. But now that he saw that these new students were so fond of questioning and so arrogant, then he would satisfy them. Chapter 58 Excited Freshman. Bai Yichan. Ginger Porcelain. Ding. The night before the opening ceremony, all the students had already reported to school in their entirety when their cell phones rang. Opening it up, a text message from the official Sacred Sun Academy was presented to all the students. Special notice, after the three deans discussed and decided that the new students' big exam will be held together with the opening ceremony, please prepare all the students before the exam. Wow! At this moment, all the freshman students without fail erupted into a clatter of incomparable surprise. Ha ha! Looks like the school administration can't take the pressure anymore either. Good. Great. The rankings are going to be reshuffled. Lin Chen. I'm going to diss you. Get ready for my challenge. I also want to hit the school administration hard in the face. Let them know how incorrect this default ranking is. Excitement, excitement, joy. All the freshmen could be said to be overjoyed to see such a message, and their expressions were filled with fighting spirit. Hurrying back to their rooms, they began to count their fighting supplies and prepare for the big exam. At the same time, in the Moonlight Flower Park, the top 100 freshmen lodging inside were also all stirred up with a fiery battle intent. Lin Chen, right? Jiang Chen, right? Bai Yichan, right? Just wait for my challenge. I'll defeat you all one by one and prove that my Tianyuan province's top student is the number 1. I hope that you top students of the provinces won't let me down. Tianyun province's top scholar Lin Chen. You're not worthy of this first place, let's see me pull you down. The top 100 freshmen here were either the top scholar of each province or the top 10 of each province. Their strength was definitely not bad. Their goal was to get at least the top 10 in this freshman exam. Inside the single-family villa with the number plate 0003. A young man with a ponytail and a handsome face, dressed in casual clothes, leaning lethargically on the soft sofa in the hall, with a pair of ice blue eyes that looked like jewels, idly looking at the news broadcast on the holographic projection TV. Next to him, there was a man and a woman. The boy's features were rugged, his height was 2 meters, even when he was sitting on the sofa, it was like a small mountain, with an appalling momentum. The girl's pretty face, petite, with a double ponytail, looking around, most of the line of sight fell on the body of the handsome teenager, can be seen from her eyes, very clear colors of adoration. These three, respectively, were the 3rd, 15th, and 25th in the default rankings of the freshmen of the Sacred Sun Academy. Bai Yihan level 40, Pang Xinyu level 35, and Xiao Shuatong level 33. Brother Bai, I've heard that the great examination for freshmen of the Sacred Dawn Academy is generally divided into 2 elements, the copy race and the individual challenge athletics, and for the individual challenge athletics stage, I don't need you to do anything, I'm going to directly name and challenge that guy called Lin Chen, and kick his ass, so that everyone knows that this Lin Chen's top-ranked student doesn't live up to his name. Pang Xinyu, who was extremely large, also spoke in a muffled voice that was like thunder. When he mentioned the name Lin Chen, his eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. In Pang Xinyu's eyes, the results of the Imperial Beast examination proved nothing. The fact that you've cleared a copy of the game quickly only shows that you're efficient at killing monsters, that's all. It doesn't prove that you're strong in 1v1 sparring. In addition, now that anyone knew that Lin Chen possessed a time-based beast pet that wasn't in the Imperial Beast illustrations, they would all be on guard, unlike the monster or that rookie student from the empty all-night academy who had allowed Lin Chen to hit so easily. To say that in Pang Xinyu's opinion, who could compete with his own big brother, it was only that truly heavenly pride, Jiang Chen, who had the qualifications to do so. As for the others, forget about it. Even if it was the other province's top students, in front of these two demons, they were slightly inferior. Otherwise, why would there be so many people calling for Jiang Chen and by night Han? I don't need you, Pang Xinyu, to make a move. A 25th place finisher like me can casually beat this Lin Chen down. But it's just beating up two bottom-ranked sophomores from the empty all-night academy. Look at what those marketing numbers are blowing up. Tomorrow on the big exam I'll make this Lin Chen kneel down in front of me, and fiercely hit the face of those media outlets in Tianyun province. Xiao Xuedong was extremely in love with Bai Yichan. Before seeing the media in Tianyun province like wallflowers, crazy reports bragging about this person Lin Chen, and even more outrageous also claimed that Lin Chen was the strongest top student that Bai Yichan couldn't even defeat. She then felt angry inside. The fact that her favorite god was being humiliated and slandered in such a way was like a brainwashed fan seeing their favorite bean being blackened, making her want to hurry up and trample this Lin Chen under her feet to prove that her god's power was unquestionable. Seeing the two followers looking like they were in a hurry to help themselves out, Bai Yichan just coldly said, "It's just a guy who got the first prize by fluke with his beast pet. It's not worth getting too attached to. Maybe you don't even need to be on it. Those other students will be able to eliminate this clown." He had learned from the mouths of some people in the know that during the Imperial Beast examination, Lin Chen had gotten an extremely excellent grade by virtue of that handful of pause techniques from his time-based beast pet, which had allowed Lin Chen to spike monsters as fast as he could, thus getting an extremely excellent grade. Come to think of it, the time system beast pet directly solidifies the time on the monster, making the monster a wooden pile that can't fight back, and you, Lin Chen, just need to keep outputting to this wooden pile. What gold is in that? Who else can't do it? In the eyes of White Knight Cold, this Lin Chen is a piece of trash who stepped on dog poop luck before turning over against the odds. A salted fish is still a salted fish, and a waste is still a waste after a reversal of fortune. As long as you pay attention, don't be hit by the skills of Lin Chen's time-based beast pet. That's not just pinching Lin Chen. Therefore, he didn't even think of Lin Chen as an opponent. The real rival in his heart was Jiang Chen, the top student of each province. And this time, the first freshman, he was determined to win. So that Jiang Chen, this cold and arrogant proud daughter of heaven, would know that I, Bai Yihan, am her ultimate match. In the single-family house with door number 0002. Wearing a purple nightgown, the young girl bare delicate feet, slowly walked up to the third floor. The young girl has a head of silky black hair that is soft and long and straight, exquisite and flawless features, and a pair of red pupils that are full of indifference and condescension. It is worth mentioning, the young girl had a pair of cat ears on her head, indicating that she was a cat person race. This cold and arrogant cat-eared beauty with black hair and red pupils was the rather prestigious Jiang Chen, a level 42 Imperial Beast Master. She glanced at the content of the text message on her cell phone and slightly narrowed those red cat pupils. The big exam is early. It was also just right. She was also very curious as to whether the Lin Chen who had taken away her top student title was really the strongest as the news reported. Chapter 59 Heaven's Pride debuts. The following day. Before dawn, a light was already lit up in the freshman accommodation area. Then it was to see that a single excited-looking freshman was already putting on their battle equipment and heading directly to the Sacred Sun Arena. Because not only was the opening ceremony going to be held here today, but also the important examination to redetermine the ranking of the freshmen was going to start in advance. Only just stepping into the arena, the numerous new students were shocked by the scene before them. Only to see a scarlet-colored golden door hovering in the middle of the magnificent and vast arena. Scarlet gold gates. This is a gold-level hell difficulty copy. It's worthy of being the Holy Dawn Academy's big freshman exam. It's only the beginning of the school year and it's already giving us intensity. This difficulty is just what I like. What could be seen was that the expressions revealed by these freshmen were excited and happy when they saw the scarlet golden gate. If they were to be replaced by freshmen from an ordinary academy and saw that this great examination came up as a gold-level hell difficulty copy, then they would definitely be wailing all over the place. A stark contrast was formed. This was the freshmen of the top academies. They had a strong strength that far exceeded that of ordinary students as well as a confidence that would allow them to not be half as timid and afraid even when facing this gold-level hell difficulty copy. Oh yo! Isn't that Qiu Xingjie, the top student of Tianyuan province? He's finally here. A voice suddenly came from the distance, only to see a boy with a gloomy temperament and shadowy eyes walk in, surrounded by several boys and girls. He was Qiu Jijie, a level 38 Imperial Beast Master. Xiao Jije's default ranking I remember is 6th. Looking at him, he's clearly defiant, with a cold and gloomy face. It seems like he wants to raise his ranking even higher on this big exam. Hearing this, there were quite a few freshmen around who shook their heads. Xiao Jije's ranking of 6th is very reasonable. Not only is there the third-ranked Guyulan from the capital in front of him, the top scholar of Qingfu province, Lu Wu, but there's also Jiang Qian and Bai Yichan from Tianyun province. Indeed, other than that Lin Chen, no one can really pick on the top 10 rankings, but Xiao Jijia obviously wants to get himself into the top 5. Let's wait and see. Today's main event is exciting. It was also as soon as the words of the crowd of freshmen fell. Another clamor came from the distance. Gu Yulan and Lu Wu are here. Jiang Chen and Bai Yichan are also here. Only 4 teenage girl figures were seen surrounding them as if they were stars. I'll go, Bai Yihan is so handsome. Jiang Chen and Gu Yulan are also beautiful. Lu Wu's appearance, is a bit rough, not my favorite type. The crowd commented on this. Their levels are all so high. Jiang Chen is level 42 and the remaining 3 are all level 40. I think it's normal. Behind them are the top 10 powerful families, resources are abundant, go to the wilderness to practice, there are special guards to protect, can't beat the monsters, can also let the family send a strong man to help kill to get experience rewards. This level up cannot be fast. Nowadays, we can still barely see the backs of these heavenly prides of theirs. By the time we reach our sophomore, junior, and senior years, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to see their backs anymore, and will be ruthlessly thrown off by them. The freshman sighed softly. This was also something that couldn't be helped. People had good qualifications, strong strength, and with their powerful families, their future could be considered unimpeded. Together with this ranking reward system of the Holy Sun Academy, naturally, the strong would get stronger and the weak would get weaker. This was how the school spirit of the top university schools was, very competitive and focused on cultivating top-notch combatants. As the crowd chatted, all of a sudden, they were able to see Jiang Chen, who looked cold and clear, shifting her gaze to another place. The crowd followed the line of sight of this proud daughter of heaven to look. The originally incomparably lively boiling scene directly fell silent. A pair of eyes were all focused on the juvenile figure that had just entered the arena in the distance. This was a handsome young man whose face value was not weaker than Bai Yichan's, and unlike Bai Yichan's carelessness, this young man's body was permeated with a cold and resolute temperament. His slender and robust body was full of beauty, and from afar, he could tell that hidden under his clothes was a powerful body full of strength and explosive power. The expression on his face was as calm as an ancient well, and in his eyes, there was a calmness that far exceeded that of his peers. Although he had already seen the photos in advance, the appearance of a real person who was several times more handsome than in the photos still made the hearts of many girls at the scene stir. People are visual creatures. Without in-depth contact and understanding, both parties generally relied on appearance and temperament to rate each other. Many of the girls who had followed along and mocked Lin Chen in front of them were delinquent, and had already given this Lin Chen a high score of 9.5 in their hearts, completely forgetting how they had previously disparaged Lin Chen, the top scholar of Tianyun province. Lin Chen. He's finally here. For this teenager, everyone present could be said to be no strangers at all. Even though this was their first meeting with Lin Chen, they had the feeling of old enemies meeting each other. There was contempt, skepticism, and disdain in the eyes of the pairs of people looking at Lin Chen. Pang Xinyu and Xiao Xuetong, who were following Bai Yihan, had a morose hostility. On the other hand, Bai Yihan, Gu Yulan, Lu Wu, Zhou Jijie and the other top-tier celestial pride merely glanced at Lin Chen before shifting their gazes, not bothering to gaze at him for a second longer. Obviously, this fellow who had been placed at the top of the default ranking for freshmen by the school authorities did not receive too much attention from these celestial pride. Perhaps in their eyes, defeating Lin Chen was easier and simpler than defeating other celestial pride. The only one who had a pair of cute fluffy cat ears was Jiang Chen, who had a pair of crimson cat pupils that fixedly sized up Lin Chen for a few moments. In response to the sights, Lin Chen's expression did not change half a bit, and even less did he show any nervousness or panic. He had already known that his appearance would definitely usher in these new students pointing fingers. Buzz. It was also at this moment. Above the main stage at the very center of the Holy Sun Arena, extremely subtle spatial ripples swirled. Under the gaze of many new students, a white lion appeared first. It raised its huge paw, and with a gentle stroke, a large crack opened up in space. Immediately afterward, a dozen figures permeated with a powerful aura slowly walked out from within the crack. Space God Lion. For this white lion that could only open up space alone and open up a spatial teleportation channel, it was naturally unfamiliar as long as one had memorized the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide. The sights of the many new students fell on these dozen or so figures. Standing at the front were three incomparably old figures. They were the three deans of the Sacred Sun Academy. Behind them were more than a dozen figures that looked either young or middle-aged, and they were the tutors that taught the freshmen. The freshmen were not unfamiliar with these figures at all. Whether it was in the freshman handbook or on the campus official and forums, there were records of the details of these bigwigs. Chapter 60 Composure of the Heart. The lowest ranked freshman first. Even though all of you shouldn't be strangers to me, let me introduce myself first. My name is Dong Zhang, and I'm the head of the three deans of the Sacred Sun Academy. This time, the opening ceremony for new students will be presided over by me personally. By the way, I'm sure you all know that this time, the new student opening ceremony is very special. This is all in light of the fact that all the new students are very dissatisfied with the default rankings arranged by my Sacred Sun Academy, so the new student examination that was supposed to be open 5 days later has been advanced to today. On top of the main stage, the head of the great dean who stood at the very front, his voice was gentle and powerful as he made his opening remarks. In the face of this highly respected and unfathomably powerful great dean, even these incomparably arrogant and outstanding freshmen under the stage did not dare to make any more comments at this moment, each one looking gravely silent. Despite how the freshmen had previously clamored on the school forum, but now facing this existence that even the 10 most powerful families and clans did not dare to offend, the freshmen still had to obediently shrink their tails and listen with their heads bowed. Of course, the old man mentioning this matter is not to blame all of you. On the contrary, the old man feels that you guys have done a very good job in this matter. However, this Grand Dean's words changed, and he said in a deep voice, in the face of unfair, unjust, and unreasonable treatment, it's all about having the courage to stand up against it. In the past, there were previous freshmen who were dissatisfied with the default rankings, but they didn't dare to challenge the authority of the academy, and they all honestly endured and waited for the arrival of the great freshman examination. And this year's class of freshmen is claimed to be the highest quality and strongest seedlings of the Sacred Sun Academy since all the previous years. You guys are brave enough to come forward, challenge the authority, and state the injustice in your hearts. You deserve to be praised. A smile surfaced on the serious expressions of the new students when they heard this Grand Dean praising them. Just not waiting for their happy emotions to spread. But this Grand Dean came up with another twist. The prerequisite for challenging authority is that you possess the strength to overthrow it. Do you all know that this default ranking was arrived at only after Lao Fu and the two great deans beside him stayed up for 3 days and nights, watching all of your freshmen's Imperial Beast examination battle recordings? Do you guys really think that this default ranking is a random ranking by the Sacred Sun Academy? I hope that you guys will have a good performance in the freshman exam later, so that you can overturn the default ranking set by our three deans, and ruthlessly slap me in the face. By the way, the copy arranged for this freshman grand exam is the highest difficulty Blood Demon Grotto of the gold grade copies. Not only that, seeing the arrogant tone of all the new students in the school's forums, the old man and the two great deans as well as all the tutors have also specialized in using special means to strengthen the monsters inside once. Then without further ado, the red tape of the opening ceremony can be omitted, and we will directly open the freshman exam. The moment these words fell. Wow! The original confident multitude of freshmen's expressions changed drastically, and they let out a not-so-small commotion. The copy in here is actually the Blood Demon Grotto. My god, this Blood Demon Grotto I remember is the difficulty ceiling in the current gold level copies. Bad. I had thought that it was just a moderate gold level copy. What's more crucial is that the monsters inside have also been specially strengthened, and their strength has gone up another notch. Blame it on you bunch of pussies, arrogant dog barking in the forums, this time it's good, don't say what personal competition, even this sub-book cannot pass don't know. At this moment, although the freshmen here are the premier pride of all provinces, but in the face of this copy called Blood Demon Grotto, have wailed. There is no way. This copy is the ceiling in the gold level, recognized difficult to pass. You may not believe it, even level 50, and has been awakened for the second time the Imperial Beast Master, want to single brush this copy of the hell of difficulty, it is very difficult. Not to mention the fact that the monsters inside had been strengthened. It seems that the arrogance of the new students has caused the three deans and the tutors to be very dissatisfied. You really think you can't control this group of freshmen, don't you? It's not that these freshmen can't pass. The team will be able to pass. But if the group passes, even if they pass, the individual rating will be very low, and I'm afraid that they will not have any advantage in the ranking. Besides, they are the local premier prides of each province, still retaining pride in their hearts. They have always been single brush copies, of course, they are not willing to form a team on the freshman exam. I'll give you 5 minutes of preparation time. Can team up. Can cooperate. After 5 minutes, all freshmen will be forcefully teleported into the copy collectively. Grand Dean Dong Zhang gave an ultimatum. The remaining 2 deans as well as the tutors were all smiling. This time they all saved themselves the effort of introducing themselves and watched the show without worry. At this moment, the new students with serious faces began to count their battle supplies, while thinking about whether to form a team or not. It was certain that the freshmen who were ranked in the top 100 were definitely going to be solo. But whether the freshmen after the top 100 could pass this copy was a bit up in the air. The group pass rating might go down, but it's better than if you single brush and don't pass. While the many new students hesitated and tangled, the 3 deans on the main stage as well as the tutors, however, had already landed their gazes on the slender teenage figure under the stage. This kid. This mentality can be really calm and composed. Tutor Xiao Yu softly lamented. From the moment Lin Chen entered, all of the tutors present were actually observing this dark horse scholar who had stepped on Jiang Chen and Bai Yichan as a commoner. From the beginning, when he was highly mocked and belittled, to now, when the ceiling copy appeared, he hadn't been able to see even the slightest expression of panic or trepidation on this teenager's face. The eyes were as calm as a dead well. It seems that this teenager not only possesses extreme strength, but also possesses a calmness and composure that far exceeds that of his peers. It's just that the rank is a little too low? Lin Chen should be the lowest ranked of all the freshmen in the room. Lin Chen hadn't hidden and shielded his level information, so everyone could easily see Lin Chen's level. Level 20. The bottom of all the freshmen. Even one of the worst freshmen in the default rankings had a rank of 25. But even so, the 3 deans and mentors didn't feel that this teenager was weaker than the top 10 freshmen. A high rank merely meant that your 4-dimensional attributes were high, but it didn't mean that your overall battle power was necessarily strong. The deans and mentors believed that this Tianyun province's top student, who was only at level 20, would definitely be able to bring them unimaginable surprises. Chapter 61. The hunt moment opens. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Every freshman had already stood in front of the gate of the replica corresponding to their school number. The freshmen who were ranked lower were gritting their teeth, and even if they were humiliated, they had temporarily formed a team. Students who had reached a teaming relationship, even if they didn't enter at the same replica gate, they would still be in a replica space after teleporting inside. It seemed that the ranked freshmen, among face and ranking, chose the ranking and lost their so-called face. Although they were arrogant, they still had some self-knowledge. Buzz. At this moment, this replica portal bloomed with a dense light, enveloping all the freshmen in an instant. A second later, the figures of the thousands of freshmen in the entire room disappeared into thin air. A template of information about the replica appeared before the eyes of the new students. Copy of the Secret Realm, Blood Demon Grotto. Adaptation level, level 2060. Difficulty, Inferno level fixed. Requirements, 1-5 people. Background, gloomy, dark and gloomy. Background, in the dark, damp world of the grotto, there inhabits a group of evilly cursed blood demon monsters, who are murderous, bloodthirsty, hideous and terrifying, powerful, and also possess extremely powerful illusionist abilities. You have entered the Blood Demon Grotto replica. Current difficulty, Hell level. Tip, when you die, you will be automatically teleported out of the copy to receive resurrection and healing, so please don't have to be concerned and let go of the fight. The short stun caused by the spatial teleportation ended, and Lin Chen's figure had already been successfully teleported into the Blood Demon Grotto. There was still no time to survey the surroundings. Alert, affected by the Blood Demon curse, your full attributes have been reduced by 20%. A prompt was floating in front of his eyes. Environmental impairment. Lin Chen's sword brows were slightly raised, but there was no trace of surprise on his handsome face. It wasn't just the wilderness maps that had environmental mitigation, it was also found in the duplicates. As the ceiling of a gold level copy, this environmental mitigation came up and cut 20% of your full attributes, not reasonable at all. An environmental mitigation couldn't be undone by talents, skills, props, or equipment effects. Click. Lin Chen stepped forward and seemed to have stepped on something, and when he looked down, it turned out to be a human skull. Looking around, Lin Chen realized that there was a human bone scattered everywhere in this grotto. A creepy and morose aura filled the air, and from time to time, from amongst the tunnels within the grotto came the general howling of severe ghosts, resembling the haunted nests of a horror movie. Lin Chen's face didn't have half a bit of fear surfacing on his face. He remained calm and collected. He gently clenched his fists, his eyes became decidedly icy. The race has begun. Now this was the big freshman exam, the crucial moment to compete for rankings. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't waste any time. Holding a small magic treasure pearl for illumination in his hand, he pointed his toes and quickly ran forward along this single tunnel. Lin Chen didn't conceal the sound of his footsteps. The clattering sound stirred within this underground cave tunnel, and not surprisingly, these footsteps woke up the slumbering blood demons. Coming! Lin Chen's sight was placed in front of him, only to see that the exit at the end of the tunnel was already a convergence of withered monsters with ghastly white skin and incomparably hideous looks. Monster, Blood Demon Monster. Level 30. Talent, Blood Drawing Evil Curse C. Skills, Blood Claw Tier C, Relentless Gnaw C, Blood Explosion B. Description, Ordinary blood demon monster, with no intelligence, only an unquenchable thirst for flesh and blood. With a single appraisal, the basic information of these blood demon monsters surfaced in front of Lin Chen's eyes. One could only say that it was worthy of being a strengthened version of the Blood Demon Grotto. It was only the first level of monsters that could possess the B-ranked Blood Explosion skill. Lin Chen naturally had an unrivaled understanding of the Blood Explosion monster skill. In fact, no matter what profession the school is, the content level of the cultural classes is basically similar. All of them require students to learn and memorize the skills of monsters in the major known replica secret worlds. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you can win 100 battles. Have a super strong strength at the same time, can also do to the monster's information like a finger in the palm of your hand, then you want to defeat are difficult. During his quick run, Lin Chen took out 3 bottles of potion from his storage ring and drank them. Hint, you have taken the potion of bravery and gained a 30% physical attack bonus. Hint, you have taken the Eagle Eye potion and gained a 50% physical bludgeon rate. Hint, you have taken the Swiftness potion and gained a 20% bonus to attack speed and movement speed. Hint, the above 3 gain statuses last for 30 seconds and cannot be triggered repeatedly for 60 minutes. Attributes were not enough, potions came to the rescue. The freshman exam did not restrict the use of props. With the 3 bottles of potions gain boost, Lin Chen's physical attack and physical strike, as well as his speed, were all boosted by a considerable amount. Buzz! The demonic ring worn in his hand directly transformed into bow and arrow form. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The demonic ring's bow and arrow form didn't require an actual arrow. When you drew the bow, it would consume a faint amount of blue and automatically coalesce into an arrow. At this moment, Lin Chen directly performed 5 consecutive shots. 5 arrows condensed from blue amount, wrapped in terrifying killing power, broke through the air. Poof poof poof. In the next second, they unexpectedly penetrated the eyes of the 5 blood demon monsters with incomparable precision, and in turn, penetrated their heads. Ah! The 5 blood demon monsters let out miserable screams, and their bodies bulged like leather balls at this moment. The next moment. Bang! The bodies directly self-exploded, and disgusting sticky blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Roar! Those blood demon monsters next to them couldn't be bothered to kill this human, and like hungry dogs, they frantically went to devour their companion's shattered corpse and blood meat into their mouths. Such a bloody and disgusting scene did not make Lin Chen's brows furrow. Logically speaking, the level 20 Lin Chen shouldn't be able to kill a level 30 blood demon monster in seconds even if he had taken 3 potions. But don't forget, for most creatures, the eyes were always very vulnerable parts. If Lin Chen's arrow was aimed straight at the head of these blood demon monsters, it might only enter halfway, and even if it triggered fatal damage, it shouldn't even be able to kill them in seconds. However, if he aimed for the eyes, then the arrow could easily penetrate from the inside. In addition, the skull structure of the blood demon monster was also different from that of a human, which undoubtedly gave Lin Chen more maneuverable space. The arrows were fired 5 times in a row, easily killing 5 blood demon monsters in seconds. Lin Chen's figure also leapt out of the tunnel and arrived in a very empty grotto space. At the same time, the 3 smoke bombs that had already had their safety rings pulled apart had already landed on top of the ground. Snort! The incomparably thick smoke dispersed at this moment, shielding the blood demon monsters from all sight. The moment of the hunt opened up. Chapter 62 30 seconds to cross the first floor. The various new students performed. At this moment, inside the blood demon earth cave, the first layer of space. Smoke filled the air, causing the sight of these blood demon monsters to be severely obstructed, and that teenage figure had completely disappeared from their sight. The blood demon monsters were horrified to realize that not only had they lost their sight, even their senses of smell, touch, and hearing all had a dull and heavy sensation. The pungent and heavy pin smoke seemed to be mixed with some fine powder of unknown composition by the human teenager, and the blood demon monsters who inhaled all of these powders without any defense only felt that at this moment, their heads were heavy and their feet were light, and they were dizzy and vomiting, as if they had a high fever, and their bodies were in a serious discomfort. Fortunately, this abnormal state lasted less than 5 seconds, and was offset by the powerful immunity carried by the blood demon monsters themselves, as well as the foreign resistance reduction brought by the high level. However, they had just regained their health when the sound of orbs rolling to the ground came from their ears. Several orb objects just happened to land in the very center of these blood demon monster groups. Not waiting for the blood demon monsters to pry open the fog to see what this was, the next second, boom! The explosive impact wrapped with great power was immediately poured out. The blazing flames were burning. Not only did these blood demon monsters receive some damage from the explosion, but they also sent these blood demon monsters flying out. Without looking at them, it was clear that the small round spheres were the flame burst bombs that were sold on the market, which was a kind of magic prop that contained a good amount of power. But was it powerful enough to kill these level 30 blood demon monsters that had been specially strengthened? Obviously not. But was Lin Chen's purpose of throwing these bombs to blow up the blood demon monsters? Naturally not. Roar! The blood demon monsters that had been blown away felt the paroxysms of pain coming from their skin and flesh, causing them to become more and more frenzied, itching to eat that human teenager alive. They just wanted to get up, but they were surprised to find that they couldn't get up. Looking down, the ground did not know when covered with a puddle of sticky turquoise liquid. All of the blood demon monsters that had already been lifted off the ground by the bombs, at this moment, there was one that counted as one, all of them were forcibly glued to the ground and couldn't get up. Roar! The blood demon monsters collectively let out a furious roar, gritting their teeth and struggling hard, trying to break free from the sticky liquid. You don't say, they were really slowly getting up. In the end, they were replica monsters that had been strengthened, and their strength attributes were far beyond the ordinary. But would Lin Chen, the culprit who caused all of this, stand by and watch these blood demon monsters break free? Naturally, he wouldn't. When the smoke cleared, the figure of the teenager in the very center also appeared in the sight of the blood demon monsters. In their scarlet pupils, they reflected a teenager with a fully strung bow and arrow, with the arrow pointing straight at the head of the blood demon monster. Swoosh swoosh. The arrows were fired 5 times in a row. Poof. Because these blood demon monsters were bound by the sticky liquid on the ground and were unable to move their bodies, it was simply not too simple for Lin Chen's arrows to hit the eyes of these blood demon monsters. It could be said to be as easy as pie. Ah! A muffled sound rang out, announcing that under Lin Chen's successive arrows, one blood demon monster was rapidly dying. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of blood demon monsters on the field had their lives completely ended by arrows running from their eyes all the way through their brains. If you took a closer look, you would notice that the number that appeared on the damage dealt by an arrow was 40,000 strike plus fatal. Ding! Candidate Lin Chen has been detected to have successfully killed all the monsters in this level. Congratulations on successfully clearing the first level. The light door leading to the second level has been opened. Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a moment and directly stepped into the second level. The time it took to clear the first level, counting the 10 seconds it took to rush here from the entrance, the entire time was probably around 30 seconds. And Lin Chen didn't realize that the personal show he had displayed on the first level had already caused the deans and tutors in the outside world to marvel in awe. Outside. When all of these freshmen were teleported into the Blood Demon Grotto copy, the staff had already turned on the projection mode of the live broadcast. A huge and high-definition holographic projection screen floated in mid-air, divided into 8 windows, broadcasting the live broadcast of the 8 students' copy attacks. Go! Mechanical War Tigers! Tear them ugly and disgusting monsters apart for me! A freshman with a default ranking of 79th appeared in the window screen. After entering the copy, he immediately summoned his beast pet called Mechanical Battle Tiger. This was a mechanical combat beast pet, starting out as a 7-star spirit beast, and at a glance, it was clear that the beast species that this new student had obtained was the essence blood of the heavenly battle mecha god tiger. Mechanical War Tiger originally did not have wings, but when this freshman put his own beast seed into this Mechanical War Tiger, the bloodline mutated, and this Mechanical War Tiger was extended with new mechanical wings. Adding wings like a tiger, giving it extra flying ability, undoubtedly greatly enhanced the Mechanical War Tiger's fighting ability. Only to see the Mechanical War Tiger under the order of this new student, it immediately pounced into the group of blood demon monsters, and once the sharp mechanical tiger claws slapped down, it directly slapped the evil demon monsters into a puddle of meat cakes. It can be seen that the mechanical war tiger in the Heavenly War Mecha God Tiger Beast Species Enhancement become extremely powerful. Just boom. Boom. The first time I saw it, it was a very good thing that I saw it. Every time the mechanical war tiger killed a blood demon monster, that blood demon monster automatically triggered the blood explosion beast skill, generating an extremely powerful self-detonation, which knocked the mechanical war tiger back for a second or two. This undoubtedly slowed down the mechanical war tiger's monster clearing speed. Damn it! Back off! Mechanical Battle Tiger used the mechanical cannon to directly clear the remaining of these blood demon monsters. This freshman, seeing that melee combat was taking so much time, and considering that he was in a big exam and had to fight for time, he also had to summon the mechanical Battle Tiger back, allowing it to cast its skills and directly clear these blood demon monsters. Boom! This skill of the mechanical cannon blasted out, and indeed, it killed the remaining blood demon monsters in seconds. It was only then that this new student was satisfied and quickly stepped into the second level. On the other side. Little White, purify this filth. A girl who was rank 86th by default raised her hand and had her beast pet called Bright Feathered Bird cast a skill called Holy Light Illumination. The blood demon monster was a dark attribute monster, and light attribute skills were inherently restrained against such monsters. For the girl who had contracted a light attribute beast pet, she had a huge advantage. Only to see this little white bird was like a light bulb. At this moment, it bloomed with dazzling light, the light containing divine power shone on these blood demon monsters, and at once, these blood demon monsters were heavily injured. The girl then took a long sword and quickly replenished the severely injured blood demon monsters that fell to the ground. Chapter 63, Live Replay. How did he do it? No wonder these little guys have the nerve to question the rankings we gave them. The quality of this year's class of freshmen is indeed good. Looking at the battle images presented on one window after another, Grand Dean Mayan stroked his beard in admiration. The top 100 freshmen aren't bad, each one has enough strength to single brush the blood demon ground cave. Who is stronger or weaker, will know by looking at the time of clearance. Tutor Xiao Yu laughed. Look guys, it's worthy of being Jiang Chen, the screen has only just shifted to her and the battle is almost over, too far ahead of the other freshmen. The same goes for Bai Yihan, look at the timing, it's only 2 seconds slower than Jiang Chen. Gu Yulan, Luwu, Xiao Jijie, and all these other famous celestial pride have also passed the first level one after another. Their beast pets are all extraordinary, each one of them has a very powerful divine ability power. One tutor also saw the outstanding performance of these young freshmen under the subsequent screen switch and praised them one after another. The only shortcoming is that turning in a beast pet skill at the first level, isn't that a bit hasty? Tutor Long Zhe said softly. What could be seen was that not all of these tutors from the Sacred Sun Academy were human. Like this tutor Long Zhe, she was of the dragon race, with a dragon horn on her forehead and a pair of dragon pupils. Looking at her figure, she was plump and sexy, but anyone could sense that within this seemingly delicate body, there was a huge power that was shocking to behold. Mentor Long Zhe had once defeated a high-grade phantom beast species in melee combat with her own strength, using her body as a dragon human. Out of all the tutors, Tutor Long Zhe's personal strength ranked at least in the top 3. Hearing Tutor Long Zhe say this, the 3 deans and other tutors nodded in recognition. For the new students after the top 100, most of them chose to team up. In the case of teaming up, there was no problem with using beast pet skills on the first floor. After all, there were teammates, and there was an abundance of skills. However, if they were to brush alone, using a beast pet skill to clear the monsters on the first level was a bit inappropriate. Because these new students weren't very high leveled, their beast pet should also be in the evolutionary body, and the number of awakened skills wasn't very high. Originally, the beast pet skill CD was on the long side, and with the small number of skills, it couldn't be cycled effectively. You used the skill on the first level, and then on the second level, you would have to use another big skill with a longer CD. So, what about the third and fourth levels? You can only wait hard for the beast pet skill CD. But this is undoubtedly to increase the difficulty of one's passage. After all, you are waiting for the CD period, the monster will not stay standing without attacking you. So, in the eyes of the mentors, the first level cannot use the beast pet skills, try not to use. Save it for the stronger monsters in the later levels. Right, where's Lin Chen's window? It was at this time that a tutor suddenly reacted. The rest of the tutors also snapped to attention. I almost forgot such a key character, guide, hurry up and give Lin Chen an image. Quickly, I want to see how this little guy who's only level 20 got past the first floor. The odds are that he also had to use a beast pet skill to get through fast, after all, he's too low leveled. The mentors discussed this while urging the guide to hurry up and give Lin Chen an image. Immediately, the guide broadcast obediently switched out Lin Chen's window. It was only. The image that was presented was one that made all the tutors freeze. Only to see that in the live window, Lin Chen was already on the second floor, and had already destroyed almost all of the blood demon skeleton army on the second floor. In the vast space of the grotto, there were blood demon skeletons scattered all over the ground. There were 100 blood demon skeleton monsters, and now there were only 5 left. What a fast attack speed! The key was, where was his beast pet? Where was that cute little red snake that had appeared in the Imperial Beast's gauntlet copy? Lin Chen hadn't even summoned it out. In other words, with his own strength, he had passed the first and second floors hard, and his attack speed was a notch faster than the other freshmen. This was too much of an exaggeration, wasn't it? How in the world did he do that? Swish! And at this moment, one could only see Lin Chen holding a heavy sword, his powerful arms veins rippling as he swept out violently against these 5 blood demon skeletons. Wow! The 5 blood demon skeletons surprisingly didn't even have the strength to parry, and were all of a sudden ruthlessly swept to pieces by the heavy sword. Lin Chen had continuously honed his fighting techniques as well as his physique during that month of summer vacation, while not falling behind in terms of food, and having received the top prize, he already had ample enough funds on hand to purchase meat, eggs, and milk. So much so that Lin Chen, who was originally on the skinny side, now had a robust and slender physique, not half as frail. Ding! Candidate Lin Chen has successfully defeated all the blood demon skeletons and has cleared the second level. Candidate Lin Chen has entered the resting level. Quick! Release Lin Chen's live replay while he's on the rest level. After clearing the second level of the blood demon grotto, the trespasser would be automatically teleported into the resting level, forcing the trespasser to rest for 3 minutes. Of course, these 3 minutes would not be counted as part of the clearance time. The reason for this was that the school administration didn't want these new students to be reckless and impatient in order to race, giving them enough opportunity to rest and prepare. And taking advantage of this point in time, the mentors were also impatiently asking the guy to play back Lin Chen's attack video. There was no way. They were really too curious. Even the 3 old deans were just as curious. How on earth did this Lin Chen manage to break 2 levels in a row without summoning a beast pet to assist in the battle, and pass the level at a speed that was way ahead of the rest? Soon, the screen turned and the video replayed back to when Lin Chen had just entered the blood demon grotto. This kid is starting to rush. The deans and mentors' eyes didn't dare to move away at all at this moment, fearing that they would miss any exciting details. In the middle of the screen, Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a second, much less summon his beast pet, but instead, on his way to a quick run, he took 3 potions, while the ring in his hand transformed into a bow and arrow, pulling the bow and string, and 5 arrows were fired in succession, all in one fell swoop. Poof! The 5 arrows hit the blood demon monster's eyes with unerring accuracy, piercing through their heads, and were directly instantly secured. What an accurate archery technique! This kid obviously didn't switch to archer, yet his accuracy is better than archers of the same level. Wait, he threw a smoke bomb. Under the high leap, the deans and mentors saw Lin Chen throw a smoke bomb. Nope. You guys look closely. Not just smoke bombs, but slime sticky bombs. The sharp-eyed tutor Xiaoyu observed Lin Chen's small movements. The slime sticky bomb, after throwing it to the ground, would directly form a bomb of extremely sticky slime liquid. What was Lin Chen doing throwing this? Chapter 64, Appreciation. Lin Chen was the only one who didn't transfer? Soon, the dean and teachers realized the reason why Lin Chen threw the slime sticky bomb. Boom! Several magic explosive bombs exploded with such precision in the middle of the blood demon monster group. The immense power of the explosions directly toppled the blood demon monsters fiercely. Due to the fact that the blood demon monsters had a level of 30, just a few magic explosion bombs couldn't deal a fatal blow to them, but the ones that were sent flying just happened to fall on the ground amongst the puddles of slime that were spread out in advance. The incomparably powerful slime made the blood demon monsters have no way to get up quickly. Even if they riveted their strength, the speed of getting up was very slow. At this time, the slender and robust teenage figure was holding a bow and arrow, shooting accurately at the blood demon monsters that were stuck to the ground. These blood demon monsters were like rats that had been glued to the ground by a powerful sticky mouse glue, and could only watch with a desperate expression as they were mercilessly shot by this human teenager. Hiss! This kid can
Such a simple prop is maximized in his hands. His combat skills are skillful like an old hunter who has been mixing in the wilderness for years. Most of all, Lin Chen's speed in clearing the first level without summoning a beast pet was faster than any freshman.
Watching the video replay of Lin Chen's battle, the deans and teachers all marveled out.
Their eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation for Lin Chen. It was important to realize that Lin Chen wasn't using any high-level props, using magic explosive bombs and slime sticky bombs that could be bought on the market at a cheap price. On normal days, these other freshmen who had notable family backgrounds would not even bother to look at such low-grade props. However, these low-level props that were looked down upon by other freshmen were able to play a great role in Lin Chen's hands, helping him pass the first level at an extremely fast speed, without even having to summon a beast pet. This level of skillful use of props also set off the fact that Lin Chen was definitely not weak in terms of actual combat. Also, the smoke bomb this kid threw at the beginning had problems. It should have been mixed with some medicinal powder, so that it made these blood demon monsters stay for a few seconds, and he himself should have taken the antidote in advance. A female tutor of the dwarf race named Dana spoke softly. She had extremely high attainments in drug research, and she could tell at a glance that the smoke was not simple. This kid is really well prepared.
Grand Dean Yu Hong laughed out loud.
His tone was also filled with appreciation for Lin Chen.
By the way, regarding Lin Chen's reward for being the top student of the Heavenly Cloud Province College entrance examination, has it been issued to him yet?
Suddenly, old Dean Dong Zhang, who was the head of the deans, opened his mouth and asked.
Dean Dong, originally it was intended that after the opening ceremony today, Lin Chen would take his student ID and go over to the school's treasure vault hall to receive it, but the freshman exam opened in a hurry, so he didn't have time to take the reward.
Zhao Hongwei, the director of the enrollment office, hurriedly replied.
What about the rewards for the other provincial top students? Dean Dong Zheng continued to ask.
They all went to the treasure hall to receive them yesterday.
Why didn't Lin Chen go?
I don't know, all the other freshmen came, and it was only this morning that I received a notice from the administrator over at the Treasure Vault Great Hall that I realized that the freshman year rewards were left over for the sole share of Lin Chen. When these words came out, the many deans and teachers were shocked. Then in that case, all the other freshmen have all formally transferred, and Lin Chen is the only one who hasn't formally transferred yet.
Dean Yu Hong asked with a frown.
Yes, Dean Yu.
Zhao Hongwei replied with a bitter smile.
The deans and mentors were all a bit speechless.
The entire freshmen of the first year had formally transferred, and only Lin Chen hadn't formally transferred yet.
There was a big difference between officially transferring and not transferring. First of all, students who used the Imperial Beast Spirit Stone had a chance of awakening a new Imperial Beast talent. Secondly, after officially transferring, a Royal Beast Master would randomly obtain a passive skill, and those who were lucky could obtain 2 or 3. Putting aside the Imperial Beast talent that he had a chance of obtaining, then Lin Chen was like being one passive skill behind all the new students. Don't underestimate this passive skill. This passive skill could at least increase the combat power of every Imperial Beast Master by more than 20%.
Why is it that every new student has gone to receive it, and only Lin Chen hasn't?
Dean Dong Zheng asked.
He didn't add any of the freshman groups. Hearing this answer, the deans and mentors at the scene understood the cause and effect.
This matter of being able to receive the rewards in advance should have been told to the freshmen by those sophomore and junior seniors in the freshman groups. Because Lin Chen had been targeted by so many freshmen, he hadn't bothered to add this freshman group, and so he hadn't been informed of the news that he would be able to receive his rewards yesterday. After all, nowadays, no matter if you are in school or at work, you have to add a group, and a lot of things can only be learned first in the group. Since Lin Chen is not in the freshman group, it is justifiable that he didn't go to collect the rewards together. It's just that. This time, the great freshman examination was a bit unfair to Lin Chen. The other new students each had brand new talents and passive enhancements, and their combat power had risen by a lot. Only Lin Chen was standing still. Originally, Lin Chen's level was the lowest of all the new students, and as a result, there was a gap between talent and passive skills. This made the dean and mentors scratch their heads. No harm done. Since the great freshman examination has already been opened, let's continue with it for now. In addition, the great examination for new students is divided into 2 parts, the copy racing and the challenge athletics, so if Lin Chen does poorly in the copy racing, then we'll take a 2-hour break halfway through the test, and then we'll just take Lin Chen to get the rewards and complete the transfer. Grand Dean Mayan said softly. The crowd nodded at his words. It could only be done.
Look, in the video Lin Shen has already entered the second level. At this moment, Lin Shen in the video didn't hesitate for a second and stepped into the light door heading to the second level of the Blood Demon Earth Cave. In the next second, his figure appeared in the middle of a wide grotto hall. Only the monsters that presented themselves before Lin Shen's eyes weren't just any ordinary blood demon monsters anymore, but rather, they were densely packed with an army of 100 blood demon skeletons. A skeleton monster with a scarlet coloration all over its body, with soul flames burning in its eye sockets, stared dead on at the human teenager who had suddenly appeared. Originally, on the second level in the Blood Demon Ground Cave, the number of blood demon skeleton legions was 50. But in order to raise the difficulty, we raised the number to 100. The pressure on the students to survive is directly pulled full. I'm really curious as to how this Lin Shen managed to quickly clear the second level. All the tutors looked at the screen without any expectations. Time moved further ahead. When Lin Shen stepped into the second level of the Blood Demon Grotto and saw this blood demon skeleton monster whose average level was all at level 40, he didn't have panic, and his calm and collected mind quickly formulated a plan on how to defeat the blood demon skeleton army. Chapter 65 3-in-1. Magic Chemical Reaction. Monster, Blood Demon Skeleton Monster. Level, 40. Talent, Steel Bone C. Skills, Fist of Steel Bone C, Hardness Enhancement C, Swiftness D. Description: after the death of a blood demon monster, their white bone corpses are cursed, resulting in the birth of a monster with extremely high physical damage reduction. As you can see, the blood demon skeleton monster's skills are very simple, with only the Fist of Steel Bone offensive skill. However, they are much harder to deal with than the blood demon monsters on the first level. The key lies in its talent. Steel Bone C, 40% physical damage reduction. Lin Shen had a 20-level gap with these monsters, and with the fact that these monsters also possessed this physical damage reduction talent, then it was undoubtedly a fool's errand for Lin Shen to rely on his bow and arrows to attack the fatal parts in order to kill the skeleton monsters in seconds. Besides, if he continued to rely on his bow and arrow to shoot them one by one, it would be impossible to get past the second level in a short period of time. After all, the number of blood demon skeleton monsters was too high, a whole 100 of them. However, this did not make it difficult for Lin Shen. Although the blood demon skeleton monsters had high physical defense, their magic defense was very low. Looking at the talents and skills that Lin Shen possessed, none of them were magical, and even if the demonic ring could switch to a staff weapon, it was still a tricky thing to do. Even so, Lin Shen was still able to easily get through the second level. Snort! It was still a smoke bomb starter. However, this time, Lin Shen didn't mix medicinal powders in it because blood demon skeleton monsters didn't have flesh and blood organs, and these medicinal powders that targeted body tissues wouldn't help if they were used. Smoke filled the air, obscuring Lin Shen's figure. The blood demon skeleton monsters began to search for Lin Shen in bewilderment. Ka-ching! At this time, it was the sound of so many glassy voices breaking that rang out. Only a puddle of snorting, smoking blue liquid was spread around. Then, it was also a classic magic burst. Boom! This time, however, the magic explosive bomb was not meant to blow up these blood demon skeleton monsters, but to directly kill them. The flames from the magic explosive bomb exploded and had a magical chemical reaction with the blue corrosive liquid on the ground. The original blazing red flames instantly turned into blue magical corrosive fire. What could be seen was that the blood demon skeleton monsters, which were originally very calm, suddenly panicked as they made snorting noises on their bones when they touched these magical corrosive flames, which were obviously effective. And at this moment, Lin Shen, who was hiding in the corner, once again took out 2 large fuel tanks from his storage ring. Connecting a spray, Lin Shen held up the spray and carried the 2 tanks on his back, as if he was a farmer's uncle fertilizing the land, and sprayed furiously at the group of blood demon skeleton monsters trapped in the sea of magically corrosive fire. The liquid in the tanks was called softening oil. It can soften many hard objects. Generally in the wilderness is easy to meet the kind of beasts or monsters covered in hard shells, their shell armor defense is very difficult to break, but with the softening oil, you can soften their shells. Of course, the softening oil is only a very common props, cannot deal with high-level monsters, only on the level of 50 or less monsters and beasts have a role. Higher-level monsters, their foreign resistance attribute can completely immunize the negative impact of the softening oil. Buy now. Magic Explosion plus Corrosive Liquid plus Softening Oil, 3-in-1. Not only did it greatly reduce the blood quantity of these blood demon skeleton monsters, but it also softened their bones completely. It's time.
Lin Chen's eyes were determined, and the demonic ring directly transformed into a heavy sword form. A huge black sword surfaced in Lin Chen's hand.
Swift as the wind.
Lin Chen cast this a rank acceleration skill, and his entire movement speed increased by 50%.
At the same time.
Alert! You have taken the flame potion and obtained a shield that lasts for 30 seconds for isolating flame damage. This shield is not immune to flame attacks above level 50.
Next second.
Lin Chen was like a god of war as he charged straight into the pile of blood demon skeletons. Only his one robust arm was seen violently swinging his heavy sword. Swish! The sword light flashed. There was a clatter.
A dozen or so blood demon skeleton monsters were completely broken up by Lin Chen.
The bones all flew straight up. The blood demon skeleton monsters that didn't have much blood left had their bones softened by the softening oil, and their originally hard bodies now became incredibly fragile. The next image was Lin Chen acting like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, turning on his peerless mowing mode. The huge heavy sword swept violently across his body, and a dozen or so blood demon skeleton monsters were dispersed from their skeletons and completely died. Soon, under the shocked gazes of the deans and tutors outside, 100 blood demon skeleton monsters were swept away by Lin Chen with incomparable ease. Counting the time spent throwing props, the overall length of the clearance was less than even a minute. He hadn't even summoned a beast pet. It's also too easy to pass, right? The mentors couldn't help but marvel. A few smoke bombs, a few magic explosions, a dozen large bottles of corrosive liquid, and 2 large tanks of softening oil, the magical chemical effects they produced on each other directly made the 100 blood demon skeleton monsters incapacitated while also becoming incredibly vulnerable. To be honest, the second level was designed to test the output ability of the students. 100 blood demon skeleton monsters, they didn't have a strong offensive ability, but their defense was strong. Students who didn't have enough output would waste a lot of time on this level. However, the tutors never expected that in Lin Chen's case, the second level clearance was still as simple as drinking water. A few props would solve it. Alright everyone, don't rush to marvel, this is only the second layer. After the third resting level, at the beginning of the fourth level, all the levels of the monsters are over 50, and the ordinary props he prepared will be completely ineffective. Without the props, he won't be able to be arrogant. A male tutor of the giant race named Grove said indifferently. You're right, Tutor Grove, but the problem is, the props are useless, he still has a beast pet. Tutor Xiaoyu said helplessly. Tutor Grove stuttered. That's right. This Lin Chen kid hadn't summoned a beast pet yet on both the first and second levels. This meant that his powerful beast pet was still in full condition. When it came to the monsters on the 4th and 5th floors, that beast pet of his could easily handle them all. There's no need to look, the first person in the copy race is definitely Lin Chen. Grand Dean Dong Zheng himself spoke up and directly jumped to a conclusion. His eyes, which had witnessed the storms of 300 years, thought that he wouldn't be able to look at the wrong person. It's really rare. Among the commoner clans, such a demonic combat genius existed. It was fortunate that the Sacred Sun Academy had recruited him, not letting this kind of talent fall into other institutions. Not only was Grand Dean Dong Zheng, those who had the same thought were other deans and tutors. Chapter 66 Night Stygian God's Eye, Unleashed. Inside the replica. The rest time is over, and the intruders can go to the 4th floor on their own through the light gate. The 3 minutes of time for the mandatory rest layer had ended. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen had stepped through the light gate and was directly teleported into the 4th floor. In reality, for Lin Chen, this 3-minute mandatory rest time was not necessary at all. He had passed the first and second levels by utilizing a combination of props, and his own state remained in peak condition. In addition, his own candle dragon was also always on standby in the Imperial Beast space from start to finish, in full condition. Buzz. A second later, Lin Chen arrived at the 4th level. Presented before his eyes was an underground hall that was very open in size and space. At a glance, a huge stone pillar that had been washed by the ages and filled with traces of vicissitudes connected the ground to the ceiling. And at the end of this underground hall, 2 huge blood-colored figures sat quietly on top of the stone seats, their eyes tightly closed as if they were in deep sleep. Ta! Lin Chen did not deliberately conceal his footsteps, and just arrived in front of these 2 huge blood-colored figures in a dignified manner. The line of sight surveyed these 2 enormous blood-colored figures. The 2 huge figures sitting on top of the stone seats in front of them could be distinguished at a glance as a race of giants, both wearing a set of scarlet and brightly colored blood-colored battle armor,
with a blood-colored battle axe placed next to one of the stone seats, and a blood-colored bow placed next to the other one stone seat, which was thought to be the weapons of these two giants. Bizarrely, these two giants were crawling with blood-red lines all over their bodies, and the fluctuations flowing above these lines were filled with a frowning sense of evil. It's a curse. Lin Chen had a guess within his heart. Perhaps it was because Lin Chen's proximity had caused these two giants to smell the rich scent of human flesh and blood, and at this moment, these two blood-colored giants finally opened their eyes. Two pairs of bizarre eyes that had no black pupils and were completely filled with the whites of blood-colored eyes just opened. What was reflected in the whites of the eyes, which looked like a blood-colored lake, was Lin Chen's figure, as well as endless bloodthirsty fury. Boom! Without any precursor, a blood-colored giant fiercely picked up the blood-colored battle axe next to the stone seat, and chopped down with an axe at Lin Chen in front of him. Lin Chen had already been prepared, and with the point of his toes he retreated back 30 meters, dodging the other party's power-storing strike with incomparable ease. At this time, the two blood-colored giants are also from the stone seat above the rise, piled up in the dust on their bodies' rustling fall. Lin Chen realized that the height of these two giants, a glance at the estimation, a full 7 or 8 meters. It was good that this underground hall was high enough and wide enough. The distance between the ground and the ceiling was a full 20 to 30 meters, otherwise it would not have been able to accommodate such tall giants. Identification. Monster, Blood Demon Giant Knight. Level, 50. Qualification, Elite. Talent, Unyielding Will A. Skills, Giant Axe/C, Stronghold Attack B, Brute Charge B, Strong Body B. Description, originally a powerful knight of the ancient kingdom, who took it as his duty to kill the blood demon monsters. Later, he fell deep into the lair of the blood demon monsters, and was surrounded and killed by them. After that, the blood demon king immersed him in the blood demon pool, which cursed him, and he was incarnated into the evil and bloodthirsty blood demon giant knight, who loyally protects the king of the blood demons. Monster, Blood Demon Giant Archer. Level, 50. Qualification, Elite. Talent, Falcon's IA. Skills, Triple Shot C, 5 Shot B, Precise Pre-Sight B, Tracking Arrow B, Self-Destruction A. Description, originally a divine archer of the ancient kingdom, who took it as his duty to kill blood demon monsters. Later, he fell deep into the lair of the blood demon monsters, and was surrounded and killed by the blood demon monsters. Later, the blood demon king immersed him in the blood demon pool, which cursed him, and he was incarnated into an evil and bloodthirsty blood demon giant archer, who loyally protects the blood demon king. What could be seen was that these two giants that had been cursed with the blood demon curse had the same background. And these two giant monsters were still elites. A front row melee with a battle axe as its weapon, as well as a long-range output with a bow and arrow as its weapon. This level, for many freshmen, was definitely a very difficult level to pass. Why? Because today's freshman, the highest is the name of the ginger porcelain of the proud girl, but only 42 levels. Regardless of whether it is a beastmaster or not, magicians, swordsmen, warriors, and other professions as well, all of them will only be able to carry out the second awakening after reaching level 50. Only after the Imperial Beastmaster has undergone the second awakening can he contract a second beast pet. That is to say, today's freshmen have only one beast pet. Then, if the Blood Demon Giant Knight, who was the front row of the meat shield, used his own body to physically fight with the freshman's beast pet, and then let the Blood Demon Giant Archers deal with the freshman, it would put the freshman in an extremely dangerous situation. After all, with the Imperial Beastmaster's beast pet being held back, I personally wanted to rely on myself to try to deal with a level 50 elite monster alone. Pulling might be possible, but killing it was a bit difficult. One could only wait for one's beast pet to resolve the Blood Demon Giant Knight before he could return to help, which undoubtedly greatly lengthened the time to pass the level, seriously affecting the results. Well, the above were the dilemmas faced by other Imperial Beast Masters. For Lin Chen, the situation in front of him was simply a trivial matter that little Yui could easily solve. "Come out, little Yu," Lin Chen called out softly. Buzz. The Imperial Beast crest pattern on the back of his hand blossomed with a blazing red light, and a spell formation formed on the ground. Immediately after, boing! A milky and adorable cry rang out, and a beautiful and cute little red snake appeared on Lin Chen's shoulder. Boom! However, the Blood Demon Giant Knights and Blood Demon Giant Archers did not choose to quietly wait for the intruders to take the initiative to attack. Their inner desire for blood as well as chunks of meat was already thick to the extreme, and they couldn't wait to eat this human in front of them alive. The might caused by the two Blood Demon Giants' brazen charge was very shocking. It was like an earth cow turning its back, and the entire underground hall trembled. In response, Lin Chen's expression was not half flustered, and he even stood still, not bothering to move half a bit. It was at this moment that the little candle dragon violently opened a pair of dragon pupils. You would notice that the pair of dragon pupils that were originally golden in color had now turned into a purple color that represented darkness. What was even more shocking was that behind Lin Chen's back, it was as if there was a huge Nine Spectre's eye virtual shadow emerging, looking straight at the two blood demon giants. Night Underworld Divine ISSS. The superb illusory pupil art talent that only belonged to the Candle Dragon Divine Beast was finally successfully unleashed. Chapter 67 Blood Demon King. Buzz. The Blood Demon Giant Knights and Blood Demon Giant Archers who were charging only felt that the image in front of them suddenly distorted before returning to normal in the next moment. The Blood Demon Giant Knight realized that the tiny human that was originally presented in front of him had suddenly turned into a Blood Demon Giant Archer. Where is that human? The Blood Demon Giant Knight sensed the movement behind him, and snapped his head back, suddenly realizing that the human's size had become as big as his own, and was staring at him with murderous intent. Go to death. Without the slightest hesitation, the Blood Demon Giant Knight slashed his axe at the huge human behind him on the spot. Ah! The Blood Demon Giant Archer let out a scream filled with severe pain. In its perspective, a huge human equal in size to itself, holding a huge axe, suddenly turned around and gave itself a vicious chop. The axe almost split half of this Blood Demon Giant Archer's body. Roar! The Blood Demon Giant Archer let out a furious roar, knowing that he was already seriously injured and could not continue to physically fight with this human in front of him, and a touch of madness appeared in his scarlet eyes. Damn human! Don't think that you can get away with it just because you chopped me with an axe. I will die with you. With this in mind. Buzz! The surrounding magical energy began to converge crazily towards the Blood Demon Giant Archer's body, and a terrifying and incomparable destructive fluctuation just radiated out from the Blood Demon Giant Archer's body. Obviously, this Blood Demon Giant Archer was already utilizing the self-explosionist skill. Even if he died, he would pull this human in front of him down. The Blood Demon Giant Knight felt the human in front of him seems to be to die with himself, are also very panicked and want to pull out to leave. However, splat! The opposite side of this human is full of crazy smiles staring at their own death, a pair of hands dead hold it, simply not let it leave. Roar! At this time, the Blood Demon Giant Knight hurriedly turned his head to look at his companion in the distance. However, it was shocked to find that at this moment, its own companion was expressionlessly looking at itself, only indifference and coldness in its eyes, without the slightest hint of wanting to help it out of the trap. The Blood Demon Giant Knight couldn't understand why his companion didn't come over to help himself. Wait. Nope. He was not his own companion. Not an archer. Rather, he was human. In this final moment of approaching death, the Blood Demon Giant Knight's vision twisted and seemed to discern the true face of the figure in the distance under the shadow of death. Caught in an illusion. It, which still retained the experience of fighting in its lifetime, was also finally able to understand its situation. In response, this Blood Demon Giant Knight realized that its raging, bloodthirsty heart had suddenly become calm in this one instant. Within its mind, it suddenly recalled fond memories that had been dusty for an unknown number of years. A long, long time ago, he was born in a border town with loving parents and spent a very happy childhood. After he grew up, he entered the royal capital and became a member of the Knights, killing evil monsters and blood demons together with his companions, making meritorious achievements and becoming an ace knight admired by everyone. Then later, he died. Died in the Blood Demon lair, decapitated by the hideous and ugly Blood Demon King that exuded an evil aura. So there really is a walk before death. At this moment, a happy smile appeared on the face of the Blood Demon Giant Knight. It wasn't right, he could finally be relieved. Boom! The Blood Demon Giant Archer managed to unleash an A-rank self-destruct skill. A terrifying explosion of magic energy poured out, and the terrifying aftermath swept out like a storm, destroying most of one of the stone pillars supporting this underground hall. You have successfully killed the Blood Demon Giant Knight. You have successfully killed the Blood Demon Giant Archer. Congratulations, you've successfully cleared the 4th level. The light door to the 5th level has been opened. Lin Chen calmly waved away the dust in front of him, not even bothering to look at the two corpses for a second, and directly brought the little candle dragon with him as he stepped into the light door leading to the 5th level. Buzz! When Lin Chen stepped into the 5th floor, the first moment he frowned and took out a magic mask from his storage ring. Magic mask props, it can isolate unpleasant odors. Because this place really stinks. The putrid odor of blood and flesh permeated everywhere. Compared to the immensely wide underground hall on the 4th floor, the spatial environment on the 5th floor seemed a little smaller, and only upon closer inspection did Lin Chen realize that this was an underground church. A hideous and ugly statue of a god was provided in the center of the church. The idol was not large, only the size of an ordinary human, but Lin Chen could feel an incomparably dense evil aura from within the idol. Ka-ching! The idol, which was like a petrified statue, seemed to have been activated because of the intruder's entry. Pieces of stone layer turned into fragments and fell from above the idol, revealing the blood-red, incomparably evil flesh inside the idol. When the stone layer on the outside of the idol completely cracked, the Blood Demon King's true appearance was also revealed to Lin Chen's eyes. The size of the Blood Demon King was even smaller than that of an ordinary blood demon monster, its body was shriveled, thin and bony, and it seemed to be very weak. However, judging from the terrifyingly evil aura emanating from its torso, it was 100 times stronger than any of the blood demon monsters in front of it. It only had one single eye. There was no white of the eye, and the pupil of the eye occupied the entire eye socket. It just looked like a spider, crawling upside down on the ceiling of the church, looking down at Lin Chen, sticking out that one long tongue, licking its lips, and drooling uncontrollably. Only to hear it speak with an evil smile, "You human being exudes an incomparably delicious aroma all over your body. I'll now give you a chance to be my meat slave. Cut off half a caddy of meat for me to enjoy every day, and I won't kill you, how about it?" It was surprisingly able to spit out human words. But it was speaking the magic language that was common to all the races, not the language of the Dragon Kingdom. In today's Imperial Beasts world, which included all the races, although all the countries retained their own official languages, in the international exchange with the races, they had also commonly adopted the magic language as a bridge for communication between each other. Because of the magic language, no matter whether you are a dwarf or an elf or a human, they can communicate with each other without any obstacles. Therefore, the language of magic has also become a mandatory course for all major junior high and high school students around the world. Right now, the fact that this incomparably evil Blood Demon King could speak the language of magic indicated that its intelligence was not low. But Lin Chen was currently taking an exam and didn't have time to babble with it. Boom! Without any hesitation, Xiaoyu sprayed a mouthful of inflammatory breath directly at the Blood Demon King. Chapter 68, Beating the Blood Demon King. 3 minutes 15 seconds. Monster, Blood Demon King. Level, 60. Qualification, Chief. Talent? Skill? Description: a monster that sacrificed its soul to an evil god, gained the power of blood magic, plagued countless innocent people, possesses extremely strong survival attributes as well as offensive attributes, even the attacks of the divine attributes it is no longer afraid of, not to mention the sunlight. The previous blood demon monsters all feared the attacks of the divine attribute as well as the sunlight. But as a blood demon king, it had already overcome its weaknesses. Under Lin Chen's appraisal, the Blood Demon King's basic information appeared before his eyes. Still, for the sake of increasing difficulty, the boss's talent and skill information all appeared as? However, for a genius like Lin Chen who scored a perfect score in culture class, even if you blocked it, it was useless. Because when Lin Chen himself had the time, he had also consulted the Encyclopedia of Replica Monsters, which recorded detailed information about the Blood Demon King. Of course, this enhanced blood demon grotto in front of him, its boss's talents and skills had definitely changed, but the changes shouldn't be very big. At this moment, Lin Chen didn't choose to communicate with this blood demon king that didn't have a low level of intelligence, and directly allowed Xiaoyu to cast the inflammatory breath skill, spitting it straight towards the blood demon king. The blood demon king also seemed to realize that these flames weren't simple, and didn't choose to receive them head-on, but instead, his limbs moved violently, and his entire blood-colored body disappeared into thin air. Boom! The ceiling of the church was blown apart by the little candle dragon spit all at once, but there was no sunlight pouring down. What there was endless darkness. Damned human! This king will make you into a dried corpse for wine. Seeing that the flames spewed out by this little red snake were surprisingly so powerful, the Blood Demon King was completely fuming inwardly while being thankful. It was fortunate that he had dodged this attack just now, or else he would have been seriously injured. However, the opponent's skill that was so powerful definitely couldn't be cast continuously. When the Blood Demon King was certain of this, he swished and instantly dodged in front of Lin Chen. Soul-splitting Blood Claw A. Its incomparably sharp and slender nails were about to grab down at Lin Chen's head. It was as if it wanted to tear Lin Chen's head into several pieces. That way, it would even be able to drink this human's delicious brain matter on the spot. Just. Little Yu's Inferno Breath skill had indeed entered its cooldown. The Night Stygian God's Eye was also on cooldown. However, none of the time-based skills were on cooldown. Clang! The bell of time rang out. The Blood Demon King's entire body lost its color at this moment, as if it was an image in a black and white frame. Static S. As a divine beast that only existed in the classic of mountains and seas, the priority of its skills was incomparably high. Even though the Blood Demon King had a level 60, when the little candle dragon, who had already arrived at the evolutionary stage, cast this incomparably overbearing time-based skill, it still had a perfect effect on the Blood Demon King. What was even more crucial was that this Blood Demon King was in a skill casting state. As long as Lin Chen attacked his opponent, the broken move damage bonus would be triggered. This was also the reason why that old Dean Dongzhang from the outside world had said that Lin Chen would definitely be able to take first place in the copy race. The time-based beast pet skill was really too strong. The main reason for this was that Lin Chen's beast pet had a very high bloodline level, but if it had a lower bloodline level, then this static skill wouldn't be able to work on the Blood Demon King. At this moment, the Blood Demon King's figure was still, and even its thoughts were completely static. No matter what Lin Chen did to it, it was unable to resist. Deadly Strike A. After the skill was cast, Lin Chen and his beast pet, Little Yui, would gain 40% armor, mana resistance, and damage reduction penetration on their next attack, and that attack was bound to bludgeon. Lin Chen hadn't received his own reward from the college entrance exam, and had only a handful of skills of his own, so after casting this skill, he went into battle with Little Yu. Whoosh! Xiaoyu turned into a blazing red shadow, flashing to the front of the Blood Demon King, and flung her tail at its head. Bang! The power of the attack of Little Yu, whose battle power had been transformed by a full 1000%, was 10 times that of Lin Chen. The terrifying tail attack landed on the Blood Demon King's head with a crisp ringing sound. However, the Blood Demon King's head was intact. That was because the Blood Demon King was now in a time stasis state. When the stasis ended and all the damage poured out, then the Blood Demon King's head would explode like a watermelon. And Lin Chen? It was the same old rule. Weapon in hand, he attacked the Blood Demon King's heart, throat, and head in all directions. Little Yu's tail attack also crackled and flung at the Blood Demon King's body with lightning speed. Afterwards, Lin Chen brought Little Yu away and lifted the Blood Demon King's time stasis at this moment. It was also at the moment that the Blood Demon King's time stasis state was lifted. There was a clattering sound. The Blood Demon King's body directly exploded and turned into mush, splashing in all directions. The total damage numbers also surfaced clearly and incomparably. 650,000 strike plus fatal plus breaking stance plus armor piercing. A damage number of 650,000. Terrifying damage irrigated the Blood Demon King's body, causing it to not even have the time to cast its life-saving skills, and its body exploded into bloody froth all of a sudden. The Blood Demon King's maximum life value was actually 600,000 whole. The damage value of 650,000 was exceeded by 50,000, just enough to kill it in seconds. Ding! Freshman Lin Chen was detected to have successfully killed the replica leader Blood Demon King. Congratulations to new student Lin Chen, you've cleared your copy of the Blood Demon Grotto. Current difficulty, Hell level. Passing time, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Passing time, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Your results have been successfully entered into the Sacred Sun Academy student database. After 1 minute we'll start to settle the copy rewards, please be patient and wait to receive it. Trespasser. Done. Lin Chen listened to the voice coming from the spirit of the secret realm. There was no trace of triumph between his complexion, there was only calmness and indifference. Boing! Candle Spectre, however, happily pressed her head against Lin Chen's cheek. Outside the copy, in the middle of the arena. Time had just pushed back to the image of the dean and mentors witnessing Lin Chen stepping into the light door of the 4th floor. The two blood demon humanoid monsters on the 4th level are difficult to deal with, possessing the combat skills and experience of the living. If Lin Chen wants to pass the level quickly, he'll have to use the time stasis skill he used in the Imperial Beast's gauntlet. But then, the 5th level boss battle will have to wait for the CD, which will waste a lot of time. Not bad, let's see how Lin Chen should resolve this Blood Demon Knight and Blood Demon Archer. The deans and mentors were all carefully observing Lin Chen's window screen at the moment. None of them had the heart to pay attention to the windows of the other freshmen. Chapter 69, The Origin of Elis Grelov. Look, he summoned a beast pet. I'd like to see how he's going to distribute his beast pet skills considering there's a much harder boss on the 5th floor. The deans and tutors were curious about Lin Chen's decision. However, the next scene that occurred was one that completely shocked them. Buzz. Only in the middle of the screen, a huge demonic eye filled with dark colors resurfaced behind that little red snake. The moment the Blood Demon Giant Knight and the Blood Demon Giant Archer locked eyes with this huge demonic eye, the deans and tutors could clearly and incomparably see that the Blood Demon Giant Knight, who was originally going to kill towards Lin Chen's side, violently turned around and slashed his axe on top of the Blood Demon Giant Archer's body. Caught off guard by the full force of the chop, the Blood Demon Giant Archer, who did not have any semblance of a defensive stance, was completely and heavily injured. What was outrageous was that the Blood Demon Giant Archer seemed to treat the Blood Demon Giant Knight as an enemy, and even though it was seriously injured by the axe, it stretched out its arms, pulled the Blood Demon Giant Knight to its death, and unleashed its greatest self-detonation skill. Then, boom! The terrifying self-detonation had implicated the Blood Demon Giant Knight, and the two monsters had ended their lives in the same way. Lin Chen didn't even make a move the entire time. Illusion. That beast pet of Lin Chen's is actually able to use illusionist skills. The deans and tutors present were all knowledgeable people, and seeing this, they naturally understood that the little red snake that had just violently opened its pupils and had a huge shadow of a dark eye floating behind it was an illusion technique that had been unleashed with the pupil technique. The two blood demon giants had been seduced by the illusionary technique hit, treating each other's companions as unshared enemies. So much so that Lin Chen didn't even need to expend any effort to pass the 4th level. The entire time it took was even faster than the 1st and 2nd levels, ending the battle in less than 20 seconds. What exactly is this beast pet of Lin Chen's? Not only does it possess time-based skills, it even possesses illusion-based skills. This beast pet of his is a bit terrifying. Duel attribute symbiosis. A combination of the time and illusion systems, this can definitely rank in the top 20 in terms of strength even if it's put into the upper book of the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide. The mentors murmured with shocked faces. They were truly surprised that Lin Chen's beast pet could be this powerful. Then in that case, the number 1 person in the copy race is indeed Lin Chen. Yeah, there's no halfway point that needs to be questioned. It's really awesome this little guy. The 1st and 2nd floors gave us a show of his actual combat level that far exceeded that of his peers, and the 4th floor demonstrated the power of that beast pet of his. It's worthy of being the little guy that the 3 deans put in the number 1 position in the default ranking. Everyone, this little fellow I would like to take as a student and pour in all my resources to cultivate him. I hope not to snatch him from me. Instructor Xiaoyu, don't even dream about it. I have my eye on this student just the same. To be honest, Lin Chen possesses such outstanding personal strength, he should learn from me. After all, if we're talking about personal strength, amongst the many tutors, I don't even bring anyone to fear. Tutor Long Zhe, your personal strength is indeed strong, but your teaching level is not well regarded amongst the students. Can you really teach a demon like Lin Chen? Don't teach this precious student to waste away. You. Seeing one tutor after another opening their mouths to argue over Lin Chen, the 3 deans looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Without waiting for them to speak, at this time, Ellis Grelliot, who was standing at the very back and had not said a word from beginning to end, suddenly spoke softly. This student, I also want it. A pleasant voice rang out. It caused the many tutors who were originally arguing with each other to fall silent. Immediately, all of them turned their heads in astonishment and looked towards the elf woman with long snow-white hair that looked like starlight and an exquisite and flawless face. At this moment, her azure pupils without any emotion were just staring at the many tutors. The reason why the tutors were so surprised was because this mentor Alice hadn't taken in any students for a full 3 years. Of course. Even if it was a student she had taken in before, she had taught absent-mindedly. Oh no, it wasn't absent-minded, but those students simply couldn't adapt to her teaching methods. The 3 deans in the back then improved the enrollment mechanism, and at the same time allowed Alice, this special tutor, to not enroll students, and just wait until she met a beloved student. To say that Ellis Grey Little, this female elf tutor would receive such special care from the deans, naturally because her origins were not simple. Alice's parents were once one of the few Divine Star Beast Masters in the world. They were also the king and queen of the White Moon Elf Empire. However, the sky had its share of misfortunes and people had their own misfortunes. One day, the sky above the White Moon Elf Empire was suddenly torn apart by a huge rift in the Devil Abyss. 3 powerful demon elders personally brought their own most evil legions and descended from the rift above the White Moon Elf Empire. This was clearly an action by the Demon Exalted specifically targeting the top tier of the Blue Star's battle force, and its purpose was to kill the few Divine Star level Imperial Beastmasters on the Blue Star. After this battle, the White Moon Elf Empire was exterminated. Alice's parents died in battle. It was rumored that when those three demon sovereigns fought against Alice's parents, they were all nearly defeated and killed, and finally had to join forces to ask for help, going so far as to invite a demon emperor to visit the battlefield, and only then did they succeed in defeating Alice's parents. Alice escaped because she was traveling at the time. As the daughter of two Divine Star Imperial Beastmasters, Alice had a terrifying talent that surpassed that of all her peers. Plus, the White Moon Elf clan itself was a high-ranking existence in the Elf clan, so Alice had high hopes of becoming a Divine Star Imperial Beastmaster, and might even be able to surpass her parents and become a legendary super god-level Imperial Beastmaster. However, perhaps it was the death of her parents that caused an indelible scar in Alice's heart. She brought some of the remaining clansmen of the White Moon Elf Empire to settle in the Dragon Kingdom and did not continue to be active in the world battlefield. Grand Dean Dong Zhang had a deep friendship with Elise's parents, so he allowed Elise to come and serve as a tutor in the Holy Sun Academy. Nowadays, no one knew whether Alice's rank and strength exceeded that of her parents or not. However, all the tutors present knew that once they really went to war with each other, one of the tutors present would definitely not be able to defeat this White Moon Elf princess. Right now. This never compete in the academy is almost like a transparent person. The White Moon Elf princess even took the initiative to want to accept Lin Chen as a student. This. Chapter 70, a reward far more generous than the college entrance exam. Inside the replica. A minute later, Lin Chen was also greeted with the joyous reward distribution session. Ding! Given that your current clearance time is 3 minutes and 15 seconds, ranking first in the National Secret Copy Database, congratulations on breaking the best record in history and becoming the copy's new best record holder. The distribution of the clearance treasure chests will now begin. Broke the record. Lin Chen didn't expect that he would be able to break this best record that was known as the ceiling of difficulty in a gold level copy. However, after careful math, it actually made sense. Lin Chen had managed to not waste a single second in all of the levels, almost passing each level with the most perfect performance. The use of props on the first and second levels. The crushing of beast pets on the fourth and fifth levels. The former highlighted Lin Chen's extremely excellent personal strength and practical combat skills. The latter highlighted Little Candle Dragon's incomparably powerful aptitude skills and bloodline rank. Even if it was placed in the eyes of any dean or tutor in the outside world, they would not be able to pick out Lin Chen's faults. Other than that, just from the performance of the first and second levels, the deans and tutors thought to themselves that if they were only level 20, they would never be able to do something as perfect as Lin Chen. Buzz! A pillar of golden light still appeared, followed by a magnificent large treasure chest that descended in front of Lin Chen under the shroud of golden light. Ka-ching! Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a second and directly opened the replica treasure chest in front of him. The replica treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining the following rewards. Reward, 50 W points of experience. Reward, Blood Demon Defense 5-piece set rare. Reward, Blood Demon King's Blood Chi Heart S rank material. Reward, Title Blood Demon Nemesis. Reward, Weapon Strengthening Stone rare. Reward, Weapon Strengthening Stone rare. In view of your current achievement breaking the historical record and becoming the first person to record this copy, an additional reward is issued. Reward, S-Rank Imperial Beastmaster Exclusive Skill Book Live Together, Die Together. Reward 7, S-Rank Universal Skill Book Shifting Shape. What a generous reward! Lin Chen's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the tips that surfaced on the information panel. The moment the treasure chest was opened, all the rewards were automatically picked up by his storage ring. Lin Chen began to count all the rewards. As a gold level copy, its experience rewards were undoubtedly much higher than silver level copies. Lin Chen remembered that after he had cleared the Imperial Beast examination, he had also broken the best record at the time, and as a result, the experience reward he had received was only 20,000 points. And now, after clearing this gold level copy, the experience value gained was 50 W points. A full 25 times. No wonder the higher the grade of the replica, the more expensive the ticket. Countless transmuters were even madly grabbing for it. The reward was really too generous than the low-grade replica. Your level has increased to 25. Your Beast Pet Candle Spectre has been raised to Evolved Body 3rd Stage. Your 4-dimensional attributes have been greatly improved. Strength, 1200 Wisdom, 1200 Physique, 1200 Agility, 1200. Without any equipment or props to enhance it. Your Beast Pet Candle Spectre battle power conversion rate is increased to 1500%.
The 4-dimensional attribute at level 20 was 600 points, and at level 25 it became 1200 points, doubling. Little Yue's battle power conversion rate had also increased from 1000% to 1500%. Meaning that nowadays, Little Yu's 4-dimensional attributes were 15 times that of its owner, Lin Chen. The boost that this huge amount of experience value alone brought to Lin Chen was enormous. Looking at the other rewards. Blood Demon Defense 5-piece set, which are Blood Demon Armor, Blood Demon Shoulder Armor, Blood Demon Belt, Blood Demon Leg Protectors, and Blood Demon Battle Boots. 5 pieces of equipment words, attributes are the same, boots parts more than 1 shift speed bonus words. Equipment, Blood Magic Armor. Quality, Rare. Wearing requirements, level 20 or above. Equipment attributes. Magic resistance and armor plus 500. When attacked, recover 3% of maximum life value per second. When one's blood level decreases by 5%, the 4-dimensional attributes increase by 1%. Attacks have a 3% all-around blood absorption effect. Remarks: attacks inflicted by friendly units you summon apply the same omnipotent blood absorption effect. Blood Demon Boots have an additional 20% increased movement speed than the rest of the set. The main point of this set of equipment is that it has a set effect. Blood Demon Equipment Set Effect: when you complete a set of 5 pieces, you can obtain the Blood Demon Dance Effect when you enter battle state. Description: during the duration of the Blood Demon Dance Effect, you gain 10% all-around blood absorption, 30% increase in attack, release, and movement speeds, 15% increase in strength and wisdom attributes, and 10% increase in armor, normal resistance, and damage reduction. Each piece of Blood Demon Defense provides 3% blood absorption, 5 pieces provide 15%, and with the set effect, it totals 25% all-around blood absorption. It's worthy of being a rare grade equipment. You are equipped with the Blood Demon set. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly equipped it. The key was rare grade defensive equipment came with a clothing illusion effect. Even when wearing it, it could be transformed into everyday clothing, and instead of looking bloated, it was very convenient. Like the primary, intermediate, advanced, and Xian grade equipment, you usually have to take it off when you're living and relaxing. Like this kind of rare grade equipment, except for taking a bath, you can wear it all day long, and it can be transformed into formal wear, casual wear, pajamas, and so on. As for the equipment that was replaced, such as the Mech Energy Battle Armor and Mech Energy Battle Boots, they could be broken down into materials. In this capital city where there are strong people everywhere, no one should be able to look at this kind of low-grade equipment, so if you want to sell it, you probably won't be able to sell it, so you can only decompose it. Blood Demon King's Blood Chi Heart S, a heart filled with rich blood chi and vigor, an essential material used to make high-grade healing potions. This should fetch quite a bit of money when sold to those alchemist professions. Blood Demon Nemesis title, a rare title that can only be obtained by killing the Blood Demon King within 30 seconds, it can increase one's movement speed by 10%, while increasing damage to Blood Demon-type monsters by 30%. This title was somewhat useful. It could add 10% to one's movement speed. As for increasing damage against Blood Demon-type monsters, it wasn't of much use to Lin Chen. After all, in the future, he didn't know if he'd have the chance to raid a copy with Blood Demon monsters. Weapon Strengthening Stone Rare can raise the grade of a weapon by 1 level, up to the rare level. You have used the Weapon Strengthening Stone on the Ring of Demons. Enhancement successful. Your weapon, the Ring of Demons, has been upgraded to rare. The effects of all the words have been greatly improved. It was important to know that rare weapons were much more difficult to obtain than rare defenses. This Weapon Strengthening Stone was really needed for Lin Chen. Chapter 71, Triggering the Hidden Level. Blood Demon Patriarch Remnant Soul. Equipment, Demonic Ring. Grade, Rare Upgradable. Wearing requirements, none. Equipment description: this ring can transform into 3 weapon forms, namely bow and arrow, mace, and heavy sword. Equipment attributes: bow and arrow form, armor penetration increased by 40%, penetration increased by 70%, physical attack increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 50%. Staff form, legal resistance penetration increased by 40%, spell skill range increased by 80%, magic attack power increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 50%. Heavy sword form, strength, physique, armor, and spell resistance increased by 40%, 30% damage reduction gained, 8% of one's maximum life value restored per second, and movement speed increased by 40%. The attributes possessed by the various weapon forms of the demonic ring after the upgrade had been greatly strengthened. Not bad. At this, Lin Chen felt satisfied.
His beast pet was powerful, but his own personal strength should definitely not fall behind. Otherwise, when it came to more advanced battles, it was very likely that one would become a breakthrough point for the enemy. Finally, were 2 additional S-rank skill rewards. Live Together and Die Together S, your beast pet will share 70% of the damage you receive, and you can also choose to share 70% of the damage for your beast pet. Shift S, you can choose to switch positions with any target with each other. CD time is 10 seconds. One Way is a skill exclusive to the Imperial Beastmaster profession. One was a universal skill that could be learned regardless of profession. The former undoubtedly greatly increased the survival rate of the Imperial Beastmaster himself in battle. In general, beast pets were definitely thicker than their owners, and could withstand far more damage than their owners. With this skill, some of the damage that was originally done to the Imperial Beastmaster himself is transferred 70% to the side of the beast pet, which will make an attack that would otherwise be incredibly fatal, not so fatal. For example, if you, as a Beastmaster, receive 10 W points of damage, enough to be fatal, but the beast pet shared 7 W points of damage for you, so you only receive 3 W points of damage, not enough to be fatal, still alive and well. Of course, this skill is only a great increase in the fault tolerance of the Beastmaster himself, not invincible, but also to pay attention to their own beast pet can withstand these damage transfer. The latter is a general skill with a very wide range of roles. It could switch positions with any target and had a very short CD time of only 10 seconds. Lin Chen's first thought was that in battle, he would select the enemy's beast pet and then directly switch his position with that target, allowing himself to instantly come in front of the enemy Imperial Beastmaster. The opponent would definitely be very shocked. Caught off guard, it might have a strange effect. After this trip down to the duplicate, one has gained a great enhancement on all fronts. Lin Chen murmured happily. Levels, attributes, equipment, and skills had all been strengthened. As for wanting to obtain a new talent, one could only wait for the Imperial Beast Spirit Stones to be distributed down the line, or for the second awakening or third awakening, or to clear a higher difficulty copy. Alright, the rewards have been collected, it's time to go out. Lin Chen clapped his hands and was about to leave the copy through the light door. But just at this time, boom! Suddenly, the location where the treasure chest was collapsed violently, forming an underground staircase that led to a deeper level. You have triggered the hidden level. The passage to the 6th level has been opened. Ha! Lin Chen looked at this underground stairway passage leading to the 6th level in astonishment, and really didn't think that he would be able to trigger a hidden level. He remembered that every duplicate could trigger a hidden level, but the probability was very low, and one had to be very lucky to do so. Some teams kept brushing that copy over and over again in order to be able to enter the hidden level of a certain copy. By the way, the reward for clearing each copy could only be claimed once in the lifetime of each transmuter. For example, if Lin Chen had already received the reward for clearing this copy of the Blood Demon Grotto, then no matter how much he repeatedly cleared the level, he wouldn't be able to receive half of the reward again. Those teams that repeatedly swiped through the duplicates did so in order to trigger the hidden levels and get the rewards in the hidden levels. Some replicas' hidden levels were relatively simple, but some replicas' hidden levels were even harder than the final boss level. But for Lin Chen, enter. There wasn't the slightest possibility of hesitation. In his eyes, there was never the word fear. Even if the hidden level was even harder, this copy was the gold level, which was already limited to death. You couldn't possibly pop out a level 100 monster in a gold level copy that was level 2060, could you? It's really a level 100 monster. UMAs. In the next moment, even with Lin Chen's incomparably calm and collected personality, he couldn't help but curse and spit angrily. You have entered the hidden level. You have successfully triggered the hidden level quest. Hidden quest, survive despair and fear. Mission content, survive for 5 minutes under the pursuit of the remnant souls of level 100 Blood Demon Patriarchs. Monster, remnant of the Blood Demon Ancestor, level 100. Level 100. Qualification, Chief. Talent? Skills? Description, it is one of the originators of the Blood Devil clan, and what is sealed here now is a remnant of its soul, which is far more powerful than the Blood Devil King, so please be careful when facing it. Only a huge blood-colored coffin was erected in this wide and incomparable underground church in front of him. Clang! The coffin boards fell off, and monstrous black mist was pouring out from the coffin. In the end, this countless black fog coalesced into a black blood demon monster.
This black blood demon monster emitted an aura that was even more terrifying, even more powerful, and even more horrifying than the blood demon king on the 5th level. Roar! It let out a roar filled with resentment and brutality, and bloodlust was about to erupt from that single eye filled with blood-filled color. Humans! Damned humans! It spat out magical language, speaking of its resentful intent towards humans. It didn't need to think to know that absolute humans had sealed it. At this moment, Lin Chen's expression was grave to the extreme. One could only say that it deserved to be called a blood demon patriarch. Just a wisp of a residual soul was even level 100. If it was the main body at its peak, how many levels would it have to be? Swish! It was in the next instant, the blood demon beginning ancestor's residual soul that had finished venting its inner rage, fiercely locked its sight onto the human in this space, that is, Lin Chen. Human! Die for me! The blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul didn't have any nonsense at all, and after seeing Lin Chen's presence, it immediately stepped on its robust limbs. Only a whoosh was seen. Just like an instantaneous movement, the blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul swooped down in front of Lin Chen. What a fast speed! Chapter 72. Outside the copy. Time moved forward. When Lin Chen resolved the 2 blood demon giants cursed by the blood demon king on the 4th level and stepped into the 5th level, all the deans and tutors present were already focusing all of their attention on Lin Chen's window screen, and their eyes could be described as serious. Unsurprisingly, this brat used the time-based skill of that beast pet of his to forcefully suspend the blood demon king's time. Then again, Lin Chen's beast pet, its bloodline rank is indeed high enough that that little red snake's time-based skill was actually really able to completely take control of the level 60 blood demon king. He's done it. His beast pet has also made a move. Only to see that in the middle of the screen, Lin Chen, facing the blood demon king who had come up to attack, didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense and directly used his skill to completely pause the blood demon king's time. Then Lin Chen and his own beast pet launched some sort of gained skill at the same time, and attacked the blood demon king together. Then, one person and one beast tacitly pulled apart, simultaneously unlocking the time restriction on the blood demon king. The next second. Poof! All the deans and tutors saw that the moment the blood demon king regained its freedom from time stasis, its head was like a watermelon, completely exploding. A huge damage figure of 650,000 was presented in their eyes. Hiss! This damage! It's a bit outrageous. The main damage was provided by his beast pet, and at a glance, it's clear that his beast pet's battle power conversion rate is definitely high. One can only say that a time series beast pet with an extremely high bloodline rank is indeed too overbearing. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Very good. It can be confirmed that Lin Chen has taken first place in this one element of the examination, the duplicate race, and has also broken the record for the best clearance of that duplicate. When the deans and tutors saw that Lin Chen's clearance time was 3 minutes and 15 seconds, they knew that the result set by Lin Chen had become the latest best record. Look guys, freshmen such as Jiang Chan and Bai Yichan are still fighting in the 4th floor. The gap is directly reflected. Look quickly, he's received his reward. As the new record holder of that copy, the reward is afraid that it will be incomparably rich. Just a minute later, after Lin Chen had collected his reward, the dean and mentors were surprised to find that there was an underground passageway presented in front of Lin Chen. A hidden level. Bad. Lin Chen actually triggered the hidden level of this copy. He went in. Should we hurry and teleport him out urgently? However, when the tutors saw that Lin Chen had stepped into the 6th hidden level without the slightest hesitation, they all became anxious. It wouldn't do to be in a hurry. This copy of the Blood Demon Grotto was extremely special, and the probability of triggering the hidden level was 10 times lower than other copies. In contrast, once triggered, but will trigger an extremely difficult hidden level. At the same time accompanied by extremely difficult special plot task. As it turned out, the mentors were justified in their eagerness. Only to see the screen, Lin Chen arrived at the 6th level, and the first thing that caught his eye was a blood-red coffin that stood upright. When the blood-red coffin opened, and the endless black mist of souls coalesced into a strand of the remnant soul of an ancient blood demon patriarch, the tutors knew that Lin Chen was going to be out of luck. Level 100 Ancient Blood Demon Patriarch Remnant Soul. Hold on for 5 minutes. This is definitely not a desperate task that a freshman can accomplish. Hurry! The staff hurriedly forced teleport Lin Chen out. Tutor Xiaoyu looked at the staff at the side with a solemn expression. Nowadays, Lin Chen was only level 20.
No, counting the experience gained from the record-breaking clearance just now, he should be at level 25. Having gained new equipment, new skills, and new titles, his strength had been qualitatively improved. However, even so, Lin Chen had absolutely no chance of winning against this level 100 Blood Demon Ancestor Remnant Soul. It was highly likely that he would be killed in seconds as soon as he met. Tutor Xiaoyu was not willing to see such an outstanding student die in there. When the staff heard Tutor Xiaoyu's order, they were about to prepare to have the person in control of the backstage of the duplicate activate the forced teleportation function on Lin Chen. Wait! But at this moment, it was another tutor who spoke up to stop it. The tutors turned around and realized that it was actually Tutor Alice. What was this female elf tutor with starry white hair trying to pull again? Tutor Alice, what do you mean by this? Tutor Xiaoyu asked with a frown. I think that there's no need to teleport. Lin Chen should have the ability to support himself for 5 minutes in the hands of the remnants of this ancient blood demon patriarch. Tutor Alice's delicate and flawless pretty face was incomparably serious, without any trace of joking. But even so, most of the tutors present felt inwardly that this Tutor Alice was just joking. A freshman student who had only just raised his level to 25, facing a level 100 blood demon ancestor remnant soul, it would be his luck not to be killed in seconds, and as for supporting for 5 minutes, it was a complete fool's errand. 3 deans. Tutor Xiaoyu could only look towards the 3 respected old deans. However, since Tutor Alice has said so, let's believe in student Lin Chen. Besides, even if this little guy Lin Chen can't support himself and is seriously injured by the remnants of the blood demon patriarch's soul, there's no harm in it. Every student will automatically be fitted with an amulet after entering the copy, which will exempt them from dying once after receiving a fatal injury and forcefully teleport them out of the copy, not letting them die inside. All tutors can relax now. Grand Dean Dong Zhang, however, stroked his whiskers and smiled, very calm. The tutors looked at each other after hearing this, and then sighed in relief. They had gotten carried away with their concern. They had almost forgotten that there was such a thing as an amulet. After all, the Sacred Sun Academy wouldn't just stand by and watch its students die. Quick look! The residual soul of the blood demon patriarch has launched an attack on Lin Chen. Good fellow, but he didn't hesitate for half a second. Let's see if Lin Chen can accomplish the feat of supporting himself for 5 minutes at the hands of a level 100 blood demon beginner remnant soul with his level 25 strength. At this moment, within the copy, the blood demon beginner remnant soul was worthy of being a level 100 terrifying monster. Its speed was a world away from the blood demon king on the 5th level. Lin Chen didn't even have time to blink before the other party had already arrived in front of him, wrapped in a monstrous bloody aura, and with that incomparably sharp black blood demon's claw, it was about to slash down violently at Lin Chen's head. If Lin Chen was hit by this attack, then without a doubt, Lin Chen's downfall would be that he would be forcibly teleported out of the game. But how could Lin Chen possibly wait with his hands tied? Shift. In the nick of time, Lin Chen unleashed the new skill he had just obtained. Chapter 73 Bitter Support. There is quietness in every major event. Buzz. A mysterious and incomparable spatial fluctuation emanated out. Then, that ancient blood demon beginning ancestor's residual soul stared at its scarlet blood pupil in shock. Because he suddenly experienced an inexplicable sense of weightlessness, and immediately afterward, his position seemed to have moved forward a bit, but the human figure that was originally presented in front of him disappeared. Boom! Its black blood demon's claw attacked on top of the ground, and the aftershocks that raged out mercilessly destroyed one of the huge stone pillars of this underground church. Where is that human? He was behind him. That's right. The remnant soul of the ancient blood demon ancestor had an extremely keen sense of the hot temperature of blood. It keenly realized that the human had gone behind him at some point. The blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul didn't realize that it was actually Lin Chen and its positions that had exchanged with each other, which was why the scene in front of them had occurred. It was fine though. One's own heat sensing of blood could help one find where that human was with unparalleled clarity. Without hesitation, the remnant soul of the blood demon patriarch turned around in an instant and was about to continue its assault on Lin Chen's location. It firmly believed that this time, it would definitely be able to directly decimate this human. However, it had only just turned around, but it rounded its eyes and realized that it couldn't move its body. Even thinking stopped. Static S. Clock. At this moment, a huge clock hovered above the head of the blood demon beginner's remnant soul, symbolizing the activation of the time-based skill, which fell on its body in a tangible manner. Just click.
Although the powerful time-based skill stasis was effective, it was clearly impossible to stop a level 100 Blood Demon Ancestor soul. The gray static screen had cracks appearing under its terrifying power to break free, and everyone knew that after another 5 or 6 seconds, the Blood Demon Ancestor soul would break free from this skill and regain its freedom. In response to this, Lin Chen's mind was rapidly thinking of a way to deal with it. First of all, snort! 10 smoke bombs were taken out from his storage ring and smashed to the ground at the same time, triggering a burst of dense smoke that covered an extremely wide area. Lin Chen knew that creatures like the Blood Demon monster were born with an extremely sharp perception of the temperature of the enemy's blood, and even though the smoke could block its line of sight, it would still be able to sense the enemy's location through the temperature of the blood. Then next, Lin Chen was going to find a way to make the perception of this ancient Blood Demon beginner's residual soul useless. Blood temperature perception, to put it bluntly, was heat sensing. It was the same as the snake-like monsters. Lin Chen often mingled in the wilderness, and had met quite a few snake-type monsters. For this reason, Lin Chen actually had preparations. A set of special magic material heat-insulating battlesuit that covered the entire body. Purchased at a cost of 100,000 dragon coins. Of course. This was still the most basic and cheapest set of full-body covered special magic material heat insulation battlesuit. Without any defense attribute bonus, not to mention any set effect, it was simply a heat insulation battlesuit. Those expensive magical heat insulation battlesuit will have defensive attribute bonus at the same time. This heat insulating battlesuit was prepared by Lin Chen to prevent being discovered by those heat-sensitive snake monsters when he was out in the wild. However, he had never thought that it would be of use here. Originally, it could have been used in the previous levels as well, but with Lin Chen's strength, it wasn't even necessary to deal with the Blood Demon monsters in those previous levels. But facing this Blood Demon beginner remnant soul, Lin Chen didn't even have the slightest idea of attacking, and now his mind was filled with thoughts of how to survive these 5 minutes. Putting on his magic insulated battlesuit, Lin Chen let Xiaoyu burrow into his arms, then hurriedly pulled away. At the same time, also dropped dozens of small and delicate invisible magic mines along the way. Throwing these mines was naturally not an attempt to cause damage to that Blood Demon Patriarch remnant, but rather, being able to slightly obstruct the other party by virtue of the potential energy of the explosion was considered a success. It was worth mentioning that Lin Chen didn't just throw them on the ground, he also looked to throw them on the ceiling, walls, and stone pillars of this underground church. Don't forget, this residual soul monster had a powerful climbing ability like Spider-Man. Flying over the eaves and walking on the walls, like walking on the ground. If the other party didn't walk on the ground, but instead climbed the ceiling, or the walls and pillars upside down, then it wouldn't be able to trigger the mines. After doing this, Lin Chen hid behind a stone pillar. Obstacles could also, to a certain extent, block the other party's heat sensing. Ka-ching! At this time, the residual soul of the Blood Demon ancestor finally broke free from the constraints brought about by the stasis. When it looked around again and realized that the original human figure had completely disappeared, it immediately started to scour the church in anger. At the same time, its mouth spat out magical language. Human! I know you're still hiding here. Hurry up and come out. I'll spare you from death. You despicable and lowly human races, can you only hide? Would Lin Chen believe the words of this Blood Demon beginner remnant soul? Who would believe it? Quietly hiding, even at such a critical moment, Lin Chen's heart was beating as calmly as usual. The thoughts in his mind are even more like a lake, calm and distant, without half a bit of panic. Whenever you are faced with a big event, there is a calmness. The more dangerous the moment, the more calm you have to be. Panicking won't help you in any way, it will only make you worse in desperate circumstances. Lin Chen, who understood this, had indifferent eyes. It was also at this moment. Boom! The Blood Demon beginning's residual soul really didn't follow the usual path, and directly hung upside down to the ceiling, climbing on the ceiling with a top-down perspective trying to find the human that made it feel incredibly gluttonous from amongst the thick smoke. And this led to it touching a mine on the ceiling. An explosion rang out, and Lin Chen could see that the explosion only dealt 1 point of damage to this Blood Demon Initiate remnant. You read that right, these props that had cost Lin Chen a lot of money to purchase only caused a pitiful 1 point of damage when they landed on a level 100 monster. As well as the effect of knocking the Blood Demon beginning ancestor remnant soul back by half a step. The Blood Demon beginner's remnant soul was blown up like this, and even though it only lost 1 point of blood and was knocked back by a small half step, it was still made to feel incomparably angry. This was because it felt that it was now being teased by a weak human.
In its eyes, humans were like food and livestock, and it naturally couldn't hold back when it was humiliated by an ant and livestock. It directly charged all the way towards the front and crawled backwards, triggering one mine after another, and this time it couldn't even repel it by half a step. The mines on the ceiling were cleared by it, and at the same time. Roar! This blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul unexpectedly let out a roar with sharp sound waves. Chapter 74, 2.5 minutes to go. Trying his best. Not good. Lin Chen's heart sank the moment he heard this blood demon beginning residual soul let out a sharp, angry whistle. The opponent was smart. After realizing that the heat sensing of blood was ineffective, it directly used sonic feedback sensing. An invisible sound wave bounced back and forth in this underground church. Inevitably, it landed on Lin Chen's body. Found you, damnable human rat. The remnant soul of the blood demon patriarch revealed its hideous fangs at this moment, dripping down disgusting, sticky saliva as it let out a cruel magical speech. The next moment. Swish! Its figure suddenly disappeared in the ceiling. In a blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the stone pillar that Lin Chen was hiding in. Click! The sharp black blood demon's claws were like sharp blades, cutting this one stone pillar off easily. Luckily, Lin Chen wasn't cut off along with it, and he bent down in the nick of time. If he had bent down 1 second later, he would have really triggered the amulet and been forcibly teleported out. The residual soul of the blood demon patriarch revealed a cruel smile, looking at Lin Chen with eyes full of teasing and playfulness, as if he was looking at a toy. The way the other party was fleeing like a rat made it feel the pleasure of playing with an ant creature in the palm of its hand. Is it useful to hide? Was hiding the temperature of one's blood useful? Griffins were always griffins. At this moment, the residual soul of the blood demon patriarch flashed out its claws and was about to pierce through this human's body and then pick it up like a skewer. But at this very moment. The blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul suddenly widened its own eyes, and that familiar and uncontestable sense of weightlessness surfaced once again. Immediately after. The scene in front of it changed, and when it turned its head, it realized that the human it had treated like a mole had appeared in the position it had just been in, while it itself had appeared in the position of that human. It's been switched. Damn it! The blood demon beginner remnant soul finally realized what had happened. No wonder he hadn't resolved the other party when he had first caught sight of them. At that time, it had thought that this human was too fast. It was also slightly surprised that a human whose breath was so weak, with his agility, it would be impossible for him to dodge its deadly attack. Now that it knew the truth, it turned out that it had used this ingenious means of switching positions with each other to avoid its attack. After Lin Chen successfully switched positions, his figure once again disappeared into the thick smoke. The CD of this skill was only 10 seconds. This was also something that provided Lin Chen with a great ease of escape. Is it useful to hide like a mouse? The remnant soul of the blood demon patriarch screamed angrily, and in the next moment, it opened its huge mouth filled with fangs as well as sticky saliva, preparing to send out a probing sound wave once again. However. Roar! Boom! An explosion overlapped with its angry roar at the same time. Cunning human! The remnant soul of the blood demon patriarch realized that its own sound wave and the sound wave of the explosion collided with each other, creating a serious interference. This human was very clever. As soon as it opened its mouth and prepared to let out a furious whine, he threw an ultrasonic bomb, which he used to interfere with its ultrasonic localization. At this moment, the remnant soul of the blood demon patriarch took a deep breath and was about to use its own exhalation to blow away the smoke that filled the air in front of it. But the moment it opened its mouth. Shoo! It seemed like something had broken out of the smoke and was coming straight towards its mouth. The blood demon beginner's remnant soul didn't hesitate for a second and directly bit down. With a click, it turned out to be an extremely ordinary primary dart, which was easily bitten by it. However, there was a bomb hanging behind the dart. Boom! The bomb exploded around its mouth. But it still didn't manage to deal effective damage to this blood demon beginner remnant, and its blood level still only dropped by 1 point. Moreover, it possessed an extremely strong self-healing ability, and this 1 point of blood was recovered in less than a second. At this moment, a flash of determination appeared in the soul eye of the blood demon beginner's residual soul. It did not want to continue playing hide and seek with this cunning human. Since you like to borrow this vast and topographically complex underground church to hide around, then this blood demon beginner will completely destroy this underground church and make it collapse, making you, this tiny human mole cricket, have no place to hide anymore. With this in mind, buzz! The blood demon beginning ancestor's residual soul began to blossom with a dense and radiant blood-colored light all over its body. Its aura began to gradually climb, gradually going into a violent state. This monster is going to get real. There's still 2.5 minutes left. Lin Chen glanced at the quest panel, which showed that 2.5 minutes of his time had passed. There was still half a minute left until 5 minutes. Lin Chen slowly took a deep breath, and his eyes became determined. In the next 2.5 minutes, he would use all of his strength to deal with this blood demon beginner's residual soul that had completely fallen into a rage. Whether or not he would succeed in the end, even he didn't know. After all, he was only a level 25 Imperial Beastmaster who hadn't formally changed professions yet. Facing this powerful level 100 monster, he could only do his best. Shift. I really didn't expect that this little guy Lin Chen would be able to obtain such a rare S-rank skill with great utility. Originally, he had thought that Lin Chen would be defeated in a single glance, but he had never expected that the scene presented before the eyes of the deans and tutors would be able to make them marvel in amazement. In the middle of the scene, Lin Chen had narrowly managed to dodge the deadly attack of the blood demon patriarch's residual soul with the skill of shifting shape. Here it comes, stillness again. It's now certain that Lin Chen's beast pet strength can definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the previous book of the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide. Indeed, if a beast pet with a bloodline rank that's too low, it won't be able to produce an effect on a level 100 monster at this current level. The mentors discussed amongst themselves. Good boy, starting to throw smoke bombs again. But that doesn't really help, does it? Blood demon monsters have a keen sense and perception of blood temperature, and they can sense the location of enemy targets without relying on sight. Nope. This kid threw invisible mines towards the walls, ceilings, and stone pillars, and he himself wore a full coverage magical heat insulating battlesuit. Holy! He's all prepared for this? Did he know that our test copy is the Blood Demon Grotto? The live broadcast camera had already turned on the effect of seeing through smoke. Today's magic technology techniques had developed very swiftly and maturely. Considering that today's transmutants would generate too much smoke to obscure the camera's viewpoint when they fought each other, today's lenses all came with a smoke perspective effect. Given that Lin Chen had always used smoke bombs in the previous levels, the instructors had also asked the staff to turn on this feature. Chapter 75. Sure enough, I'm the number one. Just how many things is this Lin Chen kid's storage ring filled with? How come there are all sorts of props? Don't tell me, I thought Lin Chen wouldn't even be able to support himself for 30 seconds against this blood demon ancestor's remnant soul, but now he's been supporting himself for more than 2 minutes. Hiss, he even prepared an ultrasonic bomb, good boy. The staff on the side were dumbfounded. The number of times the mentors marveled at this year's freshman grand exam was unprecedented. All because of that teenage figure hiding in the smoke in the picture today. In the eyes of each tutor looking at that teenage figure, they did not hide the color of appreciation at all. Even the 3 great deans were stroking their whiskers and smiling in delight, seeing Lin Chen perform so well. It was not in vain that they had decided to place him at the top of the freshman rankings. Strictly speaking, the 3 great deans had been waiting for a dark horse from a commoner's background for a long time. These 3 grand deans were qualified to participate in the current Dragon Country's State Policy Conference. In that grand meeting last year that brought together the nation's top powerhouses, while the highest-level decision-making leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were also involved, these 3 grand deans had for the first time put forward a very bold proposal. That was the draft on the promotion of Double 3 compulsory education in the Dragon Kingdom. The so-called Double 3 compulsory education is to exempt all the transfer schools from the expensive tuition fees and various miscellaneous fees for each of the 3 years of middle school and high school. The purpose was to strengthen the power of the Dragon Kingdom's transmigrants. After all, in today's world, to see whether a country is powerful or not, the first thing to look at is the number and quality of the country's transmutants. After this draft was proposed, it was immediately opposed by the strongmen at the meeting. The reason was simple: these strongmen of theirs came from prestigious families, and once this program was introduced, it would only be bad for them, not good. Of course. It was impossible for them to say that this was the reason for their opposition at the meeting, but rather, they politely stated that given the current national strength of the Dragon Kingdom and the transfer resources at their disposal, there would be a great deal of risk in implementing this program. More importantly, throughout history, there was not a single world-class top powerhouse that came from a civilian background. If they wanted to launch this program, they could at least cite a successful example before doing so, right? The 3 great deans immediately sighed softly at the scene. Because they simply couldn't give an example. But now, When the three great deans heard that there was a civilian scholar there in Tianyun province, they instantly investigated Lin Chen with gusto, and after doing so, they were even more pleasantly surprised. So when all the other top 10 institutions had disliked Lin Chen, the teacher of the admissions office of the Sacred Sun Academy was the one who directly made a move to admit Lin Chen into the Sacred Sun Academy. Right now, Lin Chen's top-notch performance was even more gratifying and admirable to the three deans, proving that they really hadn't looked at the wrong person. A top level of combat that far exceeded that of his peers, an excellent ability to adapt to the situation, a beast pet with an unknown but terrifyingly strong bloodline rank, and a transcendent mindset that was always calm and collected no matter what crisis he faced. Even if it was said that Lin Chen had only gained an F-ranked Imperial Beast talent in one awakening, there was absolutely no way to hide this teenager's demonic nature. Buzz. As the deans and mentors marveled and appreciated, spatial fluctuations appeared in the arena, and a figure just walked out of the duplicate teleportation gate with his hands in his pockets, incomparably confident. Sure enough, I'm the first. The person who came out was none other than Bai-chan, and at this moment, the corners of his mouth appeared in a proud arc. When he saw that there weren't any figures present around him, he knew that he was the first to come out of the copy. What did this represent? It represented his first place in this copy race. Not to mention people like Lin Chen and Xiao Jijie, even Zhang Chen had been surpassed by him this time. Cool. It's so cool. At this moment, Bai Yihan's inner vanity was satisfied like never before. Especially in the Imperial Beast examination, he had been squeezed into third place in the province. He had been regarded as a genius since he was a child, so naturally he was depressed inside. It was a good thing that this time, the replica race had completely righted itself. Later on, he had to have his family's men go and buy out various marketing numbers to publicize this place in a big way. Let everyone know that I, Bai Night Han, am the true number one. What Lin Chen? What Jiang Chen? What Gu Yulan? All of them must honestly line up behind me. Buzz. While Bai-chan was reveling in his heart, a secret door also emitted spatial fluctuations one after another, and a figure successively stepped out of it. Jiang Chen, sorry about that. It's my turn to take first place this time, 5 minutes and 2 seconds. Seeing the expressionless Jiang Chen walk out from the copy, Bai-chan also revealed a faint smile and greeted him. Jiang Chen, who had a pair of fluffy cat ears, calmly glanced at Bai-chan. Her delicate and flawless face didn't fluctuate a bit, and she just let out an "oh." She was 5:04, 2 seconds slower than Bai-chan. Damn! What are you pretending to be so high and mighty? You'll have to lick me later. Seeing that Jiang Chen's attitude towards herself was still incomparably cold, Bai-chan cursed viciously inwardly. However, on the surface, he still had a bland demeanor without arrogance, as if taking first place belonged to a sprinkle for a pride of his level, not even worth being happy about. I'm only third, but I made it into 2. Lu Wu, the top scholar of Qingfu province with a time of 5 minutes and 12 seconds, also walked out and knew his ranking when he saw that Bai Yihan and Zhang Kai were both there. Gu Yulan and Xiao Jijie finished at 5 minutes and 14 seconds and 5 minutes and 16 seconds respectively. What could be seen was that none of the top 10 freshmen actually had a large gap in their results, showing that their strengths were not similar, and that they all had the opportunity to surpass each other in the future. Where's that guy called Lin Chen? Hasn't come out yet? Xiao Jijie looked around, attempting to try and find that slender and robust figure, but realized that not even a hair could be seen. Sure enough, this first place is full of water. The name doesn't reflect the reality. Even crossing a copy is so much slower. As Bai-chan's little brother, Pang Xingyu was the first to step forward and provoke criticism of Lin Chen. His time was 5 minutes and 35 seconds. The moment these words came out, the surrounding freshmen immediately nodded their heads in agreement. I also said before that out of the top 10, it's just Lin Chen who has water in his veins, and now it confirms my statement. I just don't know how the three deans and mentors on the stage are feeling right now. The first place that they had high hopes for is not even a copy now. This is considered to be a hard slap in the face by us. It feels like Lin Chen's ranking is going to fall to at least 100 places away. At this moment, the freshmen only felt that the depressed air in their chests had been ruthlessly vented. Chapter 76, Self-Righteous Clowns. Since enrolling in school, the freshmen were disconcerted by this kind of school's unauthorized ranking without going through a big test. Now that they saw that the first place, which had been handpicked by the dean and mentors, was now not even out of the copy, and the rankings had fallen hard, it was like saying that the dean and mentors had been slapped in the face. The freshmen who liked to challenge authority were naturally incomparably happy. Although it was said that the overall rankings hadn't really changed much when it came to copy racing, the fact that Lin Chen, who was the first place, had fallen behind by so much was an indication that the deans and mentors' rankings were inaccurate. Just when the freshmen were happy and ready to look at the deans and mentors with derisive gazes, suddenly, they realized that the deans and mentors on the main stage actually didn't even bother to give them a bird's eye, and their sight stayed fixed on the screen above their heads. What are these deans and mentors looking at? Now that the strong freshmen had come out one after another, those who were still fighting inside were basically students outside the top 100, so what was there to see? Or was it that the deans and mentors felt that they had been slapped in the face and were angry inwardly, so they purposely displayed an attitude of not giving a damn about them? With such a mood, the freshmen also at this time, collectively looked up to the screen. This does not know without looking, a look is to let all the new students stay down on the spot. Only to see that the wide holographic screen, there is a separate window that has been enlarged twice. The teenage figure that was presented in the window of the screen, who else could it be but Lin Chen? And the freshmen realized that detailed information about the match had surfaced next to the window. Window number 0001. Student, Lin Chen. Assessment progress, 6th level hidden level. Matchup monster, Blood Demon Initiate Remnant Soul level 100. Special assessment, survive the attack of the Blood Demon Beginner's Remnant Soul for 300 seconds. Current progress, 210 seconds. Wow! When the new students saw the detailed information about Lin Chen's assessment progress presented next to the window, they directly couldn't help but let out a shocked clamor. This. Hidden levels. Level 100 monsters. The new students only felt their brains buzzing, completely stunned by the scene before them. No wonder Lin Chen didn't come out, it's because he entered the hidden level. I'll be damned. The progress has reached 220 seconds, he held out for 220 seconds without dying under the attack of a level 100 monster. Looking at it this way, if we project forward in time, the number one isn't Bai Yichan, it's Lin Chen. These words came out originally by Yihan, who was incredibly complacent inwardly and had an incredibly bland face. His expression instantly became gloomy. He could sort of understand why these deans and tutors, instead of casting appreciative gazes after he came out, ignored him in general and only focused on the screen. Emotionally, Lin Chen was the true number one. He, on the other hand, was a self-righteous clown. Ah! At this moment, Bai Yichan, inwardly, was already unable to hold back a high roar of anger. Recalling his earlier stance that revealed a spring in his step, he felt so humiliated. This was all dodged by Lin Chen. Suddenly, there was another shocking clamor from the many freshmen. It turned out that it was the residual soul of the Blood Demon Patriarch that had completely entered a state of rage in the middle of the picture that had razed this underground church to the ground long ago, and had begun to carry out an all-out attack on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression was not the slightest bit panicked, as he moved around in the smoke, always narrowly avoiding the Blood Demon Ancestor's residual soul when it was about to touch him. With Lin Chen's current level and attributes, if he is touched by the Blood Demon Ancestor's attack, then the Blood Demon curse will instantly infect his entire body, allowing his blood to directly empty, and then triggering the life preservation talisman, forcibly teleporting out of the replica to receive treatment. However, the fact that Lin Chen was still alive and kicking today meant that in the previous 200 seconds, the Blood Demon Beginner's soul hadn't touched Lin Chen. Swish! At this moment, the figure of the Blood Demon Ancestor Remnant disappeared at an extremely terrifying speed. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and the freshmen who were watching the battle were unable to capture the movement speed and trajectory of this level 100 monster with their naked eyes. The only one who was able to capture the trajectory of this Blood Demon Patriarch's residual soul with his naked eyes was Jiang Qian, who was a member of the Cat People clan, and had a pair of red cat pupils that looked like gemstones. The dynamic vision of cat pupils was indeed much stronger than the dynamic vision of human eyes. The ability to react was also inherently stronger than the human race. As he watched, the Blood Demon Beginning Ancestor Remnant's soul flashed in front of Lin Chen, while a black tentacle spread out from its body, blocking off the angles that Lin Chen could dodge from almost all directions. This time, Lin Chen is really going to die. The freshmen whose expressions had unconsciously become tense, although they couldn't capture the trajectory of the Blood Demon Beginning Soul's movement, as long as they had their sights fixed on Lin Chen, they would definitely be able to see the Blood Demon Beginning Soul's means of attack. This was because the Blood Demon Beginning Ancestor Remnant Soul's ultimate goal was Lin Chen. As he watched, Lin Chen was already unable to dodge or avoid, and was ready to be heavily injured by this Blood Demon Beginning Ancestor Remnant Soul. In the nick of time, Lin Chen made a move that shocked everyone. Instead of continuing to retreat, he took the initiative to headbutt into the blood demon beginning ancestor's arms. The next instant. Boom!
A huge explosion blossomed from Lin Chen's arms, and a terrifying impact potential energy poured out all at once. At the same time, the little red snake that was lying on Lin Chen's shoulder unleashed its skill. Clock. The shadow of a clock representing the launch of a time-based skill appeared, but the crowd was able to see that the flow of time that was acting on Lin Chen's body was speeding up violently. Forward stream S. When this skill was unleashed, the speed at which Lin Chen was sent flying by the bomb became incomparably faster, plus the explosion caused the blood demon beginner's residual soul's movements to stagnate for 0.3 seconds. You don't say. Again, he had once again managed to pull away the distance between him and the blood demon beginning ancestor's remnant soul. After all, the flow of time in Lin Chen's body was too fast. Only 0.3 seconds had passed here in the blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul, but on Lin Chen's side, 3 seconds had passed. Guru. After Lin Chen had forcibly stabilized himself, he immediately took out a bottle of blood pill from his storage ring and drank it, restoring his blood level, which had originally been blown up to only 30%, to 80%. Logically speaking, as long as the blood demon beginner's remnant soul touched Lin Chen for a moment, Lin Chen would have to be seconded even if he was full-blooded, triggering the amulet. So was the move to restore blood redundant? Of course it wasn't redundant. Lin Chen replenished his blood in order to make it easier for him to use the self-inflicted blows, so that he wouldn't be emptied of his blood. You don't say. The speed of the knockout blow from the bomb was much faster than Lin Chen's own movement speed. Chapter 77, Nearly Reunited. By this time, the time had come to 250 seconds. The most crucial 50 seconds remained. Roar! The residual soul of the blood demon patriarch let out a frantic shrill whistle. It could be seen that the present day it was very angry and had almost lost its mind. It didn't expect that this tiny human in front of it would tease it hard for 250 seconds. Even when it had entered its rampage state, every time, this human kid had managed to dodge its fatal attacks by using all sorts of means. Obviously, his means seemed so simple. It could even only make it lose 1 point of blood. But it just worked. As a level 100 blood demon beginner remnant soul, but being teased by a level 20 plus human mole cricket, it was simply a strange shame. Human! You have completely angered me. I won't let you have your way. Go to hell with me. As he watched, the mission time had come to its final end. The blood demon beginner's remnant soul issued a final maniacal proclamation. Buzz buzz buzz. All the spectators in the outside world were shocked to see that this blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul's body began to expand, and a scalp-numbing destructive fluctuation spread out from this black body of its to this point. Self-explosion. At this final moment, in order to prevent Lin Chen from passing through peacefully, this blood demon beginner's remnant soul had even resorted to killing itself. There was no need to look, the self-destruction of a level 100 monster was definitely powerful enough to empty Lin Chen's blood, thus triggering the amulet and forcibly teleporting him out of the copy. At that time, the previous efforts would be considered a lost cause, and Lin Chen would not be able to get the rewards of this hidden level, as the settlement of the copy would take time. For the blood demon beginner's residual soul, he himself was just a wisp of residual soul. Blowing up was fine, but he had to blow up this damned human molecule in front of him. Then, how should Lin Chen deal with this blood demon beginning ancestor's residual soul blowing itself up? Perhaps because it wanted to enjoy Lin Chen's expression of despair, the blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul's self-detonation build-up speed was purposely slowed down a bit. It intended to wait until 290 seconds to complete its self-detonation. However, it failed to see the slightest bit of panic and despair from the face of this human teenager. The other party was always calm and steady. Damn! Is his heart made of steel? It had reached this point, but it was still so calm and collected. He must be pretending. In reality, he should be incredibly desperate inside. The remnants of the blood demon patriarch spat angrily inwardly. When the freshmen outside saw this scene, they shook their heads in regret. It's over, this level 100 monster blew itself up. The ripple effect is definitely a full coverage of the entire space. No matter how powerful Lin Chen is, there's no way he can dodge out of this attack. Yes, one can only say it's too bad. If I were Lin Chen, I would use the amulet right now and automatically teleport out, or I would avoid facing the life-threatening danger of my blood being emptied. But I have to say, Lin Chen's strength is truly awesome. How on earth did he support himself for so long in front of him?
The freshman had also reacted to the fact that this first place for Lin Chen was really not watered down. At least if they were to face a level 100 monster, it would be a struggle to support it for even 10 seconds, let alone 300 seconds. However, Lin Chen had not only managed to support it for more than 200 seconds, but he had also forced that blood demon ancestor's residual soul to self-destruct. It was enough to see how terrifying Lin Chen's actual combat level was. Above the main stage. Din Dong Zhang, isn't it time to let this little guy teleport out? The fact that he was able to force this blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul to self-destruct is actually already considered to have passed the 6th level. Indeed, this blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul is completely lacking in martial virtues, dealing with an opponent of more than 20 levels, he even used self-destruction. The mentors said one after another. It had all come to this point, Lin Chen's copy racing score was already unquestionably number 1. There was no need to expose him to the danger of his blood being emptied again. The 3 Grand Deans heard this and also felt that it was so. A level 100 monster's self-detonation, even if the god of heaven came, level 25 Lin Chen wouldn't be able to defend against it. However, that tutor Alice, who was the princess of the White Moon Elves, suddenly opened her mouth again. Don't pass it on, I think he has a way to pass. When the deans and tutors heard this, they all stared at Alice in surprise. Impossible. With a strength of level 25, wanting to defend against a level 100 monster blowing itself up is simply fanciful. Even if Lin Chen is as demonic as he is, there's no way he can do it. The mentors immediately stated that Mentor Alice's opinion was beyond ridiculous. However, Din Dong Zhang glanced at Alice, who looked serious, and then at Lin Chen, who had an incomparably calm and composed expression in the window screen, and finally clapped his hands. Since this little guy Lin Chen didn't even choose to automatically teleport out, that means he does have an idea. Let's just take a look. This. Hearing that the Grand Dean had said so, the tutors could only sigh in the end. Alright. Then let's see how Lin Chen, who was only level 25, actually defended himself against the self-destruction of this blood demon patriarch's residual soul. Inside the copy. Looking at the blood demon ancestor remnant soul that was about to complete its self-destruct readout, Lin Chen finally revealed a faint smile. In the next moment, under the sight of all the spectators, he arrived in front of the blood fiend beginner's remnant soul. Since his opponent was in the middle of a self-destruct readout, he was unable to perform any actions. Once any action was performed, the self-destruct reading would be interrupted. Of course, if the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul encountered a damage-dropping attack, it would speed up the progress of the self-destruct readout. The blood demon ancestor's remnant soul didn't even have the intention of interrupting the self-destruct readout and attacking the other party even though he saw the other party coming in front of him. Now that the time had come to 280 seconds, once the attack was unsuccessful, there would not be enough time to trigger the terrifyingly powerful self-detonation again. Lin Chen didn't say anything, but instead touched out his amulet. Every new student could use the amulet's teleportation function to teleport themselves back to the real world after clearing a copy, or when they suffered a fatal injury. So, the moment the time came to 289 seconds, Lin Chen affixed his amulet to the blood demon beginner's residual soul. This one move caused the deans, mentors, and new students in the outside world to freeze. The next second, the dean, mentors, as well as the new students all saw that the figure of the blood demon beginner's remnant soul directly disappeared into the copy, and instead, it appeared in the middle of the arena. The new students were incomparably shocked as they looked at the blood demon patriarch remnant soul that appeared in the middle of the arena's teleportation spell formation, their souls going out of their bodies in fear. It was at the moment when this blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul was about to explode itself in the arena. Din Dong Zhang made a decisive move. With a wave of his sleeve, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared on top of the blood demon ancestor remnant soul. The terrifying power of spatial distortion even hardened this level 100 monster and instantly shattered it, making it unable to even explode itself. Phew! The freshman who had escaped death snapped out a sigh of relief, but in the next second, they shifted their angry and shocked sights to Lin Chen in the copy. This damned guy. It almost made the freshman's collective regiment die out. Chapter 78 Random Talent Stone. Extremely valuable title. The function of this prop, the amulet, was to detect the moment the wearer's blood level went to 0, triggering a protection locking mechanism once, and would forcibly teleport the wearer out of the copy as a way to ensure the wearer's safety. Then, this amulet is worn on a monster. When the monster's blood level is zeroed out, will it trigger the protection locking mechanism and forcibly teleport the wearer out of the replica? Lin Chen was incredibly curious about this. So he just tried it. Even if it failed, the big deal was that he would be blown up. Even if he was blown up, it didn't matter. Because Lin Chen had already successfully cleared this copy, his score was already number 1, and even if he was blown up, he would only be considered to have failed to clear the 6th level, and the previous score would still exist. Moreover, Lin Chen believed that the dean and mentors would definitely have the staff teleport him out immediately after seeing him get blown up, and then have the healing team revive him. As a price for his death, Lin Chen's level should drop from 25 to 10 in one fell swoop. For Lin Chen, this consequence was still within the acceptable range. In fact, Lin Chen felt that there was a high probability that the effects of the amulet would work on monsters. Because this amulet, which was automatically issued to you after entering the replica, did not have a note in its description that said only the person who broke through the barrier can use it. Since it doesn't say so, it can be used. In addition, self-explosion skills first deducted the user's blood level before triggering a big explosion in the next second. The moment before the self-detonation skill was activated, Lin Chen placed the protective amulet on the Blood Demon Beginner's residual soul. When the Blood Demon Beginner's remnant soul's blood quantity was deducted from all of its blood quantities due to the activation of the self-explosion skill, the protective effect of the amulet would be triggered. At the same time, it would be forcibly teleported out of the copy. To be honest, looking at the entire history of the world's copy passes, no one had ever attempted to affix a protective amulet to a monster. Lin Chen's move really shocked everyone. What was even more crucial was that the new students in the outside world, who were staring angrily at the screen window, realized that the spirit of the secret realm had detected the disappearance of the Blood Demon Patriarch's residual soul, and directly ruled it as Lin Chen's victory, completing the hidden level special mission and counting him as having successfully cleared the 6th level. This outrageous. This can even be counted as him passing the level. This Lin Chen almost caused us all to be blown up. The freshman only felt exaggerated. Silence. Seeing the new students making a lot of noise, Grand Dean Yuhon let out a deep shout. As a great dean, his majesty was still sufficient, and with a deep shout, the whole place instantly fell silent. And the subsequent freshmen who came out from the copies, seeing such a serious and silent scene, they all didn't dare to speak and silently stood into the crowd, watching the screen together. Inside the copy. It worked. When Lin Chen saw that the Blood Demon Patriarch remnant soul had disappeared from his sight, he knew that his plan was completely feasible. Detected that the Blood Demon Patriarch remnant soul has disappeared. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the hidden level special mission. After 1 minute, the special rewards will begin to be distributed. Hearing the prompt from the spirit of the secret realm, Lin Chen's calm eyes could be considered to have surfaced a color of anticipation. A hidden level with such a high level of difficulty, the special rewards would definitely not be simple. Buzz. A minute later, unlike the golden pillar of light from before, what descended from the sky was a bright and dazzling pillar of 7-colored light. Clang! A treasure chest that was blooming with 7-colored light just appeared under the shroud of the 7-colored light pillar. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen stepped forward and directly opened it. Ka-ching! You have successfully opened the special reward treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the following rewards. Reward, Random Imperial Beast Talent Stone S Grade 1. Reward, Extreme Heavenly Flame Jade Liquid Chalcedony S Grade 1. Reward, King of Crossing Levels Title 1. All rewards have been issued, please check your storage space by yourself. Hiss. This reward is really generous, it even rewards a talent stone. Although it's random, the grade is S rank. It seems like I'm finally going to have my own first S-grade Imperial Beast talent. Lin Chen's heart was filled with surprise. He really didn't expect to obtain a talent stone in this final hidden level reward. One must know that even a B-ranked random Royal Beast talent stone was extremely precious, as it could grant you a newbie ranked Royal Beast talent. Of course, apart from the Imperial Beast talent stones, there were also talent stones for other professions. Only the Royal Beast Master's talent stone was the most expensive and scarce. There was a price without a market. This kind of thing was usually not in circulation anymore. If you wanted to purchase a Royal Beast Master's talent stone, it was useless to just have money, you also had to have a background. And power. Right now, Lin Chen had obtained such an S-ranked random Imperial Beast talent stone, which would usher in a great strengthening of his battle power like never before. Then look at the second reward. Extreme Heavenly Fire Jade Liquid Chalcedony S. This is an extremely precious bottle of fire attribute elixir potion that contains a dense and pure fire element, and is exclusively for fire attribute beast pets to take. Remarks: it is not recommended for beast pets below the spirit beast level, as they will easily be burst by the massive energy. His own little you just happen to need this kind of good stuff. One should know that Candle Dragon has another name in the classic of mountains and seas, fire essence. Judging from the fact that little you had also awakened her fire attribute talent and skill, Candle Dragon was not only a time-type beast pet, but also a fire-type beast pet at the same time. This bottle of extreme heavenly fire jade liquid divine essence was a great tonic for little you. The final reward was a title. King of Level Crossing title, fighting against 100 level strong monsters with a tiny body, you are truly strong. Title effect, all attributes increased by 20%. Extremely high quality title. Lin Chen's eyes lit up again. Titles also had strengths and weaknesses. Some titles added attributes that were mosquito legs. This title in front of him, on the other hand, had a 20% increase in all attributes, and the rate of increase in battle power was not insignificant. This time, the rewards of the hidden level had once again given Lin Chen a huge boost in his battle power. We can really go out this time. Lin Chen clapped his hands, but as he was about to teleport, he was suddenly a little embarrassed because he didn't have an amulet anymore. That? Is someone watching me? If so, please teleport me out of the copy. Lin Chen said with a rare awkward look. He knew that the deans and tutors in the outside world were definitely watching him right now. Because he had just teleported a level 100 monster that was ready to self-destruct back to the real world. To the deans and tutors, this was definitely a surprise. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Chen's body was suddenly flooded with subtle spatial teleportation fluctuations. Lin Chen knew that this was the staff at the backstage of the replica starting to teleport himself out. Chapter 79, Dare Not Die. This is a rush? At this moment. Holy Sun Arena. Aside from Lin Chen, all of the freshmen who had participated in this freshman grand examination had all come out of their copies, a full 999 of them, and were waiting with bated breath here. Although the ranked freshmen were nowhere near as strong as the ranked freshmen, they knew how to team up. Unity was strength, and even though the rating was much lower due to teaming up, they didn't lag too far behind in terms of the speed of clearing the level, and basically came out of it within 2 or 3 minutes after Jiang Chen, Bai Yichan, and the others came out. All I can say is that this Lin Chen kid does have a big deck of cards, making us 999 freshmen wait for him alone. It can't be helped, who let people trigger hidden levels. But I have to admit, Lin Chen is indeed strong. He was able to support himself for 5 minutes at the hands of a level 100 monster. After waiting for a long time, the freshmen couldn't hold back, muttering and discussing with each other in whispers. After learning about Lin Chen's battle results, the freshmen who had originally had a strong opinion of Lin Chen had also changed their opinion of him. The hearts of the top-ranked freshmen who were eager to challenge Lin Chen had become even hotter. After witnessing Lin Chen's difficult survival at the hands of the remnants of a level 100 blood demon beginner, they also finally knew that this Tianyun province scholar did indeed have a powerful strength. The underestimation, contempt, and disdain they had for Lin Chen had been completely reined in by them. In its place, there was gravity and scorn. As the pride of a province, they certainly couldn't wait to fight against Lin Chen, so that they could verify how much of a gap there was between themselves and this Lin Chen. Of course. There were also some dead ducks with a stiff upper lip, who still thought that Lin Chen's strength was all brought about by his beast pet, and that his real level was nothing but a waste. Take for example, Bai Yichan's follower Pang Xinyu as well as Qiao Shuatong. In the eyes of the two of them, they stubbornly believed that it was Lin Chen who, with that powerful and perverted beast pet, had snatched the glory that should have belonged to Bai Yihan. Putting aside the beast pet, you, Lin Chen, are nothing more than a waste. You see. Some people who were already displeased with you, no matter what you did and how good you behaved, it would never make them change their opinion of you. However, Lin Chen didn't need to change other people's opinions of him, because he didn't care what other people thought of him in the first place. Buzz. At this moment, the teleportation spell formation in the center of the Sacred Sun Arena flickered with light, and subtle spatial fluctuations stirred. Finally, under the public's expectant gaze, a slender and robust figure was just teleported to the center of the array. Passing through such a difficult copy, this figure's clothes and hairstyle were not half dirty, still clean and tidy, spotless. However, perhaps he had killed too many people in the replica, so that the figure was colored with a cold and biting killing intent, coupled with the fact that Lin Chen had never been shy about talking and smiling, and had an indifferent temperament, making him look like a heart-stopping god of murder right now. Some of the freshmen who had loudly denigrated, mocked and belittled Lin Chen, only slightly raised their heads, their sights touched the other party, and they were shocked inwardly, only to feel an ice-cold sensation rushing straight to their hearts, so that they couldn't resist a jolt inwardly, and hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to stare at the first freshman again. Jiang Porcelain, who had long black smooth hair and cute fluffy cat ears, was wearing a black battle dress, and her pair of crimson cat pupils were just curiously sizing up Lin Chen. Even when she met Lin Chen's gaze, this Catwoman was not half afraid. Instead, she calmly nodded her head to Lin Chen. Seeing this scene, Bai Yihan's eyes were lowered, and there was intense humiliation, unwillingness, and resentment in the depths of his pupils. Thinking back to his previous scene of self-righteousness, Bai Yihan felt that he had never been so humiliated before. I'm sure that the freshmen were all slandering and spitting at their previous selves in their hearts nowadays, right? Thinking about this, Bai Yihan's resentment towards Lin Chen deepened in his heart. It was all because of this lowly commoner. If it wasn't for him, he would have been the absolute number one in this freshman exam. He coldly turned his eyes towards his little brother, Pang Xinyu, who stood slightly on the backside. Pang Xinyu nodded his head in awe. Come. Lin Chen. Come over and stand at the front of all the freshmen. At this moment. When Grandine Dongzhang saw Lin Chen come out, he also smiled in relief. When Lin Chen came to the forefront, Grandine Mayan, who was on the side, stretched out his hand and nudged Lin Chen, feigning an expression of dissatisfaction as he said, "Your kid is really reckless in his actions. Are you seriously sure that the amulet can have an effect on that level 100 blood demon beginning ancestor remnant soul? In case it doesn't have an effect, then won't you yourself die inside?" At the mention of this, no matter if it was a tutor or a new student, the eyes that looked at Lin Chen were filled with grudges. If it wasn't for Grandine Dongjing personally stepping in just now, then all of the freshmen on the field would have been blown up by the self-explosion of the residual souls of the blood demon patriarch by now. Even if they could be resurrected, the new students would still have to endure the death penalty and lose at least a large portion of their level. Back to the dean, in a desperate situation, no matter what the solution is, one must always try. Lin Chen took a deep breath and also gave his answer. Years of being a lone wolf had caused Lin Chen to habitually fight to the death no matter what desperate situation he faced. After all, the incredibly dangerous wilderness wasn't like the exams in school, where there would still be someone to collect your body and resurrect you if you died. Of course. If Lin Chen had just faced this desperate situation in the wild, his first time would have been to choose to run. Really can't run to fight with the monsters to the death. Knowing that this is a school examination, dead will be someone to collect their own body resurrection, only dare to be so risky. And Lin Chen's reason for cherishing his life is very simple, is that he still has a dependent sister in this world. If he died, what about his sister? Since the Earth crossed to the blue color star referred to as the blue star in the past few years, no matter how difficult and hard, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and pulled through, to say that the motivation, a large part of it came from his own well-behaved and understanding sister. Therefore, Lin Chen did not dare to die. Hearing Lin Chen's answer, Tutor Xiaoyu stood out and said with a smile, "I very much approve of your answer, student Lin Chen. In this way, do you want to choose me as your tutor? In addition to the resources that the school has promised you, as a tutor, I am willing to present you with another SS grade Imperial Beast Master Skill book." The moment these words fell. Wow! Regardless of whether it was the freshmen on the stage or the mentors on the side, all of them let out a shocked sound. This freshman exam hadn't even ended yet, and Tutor Xiaoyu had actually started to grab Lin Chen as a student. "Tutor Xiaoyu, you're being a bit unmartial law. Lin Chen, come to me, and on top of the SS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster skill book, I'll give you a copy of the top-grade Dragon Blood Essence." Tutor Long Zhe also stepped forward to speak at this moment. Chapter 80 Devil Emperor Divine Essence. Resolutely unconvinced. Tutor Long Zhe, you said that people don't speak of martial virtues. I see that you didn't either. Lin Chen, come to me. This Tutor Long Zhe doesn't even bother to give you a copy of the Extreme Dragon Blood Essence. There's no sincerity at all. On top of the SS rank skill book, I'll give you a copy of the King of Extinguishing Jiao's Jiao Blood Essence. Hiss, you old fellow, you're even willing to take out the Extinction Jiao King's Jiao Blood Essence? That's really bloodthirsty. The new students didn't quarrel, but the tutors on the stage did. Looking at the three deans, they smiled helplessly and bitterly. In all these years, they had never seen these tutors get into such a heated argument over a student. An even more shocking scene occurred in the next second. Only to see that Tutor Alice, who was wearing a long moonlight dress that looked like a heavenly fairy descending from the sky, also stood from the back to the front of the stage, and that pair of azure blue eyes just looked at Lin Chen condescendingly, and her red lips gently opened and said, 3 SSS grade Imperial Beastmaster skill books, plus a copy of the Demon Emperor's Divine Essence. This student Lin Chen, I want it. The tone of his voice was calm, but the overbearing content contained within it caused the entire room to clamor and completely explode. 3 SSS Grade Imperial Beast Master Skill Books. My goodness! One must know that even the rewards given by the major top academies to the major provincial top-notchers were only up to 1 SSS Grade Imperial Beast Master Skill Book, plus some resources similar to a small side dish. As a result, the conditions given by this mentorellis in front of her was one that had already crushed the top scholar rewards. And what was the Devil Emperor Divine Essence again? They understood that only the strongest of the extraterritorial heavenly demon race could obtain the rank of Demon Emperor. The transmigrants on the blue planet were no strangers to the heavenly demon race. The extraterrestrial heavenly demon race had always wanted to invade the blue star, wanting to dominate it, and was one of the strongest enemies of the blue star's outer regions. However, they didn't know what the divine essence was because they had never heard of it. The general freshman had never heard of it, but some freshmen who came from famous families and knew some unknown secrets, such as Jiang Qian, Bai Night Han, Xiao Jijie and other provincial prides, knew what the Devil Emperor's divine essence really was. It was a divine elixir that came from refining the heart of a demon emperor using a special refining method. After taking it, not only could it greatly improve one's physique and genes, and each time you upgraded, you could gain more attribute points, while at the same time, it would allow the person taking it to have a probability of inheriting the Devil Emperor's talent. Jiang Chen, Bai Yihan, and the others had never dreamed that this tutorellis, who was highly criticized by the students in the school, would be willing to gift such a valuable thing to Lin Chen. A single Demon Emperor Divine Essence could be much more valuable than 3 SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master skill books. It was even more unexpected that tutorellis would possess a Demon Emperor Divine Essence. A Demon Emperor Divine Essence required a Demon Emperor's heart as a necessary refining material, so did this mean that tutorellis had once killed a Demon Emperor? Hiss. No wonder the elders and their families had urged that they must choose this White Moon Elf Princess as their mentor as much as possible. It turned out that this White Moon Elf Princess was so strong. With this kind of strength, it could definitely be easily rated as a Divine Star Royal Beast Master. Seeing that such a tutor with abundant underlying resources, who also possessed supreme strength, had taken the initiative to extend an invitation to Lin Chen, the surrounding freshmen couldn't mention how envious they were. After Tutor Alice had given her conditions, the other tutors could only resign themselves. There was no way around it. The other party had even taken out the Demon Emperor Divine Essence, which was a rare divine drug in the world, so they could compete with their heads? They couldn't give resources more valuable than the Demon Emperor Divine Essence. How good this Demon Emperor Divine Essence would have to be if it was given to me. Gu Yulan, the third-place winner of the Capital Imperial Beast Examination, couldn't help but look at Lin Chen with envy. Jiang Chen also had the rare emotion of envy surfacing within her, but she felt that this was something that Lin Chen deserved. After all, the other party had been able to surround himself with level 100 monsters for as long as 5 minutes with the strength of level 25, and this excessive courage, incomparably excellent battle sense, and that top-tier divine pet were indeed something that he himself could not compare to. It was justifiable that the other party could be seen by the incomparably discerning Tutor Alice. Damn it! On the other hand, Bai Yihan, Xiao Jijie, Lu Wu, Li Zhou, and the other celestial pride, were all jealous and hateful towards this Lin Chen fellow in their hearts. On what grounds? Was Lin Chen's strength was indeed worthy of the title of Scholar of Tianyun Province. But the gap between their strength and Lin Chen's wasn't as big as they thought, was it? And Lin Chen was able to get through the 4th and 5th levels so quickly all because he relied on that powerful and unknown time-based beast pet, and the hidden level of the 6th floor, where he was able to suffer for so long, was also because that beast pet was playing an extremely important role. In the end, using the amulet to solve the blood demon ancestor residual soul self-detonation, is completely Lin Chen a flash of light wonderful hand, belongs to the coincidence. To summarize, Lin Chen's personal strength should be on par with theirs. Then why was Lin Chen the only one to receive the favor of so many tutors? And he was also able to obtain that world-rare Demon Emperor Divine Essence. We won't accept it. We're not convinced. If Tutor Alice hadn't come up with such a precious reward, then there wouldn't have been such a strong cynicism in the hearts of these heavenly prides. Mentor Alice, currently, the freshman exams have not yet ended, so I think that in terms of selecting students, shouldn't we be a bit more cautious? After all of us new students here are also eager to become Tutor Alice's chief student. Please give us a chance. Without waiting for Bai Yihan to open his mouth, Li Zhou, the top student of the Starfish Province, was the one who had already stepped forward and said to Tutor Alice in a respectful manner. What do you mean? Mentor Alice lightly glanced at Li Zhou. It was just such a glance, under the gaze of that pair of azure eyes that seemed to contain endless truths. Li Zhou had a feeling of shock that his entire body was being seen through. He forcibly suppressed the shocking emotions that arose from gazing at the supreme being within his heart and hurriedly said, "It's like this, I don't think Lin Chen is actually qualified to be your student. There's still the challenge competition stage of the freshman exam. I'll prove to you at this stage that this Lin Chen isn't even as good as me." Li Zhou's words caused the freshman to let out another gasp of surprise. This passage was undoubtedly declaring war on Lin Chen. "Tutor Alice, there's me. I also think that Lin Chen is empty of strength over copies, and if it really comes down to a Royal Beastmaster versus Royal Beastmaster duel, he's not as good as me." Pang Xingyu, who had long since gotten a sign from Bai Yihan, also stepped forward, expressing the same opinion as Li Zhou. "Coincidentally, I also feel that Lin Chen is not qualified to be your student." Xiao Shuatong saw that Pang Xingyu had stepped forward, so it was naturally impossible for her to back down. She was going to perform well, and she only hoped that Bai Yihan, the male god, would look at herself a little more in the future. Chapter 81 Deliberate Intensity. The Great Examination for new students was divided into two assessments. Replica Racing had already finished the exam, leaving only the individual athletic challenge. The challenge rules were simple. Every freshman with a low ranking had the qualification to challenge a high-ranking freshman 3 times. If the challenge succeeds, the lower-ranked freshman will take the place of the higher-ranked freshman. If the challenge fails, then the low-ranked freshman's initial credits for that month will be zeroed out and transferred to the challenged person's account. The main event is actually also here in this human competitive challenge. The copy of the speed is just an appetizer, is considered to be the strength of each freshman, a rough bottom. Even if you get a good score in the copy racing, if you pull the crotch in the personal competitive challenge, then your ranking will fall. Unexpectedly, the generous rewards given by instructor Alice made so many freshmen feel unbalanced in their hearts, and they all issued challenges towards Lin Chen one after another. Good. Since all of you are so impatient to open the second stage of the examination, then this dean is here to announce that in 5 minutes, the freshman individual athletic challenge will open. The lower-ranked freshmen have 3 chances to challenge the higher-ranked freshman. No killers are allowed on both sides of the challenge. Violators will be severely punished. Staff, you may set up the ring. Seeing that these individual freshmen were all looking hyped up, Grand Dean Dongzheng also announced that the challenge match was about to open. Rumble. Only in the hands of a staff member whose secondary occupation was architect, a ring was built from the ground, and in less than 3 minutes, 20 rings were built. Architects, chefs, pharmacists, and other professions are all production professions, also commonly known as side professions. Those who didn't have the talent to fight or had a poor physique would usually choose a side occupation as their livelihood. It was fortunate that the Holy Sun Arena was vast enough that even 20 rings of considerable size could be easily built. Lin Chen, come up to the stage for me. I'm going to challenge you, the number 1 freshman. Li Zhou, the top student of Starfish Province, didn't hesitate for half a second, and as soon as the 5 minutes were over, he immediately jumped onto the ring, looking at Lin Chen with a face full of cold arrogance. And me. Challenging Lin Chen as well. Pang Xingyu also jumped onto the other ring. Without further ado, Lin Chen, roll up. Xiao Shuedong also looked at Lin Chen with a cold face. Both of you, I was the one who challenged first, it's only logical that I should be allowed to come first as well, you guys might as well move back a little. Li Zhou, to deal with a mere Lin Chen, there's no need for you, the 7th place, to come on, I'm good enough to handle it alone. Both of you stop arguing, let me go first. The surrounding freshmen looked at the 3 people who couldn't wait to jump onto the ring, their expressions could be described as very exciting. At the same time, the eyes that turned to look at Lin Chen were filled with teasing. Other academies were in awe and fear of the first-place freshmen, not daring to challenge them easily for fear that their credits would be taken away if they lost. But when it came to the Sacred Dawn Academy, it was good that there seemed to be no fear and scorn for this freshman number 1. Each and every one of them flickered with the glow of excitement of wanting to challenge Lin Chen. To put it bluntly, these few guys who challenged Lin Chen didn't actually have Lin Chen in their eyes. At this moment, regardless of whether it was all the new students present, or the dean tutor, all of them landed their gazes on Lin Chen. Tutor Alice was even staring unblinkingly at this student she had her eyes on, wanting to see exactly how the other party would react. The next reaction of Lin Chen, however, was one that completely satisfied this white moon elf princess. Only to see that Lin Chen didn't walk towards any of the rings where these 3 people were.
Instead, he walked up to another ring alone. After calmly sweeping his gaze over the faces of these three people, Lin Chen then opened his mouth in a cloudy manner. Freshmen who wish to challenge me, don't go up one by one, that would be too much of a waste of time. All go together.
Although the words were plain, the content was incomparably arrogant and domineering, transmitting a domineering and incomparable lofty aura.
Previously, the freshmen had felt that Li Zhou, Pang Xinyu, and Xiao Xuetong had completely disregarded Lin Chen in their eyes. But now they realized. In Lin Chen's eyes, he didn't regard these three as people at all. When Lin Chen's words fell, a look of humiliation appeared on the faces of Li Zhou, Pang Xinyu, and Xiao Xuedong. To them, Lin Chen's words were not only provoking them, but he had also stretched out his foot and ruthlessly stomped their faces on the ground in front of everyone.
Lin Chen! You're too arrogant!
What qualifications do you have to make us all go together?
With your level 25 strength?
Li Zhou, as the seventh new student, was completely furious even after being so underestimated by his opponent. Personally, of course, he couldn't really go up with Pang Xinyu and Xiao Xuetong. Winning was not a victory. Losing. Oh, in Li Zhou's eyes, it was impossible for him to lose to this Lin Chen. He was so confident. Lin Chen strong is strong, but Li Zhou, why is it worse? He has a knife, I also have a knife, why not ask this Lin Chen fear me? Pang Xinyu and Xiao Xuedong were also unwilling to go together. However, Tutor Alice was the one who spoke up at this time. Don't waste time, the three of you go together, as long as you win against him, one of you will have 2 SSS grade Imperial Beast Master skill books. These words came out. Hiss. The entire freshman couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. The eyes were incomparably shocked as they looked at this beautiful white moon elf princess. 1 person had 2 SSS grade Imperial Beast Master skill books. 3 people, that's 6 books. Saying to give it. What kind of terrifying resource base is this? The new students looked at each other. They didn't understand, and on the forum, they saw that the previous seniors' evaluations of this Ellis mentor were all very poor. But nowadays, it seemed a bit wrong. The rewards for the students alone could be not stingy at all. The 3 people who were originally adamant that they wanted a 1v1, after hearing the conditions given by Tutor Ellis, their hearts trembled fiercely. 2 SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master skill books. Then what's the hesitation? Li Zhou, Pang Xinyu, and Xiao Xuetong immediately jumped onto the ring where Lin Chen was together. Although it wasn't shameful to beat the few with the many, the lure of 2 SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master skill books was enough to make them let go of the sense of shame in their hearts. Tutor Alice, do you really have so many SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master skill books? At this moment, on the main stage, Tutor Longzhe, who was the dragon lady, walked over and inquired in a low voice. But unexpectedly, this white moon elf princess gently shook her head. I only have 4 SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master skill books. Then why are you? If I don't say that, how would the 3 of them be willing to challenge Lin Chen together? Tutor Longzhe. Good guy. This white moon elf princess feelings was deliberately giving Lin Chen intensity. Chapter 82, Instantly Determining Victory and Defeat. Even for children like Li Zhou, Pang Xinyu, and Xiao Xuedong who came from powerful families, they were quite eager for the SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master skill book. They didn't lack ordinary resources, what they lacked was this kind of rare top-level resource. Even though it was humiliating to bully the few with the many, they couldn't care less. The freshmen under the stage could also understand that for the sake of 2 SSS grade Imperial Beast Master skill books, even if it was them, they would definitely put aside their so-called face and go on stage with a stiff upper lip. You two don't need to make a move, just watch the show from the side. Li Zhou said confidently and blandly. When Pang Xinyu and Xiao Xuetong heard this, they also knew that they couldn't argue with each other, so they nodded their heads and stood to the side, looking towards Lin Chen on the opposite side of the stage with a spectacle as well as a contemptuous demeanor. Lin Chen, this first place of yours will be replaced by me. I will let you know that you, the top scholar of Tianyun province, is meant to be forever inferior in front of me, the top scholar of Starfish province. Li Zhou's posture could not be described as arrogant, and after saying these provocative words, he turned his head to look at the referee on the stage, and said in a loud voice, "Referee, I'm ready to begin." The referee looked at Lin Chen again. Lin Chen nodded his head, indicating that he had also long been ready. He didn't like to be the king of the mouth. Preferring to speak with facts. Not bothering to say these meaningless harsh words like Li Zhou.
Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee was opening the ring's shield, preventing the battle in the ring from spreading to the spectators below the stage, and at the same time, 5-second holographic numbers surfaced, counting down to the start of the countdown. "Come out, Frost Spirit Sparrow." Li Zhou immediately summoned his beast pet. An icy blue light flickered and lit up, only to see that beside Li Zhou's body, a spirit sparrow permeated with frost elements appeared. It was the size of an eagle, and when Li Zhou raised his arm, the frost spirit sparrow stood obediently on top of his arm. Lin Chen stood calmly in place, surprisingly not taking advantage of this 5-second countdown to summon his beast pet in advance. Good fellow. Does Lin Chen think that he can easily deal with these 3 opponents in front of him without using his beast pet? I thought that Li Zhou was arrogant, but now it seems that this Lin Chen is the most arrogant of all. The freshman under the stage saw this scene and talked about it. Humph. He'll pay for his arrogance. Bai Yichan said coldly. Against Pang Xinyu and Xiao Xuedong, 2 opponents outside the top 10, it would be reasonable for you, Lin Chen, not to summon a beast pet. But Li Zhou was the 7th of the freshmen. Between the top 10 freshmen, there wasn't much of a gap in strength, and even if it was Bai Yichan against Li Zhou, he would have to summon his own beast pet to fight against him. On the side, Jiang Chen still didn't say a word, a pair of cat pupils that looked like crimson amber, just quietly gazing at Lin Chen on the stage. Seeing that his sweetheart was so concerned about this Lin Chen, Bai Yichan frowned and just wanted to say something. But the countdown on the ring had already ended. A 1v3 duel was underway. Go! Frost Spirit Sparrow. Let this opponent who dares to belittle us know what it means to crush. Seeing that Lin Chen actually didn't intend to summon a beast pet to fight against him, the anger of being belittled welled up within Li Zhou. The Frost Spirit Sparrow sensed its master's anger and looked at the human across from him with a wild look in its eyes. Now! Only to see it fly into midair, let out a shrill whistle, and the surging frost elements condensed on its own sharp beak, as if it was arming its own beak into an ice gun. The next second. Swish! It violently flapped its wings, transforming into an icy blue bird shadow that swooped down towards Lin Chen. Ice Lance Surge A. When this skill was unleashed, the Frost Spirit Bird's speed went to another level. In just a little more than a second, it swooped down in front of Lin Chen, and the incomparably sharp, ice lance-like frostbeak was no more than 10 centimeters away from Lin Chen. What a fast dive! Lin Chen is going to lose. The audience under the stage covered their mouths in shock. But it was at this incomparably tense and exciting moment. Lin Chen unleashed his skill. Shift S. Pang Xinyu, who was originally watching the show, suddenly felt a powerful sense of weightlessness surface above his heart. Before he could react. Swish! The image in front of him instantly changed, and what came into his eyes was an icy blue bird shadow that resembled an eagle. And the other party's sharp beak was only 5 centimeters away from his own body. Due to the suddenness of the incident, Pang Xinyu didn't have time to make any mental preparations at all, so much so that on that face of his, a stunned demeanor had only just surfaced. Poof! The Frost Spirit Bird's sharp beak just pierced through his stomach. This. Seeing this scene, Li Zhou directly rounded his eyes and his entire demeanor froze. Just wanting to turn his head to look. Don't move! Lin Chen's voice, which was filled with ice coldness, was already ringing in his ears, and at the same time, Li Zhou could feel a cold touch coming from his neck. One didn't need to think about it to know that what was on his neck was definitely a sharp weapon. As long as he moves, this sharp weapon will definitely cut his throat. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Zhou looked over to Xiao Xuetong, who was originally standing with Pang Xinyu watching the show, and realized that the other party was already lying on the ground, unconscious. Defeated. The 3 of them, in just this one instant, had completely lost to Lin Chen. Wow! The freshmen under the stage, seeing this scene, collectively let out an unbelievable shocked clamor, and even more, an unbelievable sound of cold air being sucked in backwards. Holy! Is this for real? This is the winner? It's also too fast. This Lin Chen is so powerful. The 7th, 15th, and 25th freshmen were all settled by him in an instant. What just happened? I didn't even see what was going on. The key is that Lin Chen hasn't summoned a beast pet yet. My god, this guy's strength is too outrageous. At this moment, there was shock in the demeanor of all the freshmen on stage. If there was still a portion of the freshmen who maintained a skeptical attitude towards Lin Chen's strength before this, but after this, all of these skepticisms were broken. The victory has been decided. This challenge duel, Lin Chen wins. Quickly. The medical team rushed to treat Pang Xinyu. The referee on the stage hurriedly announced the result. Put. On the stage, Pang Xinyu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees, his eyes rounded, his eyes filled with the colors of suffocation and humiliation. He couldn't understand why he had suddenly appeared here, and even more so, he couldn't understand why he had suddenly been attacked by Li Zhou's frost spirit bird. The frost spirit sparrow hurriedly drew out its blood-stained beak and looked at its master, standing in place full of overwhelm. It also did not expect that the moment before it attacked its target, the target would turn into another person. Chapter 83, Still Three Together. At this moment, this challenge duel that started off as a 1v3 duel ended with Lin Chen winning. Only then did Lin Chen remove the dagger on Li Zhou's neck and took 2 steps back. Li Zhou turned around and glanced at Lin Chen, and with a final sigh of resignation, he retrieved the frost spirit sparrow back into the space of the Imperial Beast heraldry before walking off the stage in despair. With his head lowered, he didn't even dare to raise his head to face the gazes of the freshmen around him. Because he knew that what greeted him would definitely be ridicule and teasing. 3 against 1 but was instantly countered. This face was truly lost to his grandmother's house. Luckily, he had even let out words earlier, saying that he would make the Heavenly Cloud Province's top student forever be inferior in front of him, the Starfish Province's top student. Now it's good. How rampant the opening was, now how much it hit his face. In fact, Li Zhou had completely overthought it, and now the freshman's attention wasn't even on him as the loser. Instead, they were all focused on Lin Chen on the stage. Before, they all said that Lin Chen was a claptrap generation and his real strength was no good, but now it seems that the intelligence is fake. Who was it that said in the freshman group that Lin Chen's first prize had no gold content? Stand out. Luckily I didn't listen to all your gossip, or else if I had challenged him on stage, the one who would lose the battle and lose face would be me. At the moment, it seems that there really hasn't been much change in this initial ranking that the deans have ranked. The freshman who originally wanted to challenge Lin Chen already didn't dare to think about it. What a joke! He had defeated the 7th, 15th, and 25th freshmen in a single instant. This Lin Chen isn't just strong at killing monsters, his level of actual combat against people is even more overwhelming. Yes, a shift. Will Pang Xinyu in his own position switched, so that Pang Xinyu by Li Zhou's frost spirit sparrow attack, at the same time Lin Chen punched knocked out the reaction of Xiao Shuetong, and also very fast speed, while Li Zhou shocked stagnation, around to the back of him. The entire process didn't take more than 3 seconds. This little guy is clearly a royal beast master, but he plays like an assassin. Damn it! Such a precious student, yet he can't worship under me. The freshmen below the stage couldn't really see the situation on the stage. However, in the eyes of the tutors, they were able to see it clearly. It was estimated that when these 3 guys first came on stage, Lin Chen had already formulated a battle plan within himself on how to defeat the other side. So much so that Lin Chen didn't even need to summon his beast pet in advance. Who else wants to challenge me? I still say, don't waste time going one by one. Just go all together. At this moment, Lin Chen, who had a cold and lonely face, stood on top of the ring, and his icy eyes also swept the surrounding area, speaking the most arrogant and cocky words with the most bland words. If it was before this, hearing Lin Chen say this, the freshmen under the stage would feel that Lin Chen was incomparably arrogant. But now, they felt, however, that Lin Chen was already qualified to say such words. It seems that you are indeed worthy of your name as the top scholar of the Heavenly Cloud Province, and I apologize for having mocked you before. However, I do have to go up to the stage and take a lesson to see if there really is that much of a gap between me and you. Lu Wu, the scholar of Qingfu Province, who was also a scholar of a province and had square features and a rough face, also came to the ring full of wariness. His eyes blazed as he looked at Lin Chen, his intention to challenge him very obvious. However, he was not the only one who wanted to challenge Lin Chen. Together with him on the stage, there was another Tian Yuan Province scholar, Xiu Jijia. Everyone, make way. What was even more shocking was that Gu Yulan, the 3rd place winner of the Capital Imperial Beast examination and the 4th place winner of the freshman, also pushed her way through the crowd and arrived on top of the ring with a dancing stride. This instantly. There were 3 more challengers. And these 3 challengers could be too much tougher than the previous round's challengers. 2 provincial top students, plus a 3rd from the capital. All of them were level 40 Imperial Beast Masters. Wow! Seeing this scene, the entire scene began to explode, and sounds of shock and clamor resounded one after another. Gentlemen, I was on the stage first, please let me go first. Lu Wu came from a martial arts family, and before he raised his hands and feet, he had the temperament of a martial arts warrior. He clasped his hands and signaled for the other two challengers to hurry and get off the stage. No, me first. Xiao Jijia shook his head, indicating that he just wanted to go on. None of you are ranked as high as me, it's only right to let me go first. Gu Yulan coldly said. It was obvious that all three of them didn't want to wait any longer. I said. You guys can all go together. At this time, Lin Chen's flat voice was suddenly heard, forcing the argument between these three heavenly prides to be interrupted. The three heavenly prides collectively frowned. They only felt that this Lin Chen was truly mad beyond bounds. You beat opponents like Pang Xinyu and Xiao Shuitong, who were outside the top 10, and you could say that you went together. Now that this 4th, 5th, and 6th issued a challenge, you, Lin Chen, still insisted that they go together. This was simply not treating them as human beings at all. All go together. It's still the same thing. As long as you guys can win against Lin Chen, 2 SSS-ranked Beastmaster skill books will be offered to each of you. At this moment, that white moon elf princess on the main stage was still calmly speaking. This. 3 people heard this, but their attitudes were not so loose. I insist on my will to fight alone. Lu Wu, who came from a martial arts family, even if he was given 2 SSS-grade Imperial Beastmaster skill books, he would not want to fight the few with the many. That way, even if he won, he would still not win, and at the same time, he would dishonor his martial arts family. I don't care about your bull will. I'm going to challenge this freshman number 1. Xiao Jijia didn't budge an inch, and his attitude was also very strong. Gu Yulan also took a step forward, stating that she was also going to fight single-handedly. Rock, paper, scissors yourselves. If you continue to waste time, all of you get off the stage. At this moment, the short-tempered Dean Yuhong snapped. And you freshmen one by one, don't just watch the show. Hurry up and challenge each other. Aren't you guys dissatisfied with this ranking? Why is the rate of change in the rankings so low? How is it that nearly 80% of you are stuck in your original rankings? Grand Dean Yuhong rebuked. This also caused many freshmen to react, using their cell phones to enter the official website and check their rankings. Seeing that Grand Dean Yuhong had spoken, Gu Yulan, Xiao Jijia, and Lu Wu could only rock, paper, scissors. Dean Yuhong, can we add a rule? If the 3 of them draw in 2 consecutive games of rock, paper, scissors, then let them go together. Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Agreed. Grand Dean Yuhong nodded his head. Since this little guy Lin Chen liked fighting with less so much, then let's satisfy him. He also happened to want to see if Lin Chen's fighting prowess was really that different from the other freshmen. Chapter 84 Fair Individual Showdown. Heavy swords versus battle guns. 3 people out of rock, paper, scissors, trying to draw twice was ultimately too difficult. Good. I win. I'll be the first to go. Soon, the 3 of them, Lu Wu, Gu Yulan, and Xiao Jijia, decided the winner. Lu Wu went on as the first, with Xiao Jijia and Gu Yulan following up. Ch. Gu Yulan felt unhappy that she couldn't go on stage to challenge Lin Chen, and Xiao Jijia's expression wasn't good either. Lin Chen, before I challenge you, don't lose to such a big guy. Gu Yulan looked towards Lin Chen and urged. To this, Lin Chen didn't respond in any way, only looking indifferently at the sky dome with his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. This made Gu Yulan's cheeks bulge in anger. It had come to this point, this guy Lin Chen even had the time to daze off and think about things, he simply didn't put them, his top 10 opponents, in his eyes. Alright, Gu Yulan, Xiao Jijia, you guys go down first, the countdown is about to start. Luckily, the referee's timely voice urged them on, which allowed Gu Yulan and Xiao Jijia to leave the ring sullenly. The clash between the Imperial Beast Scholar of Tianyin Province and the Imperial Beast Scholar of Qingfu Province was naturally the center of attention for all the freshmen in the room, and of course, the deans and mentors also felt great anticipation. This really made people feel curious as to which side's scholar was more powerful. At this moment, the holographic numbers projected over the ring had already returned to 0, announcing the end of the countdown, and at the same time, a transparent magic protective shield was stirred up on the ring. It was also to prevent the battle aftershocks from the 2 sides battling each other in the ring from affecting the freshmen watching the battle below the stage. Surprisingly, Qingfu Province's top scholar Lu Wu did not directly summon his beast pet in the opening round, instead, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular and sturdy arms. Lu Wu looked at Lin Chen with serious eyes, and his voice was very determined. Lin Chen, many people say that you, the scholar of Imperial Beasts of Tianyin Province, are not true to your name, and that you all relied on contracting a powerful beast pet to get to the top, but from the sparring match just now, this rumor is obviously untrue. Since we're going to battle, let's be fair, you and I won't summon a beast pet, we'll do it in a real battle by virtue of our personal force, and the comparison will be whose personal strength is strong, how about it? In response, Lin Chen gently shook his head and said, no objections. However, the freshmen under the stage were talking a lot about this. This Lu Wu is a little bit not speaking of martial virtues. How so? Who doesn't know that he comes from a martial arts family? Look at his burly physique, gnarled muscles, and after upgrading from level 40 to level 42 after the replica, his four-dimensional attributes are far ahead of Lin Chen. Where's the fair duel in that? It can't be helped, Lin Chen himself agreed to this dueling method. Some of the freshmen thought that Lu Wu had taken advantage of the situation, and yet he was still saying let's be fair, while some of the freshmen thought that since Lin Chen had agreed to it, it meant that he didn't have a problem with it. On the side of the mentors, they thought that this situation was normal. This was because in the future, whether it was a beastmaster, a swordsman, a mage, or any other profession, there would be plenty of places where one would encounter unfairness. It's like when you go to brush a copy and the monster level is higher than you, can you say to the monster that it's not fair, I want a rematch? When you meet an enemy who is stronger than you, can you say that the other party is not speaking of martial arts and then ask them to spare you? Even though this is a test, this kind of unfairness would have been unavoidable in terms of origin and the resources each person needs to transfer. And anything through the surface to see the essence. Lu Wu is a newborn, Lin Chen is also a newborn, these two identities are equal, that's enough. A truly strong person was one who possessed the ability to defeat an opponent even when faced with an opponent who was stronger than them. Then, the next step was to see if Lin Chen actually possessed the qualifications to become a strong person. Good fellow. The battle has begun. The moment Lin Chen nodded his head, Lu Wu had already taken out a scarlet battle spear from his storage ring. After taking out the war rifle, Lu Wu's body was excessively permeated with an unrivaled sharpness. The whole person's temperament had completely changed, as if he had transformed from an awkward bear into a saber-toothed tiger full of ferocity. Immediately, he violently stabbed fiercely at Lin Chen. Whoosh! A straight, silk-like blood-red trajectory spewed out just like a poisonous snake, attacking towards Lin Chen in a lightning-like manner. Bang! A muffled sound occurred immediately from the transparent energy cover directly opposite. This sudden cracking sound caused the freshmen standing outside the protective shield to tremble and be so shocked that their entire body almost jumped, only to see a crack in the magical protective shield appear in the direction that Lu Wu had stabbed towards the front. Quick! This Lu Wu's battle spear stab was so fast. Moreover, this blood-red battle spear of his seemed to be having a special effect that could extend the distance of his attack in an instant. However, what truly shocked the freshmen present was not Lu Wu's unexpected long-distance war lance thrust, but rather Lin Chen, who had still calmly sidestepped and lightly managed to dodge Lu Wu's attack in such an unforeseen situation. This reaction speed. What the hell? A sideways turn and so simply dodged this deadly battle lance extended surge? The key is that his expression didn't fluctuate half a bit, so calm and collected. If it were me, I'm afraid I'd already be horrified. What could be seen was that Lu Wu's war lance surge was very powerful. The attack was so high that it was even able to puncture the magic protective shield generated by the ring with a little faint crack. Seeing that his opponent had so lightly dodged the attack he had thought was bound to succeed, Ruo narrowed his eyes. Ha! He slowly exhaled a breath, his expression becoming even more determined and serious. As the saying goes, when a connoisseur strikes, he will know if there is redundancy or not. A simple opening attack was actually enough to feel out the opponent's true level. Previously, the opponents that Lu Wu had faced, basically under this attack, even if they didn't lose the battle, they would have to suffer a big loss. Very few opponents of the same age could dodge it. There was also Lu Wu originally didn't want to transfer to a royal beast master, but naturally, his family forced him to do so. What he really wanted to switch to was gun warrior. He loved playing with battle guns. But this was a world that held the Imperial Beastmaster as a noble profession. Any other profession, unless it was said that you could become the top group of people within that profession field, otherwise, in comparison to the same level, it was the Imperial Beastmaster who was more popular, had a higher status, and received better benefits. For this reason, his entire martial arts family had allowed him to switch to become a royal Beastmaster. It was hoped that Lu Wu would honor his ancestor and recreate the glory of hundreds of years ago, when the Lu family produced a martial god. Kill! At this time, Lu Wu let out a low shout, holding his battle rifle, and began to charge towards Lin Chen at a fast pace. Those who played with battle rifles liked to control the distance, using the advantage of their long hands to hit other weapons with shorter attack distances. At this time, Lin Chen also took out his own weapon. Clang! A black heavy sword that had changed from the demonic ring. A clumsy heavy sword against a nimble battle rifle? The freshmen under the stage saw this scene, and even though most of the freshmen were not proficient in these two weapons, they still understood the general principles of combat. The advantage of the heavy sword was that it had high damage and provided high survival attributes, making it the favorite weapon of warriors and tank-like professions. The disadvantage is also very obvious, very clumsy. Against a flexible weapon, it would seem to fall into a disadvantage. The Imperial Beastmasters under the stage were basically proficient in 2 or 3 types of weapons themselves, all in case of emergencies. And for Lin Chen to take out a heavy sword against a lance, wasn't that a bit irrational? Swish! While the crowd was discussing, Lu Wu had already stabbed out a lance again with a serious expression. Lin Chen then placed this ancient black giant sword across the front. Clang! The sound of metal connecting sounded, and sparks spattered. Lu Wu sneered and stabbed again. Clang! It was blocked again. Clang! 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 Immediately afterward, Lu Wu made a dazzling succession of sudden stabs with his battle spear, constantly attacking on top of Lin Chen's heavy sword. Lin Chen! Is this the best you can do in your personal practical combat? Using a heavy sword as a turtle? Lu Wu laughed coldly and mocked as he carried out his unimpeded and intensive warlance thrusts. However, these words had only just fallen. Lu Wu did not realize that Lin Chen's eyes sharpened violently. Victory and defeat have been decided. The tutors with extremely sharp eyes and extremely rich combat experience even asserted with a single bite. The next second. Clang! A fierce sound of metal clashing with metal rang out. However, it was not the sound effect of Lin Chen's defense, but rather, Lin Chen found the precise moment at this moment and violently swung the heavy sword in his hand, and under Lu Wu's incomparably shocked and stunned gaze, in just one blow, he shocked his battle rifle into flying out of his hand. Chapter 85, Unconvinced. The battle spear traced a beautiful arc in the air. How could Lu Wu not have expected that his so intensive thrusting attack would still be found by the other party to find a momentary break and capitalize on it, sending his weapon flying with a subtle to the extreme heavy sword uppercut? Lu Wu's entire body was thrown into a huge backward stiffness. But it was fine. Under this distance, the opponent's heavy sword attack distance couldn't reach him at all. If the opponent wanted to attack himself, he would have to sprint forward a little more. The time the opponent took to sprint was enough for him to relieve the huge stiffness caused by the weapon being picked off. As long as he relieved the stiffness, he could fight the opponent again. Lu Wu thought beautifully, but the reality was very cruel. Because when his line of sight once again fell on Lin Chen, but was desperate to find, the other hand, the black heavy sword has disappeared, replaced by a long bow. After picking off his own weapon, this guy had actually switched to a longbow at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Unsurprisingly, a feathered arrow just shot towards Lu Wu's head. Lu Wu, who hadn't yet relieved himself because of the huge stiffness, couldn't dodge at all, and could only watch as this feathered arrow shot towards his head. There was a snapping sound. Lu Wu only felt his head being hit. The expected sharp pain through and through didn't appear. Looking down, he realized that the feathered arrow that Lin Chen had shot was without an arrowhead. And at the moment, Lin Chen was just calmly looking at Lu Wu. The other party's indifferent and lonely sight was like looking at a defeated person. At this moment, even if Lu Wu didn't admit defeat, no matter if it was the freshman under the stage or the tutors not far away, they all knew that the winner had already been decided in this duel. I lost. Lu Wu didn't have the good sense to have a thick skin and not admit defeat. Even though he was wearing a defense gear was not omnipotent. Defense gear can only be said to be able to allow you to reduce the damage you receive, the fatal injury to your head, unless it is said that later on, after the level is high, to purchase a more advanced defense gear to wear, otherwise, the fatal part of the body is hit, should die or have to die. With the defense gear that Lu Wu was wearing nowadays, he could not even completely reduce the fatal wounds. Even though the armor he was wearing now was considered to be very good for this level when looking at all the new students. However, if Lin Chen hadn't removed the arrowhead from that one feathered arrow, his head would still have to be penetrated, and death would still come as expected. By now, if he didn't admit defeat again, then he really was going to lose face completely. But to say whether or not Lu Wu had lost convincingly, no one would know. Winner, Lin Chen. The referee pronounced the result without any hesitation. The top scholar of Tianyun province had defeated the top scholar of Qingfu province, and with this result, the curtain fell on this duel. As for the freshmen under the stage, they first entered a short period of extreme silence, and then they all applauded unanimously. Hiss, terrible. Too terrifying. Yes, this Lin Chen's actual combat level is ridiculously high. The heavy sword is powerful, and the stiffness caused by knocking away the enemy's weapon is also longer than other weapons. Utilizing this advantage, Lin Chen quickly switched to a bow and arrow, directly nailing Lu Wu's head. Originally, with the attack distance of a heavy sword, Lin Chen wouldn't have been able to reach it, and this handful of bow slicing stunned me. Lu Wu was defeated by Lin Chen in his best aspect, so who dares to say that Lin Chen's personal strength isn't good nowadays? From the previous contempt, ridicule, and disdain, to today's marvel, awe, and scorn. With his outstanding strength, Lin Chen had made the entire crowd of freshmen unconvinced. The freshmen in the audience were not brainless black jet-setters. The reason why they looked down on Lin Chen in the beginning was also because there were too many negative rumors about the top student in the outside world. Of course. This also had to do with the media in East Ocean City. Donghai City had never had a provincial scholar on the Imperial Beast examination, and now that there was easily one, the major local media naturally left no stone unturned to praise him fiercely. What the nation's most valuable Imperial Beast College entrance examination scholar, what the strongest scholar, what no one before and no one after, redundant and so on. Anyway, all kinds of words of praise fell on Lin Chen's body. So much so, that the other province's scholar pride, for this Lin Chen's view, not too good. And don't forget that during the enrollment meeting, Lin Chen had ruthlessly offended the two academies, the Empty All-Night Academy and the Heavenly Prime Academy. Among them, the Empty All-Night Academy was even described by Lin Chen as a school that specializes in recruiting trash. So, in terms of Lin Chen's negative news, the Empty All-Night Academy and the Heavenly Prime Academy had made a lot of effort to push it. It was said that the students of the two schools, the Empty All-Night Academy and the Heavenly Prime Academy, were already sharpening their swords towards the pigs and sheep, looking forward to an opportunity to give Lin Chen a hard lesson. Right now. These new students were also completely convinced after seeing Lin Chen cross the line and defeat the level 42 Lu Wu with a strength of level 25, displaying exceptional combat skills from it. Don't think that just because Lu Wu had been defeated by Lin Chen that he was easy to deal with. Lu Wu's continuous spear thrusts before, none of the freshmen here dared to say that they could 100% find the cracks and counterattack, picking off their weapons. However, Lin Chen had found his opponent's flaw, and had struck a critical blow with the most awkward heavy sword. He also seized this short stalemate, switched weapons, and gave his opponent a nailed arrow. And on top of the main stage, that tutor Alice, whose sight had never left Lin Chen, at this moment, those beautiful eyes also revealed a look of extreme satisfaction. The intention to recruit this student was also becoming even more intense within. Even the White Moon Elf Princess, who had such a discerning eye, was so satisfied with Lin Chen's performance, let alone the other tutors. The other tutors only hated that the resources they possessed in their hands weren't rich enough. Otherwise, they would have received this demon Lin Chen under their tutelage no matter what they said. Alright, all be quiet. The duel isn't over yet, Xiao Jijie, it's your turn to go on next, isn't it? Go on stage. Grand Dean Dongzhang first quieted the scene before looking at Xiao Jijie. Even though Lu Wu had lost, Xiao Jijie was not the least bit intimidated. After all, it wasn't like he was going to compete with Lin Chen in terms of personal strength like Lu Wu. Xiao Jijie arrived on top of the ring and looked at Lin Chen, whose expression was always indifferent across from him, and asked, "Are you sure you don't need to take a break?" Lin Chen asked back, "Why do I need to rest?" This caused Xiao Jijie's expression to stall. It was. In his duel with Lu Wu just now, Lin Chen had only used his heavy sword to block a few times, then struck out to pick off the opponent's weapon, and then used his bow and arrow to nail his head, and that was how he decided the winner. In the middle of it, neither magic power nor physical strength had been expended. In other words, Lu Wu, the scholar of Qingfu province, was defeated by Lin Chen, the scholar of Tianyun province, without any injuries. Chapter 86 Xiao Jijie. Instant defeat. Actually, I still stand by my promise. You and Gu Yulan can go together to avoid wasting time. Lin Chen emphasized once again. Xiao Jijie's complexion turned cold as he said, "I don't need anyone's help to deal with you, don't think that I'm a fool like Lu Wu." You. When Lu Wu under the stage heard these words, he, who was already a bit disheartened by his defeat, looked angrily at Xiao Jijie on the stage. "Xiao Jijie, don't be complacent, you'll lose to this guy just the same later." "Humph. That's you. I'll defeat him and ruthlessly punch you in the face. Xiao Jijia was filled with confidence. Come out, overwhelming battle tiger. Of course he couldn't be like Lu Wu and go and compete with Lin Chen in terms of personal strength. He directly summoned his mechanical beast pet. Beast pet, Hegemony War Tiger. Level, Evolved Body 8th Order. Bloodline rank, Source Beast Species Evolvable. Talent, Bastards Will S, Infinite Cannonball S. Talent, Bastards Will S, Infinite Cannonball S. Skills, Magic Laser Cannon B, Mechanical Claw Strike B, Overlord's Roar A, Rift Breaking Claw S. Battle Power Conversion, 1300%. Only to see a mighty giant tiger whose body was cast from black steel just appear beside Xiao Jijia. There was even a pair of mechanical feathered wings unfurled. However, it was very different from the mechanical battle tiger that the other freshman possessed. In terms of strength, the overwhelming battle tiger could be far, far stronger than the mechanical battle tiger. The referee also started a 10-second countdown at this time. Lin Chen, until now, you still refuse to summon your beast pet? Are you afraid to pay the price for your arrogant swagger? When Xiao Jijia saw that Lin Chen had never summoned his beast pet, he became even angrier, only feeling that he had been humiliated and underestimated. No need. Lin Chen was always in that hateful and calm stance, and his reply was what made Xiao Jijia's eyes completely gloomy. Maniac. This guy was too crazy. And the countdown finally ended at this moment. Come. Overwhelming battle tiger, crush this arrogant fellow for me. An order was given. Roar. The hegemonic battle tiger let out a furious roar. It could feel its master's mood at this moment, and by association with each other, its eyes were filled with anger as it looked towards Lin Chen. It opened its huge mouth with sharp fangs, and in an instant, there were countless terrifying demonic energies converging towards it. Buzz. Dazzling golden balls of light spat out directly from the battle tiger's mouth, wrapped in extremely strong destructive energy, and blasted towards Lin Chen, who was 20 meters away. Magic Laser Cannon B. Boom! The terrifying magic energy cannon overturned the ring's floor, spewing all the way over, seemingly covering Lin Chen's figure, and it also blasted onto the ring's barrier. The magic energy cannon touched the protective shield, actually causing it to all click, and a huge crack appeared. The frightened freshman standing there couldn't help but change color and backed away, fearing that this overwhelming battle tiger's laser cannon would shoot through the protective shield and blow them up. What a domineering magic energy laser cannon! It's normal, this is a source beast species battling tiger. In the future, when Xiao Jijia's beast species completely awakens, it might evolve into an even more terrifying existence. Mechanical beast pet is just strong, there's no such thing as fatigue, and as long as the magic energy doesn't run out, it can keep on fighting. Lin Chen doesn't summon his time beast pet out, I'm afraid it's hard to fight against it. Was Lin Chen hit by the attack? The range of that laser cannon's attack just now wasn't small, and it was also fast, so it's not possible that he couldn't dodge it and was seriously injured, right? The freshmen under the stage discussed this while scanning the ring. Then they realized that although this bastard battle tiger's magical laser cannon was indeed powerful and had a wide range of ripples, Lin Chen's figure was standing unharmed next to the explosion. Obviously, Lin Chen hadn't been affected by any of his opponent's attacks. Humph. Hegemonic battle tiger. Attack. Tear him apart. Seeing that the long-range attacks didn't work, Xiao Jijia also became even angrier and ordered the battling tiger of heaven to pounce towards Lin Chen. Anyway, the opponent hadn't summoned a time-based beast pet, so there was no need to care. Roar! The hegemonic battle tiger was extremely obedient, letting out a tiger's roar, and the parts of its body that were cast with mechanical parts clicked to reveal a jet of air. Boom! Just like a rocket pusher, the jet port spat out a fiery flame, which led to a great airflow for a moment, and with the powerful and robust limbs of the Hegemony War Tiger, under a single stomp, the Hegemony War Tiger pounced towards Lin Chen at an extremely exaggerated speed. Swish! The distance of 30 meters between the two sides, just a blink of an eye, the Overlord Battle Tiger had already arrived in front of Lin Chen. The sharp and huge mechanical tiger claws swung down towards Lin Chen, as if it was going to cut Lin Chen's body into two halves. Lin Chen, however, sighed softly at this moment. If you had just seen me fight, you wouldn't have made such a stupid move. The tiger's claw was out. The damage had been done. Lin Chen crossed over the overwhelming battle tiger, targeting Xiao Jijia, who was full of rage, and then unleashed the shift shape skill, which had a CD of only 10 seconds. Immediately after, in this instant, Xiao Jijia and Lin Chen switched positions. The destructive tiger claw of the battling tiger, under the gaze of the crowd that was beyond shock, was heavily imprinted on Qiu Jiji's body. Some people might have felt confused. The battling tiger was Qiu Jiji's beast pet, so logically speaking, wouldn't the battling tiger's attack be unable to injure Qiu Jiji? In theory, yes, but that was the setting in the game. In the game, not to mention between master and beast pet, even between fellow teammates, attacks on each other would not be harmed. But you have to realize that this is the real world. Among the real world, playing is real. So, unsurprisingly, the Overlord Battle Tiger's sharp claws just tore his master Qiu Jiji's body in half. Blood clattered and splattered on top of the protective shield. Intestines and internal organs flowed out. Qiu Jiji's life came the closest to death. There was no need for the referee to speak. The healing team that had been standing by immediately rushed into the ring, treating Qiu Jiji, whose body had been torn in half. The overwhelming battle tiger stared with rounded eyes, its face filled with horror and self-reproach. It had actually almost killed its master. Lin Chen didn't continue to make a move, and in his eyes, there was only indifference and disappointment. Qiu Jiji, who was originally ranked 6th and was now ranked 5th, had just been resolved by him with incomparable ease. However, where he had previously glanced at the details of Lin Chen's duel when he had fought 1 against 3, he should have understood that Lin Chen possessed a handful of skillful means of switching positions with others. He should have been on guard, and he wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Chapter 87, Together. Otherwise it wouldn't be enough for Lin Chen to fight. Winner, Lin Chen. The referee announced the result of this match without any hesitation. To be honest, this was something that no one had expected. Even if they knew that Qiu Jiji would lose, they didn't expect to lose so quickly. It was a case of losing a hand of poor information and not being on the lookout for Lin Chen's shifting skill. Damn it! The broken body had been reattached, and Qiu Jiji, who was lying on a stretcher and being carried down to recuperate, looked at the slender and lonely figure in the ring, his face full of unwillingness and helplessness. That battling tiger shrugged its head and followed beside it, psychologized about the fact that it had hurt its master. I'll challenge you next time. Qiu Jiji gritted his teeth. He was not expecting his opponent to have a handful of skillful means of switching positions. If he had known, and had been on guard in advance, he definitely wouldn't have lost so easily. However, there weren't that many ifs in the world. Nowadays, a loss is a loss, and must be recognized. If one wanted to regain face, one could only wait for the next time. Guyulan, go on. The referee turned his head to look at the young lady from the capital city's Guyu family. At this time, Guyulan's expression was no longer the slightest bit relaxed and cozy, instead, it was replaced by a piece of gravity and scorn. She gently tugged at her collar, and then the equipment on her body transformed into a turquoise blue battle dress, setting off her delicate figure in a somewhat heroic manner. Come out, turquoise sea dragon. Buzz. Under Guyulan's soft call, her imperial beast crest emitted a light, followed by a Jiao dragon that possessed blue dragon scales all over its body. This was a water-type beast pet. Lin Chen glanced at it, then under the gaze of the crowd. Buzz. He had finally summoned his beast pet. The imperial beast crest emitted a blazing red light, followed by a beautiful and cute little red snake appearing on Lin Chen's shoulder. Boing! As soon as the little guy appeared, it transformed into a cute wailing monster, rubbing against Lin Chen's face while letting out a humming cry. Lin Chen stroked the little guy's brain. Afterwards, the little candle dragon seemed to have sensed a kindred spirit in the vicinity, and that pair of golden yellow pupils representing the bloodline of the pure dragon species just looked towards Guyulan's aqua sea Jiao dragon. But it was just such a glance. Roar! As if the Bihai Jiaolong seemed like it had been subjected to a terrifying suppression from a superior dragon, it was so frightened that it jumped up in place and actually trembled as it hid behind its master, Guyulan. This scene, not only did it make the freshmen on stage freeze, even Guyulan herself felt very stunned. I didn't see it wrong, did I? A 9-star source beast level aqua sea Jiao dragon was actually intimidated by a single look from that little red snake of Lin Chen's. What the hell? What the hell is this little red snake of Lin Chen's? Outrageous. There isn't any information about this little red snake in the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide at all. Ah! I'm so envious. Even if an individual has such a strong strength, he also has such a strong beast pet. Envious now? Didn't you guys mock people before, saying that they were just a waste of space who had awakened an F-rank talent? Guyulan's pretty face became ugly. Glancing back at her beast pet, it had already lost its fighting spirit before the fight even started. How could this make her still fight this Lin Chen? Don't worry about it, I summoned my family's beast pet out, not to fight with you, it's just that the little guy has been in the space of the Imperial Beast coat of arms for a long time and felt a little bit bored, so that's why I let it out. It will only be cheering me on from the side, it won't interfere with the fight between me and you. At this moment, Lin Chen said indifferently. Boing! The little red snake gave a happy cry, indicating that the master was cheering on. Then it very obediently jumped off of Lin Chen's body and came to the edge of the ring, just holding its little head high and looking at its master with an expectant face. Unexpectedly, Gu Yulan sighed lightly, that's just it, my personal strength isn't as strong as yours, and my own beast pet was also crushed by yours, so there's no need to fight, I'll just admit defeat. She was not a person who wanted to save face. By now, even if they didn't fight, they knew the outcome. Lu Wu and Xiao Jiji's defeat was presented before her eyes, she was only slightly more powerful than them, against Lin Chen, she would have to lose just the same. Instead of being beaten up and defeated by the other party in front of everyone, it would be better to admit defeat earlier to save unnecessary trouble. Winner, Lin Chen. Anyone else want to challenge Lin Chen? The referee was a little surprised to see that Gu Yulan had admitted defeat so easily, but on closer examination, it made sense. Just after getting on the field, his own beast pet was scared to the point of losing the battle, and when an important beast pet lost its fighting power, then what the hell? So the referee also decisively declared the result and asked if there was anyone else who wanted to challenge Lin Chen, the number 1 freshman. As soon as the referee said this, the originally noisy scene instantly quieted down. The part of the freshmen who had just clamored to challenge Lin Chen and shouted the loudest, all of them were unexpectedly quiet at this time, and all of them didn't dare to open their mouths. There was no way. Who would have thought that this guy Lin Chen's fighting strength would be so perverted to such an extent? The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th were all defeated by him. As for the two outside of the 10th place, Pang Xinyu and Xiao Shuatong, there was no need to mention them. Now there were only the two left, Zhang Chen and Bai Yihan. Thinking about this, all the freshmen had their eyes fall on these two heavenly prides at this moment. Zhang Chen, the cat girl, had a very open look on her face, and with a single step, she was about to go up to the court to challenge Lin Chen. Let me do it. Bai Yichan, as the second new student, but he couldn't stand this kind of teasing and ridiculing gazes around him anymore, and had to step forward to decide the winner with Lin Chen. You first then. Zhang Chen didn't care, so she continued to stand in place, her small hands curling the ends of her hair as she watched the battle attentively. Don't be modest. I don't want to keep emphasizing too many times. Go on together. Going one by one is really too much of a waste of time. Lin Chen's words were calm, but they exploded like thunder. Wow! The group of freshmen immediately exploded. However, none of the freshmen thought that Lin Chen was wildly arrogant. This was because after experiencing the battle in front of them, everyone knew that Lin Chen was already qualified to say such words. The reason why it boiled up was because the freshmen could be too excited for this final showdown. Go! On! 2. This Lin Chen is so crazy, only the two of you can cure him. Yeah. Join hands to sanction him. The surrounding freshmen were up in arms. There were even more excessive ones. If you two only go on one alone, it's simply not enough for Lin Chen to fight off. If you want to go on two, otherwise it's not exciting. Chapter 88, Surrounding. Critical choice. Yes. By now, Lin Chen's brilliant battle results had caused all the freshmen to believe that Lin Chen's strength had far surpassed that of Zhang Chen and Bai Yichan. It was simply not enough to go up to just one of the two. This made Bai Yichan's expression become very gloomy. He wanted to sneer and let out harsh words, saying, I'm enough to deal with this punk who has awakened his F-grade talent and is only at level 25. However, he was afraid that he would lose the battle afterward, and would be severely slapped in the face and then nailed to the pillar of shame. Okay. What Bai Yihan did not expect was that Zhang Chen, who had never responded half-heartedly to his pursuit and approach, at this moment, was agreeing to join forces with him on the stage to deal with Lin Chen. Since this was the case, then Bai Yihan had nothing to worry about. To win together. To lose, we will lose together. Even if he lost and lost face, he had at least brought himself closer to Zhang Chen. So, Bai Yichan and Zhang Chen, the second and third freshmen, stood on the ring at the same time, together facing Lin Chen as an enemy. Seeing this, Lin Chen gently beckoned, and Little Yu returned to his side. It could be seen that Lin Chen was also going to go all out in the face of the second and third place teaming up.
After this last duel, my credits in the Sacred Sun Academy should skyrocket to 100,000 points. Lin Chen said to himself. The credits of the 2nd through 7th places were defeated because they had challenged themselves, so the credits would all be lumped together in his account. To start the school year with 100,000 credits as a new student, looking at all the previous students of the Sacred Sun Academy, Lin Chen was the only one who had achieved this feat. But Lin Chen's words, although plain, contained extreme arrogance and dominance. It was as if he had already declared that this duel would end with him winning. Humph. Although you are indeed powerful, I advise you not to be so wild. If you lose later, all the credits you earned before will be divided between Jiang Chen and me. Bai Yichan said grimly. He was very displeased with Lin Chen's bland yet arrogant and confident look. This was because this look should have been something that should have been shown by him. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and her pair of cat pupils stared at Lin Chen, focusing on his every move, because she knew that the other party had a handful of extremely bizarre shifting skills. The countdown begins. Both sides prepare themselves. Seeing that the two Celestial Pride had already joined forces on the court to deal with Lin Chen, the referee also announced the opening of the countdown. To be honest, he hadn't expected that in this session of the Freshman Challenge, such a great Devil King as Lin Chen would appear. With his own strength, he had taken on the 2nd to 7th place. If he had won this last match, then Lin Chen's position as the number 1 freshman would truly be true to his name. But could he really win against the combined attack of Jiang Chen and Bai Nighthan? Not only were the freshmen curious, even the mentors were very curious. Come out, Night Cold Ice Phoenix. Bai Nightcold's beast pet was a 1-star illusory beast species starting out as an ice-type beast pet. Come out, Nine-tailed Cat Demon. A black cat with 3 tails appeared above Jiang Chen's fragrant shoulder. The 9-tailed cat demon was said to have a total of 9 tails after evolving to its peak, while being able to control 9 elements with different attributes and possessing 9 lives, making it very powerful. Facing Lin Chen, neither of the two Celestial Pride dared to be careless, and after summoning their beast pets, both pairs of eyes stared deathly at Lin Chen, as well as the small red snake at his shoulder. It was already known that the other party's beast pet was a time system beast pet. Then they had to be vigilant and pay extra attention once the other party's beast pet made any movements. Otherwise, if the time suspension skill fell on them, then they would be defeated. Bell. The bell sounded. It announced the end of the countdown. Even though Bai Yihan and Jiang Chen had never fought together, as Celestial Pride, they both knew in their hearts what kind of strategy to take when facing Lin Chen, who possessed a time-based beast pet. The simplest and most useful one was the left and right pincer tactic. Bai Yichan came to Lin Chen's left. Jiang Chen came to Lin Chen's right. At the same time, the Night Cold Ice Phoenix, a powerful ice beast pet, incited its own pair of feathered wings, and several sharp icicles took shape and shot rapidly towards Lin Chen. Jiang Chen and Bai Night Cold were both fully focused at this moment. Because they knew that Lin Chen could easily cast the shifting shape skill when he was attacking his own side, causing his opponent to unexpectedly fall into a passive position. However, this time, Lin Chen didn't act rashly. In the face of the long-range icicle attack projected by the Night Cold Ice Phoenix, he had Xiaoyu use the static skill. He had Xiaoyu use the static skill to stop the time of the icicles, and then he hurriedly moved forward, wanting to get out of the position of the two people who were caught in a left-right pincer attack. He's already used time pause. It's entered the CD. Jiang Chen and White Night Cold noticed this. At the same time, seeing that Lin Chen wanted to break away from the pincer encirclement, both Jiang Zhen and Bai Night Cold followed at the same time, not wanting to let the other party break away so that they could pressurize Lin Chen with great pressure. They remembered that this time series beast pet of Lin Chen's had 3 skills of controlling time. The first was the ability to pause time. The second was the ability to make time flow backwards. The third was the ability to make time flow faster. Time pause had already been used, so the next step was to force him to use the shift skill, and the remaining 2 time-based skills were nothing to worry about. Jiang Chen and Bai Nighthan were both very experienced in battle, and both thought of this at the same time, so they both pressurized Lin Chen at this moment, and both figures rushed towards Lin Chen at the same time. In this situation, in order to ensure his own safety, Lin Chen definitely had to hand over his shift skill, allowing himself to switch to a safe position. Either he would lock onto Bai Yawen, or he would lock onto Jiang Chen, or he would lock onto the beast pets that were on standby behind both of them. Regardless of how they chose to do it, Bai Yichan and Zhang Kai were both prepared in advance. As long as Lin Chen dared to unleash that skill, then the two of them would join forces and launch a final general attack on Lin Chen, then take the victory. If one of them were to face Lin Chen alone, they would really feel very tricky.
But the second and third joining forces was ultimately very powerful. Then, at such a critical moment of choice, what would Lin Chen do? Well, Lin Chen made a move that surprised everyone. He instantly took out a white ball of light from his storage ring. Then, buzz! That one ball of light suddenly released a very appalling and dense light element at this moment, like a vast and dazzling blazing sun rising up in the middle of the arena, and the intense white light instantly blinded Jiang Chen and Bai Yichan's eyes. Even the freshmen under the stage, caught off guard, couldn't close their eyes in time and directly screamed out in misery. Ah! Old man's dog eyes. Chapter 89, Victory and Defeat have been decided. Props, blazing white magic sphere. Description: a sphere prop that condenses strong light magic elements. After using it, it will instantly erupt with a blazing white light that is strong enough to affect the line of sight for a duration of 5 seconds. This was also a very common, but not cheap prop. When one went to explore those field maps or copies inhabited by dark attribute monsters and brought this item with them, the light attribute would also form a certain restraining relationship against these monsters. Only because the production cost was a bit high, so the price was quite expensive. The price of a blazing white magic ball could reach around 30,000 dragon coins. 30,000 dragon coins only lasts for 5 seconds, an average of 1 second to spend 6,000 dragon coins. Like in the East Sea City, those low-level adventurers generally cannot afford to use this. Even if they bought it, they wouldn't easily pull it out and use it as a last resort. In addition, this kind of ordinary props would only have an effect on targets below level 50. Targets above level 50 wouldn't be half as effective. It just so happened that Jiang Chen, having cleared the copy, had risen from level 42 to level 43. Bai Yichan, having cleared his copy, had risen from level 40 to level 42. All of them are still within the object range of the prop's effect. So, when Lin Chen raised this blazing white magic ball, blooming out an incomparably dazzling and fiery white light, it was no surprise that Jiang Chen and Bai Yichan both felt a stabbing pain in their eyes at the same time, followed by having to close their eyes, and their vision was completely lost as a result. The freshmen under the stage were even caught off guard and screamed repeatedly, covering their stinging eyes and wailing. Not good. The moment Jiang Chen and Bai Yichan lost their sight, their hearts sank directly to the bottom. How could they not expect that this Lin Chen had utilized such a special prop at such a time? Protect me! Jiang Chen and Bai Yichan gave orders to their beast pets at the same time. Having briefly lost their sight, they were like headless flies. Their combat power was greatly weakened, so they could only allow their beast pets to protect them. The resistance of a beast pet was relatively strong. The nine-tailed cat demon and the night cold ice phoenix only lost their sight for a second before they adapted to this bright light and were ready to run to their master's side and protect him. However, how could Lin Chen let go of the opportunity he had so easily created? He had long since put on a pair of anti-glare glasses at the same time the moment he used the blazing white magic orb. This was an item that the boss had given away as an extra when he purchased the blazing white magic orb, something that wasn't expensive, but just enough to prevent the glare emitted from the blazing white magic orb from blinding even himself with this light. At this moment, the two opponents had already entered a brief state of blindness, while he himself was in full status. Without hesitation, he opened the A-rank skill, Fatal Strike. The next attack of both himself and his beast pet would ignore 40% of the target's armor, legal resistance, and damage reduction, and the attack would definitely strike. At the same time, Lin Chen cast Swift as the Winda, which increased his movement speed by 50%. Combined with the two titles, 10% movement speed of Blood Demon Nemesis, 20% movement speed of King of Crossing Levels, and 20% movement speed of his Boots of War, it amounted to a total of 100% movement speed bonus. The demonic ring had switched to heavy sword form. Little Yu had applied a 4-stream skill to herself, causing her time to flow faster, which meant that her speed would also be increased. Lin Chen instantly flashed towards Jiang Chen, while Xiaoyu pounced towards Bai Yichan. These two people should never have come close to Lin Chen in person. If these two people were to use beast pets to clip Lin Chen left and right, then Lin Chen might feel a little trouble, but unfortunately, they were on guard against Lin Chen's shifting shape as well as Little Yu's static. The beast pets behind them were also at a certain distance from them in order to take cover. Even if the two beast pets wanted to come over to protect their master, it was already too late. Lin Chen's heavy sword didn't cut Jiang Chen's neck. After all, this challenge match wasn't a death match, so he couldn't lay a killing blow on his opponent. So he could only use the heavy sword's blade to slap horizontally, like swatting a fly, snapping it and sending Jiang Chen flying out at the waist. While Little Yu swept violently with her own tail, and with a bang, Bai Yichan also flew out backwards. The two of them hit the ring's barrier as hard as they had been hit. Put! A mouthful of blood just spat out from the mouths of the two. Even though they were wearing decent equipment, these attacks still caused them to suffer a considerable amount of damage. This was because this attack from Lin Chan and Little Yui ignored 40% armor, legal resistance, and damage reduction, and it was also bound to bludgeon. At this time, the light dispersed. Both the nine-tailed cat demon and the night-cold ice phoenix had also returned to Jiang Chan and By Night Han's side respectively. The freshmen under the stage were also finally regaining their sight. Wow! When they saw Jiang Chen and By Night Han, who were spitting blood from their mouths and had already suffered not-so-small injuries, shock surfaced on their expressions once again, and clamor tumbled up. I'm going to. What the hell is going on here? Jiang Chen and By Night Han are both injured. This Lin Chen is truly cunning, suddenly taking out a prop blinded our eyes. It's estimated that even Jiang Chen and By Night Han were so badly affected that they were injured, but luckily, there's still a fight to be had, and the winners and losers are yet to be decided. Discussions rang out from the freshmen. Nah. In fact, the winners and losers have already been divided. However, the referee was the one who threw his voice to interrupt the freshmen's discussion, bluntly stating that the victory and defeat had already been divided. Huh? The crowd of freshmen were a bit puzzled. Although Jiang Chen and Bai Yichan were both injured, their injuries weren't too severe, and they still had the power to fight, so how could the victory and defeat have been decided? I said that the victory has been divided, by Yihan, Jiang Chen, two students you have no opinion, right? The referee didn't bother with these unknown freshmen under the stage, but instead shifted his sight to Bai Yihan and Jiang Chen. In the face of the referee's question, Jiang Chen stood up straight and nodded her petite body frankly, saying, "The referee is not wrong, the winner has already been decided, it's me who lost." Bai Yichan's expression was tangled, not quite wanting to admit that he had lost the battle, but if he continued to be tough talking, it would only make himself more humiliated, and he could only stifle his head and nod his head and say, "Yes, it was me who lost." The freshmen under the stage didn't understand the situation, but the dean, the tutors, and the referee who had been staring at the dueling situation were all very clear. As the parties involved, Jiang Chen and Bai Yihan understood even more that they had lost completely. When both of them had just lost their sight and were blinded in both eyes, Lin Chen hadn't laid too heavy a hand on them, merely using brute force to send them flying, that was all. This was also in a match. If it was a life-and-death duel, at that moment just now, they were afraid that their heads would have already taken off high. Where would they be able to stand up like this? Chapter 90 Bai Yichan who lost in a row. Jiang Chen, defeated. Bai Yichan, also defeated. These two young prides of fame and popularity had all been defeated in Lin Chen's hands. The key was that they were still in a 2-on-1 situation and were defeated by Lin Chen at the same time. This caused the many new students at the scene to fall into shock and silence. Who else wants to challenge my? Any time. Standing on the ring, Lin Chen, until now, did not reveal any proud, complacent demeanor. His expression was always indifferent, and the words he uttered were as bland as ever. However, the freshmen present did not dare to say that Lin Chen was arrogant again. As for the challenge, there was even not a single one left. Originally, the top 10 freshmen really wanted to challenge Lin Chen, but after watching the 7th to 2nd place lose to Lin Chen one after another, they were all honest. People should be self-aware. Rashly going up to challenge, instead of getting themselves any glory, they would lose their hard-earned credits while disgracing themselves. These freshmen who had lost to Lin Chen one by one, the credits had to flow into Lin Chen's account as much as they could. For the next month, they would have to find a way to earn credits properly, or else they wouldn't even be able to go to the duplicates. Of course. The 2nd to 7th places were all Provincial Celestial Pride, and although they had lost their credits, they still had the rewards that the school had promised them in order to enroll them in school, so they didn't have to worry about it. But Peng Xingyu, Jiao Shuedong, these two unlucky bastards, are ordinary enrollment, without any rewards, no credits this month, can't buy tickets to enter the replica, then the two of them will have a considerable gap between their rank and the other freshmen. Alas! Who on earth said that Lin Chen was a waste? With his own strength, he can be said to have crushed all the heavenly pride in this class of freshmen, and this you're telling me that he's a waste? Damn it, it's all the marketing numbers pot. My brother Chen is the only true god of the freshmen. It seems like we were really wrong. The default rankings that the Grand Deans have ranked are indeed very authoritative and accurate. Having witnessed Lin Chen successfully defeating these heavenly prides, the freshmen didn't dare to continue talking tough, and had to admit that the strength of this Heavenly Cloud Province's Imperial Beast Scholar was indeed true to his name and contained a lot of gold. But the freshman challenge hadn't ended yet. After Jiang Chen's face was full of depression as he got off the field, Jiang Chen was the one who spoke softly. "Excuse me, as the third place in the copy race, I'm going to challenge the second place winner, by Night Han." This statement came out. The entire room was silent again. Bai Yichan all froze and looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. In his heart, he said, "Weren't we partners fighting together just now? How did you turn around and point the finger at me? The credits are gone, I have to earn some back, and even though your credits are gone as well, as long as I succeed in my challenge, the school will reward a certain amount of credits." Jiang Chen gave the answer. According to the rules, low-ranked freshmen were qualified to challenge high-ranked freshmen, a total of 3 chances, and the freshmen who were challenged were not allowed to refuse. Once you refused, you were defeated by default. Even though Bai Yichan's credits were now zeroed out, he could still deduct his fixed credits for the next month. For this, he had to fight hard. "All right. Come on," Bai Yichan said with a gloomy face. He had the painful taste of being betrayed by someone he loved. Of course, this was what he thought of himself. After all, the other person, Jiang Chen, didn't hold any feelings between the opposite sex for him from beginning to end. Well, unsurprisingly, the suddenly initiated duel ended with Jiang Chen winning. In terms of actual combat, Bai Yihan was still weaker than Jiang Chen. This time, Bai Yihan was able to take second place in the copy race, but it was also purely due to his luck that he was that much faster than Jiang Chen. Damn it! Bai Yihan cursed angrily inwardly, having lost face once again. However, the good show didn't end there. "Excuse me, Bai Yihan, I'm going to challenge you as well." As the fourth-ranked Gu Yulan, after losing to Lin Chen, she also had 0 credits left and could only challenge Bai Night Han. This was because Lin Chen and Jiang Chen were not something she could defeat. Soon, under the shocked gazes of many freshmen, this Gu Yulan, who was the third-place winner of the Capital Imperial Beast High School examination, although she had suffered defeat at Lin Chen's place, she was like the god of war had returned here at Bai Night Han, and she was so spirited and overperforming that she actually managed to defeat Bai Night Han. "I'm going, really? Bai Night Han has lost again. It's been 3 consecutive defeats. From second place, he's now fallen to 4th. Kind of pathetic." Before the freshmen could finish their discussion, "I'm also going to challenge Bai Yihan." 2 more voices sounded at the same time. The crowd took a look and realized that it was the 5th-ranked Shou Jijie as well as the 6th-ranked Lu Wu. Good guys. This is treating Bai Night Han like a soft target, huh? Now why do I feel like this Bai Yihan is the biggest water boy? How come he loses to anyone who challenges him? Ha ha. It seems that our dean's ranking isn't that authoritative. No, the water boy has shown up. No one had expected that at this time, Bai Yihan's play would be so out of whack that he first lost to Lin Chen, and then to Jiang Chen and Gu Yulan. So much so that it made Shou Jijie and Lu Wu, the 2 5th-6ths, challenge Bai Night Han. Bai Yichan, who was receiving treatment from the medical team, his face was gloomy to the extreme at this moment. He had certainly heard the surrounding freshmen talking about him. Surprisingly, they were comparing him to the biggest water bearer. Was he really that bad? Row! All of you together. Bai Yichan gritted his teeth as he tried to make a name for himself. Shou Jijie and Lu Wu, however, looked at him with disgust. "You think you're Lin Chen? And asking us to go up together? We're afraid of accidentally beating you to death if we go together. I'll go first, Lu Wu you behind." Whatever. The conversation between these 2 people made Bai Yihan's face even more gloomy. As Bai Yihan's lickspittles, Pang Xinyu and Xiao Shuatong were even more furious in the freshman group, but there was nothing they could do about it. This was the Sacred Sun Academy. If you wanted to refute the other party, you could only use strength. It was useless to just use your mouth. It was like Lin Chen, who had never argued a single word with those who underestimated and belittled him from start to finish. He silently used his brilliant battle results to ruthlessly hit the faces of those who had once underestimated and belittled him. Now, one could only hope that Bai Yichan would be able to defeat Lu Wu and Shou Jijie, so that he could at least stabilize his top 5 ranking and not let people say that Bai Yichan was a water boy. The endings are indeed sometimes just so uninspiring. Shou Jijie's overwhelming battle tiger had unexpectedly perfectly restrained by Nightcold's Night Cold Ice Phoenix. Even if the Night Cold Ice Phoenix's freeze froze the Overlord Battle Tiger, the Overlord Battle Tiger burned its own mechanical magic energy and exploded into an extremely high blazing temperature, thawing it out in an instant. More critically, the Overlord War Tiger also had mechanical wings. Night Cold Ice Phoenix in terms of air control, there was no advantage at all.
Coupled with the fact that he had fought multiple games in a row, his own mental awareness wasn't very good. In the end, White Knight Cold unexpectedly lost again.
Chapter 91 Heavenly Foreign Devil. Wow. Really? Lost again. My god. Isn't this Bai-chan a demon ranked alongside Jiang-chen? He's always ranked second, just below Jiang-chen, but now he can't even beat Qiu Jie? What's going on? It feels like Jiang-chen is too dazzling, and along with that, he's set Bai-chan high up as well. This analysis was not wrong. Jiang-chen's strength was undoubtedly strong. In Tianyuan province, before Lin Chen's dark horse had appeared, the marketing number, as well as the major media, were all frantically bragging about Jiang Chen, the proud daughter of heaven. The latter due to Bai Yihan was in the same school as Jiang Chen, often only behind Jiang Chen, and even, sometimes copies of the race are only a second or two faster than the time Jiang Chen passes, so that many marketing numbers and media have noticed Bai Yihan this person. They all thought that Bai Nighthan was a heavenly figure that could go hand in hand with Jiang Chen. But now, White Knight Cold also seemed to be more efficient in terms of copying and killing monsters, and his shortcomings were quickly set off in the personal strength matchup. The use and coordination of the beast pet's abilities, as well as the level of personal combat skills, all presented shortcomings in the sparring. Right now, Bai-chan had lost to Qiu Jie, and his ranking had instantly dropped to 5th. It was good that Lu Wu, who was ranked 6th, had such poor coordination with his beast pet when he fought against Bai-chan that Bai-chan was finally able to narrowly win this one and retain his top 5 ranking. But even so, it was all a loss of face for Bai Yihan. It seems that even the three of us old guys have been fooled by the marketing number. Grandine Dongjing smiled faintly and sighed softly. Yeah, Bai-chan's level isn't enough to rank 3rd or 2nd, 5th is just right. Grandine Yuhong stroked his beard and nodded. It should be under the foil of Jiang Chen, so much so that even we have overestimated this child Bai Yihan. But Bai Yin has potential, no matter how you put it, he's in the top 3 of Tianyuan province, cultivate him well, and he'll definitely be able to become a genius in the future. Grandine Mayan said. The tutors nodded their heads. Another half an hour passed. This big freshman exam that was making a lot of noise also finally came to an official end. Grandine Dongjing personally stood out, his majestic line of sight sweeping over all the new students, stopping for a split second at the juvenile figure standing at the very front, before he smiled and opened his mouth. Well, as of this moment, this freshman grand examination has officially come to an end. The grade rankings are also fixed here. Of course. At the end of every semester in the future, there will be a big exam to test your strength waiting for you, and at that time, you can bring out your strength and take a good ranking. In addition, 3 months later, each of you will have a chance to challenge a highly ranked student. The rules are still the same. As long as you can win, you can replace that student's ranking. Regardless of whether or not you are satisfied with the rankings set by this grand exam, you must also put your minds at ease. The school's rankings and credits are ultimately only a means to allow you to progress, and the purpose of our Sacred Dawn Academy is also to cultivate powerful Imperial Beastmasters so that on the day of the demonic calamity that will once again descend in the future, you will be able to stand up for the survival of the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the great dean mention the demonic tribulation, the expressions of many new students all became solemn that these 2 words shouldn't be there. Currently there should not be these 3 words: world, 10,000 races, the rise of the countries, the dragon country to face, not only copies, field monsters, as well as rivals of the countries and races. But the whole world shares a common enemy, which is the evil foreign devils from the other dimension. These evil foreign devils were incredibly powerful and were eyeing the entire blue planet in an attempt to capture it and claim it as their own, becoming a foreign devil colony. In order to turn all the creatures of the blue planet into slaves of the foreign devils. In order to resist the invasion of the alien demon legion that was jeopardizing the entire world, all countries and races had to join hands to fight against the enemy. Powerful transmutants were the fundamental force in the fight against the alien demon army. For so many years, all countries have been vigorously cultivating the power of transmutators, not only to protect their families and countries, but also to be able to fight against those most evil and wicked heavenly foreign devils. After finishing his heartfelt words, Grandine Dongjing also continued, now, all of you can take out your cell phones, log on to the official website, and choose your favorite mentor. As for the top 100 ranked students, all come forward. The top 100 freshmen all stepped forward collectively. The freshmen in the back were filled with envy as they looked at these top 100. To be strong was to receive special treatment. In today's weak and strong transmutation world, there was just such a law. These top 100 should be chosen by the major tutors as the core students to focus on. The top 100 students in the top 10 academies, after graduation, would either hold important positions in the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beast Legion, or they would be renowned powerhouses all over the world. At the very least, they would be able to become an honorary vice president in a large guild. In short, the future of these top 100 students was very bright. At this moment, Tutor Alice, who was the princess of the White Moon Elves, had already arrived in front of Lin Chen with an expressionless face and said, "Follow me." After saying that, she directly turned around, not leaving Lin Chen any room to speak at all. Seeing this, the surrounding tutors glanced at each other and also let out a light sigh of helplessness. Alas! They couldn't afford to offer Tutor Alice such a generous reward offer. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to let Lin Chen, this demon, be taught by Alice. Lin Chen didn't say anything either, silently following behind this White Moon Elf princess. "Tutor Alice, please wait." At this time, a pleasant voice rang out. Mentor Alice turned to look over, staring at Jiang Chen, and asked, "Something's wrong?" Jiang Chen nodded and said, "I also want to become your student." These words came out. The rest of the tutors wailed inwardly again. Well, another heavenly pride student had lost out to them. It's possible. Glancing at Jiang Chen, Tutor Alice nodded and then turned to Lin Chen and Jiang Chen, "Both follow me." 5 minutes later, Mentor Alice brought Lin Chen and Jiang Kai to a magical building that was very luxuriously decorated and suffused with a medieval style. The space inside was very spacious, even the floor was made of very expensive high-level magical materials. Walking in it, the magic elements that permeated it made people feel very comfortable both physically and mentally, and if you were here, even if your blue amount was empty, you would be able to get a quick replenishment. A White Moon Elf maiden wearing a uniform long dress came and went in this magic building, and when they saw Mentor Alice, they all bowed slightly, politely and respectfully sending out the greeting, "Your Highness." Don't look at these White Moon Elf maidens as very young, but in reality, they were not young. Lin Chen casually glanced at one out of the corner of his eye and appraised it, realizing that the tender elf maiden who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old was 70 years old. Chapter 92 Magnificent Treasure Trove. Devil Emperor Divine Essence. The elves were all very long-lived races. Even if their levels were not high, they had a lifespan of thousands of years as long as they lived a normal life. On the contrary, if a human didn't have a transfer, the normal average life expectancy was only 100 years. However, today's magic technology was very advanced, and if you took some pills made from spiritual grasses and flowers, you could also extend your lifespan to a certain extent. At this moment, Tutor Alice brought Lin Chen and Jiang Chen to the topmost floor of this magic building. This was where Tutor Alice usually worked and lived, and at the same time, there was also a specially constructed elven treasure trove here. Ever since the White Moon Elf Empire had been wiped out in that magical disaster, Alice, as the princess of the deceased country, had brought her countrymen to settle in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom and the White Moon Elf Empire were originally friendly nations with very good feelings, and when they heard that the White Moon Elf Empire had been attacked by the demon plague, they also urgently dispatched troops to support them. But even so, the area where the White Moon Elf Empire was located was completely contaminated, and the entire border became a forbidden magic area, where it was impossible to set foot again. The so-called forbidden magic area is after being attacked by the demonic plague, the Foreign Devil Legion left a large number of foreign devil breath there. The ordinary transmuter touches these foreign devil breath, at most can only support a few minutes, but the back will start to be eroded, while the skin and flesh rot. Even the transmigrants are like this, let alone ordinary people. The key was that these foreign demonic auras could not be purified, and did not belong to the products of this world. After many countries in the world were attacked by the demonic plague, their borders became a forbidden demonic zone that could not be stepped on. Thereafter, Mentor Alice then took her nationals and settled in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom also specialized in gifting Princess Alice a region with beautiful mountains and birds and flowers, designating it as the White Moon Forest Autonomous Region, so that she could bring her people to settle here with peace of mind. Before leaving the White Moon Elf Empire, Princess Alice had taken all the treasures in the treasury. Nowadays, they were stored in the treasury on the top floor. Only to see Mentor Alice gently placing her delicate white onion-like jade hand in front of the door of the elf treasury. Buzz! A stacked magic array was reproduced on top of the door. If anyone dared to hit the idea of this elf treasury, when they touched the gate, they were afraid that they would be directly strangled by the overlapping magic formations. At this moment, the magic array sensed the White Moon Elf royal blood flowing from Mentor Alice's body and also slowly turned. After a few clicks sounded, the heavy door, which was cast with special magical materials, was also finally slowly opened. Mentor Alice softly said, "Follow." Immediately, she stepped into it. Lin Chen and Jiang Chen both stepped into it together. Ta! The sound of crisp footsteps echoed in this empty and spacious treasure trove. When Lin Chen and Jiang Chen looked up, in the next second, the expressions of the two of them revealed a look of being shocked as one. What met their eyes was a magnificent treasure trove that looked like a historical museum with all sorts of exotic treasures. Inside a huge cabinet made of magical crystal casting, there were all sorts of precious treasures emanating uncommon fluctuations, and there was even a huge skeleton of a beast that was tens of meters tall with strange shapes and sizes. Even after countless years, and separated by a layer of sealed magic crystal glass, Lin Chen still felt an incomparably ferocious beast atmosphere. It was hard to imagine how powerful these ancient beasts were when they were alive. What made Lin Chen look even more grave was that he also saw a beating heart of flesh and blood, red, black, purple, and blue. The aura of life that spread out from within caused Lin Chen to marvel. There were even a few of these hearts that also emitted a frowningly evil aura, a trace of black mist emerging from the heart, eventually combining to form a hideous monster face that emitted a miserable and angry roar. Jiang Chen had looked dumbfounded. Even though she came from a powerful family and had seen many great scenes, it was truly the first time she had seen a treasure of this level like the one in front of her. These are the demonic hearts of the heavenly foreign devils. Some of them were hunted and stored by my parents in the past, and some of them were hunted by myself. Seeing both Lin Chen and Jiang Chen looking at these beating evil hearts, Mentor Alice also explained in a calm tone. This made Lin Chen and Jiang Chen realize one thing, and that was that Tutor Alice was frighteningly strong. Demon Father Ah. In her mouth, hunting a demon elder seemed to be something quite normal. Continue with me. Tutor Alice signaled for their two students to continue. It came to the second level of the treasury space. Here, there were fewer things stored, but in terms of quality, the items stored on this second level were clearly more rare and valuable than the first. Lin Chen and Jiang Chen followed Instructor Alice to a huge magic crystal long coffin. Inside was suspended a bottle of deep black liquid. The fluctuations emanating from it caused Lin Chen and Jiang Chen to feel their scalps tingle, and the supreme power contained within it caused Lin Chen and Jiang Chen to feel as if a world monarch was sitting in front of them, causing them to resist the urge to kneel down. This is the Demon Emperor Divine Essence. Later on, Lin Chen, you can just take it directly. It can greatly improve your physique, while the attributes you gain every time you level up in the future will be 2 times higher than the original, and, if you're lucky, you might be able to inherit the Devil Emperor's talent. By the way, this bottle of Demon Emperor Divine Essence was made by beheading a demon emperor called the Night Underworld Divine Emperor and crafting it with his heart essence blood. After Mentor Alice spoke, she gently reached out her hand, and this bottle of Demon Emperor Divine Essence penetrated out of the long crystal coffin and fell into her hands. She handed it over to Lin Chen and said, "Next to it is the restroom, drink it and digest the medicinal effects inside, and the remaining rewards will be given to you afterward." Lin Chen received this incomparably valuable bottle of Demon Emperor Divine Essence with both hands and nodded gently before entering the lounge next to the treasure trove. "Jiang Chen, come with me, I'll give you a bottle of Demon Emperor Essence." For the personal disciples, Lin Chen was ranked first, and for Jiang Chen, who was ranked second, Tutor Alice would naturally not treat her poorly. Although the Demon Zune Essence wasn't as good as the Demon Emperor Divine Essence, it also had an extremely strong effect of improving one's physique, and it also had a chance of allowing the taker to inherit the Demon Zune's talent. Lin Chen pushed open the exquisite wooden door and stepped into the lounge. It was only after entering that Lin Chen realized that this was actually Tutor Alice's private resting place. Because he saw an exquisite undergarment that hadn't been put away. The entire lounge was filled with a very nice floral scent, a scent that was exactly the same as that of Tutor Alice's body. It wasn't that Lin Chen liked to steal other people's scents, but he was walking behind Mentor Alice and inevitably caught a whiff of it. Don't think about it, hurry up and take the Demon Emperor Divine Essence and refine it properly, you can't let Mentor Alice down. Lin Chen gently shook his head, putting the distracting thoughts aside, sitting down in place, taking a deep breath, and drinking the Demon Emperor Divine Essence down in one gulp. Chapter 93 Bear 100% of the pain and suffering. Gulong. The deep black Demon Emperor Divine Purity flowed down Lin Chen's mouth and into his stomach unhindered. Lin Chen smashed his mouth. This Demon Emperor Divine Purity didn't have much flavor. He just wanted to close his eyes and feel the changes that were happening in his body. The next second. Boom! It was at this moment that Lin Chen's body was like a bomb containing terrifying energy directly exploded. The monstrous and majestic terrifying medicinal power was like a dike breaking, and it began to rampage through Lin Chen's body without restraint. It caused Lin Chen's body to endure an extremely serious burden. His heart rate steeply accelerated, and his heart was like a pump that was turned up to its maximum power, constantly speeding up the flow of blood in his veins. Looking at his body again. The muscles had begun to bulge in irregular shapes, and a layer of fine blood beads permeated out from under the skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in an instant, it turned out that Lin Chen's entire body was dyed red, just like a bloody man. Ho! Lin Chen let out a low, unwilling roar like a wild beast struggling to die at this moment due to the intense pain in his body. The expression on his face was even more twisted and hideous. Under this horrifyingly intense pain, even he could no longer continue to maintain that calmness and composure. More crucially, that intense pain was rushing straight to his brain, and Lin Chen's consciousness felt like it was constantly being hit by a savage bull, and was about to collapse. For some reason, Lin Chen felt that if he lost his consciousness, then the medicinal effect of this bottle of Demon Emperor Divine Essence would be greatly reduced. In order to vent out the torture and torment brought about by this severe pain in his body, Lin Chen began to roll around frantically in this lounge. The blood on his body dyed this restroom red. Creak! At this time, the door to the lounge was opened, and it was Tutor Alice and Jiang Chen who had returned. When Jiang Chen saw this bloody and miserable appearance of Lin Chen, she hurriedly looked at Tutor Alice. Tutor Alice also wrinkled her pretty moon brows. She didn't expect Lin Chen to drink a divine medicine of this level so decisively. In her hand was a bottle of medicinal liquid filled with emerald green life energy, a life potion that had been quenched from the heart of a life demon. The function of this life potion was to greatly subdue the severe pain brought on by the Demon Emperor's divine pill, slowing down the pain and suffering that the taker was subjected to. But now, himself came a step too late. In history, there were no more than 10 transmigrators who had taken the Demon Emperor's divine essence. Mentor Alice herself counted herself as one, so she understood very well how terrible the pain caused by the Demon Emperor Divine Pure Essence really was. When she first drank the Demon Emperor's divine essence, she had taken a life potion in advance, but even so, the pain was still so memorable that she hadn't forgotten it until now. According to the alchemist who had researched the formula for the Demon Emperor Divine Essence as well as the formula for the Potion of Life, after taking the Potion of Life, the pain caused by the Demon Emperor Divine Essence could be slowed down by 70%. Mentor Alice herself had only endured 30% of the pain, but it was like a brand, deeply memorized in her heart. Not to mention Lin Chen, who had endured 100% of the pain. However, that alchemist who was also involved in the field of life talent also emphasized, although the Demon Emperor is dead, that strong will is still preserved in his heart. If you take a life potion and then take the Demon Emperor's divine essence, it will be difficult to obtain the recognition of this strong will, and the success rate of wanting to inherit the Demon Emperor's talent will greatly become smaller. On the contrary, if you don't take any medication and then directly take the Demon Emperor Divine Purity, although it is said that you will endure a terrible life-threatening pain, but as long as it is supported, then the person who takes it will be able to obtain the recognition of that strong will, and will be able to drastically increase the success rate of obtaining the Demon Emperor's talent. It's even possible to obtain more than just 1, 2, or 3 are all possible. All of the above words were spoken by that alchemist who had developed the formula for the Demon Emperor Divine Essence himself. The exact truth or falsehood was unknown. This was because those who had taken the Demon Emperor Divine Essence throughout history had taken life potions and did not want to risk their lives. Teacher Alice, Lin Chen, will he be alright? Jiang Chen asked worriedly. Looking at Lin Chen now going crazy, rolling around in the lounge and even breaking and destroying quite a few expensive and incomparable pieces of furniture, Jiang Chen could also tell that Lin Chen was now enduring the immense pain of being in a hellish state. With me here, he can't die. But if he loses consciousness, then the medicinal effect of the Devil Emperor Divine Essence will be greatly reduced. So the difficulty now lies in the fact that he has to rely on his own will to support himself until all the medicinal effects have been absorbed by his body. Tutor Alice said softly. So can Lin Chen succeed? Jiang Chen asked. Mentor Alice was silent for a moment before saying, I don't know, because there has never been a madman like Lin Chen in history who took the Demon Emperor's Divine Essence directly. Jiang Chen. Tia. It was at this moment that Mentor Alice called out softly. Buzz. A fluffy and rounded emerald blue cat just appeared by Mentor Alice's side, and crucially, this emerald blue cat also had a pair of small wings that fluttered and fluttered. Master, what's the matter with summoning me? Meow? The emerald blue cat was even able to speak, looking at Alice curiously. Jiang Chen, who was on the side, saw this cute and fluffy cat and her pupils shrunk slightly. This is the little Chui cat that is ranked 8th in the last book of the Imperial Beasts Illustrated Guide. That's right. The name of this cat beast pet was very simple, it was called Little Chui Cat. It was a healing beast pet. Being able to rank 8th in the Imperial Beast Illustrated book was enough to see how strong the little Chui cat's healing ability was. It was rank 8th in the overall list, but in the list of healing beast pets, it was deservedly ranked first. Set up a healing spell formation and help my student with a blood restoration treatment. Mentor Alice gave the order. Obey, meow. The little cuirass cat immediately fluttered its tiny wings and flew above Lin Chen, spreading out its 4 tiny claws. Buzz! An emerald blue-colored healing spell formation unfolded beneath Lin Chen's floor. The little green cat named Tia looked at Lin Chen, who was constantly roaring and rolling around in pain, and its expression was aghast. It realized that there was the blood of the demon emperor rolling around in this teenager's body at the moment, so that its own blood-returning healing spell was rejected by the other party, and was unable to produce any effect at all. It hurriedly looked at its master, Alice. Naturally, Alice had also discovered it, but her expression was one of disbelief with a bit of surprise. The demon emperor's blood has begun to fuse with Lin Chen's body. This meant that Lin Chen had initially gained the recognition of the powerful will contained within the blood of the demon emperor. How arrogant and powerful was in existence like the demon emperor. Even if he died, the blood that remained would never fuse with a weak person. If you let a real trash take this demon emperor divine essence, the blood of the demon emperor would not fuse with him, but would remain in the trash's body, tormenting him until he died. Chapter 94 Demon Void Pupil. Devil Emperor. Even if it was placed in the incomparably terrifying heavenly exterior devil clan, it was a handful of terrifying existences, and could already be said to be the ceiling of battle power in the heavenly exterior devils. Its comprehensive battle power was completely comparable to that of 5 Divine Star Royal Beast Masters. As the former princess of the White Moon Elf Empire, Mentor Alice's parents were one of the few Divine Star Beast Masters on the Blue Planet. However, facing the Demon Emperor, she still fell into an extremely disadvantageous situation, showing her decline. However, originally was able to fight and retreat, pulling to fight, although said to be unable to fight, but at least can go. However, there were still several demon dignitaries present at that time, joining hands with the Demon Emperor, which successfully surrounded and killed Mentor Alice's parents. And right now, this bottle of Devil Emperor Divine Essence forged from the heart of the Night Underworld Divine Emperor was also a trophy obtained by Mentor Alice's parents a long time ago, when they teamed up with other Divine Star Royal Beast Masters, and managed to kill the Night Underworld Divine Emperor after a lot of hard work. Since Mentor Alice's parents had made great achievements in this battle, contributing the most and being the key to the victory, the most important heart on the Demon Emperor was assigned to Mentor Alice's parents. This heart was then made into the Demon Emperor's Divine Essence. Such an important divine pill was gifted to Lin Chen by Mentor Alice, which was enough to see how much she expected Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen was still continuing with his pain, still rolling around in this lounge non-stop. His body was like a bloody man, looking incomparably miserable and tormented. The violent divine medicinal power was rampaging through his body, constantly challenging the limits of his body. Even if Tutor Alice had the little Cuicat beast pet that was known to be the strongest healer, because of the Demon Emperor's blood, the healing effect was completely rejected, unable to lend Lin Chen a helping hand, and could only rely on Lin Chen to support himself alone in his misery. In the course of his agonizing tumbling, Lin Chen grabbed a soft piece of clothing in his hand. Not caring what it was, he directly clutched it tightly. When Tutor Alice looked at it, a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. When Jiang Chen looked at it, some embarrassment also surfaced on her pretty face. Because what Lin Chen was clutching in his hand was precisely the underwear that Tutor Alice had forgotten to pack into the closet. But now, because Lin Chen was in a very critical transition period, Tutor Alice didn't dare to make any rash moves at this time, so as not to cause irreversible adverse effects on Lin Chen. It's a good thing that Lin Chen's pain did not last as long as imagined. After 5 minutes, Lin Chen, who had been rolling around non-stop, the color of pain on his face gradually soothed, not as heartbreaking as before. The majestic and powerful power of the divine pill was gradually integrated into his limbs and bones, causing Lin Chen's body, which had undergone a radical change. Another 2 minutes had passed. The look of pain on Lin Chen's face completely disappeared, and his consciousness, which had almost collapsed and festered, gradually calmed down. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, a pair of cold black eyes that looked like a deep pool of water just locked eyes with Tutor Alice and Jiang Chen. At this moment, Mentor Alice and Jiang Kai felt that time seemed to freeze, and the surrounding scenery turned heaven and earth, changing in an instant. What was presented in front of Mentor Alice's eyes was no longer the luxurious lounge, but the boudoir that could only exist in memories nowadays. Alice. Without waiting for Alice to check her situation, a gentle voice that made her daydream resounded from the side. When she turned her head to look, she realized that it was actually her mother who had been deceased for many years. Mother! Alice wanted to cry at this moment. Silly child, why are you crying? Don't forget, the neighboring country's Prince Ghana came to visit this year, so hurry up and let the maid take you to freshen up. Mother Alice said gently, reaching out her hand to touch Ella's face. Cut. It's probably to propose marriage again. All bad eggs. Upon hearing this, Ella's original sadness receded like a tidal wave and instantly disappeared, and in its place, she pouted her little mouth and began to sulk. Let yourself feel a little strange is. How your tone is so childish. Looking down, Alice realized that her body seems to be getting smaller. Ah. Not right. I was originally only 15 years old. It is normal for the body to be smaller. Thinking of this, Alice got down from the soft and luxurious big bed, stretched out her small hands, and asked the maid who was on standby early to help her change her clothes. But it was also at this moment. Buzz! Alice felt the scene in front of her eyes suddenly distort up, and a strong sense of discomfort just surged into her mind, while at the same time, a voice rang in her ears. Master! Wake up, meow! Wake up, meow! It's Tia's voice. Between her hazy eyes, Alice muttered. Ah! Tia! The little Quaras cat! She herself had been hit by an illusion. At this moment, Alice suddenly reacted, and a cold sweat surged out of her petite body. The original hazy scene in front of her eyes also instantly became clearer. The small green cat Tia's big, cute, fluffy face was pressed against Alice. Master, you've finally woken up, meow! Tia was relieved to see that her master could be considered to have awakened from the illusion, and she immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, Alice gently pushed this little fat cat away, her pretty face staring intently at Lin Chen, who was lying on the ground and had already passed out. Alice just wanted to squat down and check the state of this precious student of hers. However, she did not expect it, but Jiang Chen hugged up from behind, with a happy and pampered look. Mom, Mom. Alice's pretty face darkened, forcibly removed Zhang Kai's hands from her own breasts, and then asked the little green cat Tia to apply a purification spell to her as well. Only then did she allow Jiang Chen to break free from the hallucinogenic negative state. When Jiang Chen opened her eyes and realized that she was holding Mentor Alice tightly, her pretty face turned red and she hurriedly jumped to the side, gesturing her hands randomly and explaining awkwardly, Mentor Alice, you. No need to explain, I know what exactly happened here. Alice gently waved her hand, expressing her understanding. At that moment just now, herself and Jiang Chen had glanced at each other with Lin Chen. With that one glance, the two of them had forced themselves into a hallucinogenic state, caught in an illusion. This meant that Lin Chen had successfully inherited one of the terrifying talents of the Night Underworld God Emperor, the demonic void pupil. This was an incomparably powerful pupil talent. One of its effects was the ability to force those who looked at it into an illusion. Note that this pupil art talent is powerful because it ignores level activation. You see, even Tutor Alice, whose rank far exceeded Lin Chen's, was accidentally trapped. It was enough to see just how terrifying this pupil art talent was. The key is, illusion was only one of the abilities of this pupil art talent. This pupil art talent also had other powerful abilities. Chapter 95, Nightshade. High hopes. The moment Lin Chen awoke from his lethargy and opened his eyes, a personal information prompt that only he could see surfaced before his eyes. You have acquired a new talent. Devil's Void Pupil SSS, an extraordinary pupil talent. When you look into another person's eyes, you can force them to fall into an hallucinogenic state, and there is a probability that you can cause a lethal effect on opponents with a lower level than you, and at the same time, your dynamic and static eyesight will receive an outstanding increase. Remarks: this pupil talent effect can be produced regardless of the level difference. Night Shadow SS, extraordinary environmental talent. When in shadow, you gain invincibility for 3 seconds as well as invisibility, and the effect can be triggered repeatedly with no cooldown. Lin Chen also reacted when he saw the information tip floating in front of him. He had successfully inherited 2 of the Night Underworld God Emperor's bloodline talents from taking the Demon Emperor's divine essence. And they were still 2, one SSS grade and one SS grade. It's not right. According to the information, the legendary demon emperors, the bloodline talents that they possessed, could all be of divine grade, but now that they had come to themselves, they had turned into SSS and SS grade. It seemed that this bloodline talent was something that needed to be leveled up by himself in the future,
and the grade would only follow along with it. Lin Chen got up, clenched his fists, and felt a huge power that far exceeded his previous one surging within his limbs and bones. Taking another look at his personal information. Name, Lin Chen. Age, 18. Level, 25. Profession, Beast Master. Talents, Magic Void Pupil SSS, Night Shadow SS, Mind Communication F. Skills, Deadly Strike A, Swift as the Wind A, Silent Step F, Throwing F, Togetherness S, Shift S. Rank, 25. Strength, 2200 Wisdom, 2200 Physique, 2200 Agility, 2200. Without any equipment or props to enhance it. Possesses the titles, Blood Demon Nemesis, King of Crossing Levels, and Minotaur Killer. What could be seen was that the level 25 Lin Chen originally had only 1200 points in his 4-dimensional attributes, and after taking the Demon Emperor's Divine Pure Essence, all 4 attributes were collectively raised by 1000 points. This boost, it could not be said to be large. For Lin Chen, his own personal battle power had been greatly enhanced again. You're awake? Just as Lin Chen was feeling happy about his changes, a pleasant voice rang out. Lin Chen turned his head to look, and saw Instructor Alice and Jiang Chen walking in. Tutor Alice. Lin Chen got up to greet them. However, this movement caused Lin Chen to see that he was covered in black bloodstains, and they all emitted a very unpleasant odor. These were all impurities that had been forcibly expelled from his body after taking the Demon Emperor Divine Essence. Next to that is the bathroom. This outfit of yours should have come from Equipment Illusion, right? There is a magic washing machine in the bathroom that automatically cleans the equipment, just put it in. I'll wait for you outside in the living room. After saying that, Instructor Ellis left the room with Jiang Chen. Only then did Lin Chen realize that the location he was in now was no longer that lounge, but an unfamiliar guest room. However, a rich life-giving aura permeated all around, making any transmuter in this place feel very comfortable and at ease. It seemed that he had been sent here after taking the Demon Emperor's Divine Essence and falling asleep. Recalling the pain that he had to face when taking the Demon Emperor Divine Essence before, even Lin Chen, who had a will as strong as steel, felt a little frightened. That kind of pain and suffering really wasn't something that normal people could endure. Luckily, it had all passed. After taking a shower, Lin Chen came to the living room. Before he had time to speak, Mentor Alice's flawless and exquisite face came closer and grabbed Lin Chen's hands by the wrists. Don't move, I want to check. The process of you inheriting the Demon Emperor's blood was too smooth, to the point that it made me somewhat doubt whether or not you were hiding any secrets within your body. I have to wonder if you are a foreign devil from the heavenly demon realm, or perhaps, you are not from this world. Mentor Alice's good-looking moon brows knitted tightly, her own magic power injected into Lin Chen's body and began to patrol within Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't resist, but when he heard Tutor Alice's words, he was moved inwardly. He thought to himself, Teacher, your guess is right, I'm really not from this world, I'm a soul traveler from the earth. After checking for about 2 minutes, a flash of self-doubt surfaced on Tutor Alice's pretty face. Her own magic power was patrolling in Lin Chen's body, checking every corner and part, but she didn't find anything strange. However, Lin Chen had managed to perfectly absorb the entire medicinal power of the Demon Emperor's Divine Pure Essence in just less than an hour, and at the same time, he had also inherited 2 of the Night Underworld Divine Emperor's bloodline talents. She had never seen such an outrageous situation before. There were several existences that had taken the Demon Emperor Divine Pill throughout history, but none of them had ever succeeded in inheriting the Demon Emperor's bloodline talents. Even she herself had never succeeded in inheriting it. It could be said that Lin Chen was the world's first special existence to successfully inherit the Demon Emperor bloodline talent. It seems like this should be due to your luck. Or perhaps, your firm will manage to obtain the true recognition of the strong will in the Demon Emperor's divine purity. You should be the most gifted student I've ever seen, your future achievement is at least a Divine Star Royal Beast Master. Mentor Alice was also not at all stingy with her praise at this moment. If those Royal Beast Masters in the outside world heard the words from Tutor Alice's own mouth, they were afraid that they would be incomparably shocked. It should be known that nowadays, the existing Divine Star Royal Beast Masters can no longer be found, and even if they can be found, they are still old and strong people who have retired and no longer participate in battles. Of course. More than anything else, those powerful Imperial Beastmasters were already too lazy to go through the rank certification process, and Lin Chen didn't know the exact reason why they didn't go through the certification process. But it could also be seen from here that Tutor Alice's expectations of Lin Chen were very, very high. Thank you, Tutor Alice. Lin Chen said with a sincere expression.
He could feel that the teacher in front of him, who was the former White Moon Elf Empire's Rapunzel, was truly good to him. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid in kind. Not to mention that the Demon Emperor's divine essence that the other party had gifted to him was not a drop of water. If this was put on the international stage, I'm afraid that it would cause countless supreme powers to frantically scramble for it. Lin Chen was still too weak to repay this favor, but it was fine. After he grew up in the future, he would definitely be able to repay it. By the way, these are the 3 SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmaster skill books that I promised to give you. In addition, remember to go over to the Academy Treasure Trove later on to receive the reward that is uniquely yours for being the top student of the college entrance exam. After all, you're not considered officially transferred nowadays. Alright, you and Jiang Chen can go back first. Tutor Alice handed a storage ring to Lin Chen and got up to leave the place. Chapter 96, Great Strength Enhancement. Formal Transformation. I can't believe you haven't formally transferred your job yet. After leaving the luxurious building that was covered in magical patterns, Jiang Chen was surprised and looked at Lin Chen. Yes. Lin Chen nodded his head. He had originally planned to go over to the Academy Treasury the next day to collect his rewards, but it was because the freshman exams followed after the opening ceremony that he didn't have the time to collect his college entrance exam rewards. Seeing the other party nodding, Jiang Chen's inner frustration undoubtedly added another layer. You know where the Academy Treasury is, right? Do you need me to lead the way? Jiang Chen asked softly. If it was by Yihan or any other boy, the moment he heard that he could let this beautiful cat girl lead the way, he would naturally nod his head and agree in a hurry so that he could spend more time with her. However, Lin Chen politely declined. I know how to get there, so I won't trouble you, thanks. After saying that, without much lingering, he directly turned around and headed in the direction of the Academy Treasury. Seeing the other party say that, Jiang Chen could only turn around and return to the single villa he lived in. Inside the mansion of single-family Villa 0001. Lin Chen had already collected the rich rewards that were uniquely his own from the side of the Academy Treasury. Together with the 3 SSS-grade Imperial Beastmaster skill books that Mentor Alice had gifted to him, it could be said that the rewards were very lucrative. The first was the Imperial Beast Spirit Stone that every Imperial Beast High Achiever would have. Props, Extreme Imperial Beast Spirit Stone SSSS grade? Description: after using it, you can officially switch to the Imperial Beast Master profession, and have the probability of randomly obtaining an SSSS grade Imperial Beast talent. The Sacred Sun Academy, on the other hand, gave a SSS rank and SS rank Royal Beast Master skill book, as well as the promised 200 Imperial Beast gold coins per year, equivalent to 20 billion dragon coins. There were also some materials specialized in equipment enhancement. Astral Stone A, Bright Moon Stone S, Lunar Crystal S, Magic Gathering Energy Stone S, and so on. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen first used the Extreme Imperial Beast Spirit Stone. You have successfully used the Extreme Imperial Beast Spirit Stone. Congratulations, you have officially switched to the Imperial Beast Master profession. You have obtained the SSS grade Imperial Beast talent Juggernaut. Juggernaut SSS, after opening this talent, you will be wrapped in a brilliant divine might that terrifies all beasts and can reduce the 4-dimensional attributes of enemy beast pets by 50%, and at the same time, when contracting a new beast pet, it will greatly increase the success rate of your taming of the beast pet. You have obtained the SSS grade Juggernaut. Hiss. Directly cutting 50% of the enemy beast pet's 4-dimensional attributes. This talent is too outrageous. Lin Chen didn't expect his luck to be so explosive. Not only did he manage to inherit 2 of the Demon Emperor's bloodline talents in front of him, but now, by using the Imperial Beast Spirit Stone, he even randomly obtained an SSS grade Imperial Beast talent as well. Could it be that today was his lucky day? That's right. After clearing the hidden level of the Blood Demon copy, I also obtained an S-ranked random talent stone, which I forgot to use, and now it's just in time to use it as well. You have successfully used the random talent stone. You have obtained the S-ranked talent Eagle Falcon's Eye. Eye of the Falcon S, after entering a combat state, boosts your and your beast pet's bludgeon rate by 50%, and every 10 seconds, the next attack you and your beast pet send out is bound to bludgeon. Another good talent skill. Providing a 100% blitz buff once in 10 seconds. Lin Chen was filled with joy. This time. Originally, he only had a bare F grade Imperial Beast talent. But in less than a day's time, he had obtained 4 talents, and the lowest was S rank and the highest was SSS rank. The key is, in the future, 2 of the SSS rank talents would continue to grow. Finished counting the talent rewards, onto the skills. Lin Chen had obtained a total of 5 skill books this time. 4 SSS rank skill books and 1 SS rank skill book, all of which were exclusive to the Imperial Beastmaster profession, none of which were generalized skills. Trait Fusion SSS, after using it, for 120 seconds, you can use any skill of your beast pet, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Beast Pet Summoning SSS, no matter where your beast pet is, you can forcefully summon it back to your side and its status will instantly return to its peak, cooldown time 10 minutes. Bloodthirsty Berserk SSS, enables the beast pet to enter the Bloodthirsty Berserk state. Within 120 seconds the beast pet's full attributes will be increased by 1000%, after 120 seconds the beast pet will enter a weakened state, cooldown time 10 minutes. Invincibility SSS, both self and beast pet enter invincible state at the same time, lasts for 7 seconds, cooldown time 5 minutes. Steel Armor Barrier SS, self and beast pet's survival attributes are increased by 500%, and a 50% damage reduction effect is obtained, cooldown time 7 minutes. Gaining so many skills had undoubtedly improved Lin Chen's practical combat level greatly. If the low-level props were useless, Lin Chen could still buy intermediate and high-level props. The next day, Tutor Alice sent out a notice that today was a day off, so she could relax a bit and let the 2 students, Lin Chen and Zhang Chen, wander around a bit and familiarize themselves with the campus. As for the other students, one by one, they had already started their classes. The Sacred Sun Academy was very lenient towards its students and had a unique way of conducting classes. The students chose which tutor to follow, so they could just follow that tutor. The lessons were arranged by the tutors themselves. After Lin Chen woke up early and finished his training, he originally wanted to take the strengthening materials that the Sacred Sun Academy had rewarded him with to strengthen his weapons or equipment, but after thinking for a while, he still chose to leave the Sacred Sun Academy and walked in the direction of the Sacred Sun Middle School. Last night, his own sister had already sent a message to Lin Chen that Holy Sun Middle School was officially opening today to report, so if she was free, she would accompany her to register. There was nothing to do today, so Lin Chen came here to send his own sister to report to the middle school. Brother! Here! Just after arriving at the entrance of Shangxi Middle School, Lin Yushi's cute and lively voice rang out, wearing the uniform of Shangxi Middle School, but Lin Yushi looked more and more adorable. Compared to the lively and happy Lin Yushi, the surrounding students who also came to report, each one of them had a haughty expression and noble temperament, neither shouting nor running in a hurry, and between their hands and feet, they showed their aristocratic demeanor. Well, the students who were able to study in the Sacred Sun Academy basically didn't have a poor family background. Because students with poor family background, not to mention whether they can get into this middle school or not, just a year of tuition and fees, it is difficult to bear. At a glance, the family's lively, cute, and bouncy younger sister, on the contrary, seemed out of place. Quite a few students glanced at Lin Yushi, and a slight look of contempt seemed to surface in their eyes. It was as if the upper class viewed the lower class. Lin Yushi, however, didn't care at all and happily arrived in front of Lin Chen before giving him a big hug. It's been a long time since I've seen my brother, I almost couldn't sleep last night. Lin Yushi complained with a small mouth. Lin Chen sniffed and was dumbfounded. By full count, it had only been a day since I'd seen you, right? Yo, great scholar Lin, how's college life going? Didn't get beaten by the provincial top students from all over the world, did you? At this time, Xiang Xingyan's smiling voice also sounded from the side. Chapter 97, A Sudden Bet. Xiang Xingyan seemed to enjoy wearing dresses. Today, she wore a lavender dress, paired with a pair of ladies' sandals of the same color, revealing her delicate jade feet coated with purple nail polish, bringing out all the unique flavor as well as sexiness that belonged to women alone. There is a song lyric that is right, purple color is very charming. Of course, it was more because Xiang Xingyan, the young woman, had a flawless face that made countless women envious, making her full of charm no matter what she wore. What makes many women envious is that even if she is wearing a loose dress, she can't hide the beautiful silhouette of her plump body. At the moment, she is standing in the morning under the warm sunshine, slender hair with the morning wind gently fluttering, so she looks like a beauty out of the picture. Around the male parents to pick up their children report is deeply attracted by this scene. Even the teenagers who have already gone to junior high school and are in their first days of love are staring at this beautiful older sister who looks like a beauty in a painting with colorful eyes. Lin Chen sighed softly in his heart. The word red-faced scourge, used on Xiang Xingyan at this moment, appeared to be an incomparable fit. Being defeated isn't so bad, it's kind of barely maintained its original ranking. In response to Xiang Xingyan's teasing, Lin Chen responded modestly. There's no need to be so modest, I'm still concerned about you, But what I didn't expect was that this old woman Alice was willing to take out the demon emperor divine essence and give it to you. Xiang Xingyan obviously had eyes and ears in the Sacred Sun Academy, and knew in great detail about Lin Chen's current opening examination. It can be seen that you seem to have perfectly absorbed the demon emperor divine essence. Your genes have been greatly improved. Even I can very clearly feel the unearthly power fluctuations in your body that are far beyond this level. Xiaoxi, don't you think that your brother has become much more handsome? Xiang Xingyan looked towards Lin Yushi and asked with a smile and a gentle tone. Has he? I didn't notice it. After all, in my eyes, my brother has always been the most handsome. Xiaoxi held Lin Chen's arm, smiling sweetly. A touch of helplessness surfaced on Xiang Xingyan's flawless pretty face as she sniffed. Lin Yushi was good at everything, but as long as it involved her own brother's matters, she would directly and brainlessly defend them, rather like a brother controlling flavor. But this was normal. After all, for many years, the brother and sister had depended on each other, and their feelings for each other were naturally very deep. Right, I've heard that Holy Sun Middle School is also going to have an opening test. Xiaoxi shouldn't have a problem with that, right? Lin Chen asked softly. Lin Chen wasn't worried about his own sister's grades here. Only worried about her safety. Even if it was said that Xiaoxi ranked at the bottom of the opening school quiz, Lin Chen wouldn't care half a bit. But if Xiaoxi was injured during the quiz, then Lin Chen would be very worried. Don't worry, during the time you're out practicing during the summer vacation, Xiaoxi is being taught by me personally. Beat this group of milquetoast teenage girls and hang them casually. Xiang Xingyan said indifferently. The words were filled with confidence. Oh? This lady, is she really so confident? Just as the words fell, a low voice filled with magnetism came from the side. Lin Chen turned his head to look, and found that it was a handsome uncle with a strong and slender body, full of mature masculinity. At the moment, he was wearing a black suit, biting on a cigar, and walking slowly towards this place with a sense of majesty that belonged to the higher-ups. By his side, he was followed by two teenage girls, and between their looks, they were arrogant and incomparable. The other parents in the surroundings whose eyes had been falling on Xiang Xingyan, as well as these middle school students, all looked aghast when they saw this handsome uncle and the teenage girls beside him. Isn't this the Su family's third leader, Su Feng, and his family head's two children? It's him. He looks so handsome and manly. I heard that he is still unmarried. If it wasn't for the fact that my mom got married early, or else I would definitely turn around and chase after him. You want to chase, people may not see on you, Luo family even in the capital, that are ranked on the prestigious family. But this beauty's words are indeed bragging enough, going so far as to say that her family's child casually hangs other children. Facing someone other than Lin Chan's siblings, Xiang Xingyan, the young woman's demeanor, instantly turned into a color of indifference. What? Looking at you, you seem to be very unconvinced by my words? Xiang Xingyan coldly looked at this Su Feng. Don't be so angry, this lady. Su Feng seemed to feel that he was very good at dealing with this kind of woman with an icy personality. Spreading out his arms, he just smiled gently. I just want to say that my family's child may not necessarily be worse than your family's. If you don't believe me, we can make a small bet. How about it? Xiang Xingyan narrowed those good-looking eyes. Speak. Next to it is the public arena of the Sacred Sun Academy. Let your family's child spar with my family's Xiao Rou. You win, feel free to mention a condition. You lose, I'm not asking for too much. I'm only asking for a lady to give me a chance to have dinner together and increase the bond between you and me. Su Feng said with a smile. Third uncle, you're using me as your tool for hunting women again. On the side, Su Rou, who was addressed as Xiao Rou, furrowed her eyebrows and complained in dissatisfaction. What? Could it be that you think you're inferior to this kid on the opposite side? Su Feng did not respond to the matter of hunting, but directly changed the topic. It had to be said that this handsome uncle still grasped the psychology of a small child who was competitive very well. With one sentence, Su Rou raised her eyebrows and proudly said, in the second year of Saint Sun High School, I claim to be the second best. Does anyone dare to call me the first? The meaning of these words was clearly expressing, not only am I not inferior to this girl of the same age on the opposite side of the room, but on the contrary, I am much stronger. The moment Su Rou's words came out, those junior high school students in the surroundings all shrunk their necks, and none of them dared to disagree. Obviously, although this girl from the Su family was arrogant, she did have capital. It was estimated that in her first year of junior high school, her comprehensive grades were already number 1 in the entire grade. Now that she had risen to the second year of junior high school, no one dared to shake her. Swear by my soul. However, what Su Feng did not expect was that this beautiful young woman made a soul contract at the drop of a hat.
One must know that after making a soul oath, both parties must abide by the agreed content of the soul oath. Otherwise, it would be a complete death of the soul, and it would be useless for anyone to resurrect it. Although it was a bit of a surprise, for Sufone, it was a good thing. With the soul oath in place, this extremely beautiful young woman in front of him, he was sure to sleep tonight. Swear by your soul. The content of the bet was changed. The winner could make any demands on the loser. Sister Xingyan, I. Xiaoxi's pretty face was a little worried when she saw that Xiang Xingyan had actually made a parley oath with someone else for herself. Don't worry, I'm very confident in you. Xiang Xingyan said with a smile, and in the depths of her eyes, there was a meaningful look that swept past. Chapter 98 One Punch Knockout. Lin Chen, who was at the side, did not expect that Xiang Xingyan would be so confident in his own sister's strength. However, Lin Chen was aware that in the past, when his own sister hadn't taken a break from school, her grades were very good. It didn't matter if it was a written test or a real battle. Brother! Xiaoxi held Lin Chen's arm, still worried, afraid that she wouldn't be able to beat the opposite side, thus making Sister Xingyan's bet fail. It's fine, since Sister Xingyan believes in you so much, then just let go and fight, I believe in you too. Lin Chen rubbed Xiaoxi's head and encouraged with a smile. Good. I'll definitely fight seriously. Encouraged by Xiang Xingyan, Lin Yuxi had no self-confidence. But being encouraged by her own brother, her confidence came up all of a sudden, and a touch of determination surfaced on her cute little face. This caused a helpless expression to surface on the side of Xiang Xingyan. From here it could also be seen that her plan to abduct Lin Yuxi could only be completely abandoned. Others didn't know how talented Lin Yuxi was, but she did. Everyone present would never have thought that Lin Yuxi was a beast sacred physique that came along once in 10,000 years. As for how Xiang Xingyan knew, it was because her clan, which had been serving and believing in the beast god for generations, had finally determined that Lin Yuxi had, in the netherworld, gained the recognition of the beast gods well after all the deductions made by the clan's great powers. When Xiang Xingyan locked eyes with Lin Yuxi's purple pupils, which were like star gems, she dared to be 100% certain that Lin Yuxi was the owner of the beast god's divine body that she was looking for. After Xiang Xingyan knew that Lin Yuxi had a waist brother, her original plan was to abduct Lin Yuxi before she awakened the beast sacred physique, and as for Lin Chen, she would bestow the other party with glory, power, and fame, as well as help him continue on the path of the imperial beasts until he died peacefully. But she had ultimately underestimated Lin Chen's position in Lin Yuxi's heart. Given the current situation, if Lin Yuxi was allowed to separate from her brother, it would definitely cause her heart to completely break down and even fall into blackness. More than likely, Lin Yuxi would see her as an undying enemy. This was not the result Xiang Xingyan wanted to see. Subsequently, Xiang Xingyan could only change his plan. The big deal was to bring this waste of a man, Lin Chen, with him, so that he could accompany Lin Yuxi. Only. What she didn't expect was that this Lin Chen, who was defined as a waste, had accomplished a comeback with amazing results. Not only did he get into the Sacred Sun Academy with his personal strength and became the top Imperial Beast Scholar in Tianyun Province, but now he was even hanging on to the same level of heavenly pride in the Sacred Sun Academy and was firmly in first place. Good guy. This pair of siblings, none of them are simple. A surface is a waste, but the will is incomparably tough, even through endless suffering will never give up, and finally complete the reverse elder brother. A surface lovely harmless, but in fact is the beast god will successor, the future can absolutely become the world's peak fighting force, not even one of the sister. So much so that Xiang Xingyan had to once again report the special situation to the clan patriarch and temporarily change the plan. This time, the plan was to accompany her and wait and see what happens. Right now. Lin Yuxi, who had been carefully and fully taught by Xiang Xingyan during the summer vacation, after receiving her own brother's encouragement, her cute and pretty face was already filled with the color of confidence. She ascended the ring. Su Rou of the Su family similarly ascended the stage with a face full of pride. Under the stage. It was a crowd of spectators who were watching and clustered around. There were both the students of Saint Sun High School and the parents who had sent their children to report. At first, they didn't understand what was going on. But after someone explained it, they all looked at this scene of two people confronting each other in the ring with astonished faces. Lin Yuxi? The child of the capital city Lin family? No, the capital city Lin family doesn't have this Lin Yuxi. This little girl seems to be a transfer from out of town. Then she dares to spar with Su Rou? Isn't it a sure thing? Yes, Su Rou has been carefully cultivated by the Su family this generation, and in the future, it is said that she will be able to take the top prize in the capital imperial beast examination.
The extremely beautiful young woman in the purple dress next to her, see? I'm afraid it's going to be Su Feng's hand tonight. Ah? Spoiled by this flower farm veteran again? There's no way. This beautiful young woman and Su Feng bet against each other, which side's child wins the cut, which side's adult has to agree to the other side's one condition, and also made a soul oath. With Su Feng's urbane nature, this extremely beautiful young woman is afraid that she's going to be included in his harem. As the surrounding parents were discussing, they looked at the extremely beautiful young woman, and their words and demeanor were filled with regret. The ones who hated to bet against it were themselves. Alright, 2 students, each get ready. 5 seconds countdown. As the nation's #1 Saint Sun High School, the arena was naturally equipped with staff that acted as referees. Su-ro proudly looked at the opposite side of this opponent who looked cuter and prettier than her, and in the depths of her eyes, a touch of sinister color that didn't belong to her age was subtly swept through. An alien pariah. See how this young lady will beat you violently and then destroy your face. Thinking about this. Clang! A sharp and flashy longsword then appeared in Su-ro's hand. Victory Light Longsword. This is a rare grade equipment now, worthy of the Luo family. This equipment doesn't even limit the wearing level, so even Su-ro, whose level is only 7, can take it. The surrounding spectators were also people with good eyesight. Seeing this scene, they recognized the origin of this uncommon longsword. Looking at the weapon Lin Yushi took out on the other side, there was only an ordinary-looking dagger. Seeing this scene, the surrounding melon eaters were even more certain that Lin Yushi couldn't beat Su-ro. You had to admit that good equipment could bring a big lead. More critically, this little girl from the provinces was only level 3? Level 3 fighting level 7 was already a bad fight. And lagging behind in terms of equipment. Defeat was a sure thing. Su Feng had already revealed a smile and looked towards the buxom silhouette not far away. Inwardly, he was already thinking about what position he was going to use tonight to properly temper this beautiful young woman with a high and cold personality. Since that put forward a condition, then he definitely wanted to make the other party willingly be his lover. The countdown is over, the duel begins. The referee's voice also sounded at this moment. Swish! Su-ro took the lead, holding a long sword, and ran towards Lin Yushi at a fast pace. Afterward, she raised the long sword in her hand and slashed down at Lin Yushi. The speed of the attack was fast. But no one expected that Lin Yushi's speed was even faster. Only to see Lin Yushi gently roll forward, not only dodging Su-ro's attack, but also circling around behind it. Roll! Su-ro made a change of stance and swept her long sword back. However, Lin Yushi seemed to have anticipated this. Her body shortened and dodged the sweeping sword. Not only that, she cupped her small fists and punched Su-ro on top of the right side of her face. Bang! Under the gaze of the crowd's incomparable shock, Su-ro was just knocked over by a punch. Chapter 99, Self-Cutting. Lin Chen wasn't even level 7 at this point in his second year of junior high school. And this first daughter of the Su family, Su-ro, was only in her second year of junior high school, and she was already level 7, enough to see that the local deviation in resources was also making a huge difference in the level of each student. But in the end, she was only at level 7, and had not formally transferred. At best, she was ahead of her own sister in terms of 4-dimensional attributes. Of course, the battle between the lower levels was naturally not that exciting. After all, both sides hadn't learned many skills, and basically what they were competing for was their respective fighting skills. Only the presence of junior high school students as well as adults subconsciously think, was carefully cultivated Su-ro must be crushed this from the provinces to transfer scholars. But unexpectedly, the truth was greatly out of their expectations. Instead of being defeated by Su-ro, Lin Yushi managed to knock Su-ro out with an uppercut to her chin. Puff! Seeing Su-ro fall straight to the ground and fall into unconsciousness, the referee immediately stepped forward and announced in a loud voice, "The winner of this duel is Lin Yushi." Wow! The moment these words came out, the audience under the stage let out a collective clamor filled with incredulity. Those junior high school students who had once lost at the hands of Su-ro even had shocked expressions that were hard to accept. Not Su-ro, this was defeated by her? It's also too fast. The feeling she gave me was that she dodged 2 attacks and then ended the fight with an uppercut. Really? Our Holy Dawn Academy's grade 1 in the second year of junior high was actually ate up in one go by an outsider who transferred here. Compared to the shock of these junior high school students, the expressions of these parents around them were undoubtedly much more wonderfully complicated. Face slapping. A bare-faced slap in the face. In the front, they were still looking like they despised people from other provinces, thinking that people from other provinces must be very poor in terms of strength. As a result, they immediately defeated Su Ro, ruthlessly giving them superior people a resounding slap in the face. As the party that initiated this duel, Su Feng's face was even more gloomy to the extreme. He didn't expect that his niece would lose to the other party so easily. Of course. The main thing was that his hunting plan had failed. Not only that, he himself had to promise the other party a condition. Su Ro was only unconscious, and didn't even need the medical team to personally go to the ring. The referee had already treated her and awakened her. The moment she awoke, her pretty face turned red. The color of shame and anger appeared on her face. She naturally recalled the image of her being knocked out by an uppercut from her opponent. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but gnash her teeth. In the future, in school, the other students were afraid that whenever they saw her, they would recall today's defeat of her, the number one in her grade. How would this make her raise her head and show her superiority in school in the future? I'm not convinced. Su Ro got up and looked angrily at Lin Yushi, who had already walked to the stage like a milky swallow casting itself into the forest and embracing her brother in celebration, her tone filled with resentment. She felt that she had lost the duel because she was careless. If she had seriously treated it with all her might, she definitely wouldn't have lost to this turned scholar who was only level 3. It seems like it was indeed carelessness on Zairu's part. This lady, can you give my family Zairu another chance? At this time, Su Feng also rushed forward, revealing a smile that he thought was full of charm. However, Xiang Xingyan was coldly looking at Su Feng. Of course you can if you want a rematch, it's just that the bet between you and me, shouldn't you fulfill it? Of course, if you renege and don't want to fulfill it, then don't blame me for unleashing the power of the soul oath. When Su Feng heard this, he immediately nodded his head and said, fulfill it, I will definitely fulfill it. What a joke! Having made a soul oath, who would dare not fulfill it? If one didn't fulfill it, the next step would be the destruction of the divine soul. Alright, then you kill yourself immediately. Xiang Xingyin spoke in an icy tone and made a condition. The moment these words came out. Everyone in the surroundings were stunned, wondering if they were hallucinating. Even Su Feng himself, his eyes rounded in disbelief as he looked at Xiang Xingyan, and then he revealed a strong smile. This lady, this kind of joke isn't funny at all. Who told you that this is a joke? However, Xiang Xingyan was not giving any face at all. His demeanor was still cold and full of killing intent. I said, you, now, immediately, right now, kill yourself. I will only give you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, I will immediately unleash the power of my soul oath. Su Feng, however, was enraged, stalking his neck like an angry beast, roaring lowly, are you sure you want to be an enemy of my Su family? Su family? Let alone you, even if your grandfather came before me, he would have to honestly kowtow one. What kind of thing are you? 3. Xiang Xingyan did not show the slightest bit of mercy, and the words he uttered even more shocked the surrounding adults. What exactly was this beautiful young woman's origin? What background? How dare she say that even if it was the Su family's old man in front of her, he would have to kowtow to her? She really dared to say that. When Su Feng heard that the other party was actually not afraid of his Su family at all, and had already started the countdown, he also knew that the other party was serious, and didn't think of showing any mercy. There was no way out. Helplessly, in front of everyone, from within the storage ring, he took out a dagger, and with a poof, he directly ran it towards his own throat. Wow! Blood splattered, Su Feng quickly died. Fortunately, the arena was equipped with a medical team, which immediately came in hot. Saint Sun High School naturally wouldn't be willing to see the Su clan's third leader die on their own territory. Farewell. Seeing that the other party had already cut himself, Xiang Xingyan took Lin Yushi's small hand at the side and walked towards the side of the teaching building. Su Feng was already completely dead, and would definitely receive an extremely heavy death penalty, and his level would plummet. The higher the level of the transmigrator, the more severe the death penalty would be for a real death. Like a level 50 or so transmuter who died and was resurrected again would usually drop to level 25. For those who were above level 100, all their previous efforts would turn to ashes, and after they died, their level would drop directly to level 10 or 20. That's why you could see that the higher the level of the transmuter, the more death-hungry they were. Because the serious consequences attached to dying once, they couldn't afford it. Lin Yushi was being held by Xiang Xingyan's left hand, but her right hand was holding onto her brother Lin Chen's arm for dear life, as she cautiously looked at her own brother and asked, "She didn't do anything wrong, did she?" She saw that Su Feng had to cut himself because of her victory. Even though he would be revived by the medical team, the death penalty was unavoidable. The peer called Su Ro was even staring at her with a grim gaze of death. "You did the right thing." Lin Chen smiled and touched his sister's head, saying softly, "Horses are good at being ridden, people are good at being bullied. In this world of the weak and the strong, only by being ruthless enough can you protect yourself and your family." Chapter 100, Lin Yushi's Changes. His own sister's enrollment report was considered successful and smooth. During the report, when the other students of the same class around them saw Lin Yushi, their eyes surfaced with a touch of awe. It was obvious. Lin Yushi's battle record of defeating Su Ro with ease had already been recognized by these fellow students. No matter what era you were in, strength would always be the capital that supported your rampage. When you possessed sufficient strength, even some of the guys who looked at you with disdain could only be submissive in front of you. In the capital city, a flourishing place that gathered countless top strongmen from the Dragon Kingdom, you had to admit that some of the people from the powerful families born and raised in the capital city felt that they were filled with a sense of superiority because of their origins. Of course, not only the capital city, this place, many prosperous and advanced main city, part of the natives are born with superiority and xenophobia. Lin Yushi, a foreigner who transferred here, especially to the top middle school here, would inevitably face being squeezed and ostracized by others. Luckily, as soon as school started, Lin Yushi used an uppercut to knock out the most powerful being in the second year of junior high school. Not to mention anything else, at the very least, it was something that made these same level students not dare to casually go after Lin Yushi's trouble. "Xiao Shi, if anyone dares to bully you, tell your brother directly, okay?" The enrollment report was over, and as Lin Chen parted, he also touched his own sister's head and gently admonished. On the side, Xiang Xingyan glanced at Lin Chen, and subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to flirt with Lin Chen. "You, a small person with no background and no connections, nor have you grown up yet. If Xiaoxi is bullied by the people from the luxurious family clan, what can you do other than turn to me for help?" But on second thought, only then did he realize that it was not right. This guy Lin Chen is already not what he used to be. Not to mention anything else, his teacher was that powerful, ruthless character who had killed 3 demon elders 10 years ago with his own strength. Even Xiang Xingyan, who had a monstrous background, had to be incomparably afraid of this original White Moon Empire's elf princess. "Don't worry, with me around, only Xiao Shi bullies others," Xiang Xingyan said in a light tone. "In that case, then I'm completely relieved." Lin Chen smiled. He stroked his own sister's head again before waving his hand and leaving to return to the Sacred Sun Academy. Lin Yushi's eyes looked fondly at her own brother's back, and as Lin Chen's silhouette moved away and completely disappeared from view, her expression gradually turned cold from well-behaved and gentle, and that incomparably good-looking pair of violet eyes glowed with an endless coldness. At this moment, Lin Yushi's temperament had completely changed. Where was the well-behaved and lovely look? "Sister Xingyan, in the future, everything about me, don't tell my brother, is that okay?" Xiang Xingyan sniffed and gently nodded. "Don't worry, even if you don't say anything, I have no intention of telling him." Lin Chen would never have imagined that his sister's character would change so drastically from the past. This was certainly not something that Xiang Xingyan had intentionally cultivated. Rather, during the summer vacation, Lin Yushi, who had inherited the will of the beast god, had her first awakening. Under the influence of the beast god's will, Lin Yushi's divinity would gradually awaken. Xiang Xingyan couldn't predict what changes would occur to Lin Yushi's character in the future. She only needed to be by Lin Yushi's side and do her best to assist her. Lin Chen was very happy today. The fact that his own sister had defeated the strongest student in her class as soon as she enrolled in school was enough to show that his sister's qualifications weren't weak. Just from this point alone, Lin Chen decided that he must add 2 more dishes to today's dinner. As for the retaliation of the Su family in the capital, with Xiang Xingyan, a mysterious beautiful young woman with powerful strength and a heavenly background, it should instead be the Su family who had to think carefully about whether or not they dared to hold a grudge. Time is still early, nothing to do, find a cultural class to listen to. Lin Chen glanced at the time, it was only 2 p.m., so he logged into the school's official website with his cell phone and chose a geography class. The culture class was still divided into subjects as well. And the traditional mathematics, science, and chemistry had been replaced by the principles of magic class. Due to the fusion of the game and reality, there was no longer only one race on the globe, the human race. The existence of multiple races was also what made the course of magical language a popular elective at various universities. Lin Chen took a public geography class. This was a course that focused on explaining to students detailed information about various maps of the wilderness that had been explored.
It was worth mentioning that the major instructors of the previous freshman grand examination were only responsible for the combat enhancement of their students, and didn't necessarily have classes every day. On the other hand, these public culture classes would be fixedly opened every day, and when students didn't major in combat courses, they only needed to log onto the school's official website to reserve a spot in the culture classes.
Coincidentally, Lin Chen had just sat down when a familiar scent drilled into the tip of his nose.
Turning his head to look, he realized that Jiang Chen had also taken this culture course. Today's Jiang Chen was wearing a white short tee, paired with a pair of denim hot pants, wearing round-framed glasses, and also had 2 twisted braids, looking both full of youthfulness, but also mixed with a bit of intellectual temperament. The pair of fluffy cat ears on her head added a cute flavor. The moment she appeared, she attracted the eyes of many students in the culture class. Such a coincidence? Jiang Chen noticed the watching line of sight and turned her head to look, realizing that it was Lin Chen. She gently nodded her head and said hello.
Lin Chen nodded. What a coincidence.
Then the two of them fell silent, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward.
Luckily, the teacher soon arrived and started lecturing.
Right now, in the section of geography and culture that Lin Chen was taking, the teacher was mainly talking about the field maps spread around the capital, analyzing the distribution of resources, terrain structures, wild monster races, and other kinds of information inside. In the north of the capital, there was the Winter Mountain Range, in the south there was the Cold Wind Plains, in the west there was the Cursed Forest, and in the east there was the Sea of Evil Spirits. The above 4 mega field maps surrounded the capital city, and the monsters on the periphery were basically level 180, while the deeper parts of the periphery were filled with powerful monsters of over 100 levels. In the future, when you are on the actual combat course, you will generally be on the periphery of these 4 mega field maps. It's best not to head iron and go deeper into the inner perimeter alone. Every year there are tenacious seeds that don't listen to advice, thinking that they are overly strong and gifted, going deeper and deeper alone without authorization, and ultimately losing their lives for nothing. In addition, the vast majority of field map monsters, after being decapitated, after a period of time will be regenerated. Only some maps that contain specific rare resources inside the limited monsters cannot be regenerated after being killed. The state will generally protect this kind of special maps. There's also one of the most special and most dangerous wild maps. That is the field maps that have been contaminated by the heavenly demon breath. The monsters there, due to being contaminated by the heavenly demon breath, almost all of them will undergo various monstrous mutations. Their strength is far stronger than ordinary wild monsters of the same level, and their character is even more brutal and bloodthirsty, brazen and unafraid of death. In general, don't enter this kind of place. The teacher of the geography class was speaking incessantly from the podium. Lin Chen listened attentively.
Chapter 101 Amanda. The most useless dwarf forge master?
After the cultural class ended, Lin Chen didn't half miss the chance to sit beside this school flower cat girl, but directly got up and was about to walk out. Seeing this scene, ginger porcelain but stood up tall and delicate body, side of that fascinating flawless face, a pair of good-looking cat pupil flashed with curious colors, softly asked, "Where are you going next?" After asking, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that this seemed to be the first time she had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with someone of the opposite sex of her own age. It's worth mentioning that Bai Yihan, who was originally sitting in the first row and wanted to invite Jiang Chen to stroll around the campus together for a bit after class, had his handsome face darkened after seeing this scene. He, who had wanted to come over and invite Jiang Chen if she wanted to stroll around the campus a bit together, inwardly sighed sadly and dismissed this impossible thought.
Go to the Hall of Strengthening,
Lin Chen said directly. The Sacred Sun Academy had gifted Lin Chen quite a few high-level materials for strengthening equipment, so it was just the right time to use them.
The Hall of Strengthening? You want to strengthen your equipment?
Jiang Chen said with quite a bit of surprise.
As soon as they heard Jiang Chen's words, these new students beside them who were also attending classes here also looked over in surprise.
It was important to realize that the success rate of strengthening this kind of thing was somewhat low, and what was spelled out was one's luck. If you are lucky, then the strengthening will be successful, and the attributes of your own equipment will be improved to a certain extent. But if you have bad luck, strengthening failure, those materials will be scrapped.
That's it, it's all good.
Luck is even worse, your equipment has the possibility of breaking. Of course. In order to prevent this from happening, there is also a prop that specializes in dealing with it.
Props, Strengthening Protection Stone. Description: can protect the equipment after strengthening failure, will not be broken.
But this kind of props, at a glance, you know it's very expensive. Generally, only when strengthening precious and rare limited high-grade weapons would someone be willing to use it.
I didn't expect Lin Chen to want to strengthen equipment. It just so happens that I'm also going to visit the Hall of Strengthening, together. A flash of anticipation immediately appeared on Zhang Chen's flawless pretty face. She was eager to see if this boy, who was filled with a cold and calm temperament, would reveal a chagrined look if he suffered a big loss in the matter of strengthening equipment. Seeing that Zhang Chen all went with him, the surrounding freshmen glanced at each other and nodded their heads as well. Then what are you waiting for? Go along with them. They were very much looking forward to Lin Chen being defeated. After all, at the freshman exam, they had been severely slapped in the face by Lin Chen. Now, if they could see Lin Chen suffer a blow in the matter of the eater's strengthening equipment, then they wouldn't mind gloating a bit. Thus, a group of freshmen just followed Lin Chen's back and walked towards the reinforcement hall with great vigor. Strengthening Hall. The architectural appearance of this hall was quite ancient and simple, with the flavor of an obsidian castle from the Middle Ages. When Lin Chen stepped into it, not waiting for him to survey the entirety of the hall, a woman with a professional smile immediately greeted him. When she saw the vast crowd of people following behind Lin Chen, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Luckily, her superb professionalism allowed her to quickly recover her gentle and polite smile. Under the introduction of the receptionist named Olesna, Lin Chen roughly understood the business content of the strengthening hall. Strengthening equipment naturally required the help of the forge master sub-profession. And to say which race in the world is a natural forge master, it's the dwarf race. In the current era of global racial diversification, the major races establish certain diplomatic relations with each other. As the Sacred Sun Academy, which was at the top of the educational level of the Dragon Kingdom, naturally recruited quite a few outstanding forgers from the Dwarf Empire side. It's just that. Mr. Lin Chen, I would actually suggest that it would be better for you to come over for strengthening after half a month. Because nowadays, all of our intermediate level and above forging masters in this reinforcement hall have collectively followed Master Rikoto to other reinforcement companies for instructional exchanges, and now there is only one low-level forging master left in the reinforcement hall. Olesna was no stranger to Lin Chen. The number one freshman in his grade who had thwarted all the heavenly prides, and more crucially, that former princess of the White Moon Elf Empire, who was also Lin Chen's teacher, had a very good friendship with the Dwarf Empire. It wasn't an exaggeration in the slightest to say that the reason why the Dwarf Empire was willing to send batch after batch of excellent forgers to the Dragon Kingdom, to help the Dragon Kingdom develop the profession of a forger, was also due to the fact that the Dragon Kingdom had taken in Elise as well as those people from the White Moon Empire. So, Lin Chen, as a student of Alice, belonged to the category of being a special customer that absolutely could not be offended. At the very least, it was to have a master-level forge master at his service. Is the low-level forge master? Her? Lin Chen looked towards a little dwarf girl with a small hammer and a timid expression at a workstation in the far corner. This little dwarf girl had a round and bulging bun face, and wore the dwarf race's trademark work cap, but it was a bit big and her brain was a bit small, so when she moved her head, the work cap crooked down. The little dwarf girl who had been curiously looking this way, realized that Lin Chen was looking this way, and hurriedly and timidly pulled down her work cap to cover her round little bun face. Yes, her name is Amanda, a low-level forger. Olesna nodded. Then it's fine if she comes to help me strengthen my equipment. Lin Chen said. Huh? Olesna was dumbfounded, clearly not expecting Lin Chen to make such a decision. Mr. Lin Chen, I would actually suggest that it would be best if you don't pick her. The reinforcement probability of a low-level forger is very, very low, and more critically, the probability of blowing up equipment is very high. And... Speaking here, Olesna came closer to Lin Chen and whispered very quietly, listening to the dwarves who came here to guide the exchange this year's batch, Amanda is the least qualified forger on their side, not even awakening her forging talent. The reason why the dwarves were called a natural forging race was because of their racial talent, which was about forging in one aspect. Elves have a magic talent, catmen have an agility talent, and giants have a strength talent. In short, aside from humans, almost all races had talents that were unique to their own clan. Lin Chen sniffed and once again looked at Amanda, who had already covered her small face with her work cap and was very afraid of being born. The excellent improvement in vision brought about by the magic void pupils allowed Lin Chen to see the thick calluses and scars on her small hands clearly even from such a distance. This allowed Lin Chen to understand that this little dwarf girl might indeed be poor in terms of her qualifications, but she had never given up, and had been working hard to swing her hammer of forging. For the dwarf clan, a dwarf without a talent for forging was equivalent to waste. This also made Lin Chen recall the dilemma he had faced previously after he had just awakened his F-rank sentinel talent. It's fine, just let her help me forge equipment. Olesna had thought that Lin Chen would choose to give up after listening to her advice. However, she never expected to still insist. Chapter 102 Matting Greatness? The success rate of a low-level forger strengthening, rare grade, equipment is 20%. Intermediate Forge Master strengthening, rare grade, equipment success rate is 40%. Senior Forge Master strengthening, rare grade, equipment success rate is 60%. The success rate of Master Forging to strengthen, rare, equipment is 100%. After the Master level, Legend level, God level, Super God level. Needless to say, that level of Forging Master for rare level equipment are lazy to strengthen. Different grades of equipment, to different levels of Forging Masters to strengthen, have different success rates. But there is no doubt that the success rate of strengthening by a low-level forger is the lowest. This means that low-level forges are not only prone to failure, but are also more likely to blow up their equipment. That's why some people say that it's better to use an intelligent forging machine to strengthen your equipment than a low-level forger. Intelligent forging machine is a kind of machine that allows people to strengthen equipment without forging masters, developed by the dwarf clan, generally used to strengthen low-level and mid-level equipment. As for the success rate, although not high, but the success rate of strengthening rare-level equipment is 22%. Though the success rate is not high, the success rate of strengthening rare equipment is 22%, which is 2% higher than the success rate of a low-level forger. It was obvious that this little dwarf girl named Amanda would not be willing to find her to strengthen the equipment, because the success rate is even lower than the intelligent forging machine. Of course. There were also some people who wondered why there was such a low-level forger among the dwarves sent by the Dwarf Empire to guide the exchange here. The fundamental reason, in fact, the dwarf who was originally scheduled for that slot, suddenly said that he was sick and couldn't come, so he let Amanda, who was his younger sister, take the top spot. This reason is false, is Amanda's brother want to let his own sister take this opportunity to follow out, experience some, even if it cannot enhance the level of forging, but also can accumulate some out of the experience. In addition, Amanda's brother, even in the Dwarf Empire, is a very famous genius forger. In the way of Amanda's brother's face, the dwarves who came to exchange guidance this time are not good to say anything. In fact, numerous dwarves also feel strange. Why would such a genius brother have such a waste of a sister? The words return to the main topic. At this moment, when everyone around them felt very incomprehensible after seeing that Lin Chen still firmly appointed Amanda to help him strengthen his equipment. Are you sure you really want to choose her? Jiang Chen was also surprised. Sure. Lin Chen nodded his head. In the dark, Lin Chen felt that these 2 days were his lucky days. Then don't cry when your equipment gets strongly shattered later. Jiang Chen felt that Lin Chen was simply not going to shed tears until he saw the coffin. Seeing that this particular customer had already made a decision, Olesna, who was a staff member of the strengthening hall, couldn't say much more to persuade her. Immediately afterward, she brought Lin Chen to Amanda's workstation in front of her, followed by the gourd eaters who were ready to watch Lin Chen shatter his equipment and then gloat. Amanda, who was sitting at her workstation, saw so many people approaching, and even blocked her bun face with her large work cap. Olesna softly explained things to Amanda. Amanda sniffed and put her cap back on, her dark and bright eyes widening as she looked at Lin Chen, her pupils filled with surprise as well as overwhelm. She obviously didn't expect that someone would be willing to find her, a low-level forger, to strengthen their equipment. In fact, it was very easy for a low-level forge master to upgrade to an intermediate-level forge master. For every time you strengthened your equipment successfully, you would be able to gain a certain amount of forging experience to raise your forge master level. But only if you have the corresponding forging talent. The forging talent could provide the forge master with an additional huge amount of experience bonus after every successful forging. Unfortunately, Amanda's upgrade was very slow because she didn't have a forging talent. Other forge masters who wanted to go from low level to intermediate level might be able to strengthen successfully 300 to 500 times, but in her case, she might have to do it 1 or 2,000 times. Do you really want me to reinforce it? Amanda looked at Lin Chen and asked timidly, her voice was small but good enough to be heard. She surprisingly knew the language of the Dragon Kingdom, although her tone was a bit raw, but for a foreigner, it was already very good. Yes, as long as you come to reinforce it. Of course, even if it fails, I won't hold you responsible for anything. Just feel free to strengthen it. Lin Chen said with a smile. But I don't have the confidence. Amanda lowered her small head, but was very honest. She had come to the Dragon Kingdom for a month now, and every day, she just sat here and took 10 weapon embryos to practice strengthening. The fellow dwarves who came with her were very busy every day, either reinforcing equipment for the students and tutors of the Holy Dawn Academy, or going to other places to exchange guidance. But even when strengthening the weapon embryo materials used for practicing, her success rate was very low. About 1 out of 10 could only be successful. If she were to work in a factory that processed weapon embryo materials with this kind of efficiency, she would probably be fired after half a day's work. It was also because she understood the inadequacy of her forging level that she didn't have the confidence to forge equipment for others. It doesn't matter if you don't have confidence, the point is that I just have confidence in you. Like I said, don't worry, and forge boldly, even if you fail, I won't blame you. Lin Chen said with a smile, and immediately afterward, he placed the demonic ring that he was wearing, as well as the high-level materials that the Sacred Dawn Academy had rewarded him with, on Amanda's forging table. A 20% success rate. For others, this was simply too low. But for Lin Chen, who had played the Kryptonite game of Dungeons in his previous life, a 20% probability was already very high, okay? He'd even succeeded with a 12 strengthening roll with a 1% success rate. 20% equaled 100%. But before forging this ring of mine, I'll give 5 high-level weapons for you to forge. Lin Chen took out 5 more level 20 advanced weapons out. These were some of the loot he had harvested during his summer vacation when he had gone to the wilderness maps to kill monsters and practice leveling. Ha! To put it bluntly, Lin Chen, you still don't trust people. Indeed, letting people forge 5 weapons first, if they fail, your main weapon won't be strong, right? Lin Chen, you still say you believe in people, this is not even firm. As soon as the surrounding freshmen saw this operation of Lin Chen, they also opened their mouths to discuss. You guys don't get it, this is called the mat technique. Lin Chen was half concerned about these sneers, his expression remained indifferent. He turned his head to look at Amanda, who was a bit at a loss for words, reached out his hand and touched her work cap, and said with a very serious attitude, I'll leave this demonic ring of mine to you, I'm sure you'll be able to make it. Amanda looked at this human with eyes full of trust in herself, and her round bun face gradually became firm from apprehension and helplessness. Since people were so trusting of themselves, then if they were to be coy and hesitant again, they would be losing the face of the dwarf clan. Father told her. Failure is not shameful, fear of failure is shameful. Chapter 103 Forging Success. A sudden talent awakening. When Amanda picked up her forging hammer, that round, cute bun face was already seriously focused. Lin Chen and the surrounding spectator eaters directly retreated beyond the yellow line 5 meters away. When a forging master was working at the forging table, idle people could not get too close so as not to affect the forging masters. Work. Under the gaze of the crowd, Amanda separately put the materials needed for forging into the furnace on the side, refining them into 6 different kinds of forging liquids. They corresponded to the 6 weapons to be forged: a main weapon, the Ring of Demons, and 5 level 20 advanced weapons. Amanda placed the short sword of corruption on the forging table, then poured in the corresponding forging liquid, picked up her forging hammer, and began to hammer. Clang! Dang! Clang! Obviously, Amanda's body looked so slender and delicate, but the sense of power she displayed when she wielded the forging hammer was astonishing. Each fall of the hammer splashed out bright sparks, and the forging liquid gradually merged into the weapon during the pounding, causing the weapon to be able to emit a joyful soft chirping sound. Only, after a minute, the rhythmic hammering sound came to an abrupt end, replaced by a click sound of cracking. This meant that the forging and strengthening of this short sword of corruption had not only failed, but even the weapon itself had directly shattered. Ah! The surrounding freshmen collectively let out a boo, while an expression of I knew it appeared on their faces. Amanda gripped the forging hammer in her hand tightly and looked towards Lin Chen in the crowd. At this time, in her eyes, the faces of all the other people around her were blurred, but only the face of Lin Chen, the employer, was incomparably clear. She was afraid to see the same expression on Lin Chen's face as the freshmen around her. Fortunately, when she looked at Lin Chen, she didn't see a disappointed expression from Lin Chen's face. Instead, she always looked at her with a smile and gently nodded her head, signaling that she didn't need to be discouraged, just continue forging. Who? Seeing that Lin Chen still chose to believe in herself, Amanda once again used her slender arm to raise the heavy forging hammer, and began to strengthen the second weapon, the flame battle axe. Clang! 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 The entire side hall of the fortification hall once again resounded with the rhythmic sound of forging hammers. However, in less than a minute, the sound of clicking broke again, causing the surrounding freshmen who were watching the show to let out another round of boos. The second weapon, the flame tomahawk, failed to be forged. Third weapon, spiked long sword, forging failure. Fourth weapon, Vine Dual Blade, forging failure. The fifth weapon, the Bright Moon Broadsword, failed to be forged. 5 consecutive failures. One must know that even a low-level forger has a 30% success rate in forging high-level weapons. 5 consecutive failures. Then forging a rare grade weapon with a success rate of only 20%, wouldn't that be even more of a defeat? At this moment, Amanda let out a deep breath and placed the demonic ring on the forging table. Without waiting for her to look at Lin Chen again, the surrounding freshmen were already up in arms. Lin Chen, are you sure you want to give her your main weapon to forge? She's already lost 5 in a row. Hiss. I just realized that you're the Ring of Demons? What's your relationship with the Chu family? The origin of this demonic ring is not simple. Demonic ring? Holy! How dare you give such a valuable weapon to a low-level forger to forge it? You're crazy. It is said that this is a weapon made from the edges of a mysterious meteorite from beyond the heavens, but even so, it's very valuable. The key is that this weapon can always be upgraded in quality. Even after ascending to 100 levels, it can be used as a graduation weapon. It was only at this time that the surrounding spectators realized that Lin Chen's main weapon was not simple. What's more, they didn't expect that Lin Chen would dare to take this kind of special main weapon and strengthen it for a low-level forger. If this shattered, it would really be an explosive blood loss. To know that a weapon that could allow you to wear it until after 100 levels and be considered graduated was incomparably precious and rare. Amanda straightened her half-crooked work cap and looked at Lin Chen once again. She is a dwarf clan, in fact, do not need to identify her what for, as long as a mold, know that this one ring is very precious. Really? Want to continue? She asked with a voice like a mosquito. Definitely want to continue. Lin Chen completely disregarded the exhortations of the freshmen around him, and didn't even bother to look at them. Amanda also nodded her head decisively. Under the gaze of the crowd. Clang! With all her strength, she swung the first hammer down at the demonic ring. Clang! Brilliant sparks splashed up, illuminating the stunned, lamented, and helpless faces of every freshman around them. Perhaps in their hearts, they thought that Lin Chen was tantamount to self-destruction by releasing such a precious master weapon to a low-level forger to forge. Amanda had placed her full concentration on the forging. Every blow of the hammer was incomparably firm and precise. As time ticked by, the freshman onlookers got nervous, each swallowing their saliva and staring at Amanda's petite figure bathed in sparks. It was as if they felt that in the next second, the shattering sound would ring out. And what about Lin Chen, the person in question? By all rights, it should have been quite tense as well. But even Lin Chen himself felt that it was strange that he didn't feel half a bit of nervousness within himself. Instead, he had a strong premonition that this time, the forging would definitely be a success. And the next fact that happened really greatly exceeded the expectations of all the onlookers of the new students. When the forging time stopped at the moment of 120 seconds. Buzz! The forging table suddenly lit up with a dazzling colored light. Really forged it for her. All the freshmen were dazzled by the voluminous colored light in front of them. It's become. How is it possible? Really? It's even possible for her to succeed? My God! This. Compared to the surrounding freshman, Olesna, who was actually a staff member of the strengthening hall, was even more shocked. She looked dumbfounded at the equally dumbfounded petite figure. She worked here and no one knew Amanda's level better than her. But what she didn't expect was that Amanda, who had a higher failure rate than a smart forging machine for strengthening low-level and mid-level equipment, had actually forged a rare-level weapon successfully. Buzz! The scene that made everyone present feel even more shocked suddenly appeared again at this moment. One could only see a bright and divine golden light pillar enveloping Arminda's body. Amanda gently closed her eyes, and her petite body gently floated up, bathing in the golden pillar of light. She looked incomparably holy at the moment. Talent awakening. She ushered in a talent awakening. Seeing this scene, the knowledgeable Jiang Chen murmured in surprise. Chapter 104 Strengthening 5 Stars. Gao Liangxian. Congratulations, your weapon Demonic Ring has been successfully strengthened. Equipment, Demonic Ring. Grade, Rare Upgradable. Wearing requirements, none. Enhancement level, 5-star. Equipment description: this ring can change into 3 weapon forms, which are bow and arrow, mace, and heavy sword. Equipment attributes: bow and arrow form, armor penetration increased by 40%, penetrating power increased by 70%,
physical attack power increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 50%. Staff form, legal resistance penetration increased by 40%, spell skill range increased by 80%, magic attack power increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 50%. Heavy sword form, strength, physique, armor, and spell resistance increased by 40%, gained 30% damage reduction, recovered 8% of its maximum life value per second, and movement speed increased by 40%.
Enhanced attributes. When in bow form, each attack hits the enemy and applies 10 seconds of armor break status, reducing the enemy's armor by 20%. When in staff form, each attack hits an enemy, increasing your magic attack power by 20% for 10 seconds.
When in heavy sword form, each time you take an attack from an enemy, you increase your survival attributes max lifespan, armor, magic resistance, damage reduction, healing effect by 30%. What could be seen was that after the forging and strengthening was successful, as the owner of the weapon, Lin Chen was the first to receive a change in his weapon's information.
There was an additional reinforcement attribute. And
the reinforcement level was 5 stars. Jumping from strengthening 0 star to 5 star all of a sudden, this was undoubtedly triggering a forging great success. In terms of forging reinforcement, if you were lucky enough, sometimes it was possible to jump to a great success all at once, directly exceeding your expected reinforcement level.
The increased reinforcement attribute was undoubtedly another great boost to Lin Chen's strength.
Looking at that little dwarf girl. At this moment, her body was covered in golden light, and she had already entered the epiphany state of her talent awakening. In fact, every transmuter had the possibility of a talent awakening at every time.
Some might awaken a new talent right in the middle of a battle.
Some might have awakened a new talent while they were sleeping. And Amanda had obviously triggered the conditions for awakening her talent because she had achieved a great success in forging a rare grade weapon.
Everyone, please be quiet.
Please go over to the main hall, don't affect this forger, she is in the middle of a critical talent awakening process.
Olesna hurriedly and politely asked the students present to leave this place and go to the main hall.
Because the clamor from here was too loud, so much so that the sophomores who were in the forge reinforcement next door also came by the sound.
Too many people making noise might affect Amanda's talent awakening. And
don't look at the fact that Olesna had never recommended Lin Chen to choose Amanda as the forger to strengthen his weapons, but in fact, Olesna usually took very good care of Amanda, the little dwarf girl. Not recommending Lin Chen to choose her was because she was afraid of failing to offend Lin Chen as a special customer, and secondly, she was afraid that Lin Chen would blame Amanda after failing to strengthen her.
When there were no customers, Olesna would basically go and chat with Amanda whenever she had time to kill.
After all, Amanda's situation of being ostracized was also something that made Olesna feel pitiful, so she took care of it as if it was her little sister.
Right now,
Olesna understood very well that this time Amanda, the little dwarf girl, had her first awakening of her talent, which meant that she had arrived at the critical moment to change her life's destiny.
If she can successfully awaken the forging talent, then Amanda will no longer be the waste forger in the dwarf population.
So of course, Olesna wanted to make sure the environment was quiet, so that Amanda could fully realize her newly awakened talent.
The crowd arrived at the wide and magnificent main hall.
Lin Chen had already gotten his hands on the Ring of Demonic Exaltedness. When he transformed the Ring of Demonic Dissimilarity into the form of a bow and arrow, the entire body of the bow and arrow was covered in scarlet lines, emitting an awe-inspiring offensive aura, allowing all the students present to feel that this bow and arrow was the form of a powerful weapon that was primarily physical offense and killing. When he transformed the Ring of Demons into the form of a staff, the staff was surrounded by a hazy purple luster, and a purple jewel, like a dream, was suspended at the head of the staff, emitting a heart-stopping magical fluctuation. When he transformed the demonic ring into the heavy sword form, the entire heavy sword took on a deeper dark color, and a mountain-like thick aura emanated out, allowing the life energy as well as the various survival attributes in Lin Chen's body to receive a great bonus, and anyone could sense that this was a defensive form that pulled out all the survival attributes.
Great weapon!
I can't believe that this weapon would be forged and strengthened by Amanda, and it's obvious that the strengthening level should be around 5 stars. At this time, a tall and fat figure dispersed the crowd and walked over towards this place, applauding and praising. Being forcibly and nonchalantly pushed aside by this tall and fat figure, the students were a bit angry and wanted to curse angrily, but as soon as they saw the appearance of this tall and fat figure, they stopped wanting to curse foul-mouthed thoughts at once. Obviously, the origin of this tall and fat figure was not small, so much so that ordinary students could not afford to offend.
This school brother, my name is Gao Liangxian, and I'm currently a sophomore here.
Seeing this transformable multi-form weapon of yours of your senior brother, I also like it very much.
I wonder if senior brother is willing to offer it? It just so happens that my friend's birthday is in 2 days. I want to buy it as a gift for her. Of course, this weapon is now a rare grade with 5 stars of reinforcement. Then I am willing to use the price of 8 stars of reinforcement to buy this weapon of yours. 300,000 credits, you certainly won't lose out. After the tall and fat figure finished introducing himself, he also immediately stated his purpose. When the surrounding students heard the name Gao Liangxian, their expressions changed slightly. Gao Liangxian? The young master of the Gao family in the capital? Yes, the Gao family is a famous weapons trading family, and it is said to be one of the largest traders in terms of the amount of weapons exported and sold to foreign countries every year. This Gao Liangxian comes from a weapons merchant family, so he probably saw at a glance that this demonic ring of Linchen was extraordinary. That's why he's thinking of purchasing it. The price of 300,000 credits, honestly, it sounds quite high. It's more than enough to buy an ordinary rare grade weapon, but to buy the demonic ring, it's quite a bit worse. Indeed, in my place, I definitely don't want to sell it. This demonic ring can be used all the time as long as it's always upgraded and strengthened, after 100 levels. But if I don't sell it, wouldn't that offend Gao Liangxian? The surrounding discussion also let Lin Chen know that this guy named Gao Liangxian was not from a good background. But so what? Sorry, not interested. Lin Chen gently shook his head, directly rejecting the other party's acquisition. Chapter 105, The Dancing Gao Liangxian. 400,000 credits. Even though Lin Chen had clearly stated his refusal, Gao Liangxian seemed to have really taken a liking to this demonic ring and continued to bid. This price was actually not considered low. It was fine to purchase a rare grade weapon with 8 stars of enhancement. However, Lin Chen was already too lazy to pay attention to the other party, observing the changes in his own weapon to himself. He had already clearly expressed his refusal, and the other party would not sell it no matter how much he offered. There was another reason, and that was because Lin Chen was using this demonic ring in a relatively smooth and satisfying manner. Of course. The most important thing was that this demonic ring was a gift from Chu Shanha, a senior. Taking a gift from someone else and selling it was not a good thing in itself. When Gao Liangxian saw that Lin Chen actually had such a refusal attitude of not eating oil and salt, that fat face was also gloomy and dark. Bad, it seems that Lin Chen's refusal attitude has indeed angered Gao Liangxian. Gao Liangxian, I heard, is still a member of the student council. Offending him is not a wise thing to do. Mainly because it's more disgusting to put small shoes on you. The power possessed by the student council of the Holy Sun Academic Mansion was not big to say the least, but it was not small to say the least. The Holy Sun Academy was too big, with a large number of students, while the number of teachers was too small, so some of the miscellaneous matters were given to the student council to take care of the jurisdiction. Just for example, the staff of places such as the Skill Library, the Hall of Secret Realm Copies, and the Hall of School Quests are all staffed by students sent by the student council to serve on a temporary basis. When you want to go to the skill library and use credits to exchange for a certain skill book you need, the staff of the person's student union will apologetically tell you, "I'm sorry, this skill book has already been booked, there's no more left over, so you'll have to wait for the school to replenish its inventory." When you want to go to the Secret Realm Replica Hall and use your credits to buy a ticket for a replica, the staff of the student union will continue to tell you apologetically, "I'm sorry, the replica's ticket sales for this week are full, so we can only ask you to wait until next week." When you go to the Academy Quest Hall and take on a quest, the staff of the other student union will report to the other student union members, "That guy took on a quest, and you finished it ahead of him, so that he can work for nothing all day without half a credit gain." Even if it means that you tell your tutor that the student council is maliciously targeting you, and the tutor goes ahead and holds him accountable, the other student council will be able to give a sensible and reasonable explanation. This skill book is really booked out, there is no more stock. The copy tickets are really sold out, don't believe me, go check. This task was indeed completed by someone else first, the task, that's how it is, whoever completes it first, who will get the reward. You see. Even if the tutor want to find the trouble of the student union, are very difficult to find. Because people are in the reasonable, legitimate and lawful within the scope of the target you. The reason for this is that a lot of people have been using this as a way to get to the bottom of the problem. Because of this, many students do not dare to easily offend the members of the student union, and will tolerate it if they can. Or, if you can't beat them, then join them, and I'll become a part of the student council. At this moment, Gao Liangxian looked at this freshman who didn't even give himself, the senior and student council member of the Gao family, any face at all. He was of course furious inside. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance to make an offer. I still hope to be friends with you," Gao Liangxian said sorrowfully. The students on the side saw Gao Liangxuan's expression full of threat and malice, and they all didn't dare to come forward to touch the bad luck, they only dared to whisper. Bad, really being targeted by Gao Liangxian. Bad, what's bad? If it's someone else, it's Gao Liangxian that has to be scorned for a few points, but he's Lin Chen don't forget, who's Lin Chen's student. Then it seems that the unlucky one is Gao Liangxian What else? He always thinks that just because he has the identity of a student council member, everyone is afraid of him. He kicked the iron plate this time and doesn't even know it. Jiang Chen on the side was even more natural and calm, already waiting to see the picture of this Gao Liangxian making a fool of himself. Who is it bad to mess with, but to mess with Lin Chen? It was also this Gao Liangxian who deserved it. Didn't he know that even amongst the freshmen of the first level, there would be existences that he couldn't afford to mess with? At this moment, hearing the threatening words coming out of Gao Liangxuan's mouth, Lin Chen immediately turned his head, and his cold and merciless line of sight directly landed on Gao Liangxuan's body. Faced with this pair of like an abyss of cold eyes staring, I do not know if it is not Gao Liangxuan's illusion, the heart actually rose up a burst of coldness, like being in an ice cave in general. This guy is not good to deal with. At this time, Gao Liangxian suddenly realized this. However, not even waiting for him to speak out a "sorry, I'm kidding, I have to go first," the next second, his vision of the sky and earth, the scene became blurred, just a moment to return to normal. But the scene that came into his eyes was in the midst of a high to the burst of powerful songs and hot dance hall. A pair of ears were filled with music full of passion and desire. One by one, the dancers with revealing clothes and exquisite figures, with charming expressions, stuck over towards him, inviting him to dance with them. Gao Liangxian only felt that what he smelled in his nose was the scent of a woman's body that caused his desire to rise, paired with the powerful songs that shook his eardrums, so that he couldn't help but twist his obese body, and even couldn't help but peel off his own clothes and fling them to the side. Wow! This caused a burst of cheers to erupt from the surrounding people who were dancing together. Gao Liangxian felt that he was already in the spotlight at the moment, being gazed upon by everyone as the center of attention, and his vanity was satisfied like never before. But he did not know that he had fallen into a deep hallucination. Inside the hall of the strengthening hall, Gao Liangxian was already taking off his clothes, revealing his bloated, fat, and ugly body in front of the eyes of the many students, and then humming an unpleasant tune while twisting an ugly dance that couldn't bear to be seen. The surrounding students were dumbfounded. Wasn't this Gao Liangxian viciously threatening Lin Chen just now? How was it that Lin Chen merely looked at him and he couldn't help but start dancing excitedly to himself? The key is, he really wasn't afraid of losing face. This was still the Hall of Strengthening, not a ballroom. With so many students watching, he even dared to do this. He should be under an illusion. There were also students present who had outstanding eyesight and saw Gao Liangxuan's current situation at a glance. When the others around them heard this, they were stunned. The reason was simple: everyone here was a beast master. Who would be able to do illusions? Of course, there will also be illusionary beast masters, but none of the students summoned a beast pet. Then who on earth had inflicted Gao Liangxian with an illusion spell? Could it be Lin Chen? Chapter 1069 out 13 returns. Put. Ha 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 ha. First of all, regardless of how Lin Chen had cast the illusion, now that he had seen Gao Liangxian subtly doing such an ugly dance, the many students present were also a little unable to hold themselves together and laughed out loud. Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of trash, and after greeting Olesna and paying 1,000 credits as a forging fee, he directly turned around and left. Olesna wanted to stay for a bit, but after taking a look at Amanda, who was still in the process of awakening her talent, she could only give up and chose to take care of this little dwarf girl first. After Lin Chen left the Hall of Strengthening, another half a minute passed. Only then did Gao Liangxian detach himself from the illusion. When he looked down and saw his stripped clothing, revealing his bloated and obese figure, as well as listening to the unbridled jeers of those students around him, he knew that he had definitely been caught in an illusion. You guys? Gao Liangxian furiously pointed his finger at these students, wanting to curse something, but realized he didn't know how to do so. What in the world is that kid's origin? Why is he a royal beast master profession able to use illusions? No matter how stupid Gao Liangxian was, he knew that he had actually kicked the iron plate. Luckily, he viewed a circle around him and realized that the guy from earlier was no longer there. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. If that guy he threatened was still around, he would really not know what to say. With this in mind, Gao Liangxian could only lower his head and leave this strengthening hall in humiliation. Behind him were the bursts of laughter from the crowd. Lin Chen, I'm curious, how on earth are you sure that the forging of the demonic ring will definitely succeed? As Lin Chen turned around and left the hall of strengthening, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't continue to stay there and also followed Lin Chen out together. The tall and marvelous catgirl's stance was almost side by side with Lin Chen. The extremely high face value coupled with the good outfit, especially the pair of fluffy cat ears, made the turnaround rate of the boys and girls who passed by along the way extremely high. Jiang Chen didn't care at all about the attention. She had gotten used to it since she was a child. No matter where she went, she would attract a lot of attention. What she cared about now was why Lin Chen had dared to be so bold as to not even use a protection stone and directly release the demonic ring to that little dwarf girl who was a low-level forger to forge it. By intuition. Lin Chen answered very directly. He swore that this was indeed the true answer. From the bottom of his heart, he just felt that it would definitely be a success. After failing several mats in front of him, according to the probability, one would have to come true anyways. Let it go, don't worry too much. The more you hesitate, the more likely you are to fail. This was the truth that Lin Chen had realized in his previous life when he played games to strengthen his equipment. Of course. Even if he failed, it didn't matter. The big deal was that he could just earn credits and purchase a rare grade weapon that suited him in the school's treasury. Relying on intuition. Really? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. Lin Chen was already too lazy to answer Jiang Chen's question. Despite the fact that he and Jiang Chen were also students of Ms. Ellis, Lin Chen didn't want to get too deeply involved with this catgirl. Next, Lin Chen made a direct trip to the Holy Sun Academy's market center. There were all sorts of medicine stores, prop stores, and equipment stores there. Nowadays, low-grade props were no longer of much use to Lin Chen, so he had to purchase some mid-grade props, as well as some higher-grade gain potions, just in case. Logically speaking, with such a cold attitude from Lin Chen, Jiang Chen, the proud daughter of the heavens, should have also turned away directly. However, after pondering for a moment, she even chose to silently follow behind Lin Chen. She watched as Lin Chen acquired props and medicines that she normally wouldn't even bother to look at. Even though she didn't want to believe it, she knew that this boy was relying on these inconspicuous props and medicines, coupled with his control of the battlefield situation and his mastery of combat techniques, thus crushing all the prides of the same class. At the very least, in terms of copy racing, Lin Chen had used far more than anyone could imagine on the first two levels. Gently taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen decided that she would call her family later on and ask them to send some props and gaining medicines over to her. Nope. All of Lin Chen's things were earned by his own strength, including the credits he needed to strengthen and purchase items nowadays. If one were to turn to one's family for help, wouldn't one be inherently inferior to Lin Chen? With this in mind, Jiang Chen took out her cell phone and logged into the official website of the Sacred Sun Academy to check her account credit balance. But it was this look that caused a flash of embarrassment to appear on Jiang Chen's pretty face. The account credits on it, the balance was only enough for her to maintain her daily expenses, it was simply not enough to buy extra other props. Because she had lost to Lin Chen in the freshman exam, the credits that should have belonged to her in this ranking had already been snatched away by this guy Lin Chen. Of course. It wasn't just her, many of the students who had lost to Lin Chen were in the same situation as Jiang Chen, and were definitely very short-handed for the first month. Neither did they have any extra credits to buy duplicate tickets, nor were they able to buy other props, consumables, and so on. And so, Lin Chen had just come out of the pharmacy when he saw Jiang Chen, who had a slightly red face and looked rather embarrassed, standing at the door, seemingly waiting for himself to come out. Seeing that the other party had a look of being on the verge of not being able to open her mouth, Lin Chen asked, "Something's wrong?" "Just." Jiang Chen's delicate and flawless pretty face became more and more flushed, and in a pleading tone, she spoke with difficulty, "Can you lend me a little bit of credits? I'll promise to pay you back next month." After saying these words, Jiang Chen's pretty face was already as red as an apple. A pair of cat ears even hung down, and this awkward and difficult demeanor made her look cute for no reason. If Bai-chan was here, he would be amazed, because he had never seen Jiang Chen show such an awkward and difficult demeanor. Even more so, he had never seen Jiang Chen lower her stance to make a request to someone. "How much to borrow?" In response, Lin Chen didn't hesitate, and very decisively took out his cell phone from his pocket, logged into the official website of the academy, and prepared to make a credit transfer. Seeing Lin Chen being so dry, Jiang Chen's embarrassed look lessened a lot, and inwardly, her favorable impression of Lin Chen greatly increased. However,
Before Jiang Chen could reveal a bright smile, Lin Chen's next sentence caused Jiang Chen's pretty face to darken. First of all, looking for me to borrow credits, it's usually 9 out of 13. Seeing as you're pretty, I'll give you a discount, 9 out of 12 will do. Jiang Chen listened to Lin Chen's words. A pair of good-looking cat pupils glared at Lin Chen. You're still shylocking on me. To correct you, not just to you. Lin Chen signaled the other party not to get agitated before continuing. I have this rule for everyone who borrows credits from me. Chapter 1074 SSS Grade Forging Talents. You. Alright, don't you know you, just say, borrow or not. Lin Chen waved his hand, interrupted the other party's words and said, in fact, if I were you, I wouldn't borrow it. The big thing is to ask my family to ask for it. Anyway, your Jiang family is a big family with a deep heritage. Make a phone call about it. Okay, you shut up, I borrow. 20,000 credits. I'll pay it back next month. Jiang Chen glared at Lin Chen ferociously. Lin Chen didn't care. Despite the other party's ferocity, a beautiful woman is a beautiful woman, and instead of being half bluffed, the angry look was pleasing to the eye, and very decisively transferred money to the other party. Seeing the balance of credits on Lin Chen's account out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Chen was even more furious. This guy's credits were surprisingly over $100,000. At freshman exam, Lin Chen had pocketed all the credits from the 2nd to 7th place, so he was indeed well fed. Alright, I'm going back, farewell. Lin Chen waved his hand and left directly, not even bothering to make an IOU. As the daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Chen shouldn't be so bad as to renege on the debt. The Hall of Strengthening. After Lin Chen left, another half an hour had passed. Olesna had forbidden anyone from entering or leaving the side hall and personally guarded the doorway. It was only because within the side hall, there was a petite figure that had been bathed in golden light, permeated with the power of divine enlightenment. Obviously, this petite figure's talent awakening ceremony still hadn't ended. The talent awakening came suddenly, and the duration was beyond Olesna's expectations. However, she knew that for Amanda, this talent awakening would probably completely change her future destiny. If she could awaken AB rank or higher forging talent, then she could at least become a normal forger. And if she could awaken a forging talent above a rank, then she should be able to become a master forger in the future. As for S grade or above forging talent, Grandmaster level to start with, the future was unlimited. But the problem was that an S rank or above forging talent wasn't that easy to awaken. Time passed by minute. Buzz. Finally, after another 10 minutes, the golden light that enveloped Amanda's petite body completely dissipated. She slowly fell back to the ground and opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, Olesna was stunned. It was because Olesna discovered that Amanda's pair of eyes, which had undergone a great change, were no longer brown, but instead took on the colors of red and blue respectively. Eyes of Forging. SSS Class Forging Talent. Hiss. This. As someone who was engaged in the forging industry, Olesna certainly knew something about forging talent from some encyclopedic books. However, even more shock was yet to come. Only to see Amanda slowly stretch out her small hand filled with thick calluses and scars, and the hammer of forging fell into her hand. At this moment, buzz. The golden light shone brightly. It illuminated the entire forge side hall in a golden splendor. Only to see that the forging hammer in Amanda's hand no longer showed the color of gray and black, but instead showed the color of extremely pure gold. My God! The golden hammer. Another SSS grade forging talent. Olesna couldn't even help but shout out of breath. Fortunately, she was the only one here in the reinforcement hall at the moment, and the other students had all left when they saw that the high-ranked forging masters weren't here. If the students were here and witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they would definitely drop their jaws. It was because Amanda had actually awakened 2 SSS grade forging talents. Amanda stared blankly at the small hammer in her hand that had already metamorphosed into the color of gold, and an information panel had already surfaced in front of her eyes. You have awakened the SSS grade talent Eye of Forging. You have awakened the SSS grade talent Hammer of Gold. You have awakened the SSS rank talent Hardened Hands. You have awakened the SSS grade talent Ghostly Work. Not just 2 SSS grade talents, but 4. If Olesna, who was already dumbfounded at the moment, knew about this incredibly shocking fact, then she would definitely go completely insane. One must know that there were no more than 100 forging masters worldwide who had awakened their SSS grade forging talents. There were no more than 10 forging masters who had awakened 2 SSS grade forging talents.
As for forging masters who had awakened 4 SSS grade forging talents, there was definitely only one Amanda in the world. Amanda also seemed to know how special the situation that had happened to her was. She looked towards the dumbfounded Alesna on the side and softly said, "Sister Alesna, can you help me keep this a secret? To the outside world, just say that I've awakened the Hammer of Gold talent." Alesna sniffed, returned to her senses from the shock, and also slowly nodded. "Yes, Amanda, it seems that you are also aware of the reasoning of wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. After all, you dwarves also have an arch enemy." Amanda saw Alesna agreeing to herself, then she revealed a sweet smile. The forge eyes had already converged and returned to their normal brown pupils. She glanced around before softly saying, "Sister Alesna, that boy just now, what's his name?" Don't look at Amanda's petite size, but she was 19 years old. It was still a year older than Lin Chen, who was now 18. He, is called Lin Chen. A freshman at the Sacred Sun Academy, his strength is very impressive. He was able to overwhelm the group in the freshman exam before, and now he has even gained the favor of Princess Alice and has become her personal student. Alesna smiled and explained. Lin Chen. Amanda lowered her small head and murmured softly. It was because of this boy's incomparable belief in himself and letting her forge the equipment with her own hands that she managed to enter the state of enlightenment, thus awakening her talent. Recalling back to the previous scene. The gazes of all the people around them looking at themselves were all tinged with mockery and sarcasm, and their faces even had a gloating look of waiting for a good show. Only Lin Chen looked at her with an open and trusting gaze. Even her own brother, who doted on her, had never looked at her when he was guiding her through the forge. Her own parents, when they knew that she hadn't awakened her forging talent, had even suggested that she shouldn't become a forger and could find another way out. Only this human boy. If it wasn't for that gaze that frankly trusted her, Amanda felt that she didn't even have the courage to raise the hammer when she finally forged that one precious and incomparable demonic ring. The heart of determination brought her into the realm of enlightenment. Using this as an opportunity, she awakened 4 SSS grade forging talents at once. This favor, Amanda felt that she must remember it in her heart when the spring returns. The current her might not have the qualifications to repay the favor. But the future her definitely had. On the other side, Lin Chen returned to his residence and also received a text message from Ms. Ellis. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, South Gate of the Holy Sun Academy, Special Training Class. Chapter 108 Special Training Class. Boing! After glancing at the text message, Lin Chen was to find that his own beast pet, Candle Pixie, had already let out a petulant humming sound, indicating that his little tummy was already starving, and that he was hurrying to eat his meal. Ever since the freshman exam, perhaps because of the level up, this little candle dragon had entered a very short temporary dormant period. Now after awakening, the first thing it did was to drill out of the imperial beast heraldry, looking for its master to pamper it and ask for food. When he went to visit the Holy Sun Academy's bazaar today, Lin Chen didn't just purchase props and medicines, he also specifically purchased fatty and fresh high-grade meats for little Yu, storing them in his storage ring. Previously, when teacher Alice had gifted Lin Chen with a few skill books, she had also incidentally gifted a very high-level magic storage ring. Not only did it possess an extremely large storage space, but it also possessed functions such as categorization, automatic pickup, and food preservation. Utilizing magic technology techniques to achieve perfect freshness, these purchased high-level meat ingredients, even if they were placed inside for 2 or 3 months, they would not have half a point of decay, and even their freshness would not have half a point of discount. In the past, he didn't have any money, but now that he has money, he naturally can't treat this precious beast pet of his family poorly. Not only high-grade meat ingredients, some fire attribute potions, spiritual medicine, and spiritual grasses used to replenish energy were also bought, as if they were snacks for the family's beast pet. Nearly half of the Imperial Beast gold coins rewarded by the Sacred Sun Academy had already been spent in the bazaar. Lin Chen had experienced the days of poverty, but he wouldn't become incredibly frugal because of it, and he was very willing to spend what he needed to spend. As Villa 0001, which only the first freshman could live in, it was naturally full of luxurious facilities. The roasted meat grilled by the large automatic grill was extremely flavorful, almost comparable to the level of a senior chef. Don't look at the small size of this small candle dragon, but its food quantity is not small. A meal could eat 30 pounds of roasted meat. After the little guy had eaten and drunk enough, he curled up in Lin Chen's arms, closed his eyes, and fell asleep at ease. It was worth mentioning that Lin Chen discovered that this talent of Night Shadow could also be enjoyed by Candle Dragon as his own beast pet. The effect of the Night Shadow talent was that as long as Lin Chen stayed in the shadows, he would be able to gain invincibility and invisibility for 3 seconds. Just now, when Candle Spectre came alive and burrowed under the table, Lin Chen realized that the little guy had unexpectedly entered a state of invisibility and invincibility as well. In addition, Lin Chen was able to inherit the Night Underworld God Emperor's Demon Void Pupil talent, and it was very likely that he had been influenced by Candle Dragon. Because Candle Dragon also had a pupil art talent called Night Underworld Divine Eyes, which had almost the same effect as the demonic void pupil. Perhaps it was due to this part of his influence that Lin Chen was so lucky that he succeeded in inheriting the demon void pupil. After all, for a beastmaster, the beast pet and himself were one and the same. The following day, Lin Chen woke up very early. In addition to performing his daily battle training, he also had to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for the little candle dragon. Like the beast pets of other imperial beast masters, the food was usually fresh animal flesh and blood, but little candle dragon, under Lin Chen's influence, no longer ate raw meat, only cooked meat. After warming up and training, he took a bath, organized his equipment and the props he needed, before taking the little guy out, directly to the southern gate of the Sacred Sun Academy. When Lin Chen arrived at the south gate, he saw many students converging here. Not only freshmen, but also sophomores and juniors were all teaming up with each other and talking to their peers at the exit of this gate. In this regard, Lin Chen didn't feel too surprised. This was because the geography and culture class that he had taken before had said that since the world had changed, the land map of the entire Blue Star had changed drastically. The four sides of the capital city had also been surrounded by a vast and endless field map. The southern gate corresponded to the path leading to the Tsongfeng Plains. These student teams were usually preparing to head to the Tsongfeng Great Plains to hunt and kill monsters there, thus raising their level. Lin Chen, this way. It was at this time that a cool voice came from Lin Chen's ears. Lin Chen turned his head to look, and what met his eyes was his teacher's tall and marvelous figure. Ms. Alice was wearing a rather majestic dean's robe today, as a white moon elf, and also a royal princess. Ms. Alice naturally had beautiful features that could almost be said to be flawless, and a pair of elf pupils that looked like alabaster were mesmerizing to the eye. In terms of height, she was half a head taller than Jiang Chen, with a tall figure of about 1.75 meters. Her pretty face did not have much expression, and she exuded a sense of coldness that made her uninviting. Don't look at Alice as a tutor, but in reality, she was still the honorary dean of the Sacred Sun Academy. When Tutor Alice appeared, she undoubtedly became the most noticeable presence in the South Gate area. While Lin Chen stood beside Tutor Alice, he became the second most noticeable existence. One after another, the seniors landed their curious and inquisitive gazes on Lin Chen's body. Luckily, in the next second, Mentor Alice gently placed her soft and slender jade hand on Lin Chen's shoulder. Immediately afterward, Lin Chen felt a sense of weightlessness and dizziness emerge in his entire body. He knew that this was because Instructor Alice had used the means of spatial teleportation, taking him on a spatial displacement. When Lin Chen's sight was restored, he opened his eyes, and what met his eyes was in the middle of a huge pit that was filled with an evil aura. Roar! At the same time, a monster hissing sound filled with biting killing intent came from his ears. A pair of scarlet eyes hidden within the black mist was already directly locked onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen could feel that the aura emanating from this one monster was very powerful, and it was definitely not an ordinary field map monster. The content of today's special training class is very simple. It's now 8 o'clock in the morning time, and you have to survive here until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll go back first. I'll come to pick you up at 5 p.m. sharp. Ms. Ella's cool voice rang out. At the end, she added, "Don't die, or I'll be very disappointed." After saying that, her figure was dispersed into a roiling white moonlight and disappeared into thin air, leaving Lin Chen standing alone in the middle of this vast, dark, giant pit. It seemed that because Ms. Alice, this powerful existence, had disappeared, that those evil creatures around them that were filled with biting killing intent also finally had no scruples and were able to completely liberate their own nature, directly stepping out from that dense dark mist, slowly revealing their true faces. Monster, Evil Alien Ogre. Level, 50. Talent, Manic Power B, Evil Alien Empowerment S. Skills, Giant Hammer Blow C, Infection S, Savage Punch B. Description, originally an ordinary ogre, but has been completely infected by the alien demonic breath, becoming an extremely evil and brutal horror monster with greatly enhanced strength. Chapter 109 The Hunt Moment opens. The moment Lin Chen saw the monster information, he finally realized why one student after another had previously complained about the difficulty of Teacher Alice's practical classes. Lin Chen was only level 25 now, and as a result, the special training class that Teacher Alice had arranged for him was facing monsters that were level 50. Not only that, all of the monsters here were infected by the alien demon breath, and their strength was far beyond that of an ordinary ogre candidate. Can you believe that the ogres infected by the foreign devil's breath had an extra S-rank talent and an S-rank skill? The talent called Evil Empowerment had the effect that any skill or attack released by the monster would be strengthened at all levels. As for the infection skill, as the name suggests, any creature wounded by them would be infected along with it. In other words, if Lin Chen was accidentally injured by these monsters, then Lin Chen would probably be infected into a monster that only knew how to kill, just like them. What's even more crucial is that Lin Chen would have to support himself here alone from more than 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. The content of this special training class was too hardcore. If any other student came, they would probably be crying. Master, isn't the content of this course you've said a little too much? At this moment, Lin Chen didn't know that outside of this pit area, Alice, who was wrapped in the light of the white moon and stood in the air like a goddess of moonlight, was overlooking the scene in the pit with a clear and cold expression. On the side, was the little Kua cat Tia, who had already transformed into human form, a cute-looking little girl with a pair of feathered wings gently flapping behind her back, giving her the ability to soar through the sky. If it were any other student, it might have passed. But for Lin Chen, I instead feel that the difficulty is still a bit low. If it weren't for the fact that I still have important things on my mind, otherwise I would have taken him over to the Undead Empire for a special training session. Tutor Alice said softly. Then if this student of yours, Master, gets injured later, do you need me to go down and save the day? The little green cat Tia asked. With a special training class of this level, he won't get hurt. Tutor Alice's color was cool, but her tone was very certain, as if she was very confident in her own vision of people. The little Quaras cat, Tia, however, was a bit skeptical. If she said that Lin Chen should only be allowed to support himself for 3 or 4 hours, she felt that it was possible. After all, Lin Chen's qualifications were indeed fine, and he had also taken the Demon Emperor Divine Essence that his master had given him. But to support him here for almost 9 hours. Not to mention whether or not he could beat this one monster infected by the foreign devil's aura, just to say that his energy as well as his physical strength was a bit insufficient to support such a long period of time in combat, wasn't it? You stay here, when the time is up, take him back to the school. Tutor Alice explained to little Chui Cat with a clear and cold expression, and her tall figure that was comparable to that of a top supermodel dissipated in the same place. The little Quaras cat Tia had to raise her spirit and observe the teenage figure on the ground, so that if he was injured, she could make a timely move to save him. Looking down at the ground from high in the sky, the place where Lin Chen was, it was a huge dark pit, as if it had been caused by a huge meteorite smashing down hard on the ground. An invisible boundary had been set up around the edge of the pit, strictly forbidding other students from entering. Here, too, was the special contamination area that the culture class teacher had told about earlier. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was located in the middle of the ground, was not only facing the huge, ugly, and bloodthirsty mutant ogre. There were also huge ground insects that had broken out from under the ground and had hideous fangs. What is even more exaggerated is, it was as if the altered ogre breath possessed a catalytic effect. The plant seeds buried in the soil were growing rapidly, and then a flower demon and tree demon just emerged from the soil, baring their teeth at Lin Chen. Ka-ching! Suddenly, Lin Chen felt something break out of the ground under his feet. Only to see a huge rat head just open its mouth, its incomparably sharp incisors just directly devouring towards Lin Chen's legs. If this bite was successfully hit by it, Lin Chen's legs would definitely be bitten off even if he was wearing leg guards. There was no way. Lin Chen's level was too low, only level 25. The defense gear he wore was also not enough to withstand the attacks of these monsters. With a gentle leap, Lin Chen was able to dodge the attack of this dark rat. However, Lin Chen, who had risen up in the air, was also targeted by the birds and beasts that had been hovering in mid-air. These birds and beasts were infected with the same foreign demonic aura. You would realize that all the monsters around had eyes only for Lin Chen as their prey. In normal times, these monsters that had lost their minds would have fought each other. However, Lin Chen's existence had caused these monsters to collectively unify their attack targets. In terms of the reason, Lin Chen had the blood of the Demon Emperor flowing in his body now. So much so that it made Lin Chen as the meat and potatoes in the eyes of these monsters, exuding a very seductive aura. In the face of the grim battle situation of being heavily surrounded, Lin Chen did not show any hint of despair, but instead laughed coldly. Foreign devil scum, with your strength, you're not qualified to hunt me. Little you, come out. Buzz. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, Little you appeared above Lin Chen's shoulders. The next second. Boom. Terrifying blazing red flames just spewed out from little Yue's mouth like a wave, recklessly devouring these foreign demonic monsters. Regardless of whether they were tree demons, flower demons, ogres, or earthworms or dark rats, they were all buried in the sea of fire. Spit of Inferno. As the fire essence incarnate, Candle Dragon did not only have time-based abilities, but also possessed the divine ability to control flames. Little Yu's flame breath was even more horrifying in terms of its power. Even level 50 monsters were unable to resist the flames and were killed. Your pet Candle Spectre has successfully killed the evil ogre. Your pet Candle Spectre has successfully killed evil insect. Your pet Candle Spectre has successfully slain evil alien tree demon. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You have gained 12,000 experience points. You have gained 11,000 experience points. In an instant, dozens of monsters in the surrounding area were instantly killed by Candle Dragon. However, Lin Chen didn't have any time to rest. After killing these dozens of monsters, the surrounding area was again covered with thick black mist. The monsters hidden in the black mist, even if they saw their own kind being easily killed by this human being, instead of being afraid, they became more bloodthirsty and greedy, wanting to devour this human being even more. In response, Lin Chen's eyes were calm and indifferent, and the ring of demons had already transformed into the form of a bow and arrow, which he held tightly in his hand. Candle Dragon Little Yu was even proudly raising her little head, scanning these prey around her with contempt. The moment of the hunt, it had begun. Chapter 110, Where to Put Your Face. Whoosh! Without a sound, in the black fog, there was suddenly a cracking sound, and then what came into view was that there were two black pythons on the left and right that had opened their bloody mouths and came tearing towards Lin Chen. These two black pythons, which were permeated with a foreign devilish aura, had two pairs of scarlet pupils that were completely devoid of any spiritual intelligence, and all they had was an endless bloodthirsty hunger. Lin Chen's body, which was flowing with the blood of a demon emperor, was clearly a fatal temptation for them. So much so that they could completely ignore everything around them and only stare at Lin Chen. But unfortunately, even though they were already very fast, when they were about to prepare to bite into Lin Chen's body, an accident happened. Only to see Lin Chen's toes gently pointing, his figure directly disappeared in place, jumping up and floating in the air at such an extremely fast speed that it caused the heads of those two black pythons to violently collide together. At the same time, Lin Chen, who was floating in mid-air, fired two arrows at the two black pythons on the ground. Whoosh whoosh! The arrows broke through the air and penetrated the heads of those two black pythons with unrivaled precision. Ho! Only a muffled grunt of pain could be heard from the two black pythons, and immediately afterward, their lives completely disappeared. Wow! The surrounding black mist was getting closer and closer, not giving Lin Chen any time to rest at all. Buzz! At this moment, Xiaoyu also returned to her master Lin Chen's side, and opened the night underworld divine eyes, a powerful and incomparable illusionist talent. The silhouette of a candle dragon's pupil appeared behind Little Yu, looking at all the surrounding dark creatures. All the dark creatures that looked at the pupil of the candle dragon, at this moment, they only felt that the consciousness in their minds became blurred, and their vision gradually turned upside down, and after a second, when they regained the clarity of their vision and consciousness, all the dark creatures were shocked to discover that a single human being with the blood of the demon emperor was actually flooding their surroundings. Roar! Without any hesitation, these dark creatures directly began to attack the humans beside them. They didn't realize that they had already fallen into an illusion. These humans with the demon emperor's blood flowing through their bodies were in fact their own kind. So, Lin Chen, who was originally caught in the predicament of being surrounded, was now able to leisurely stand in place, while the monsters around him began to kill each other. Your beast pet Candle Spectre used night underworld eyes to successfully kill the evil python. Your pet, Candle Spectre, has successfully slain the evil alien two-headed wolf with its night Stygian eyes. Your beast pet Candle Spectre used night Stygian eyes to successfully kill evil exotic steel-armored tiger. Your level has been successfully raised to level 26. Your beast pet, Candle Spectre, has been upgraded to evolutionary body 4th stage. In the process of watching these monsters kill each other, both Lin Chen and his beast pet's levels were raised. Although this special training session was extremely difficult, Tutor Alice was also aware that what Lin Chen needed the most was a huge amount of experience value so that he could raise his level. Tutor Alice, who had already finished her business, slowly got up and came outside the office, glancing at the time. It was almost time to pick up that student of hers and bring him back. Teacher, I'm back. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice filled with exhaustion came out. Only to see that Jiang Chen's combat training uniform had some signs of tatters, and her body was even dirtier, and at a glance, it was clear that Jiang Chen had gone through a training session that was not low in intensity. "Did you win the fight?" Seeing this, Mentor Alice just asked softly. "Won the fight." Jiang Chen nodded her head. After saying that, she couldn't help but let a bitter smile appear on her pretty face. The entire day today, she had spent it in grueling training. In the morning, she was notified that there was a special training class, and then she was brought over to the arena by Instructor Ellis. Then, Mentor Alice summoned a very cute and well-behaved little chicken cub, pointed at the little chicken cub, and said to Jiang Chen, "Your next training content is to defeat this little chicken cub. As long as you can defeat it, then your special training class today will be completed successfully." At that time, Jiang Chen felt very incredulous. Because that little chicken cub looked plain and ordinary, there was no strong aura emanating from it at all. If one didn't know about it, one would think that it was a little chicken cub that could be found anywhere on the side of the road. However, because it was the training topic given by Tutor Alice, Jiang Chen did not dare to question it, and earnestly went up to the stage and began to fight against this little chicken cub. As soon as the battle opened, Jiang Chen took her weapon and attacked the chicken cub. As a result, in the next second, the little chicken cub gently jumped, dodged Jiang Chen's attack, and clucked, looking at Jiang Chen's eyes, full of contempt. Not only that, it also found the right moment to raise its own little chicken claw and kick Jiang Chen in the stomach. Jiang Chen had thought that the other party's strength should not be too great, and could not do much damage to himself, but... Bang! Jiang Chen's figure directly flew backwards, his stomach was like he was hit by a huge force, and severe pain surfaced on his body. For this special training class, you have to rely on yourself to defeat this little chicken cub. Summoning beast pets is not allowed. Mentor Alice faintly left behind these words, and left the scene. Jiang Chen, who had wanted to summon the nine-tailed cat demon, could only bite her teeth and give up, and began to fight against this little chicken cub. This battle, from the morning to the afternoon. Finally, Ginger Porcelain only will this small chicken cub to defeat. There is no way. That little chicken cub was completely passed out from exhaustion, and when Jiang Chen was halfway through the fight, she took a gain potion while fighting with it. Without any energy replenishment, the little chicken cub, no matter how flexible its stance was and how powerful its offense was hardened and exhausted by Jiang Chen and lost the battle. Jiang Chen dared to guarantee that this little chicken cub was definitely not an ordinary little chicken cub. However, Mentor Alice just glanced at her before she softly said, "Why don't you use props?" Jiang Chen was stunned before she bowed her head and said, "There's no preparation. If we let Lin Chen come, do you believe that guy can defeat this little chicken cub within a minute?" Hearing this from Tutor Alice, Jiang Chen was unconvinced and shook her head. "I don't believe it." What a joke. She knew that Lin Chen was indeed much stronger than her in terms of personal strength. But this little chicklet, she had dealt with it for an entire day before defeating it. As a result, teacher, you're saying that Lin Chen only needed a minute to defeat this little chicken cub? Impossible. In that case, where would she put her face? Tutor Alice smiled faintly and didn't argue with this number 2 student of hers, but instead softly said, "Follow me." Chapter 111, The Gap is Too Great. Alice was preparing to bring Jiang Chen to the place where Lin Chen was killing monsters. Unexpectedly, she had just come out of the main teaching building when she saw Lin Chen's very wretched figure in the distance. The reason why I said he was in a sorry state was because after a day of tough battles, the equipment Lin Chen was wearing was already worn out a little bit, and had to be sent to the equipment maintenance machine to be maintained. When Jiang Chen saw Lin Chen's figure, she just wanted to open her mouth to call out Lin Chen's name. But unexpectedly, Ms. Ellis gently pulled Jiang Chen at the side, signaling her not to call out to Lin Chen first, and to take a look first. It was only when Jiang Chen took a closer look that she realized that Lin Chen had already discovered that odd little chicken cub. Whose family raised a chicklet and let it loose here? Lin Chen muttered strangely. Cluck cluck cluck. The little chicken cub had already eaten and regained its energy just now, and now once again became majestic. When it heard Lin Chen's mutterings next to it, it barked at it with a fierce face. "Yo, this little chicken cub is quite fierce." Lin Chen laughed. Then he said to that little chicken cub, Come, little one, come over here, I'll give you something tasty to eat." The little chicken cub didn't give a damn. However, Lin Chen pulled out a small pile of meat grains from his storage ring and placed it in the palm of his hand, luring the little chicken cub, Come, there's really good food here." The little chicken cub looked at Lin Chen warily, and then at the small meat grains in the palm of his hand, that at a glance, he knew it was something very tasty. Urged on by its appetite, the little chicken cub approached Lin Chen step by step, pecking a grain of meat before immediately retreating in a lightning-like manner. It was as if it was afraid that Lin Chen would suddenly try to grab it. "Don't worry, I won't attack you, come, eat." Lin Chen again generously took out more grains of meat and placed them in the palm of his hand. The little chicken cub vigilantly pecked a few more times, and seeing that this human was always smiling, it thought that anyway, in this school building, its master was here, and even if the other party was a bad guy, he shouldn't dare to make a move against himself. Thus, the little chicken cub was proudly raising its little brain and came in front of Yun Chen, eating the delicious meat grains with impunity. However, swish! Just when it had just lowered its head and was ready to eat, Lin Chen's large hand had already reached over like lightning, and clutched the neck of this little chicken cub with one hand. Cluck cluck cluck! The little chicken cub rounded its eyes and looked furious as it desperately struggled. But being clutched by its neck, no matter how it struggled, it was useless. It couldn't peck. Just wanting to stomp away from the other party's hand with its small claws, it didn't expect the other party's second hand to directly clutch its own pair of small chicken claws. Cluck cluck cluck! All of a sudden, this little chicken cub clucked loudly, and by the sound of its voice, it knew that this was the sound of its plea for help. In the distance, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Not! The little chicken cub that she had dealt with for an entire day was actually caught and defeated in less than a minute here in Lin Chen. This. See? Combat doesn't only allow you to use your weapons and techniques, it also allows you to use your brain. Alice said indifferently. Jiang Chen beamed and muttered, "Teacher, are you saying I don't have a brain?" "Not really, it's just that I don't think you're as smart as a little chicken cub," Teacher Alice said. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen still wanted to say something, but before she knew it, Teacher Alice, who was on the side, changed her expression, stepped on her high heels, clucked and hurriedly walked quickly towards Lin Chen's side, and at the same time said in a loud voice, "Lin Chen, stop it." Eh? Why was Tutor Alice suddenly so flustered? Looking in the direction where Tutor Alice was, he realized that Lin Chen had actually taken out his knife and was preparing to slaughter the little chicken cub on the spot. Ah, Tutor Alice. Lin Chen stopped moving when he saw Teacher Alice, who was walking quickly. "Put down that little chicken cub in your hand." Teacher Alice's pretty face was filled with warning as she said. "This little chicken cub was raised by you, Teacher Alice?" "Ha, you said it earlier, I almost had to send this little guy to meet the king of hell." Lin Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He was thinking that this little chicklet was not simple, so he thought of slaughtering it and making a roasted chicklet for his own candle dragon to eat. He didn't realize that the owner of the chicklet was his own teacher, so it was really embarrassing. Cluck cluck cluck! The little chicken cub issued a strong protest to Lin Chen after breaking free from its bonds. Cluck again? Lin Chen glared. Cluck cluck cluck! The arrogant little chicken cub instantly lost its pride and hurriedly hid behind its owner, Alice. "Why did you come back early? It's only 4:30 nowadays, right?" Teacher Alice asked softly. "Back to teacher, because the monsters there have already been killed clean by me," Lin Chen said frankly. Upon hearing this, Alice's nice-looking moon brows gently raised, and she directly checked up on Lin Chen's information. Only then did she realize that Lin Chen's level, from the original level 25, had now soared to level 35. One day's time, a 10-level increase. And it was by himself. This upgrading speed, it couldn't be said that it wasn't fast. At this moment, the little green cat Tia had also flown back to Ella's side from the distance. When little Kua cat Tia looked at the little red snake standing on Lin Chen's shoulder, her eyes were incomparably grave and scornful. Little Yui sensed little crested cat Tia's line of sight, but she gave the other party a contemptuous glance, her eyes filled with disdain. It was evident that in the eyes of little Yui, even a beast pet like the little Chui cat, which was famous on the list of the Imperial Beasts Illustrated, was not qualified in its eyes. The key is, Tia, the little green cat, didn't even dare to have any opinions in the face of this little red snake's contemptuous attitude towards herself. Because Tia in this daytime, witnessed this little red snake's powerful. The little green cat Tia hurriedly whispered something in her own master's ear. Alice nodded her head gently, and after contemplating for a moment, she suddenly said, "All right, Lin Chen, you can go back and rest." Lin Chen glanced fondly at the little chicken cub hiding behind Ms. Ellis before nodding and leaving. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Chen's figure, which was covered in battle marks, and softly asked his teacher, "Teacher Ellis, what is Lin Chen's special training class today?" Ellis said softly, "He was told to kill a little bit of small monsters." "A little?" "About 3,000 of them." Speaking of this, Ms. Ellis softly lamented, "Originally, I thought that if he could kill half of them, it would actually be pretty good,
but I never thought that he would be able to kill all of them.
Jiang Chen. Good. Thousands of monsters. In your case, it's just 1 point? I think it's billions of points, right? It was only at this time that Jiang Chen had to admit that the gap between himself and Lin Chen was really too big. Chapter 112, Heavy Teacher's Favor. Matchmaking. Name, Lin Chen. Age, 18. Level, 35. Profession, Imperial Beast Master. Strength, 5,000 Wisdom, 5,000 Physique, 5,000 Agility, 5,000. Without any equipment or props to enhance. Beast Pet, Candle Dragon. Level, Evolved Body 6th Order. Name, Candle Spectre. Sex, Female. Bloodline Rank, Phantom Beast Species Evolvable. Battle Power Conversion, 3000%. Battle Power Conversion, 3000%. Battle Power Conversion, 3000%. After a day of killing, as his level increased, Lin Chen's 4-dimensional attributes were also undergoing a huge change. From the original 2,200 points of 4-dimensional attributes, it had instantly increased to 5,000 points. The battle power conversion rate of the little guy, Candle Spectre, had even increased to 3,000%. The following day, Lin Chen was once again called out by Teacher Alice to the luxurious office that was solely her own. Teacher Alice came in front of Lin Chen, and under such close contact, Lin Chen's 5 senses, which had been strengthened by the Demon Emperor's blood, could sense the other party's heartbeat incomparably clearly, the temperature emanating from her petite body, as well as the very good-smelling body fragrance. Teacher Alice, who was the princess of the White Moon Elves, was at the moment also sizing up Lin Chen with that pair of stirring white moon eyes. The more she looked at this precious student of Lin Chen's, Alice was feeling more satisfied. At least that incomparably precious Demon Emperor Divine Essence, she hadn't given it to the wrong person. Nowadays, Lin Chen seemed to have perfectly absorbed the medicinal effects of the Demon Emperor Divine Pure Essence, and his entire genetics had been greatly altered, even his temperament had become transcendent. Your whole set of blood demon defense should have worn out badly during yesterday's battle. The durability has fallen off a lot. If the durability goes to 0, all the attributes of the defense will lose their effect, so you can take it off now and take it to be repaired and maintained. When these words from Ms. Ellis fell, immediately on the side, there were 2 beautiful maids directly stepping forward, 2 pairs of jade hands reaching out towards Lin Chen here, seemingly to unload the equipment for him. This matter, I'll just do it myself later. Lin Chen certainly didn't have the habit of letting others help him undress. Besides, nowadays, once the blood demon defense set he was wearing was removed, he would only be left with a pair of shorts. Seeing Lin Chen's rare appearance of shyness, the 2 beautiful maids gently smiled, then continued to stand aside with a respectful expression. Teacher Alice, who had already gotten used to the maid's service, did not think about this. She came to her desk and took out a roll from the drawer that exuded uncommon magical fluctuations. This is the ticket for the level 35 diamond copy. I thought that you would need 2 more days before you could raise your level up, but since you've done so now, this ticket is something that can be given to you. As long as you can clear it and it's on a record-breaking premise, it should be able to boost you up to level 40. Lin Chen accepted the ticket with a respectful expression and said softly, "Thank you, teacher." No wonder many students said that after attending the university house, it wasn't really too important whether you were top qualified or not. What mattered was whether or not you could follow the right teacher. More importantly, whether or not you could get the teacher's favoritism. Like Lin Chen now. Not only did he get the Demon Emperor's Divine Essence, which was a rare and top-quality medicine in the world, as well as a high-level skill book, but even the copy tickets were prepared for you by the teacher. You don't even have to spend the credits yourself, the teacher has already paved the way for you. In this case, it's hard not to want to progress. Of course. Lin Chen was also aware that the reason why Teacher Alice had such a gift for him was because of the teacher's favoritism towards her beloved student. And as her student, all Lin Chen could do, besides keeping this great favor in his heart, was to live up to his teacher's high expectations of him in the midst of his strength advancement. The next step was to take off his equipment and change into new clothes, and then the 2 beautiful maids would personally send the equipment to the specialized equipment maintainer for repair and maintenance. You don't say. In today's world, the vice profession of equipment maintainer is also very popular. Because all the equipment worn by the transmigrant, all need maintenance, all have durability such a setting. If the equipment's durability went to 0, all of the equipment's attributes would be invalidated. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen also came to Ms. Alice's office at this time. Lin Chen, are you free right now? Seeing that Lin Chen was also there, Jiang Chen immediately approached. At this time, the five senses that had been strengthened by the demon emperor's blood was again allowing Lin Chen to feel the body fragrance as well as the heartbeat temperature of this cat girl at close range. Unlike Teacher Alice's scent of an ethereal valley, Jiang Chen seemed like a white rose with thorns. Something wrong? Lin Chen didn't directly say if he was free, but instead asked if the other party had something to do. If he directly said that he was free, the other party would immediately state his request and would not be able to refuse himself. Therefore, directly asking the other party if there was something, if the other party opened their mouth to say something that made them feel troubled, then they could say that they weren't available. If it wasn't troublesome, then one could decide whether or not to agree to help the other party depending on the situation. Lin Chen was a person who hated trouble. Even if the person who asked for his help was a beautiful girl of the Cat People clan, if the other party had a troublesome request, he would choose to refuse it all the same. Accompany me to practice my sword skills, is that alright? Jiang Chen asked softly. To be honest, this was the first time that Jiang Chen asked someone her age to help her train in combat. In the past, because when looking at the peer group, there was not a single person who could surpass his own existence in terms of combat. Right now, Jiang Chen had to admit that in front of this human boy of the same age, his own level of combat was indeed going to lag behind the other party. Yes. It turned out to be sword training. It was just the right time to pass the time with training while the equipment was sent for repair. Come. At this moment, Jiang Chen invited Lin Chen to the middle of the private training ground of Villa 0002 where she lived. Originally, Villa 0002 was supposed to belong to Bai Yichan, but it was because he had lost consecutively in the challenge matches of the freshman grand exam. As a result, the second place was taken over by Jiang Chen. Lin Chen wanted to ask why he didn't just spar over at the public training grounds. However, since he was already here, he didn't bother asking. In front of Lin Chen, ginger porcelain has changed into a light white training clothes, above also embroidered with very good-looking pattern, like silk-like black hair tied into a single ponytail, the snow-white delicate slender neck exposed. What she was holding was not the traditional longsword of the Dragon Kingdom, but a thin sword with a Western style. The fine sword in her hand was also codified with a very nice pattern, echoing the pattern above her training clothes, making her look valiant while also adding a lot of charm. At least, for many males, if they could defeat and conquer such a valiant and beautiful cat that liked to fight and win, it would be a very fulfilling thing. Chapter 113, Too Slow. However, Lin Chen didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart at the moment. Because the blood demon suit had been sent for maintenance, at the moment, Lin Chen was wearing his own clothes from before. Well, or his own sister had bought them for himself. The price was cheap, you could buy 2 pieces for $30 in dragon coins. With the wealth Lin Chen possessed nowadays, he could have purchased more expensive designer clothes a long time ago, but he was too lazy to do so. These old clothes carried precious memories of his and his sister's past, and Lin Chen wouldn't just throw them away, instead he would continue to wear and use them. Even though this set of cheap floor clothes had gone through many washing machines and had become a bit faded, Lin Chen wore them without any wrinkles. Lin Chen's looks weren't bad to begin with. After the genetic improvement of the demon emperor's blood, he had become even more handsome, and his temperament had improved by a large margin. So much so that such a cheap and ordinary set of clothing, when worn on his body, had a super dusty and colorful temperament. The muscles formed from years of combat training were hidden under this set of clothes, vaguely filled with a sense of power that could not be ignored. Obviously, Lin Chen was nothing more than a commoner, but when he stood opposite Jiang Chen with an indifferent expression, he caused Jiang Chen to have the illusion that he was fighting against the prince of a certain country. That dusty temperament was truly unrivaled amongst his peers. Lin Chen looked towards the weapon rack next to him. There was a very comprehensive assortment of longswords arranged on it. There were knight longswords, heavy swords, ordinary longswords, and so on. Then, in Jiang Chen's slightly narrowed gaze, Lin Chen picked an extremely ordinary wooden sword. This caused Jiang Chen's pretty face to slowly turn cold. The opponent had underestimated himself too much. Surprisingly, he had used a wooden sword against his own sharp and fine sword. She only felt that she had been greatly provoked. Originally, she felt that Lin Chen would choose a very ordinary longsword to fight against her, after all, Lin Chen's strength was here. But she didn't expect that in the end, the other party would choose a wooden sword. This was completely not treating her as a human being. Oh no, she really wasn't a human, she was a cat person. But that wouldn't do either. I won't stay my hand. Jiang Chen said coldly, indicating in advance with the other party that she was angry. Please. Lin Chen, however, didn't half care. Ding ding. The intelligent training assistant next to him also automatically turned on the countdown for the sparring match. The moment the countdown ended, Jiang Chen fiercely stepped forward, about to rush towards her opponent at an extremely fast speed. But what made her feel stunned was that her opponent's movements were even faster. Only Lin Chen's toes pointed, and with a swish, his entire figure came directly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could even smell the very refreshing, warm smell of Lin Chen's body as if he had been exposed to the sun. Immediately after, the wooden sword just poked towards Jiang Chen's small stomach with an extremely swift speed. Fast. So fast. Not only the speed of movement, even the speed of the sword was far faster than Jiang Chen himself. In haste, Jiang Chen could only subconsciously block his sharp thin sword in front of his body. In fact, the cat people's reflexes were more than 10 times that of a human's. This was naturally thanks to the talent that came from her own race. But even so, Jiang Chen was still unable to react in the face of Lin Chen's sudden onslaught. A little slower. Lin Chen's light voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Due to the distance between the two sides being too close, in the eyes of a cat person race like Jiang Chen, who had a very sharp sense of hearing, Lin Chen's voice was like ringing next to his own cat's ear, very scratchy and tingling. However, Jiang Chen no longer had the time to pay attention to this kind of feeling, because the hilt of the sword she was holding was suddenly picked out by a huge force. With a numbness in her tiger's mouth, the sharp, thin sword in her hand was thrown up high. Jiang Chen, who had lost his weapon, no longer had the ability to fight against Lin Chen at such a close distance. It could only be a duck sitting, paralyzed on the ground. Then a wooden sword just landed next to Jiang Chen's neck. Don't look at the wooden sword's body not being sharp, but the tip of the sword was sharp. Even though it didn't touch Jiang Chen still felt a slight sting. Jiang Chen's heart was rarely a bit furious, so much so that her small mouth was a bit pouty. She didn't expect the other party to really not show any half-heartedness. Thinking that even if he was going to win her, he should have let her lose in a better way. However, she had never thought that she would be made to lose in such an ugly manner. Lin Chen gently retrieved his wooden sword and calmly said, "Your level of swordsmanship is indeed a bit poor." It was fine if this was not said. Once it was said, Jiang Chen, who was already feeling aggrieved inside, immediately stood up defiantly and glared at Lin Chen fiercely. "I'm not convinced, come again." She picked up her fine sword, gently took a deep breath, and her complexion was completely serious. But no matter how serious. Ding ding. When the intelligent training assistant's countdown end beep sounded, Lin Chen still had his original means of attack, just stepping out with a grandiose step, and with a lightning-fast momentum, he came to a very close distance with Jiang Chen. And then the same old trick, the wooden sword made a skillful upward pick, wanting to pick Jiang Chen's sharp fine sword off. Humph. Still coming. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't fall twice in a row in one place. After snorting coldly, she changed her sword stance, and instead of choosing to block, she chose an injury for injury method, directly stabbing towards Lin Chen with her sharp fine sword. This one choice was somewhat surprising to Lin Chen. At the same time, it was also somewhat appreciated. If Jiang Chen continued to choose to block and defend, then the result that would greet her would still be the defeat of having her weapon picked off. However, if she had adopted the offense of exchanging injuries for injuries, then the result would indeed be different. Swish. Jiang Chen's offense was equally incomparably ferocious. Between the high black ponytail swaying, the silver sword light was also about to touch Lin Chen's body. However, just in the nick of time, Lin Chen suddenly made a sideways move, causing this attack of Jiang Chen's to fall in the air. Still a bit slow. Lin Chen's beaten voice continued to ring in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's pretty face changed slightly, and she was about to change her sword stance. But at this time, it was already too late. Lin Chen's left hand stretched out and grabbed Jiang Chen's collar, and his massive strength hardened Jiang Chen's tall catwoman. The wooden sword in his right hand was already directly against Jiang Chen's neck. "You lose." Lin Chen looked at his opponent's pair of good-looking cat pupils and said in a calm tone. "You." It was the first time that Jiang Chen had been treated so rudely, and she angrily pouted her small mouth. Without waiting for her to speak, Lin Chen had already loosened Jiang Chen's collar in time. There was a flopping sound. Jiang Chen once again sat down on the ground in a duck-sitting position. Chapter 114 Global 10,000 Races College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Again. Having been easily defeated by Lin Chen twice, even though Jiang Chen had prepared herself mentally in advance, when this really happened, the competitive heart still couldn't be suppressed a bit. Lin Chen hadn't received a text message from Ms. Alice for the time being, and didn't have anything to do, so he nodded down. And so it was. Inside this private training ground, a sword light was lit up, as well as Jiang Chen's clear and cold words of not convinced resounded one after another. 2 hours later. I can't do it anymore. Jiang Chen sat paralyzed on the ground drenched in sweat, her delicate white skin had fine beads of sweat on it, and her long silky black hair was plastered on top of her cheeks, as a tired and incomparable panting sound rang out. In these 2 hours, Jiang Chen had not been victorious in any of her sword fights with Lin Chen. Every attack she made would be perfectly neutralized by her opponent. Not to mention the fact that the other party had far surpassed her in terms of strength and speed, she had even crushed her in terms of swordplay. Could it be the effect of the Demon Emperor's divine essence? That's not right. Although it was true that the Demon Emperor divine essence was able to greatly improve one's physique, Jiang Chen was very clear in his heart that his defeat in the battle was entirely attributed to the fact that he was not able to improve his level of swordsmanship. The lagging behind in strength and speed was rather secondary, as Lin Chen stood still most of the time, waiting for her to attack over, thus using clever sword moves to defuse her attacks time and time again, and giving her overwhelming counterattacks. Of course. Although she was constantly losing and suffering during these 2 hours, she herself could clearly feel that she had improved a lot in terms of her level of swordsmanship. It was a normal thing for the Imperial Beastmaster profession to train in swordsmanship, because the Imperial Beastmasters themselves had to defend themselves as well. Not only swordsmanship, like battlegun arts, mace, battle axe, and so on, not to be proficient, but must dabble in practiced. Prevent the beast pet from being able to deal with close enemies more easily when it is not around. Jiang Chen gently wiped her own sweat and realized that Lin Chen's line of sight had shifted elsewhere. She was about to wonder about it when she suddenly felt a coolness coming from her chest. Looking down, she took a look. Perhaps it was because of the large range of movements during the sparring match that the practicing clothes had loosened up a bit, revealing a flash of spring light on her chest at first glance. Jiang Chen's pretty face instantly flushed, and hurriedly tightened the loose practice clothes, and the atmosphere here became a little awkward. Jiang Qian can be sure, their first leak of spring light is certainly by the other party very clear to see the end of the go. But she also knows that this is not Lin Chen's fault. It was force majeure. Gently taking a deep breath, she just wanted to speak. Ding dong. Jiang Chen's doorbell was the one that rang. Who? Jiang Chen asked softly. It's me, Momo. A cute voice came. Li Tao, Jiang Chen's good best friend, ranked Provincial 60th in the Imperial Beast examination in Tianyun Province. Hearing that it was Li Tao's voice, Jiang Chen was directly manipulating the villa's magic intelligent butler to open the gate. What Jiang Porcelain did not expect was Li Tao was followed by Bai Yanhan, Xiao Jijie, Gu Yuelan, and Lu Wu, who were among the top few in the first year of the university. When this group of people walked here and saw Jiang Chen, who was drenched in fragrant sweat and had a pretty red face that hadn't dissipated, as well as Lin Chen, who was calm and had an indifferent and icy temperament, their expressions collectively changed color. That handsome face of Bai Yichan even stiffened at once. He had never dreamed that he would be able to see this image of Lin Chen in Jiang Chen's home. Li Tao and Gu Yulan and the others were also surprised. They were aware of Jiang Chen's character. Not to mention treating the opposite sex, she was somewhat cool and kept her distance from the same sex. Bai Yichan and Jiang Porcelain in the same junior high school, Counting is very familiar with the old classmates, but he wanted to go to Jiang Porcelain's home to visit, but Jiang Porcelain will be ice-cold attitude of refusal. This time he followed Li Tao, Gu Yulan and other people together, in fact, is to take the opportunity to have important things to tell, come in to see. It didn't occur to him that just after coming in, he saw the scene that made him feel very heartbroken. Of course, he knew that there was nothing going on between Lin Chen and Jiang Chen, but the key was that Lin Chen was actually able to be invited into his residence by Jiang Chen. And that was with a man and a woman alone. This made it very difficult for Bai Yichan to accept. But even if it was no longer hard to accept, Bai Yichan knew that it was not appropriate for him to be furious at this moment. He was neither Jiang Chen's boyfriend, nor Jiang Chen's ambiguous object. At best, he can only be regarded as Jiang Chen's old classmate. A complete outsider with no qualifications to tell people what to do. Yo! You're unkind, Jiang Chen, to secretly let our freshman number 1 train against you. I'm afraid that's a bit unfair, Lin Chen, spar with me sometime. I also want to see where I'm lacking in terms of combat skills.
Lu Wu didn't have so many convoluted thoughts, and seeing Lin Chen present, he also laughed boldly. Even though he had lost a great deal of face by losing to Lin Chen earlier, he didn't care. Quite the contrary, he even admired Lin Chen. Lu Wu still had a lot of respect for strong people, especially strong people who were so much stronger than himself. Sometime definitely. To this, Lin Chen did not give an affirmative reply. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already completely suppressed the shy blush from being piqued by Lin Chen's spring light just now. Her complexion restored its coolness. She calmly looked at the crowd and asked, "Is there something you guys came to find me for?" "Ah. Indeed there is something. It's about the Global 10,000 Races College Freshman Exchange Tournament." Gu Yulan opened her mouth and said. Upon hearing this name, Lin Chen and Jiang Chen's complexions were not surprised. Global 10,000 Races College Freshman Exchange Tournament. As the name implied, it was a grand tournament of a global nature. It had been said before that after the global catastrophe, the major races that had only existed in novels, movies, and animations had all descended into this world. Elves, dwarves, giants, bloods, demons, orcs, half-orcs, and other races. These racial empires almost all have a strong national strength that cannot be ignored. In this Blue Star International, each occupies an important place. As early as when the empires of the various races had just descended, they had set off a world war that had lasted for 300 years. Now that the empires of the various races were finally willing to negotiate peace and friendly exchanges after realizing that it would be futile to continue fighting, and that all the races would lose without a single victor. Sure enough, the only way to get your enemy to talk to you peacefully is to rely on your strength and fists. If your strength and fists are not hard enough, not only will they not sit down and talk with you in peace, but they will also bully your weakness and trample on you ruthlessly. Chapter 115. You have a crush on Lin Chen? After the global empires formally reconciled, the world ushered in an era of peace. The term peace here referred to the fact that the various countries and races had suspended their wars with each other, and were working together to deal with the heavenly extermination demons and a single powerful monster, ushering in a situation of mutual cooperation. Under this situation, the various countries and races would also choose to establish good diplomatic relations with each other. At the same time, an international transmuter tournament was also born. Especially some important international tournaments would determine the distribution of many resources. Just for example, several countries have discovered a resource map that has not yet been mined at the same time. You want it, I want it too. In this case, who is the best person to give the resources of this map to? Some people also suggested that it would be fine to distribute them evenly. However, the strength of each country is slightly different. Strong countries will feel unbalanced. They will think, I am stronger than you, why should I share equally with you? I should be the one to take the lion's share, and you weak countries should take the small share. The weaker empires will also not bow down. They thought, I am just a little bit weaker than you, why can't I share with you? The worst thing that can happen is to go to war. If all the countries thought the same way, it would be easy to start another world war. The foreign devil army in the sky is watching. It is really inappropriate to cause another civil war. In this case, the countries decided, without starting a war, to use other ways to solve the problem of common resource distribution relatively peacefully. So, a number of international transmogrifier battle competitions that were extremely valuable came into being. The Global 10,000 Races College Exchange Tournament is a grand tournament that determines the distribution of major resources among various countries. The rules of the tournament stipulated that in order to be fair, this international tournament could only be participated in by freshman students from various universities in various countries, and the age of the students could only be between 16 and 18 years old. Freshmen from colleges and universities around the globe came together to communicate and spar with each other, and whichever country's representatives freshmen lost, whichever country's face would not look good. Strictly speaking, every player participating in this Global 10,000 Races College Freshman Exchange Tournament was each traveling for their own country, representing the face of their respective countries. At that time, this tournament would be presented to the global audience by way of a global live broadcast. In other words, this tournament not only determines the distribution of resources, but also determines whether or not the face of each country can be preserved. Such an overarching tournament, it was natural that the players could only be selected from the top institutions to participate. 1 month later, it's the qualifier. The results of the qualifiers will determine the number of players who will represent Dragon Country. The site of our school has already given the list of participants for the budget tournament. Lin Chen, Zhang Kai, Bai Night Han, Gu Yulan, and Lu Wu. Li Tao also gave the list.
Speaking of this, Li Tao looked at the calm Lin Chen with a smirk and said, "Right, I remember, during the enrollment ceremony before, you had a feud with several academies, right? It just so happens that for this budget tournament, the other top Imperial Beast academies have also sent 5 players to participate in the battle, so you'll definitely bump into them at that time." I went to browse the posting forums of the Empty All Night Academy and the Heavenly Prime Academy, and there are already students in there saying that they're going to take advantage of this opportunity to ruthlessly defeat you, to retrieve the face they lost earlier. Hearing the words spoken by Li Tao, Lin Chen didn't have much of a reaction. Previously, during the enrollment ceremony, he had indeed offended several top Imperial Beast academies, but that was because the other party had gone too far, and Lin Chen had only fought back. Now the other party wanted to use the preliminaries to get back at him. That's fine. Let's hope they can meet Lin Chen's heavy fists and the fiery flames of his own little Yui. Let's go first. Seeing that the matter was finished and there was no need for him to stay here, Lin Chen wanted to turn around and leave. However, wait. Zhang Chen actually opened her mouth to stay at this moment. "Let's have a meal together, I'll treat you." It wasn't that Zhang Chen had any male-female feelings for Lin Chen, it was simply because Lin Chen had worked hard for 2 to 3 hours practicing swordplay with his own company. At least, he had to treat someone to a meal to be able to justify it. No need. Regarding Zhang Chen's invitation, Lin Chen was shaking his head and politely refusing. It seemed unnecessary in his eyes. And so, under the very surprised gazes of Bai Yihan, Li Tao, Lu Wu, and Gu Yulan, Lin Chen left without looking back. This guy is still really high-strung. Lu Wu muttered. "More than high and cold, not even close to women. If I were a boy, facing my family's ginger porcelain cat's dinner invitation, I can't refuse." Li Tao said with a raised eyebrow, feeling that Lin Chen was a complete anomaly. "He gives me the feeling of being old-fashioned, a bit unlike people in our age group." Gu Yulan couldn't help but give her comment as well. She then hadn't seen any expression of panic from this Lin Chen's face, much less a trace of the childishness that belonged to young boys. Obviously, the other party was only 18 years old, just like herself. But when facing this Lin Chen, it always felt like he was the child. Bai Yichan didn't say anything. Inwardly, he actually didn't feel good either. From beginning to end, Lin Chen's line of sight didn't even land on him once. This meant that people had never treated him as an opponent before. Of course, Gu Yulan and Lu Wu didn't get Lin Chen's attention either. "Alright, now that the matter is finished, can you all please return?" Zhang Chen asked softly, starting to give the expulsion order. Unless it was said to be someone close, she didn't like people staying in her residence at all. Gone. Lu Wu and Gu Yulan didn't hesitate for half a second, directly turning around and leaving. Bai Yichan hesitated for 2 seconds, wanting to open his mouth to invite Zhang Chen to join him for dinner. Li Tao, however, smiled and said, "Bai Yichan, you should also hurry up and leave, don't interfere with the private conversation between us girls alone." Actually, Li Tao didn't want Bai Night Han to be the clown. Bai Yihan also had no choice but to leave disheartened. "Cat, you have a crush on Lin Chen?" Li Tao held Zhang Chen's arm and asked curiously. As Zhang Chen's best friend, Li Tao liked to call Zhang Chen by Cat because Zhang Chen was a cat person. Zhang Chen asked, "Why do you think so?" "Because you invited him into your place." "I just asked him to accompany me for some sword practice, I can't compare to him in terms of swordplay," Zhang Chen explained. "Oh." Li Tao nodded thoughtfully. After Lin Chen left Zhang Chen's place, his cell phone ding-donged. One didn't need to look to know that it must be a text message from Ms. Alice. Because the only person who would contact Lin Chen, other than his sister Lin Yushi, was Ms. Alice. Lin Chen hadn't made any friends in his 3 years of high school because he didn't have the time, and as soon as school was over, he would have to start his busy schedule. Chapter 116, Caring Too Much, Right? It was still in the luxurious and magic-filled ancient fragrance office. When Lin Chen had just arrived here, he found that teacher Alice was actually lying on her desk asleep. The long white moon hair that looked like starlight fluttered down casually, and the white eyelashes were very long. This white moon elf princess, who was at the top of her game regardless of her face value, temperament, or stature, at this moment didn't have any defenses up, and presented her quiet and lovely sleeping face right in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Seeing this, the maid who stood quietly at the side wanted to speak softly, signaling Mr. Lin Chen not to disturb his master's sleep. However, without the need for her to remind him, Lin Chen had already moved very gently and sat down on the sofa next to him, taking out a book and flipping through it while waiting. After half an hour or so, It was only then that Teacher Alice slowly opened her eyes, seeing that Lin Chen was already sitting in the office sofa watching her, the elfin pointed ears hidden under her long starlight hair colored with a touch of redness. However, that delicate and flawless pretty face was one that was always calm and indifferent as she nodded to Lin Chen. "You're here." Lin Chen also rose before nodding. Facing this enchantress and conversing with her, it was natural to stand up. If one were to sit, it would seem disrespectful. Teacher Alice also rose, moving those long, slender legs that were hidden under the dean's robes, and arrived in front of Lin Chen. Within touching distance, along with Lin Chen's 5 senses that had been strengthened by the demon emperor's blood, he could feel the other party's heartbeat, body temperature, and the refreshingly good-smelling body fragrance. It allowed Lin Chen to feel that this elf princess, who looked as noble as a heavenly mountain snow lotus, was in fact a creature of flesh and blood, not a beautiful and delicate, cold and heartless mannequin. "I've already helped you apply for the entry privileges to enter the 2 copies of Extreme Day Purgatory, as well as Cursed Village. Now take the 2 tickets I gave you earlier and go directly to the Hall of Replicas, and just make the pass." That's right. Each copy actually has an additional hidden achievement mechanism. Completing the hidden achievements can make the reward for clearing the level even more lucrative. The hidden achievement of the Extreme Day Purgatory copy is to clear the copy without being struck. The hidden achievement of Cursed Village is the requirement that the time between killing 3 elite monsters with each other cannot exceed 60 seconds. In addition, I have a 5 times experience elixir here, take it and use it. After Tutor Alice finished speaking, she took out a small bottle from her storage ring and placed it in Lin Chen's hand. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Chen politely and courteously thanked him. Look at. From here, one could see just how important it was to have a teacher with high strength and reliable abilities as a Thai after attending the university mansion. It was important to know that the Extreme Day Purgatory and Cursed Village, the 2 diamond-level replicas, were very popular amongst the freshmen. The credits required to purchase the tickets would be expensive, and you'd have to apply to queue up and take your turn to enter. Teacher Alice not only gave the tickets directly to Lin Chen, but also helped him apply for a spot to enter without having to wait in line. For Lin Chen, this was already feeding food into his mouth. "See you then, Teacher Alice, I'm going to go get my copy through," Lin Chen said softly. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, Teacher Alice spoke. "Wait." Lin Chen looked curiously at this elf teacher, who was a beautiful woman with a noble and distinguished temperament, and wondered what else the other party had to do. "It just so happens that I'm also idle, so I'll go over there with you and watch the actual battle process of you clearing your copy." Teacher Alice put on her glimpse of silk tunic, and with this set of dean's robes filled with majesty, it made her look truly like a princess. "Good." Lin Chen nodded his head despite being surprised by Teacher Alice's actions. Only after Teacher Alice and Lin Chen's figures left this ancient scented office filled with a magical aura did the 2 beautiful maids standing next to each other glance at each other, both seeing the color of surprise in the other's eyes. "Is Master caring too much about this student?" the purple-haired maid asked softly. "Well, it's true that I've never seen Master care so much about a student before." The red-haired maid nodded her head. It was important to know that before this, their Master Alice had taught quite a few students in the Holy Sun Academy. But they had never seen their master care so much about any student. Even if there were a few students whose strength was more outstanding, their own master had at most only gifted some elixirs of notable value to each other. Like this kind of situation where he had to personally go and supervise even the next copy, there really hadn't been a single time. From here, it could be seen that their master, to this student named Lin Chen, could be said to be 100% attentive. Of course. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have given Lin Chen such a rare divine medicine as the Devil Emperor Divine Essence. It's just that. The maids felt that even if they cared any more about a student, it wouldn't be so bad that they would have to follow them over even to the next copy, right? It seemed as if they were afraid that Lin Chen would have an accident. That's not necessary at all, is it? Lin Chen also felt that it was unnecessary. However, he simply couldn't refuse what Teacher Alice had proposed. After all, this was the benefactor who had treated him very well. It was just that. With this elf teacher, whose temperament and appearance could be considered top-notch, following him around, so much so that it caused any student passing by to have their attention drawn to them, which could be described as a 100% return rate. Teacher Alice looked so beautiful, just like a princess who walked out of a scroll. I'm really envious of Lin Chen. I went back to check the information about the Devil Emperor Divine Puree. I don't know without checking, but I was shocked when I checked. Being able to give such an expensive divine medicine to Lin Chen to eat is really Lin Chen's heavenly blessing. In the past, those students still disliked Ms. Ellis for not being able to teach classes. They are simply being blessed and not knowing the blessings. Indeed. The surrounding chatter reached Lin Shen's ears, and his expression was calm. Walking all the way through, the two of them walked straight to the secret realm hall of the Sacred Sun Academy. As the name implied, the secret hall here was a place that specialized in storing duplicate spatial portals. As the Sacred Sun Academy was the top Imperial Beast University within the Dragon Kingdom, its replica resources were naturally more than the vast majority of academies. When Lin Shen stepped into the middle of this secret hall and looked around, what met his eyes was already a dozen or so duplicate spatial teleportation gates that were emitting distorted fluctuations. These dozen or so gates were all the color of pure gold, clearly gold-level replicas. As for black iron, bronze, and silver-level copies, there were none here. Because they were too low-level, people at the Sacred Sun Academy couldn't even look at them and didn't bother to put such low-level copies here. No surprise there. When Teacher Alice followed Lin Shen here, with a swish, the eyes of all the surrounding students collectively gazed over. Chapter 117, The Heavy Fire. No matter what time of day it was, this white moon elf princess was always the center of attention. Lin Shen didn't bother with these sights, and went straight to the front desk of the temple, submitting his tickets for the Extreme Day Purgatory, as well as the Cursed Village, preparing to enter the duplicates. Regardless of the duplicate, the pass reward can only be claimed once in a lifetime, so if you're not satisfied with your pass score, you can use the city return prop in time before claiming the reward. A ticket can have 2 challenge opportunities. The sophomore schoolmate who worked part-time at the front desk saw Lin Shen coming over and also reminded with a smile. Lin Shen nodded his head, and then without any hesitation, he arrived at the side hall, and under the very shocked gazes of the crowd, he just very decisively stepped into that scarlet and incomparable diamond door. Wow! This was what caused a not-so-small clamor. I'm going. I remember that this portal seems to lead to the Extreme Day Purgatory, copy, right? He went in alone. Holy! A real solo entry. Awesome! I'd never seen anyone solo through this hellish difficulty in this copy. A loud exclamation continued to ring out. However, as Lin Shen's teacher, Alice's complexion was very calm. As her favorite student, soloing a diamond-level hell difficulty copy could only be said to be a base don't 6. Turn on Lin Shen's livestream. Alice said softly. As a matter of fact, the livestream of the pass copy could only be turned on with the consent of the gatebreaker himself. After all, some students were very reluctant to expose their bottom cards to the eyes of others. However, since it was Ellis, the big brother, who had personally spoken, the staff members present did not dare to disobey. They hurriedly turned on the live broadcast about Lin Shen. Copy of the Secret Realm, Extreme Day Purgatory. Quality, Diamond Grade. Adaptation level, level 3570. Difficulty, Inferno Fixed. Number requirement, 1 5 people. A number requirement, 1 5 people. A number requirement, 1 5 people. Secret background, inside the church, cries, screams, hissing. Obviously this is a very majestic and sacred place, but the feeling is like purgatory. Light really represents salvation? Sometimes, the light also represents the death. You have entered the copy of Extreme Day Purgatory. Current difficulty, Hell level. Number of attackers, 1. City return scroll has been automatically issued to you. Please use it in time when you are in mortal danger. As Lin Shen stepped through that scarlet diamond door, the detailed information about this copy was already as far as it could go. After the short period of blindness as well as dizziness due to the spatial teleportation ended, Lin Shen realized that he was already standing at the entrance of a huge church. Looking towards the inside from the outside, the church was filled with believers, and those coming and going were all pious-looking believers. But the weird thing was, it clearly looked like a peaceful scene, but what came to his ears was a burst of desperate cries, curses, and screams. Little you, come out. Lin Shen gently touched the Imperial Beast crest and called out softly. If he wanted to speed through the copy, how could he, as an Imperial Beast master, not summon a beast pet? Boing! After the little guy came out, it was a meta humming sound. Immediately, Lin Shen didn't hesitate for a second and directly stepped into the realm of this huge and magnificent church. Affected by the curse of Extreme Day, your full attributes are weakened by 30%. Upon entering, what landed on Lin Shen's body was the most classic environmental impairment. This was a mechanism that existed in many high-difficulty copies. Environmental mitigation cannot be dispersed and purified, accompanied by the intruder, until the entire copy of the pass. The mitigation effect will disappear. This was also the reason why high difficulty copies were difficult to attack solo. Roar! The weird thing was that obviously, standing outside the church and looking at it, it was a sunny, holy, and bright place. However, after Lin Chen stepped inside, all of the scenery completely changed. Brutal hissing sounds rang in his ears. The peaceful and calm believers in Lin Chen's line of sight had now transformed into a zombie ghost, their forms ugly and tyrannical, emitting a biting and incomparable killing intent. The originally sunny sky had become incomparably scarlet and dark, and above the sky, there was a blood moon, emitting a blood-colored light that dyed the church a bloody color. Extreme Day Demon Corpse, Level 40, Ordinary Monster. Extreme Day Ghost, Level 42, Ordinary Monster. Both possess the special setting of being immune to light attribute damage. Lin Chen was able to clearly visualize the basic information of these ordinary monsters under the effect of the appraisal technique. Generally speaking, monsters with dark attributes like these had a weak defense against light attribute attacks. However, the monsters in this copy of the Extreme Day Purgatory were directly immune to light attribute damage, which undoubtedly raised another layer of difficulty for the Gatecrasher. However, this didn't have any effect in Lin Chen's eyes. After all, it wasn't like he had any light attribute skill means. Let's begin then. Lin Chen's indifferent words fell. Swift as the wind. Immediately giving himself an A-ranked skills movement speed gain. Roar! Without any hesitation, one of the Extreme Day Demon Corpses and Extreme Day Lich Ghosts on the scene, transformed from church followers, opened their bloody mouths, wrapped in a dense and violent aura, and pounced towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen pointed his toes, his figure leapt high into the air, and unsurprisingly took out 2 black round spheres from his storage ring, and violently threw them down towards the ground. Poof! The round spheres exploded on the ground, accompanied by a black inexplicable liquid splashing out, staining the bodies of the nearly 100 Extreme Day Demon Corpses and Extreme Day Lich Ghosts present with this layer of black liquid. The black liquid was very sticky. Lin Chen's airborne body was about to fall to the ground, but he didn't panic in the slightest. He directly stretched out his arm and flung it out, and a hooklock like a viper extended out at an extremely fast speed, and nailed it dead on the church building. The hooklock device then retracted violently, causing the Extreme Day Demon Corpses and Extreme Day Sirens waiting for Lin Chen on the ground to let out howls of shame and anger as Lin Chen had already landed on top of one of the church's eaves with the help of the hooklock. However, the jumping abilities of the Extreme Day Demon Corpses and Extreme Day Lich Ghosts were not something to be reckoned with. Even if Lin Chen was at a high place, they were able to jump straight there under a single hop. It was just that. When the Extreme Day Demon Corpse and the Extreme Day Night Ghost just wanted to jump up, they realized that the little red snake lying on this human's shoulder had already opened its little mouth to them. The next second. Boom! Terrifying monstrous divine fire just directly spat out from this small mouth, ruthlessly landing on top of the heads of this group of monsters. What's more crucial is that the black sticky liquid stained on this group of monsters possessed an extremely strong flammability, and the flames produced a resonance reaction with each other, making this monstrous fire all of a sudden become even more spectacular and majestic. Chapter 118 Slaying the Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider. Inferno Spit S. The fire essence incarnated candle dragon spewed out incomparably terrifying fiery flames. Paired with the magic petroleum liquefaction bomb that Lin Chen had thrown out in advance. It caused the power of this skill to become even more surging and majestic, devouring and burning all the monsters in the entire front yard of the church. This set of skills paired with the props combo mini-sequence, the burning damage inflicted per second was surprisingly as high as 150,000 points. One should know that in the Blood Demon Grotto that Lin Chen had cleared previously, in order to decimate an ordinary Blood Demon monster, only 40,000 points of damage were needed. That is to say, if the current Lin Chen went back to attack the Blood Demon Grotto, then even the Blood Demon King wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Chen's current damage. Your Beast Pet Candle Spectre killed the Extreme Day Demon Corpse. Your Beast Pet Candle Spectre has killed the Extreme Day Demon Corpse, but copies weren't like the wilderness, where killing monsters wouldn't immediately gain experience value, but rather, only after clearing the level would they be rewarded with the full amount of experience value. Right now. After 5 seconds of burning, the monsters in the front yard of this church had been completely killed. Simple. Easy. Pushing open the front yard door and stepping into the middle section of the church, it was only then that he realized that there was a bloody broken arm and limb hanging everywhere here in the middle section of the church, and the corridor floor was even covered in skeletons, a complete hellish scene. A huge spider with a woman's human face was hanging upside down on the ceiling of the middle section of the church. Lin Chen looked up and saw that on the giant spider's web, wrapped in spider silk, were dried corpses that had lost their heads, hands, and legs, and it was obvious that this was its work. Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider, Level 45. The other party's information wasn't half hidden on Lin Chen's side. However, there was one thing that had to be noted: the talent and skill information of the Daylight Man-Faced Demon Spider was presented as. Not being able to see the opponent's talent and skill information made it even harder to defend against the opponent's moves. It seemed that this was the setting of the copy, forcing more difficulty on the intruder. Hee. Creepily, the voice of the Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider was like a woman laughing playfully, and the pale human face, which was like a female ghost, turned the scarlet eyes on it, revealing a bizarre smile, and staring at Lin Chen dead on, as if it was like it had seen an incomparable prey of its heart's desire. The next second. Poof! The woman's human face of the Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider opened its mouth, and in a surprising manner, it suddenly spat out a sharp and highly poisonous bone dart towards Lin Chen. Deadly Attack A. This was a long-range throwing skill mastered by the Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider. It was characterized by being fast, accurate, ruthless, and carried a deadly spider poison. If hit, in less than 2 seconds, the target would enter a state of full-body paralysis, with the heart stopping sharply and the functioning of all the body's organs ceasing, completely losing the ability to resist. Many students who attacked this copy of Extreme Day Purgatory for the first time, if they hadn't done a proper strategy, then when they faced this dirty and despicable Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider with a vicious and brutal character, they would definitely be given a big headache by the other party's unexpected move. If you have fast reflexes, you will be able to dodge it. Those with slightly worse reflexes would be out of luck. So, what would Lin Chen be like when he faced this Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider's insidious move? Too slow. That's right, this poisonous bone dart that was incomparably fast and couldn't even be captured with the naked eye was incomparably slow in Lin Chen's eyes. Demon Void Pupil SSS. This pupil talent inherited from the Night Stygian Demon Emperor allowed Lin Chen's dynamic vision to receive an outstanding boost. So much so that whatever he was looking at right now could be described as crystal clear. Attacks that others couldn't capture with their naked eyes were not only clearly visible to his naked eyes, but they all seemed like they had been slowed down additionally. He gently made a sideways turn. Bang! The highly poisonous bone dart just plunged into the ground, unable to hit Lin Chen at all. Are you the only one with long range? Lin Chen indifferently muttered to himself. The demonic ring in his hand transformed into a bow and arrow form. That Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider didn't even see clearly how this human drew the bow, but in the next second, its pupils trembled. Swoosh swoosh. 3 feathered arrows were already launched, heading straight for its face at an extremely fast speed. It was naturally impossible for the Daylight Demon Spider to let these 3 arrows hit its precious human face. Do you know why the Daylight Demon Tarantula has to drain these prey of water and blood, and keep them as dry corpses? It is in order to be able to in their own this human face in aging, in time with these prey of human skin to replace. For the Extreme Daytime Human Face Magic Spider, this kind of monster, their hobby is to dress up their own human face. For this reason, they went out of their way to collect all kinds of precious flesh. Even in battle, they wouldn't let their weird human face get injured easily. It was already too late to raise his spider claws to block. Even though with the defense of the Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider, it wouldn't suffer much damage in the face of these 3 ordinary feathered arrows even if they were to be hardened against them, but that would injure its own human skin face. The Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider was 10,000 times unwilling. Only to see that at this critical moment, it used its left spider leg to gently hook the spider silk, and with its huge body on one side, it narrowly dodged the attack of these 3 feather arrows. After successfully dodging, it stabilized its body, and that human face looked downwards with incomparable anger. However, where is the human? Where did that damn human teenager go? Only to see that the bottom was already empty, and the human figure from earlier had disappeared. Are you looking for me? An indifferent voice suddenly rang out from behind the Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider. Roar! With a jolt, the Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider let out a furious roar and was about to turn around and attack backward. However, poof! A heavy sword was the one that directly pierced in viciously from the back of its head, and then pierced out from the front of its head before violently picking upwards. Swish! The sword light flashed. The huge human face as well as the head of the Extreme Day Human-Faced Demon Spider was just split into 2 halves. Boom! The huge body lost its maneuvering and fell from the ceiling into the middle of the ground. Lin Chen didn't give up on the attack, but instead, holding his heavy sword, he ruthlessly slashed at the extreme day human-faced demon spider's head a few more times, only stopping when the spirit of the mysterious realm sent out a prompt. You have killed the extreme day human-faced demon spider, but the passageway to the third level has been opened. Lin Chen gently flung his heavy sword, and the dirty blood on it was flung clean, then walked towards the next level with a calm expression. Inside the hall of the secret realm hall, time moved further back to when Lin Chen had just entered the copy. Each and every student had already shifted their sights to the screen. As the princess of the White Moon Elves, Alice was naturally no exception. Her arms were wrapped around her chest, her expression was calm. She had always been uninterested in a lot of things, but at this moment, her eyes were full of interest when she looked at the screen. Chapter 119, Not Worthy of Being My Student. Ms. Alice. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice came out. She had originally come over to Teacher Ellis's office, wanting to have Teacher Ellis set up some training programs for her. As a result, after going there, she realized that Teacher Ellis was not there. It was only after asking the two beautiful maids that she realized that Teacher Ellis had brought Lin Chen over to the secret palace side. Jiang Chen naturally followed along. The main reason was that she was also curious about what kind of results Lin Chen would have this time when he cleared the copy. With that guy's demonic strength, even if it was a diamond-level copy, I'm afraid that he would be able to break the record, right? Jiang Chen had to admit that she had also followed her here with a learning attitude, wanting to see how exactly Lin Chen, this demonic boy, would break the clearance record of this copy in the form of a single brush. One must know that the record holder for clearing this copy was a team of 5. Normally, it was very difficult to break a team record by brushing alone. So Jiang Chen was also quite curious if Lin Chen could set a new record. Seeing Jiang Chen come over, Teacher Alice lightly nodded her head as a greeting, and then returned her sight to the screen. At this moment, within the screen, Lin Chen's figure had already appeared at the entrance of that Extreme Day church, and without hesitation, he directly moved to step into the front yard of the church. Roar! It was at this moment that one of the believers in the front yard of the church transformed into an Extreme Day siren and Extreme Day demon corpse. These Extreme Day lich ghosts and Extreme Day demon corpses aren't too powerful in terms of offense as ordinary monsters, but they have thick skin and flesh and are deadly. It's a bit difficult for Lin Chen to finish them off when he's alone. Yes, I'm afraid I'll have to waste quite a bit of time here. I remember that squad that set the best record. The time it took to solve these monsters in the front yard was something like 30 to 40 seconds. Lin Chen is afraid that he won't be able to break the record. He'll have to take at least 2 minutes in this first level, right? The surrounding students were talking. Most of them thought that Lin Chen couldn't possibly finish solving these monsters in the front yard before 30 seconds. It wasn't that they were underestimating Lin Chen, but the power of a single person was always limited, and it was hard to break the records that people set in teams that you wanted to break solo. In terms of monster killing speed alone, I'm afraid that you won't be able to catch up. However, was quickly slapped in the face. Lin Chen entered the front yard while summoning his beast pet, and after applying a speed gain to himself, he strangely didn't attack these monsters, but instead jumped up high and smashed 2 bombs towards the group of monsters. The bombs exploded, but instead of any sparks, they splattered out a black, sticky liquid that attached itself to the body of this one Extreme Day demon corpse and Extreme Day lich. Lin Chen didn't fall into the monster encirclement, but instead utilized the hook lock and flew above the eaves of the house. Just as the monsters wanted to jump onto the eaves and decapitate Lin Chen. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of all the students, the cute little red snake that was lying on Lin Chen's shoulder opened its little mouth, and terrifying magical fluctuations spread out, followed by monstrous fiery flames gushing out from its little mouth. The flames and magical oil resonated with each other, causing the might of the flames to rise even higher. The screen was filled with crimson flames, and every student watching the battle had red faces. That was reflected by the glow in the screen. Burning damage numbers as high as 15 W per second just jumped in front of everyone's eyes. The Extreme Day demon corpses and Extreme Day lich ghosts, which had been incomparably ferocious in front of them, were burned to ashes under the scorching heat of this terrifying flames in just a single glance. This might, it could not be said to be shocking. Holy! Is this beast pet of Lin Chen so fierce? It's mainly paired with magic oil, which has increased the range of the flames burning by at least 50%. But the power of this flame is truly beyond imagination. Looking at the flames with a second damage as high as 15 W, the crowd was all shocked. I've done some math. From stepping into the church to solving these monsters, it took around 15 seconds. It's really faster than a group. Is this the #1 freshman? Terrifying as hell. While the crowd was marveling, Lin Chen had already brought his beast pet and stepped into the second level, the middle area of the church. Tutor Alice also lightly nodded her head when she saw Lin Chen's performance in the first level. This treatment was indeed the current optimal one. That little red snake of Lin Chen's, although that fire attribute skill of its had high damage, it didn't have enough range to exterminate all the monsters at once. It was precisely because Lin Chen understood this that he used the magic oil liquefaction bomb. After the magical petroleum touched the flames, it caused the burning range of the flames to extend all of a sudden. So much so that it burned all those dozens of monsters together, not giving them a chance to escape at all. Worthy of being my student. Mentor Alice thought triumphantly in her heart, the corners of her pretty mouth lifting up in a subtle arc. It's time for the second level, the extreme day human-faced demon spider. This elite monster isn't easy anymore. How should Lin Chen kill it quickly? All the students present looked at the screen with unblinking eyes. The first level, which Lin Chen had cleared in a dozen seconds, had shocked them severely. But the first level of a copy was the easiest. The more you got to the later levels, the more difficult they became. So would Lin Chen still be able to pass easily? Well, Lin Chen quickly proved to these viewers that it was still possible to easily pass the level. It was only in the middle of the screen. After dodging the extreme day human-faced demon spider's bone dart attack, Lin Chen transformed his demonic ring into a bow and arrow form, firing 3 feathered arrows towards that extreme day human-faced demon spider. The daylight man-faced demon spider easily dodged them. But at this time, Lin Chen's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes, and in its place were 3 feather arrows. The crowd was stunned. Only Tutor Alice reminded in cold words, behind the extreme day human-faced demon spider. The camera then hurriedly turned around and saw that Lin Chen's figure had already arrived behind the extreme day human-faced demon spider. Not only that, he was holding an unparalleled sharp heavy sword and casting the deadly strike skill, allowing his attacks to ignore 40% of the enemy's armor, legal resistance, and damage reduction. Then, puff! The blade penetrated the head of the daybreak human-faced demon spider that had not yet reacted. Unless it was said to be some creatures with particularly hard skulls, or creatures whose heads were born with hard armor as well as defensive means, most creatures had the most excess vulnerability in their heads. Lin Chen's slash had used up all of his own strength, paired with the skill that made the attack a sure hit and ignored 40% of the defense attribute, along with the backstabbing sneak attack, so that the daylight man-faced demon spider's head was easily penetrated. Poof! The second slash, because of the Falcon's Eyes S-rank talent, also triggered a blitz attack. Although the effect of ignoring the 40% defense attribute was gone, the daylight man-faced tarantula already had a wound, so it thrust another knife into the fatal wound and violently upwards. Chapter 120 Evil Bishop. Blow up! Wow! The crowd saw that the head of the extreme day human-faced demon spider directly became 2 halves, and that hideous and ugly woman's human face followed suit. The completely lifeless daylight demon spider fell to the ground from the web. Lin Chen still seemed uneasy, afraid that this daylight man-faced demon spider hadn't completely lost its life, and slashed at it several more times until the light door leading to the third level appeared, and only then did he stop and turn around to leave. This time, the entire battle lasted only 10 seconds out. How did this go by even faster than the first level? The crowd was confused. All I can say is awesome. Don't think that those 3 feathered arrows were shot randomly. I can see that this guy deliberately shot towards that human face of the extreme day human-faced demon spider. Anyone who has knowledge of this monster's data knows that the extreme daytime human-faced demon spider is very protective of its human face, and in the face of an attack that will damage its human face, it will definitely dodge it. Once it dodged, the feathered arrow crossed over to its back. Lin Chen then used the shifting shape skill that he had produced in the Blood Demon Cave, switched positions with the feathered arrow, and instantly arrived behind the extreme day human-faced demon spider. A boy wearing glasses stood out with an excited expression, his mouth blazing with explanations. But... Alright, don't analyze it all at once. You don't think you're the only one who can see it, right? Hurry up and shut up, the eyes of the people here aren't blind. Immediately, there were students in the crowd who talked back, but they choked the spectacled boy. The glasses boy's face instantly reddened. He originally wanted to pretend to be a pussy, but he didn't want to become a self-righteous and conspicuous bag. Worthy of being my student. This white moon elf princess looked at Lin Chen's performance and once again nodded her head, giving a proud and pleased compliment inwardly. Jiang Chen, who was on the side, looked at Lin Chen's entire battle and sighed inwardly, her 2 cat ears drooping down, somewhat disheartened. How could this fellow's fighting style be so heavenly? Even if he wanted to draw on it, he was completely unable to do so. Coming. Third level. Extreme Day Evil Bishop. It was at this moment that the crowd watching the battle gathered their spirits once again and stared at the screen with deadly intensity. They really wanted to see if this Lin Chen fellow could continue to surprise them or not. Inside the replica, Lin Chen had already arrived at the third level, which was to the depths of the church. It was different from the first and second levels. The scene of the third level was very normal, neither did monstrous and bizarre horror monsters appear nor mountains of bloody skeletons and flesh. There was only quiet and peaceful, bright and holy. A voluptuous and beautiful woman, dressed in a bishop's robe, stood in the middle of the church, looking pious, her hands clasped together, her eyes tightly closed, her mouth softly chanting some kind of ancient chanting, as if she was praying to the statue of God in front of him. Looking at it like this, it seemed like a very normal church setting. However, when Lin Chen's line of sight landed on top of the idol, he realized that the idol was half white and half black. The white half had gentle eyes and a smile at the corner of its mouth. The black half had ferocious eyes and a hideous expression. It was as if God and the devil were fused together. Sitting in the church of a believer. Nope, looking closely, the believers sitting down below had all turned into stone statues, their expressions were filled with terror, but their movements were sitting peacefully in place. The entire church space was filled with eeriness. Welcome to the Church of the Extreme Day, strange Pathfinder. Do you also feel lost? Does it also feel like you've lost your direction towards life? Come. Join among the ranks of those who believe in the God of Extreme Day, and he will show us the direction of light. That beautiful bishop slowly turned around, her face full of devotion as well as a friendly smile, and just looked at Lin Chen kindly. After hearing these words and tones, Lin Chen's brain produced a slight buzzing sound, and it seemed that he was also called out within his heart, and surprisingly, a voice exactly like this beautiful bishop's also resounded. It's the charm technique. Lin Chen immediately realized this. There was no need to think about it to know that one of the believers sitting in the church who had been transformed into statues with terrified demeanors must have been seduced by this beautiful bishop, becoming a believer of that so-called God of Extreme Day, and ultimately petrified to death by having their life energy sucked out of them. Boing! His own beast pet, Candle Spectre, as a candle dragon, had also awakened the night underworld god's eyes, a pupil art talent that specialized in restraining illusions, so naturally, he was unaffected. After realizing that his master seemed to have been bewitched, he was about to use his night underworld divine eyes to unlock the bewitchment for his master. However, Lin Chen hurriedly communicated with Little Yu in his mind, signaling the other party not to unlock his own state, but to let himself be charmed. Little Yu was so smart that she immediately understood what her master wanted to do. So it obediently lay on its shoulders and did not move. You have entered the charmed state. At this moment, Lin Chen was indeed completely charmed by this beautiful bishop. The entire person's facial expression instantly changed from calm to holy and pious, and with his hands clasped together, he slowly walked towards the beautiful bishop. When Lin Chen arrived in front of the beautiful bishop, he knelt down on one knee and bowed his head in prayer. Seeing this scene, a weird and oozing eerie smile appeared on the beautiful bishop's pretty face. The next second, she opened her mouth. Her face revealed its true appearance, transforming into a hideous and incomparable wolf's head, baring its sharp teeth, its bloody mouth about to eat this human kneeling in front of it in one gulp. Another delicious prey is going to lay dormant in my stomach pouch. The beautiful bishop was excited beyond measure. But just at this critical moment, an accident happened. Little Yui, who was obediently lying on Lin Chen's shoulder, because of its petite and cute appearance, was permeated with the flavor of a harmless human animal, so much so that this evil bishop had directly ignored it. But this evil bishop didn't realize that it was because she had ignored this cute little red snake that she was completely doomed. Little Yui gently jumped up from her master's shoulder, and gave a vicious flick of her tail at that huge female wolf's head. Bang! A dragon's swing-tail just directly hit the evil priest's head. Don't look at how cute and petite little Spectre is, but in reality, its battle power conversion rate is as high as 3000%. 30 times the conversion rate. Then the damage dealt by one of its dragon swingtails was 30 times that of Lin Chen's. Adding to that, as a legendary divine beast candle dragon, its physical strength far exceeded that of any beast of the same level. The power caused by this tail swing. Just thinking about it makes one's scalp numb. So, poof. Under the shocked gazes of all the spectators in the outside world, the head of this evil bishop of the Extreme Day, like a watermelon, directly exploded under Little Yu's dragon swinging tail. Chapter 121 Million Damage. That evil bishop of the extreme day probably never dreamed that the power of an inconspicuous cute little red snake that jumped up and gave itself a swinging tail would be able to harden its head. It had successfully charmed this human who dared to intrude into the extreme day church, and was planning to start sucking the other party's incomparably delicious flesh and blood. Who would have thought that the next second he himself would die? Your beast pet Candle Spectre has killed the evil bishop of the day. The boss evil bishop of daylight is about to awaken, please prepare for battle. The moment the extreme day evil bishop died, the charming technique that had acted on Lin Chen naturally lost its effect. The moment Lin Chen awoke, he saw the information panel prompt in front of him. Ka-ching! When Lin Chen stood up, the bizarre idol standing in front of him had its outer skin peeling away. Black flesh and blood could be seen writhing inside the statue of the god, and an incomparably evil aura descended directly into the church. Lin Chen gently took a step back, looking at the idol sculpture with a calm expression. 3 seconds later, the incomparably modeled outer skin of the idol sculpture completely fell off, revealing the true evil monster hidden within. Monster, Extreme Day Evil Demon King. Level 70. Talent? Skill? Description: the culprit that turned the Church of the Extreme Day into a purgatory, possessing extremely powerful melee combat abilities, and having extremely high magic damage reduction and abnormal status resistance. Roar! The moment the Extreme Day Evil Demon King awakened, it directly let out an angry hiss. It was filled with hatred for this human who had trespassed into its territory and had decapitated the bishop, whom it considered its left arm and right-hand man. It decided that it must capture this human alive and slowly torture him to death. Let this human know how cruel and desperate the consequences of provoking it were. With this in mind, the Extreme Day Evil Demon King leapt forward and was about to pounce towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression was calm, allowing the other party to pounce towards him, and he didn't even have the intention of retreating. In this scene, the outside audience was on edge. One had to know that this Extreme Day Evil Demon King's information description already clearly showed that it was a monster with extremely strong melee combat abilities. Usually for a monster with such a description, its defense attributes would be ridiculously high. Maximum life value, damage reduction, armor, and mana resistance were all absolutely high enough to give the intruder a headache. Allowing this kind of monster to get close to him rashly was definitely not a wise move. Lin Chen really wasn't going to back off a bit? Compared to the doubts of these student spectators, as Lin Chen's teacher, Alice's pretty face was very calm. Since her precious student dared to let this boss, which was famous for its melee ability, close up, she naturally had the means to deal with it. Indeed. Having already determined that this monster was the final boss, Lin Chen could safely use more skills. When this Extreme Day Evil Demon King arrived in front of Lin Chen, the pair of sharp claws that were enough to easily pierce through Lin Chen's body were less than 10 centimeters away. Buzz! Little Yui, who was a Candle Dragon Divine Beast, cast the Static S skill at Lin Chen's command. The time acting on the Extreme Day Evil Demon King was directly stilled. Of course. As a level 70 boss, even little Yui, who was a Candle Dragon, was unable to still it for too long. This stillness could only last for 10 seconds at most. But for Lin Chen, it was enough. Ha! Lin Chen slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The deadly strike skill with a CD time of 60 seconds had already cooled down, and he immediately cast it. It's not enough. Lin Chen took out 3 more potions. Fierce Attack Potion, providing an 80% physical and magical attack power bonus for 10 seconds. Potency Potion, providing a 50% bonus to strength and wisdom attributes for 10 seconds. Flash Potion, provides 70% attack speed bonus, lasts for 10 seconds. The 3 potions were drunk together. Lin Chen's 4-dimensional attributes received an extremely terrifying increase. As for the Bloodthirsty Berserker SSS rank skill, Lin Chen was in no hurry to use it. Even though this boss had already been confirmed as the final level boss, don't forget that Lin Chen had completed the conditions for triggering the hidden level. The condition for triggering the hidden level for this copy of Extreme Day Purgatory was to pass the copy without being struck. As of now, Lin Chen had not been struck. Even though he had deliberately been charmed by that evil bishop of Extreme Day, the other party hadn't inflicted any substantial attack damage on Lin Chen, who was full-blooded and had no record of being struck. Of course, generally speaking, the difficulty of hidden levels wouldn't be high, but it was inevitable that special circumstances would occur, like the Blood Demon Grotto from before. Who would have thought that there is a level 100 Blood Demon Remnant waiting for you in the hidden level? What was the hidden level of this copy of Extreme Day Purgatory? Lin Chen hadn't bothered to check the information, he hadn't even bothered to read the strategy guide. However, keeping some cards in hand was ultimately something that could be used just in case. This habit, Lin Chen had always retained. No matter what he did, he always left himself enough retreats, so that he could survive safely and for a long time in the midst of this dangerous world. At this moment, Lin Chen's attributes had increased greatly because he had taken 3 bottles of advanced potions. Little Yu, who was closely related to Lin Chen, and whose life was even linked together, naturally received an increase in her attributes as well. Then the next step. It was very simple. It was Lin Chen and Little Yu joining forces to beat up this damn Extreme Day Evil Demon King. Lin Chen first switched into his Bao form and shot an arrow at the other party, causing the other party to trigger the 10-second armor-breaking effect that he had obtained after successfully strengthening himself. Immediately following, the 5 arrows were all arranged together, as well as the continuous bead rapid shot. Only swooshing sounds could be heard continuously, and in the blink of an eye, the Extreme Day Evil Demon King's heart area and head area were pierced into hedgehogs. And what about Little Yu? The little guy didn't want to do that much. After receiving the master's order to attack, it directly jumped up and used its little tail to fling at the Extreme Day Evil Demon King's brain. Snapping sounds rose and fell. The students outside could only see this little red snake's tail flinging out phantoms. 100 consecutive strikes in 1 second. 10 seconds ended. Lin Chen and Little Yui very silently retreated back 20 meters. Clang! The clock shadow bloomed with a ringing sound, announcing the end of the Extreme Day Evil Demon King's time stasis. The moment the Daylight Evil Demon King was released from its stasis, the target in front of it had already disappeared. Just when it wanted to continue hunting the other party. Bang! An incomparably bright and dazzling huge black flower exploded at its head and heart at the same time. Its incomparably dirty black demonic blood was like a fountain as it sprayed directly towards the ceiling. 1 million. Fatal plus armor penetration plus heavy strike plus broken stance. A whole million huge amounts of damage were just directly irrigated into the body of this Extreme Day Evil Demon King. Chapter 122 as expected of my personal student. Simple. Easy. 1 million damage instantly erupted, directly ending the life of this Extreme Day Evil Demon King. It had to be said that this Extreme Day Evil Demon King's melee defense was indeed top-notch enough. One had to know that during the time stasis, Lin Chen and his own Little Yu had attacked this Extreme Day Evil Demon King hundreds of times. The resulting burst of damage was only 1,000,000 points. Logically speaking, an attack with such a high frequency was enough to deal more than 50,000 points of damage to an ordinary monster every single time, adding up to at least tens of millions of damage bursts. But hitting the Extreme Day Evil Demon King added up to 1,000,000. But even if this monster was no longer powerful, it couldn't escape the fate of being instantly secured. With the fall of the Daylight Evil Demon King, this copy was officially cleared. Ding! At this time, a beep also sounded in Lin Chen's ears. Congratulations to student Lin Chen for successfully clearing the Extreme Day Purgatory. Current difficulty, Inferno level. Current time to clear, 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Your results have been included in the data center of the Sacred Sun Academy. Passing rewards will begin to be distributed in 1 minute, please be patient with the gate crasher. A score of 2 minutes and 34 seconds belonged to a very exaggerated score. Of course, it was also because this copy had a short distance to travel and didn't need to be rushed, saving a lot of time. Some copies that required rushing, even if you killed monsters as fast as you could, you wouldn't be able to get a score of less than 3 minutes. Not bad. The expression on Lin Chen's face didn't fluctuate much, and he wasn't surprised by his very exaggerated achievement. After all, from start to finish, he had also been roughly estimating the time to pass the level. The first and second levels both took the same amount of time, almost 30 seconds of time, adding up to about a minute. When it came to the third level, which was the deepest part of the church, after defeating that Extreme Day Evil Bishop, the Extreme Day Evil Demon King made his appearance. The time taken added up to about 1.5 minutes. If the Daylight Evil Demon King's appearance time was faster, then Lin Chen's time to clear the level could also be shorter. At this moment, Lin Chen even began to review the battle in his mind, thinking about his previous battle process to see where he could have done better. A strong person who was proficient in combat would basically have the spirit of striving for excellence. Reviewing could identify one's shortcomings so that one could improve and ultimately gain progress. Outside the replica. Silence. Deadly silence.
The originally noisy antechamber of the Great Hall was at this moment plunged into an eerie silence where a pin could be heard. Each and every one of the students who were spectating here had their expressions frozen. It was as if they had been greatly shocked. Even Jiang Kai was like this. A score of 2 minutes and 34 seconds, this was something a human could beat. The key was that this was still a diamond level hell difficulty copy. He also single brushed it. The students wanted to open their mouths to speak, but when the words reached their mouths, they didn't know what to say to express their feelings at this moment. Only tutor Alice, with her tall stature, had her arms wrapped around her chest, her expression satisfied as she looked at the slender figure in the screen. Worthy of being my personal student. 2 minutes and 34 seconds. This achievement was already a very perfect answer sheet delivered. Even when she was at this level, if she wanted to clear such a difficult copy, she was afraid that she would only be able to score 3 minutes. For her own personal student to be better than herself, for tutor Alice, this was a very worthwhile thing to be happy about. Terrifying. I can only say too terrifying. A score of 2 minutes and 34 seconds, no one before or since. Indeed, it's really shocking to know that the best record for this copy was still set by a group, but it was broken by Lin Chen alone. Are all freshmen nowadays such monsters? After a short period of shock, the students were also talking. Even some of the surrounding sophomores couldn't help but let out a gasp after seeing Lin Chen's incomparably perfect play. After beating Extreme Day Purgatory, there's still the Cursed Village copy. I saw that Lin Chen ranked on both of them. I'll go, that Cursed Village copy is a one-shot to the end mode. I'm sure his clearance time will be faster, right? Don't worry, guys, look, the hidden level of the Extreme Day Purgatory has appeared. The crowd really saw that a light door leading to the 4th level slowly opened. Lin Chen had completed the conditions for triggering the hidden level of the replica, and hadn't been hit the entire time, so naturally, he had the qualifications to travel to the hidden level. Inside the replica, Lin Chen received the reward for clearing the Extreme Day Purgatory copy. Unsurprisingly, he had broken the record. The rewards were also extraordinarily generous. Reward, Upgrade Roll X5. Reward, Extreme Day Dharma Robe 1. Reward, Extreme Day Staff 1. Reward, Extreme Day Evil Devil Golem 1. Record-breaking extra reward, S-Ranked General Skill Book Thrilling Thunder Steps. Thunder Steps S, a stance skill that, when performed, enables one's speed to be as fast as a thunderbolt, and allows for 3 blinking displacements, with a maximum distance of 100 meters per displacement, and a CD time of 30 seconds. Reward. Props, Upgrade Roll. Description: after using this, your level will be raised by 1, and when you are a Sentinel Beast class profession, your own beast pet will also be raised by 1 level. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly used 5 upgrade scrolls to raise his level from 35 to 40. Strength, 10,000 Wisdom, 10,000 Physique, 10,000 Agility, 10,000. Without any equipment or props to enhance it. The 4-dimensional attributes had rightfully doubled. Candle Dragon Little Spectre had also managed to rise from Evolutionary Body 6th Order to Evolutionary Body 10th Order. Combat Power Conversion Rate, 5,000%. It had increased from 3,000% to 5,000%. This conversion rate was truly becoming more and more terrifying. If people in the outside world were to know that Lin Chen's beast pet was so exaggerated in terms of its combat power conversion rate, they would probably be even more shocked. One would have to know that even if it was a Phantom Beast level beast pet, at the 10th evolutionary level, the combat power conversion rate would be at most 3,000%. But little U was as high as 5,000%. This meant that even if Lin Chen's 4-dimensional attributes were a little lower than other Imperial Beast Masters, it didn't matter. The high combat power conversion rate gave the Candle Dragon unrivaled combat power. Looking at the other rewards. The Extreme Day Robe and Extreme Day Staff were both rare equipment that could be used above level 35. But unfortunately, it didn't work as a set effect. The attributes of a single Extreme Day Robe was higher than the Blood Demon armor, but if you counted the set effect of the Blood Demon equipment series, then the overall benefit was still a bit higher for the Blood Demon set. As for the Extreme Day Staff, it was also a good magic weapon. But unfortunately, Lin Chen, who had the demonic ring, didn't have much of a need for this weapon anymore. Chapter 123, 30 Seconds of Guessing. Sell it. Lin Chen made a decision. Rare quality equipment above level 35 could definitely fetch a very good price when placed in a remote city on the border. But in this capital city, it shouldn't fetch a high price. It could only be said to be better than nothing.
Lastly, there was the prop Extreme Day Evil Demon Golem. Props, Extreme Day Evil Devil Golem. Description: summons an Extreme Day Evil Demon King to assist you in battle. The strength of the summoned Extreme Day Evil Demon King will depend on the summoner. Remarks: please do not let the Extreme Day Evil Demon King get too much blood, or it will easily go crazy and out of control. A battle prop that possesses a certain amount of risk. Lin Chen had already learned about the power of the Extreme Day Evil Demon King. Even though the Extreme Day Evil Demon King had been easily secured by Lin Chen, it was only with Lin Chen and Little Yui joining forces that he had inflicted 1 million damage on the other party, which was enough to see that the Extreme Day Evil Demon King was very strong, with an extremely high percentage of various attributes. The summoned Extreme Day Evil Demon King's combat power wouldn't be bad. However, until it was a last resort, this prop would generally not be used. After all, there was a risk of losing control. The stance skill of Thrilling Thunder Steps is okay, adding another means of getting out of combat or chasing after someone. Lin Chen was satisfied with this. After receiving the reward, he then turned around and entered the fourth light door, the hidden level of the Extreme Day Purgatory. This fourth hidden level, out of everyone's expectations, didn't contain any monsters, but rather a church treasure trove. Inside was placed what looked like a small mountain, one piece of rare quality equipment after another. So much equipment, huh? But they're all level 35 rare equipment. And with my storage ring space, I can't fit that much equipment. Why don't we just directly break them all down into materials on the spot, so it's easy to carry? Lin Chen mused. For him, level 35 rare equipment was already not rare. If he wanted it, he could always seek help from his own teacher anytime, anywhere. The equipment that was collected in that one private treasure trove of Teacher Alice's, that wasn't even a mundane item. So why hadn't Lin Chen asked for his teacher to send him a luxurious set of equipment? The reason was simple. If Lin Chen wore that very luxurious and powerful equipment, then instead of helping him in battle, it would become a hindrance to his progress. Powerful equipment could easily make people feel dependent. For example, if Lin Chen had entered this copy wearing a set of luxurious equipment, he probably wouldn't have even had to summon Little Yui, and would have been able to crush his way through, relying on himself personally to achieve a speed pass. This is the attribute crushing that comes from powerful equipment. Over time, after you get used to it, you'll realize that your combat level drops drastically. You are used to a knife 999 seconds monster, one day suddenly no equipment, no more knife 999 convenience, can only rely on their own time. What should you do? So, Lin Chen didn't like to go through the stage of improving his combat power by going through luxurious and powerful equipment, and focused more on cultivating his combat level. When one's level rises, and the combat level is almost the same, one can wear good equipment, and that is like a tiger with wings. Right now. For these equipments, under the astonished gazes of the people in the outside world, Lin Chen took out the portable decomposer from his storage ring and directly began to decompose the equipments piece by piece. You've decomposed the Extreme Day Gators, and gained Premium Leather X1 Rare Magic Stone X1. You have decomposed the Evil Demon Belt and obtained Premium Leather X1 Rare Magic Stone X1. After thinking for a while. Forget it, split the Extreme Day Law Robe and Extreme Day Staff as well. Lin Chen directly invested both of the equipment rewards he had just obtained. The so-called portable disintegration machines were used by many guild adventurers. After all, when you went out to kill monsters in the wild, most of the time, the ones you decapitated were ordinary monsters that dropped some primary, intermediate, and high-level equipment that was useless to you, but it felt a bit of a waste to throw it away. Pick it up, but also afraid if storage ring space is not enough. So, portable disintegrator comes into play. With this thing, when you don't have enough space in your storage ring, you can just break down your equipment on the spot. After disassembling all the rare equipment in the treasury, Lin Chen harvested quite a few materials before he slowly turned around and left the copy. Outside the copy, all of the onlooker students could be waiting for that figure to appear with their eyes wide open. He's coming out. When a burst of spatial ripples flooded there at the duplicate teleportation door, Lin Chen's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only to not wait for them to speak. Lin Chen turned around in a single motion, and without half a moment's hesitation, he directly entered another Diamond Grade Hell difficulty replica called Cursed Village. Ah! This is going in? Not resting for a while? Is this Lin Chen's confidence? Having only broken the record of clearing a Diamond Grade copy, now he's not hesitating to stop for half a second time, going straight into the second copy. Alas!
I was thinking of begging him to team up with me and take me in to rub off a little bit of clearance experience. As for the rewards, I can totally do without. You're thinking beautifully, so in case an incomparably precious talent stone, or something else, pops out, you guys will not be red-eyed? Many students were sighing a bit. This was because there were so many students above level 35 on the scene who were thinking of teaming up with Lin Chen. As long as they hugged Lin Chen's thigh tightly, they might be able to rub off on the record-breaking huge experience value rewards. What do you guys say? This time, the cursed village copy, how much time will Lin Chen be able to clear it in? Someone asked curiously. It feels like it can be cleared in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I'm guessing 1 minute and 20 seconds. I feel 1 minute. The crowd started guessing one after another. On the side, Jiang Chen asked Tutor Alice in a low voice, "Teacher, how much time do you think Lin Chen can clear this copy of the cursed village in?" Without hesitation, Tutor Alice directly said, "Within 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Jiang Chen directly froze, a pair of cat pupils filled with shock, that pair of furry cat ears, all of them directly stood up, and that one cat tail behind him even exploded its hair a bit. That was due to the excessive shock. 30 seconds. Really? Was the teacher that confident in Lin Chen? The students next to him had also heard Tutor Alice's speculation. As soon as they heard that answer of 30 seconds. Wow! The entire room was in an uproar. They were also ruthlessly shocked by this bold guess from Tutor Alice. How? Much more? How much time did Tutor Alice say for the clearance? 30 seconds said it was. How is this possible? Yeah, it's impossible, right? It'll take a minute at least. Hurry up and start the live broadcast. The students with intense curiosity were already urging. Chapter 124 Village of the Cursed. Copy of the Secret Realm, Cursed Village. Quality, Diamond Grade. Adaptation level, level 3570. Difficulty, Hell Grade Fixed. Number of people required, 15 people. Secret background, originally happy and peaceful village, in one day ushered in a desperate plague. Overnight, the whole village was wiped out, all the villagers' corpses began to mutate, the plague gas shrouded in this village, in the deepest part of the village headman's courtyard, as if hiding what secrets. It was still a solo attack, and the difficulty was hell level. When Lin Chen entered the copy, he found himself in front of the entrance of a dark village. Ow! A wolf howl resounded, and a scarlet blood moon just hung above the sky. However, to say the most bizarre, there was nothing more bizarre than the rotting corpses lying quietly in the dilapidated and ancient village in front of them, their torsos twitching vaguely. Perhaps it was the human aura emanating from Lin Chen that made these bizarre corpses indulging in blood and flesh smell the scent of blood and flesh that they could only dream of, and it also caused them to completely awaken. Roar! With a low roar ringing out, only to see a single zombie whose flesh and blood had already rotted and exuded a plague-like odor just stand up. Those pairs of eyes that had long since rotted were filled with a ghostly green light, filled with murderous intent and brutality as they stared deathly at Lin Chen at the entrance of the village, as if they were staring at a tasty prey. The plague environment has caused your full attributes to be reduced by 20%. Here it comes, the environmental reduction. It was unavoidable. At a glance, all of them were densely packed with zombies. When one zombie awakened, a chain reaction would occur for the others to follow suit. So it was. In less than 5 short seconds, all the zombie monsters in the entire village completely awakened. Ordinary plague zombie. Elite plague zombie. Tomahawk mutated zombie. Stitched mutant giant zombie. There were no less than 10 types of zombies. And these zombies were permeated with the aura of plague. What's more crucial was that after you killed these zombies would immediately self-detonate in place, generating a cloud of plague that quickly spread to a range of 10 meters around them. If the intruder accidentally touched it, then the layers of plague reduction would stack. The original 20% reduction in your full attributes would become a 25% reduction in your full attributes. In addition, the condition for this copy to trigger the hidden level was the requirement that the time between killing 3 elite monsters could not exceed 60 seconds. Lin Chen didn't plan on triggering the hidden level of this copy because he wanted to speed through this copy. Although the monsters in this copy are densely packed, just entering, the village entrance is surrounded by at least 500 zombies, but the good thing is that this copy is a copy of the one-shot to the end mode. The so-called one mirror to the end, that is, there is no so-called levels of space separation. Many replicas are divided into the first, second, and third layer.
You have to kill all the monsters on that level in order to get to the next level. But in this particular copy, there was no such spatial segregation. If you can even cross over these densely packed zombie monsters and go directly to the village chief's courtyard to face the boss directly. In this way, it saves time and effort. It was also because of having such a mechanism that the optimal time to clear this copy was faster than other copies. 2 minutes and 52 seconds. This was the best record for this copy's speed pass. It was said that there was an Imperial Beast Master in a team who had contracted a Space Beast pet, allowing that Space Beast pet to perform continuous spatial teleportation, directly crossing over these monsters and arriving at the location of the boss, before killing it at the fastest speed possible. Only then did he create this record of 2 minutes and 52 seconds. Then, could Lin Chen break this record? Of course he could. Buzz. Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a second and directly used the SSS rank skill, Characteristic Fusion. Characteristic Fusion SSS, after using this, you can use any skill of your beast pet for 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Next. Swish. Lin Chen's figure was soaring into the air, stepping on the clouds at a jaw-dropping speed, instantly flying to the deepest part of this cursed village, which was the village chief's courtyard. Taking off the clouds and driving the mist. His own beast pet, Candle Dragon, possessed such a skill, so during the 120 seconds, Lin Chen was naturally free to use his beast pet skill. Don't underestimate the flying skill. Flying skills were very rare. Many beast pets didn't have the ability to fly, and at the same time, they couldn't awaken their flight skills, which meant that no matter what kind of battle they were facing, they had lost the right to control the air. Air control is very important. Others can fly, you cannot fly, means that you want to attack each other, it is very difficult, but others want to attack you, but it is very easy. Just like now. Other people needed space system beast pets to perform constant spatial teleportation in order to jump over these zombie monsters. But Lin Chen only needed to rise up in the air, and arrived at the village chief's courtyard in an instant, and the whole process didn't take more than 3 seconds. When he arrived at the village chief's courtyard, he immediately saw an old man with a withered body, a thin face, and tattered clothes, standing in the middle of the courtyard. And behind him, stood a giant zombie that had undergone various stitching mutations. The weird thing was that on the head of this giant zombie, there were 3 human faces embedded. It's a human. Lin Chen immediately sensed that this village chief was actually human. However, he didn't nag and immediately appraised this village chief and the giant zombie. Monster, village chief of the cursed village. Level, 40. Talent, none. Skills, none. Description, a very intelligent human, but also the mastermind behind the calamity that has dominated the village. He wants to resurrect his wife and 2 daughters, and to do so, he is willing to use any means he can. Monster, Cursed Corpse King. Level, 70. Talent. Skill. Description, a giant zombie made by special means, the work of the mayor of the village of the cursed, who has fused the flesh of his dead wife and daughter into the body of this giant zombie. Guests have come, my beloved wife and dear daughter, hurry to greet this. The village chief stood up and just opened his mouth to speak. But the next second. Poof. A feather arrow just instantly arrived, directly penetrating the head of this old village chief. The giant zombie that just stood up, saw the old village chief who had already completely died, was first stunned, followed by roar. This giant zombie let out an extremely angry roar, its breath all became berserk at this moment. Chapter 125, Breaking Records in a Row. 10 levels in a row. You have killed the village chief of the cursed village. You have angered his wife and daughter, and they have entered a berserk state where their attributes will increase by 200% in 5 seconds. 5 seconds? You think I'll let you enter a complete berserk state? Lin Chen smiled coldly. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately used the static skill on this cursed corpse king. My own Candle Dragon Little Use static skill had just been used in the last copy. Then Lin Chen didn't take any breaks and directly entered this copy. Therefore, Little Use stasis skill hadn't cooled down. But don't forget that Lin Chen was now using the trait fusion skill. Within 120 seconds, he could unleash any of Yui's skills. Therefore, Lin Chen successfully released the static skill. It was worth mentioning that even so, when Lin Chen performed the skills of his own beast pet, the priority was based on the beast pet. So much so, that even a level 40 Lin Chen could release this skill, and succeed in making this level 70 boss completely static. There was no need to say much about what came next, it was all old tricks.
After the cursed Corpse King was stilled, Lin Chen brought his own little Yui up to fight a wave of explosions. In order to prevent being unable to kill this cursed Corpse King, Lin Chen had also coated his hands in advance with a prop like advanced sacred water, and little Yui had also dipped her little tail into the sacred water. Sacred water type props were those that carried the divine light attribute. The zombie monsters belonged to the undead race. The undead were afraid of sacred light attributes. The reason why Lin Chen had this kind of prop was because he knew that when he went out into the wilderness, he might meet monsters like zombies and undead. Just in case, it was necessary to have this kind of prop. You could not use it, but you could not live without it. Attacks that were tainted with holy water were naturally very effective against giant stitching zombies. Each strike almost always came with an additional 30% damage. The damage dealt by the attacks that Lin Chen and little Yui poured on this cursed Corpse King was at 1.3 million. A very normal amount of damage. This was because when they were fighting the Extreme Day Evil Demon King before, the damage dealt was 1 million. These two copies had the same difficulty, the same adaptation level, and the boss's survival attributes should be similar. But this copy of the Cursed Village, because you can ignore the small monsters and come directly to the boss, so the attributes of the boss after entering the Berserk state, is stronger than the Evil Demon King of the Extreme Day. However, Lin Chen had stilled his opponent's time before he entered his Berserk state. So Lin Chen and Yui's output managed to completely kill the opponent. Poof! The attack that covered the entire body, the moment the effect of the stillness skill ended, the entire body of the cursed Corpse King shattered like a bomb. Lin Chen was already dodging away in advance with little Yu. You have successfully killed the cursed Corpse King. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Cursed Village copy. Current difficulty, Hell level. Passing time, 26 seconds. Your clearance result has been recorded in the Sacred Sun Academy Data Center. The reward for clearing the level will be issued in 1 minute, please be patient with the gatecrasher. A clearance time of 26 seconds was simply unbelievably easy, a bit easier than clearing this copy of the Extreme Day Purgatory. This is the reason why many people like to go to raid the One Mirror to the End copy of the reason. On the one hand, you can ignore the small monsters and avoid unnecessary dangers. On the one hand, you can use a shorter time to pass the copy, do not have to waste too much energy, consume too much state. It really was cleared in 30 seconds. At this moment. Outside. The Secret Palace. The moment the live stream was opened, the image that came into view was Lin Chen rising up in the clouds and descending into the village head's house at a terrifying speed. Then, without half a moment's hesitation, transforming the demonic ring into a bow and arrow form, not even giving the other party a chance to read his lines, a feathered arrow directly penetrated the village head, allowing the village head to directly receive a boxed meal. Just as the giant zombie was about to enter a berserk state, Lin Chen performed another stasis skill, causing the readout for the giant zombie king to enter a berserk state to be delayed by 10 seconds. Within these 10 seconds, Lin Chen and little Yui unsurprisingly beat up this cursed Corpse King inhumanly. Good lord, even a prop like advanced holy water that specifically targets undead monsters is ready. A whole 1.3 million explosion damage. My god. Awesome. I can only say that this beast pet is truly awesome. Is the cooldown of this stasis skill so short? So fast? Didn't you notice? That stasis skill just now wasn't released by that cute little red snake, it was released by Lin Chen himself. Huh? You mean Lin Chen can release the skills of a beast pet? That's not strange, doesn't our profession of beast master have an SSS rank skill called Trait Fusion? After using it, you can use any skill of your own beast pet for 120 seconds, you don't need to see it, this should be one of Tutor Alice's gifts to him. I go, envious ah. The crowd of students murmured. The eyes that looked at Lin Chen in the screen could be said to be filled with envy. That and the flying skill that was just using the clouds to fly. Also from this little red snake? Someone reacted. Yes, it should be. Someone nodded. I'll go, then what exactly is this little red snake? Why is it so powerful? It's not even enough that it possesses a time-tethered skill as well as a fire-tethered skill, but now it even has a flight skill. All I know is that I can't find any information on this beast pet in the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide. I can only say that this Lin Chen fellow is really powerful, not only is his beast pet powerful, he's also powerful himself. The audience had been completely convinced. A score of 26 seconds was absolutely unprecedented. Who else would be able to break this replica's best record in the future?
Unless another student even more demonic than Lin Chen came out. But was it possible? Perhaps possible. But after how many years, there was no telling. Buzz. He's already come out after collecting his reward. He's already leveled up to 45. His beast pet has also grown to the first stage of mature body. Under the sight of the crowd who were shocked beyond belief, Lin Chen's figure had reappeared in the secret palace. 2 copies, both of which were record-breaking passes. It had soared from level 35 to level 45 in one fell swoop. Only 5 levels short of reaching the threshold of the second awakening. Looking at Jiang Chen again. She, who was originally far ahead of Lin Chen in terms of level, now had the same level as Lin Chen. This stinky guy is upgrading so fast. Jiang Chen secretly muttered. Immediately, her eyes firm up. No, she can't fall behind. Starting tomorrow, she will also start attacking the copies. Chapter 126 Demon Extermination Plan. Name, Lin Chen. Age, 18. Level, 45. Profession, Imperial Beast Master. Strength, 15,000 wisdom, 15,000 physique, 15,000 agility, 15,000. Without any equipment or props to enhance it. Beast Pet, Candle Dragon. Rank, Mature Body First Order. Name, Candle Spectre. Sex, Female. Bloodline rank, Phantom Beast Species Evolvable. Battle Power Conversion, 10,000%. Battle Power Conversion, 10,000%. The aura exuded by Lin Chen, who had come out of the copy, was already very different. At least the freshmen around them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they inadvertently touched Lin Chen's eyes. The current Lin Chen, compared to the Lin Chen who had just enrolled in school, had already undergone a drastic change in terms of strength. The speed of progress could not be described as unpleasant. In contrast, these ordinary freshmen of theirs. Strength progressed slowly, and some of them even stayed where they were. The gap between them and the top heavenly prides would unknowingly open up an extremely exaggerated gap. Not bad. Teacher Alice cast an appreciative and affirmative gaze at Lin Chen. There is still a need to continue working hard. In response, Lin Chen naturally didn't have half a bit of arrogance and had a humble attitude. The freshmen on the side heard this and were speechless. Brother your clearance time for this cursed village has reached 26 seconds. Still have to keep working hard We don't know if we'll ever see someone break this record for cursed village in our lifetimes. Since you've leveled up to level 45, it's time for you to participate in the Demon Extermination Program. After Teacher Alice brought Lin Chen and Jiang Chen out of the secret palace, she was directly arranging a follow-up program for Lin Chen. Demon Extermination Program? Lin Chen sniffed and gently raised his eyebrows, unfamiliar with this so-called Demon Extermination Plan. Teacher Alice then looked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had to softly explain the detailed information about the Demon Extermination Plan to Lin Chen. After 2 minutes, Lin Chen had a rough understanding of the Demon Extermination Program. It had been mentioned before that in this transfer world dominated by the Beastmaster profession, there was a terrifying enemy that threatened the entire race and the entire biological chain. That was the altered demon race from the other side. The Fey Devil race boasted that their race was the noblest and most powerful, a true god race that dominated everything. All creatures of other races should bow down and worship the Fey Devil race with loyalty and faith. You don't say. Under the display of the Fey Devil race putting their powerful strength on display, there were really some transmutants who chose to believe in the Fey Devil race and became traitors to the Fey Devil race, specializing in helping the Fey Devil race to open up the passageway to the Blue Planet. For this reason, these believers in the foreign devil race scum also established one after another dark sect, to many transmutineers brainwashing, glorifying the greatness of the foreign devil race. These dark sects were naturally cracked down on by the countries of the world. However, these dark sects were incomparably cunning, secretly developing and expanding their followers, and even more so, secretly utilizing plots and tricks to separate countries from each other, causing discord among them and even causing wars to break out. The ultimate goal of all of this is to allow the foreign devil race to hurry up and descend to the Blue Planet, so that the god in their minds can rule this dirty and ugly world. In order to achieve their goal, the followers of these dark sects will do anything. They terrorize, threaten, and cause massive fires and floods in cities and counties. In short, these dark sects are like parasitic bloodsuckers that reside in the flesh and blood of the people, tenacious in life, and always wreaking havoc. For this reason, the United Nations Association of the World agreed to launch the Demon Extermination Program. Each country set up an elite team to exterminate demons, and once a member of the dark sect was found and confirmed,
they would be executed directly without any hesitation or need to catch any survivors. Because these dark sect followers has been completely crazy, they are not even afraid of death. No matter how to torture them, they will not spit out half of the information out, was completely brainwashed. And currently the most famous dark sects, there are 3. One was called the Abomination sect, and its headquarters was said to be in the Free Federation. One named the Heavenly Dragon Sacred sect, with its headquarters already confirmed to be in the Dragon Kingdom. One named the Dark Crow sect, with its headquarters confirmed to be in the Fusan country. The Heavenly Dragon Sacred sect? Humph. These evil organizations are really good at putting gold on their faces. Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and sneered. Yes, they boast that their sect is the Heavenly Dragon Sacred sect, and its sect leader calls himself the Heavenly Dragon Venerable, saying that this sect of theirs conveys oracles on behalf of the gods. Jiang Chen nodded her head, and above her pretty face, a look of abhorrence appeared. But any student who is a sophomore and has a level of 60 or above is usually sent to the Demon Extermination Squad for a week's worth of training for it. This process is full of perils. Lin Chen, you should be the only one to go to the Demon Extermination Program's adventures as a freshman since all the sessions. Jiang Chen said. Lin Chen nodded his head. Teacher Alice, should I also follow Lin Chen to participate in the Demon Extermination Program? Jiang Chen asked. No. During this period of time, you'll follow me around and I'll personally instruct you. Teacher Alice said in a calm voice. Then, Lin Chen, you're on your own. Jiang Chen looked towards Lin Chen. Will do. Lin Chen nodded his head. Lin Chen, you come with me first. Teacher Alice said softly. Lin Chen then followed behind Teacher Alice. As they traveled along, they went straight to the Magic Tower where the 3 deans were located. The topmost office of the Magic Tower building. Grand Dean Dongzhang looked at Alice in front of him and said helplessly, You mean you're going to let a freshman participate in the Demon Extermination Program that only sophomores are qualified to participate in? Right. Alice nodded her head very straightforwardly. This. Grand Dean Dongzhang was also helpless. Of course he knew of Lin Chen's excellence. In fact, during this period of time, he had also been paying attention to the growth and changes of this top student from the Tianyun province. It was just that he hadn't expected that Alice, who was Lin Chen's esteemed teacher, would be so bold as to dare to let this precious student of his own family to participate in the Demon Extermination Program. This Demon Extermination Program wasn't a game, it was full of dangers. The slightest carelessness would result in death. Because all of those dark believers were insane. Aren't you afraid of accidents happening to your precious students? Dean Dongzhang asked softly. No. Alice replied seriously. Just so sure? Dean Dongzhang asked. Because he is the personal student that I, Alice, chose. Alice said with a face full of confidence. Dean Dongzhang was even more speechless. However, he had to admit that Lin Chen's excellence was indeed the top amongst all the freshmen. Especially that mysterious beast pet of his that he had obtained from who knows where, it was all enough to be ranked at least in the top 5 in the last book of the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide. Chapter 127 Relationship? What? The Holy Dawn Academy side is going to put a freshman here in this squad I'm in charge of? Shinshui City, inside the Demon Extermination Camp. An elegant, tall, charming young woman frowned her moonbrows. Her name was Jiang Yueya. She was the captain of the 3rd squad of the Divine City Demon Extermination Camp, a level 95 second-turn beast master. She didn't expect that the higher-ups would suddenly give her such a notice. So how many levels is a freshman? Jiang Yueya asked. As her secretary, it was a girl wearing glasses, and she held her glasses before answering, level 45. Level 45. For a freshman who just started his freshman year, this level is indeed considered excellent. But wanting to participate in this Demon Extermination Program is far from enough. He hasn't even reached the level 50 second turn threshold. Jiang Yueya said in a deep voice. The threshold to participate in the Demon Destruction Program was very high. For those students from prestigious universities, one had to be above level 60. As for students from other miscellaneous universities, they had to be above level 70. For the idle transmigrants recruited from the outside, they were even required to be level 80 and had to pass the examination. The reason why the level threshold required by name-brand university students was low was because they were excellent. Also at level 60, brand-name college students could fight 1 against 2, 1 against 3.
Miscellaneous college students can usually only go one-on-one, and even that's a bit tough. Nowadays, Sacred Sun Academy was going to send a level 45 student to participate in the demon extermination program. This was more or less a bit unjustifiable, wasn't it? Captain, we can't rule out the possibility of the second generation of a powerful family coming here to gild the lily, the secretary said softly. When Jiang Yueya heard this, an expression of disgust immediately appeared on her pretty face. It's these so-called magnates again. When fighting against those cultists, the ones who ran the fastest were these gentry-born sons and daughters. Simply a bunch of losers. Jiang Yueya scolded fiercely. But no matter what, it's an order from the top, we have to act according to the order. Captain, you can't be impulsive, the secretary reminded. Jiang Yueya sniffed, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly said, take this message and put it in the special training camp. When the secretary heard this, he instantly understood what his captain was going to do. So he respectfully nodded and left the camp. The news about level 45 freshmen wanting to join the demon extermination program to play for gold suddenly spread in the demon extermination camp. For a moment, all the members of the 1st to 5th squads, as well as all the members of the special training camp, were first stunned when they received this news, followed by an outcry. Has the top gone crazy? Surprisingly releasing a freshman who isn't even level 50 to come here for training? Training? That's called gold plating. Come here to do nothing and then share the credit. Damn it! It's just a backdoor way out. What's the point? I fought those cultists to the death, and this parachuted-in young master gets to share the credit for my battles while he sits here? It was important to realize that whenever a mission was completed, the credit was shared equally among all the big and small teams. In order to prevent anyone from paddling the team, every month, each team member's contribution in each mission would be checked. However, where the contribution was too low, it was to be kicked out of the demon destroying squad. Thus, the rule of survival of the fittest was preached here. As for those from the special training camp, they were the sophomores from the major schools in this term of the demon extermination program. You know, the demon extermination program is not something you can participate in if you have enough rank and want to participate, you have to line up. This batch of finished can only turn to the next batch. Some sophomores have to wait for 3 months. Enough to see how precious this quota is. The result? With such a precious spot, you stuffed a freshman in? Are you making me laugh? Another related family. So what? He'll come if he can. Let's see if I'll ostracize him. That's right. Wastes are not welcome here. I just hope that this guy will stay well in the camp and not follow us out on a mission, in case he drags us down and gets us killed. After all, our enemies aren't some stupid beast monsters, but smart and cunning cultists. The crowd murmured. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Then, there was a big man with a rushing personality who couldn't help but stand out. He glared roundly and said angrily, "Damn it! What I'm most displeased with in my life is those who are related. You guys don't dare to make a move on him, right? Then Chen Wen, will come. When will he get here?" Looking at the incomparably angry Chen Wen, the crowd glanced at each other. The group all knew that Chen Wen was the most short-tempered and straightforward person in this demon extermination camp. When he encountered this phenomenon of having a related family jumping the queue, he, who couldn't rub sand in his eyes, naturally couldn't stand it. In particular, he didn't know how hard he had worked and suffered in order to get into the demon extermination squad before he managed to get hired. On the contrary, what about this related person? Only level 45, wanting to come in resulted in him actually being let in. Where was the fairness? He should be here with us by noon tomorrow. Someone said. Okay. Tomorrow at noon, when he arrives here, I'll give him a direct kick in the pants. Chen Wen said angrily. Good job. Can Chen Wen be in good spirits then? That's right. Don't lose our third squad's face. The surrounding demon exterminating squad members arched their fires. Don't worry. With me here, the relations can only be grandson households here. Chen Wen proudly said. He saw that there were so many companions who supported him, and inwardly, he became even more complacent and proud. At the same time, that feeling of being in the limelight was also satisfying his vanity fiercely. Let's go. Chen Wen turned around and left. This Chen Wen is really impulsive as always. It's still not because of you guys arching fire? Nonsense. Where do we call this arching fire? This is called unity. Looking at Chen Wen's back, the crowd laughed. Then wait for a good show tomorrow. Where is this considered a good show? Chen Wen is estimated to crush that relation. That's also true, Chen Wen is level 75, although he said that he can't compare to those prestigious students, but against a level 45 relation, it's still a handful. Lin Chen, be careful when you get to the camp over there, because you might attract some prejudice because you're a bit low-leveled. One of the tutors who was responsible for taking him to the divine city of water reminded with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, he understood what the other party meant. With such a low rank, he would definitely be looked down upon by others or treated as a related person. This was also normal. After all, people were filled with level 60 plus powerhouses there. It would be strange for himself, a small level 45 Karami, to go there and not be looked down upon. But it didn't matter. When the time came, Lin Chen would prove whether he was the strongest connected person or these people who were prejudiced against him. Chapter 128, Zhuobuchuan. Arriving at the godly city of water. Brother Zhua, have you heard? Our camp is preparing to parachute in a freshman to train here. And it's also from our school. While Lin Chen was rushing along, in the early morning hours, Zhuobuchuan, who had just returned from a mission, heard his junior brother give him a report. A freshman from our school? What's the name? Zhuobuchuan asked while eating his breakfast. Lin Chen, the number 1 freshman of this term. The little brother replied. As soon as he heard this name, Zhuobuchuan immediately frowned tightly. Seeing his big brother with this look, this little brother also reacted, Brother Zhua, do you have a problem with this Lin Chen? Zhuobuchuan didn't say anything, but his eyes were already icy cold. More than having a beef? He was also a person from the Tianjin province, and before, during the opening season on his way to the Sacred Sun Academy at the Magic Space Teleportation Station, he had met Lin Chen and his group by chance. At that time, he was deeply attracted by a woman, and it turned out that he didn't expect that woman to be Lin Chen's girlfriend. And that woman even put down the bold words, not any cat or dog is qualified to be my boyfriend senior. But Zhuobuchuan was choked to death and lost face. Afterwards, Zhuobuchuan let people in the various college student groups to spread this matter in colorful. Until now, many sophomores had a problem with Lin Chen, thinking that this freshman was too crazy. However, now that the demon extermination program was underway, many sophomores were assigned to participate in the program all over the country, so they didn't have the time to look for Lin Chen's trouble. Right now, Zhuobuchuan didn't expect that this Lin Chen would want to participate in this demon extermination program as a freshman. It was also such a coincidence that he was assigned to the same place as him, the divine city of water. Wait. Don't tell me, he's already level 60. Zhuobuchuan realized this one thing and his face became even more ugly. He hadn't forgotten the threshold conditions for participating in the demon extermination program. Even students from key academies had to require a level 60 or higher. Could it be that this Lin Chen had directly skyrocketed to level 60 during this period of time when he had just enrolled in school? Then this upgrade speed was too terrifying, wasn't it? Brother Zhua, he's not level 60, he's only level 45. Seeing his big bro. There's gloomy look, the little brother hurriedly clarified. Zhuobuchuan frowned even deeper, that's even more unlikely to be assigned here because it doesn't meet the regulations. In fact, regarding this matter, the others in the demon exterminating camp were also very shocked, and at the same time, they also felt very annoyed and repulsed by the arrival of this Lin Chen. It's because many people feel that this Lin Chen is a powerful and well-connected person who came here specifically to gild the lily and rub his resume. Right now, many people in the camp are saying that when that Lin Chen comes, they will give him a hard time. The junior brother continued. When Zhuobuchuan heard this, his brows instantly loosened. So it turned out to be so. In that case, it seemed that Lin Chen had already incurred the wrath of the crowd even before he came. Ha ha. Good. In that case then, there was no need for him to even come out and teach the other party a lesson. Level 45. He admitted that from the perspective of a freshman, it was indeed outstanding, but in this demon destruction camp, it was far from enough. Other than that, just looking at him, the 9th existence of the Holy Sun Academy's sophomore class, he had already reached level 80 in terms of level. It was enough to crush the current Lin Chen. He admitted that with Lin Chen's potential, after he grew up in the future, it was very likely that he would be an existence that he could not reach, but at least right now, he had the qualifications to look down on this first-year first person. Then should we take this opportunity to keep him here forever? Zhuo Buchuan's eyes were grim as he thought maliciously inside. What Lin Chen didn't know was that he hadn't even arrived in the Divine Water City yet, and he had already been ostracized and loathed by the members of the entire demon extermination camp. But even if he knew these things, he wouldn't care at all. This was because he had never thought about the matter of fitting in with others. Above high school, even in the field combat courses arranged by the school, Lin Chen had always acted on his own, hunting and killing wild monsters on his own. Only the weak would embrace the group. The truly strong were always lone wolves. Furthermore, it was also only under the treacherous environment of lone wolf survival that one could truly put themselves through the mill. If he could not rely on others, Lin Chen would never rely on them. Therefore, whether these members in the demon exterminating camp hated him or ostracized him, Lin Chen wouldn't care. But one thing, don't come and actively mess with him. Well, unfortunately, even though Lin Chen wanted to keep the well clear of water, these guys in the demon exterminating camp didn't think so. Just after coming down from the magical space teleportation station in Divine Water City, Lin Chen saw two figures greeting him. A girl who wore glasses and was literally weak. As well as a fierce face, imposing, staring at Lin Chen with a face full of ill will, a strong man. Through the appraisal, it could be learned that the girl's name was Ning Lanlan, a level 85 second-turn beast master. The strong man's name was Chen Wan, a level 75 turn 2 berserker. Although the mainstream profession in this world was the Beastmaster, it didn't mean that there were many Beastmasters. It all depended on what talent associated with what profession was awakened during your awakening ceremony. And then you also have to go through the observation ceremony and successfully obtain the beast seed before you can do so. For other professions, the threshold wasn't as high, and as long as you had the talent that corresponded to it, you could switch professions. Of the few peak combatants in this world, 2/3 were Imperial Beastmasters and 1/3 were of other professions. This could also show that other professions were not necessarily really weaker than Imperial Beastmasters. This Chen Wan in front of him, even if he wasn't an Imperial Beastmaster, his strength was still possible, or else he wouldn't have been able to enter the Demon Extermination Camp and participate in the Demon Extermination program. It's just that. The eyes in which he was looking at Lin Chen right now were filled with extreme indignation and ice-coldness. The hostility that was revealed was even more incomparably direct, and could be said to be without the slightest concealment. In response to this, Lin Chen did not care in the slightest, walking calmly to Ning Lanlan's face. As for the tutor who had brought Lin Chen here, he had directly turned around and stepped onto the magic transmission array for the return trip. That white moon elf princess had explained that after arriving at the divine city of water, she would just let this student of hers adapt to the environment of the demon extermination camp on his own, without having to care much about it. It seemed as if Alice was not concerned about this student Lin Chen at all. But in reality, boing! In Lin Chen's arms, little Yui was already puffing up, glaring viciously at the little Kuakat that was also nestled in Lin Chen's arms. Milk Ferocious said, "The master's bosom only it can stay, you stinky little CUI cat, hurry up and get lost." Humph. The little Kuakat Tia, however, held her little head high, stating that she was going to stay. Chapter 129, Can't Break Free. That tutor who brought Lin Chen here, of course, didn't know that white moon elf princess was already having one of her own beast pets, the little Kuakat Tia, follow Lin Chen closely to this place to practice. Its purpose was not to help Lin Chen complete this training, but to save him when Lin Chen's life was in danger. If that mentor knew about it, he would probably be viciously shocked. After all, he had never heard of that white moon elf princess having her beast pet personally follow close as a bodyguard in order to protect a student. It was enough to see just how much importance Alice attached to this student. If it wasn't for the fact that there was suddenly an urgent matter on the frontline battlefield with the Fey Devil race that required Mentor Alice herself to personally go and discuss with those top powerhouses to deal with it, otherwise, I'm afraid that she would have really come to Divine Water City to sit in on it herself. In that case, the cult members who were wreaking havoc in Divine Water City would be in for a bad luck. Just Xiaoyu didn't like other beast pets to approach her master. Even if the other party was the master's teacher's beast pet, it wouldn't work. So, Ning Lanlan and Chen Wan, who was furious and looking at Lin Chen in a very unfavorable way, witnessed two cute little brains suddenly drilling out of Lin Chen's collar, sticking together and glaring at each other angrily. This caused Ning Lanlan and Chen Wan's complexion to change slightly. That cute little red snake is not to mention. The aura emanating from that little Kuakat alone made them understand that this little Kuakat's level exceeded theirs by too much. Lean is really a relationship participating in a demon extermination plan, all carrying around such a hefty beast pet. Moreover, one could tell at a glance that this beast pet didn't belong to Lin Chen. In other words, this beast pet should have followed its owner's orders and was ordered to protect Lin Chen. Ha! It's really just like the legends say, a proper luxurious family connection. To participate in a demon extermination plan, you can even have a beast pet ranked in the top 10 in the last book of the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide personally escorting you. After a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, Shenwen returned to his senses and then immediately revealed a smile filled with a sneering expression. Lin Chen sniffed and turned his head to look at the other party. You seem to be looking at me with displeasure? Right. Old me just looks at you with displeasure. And then? Want to come and compete? Shenwen sneered and directly admitted it. Ning Lan Lan on the side held up her glasses and did not say anything. Shenwen really didn't let her down. His nature was straight to the point, even when he was facing a relation who knew at a glance that his background power was not simple, that attitude was not weak at all, he was directly tough. Lin Chen shook his head, too lazy to bother with this kind of guy who knew at a glance that his brain was a sinewy one. Ha! So it's a goon. Shenwen even let out a sneering laugh. In response, Lin Chen remained lazy. This Shenwen was obviously a fool who had been deliberately pushed out as cannon fodder, so he would only be wasting his time. And on the side, this Ning Lan Lan, who was the captain's secretary, also seemed to have brought Shenwen along on purpose. Lin Chen must have gotten information about this demon-destroying squad before he was assigned here, to get to know the team members in advance. Ning Lan Lan, who could be the captain's secretary, was not strong enough to be strong, but she was also not weak in all aspects such as her social and communication skills, especially in terms of emotional intelligence. There was no way she didn't know what kind of consequences would be caused by bringing Shenwen to pick him up. It appeared to be her doing it on purpose. The reason was nothing more than wanting to give him, the newcomer, a hard time. However, while Lin Chen didn't want to countenance it, the little cuirass cat Tia was unconvinced. Only to see this little cat glaring at Shenwen, the big guy, she actually spat out human words and coldly snorted in a delicate voice, "Big guy, who are you calling a wimp? Lin Chen is my master's personal student. The reason why he's ignoring you is just that he's too lazy to bother with a one-brain fool like you. You don't really think that my master's student can't beat you, do you?" Ha! As soon as the little Chui cat Tia's words fell, Shenwen's eyes instantly glared angrily, and his emotions became agitated. Since it's all said and done, then go. Follow me to the arena. There is an arena right next to here. Let me show you the difference between your little relation and me, a second-turn powerhouse. His large, bushy palms just directly reached out to Lin Chen's shoulders, attempting to use his brute strength to forcefully pull the other party to the training grounds to the side. In reality, Shenwen wanted to do it directly. However, the laws of the Dragon Kingdom stipulated that it was not permissible for any transmogrifier to fight without authorization in a public place, and violators would be punished very harshly. Because in history, there was a time when two high-level transmutators, in anger, disregarded the occasion and openly began to fight. So much so that the entire city was destroyed, and many people lost their lives as a result. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, the Dragon Kingdom enacted a variety of laws against transmutants, which were strictly and resolutely enforced. If there was a violation, the punishment would be very severe. Even the young masters and young ladies from powerful families would never see them dare to use the power of a transmuter to bully ordinary people on the street. Once they dared to violate the law of transmutators, even the powerful families would be useless, as the Dragon Kingdom officials would directly take action. Any powerful family would never dare to go against the country's officials. Shenwen naturally didn't dare to violate this law, so he thought of forcibly carrying this Lin Chen to the side of the arena. Just Before his hand could touch Lin Chen's shoulder, he felt his wrist being held by the other party, and at the same time, a sharp pain rushed straight to his head from his arm. The opponent's power was actually this strong. How could it make him, a level 75 berserker, feel the pain? Damn! Gotta break free in a hurry. The sharp pain did make him frown. After all, he couldn't directly utilize his berserker power against this guy here. In fact, if he unleashed his berserker power, it could make him directly immune to the pain. But when he exerted a fierce force, he realized that he couldn't break free. The other party's 5 fingers were like iron pincers, deadlocking his wrist, and that terrifying force made it impossible for him to break free. I really don't believe it. At this moment, Chen rounded his eyes, clenched his teeth, and while trying not to utilize his berserk battle force, he exploded his strength so as to break free from the other party's restraints. On the side, Ning Lanlan watched this scene, surprise surfacing in her eyes. This level 45 freshman had actually made even Chen have to use his full strength in a pure power competition. This did not wait for her to be surprised. The moment Chen intended to seriously exert himself to break free from his bonds, Lin Chen suddenly let go. So much so that... Bang! Chen huge body was unable to cushion this sudden force, and his entire body viciously fell backwards. Ah! Chen let out a muffled grunt, and his head hit a stone step solidly, actually knocking out an opening in that stone step. Chapter 130, Not Half as Enthusiastic. The ground around the magical space station as well as the buildings used high-level magical materials to prevent thugs from attacking the magical space teleportation station. After all, the price of building a magical space station was not expensive, and if the thugs attacked it and it completely collapsed and destroyed, it would be too hard to bear. It was because all the materials used here were high-level magical materials that it was incomparably hard. Chen head heavily knocked on it, knocking out a large gap, enough to see how hard he had hit it this time. Unsurprisingly. After a muffled grunt, Chen eyes rolled white, and his entire tall figure fell on all fours, collapsing to the ground without any image at all, his consciousness completely passing out. This scene directly caused Ning Lanlan on the side to be unable to stop herself from covering her mouth, and above her pretty face, she was filled with shock. She never dreamed that a royal beastmaster who hadn't even reached the threshold of the second turn would be able to make a level 75 berserker who was known for his strength pass out. This was a bit outrageous. He was really only level 45. For a moment, Ning Lanlan unexpectedly didn't know what to say. Ha ha. Rubbish. Tia, the little cuirass cat, was also letting go of her lively personality without her master, Elise, at her side to keep her in check, and she couldn't help but laugh even more when she saw that this big guy had been knocked out by Lin Chen in one go. Boing! Little Yui on the side also nodded her little brain, indicating that this big guy was indeed a waste. What's the point of having such a high rank? Wasn't he still knocked out by my master in one fell swoop? Lieutenant Ning, you deliberately brought such a mindless mangler here, more or less you're looking down on me a little bit. Even if you want to give me a hard time, then you should at least bring someone a little bit more reliable. Bringing this kind of trash over will only make me think that everyone in the demon extermination camp in the divine city of water can be trash. With things having come to this point, Lin Chen didn't bother to cover up his sharpness, his eyes were cold as he looked at Ning Lanlan. A biting killing intent directly enveloped Ning Lanlan's body. This caused Ning Lanlan's pretty face to change color slightly. She could feel that substantial killing intent from this teenager. More critically, the other party's aura had changed drastically at this moment. It was as if a tender child had grown into a mature and aged old hunter in an instant, with a murderous intent amidst his composure. This made Ning Lanlan understand that the teenager in front of her, who was only level 45, seemed to be really capable. However, she was at least the vice squad of the Demon Extermination Squad and a level 85 second turn Beast Master, so naturally, she wouldn't really be shocked by Lin Chen. Only seeing her calm expression, she faintly said, "Team member Lin Chen, I don't know what you're talking about. Chen was strong-armed into following me here on his own. It wasn't me who brought him here on purpose. He's a little bit straight in the head, so here, I'll say sorry first. It's because this person is straight in the head, that's why he was incited up by your 3 words ah." Lin Chen, however, laughed coldly and told the truth in a single word. This caused Ning Lanlan's face to change slightly, but it recovered in the next second. She calmly said, "Team member Lin Chen, I really don't know what you're talking about, now I'll take you to the camp." After saying this, she turned around and left. Lin Chen followed. As for Chen 1, who had fainted on the ground, he would return to the camp when he woke up on his own. At least he was a level 75 berserker, his body wasn't that fragile. For an ordinary person, this not just now was enough to be fatal. But for him, it was just a bit of dizziness. It was estimated that in another half a minute, he would wake up himself. Lin Chen followed Ning Lanlan to the demon extermination camp. What's going on? Didn't Chen follow alone? Surprisingly, this guy was allowed to come to the camp in peace? What is he up to? Didn't he swear that he would give this Lin Chen a hard time when we met? Where is he? Lin Chen's appearance caused the team members in the demon extermination camp to change their faces slightly and discuss in whispers. According to their expected plot, it was this related person called Lin Chen, who had just come down from the magic space teleportation array, who had been dragged to the ring by Chen 1 to be violently beaten up.
As it turned out, not only did Lin Chen come to the demon extermination camp in one piece, but Shenwen was nowhere to be found.
But I have to say, so handsome. A female team member made a swooning sound.
A handsome face with distinctive features that was indifferent and cold, paired with a slender and robust physique, as well as that high and cold temperament that refused to let others in, it was indeed a fatal attraction for girls who were at that age. Lin Chen wasn't bad looking in the first place, and with the Demon Emperor Divine Essence behind him to improve his genes, it made the entire person look incomparably perfect. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen was brought into the captain's tent of the demon extermination camp by Ning Lanlan to report.
Half a minute later,
the crowd again saw that Chen Wen, who had a gloomy and dark expression, had returned to the demon extermination camp belatedly.
Shenwen, what's wrong with you? Didn't we agree to teach that relation a lesson? Where did you go just now? You're not wimping out, are you?
Shenwen had just stepped into the camp, and a gaze full of doubt and blame just landed on him. In the face of such a battle in front of him, Shenwen, who had a straightforward character, turned his face from black to red. It was the reddening of shame.
How was he going to explain the situation?
Could he say, a level 75 berserker, lost to a level 45 Imperial Beastmaster under a single slip of the tongue? It was estimated that after saying it, he would be ridiculed to the end in the demon extermination camp in the future.
Too lazy to tell you guys,
Shenwen said in a muffled voice. Then he returned to the personal tent he was living in. The crowd looked at Shenwen's figure, which seemed to be fleeing in disgrace and shame, and looked at each other, all feeling very puzzled. But there was nothing they could do if the other party was unwilling to speak. After all, Shenwen's character, they understood, was a stubborn bull. What he didn't want to say, you just beat him to death, he wouldn't say.
In the middle of the tent,
Ning Lanlan brought Lin Chen in front of Zhang Yueya. Zhang Yueya, who had finished dealing with the reports of the squad members, put down the documents and stretched out, presenting all the sexy curves that belonged solely to a young woman. The small white suit didn't seem to be able to fit the greatness of her chest, and she had a feeling that she wanted to come out. Only after stretching her waist did Zhang Yueya's pair of beautiful eyes fall on Lin Chen's body.
You're Lin Chen.
Her voice was soft, her tone indifferent, her attitude not half as warm.
Yes.
Lin Chen nodded his head. Zhang Yueya's gaze was fixed above Lin Chen's handsome face for 2 seconds before she slowly said, I don't want to say much to you if I'm being polite. According to the rules, if someone like you who hasn't even reached level 50, let's not even talk about participating in the demon extermination program, you don't even have the qualifications to take part in the team entry examination.
Chapter 131, Prove Yourself.
Shen Hao. I'll rightly treat you as a related family who came here to gild the lily to rub the seniority. You'll honestly stay in the logistics squad, specializing in the logistic materials of various large and small squads, and as for the merits, I'll treat you as an ordinary demon extermination squad to be assigned, and won't let your resume be thin, so is that alright?
The moment these words fell,
Lin Chen immediately frowned. If it was true that he was a connected person, or that he didn't come here with any mission, for such an arrangement, he would beg for it. It was both peaceful and safe, and there was no need to expend energy. But he came here with orders from his own teacher. Coming here to fish in troubled waters would disappoint his own teacher.
In addition, one would not be able to become stronger. Sorry, Captain Jiang, I'm not satisfied with this arrangement.
Lin Chen shook his head and said,
What?
It's hard to believe that you're really thinking of following the squad on a mission to fight those cultists head-on? With your level 45 strength? When Zhang Yueya saw that Lin Chen had actually shaken his head and refused, his impatience increased and his tone became a bit sarcastic. It seemed that these so-called Heaven's Pride were really used to living smoothly in school. They haven't experienced the cruel torture of reality. The strength of level 45, placed in the freshman class, was already considered to be at the top of the list. But here, it was far from enough. Because the enemy they faced is generally above level 60 cultists. Among them, there was even a lack of powerful level 80 and 90 existences. What's more crucial is that all of them, these cultists, are ferocious and inhumane. They are not afraid of death. As long as they meet them, they will fight with you when they know that they can't escape. There won't be any timid gesture at all. As the saying goes, the horizontal is afraid of the rash is afraid of the life-threatening. A group of powerful, death-defying cultists were definitely an incomparably deadly threat to the level 45 Lin Chen. It seems that this entire demon extermination camp is not less biased against me. In the past, there was the vice team who intentionally brought someone to give me a dirty look, and now there's the main team who's looking at me through the door.
But it's normal, who made me only level 45?
In this case, Captain Jiang, you can have a random team member of level 75 or below practice with me. If I lose, I'll just get the hell out without saying a word, okay?
Lin Chen said in an indifferent voice.
When Zhang Yueya heard Lin Chen say that she was looking at people through a doorway and putting them down, insinuating that she was dog-eyed, her willow eyebrows were lightly raised, and her eyes were filled with unkindness.
However, hearing Lin Chen say that he wanted to pull a level 75 player to spar, Zhang Yueya decided not to get angry.
Good.
That's what you said.
Given that you've only just gotten here, you're allowed to rest for half a day, and at 5 p.m., practice will begin on time.
Zhang Yueya could be waiting for Lin Chen's words. Lu Hai, you take him to rest. After Lin Chen left,
Zhang Yueya seemed to have remembered something and looked towards her vice team and secretary, Lan Lan. Didn't you bring Chen Wen over just now?
That guy with a stubborn and straightforward nature like an ox actually managed to hold back from punching this Lin Chen?
Chen Wen was recognized as a straight and naive person in this camp. Cynicism was his nature, and his stubbornness could not be pulled back by 9 oxen. Such a person, seeing a relation like Lin Chen, logically speaking, he must be unable to hold back his anger. Seeing the captain ask her, Ning Lanlan organized her thoughts before recounting what had just happened. Half a minute later, Zhang Yueya, who had listened to Ning Lanlan's report, froze at once, her pretty face shocked.
What? You said that Chen Wen was knocked out by Lin Chen?
Zhang Yueya rarely lost her temper.
There was no way.
Anyone who heard about this would be shocked. A level 45 Imperial Beastmaster had fated a level 75 second turn Berserker, and seemed to have lost in a contest of strength.
Isn't this too exaggerated?
Although it was true that the profession of Imperial Beastmaster was a bit stronger than other professions, it wasn't so strong that it could ignore a 30-level gap.
Yes, Captain, I saw it with my own eyes. I was also shocked. Ning Lanlan said.
Zhang Yueya narrowed her beautiful eyes.
It seems
like this Lin Chen does seem to be something. To think that he could make a level 75 Berserker lose in a power competition.
In that case,
he would have to arrange a more powerful opponent.
Lan Lan, call Chen Hao over to me. Zhang Yueya said. Captain, you mean to let Chen Hao be Lin Chen's opponent?
Ning Lanlan was a bit surprised. This Chen Hao's level was level 70.
But
he was a student of the Sky Prime Academy. Students from the top Imperial Beast Academy, within the same level, could almost be said to have few opponents. Don't look at the fact that this Chen Hao was only level 70, but in reality, his combat power was a shade stronger than even a level 75 transmuter from the same top academy. In this third demon extermination squad, he was considered a very promising potential stock.
Right, isn't he quite wild?
It's just right to give him a lesson, letting him know that a little bit of skill doesn't qualify him to be rampant.
Zhang Yueya faintly said.
Good.
Ning Lanlan nodded. Time passed quickly. After Lin Chen was brought to the personal tent used for rest, he laid down to sleep.
Despite the simplicity, Lin Chen did not mind. In the past, when he had gone out to explore the wilderness, he had slept with the sky as his blanket, the ground as his bed, and insects, ants, birds, and beasts as his companions. Now that he had a tent, he slept even better.
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lin Chen got up, simply washed up, and went straight to the assembly square.
Introducing.
This is the new member that was parachuted into us from above, Lin Chen. Level 45 Imperial Beastmaster, everyone should take good care of this brother. Above the word take care, the instructor in charge of the introduction purposely paused for a moment. The many Demon Destroyer members below applauded. However, it wasn't a welcoming applause, but an applause filled with sarcasm. Lin Chen could see that the eyes of these members below looking at him were filled with ridicule, contempt, and teasing.
In short, not friendly at all.
Everyone, don't underestimate this new team member of ours. I believe all of you have heard that as soon as this new team member came in, he had to prove himself to us. Said that he wants to find a team member who is level 75 or below to fight one-on-one.
So, I found him someone who was definitely qualified to be his opponent. Come on, Chen Hao, come up. This instructor directly looked at a youth with a sinister expression from the crowd below.
He was Chen Hao of the Sky Prime Academy, a level 72nd turn Beast Master. Chen Hao's name was named, and a murmur rang out from the members below the stage. I go, Captain Jiang is so ruthless, directly arranging for Chen Hao to practice against Lin Chen.
Ha, I can't even beat this Chen Hao, this is going to be hard for the relations. Also prove yourself. Chen Hao fighting style is very ruthless and direct, later this Lin Chen cannot stand off the stage may not be. From the discussion, it could be seen that the strength of this person Chen Hao was not simple. Chapter 132 Flame-Winged Dragon. Originally, this fight was supposed to be Chen Wen on stage to teach Lin Chen a lesson. However, because Chen Wen had suddenly become strangely silent, the candidate had to be changed to Chen Hao. Although both surnamed Chen, there was a considerable gap between the identities and strengths of these two people. Chen Hao was a sophomore student of the Sky Prime Academy, only at level 70, yet he possessed a stronger strength than Chen Wen. The reason why Chen Hao was obviously 5 levels lower than Chen Wen, but was much stronger than him, was because he had contracted a flame pterodactyl. This flame pterodactyl was a western dragon species, and its bloodline rank was a 7-star source beast species. The rank of the western dragon species, from low to high, were Earth Dragon, Flying Dragon, Sub-Dragon, and Giant Dragon. The flame pterodactyl belonged to the flying dragon species. But even so, any beast pet that could be associated with the word dragon was not simple. In addition, the possessiveness of the western dragon species was very strong, so Chen Hao should have been able to contract a second new beast pet after his second turn, but because the flame pterodactyl didn't allow it, Chen Hao could only put it off for the time being. In the eyes of the flame-winged dragon, if Chen Hao contracted a second beast pet, it was tantamount to having 3 wives and 4 concubines, making it very difficult. Right now, Chen Hao with a sinister expression walked directly into the middle of the dueling arena, looking straight at Lin Chen on the opposite side, with an icy coldness in his eyes that he couldn't hide. At a glance, one could tell that Chen Hao seemed to hold a strong enmity towards Lin Chen himself. According to reason, the two people do not know each other, even if Chen Hao is not used to Lin Chen this relations, but also should not be so bad attitude is right. Well, don't forget, Chen Hao was a student of the Heavenly Prime Academy. In the previous college entrance examination enrollment ceremony, Lin Chen had a bad time with the 7 top Imperial Beast Academies. Among them, especially the Heavenly Prime Academy and the Empty Sound Academy, they could be said to have been severely humiliated by Lin Chen. In front of everyone, as a senior graduate, he had hung up on 2 students who were about to start their sophomore year at these 2 academies. Even though these 2 students were ranked at the bottom of their grade, it was indeed a bit unjustifiable for a sophomore to not be able to over a senior graduate. Subsequently, because of this matter, the Empty All-Night Academy and the Sky Prime Academy had been ridiculed by people posting on the internet. Some even called these 2 schools schools that specialize in collecting garbage. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't recognize Chen Hao, but Chen Hao, who was a student of the Heavenly Prime Academy, recognized Lin Chen, who had caused his school to be ridiculed by people from the outside world. Strictly speaking, this was a grudge match. The spectators on the sidelines also seemed to sense that Chen Hao was exuding strong hostility towards Lin Chen, and were taken aback by it. You guys don't know about this, do you? This Lin Chen has a beef with the Sky Prime Academy. There were also some sophomores here who knew something about this matter. After all, they were there at the time when they followed their own enrollment office teacher. It was only because they were a second-tier academy and Lin Chen hadn't enrolled, thus they didn't have much of a presence. After the members of the demon extermination camp heard about this matter, they were also very surprised. The point of their surprise was, this Lin Chen didn't seem to be a related person, right? It was because he had single-handedly won against 2 level 35 sophomores at level 17. Perhaps some people felt puzzled. Normally, the sophomores of top university houses were at least level 50-60, so why was the sophomore at that time only level 35? Well, first of all, those 2 students were hangers-on in their grade. Secondly, the reason why they can go to the top Imperial Beast Academy is also all because their families are rich enough. I don't even know how much sponsorship they, the powerful families, put into the top academies in a year. You say, can this not give the powerful families some student spots? Even in this transmigration world, this phenomenon was generally everywhere. If it looks like this Lin Chen will have to suffer old age next. Bureau of Grudges, Chen Hao won't go easy on him. Yes, when enemies meet, they see eye to eye. I said that Chen Hao's eyes were so fierce when he looked at Lin Chen. The members of the demon exterminating camp were happy about this. After all, they themselves were not used to seeing this parachuted Lin Chen. As long as no one gets killed. This was the bottom line of the team, Shangjiang Yueya. The medical team was standing by at all times. Vice Team Ning Lanlan was also staring at the gladiatorial arena. Shuo Buchuan, who stood very low in the crowd, was already looking at the duel with wistful anticipation. Chen Hao, give me a hard beating to this Lin Chen to death. It's best to accidentally strike and beat this brat to death. Let him drop his rank ruthlessly. Chen Hao, go for it. Don't lose face. Chen Hao, be more energetic. We're on the same team as you. If you lose, our team will lose face. The members of the Demon Extermination Team's campsite were watching the fun, and they were cheering in a general manner. They were afraid that things would not be big enough. In response, Chen Hao's expression became even more grim. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was still looking cold and proud, and you couldn't see any panic in his demeanor, calm and collected. Even if there wasn't any support from anyone, Lin Chen didn't care. After all, he wasn't a weakling who needed to hold on to a group. Rather, he was a strong man who would cut through the thorns and never trip over any obstacles. Both sides each prepare for battle. Countdown in 5 seconds. At this moment, under the nod of the team's Changjiang lunar crescent, the referee in the dueling arena was also already raising his arm high, announcing the start of the countdown. Come out, flame pterodactyl. When Chen Hao's voice fell. Buzz. Only a summoning spell filled with blazing flames flickered out around him. A flaming pterodactyl that was a full 5 meters tall appeared in this manner. Roar. As soon as the flame pterodactyl appeared, it raised its head to the sky and roared, its mouth accompanied by a stream of blazing flames that shook the ears. The sense of oppression that belonged solely to the Western dragon race also spread out, unfolding the pair of flaming dragon wings, the pair of crimson dragon pupils that were full of brutality instantly locked onto Lin Chen. The blazing red scale armor all over its body highlighted its strong defensive power. The incomparably sharp dragon claws landed on top of the dueling arena's ground, and even the ground constructed with special magical materials left a trail on it because the claws were too sharp. Holy! What a domineering flame-winged dragon! How handsome! I so want to contract such a flying dragon as well. The appearance of the flame-winged dragon caused some other squad members who hadn't seen Chen Hao's strength to marvel. The flame-winged dragon was a top-ranked existence even when placed in the middle book of the Imperial Beast Illustrated Guide. Harnessing a dragon pet was simply a dreamy wish for an Imperial Beast master. It was only because the number of dragon beast pets was too small, coupled with the fact that the dragon race was very cold, it could almost be said that ordinary Imperial Beast masters could not contract a dragon for the rest of their lives. Chen Hao was able to contract this flame pterodactyl. At the root of it, it was still because the family had started cultivating the flame pterodactyl from the time it was still an egg. Otherwise, with Chen Hao's strength, it was not known if he would be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon race. Chapter 133 Torn. However, it was also because of the fact that he had been raised from a young age that Chen Hao and the flame pterodactyl had a great bond. One could only say that Chen Hao's family was indeed profound. In fact, the beast pets that Chen Hao contracted after his second turn, the family had prepared for him. If it wasn't for the flame-winged dragon being overly jealous, otherwise Chen Hao would have already contracted it. As the number one family in Star Yuan province, even though Chen Hao's qualifications could only be considered medium, he was still able to rely on smashing resources and let Chen Hao get into a top school. And not only just for Chen Hao ready for the second turn beast pet, the future 3 turn, for turn need to contract the new beast pet, the Chen family are in the preparation, the main fight is a rainy day. Even what equipment Chen Hao needed was prepared step by step. Chen Hao only needs to honestly complete his studies and kill monsters to upgrade, so he can smoothly upgrade all the way without lacking resources. This was the horrifying underpinnings that a powerful family had. Even if you were not qualified enough. Even if you don't have strong talent. Even if you are not good at fighting. You will still be able to be fed hard. In this kind of reality where resources are highly concentrated and monopolized, it's as hard as heaven for you to produce a noble son from a humble family. That's why. For Lin Chen, as a commoner, to be able to ascend to the throne of the first prize winner of the Imperial Beast examination of the Heavenly Cloud Province belonged to a miracle in the eyes of countless people. At this moment, in the middle of the dueling arena. After Chen Hao summoned his own beast pet, Lin Chen didn't take too much pride in it, and at the same time, he also summoned Little Yu. As for the little green cat Tia, she was nestled in Lin Chen's arms, too lazy to appear. When the crowd under the stage saw that the beast pet that Lin Chen had summoned out was a cute little red snake that let out a calling sound, they snorted with laughter. At first glance, the highs and lows were already apparent. The flame pterodactyl that possessed a powerful sense of oppression versus the cute little red snake that was calling out. What's the point of this? But anyway, the countdown has ended. This grudge match duel has officially opened. But it's also this moment. Ha! This guy actually took the initiative. The spectators outside the dueling arena were instantly shocked. That's right. They saw Lin Chen running directly towards Chen Hao's side the moment the match started. Roar! Instead of being afraid of being hunted by it, the human who was treated as prey took the initiative to bravely launch an attack towards its master. This was a great disrespect to the flame pterodactyl. A mere human who dares to show such contempt for my titular Western dragon race simply deserves to die. Swish! This flame pterodactyl immediately unfolded its pair of dragon wings and rose up into the air before swooping down from mid-air, a pair of incomparably sharp dragon claws manifesting their sharpness while opening its dragon's mouth. Boom! The incomparably hot flame element condensed into dragon breath energy, directly spraying towards Lin Chen's head. The speed of the dragon's breath was extremely fast, and it landed above Lin Chen's head in a matter of moments. Lin Chen's eyes were calm, and he didn't even intend for Little Yu to respond. Swift as the wind. Paired with the blood demon suit's movement speed, it allowed Lin Chen to easily dodge this flame pterodactyl's spitting breath with just a single sidestep. At the same time, with the point of his toes, his figure rose into the air. Characteristic fusion. Lin Chen cast this SSS rank skill, giving himself all the skills of a candle dragon for 120 seconds. Taking off the clouds. Yun Chen, who was only supposed to be able to vacate the air for about 3 seconds, at this moment, under the incomparably shocked gazes of the crowd, his figure flew straight up into the sky, arriving in front of the flame pterodactyl at an extremely exaggerated speed. I go! How can this Lin Chen still fly? The spectators in the dueling arena were shocked. One had to know that flying skills were very rare. And this Lin Chen actually possessed it. Of course, they didn't know that this was because Lin Chen had utilized the trait fusion skill to fuse the Candle Dragon's trait skill, and that was why he was able to fly. Roar! Seeing that this human dared to fight against himself in the air, the flame-winged dragon didn't panic. What it had was only anger. Did this human not know that the dragon race was the overlord of the sky? Without any hesitation, he raised his muscular dragon claw and fiercely slapped at Lin Chen in anger. This scene caused the eyes of all the spectators on the stage to freeze. If Lin Chen was struck head-on by this claw, there was no doubt that it would be incomparably fatal. The main thing was that the flame pterodactyl's attack speed was also extremely fast. Even if you said that Lin Chen possessed flying skills, it wouldn't be too difficult to dodge this strike. There were still people who thought that Lin Chen would definitely be torn apart by this strike, giving the crowd an incomparably bloody scene. Even Chen Hao, who was the one involved, couldn't help but reveal a smug sneer when he saw this scene. No one understood better than him how strong his own flame-winged dragon was in air-to-air combat. Sharp claws in the dragon race were more powerful than many pieces of equipment. Even if Lin Chen wore defense equipment, as long as this strike hit, then the opponent would definitely be seriously injured directly. Even would die. Just in the nick of time. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth, who was in mid-air, suddenly tugged, revealing a bizarre smile. The next second. Buzz. A bizarre and incomparable spatial fluctuation emanated out. Under the shocked sight of all the spectators below. Swish. Lin Chen's figure disappeared. In its place, a dumbfounded Chen Hao floated in mid-air. No! Chen Hao didn't expect that he had instantly moved from the ground to the air in the blink of an eye. What made him even more desperate was that there was also a sharp claw attack from his own flame pterodactyl coming at him head-on. It was finished. It was impossible to dodge. Not to mention whether Chen Hao had flight skills, but even if he did, it was too late to dodge. Because the dragon's claws were sticking to his face. So, swish. The sharp dragon claw slashed through. Wow! Chen Hao's body was transformed into 4 pieces, as if a scarlet blood-colored firework had exploded in the air, with blood splattering out in all directions. Roar! The flame-winged dragon was also looking at this scene with a face full of stagnation and despair. It had never dreamed that what was still a hateful enemy in front of it 1 second had turned into its own master the next. In other words, it had heavily injured its own master with its own hands. This. Wow! Those members of the demon extermination camp on the ground even screamed out in shock. Without waiting for their shocked words to come out, Zhang Yue's hurried voice had already sounded. Medical team. Quickly! Get on the field and give Chen Hao first aid. Now Chen Hao had fallen heavily to the ground. Although he had the protection of his equipment and didn't cause any excess damage due to the fall, being torn apart by the dragon claws, Chen Hao's body had been divided into 3 sections. If it wasn't for the fact that as a transmuter, his life force was tenacious to the point that he still had a breath left unbroken, if it was a transmuter with a lower level, he would have died under this split blow. Roar! The flame pterodactyl that saw its master being hurt by itself was completely enraged and crazy. Its pair of scarlet dragon pupils directly locked onto that damned human on the ground. Chapter 134 Colliding with the Flame Dragon. The flame pterodactyl had been overwhelmed by anger at the moment. It didn't understand why its master had suddenly appeared within its attack range. But what it could be certain of was that it was definitely this damned human who had messed up. It was this human called Lin Chen that caused it to almost kill its own master. With this in mind, the flame pterodactyl no longer cared about the rules of the match. Under the gaze of the referee's incomparable shock. Swish! It violently incited its huge dragon wings, and actually charged directly in the direction where Lin Chen was. The flame pterodactyl itself was 5 or 6 meters tall, and its body length was 10 meters, it was incomparably huge, and the power wrapped up in its charge was naturally not low. The full force of the attack under the state of anger, even these members of the demon extermination camp outside the dueling arena, feeling the might carried by the flame pterodactyl, all slightly changed color. In their place, if they were to face this flame pterodactyl's charge, they would also have to hold off for a while. Lin Chen! Quickly dodge! At this moment, Jiang Yueya shouted loudly and delicately. Victory and defeat had been decided. Even though she was shockingly surprised by the result in front of her, she had to admit that Chen Hao had lost in this duel. Lin Chen had gained the victory. In this situation, Chen Hao's beast pet suddenly went berserk, losing its mind and attacking towards Lin Chen like a madman, which was not something she was willing to see. This all happened too suddenly. Even though Jiang Yueya was a level 95 second turn beastmaster, it was too late for her to step in and stop that flame pterodactyl, so she could only raise her voice to remind Lin Chen. However, what made Jiang Yueya, Ning Lanlan, as well as all the spectators outside the arena couldn't help but be scared was that the flame pterodactyl, who had sent a destructive charge towards him, instead of choosing to immediately evacuate the dueling arena, he stood in place, calmly waiting for the flame pterodactyl to approach. It was also at this close call. Buzz! Everyone sensed a terrifying pressure completely sweeping out from Lin Chen's body. It was as if the beast god was the king of this heaven and earth, looking down on everyone present with an indifferent sight. Humph! The royal beast masters on the scene even couldn't help a muffled grunt, horrified to find that their beast pet's attributes had been forcibly cut by 20% at this moment. Juggernaut! That's right! Lin Chen cast this very powerful SSS ranked talent at this critical moment. Domination SSS, after opening this talent, you will be wrapped in a brilliant divine might that terrifies all beasts, cutting the 4-dimensional attributes of the enemy's beast pet by 50%, and at the same time, when contracting a new beast pet, it will greatly increase the success rate of taming your beast pet. What could be seen was that this talent was originally able to cut 50% of the attributes of other Imperial Beastmasters' beast pets, but why did the Imperial Beastmasters outside of the arena only have those beast pets of theirs cut by 20% of their full attributes? This was naturally because Lin Chen's level was too low to fully utilize the effects of this talent. If Lin Chen was at the same level as them, then their beast pets would definitely be cut by 50% of their full attributes. Unsurprisingly, the flame pterodactyl was also cut by 20% of its full attributes. This caused its originally terrifying and incomparable destructive charge to weaken a large portion of its power. And at the same time, bang! Lin Chen stepped forward, and his entire figure unexpectedly took the initiative to charge towards that flame-winged dragon as well. With both sides running towards each other, in less than a second, they were already about to collide. Roar! The flame pterodactyl only felt that this damned human was simply arrogant to the extreme, and even dared to use its human body to collide head-on with it as a dragon. After letting out a roar, his body burned with surging and incomparable flames, bound to smash this human to death while burning him into ashes together. That's right. The flame pterodactyl was running to kill Lin Chen. It had moved very strongly to kill Lin Chen. This was normal. The flame-winged dragon was so eager to protect its master that it had placed all the fault for his master's death on Lin Chen, and now it was thinking that it had to make this human beings just like its master, at least to the point of dying from serious injuries before it could give up. This was to avenge its master. Lin Chen of course sensed the killing intent of this flame-winged dragon. Then since it was like this, don't blame him for being ruthless. No matter who it was, as long as Lin Chen realized that his opponent had moved to kill him, then none of them would show any more mercy. Buzz! Steel armor barrier. Steel armor barrier SS, survival attributes of self and beast pet increased by 500%, and gain 50% damage reduction, cooldown 7 minutes. In the moment of the collision, Lin Chen's armor, legal resistance, life max, and damage reduction were all greatly increased. Not only that, but he had also transformed the demonic ring in his hand into a heavy sword form that favored survival defense. And then after that, bloodthirsty berserk. Live and die together. It was too late. The release of all these skills was but an instant. Come. Let's see who crashes into who. Lin Chen, who had all his buffs added in place, collided brazenly with the flame pterodactyl under the incomparably shocked gazes of the crowd. Dang! It was like two speeding trains colliding, and in an instant, a dull crash sounded. Everyone subconsciously thought, this Lin Chen is going to be finished. After all, the flame pterodactyl was a dragon, possessing an extremely strong body, and those dragon scales on its body could greatly enhance its defensive attributes. And as a human body, Lin Chen, colliding with it, had fallen into an absolute disadvantage right from the start, in a situation where he was completely unable to gain victory. Only. Facts sometimes always make people burst their glasses. Only heard a bang. That flame pterodactyl actually couldn't even support it for half a second, and its entire huge body was actually crashed out by Lin Chen. Plop! As the flame pterodactyl flew backwards, its body was hit by an extremely terrifying force, so much so that its internal organs were damaged, and a mouthful of pterodactyl blood just splashed into the air, falling outside the dueling arena with a bang. Silence. Deadly silence. The crowd that was originally still whispering, after witnessing this scene, their voices had come to an abrupt halt, and the look on their faces was filled with intense shock, as if they were incredulous for everything that had happened in front of them. No one could figure out why an ordinary human was able to send a huge flame pterodactyl flying. However, that wasn't all. Swish! The 120 seconds of trait fusion effects hadn't even passed yet. Lin Chen directly left the dueling arena and utilized his taking off the clouds and flying mist skill, instantly flying over the flame pterodactyl. At the moment, after the flame pterodactyl had been knocked away, its entire head was in a state of dizziness, and it was lying on the ground, unable to get up at all. Immediately afterward, everyone saw that Lin Chen, who was located in mid-air, had a ruthless look in his eyes as he switched his heavy sword form into bow and arrow form. Swoosh swoosh. 3 beads of continuous shooting. Puff puff puff. The 3 feathered arrows hit the eyes, as well as the head of the flame pterodactyl with great precision.